Cold Huanian finds himself reincarnated as the Crown Prince of Qing Lan, rejoicing at the peak of his life, only to be met with the hellish fate of a fallen nation, a destroyed family, a deceased father, in relentless pursuit. What emotions arise when the woman he loves bids him farewell as he enters the Weiyang Palace to become a eunuch? If not for a fortunate encounter with a noble benefactor who bestows upon him extraordinary skills, Cold Huanian would have chosen to restart his life long ago, serving as an undercover agent before the unparalleled Empress Dugu of the Zuling continent. What difference is there between him and a mouse serving as a dowry for a cat? Little Cold, the national treasury is empty. Do you have any good strategies? Your Majesty, I am but a humble eunuch. Little Cold, what are your thoughts on the marriages of the three princesses? Your Majesty, I am but a humble eunuch. Little Cold, who possesses more charm, the Cold Moon Empress or I? Your Majesty, I am but a humble eunuch. Little Cold, why do you always acquiesce? Your Majesty, there are times when I too strike with a heavy fist. Chapter 1. Rare Divine Skills. In the year 1677 of Weiyang, the kingdom of Qing Lan and the kingdom of Storm could no longer endure the prolonged oppression from the suzerain Daya Empire. As king of Qing Lan, Wang Buwei was on the verge of breaking through to the imperial spirit realm. He allied with King Nangong Tianxiong of Storm, uniting their forces to attack the Daya Empire. On the day of their meeting, the joint army of 1,000,000 was filled with exuberance. However, the Empress Dugu of the Daya Empire unleashed her formidable powers, traversing mountains and rivers, single-handedly annihilating the million-strong coalition. Despite being peak masters of the imperial spirit realm, both the king of Qing Lan and the king of Storm were unable to withstand even a single exchange. It was a pitiful and lamentable sight that on that day, the Empress Dugu donned a black and gold dragon robe. Commanding the respect of all on that day, she descended like a celestial being, akin to a reincarnated Azura. On that day, the ground was strewn with corpses, rivers flowed red with blood, and even the cries of children ceased. The two great kingdoms fell within mere moments, a mere flicker of the Empress Dugu's resentment, anger, and fury. 7 days later, the embroidered-clad envoys of the Daya Empire continued their relentless pursuit of the remnants of the royal families of the two kingdoms. In the capital of the Daya Empire, Weiyang City, within a secluded mountain shrine, the last surviving scion of the Qing Lan royal family, the 6-year-old Crown Prince Cold Huanian, shook the body of an elderly man in black robes lying on the ground. The old man, with a pale face and disheveled silver hair, bore a grievous sword wound on his chest, nearly drained of blood. Grandfather Gao, are you also leaving me? Cough, cough. As Cold Huanian shook Gao Li's arm, he inadvertently aggravated the old man's chest wound, stirring him from his pain-induced slumber. Your Highness, I fear I cannot hold on much longer. Henceforth, you must rely on yourself. Grandfather Gao, you cannot leave me at just 6 years of age. With his nation in ruins and his family destroyed, Gao Li, the chief steward of the Qing Lan Palace, had become his sole lifeline. I am acutely aware of my injuries, and it seems I must fail the Emperor's trust this time. Come here, Your Highness. Grandfather Gao, with all his might, Cold Huanian lifted Gao Li's back. Sitting cross-legged, Gao Li took a deep breath to steady his faltering body and prepared to impart his final instructions to the prince. Your Highness, do you wish to avenge the destruction of your nation, the annihilation of your family, and the death of your father? I do. The child's voice rang out clear and resolute. Shh. Speak softly. Those hounds could arrive at any moment. Understood. I will be cautious. The Empress Dugu is exceedingly powerful. She is the greatest in the Zuling continent. Even with the combined might of the kings of Qing Lan and Storm, along with myself, we cannot hope to match her strength. Hence, to seek revenge, one must be cunning rather than reckless. Cunning? You must find a way to infiltrate the Weiyang Palace and get close to Empress Dugu. Patience is essential. Whether it takes 10 years or 100, wait for her to notice you, for her to let her guard down. Of course, be especially wary of her guard, Dugu Foam. It was she who inflicted this wound upon me. Grandfather Gao, I am male. How can I enter the palace and approach the Empress? Do not fret, Your Highness. I have prepared for this. Bring your head closer. Cold Huanian leaned in, and Gao Li delicately raised his finger, tapping it on Cold Huanian's forehead. In an instant, a surge of information flooded Cold Huanian's mind, transforming from chaos to clarity. an entire martial art. The shrinking yang technique? Indeed, with your talent and understanding, you can seamlessly infiltrate the Weiyang Palace using this technique. Grandfather Gao, how did you acquire this skill? Cold Huanian's underlying question was clear. Without a proper body, how could one practice? Was it mere theory? My life's regret is this incomplete body. After 5 centuries, I finally created this shrinking yang technique. Though nearing the end of his life, a hint of pride flickered on Gao Li's face. Grandfather Gao, is this shrinking yang technique effective? Cold Huanian blinked, curiosity evident in his eyes. It should be effective. Remember, if you do not succeed, do not enter the palace. I shall remember. Gao Li nodded with satisfaction, retrieving a jade ring from his robe and placing it in Cold Huanian's small hand. Your Highness, this is what King Qing Lan entrusted to me before his passing. The national treasure. Cold Huanian was taken aback to find the jade ring, which his father had never been willing to part with, now in his possession. Indeed, most of the treasures of the kingdom of Qing Lan are contained within it, meant for your cultivation and the restoration of our nation. Guard it well. Rest assured, Grandfather Gao, I will not disappoint your expectations. Your Highness, now I have but one final concern. Regrettably, the sunflower technique I practiced is not suited for you. I can only transfer all the spiritual energy I have cultivated over 5 centuries to you using the method of imparting wisdom. But how can that be? Do not worry, Your Highness, my time is short. Be obedient, sit cross-legged, and direct your heart to the heavens. Cold Huanian complied, and Gao Li extended his right palm behind him, taking a deep breath to channel all his spiritual energy into his palm, then gently pressing it against Cold Huanian's crown. Gao Li's technique was gentle. He feared that if he were too hasty, Cold Huanian would not be able to bear it. Yet he had misjudged the situation. As a master of the imperial spirit realm, the spiritual energy he had amassed over 5 centuries was beyond what a mere 6-year-old child could withstand. Having reached the brink of death, Gao Li poured all his energy into the transfer, while Cold Huanian, overwhelmed, was on the verge of exploding from the influx of power. At that moment, blood streamed from Cold Huanian's eyes, nose, and ears, his meridians bursting from the overwhelming spiritual energy. When Gao Li sensed that something was amiss and opened his eyes, it was too late. All 5 centuries of energy had been absorbed by Cold Huanian, whose meridians were shattered. Leading to his demise, da-da, Gao Li let out a final, anguished roar, his heart heavy with despair. Your Majesty, I was foolish. My impatience has led to your tragic fate. After 5 centuries of your care, I have become a sinner of Qing Lan. How can I face you now? With a palm striking his own forehead, Gao Li's head burst like a watermelon, blood mist scattering. In mere moments, Cold Huanian, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Have I finally traversed into the body of a prince? Truly, heaven does not forsake me. I, the prince of a fallen nation, am still being pursued. Cold Huanian, hailing from Blue Star, felt a mix of joy and shock, followed by excruciating pain. How could it not hurt? With his channels torn asunder? I must be the most unfortunate transmigrator of all. Reflecting upon his predicament, the first action taken by Leng Huanian was to journey behind the dilapidated statue of the mountain deity. There, upon the earth bordering the statue, he excavated a profound pit into which he interred the exquisite jade ring. He then meticulously restored the ground to its original state, finally scattering a handful of dried leaves and hay atop the freshly covered earth. The item is indeed precious, yet bearing it now will only invite calamity upon myself. Leng Huanian murmured to himself, while organizing his thoughts. To serve as a eunuch in the palace, who would willingly undertake such a fate, to conceal oneself beside a sovereign as formidable as the Empress is akin to a mouse being offered as a wedding gift to a cat, a certain path to self-destruction. What concern do the affairs of the Qing Lan kingdom hold for me? Leng Huanian. Ah, how thoughtless of me. You too bear the name Leng Huanian, yet that does not pertain to my existence. Leng Huanian rubbed his body, noting that aside from the pain coursing through his meridians, all else was tolerable. Contemplating this arduous beginning of his transmigration, he sighed. One could only proceed step by step from here. A mere quarter of an hour prior, at the moment when Gao Li's miscalculation led to Leng Huanian's explosive predicament, Gao Li let out a piercing cry of despair. 100 paces away from the mountain deity's temple, Two exquisitely beautiful maidens, treading with utmost caution, were immediately drawn to the sound of that anguished wail. There appears to be a temple ahead. It seems the sound emanated from that direction. Shall we investigate? Initial spirit realm, true spirit realm, human spirit realm, earth spirit realm, heaven spirit realm, king spirit realm, emperor spirit realm, saint spirit realm, imperial spirit realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers, categorized as primary, 13 tiers, intermediate, 46 tiers, advanced, 79 tiers. Chapter 2. The enchanting auntie and niece. Dear little one, let us not complicate matters further. We are in the midst of a hasty escape. And, just a fleeting glance. I shall merely observe from a distance. Perhaps fortune may smile upon us unexpectedly. Are we not in search of a clever lad? Yinner, times have changed. The storm kingdom has fallen, and peril lurks around every corner. We can no longer indulge our whims as we once did. The elder woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, possessed a fair complexion and striking beauty, her figure elegant and poised. Despite her simple attire, an air of nobility surrounded her. Aunt, Yinner understands. We shall merely take a distant look. The girl, Yinner, was about 10 years old. Her features still in the process of blossoming, but already hinting at her potential beauty, destined to become a stunning maiden in due time. These two were the last surviving members of the Storm royal family, Nangguang Yufei, the sister of the fallen Storm King Nangguang Tianxiong, and the little princess Nangguang Yuyan, whom she held by the hand. Your curiosity knows no bounds, Nangguang Yufei sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Do you not know that curiosity can lead to peril? The pair slowly approached the mountain shrine. Meanwhile, Leng Huanian had already resorted to a desperate measure, using mud to mask his appearance, lamenting internally, this wretched face. So striking yet utterly useless, I shall surely be abducted. To survive, I must masquerade as a beggar, no matter how degrading. His once proud posture began to slump, as he faced the daunting challenges ahead, opting to bide his time. As Leng Huanian emerged from the shrine, he caught sight of Nangguang Yuyan, who had been quietly watching the entrance, her excitement palpable. Aunt, fortune has favored us. The elusive little beggar we seek stands before us. In an instant, Leng Huanian's moment of self-satisfaction was shattered as he fell into the grasp of Nangguang Yufei, a woman of considerable discernment. She swiftly assessed his condition and discerned that this boy was a mere shell of his former self, his vitality extinguished. Yinner, let us leave. This one is not worth our time. Aunt, we must take him with us. He appears quite pitiful. Alas, my dear child, your compassion may one day lead to your own misfortune. Thus, Leng Huanian was led away, trailing behind the two exquisite women, a fate that he perceived as neither entirely fortunate nor unfortunate. Aunt, where shall we go? We cannot remain in the city. I did not anticipate such a multitude of embroidered-clad pursuers lurking beneath the tiger's gaze. Return to Storm City? That is out of the question. We shall find refuge in the mountains outside Weiyang City, away from civilization, where we may find safety. Nangguang Yufei hurriedly procured provisions for the journey and exited Weiyang City with the two children. Aunt, the mountain ahead rises majestically into the clouds. Shall we ascend? Indeed. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered a conspicuous sign. Beware of vicious beasts. Do not approach. What shall we do, Aunt? Yinner, the more perilous the place, the safer it seems for us. There exists no more terrifying entity than the grand central embroidered garment. Ascending the mountain, the nameless peak rises to an impressive height of several hundred zhang. The path winds sinuously, with trees of varying heights arranged in a pleasing disorder, while wildflowers and weeds thrive alongside, occasionally obstructed by thorny vines. Aunt, do you truly believe that there are demonic beasts lurking upon this mountain? Yes, but there is no need for you to fret, for should any beast dare to encroach, I shall dispatch them with a single stroke of my sword. Upon reaching a midway point, the trio paused, and even Leng Huanian's eyes sparkled at the sight before them. A spacious cavern lay ahead, with a waterfall cascading nearby, its base revealing a crystal-clear pool where fish frolicked in the transparent depths. This shall suffice, Leng Huanian exclaimed, thoroughly pleased with the location. Boy, when did it become your place to dictate? Nangguang Yufei retorted, her lovely visage now adorned with displeasure towards the young beggar. Aunt, he speaks truth. I find this place agreeable, perfectly suited for our seclusion. Then it is settled. replied Nangong Yufei. Leng Huanian scoffed inwardly, recognizing that while the woman appeared radiant and exuded an air of nobility, she was ultimately rather difficult to engage with. Young beggar, go wash yourself in the pool. There's an unpleasant odor about you. Oh, Leng Huanian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurried towards the clear pool, muttering to himself. This woman has quite the keen nose. Upon glancing back, he noticed that the aunt and niece had already entered the cave to organize their belongings. Swiftly disrobing before leaping into the pool with a splash, their bodies jolted by the cold water, likely melted snow from the mountain's peak. After frolicking in the water like a fish, Leng Huanian cleaned himself from head to toe, but the dilemma of his soiled garments remained. He could hardly don the foul-smelling attire. Thus, he continued to swim in the pool. After half an hour, Nangong Yufei approached the water's edge and called out, "Young beggar, I thought you had drowned. Will you not come up? I have no clean clothes to change into," he replied, his expression troubled. Nangong Yufei returned to the cave and retrieved a set of clothing belonging to Nangong Yuyan. "Come up, wear this for now, and once your clothes are clean, you may change back." "Oh," Leng Huanian responded verbally, yet remained motionless in the water. "Come up quickly, are you feeling itchy?" Nangong Yufei's tone turned icy, prompting Leng Huanian to finally ascend. Casting aside his reservations, he thought, "She doesn't care. Why should I?" Boldly emerging from the water, it dawned on Nangong Yufei that she had committed an error. She had never seen a man unclothed, and this sight was somewhat disconcerting, causing her to hastily avert her gaze. As Leng Huanian approached the flustered Nangong Yufei, he took the garments from her grasp and turned to don them. Though slightly oversized, they were acceptable. The blush on Nangong Yufei's face had yet to fade as she hurriedly retreated to the cave. Cold Huanian rinsed his soiled garments in the water, wrung them out, and made his way toward the cave. Upon entering, both Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan were momentarily dazzled. They had not anticipated that the little beggar, now cleansed, possessed such rosy lips and white teeth, exuding an unparalleled charm. Not bad at all. Nangong Yuyan observed how handsome Cold Huanian appeared in her attire, her heart swelling with admiration. Even the typically fastidious Nangong Yufei could not help but inwardly concede, "This lad will surely grow into a heartthrob, no doubt destined to ensnare the hearts of maidens." Yet, alas for you, young man, you have crossed paths with me, Nangong Yufei, and you are precisely the candidate I wish to send into the palace as an undercover agent. Unbeknownst to Cold Huanian, in just a fleeting moment, Nangong Yufei had irrevocably determined his fate. If he were to learn of it, he would surely be driven to the brink of fury. "What is your name?" Although Nangong Yuyan had yet to reach the age of romantic inclination, the innate desire for beauty resided in her. Captivated by Cold Huanian's striking appearance, she felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. "Cold Huanian, and you?" Cold Huanian understood that concealing the truth would only draw more attention, so he chose to be forthright. "Your surname is Cold. It is quite unique, akin to that of the Qing Lan royal family." At this, Nangong Yufei became alert. "There are many with the surname Cold. It is merely a coincidence. You have yet to disclose your name." "I am Nangong Yuyan." "Oh, how fortuitous. Our surnames align with the royal lineage." "Cold Huanian, I have two matters to announce to you, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Gazing at Nangong Yufei's enigmatic expression, Cold Huanian felt a shiver run down his spine. "Let us hear the good news first. In the coming decade, I shall diligently cultivate you in the arts of music, chess, literature, and poetry. I will also utilize medicinal baths to help restore your meridians." Cold Huanian's eyes sparkled at the prospect of such fortune, but he quickly composed himself and inquired, "And the bad news?" 10 years hence, upon your completion of training, I shall personally escort you to the Weiyang Palace to serve as a eunuch, placing you by the side of the solitary Empress Dugu. Chapter 3. Childhood Sweethearts. Cold Huanian gasped in disbelief. "What is this? Once again, I am to enter the palace? Am I fated to be entwined with the Weiyang Palace and the Empress Dugu? Indeed, I am merely announcing this. You have no choice in the matter. Aunt, do you truly intend to send him to become a eunuch? Is there no alternative? What do you think?" Nangong Yufei cast a rare disdainful glance at Nangong Yuyan, who promptly stuck out her tongue and obediently fell silent. "Cold Huanian, do not even think about escaping. I have planted a death curse within you. Should I fail to locate you, can you imagine the consequences?" Nangong Yufei produced a small glass vial from her bosom containing a dark, inch-long cursed insect. If I were to crush it, the white cursed insect within you would perish alongside it. Cold Huanian felt a chill run through him. This woman, as beautiful as a celestial being, possessed a heart as venomous as a scorpion. He resolved that should the opportunity arise, he would exact a thorough vengeance upon her. Rest assured, I shall not flee. Pray tell, what is the reason for my entry into the palace to approach the enigmatic Empress Dugu? To speak candidly, we hail from the Storm Royal family. We require your presence in the Weiyang Palace as an undercover agent to draw near to the Empress Dugu, earn her trust, relay intelligence, and ultimately assassinate her. Do you perhaps hold me in too high regard? As a mere wastrel, how could I possibly assassinate the Empress Dugu? Even if she were to extend her neck before me, I would be incapable of taking her life. You need not concern yourself with that. You have a decade to refine your abilities. Moreover, one need not resort to blades for murder. Poison or even venomous insects could suffice. Cousin Yenner, you have spoken rather excessively today. Nangong Yufei cast a sharp glance at Nangong Yuyin and added, Leng Huanian, take this day to relax. Tomorrow marks the commencement of your rigorous training. This Nangong Yufei, the former princess of the Storm Kingdom, is indeed impressive. Leng Huanian presumed she would engage various instructors to impart knowledge upon him. Yet, not a single one was summoned. Nangong Yufei is proficient in every art, from music to calligraphy, poetry to painting. However, when it comes to poetry, Leng Huanian felt that her skills were still somewhat lacking compared to the masterpieces of the Tang and Song dynasties. Initially dismissive of the shrunken yang technique, he now found himself dedicating time each day to its practice. Such is the nature of humanity. Often, one remains unaware of their potential until compelled to strive. In a mere 5 years, Leng Huanian grasped the essence of the shrunken yang technique. At 15, Nangong Yuyin blossomed from a beautiful young girl into an exquisite beauty, bearing a resemblance to Nangong Yufei. Yet, one was an ethereal beauty, while the other was a voluptuous seductress. In the 6th year, Nangong Yufei began instructing Leng Huanian on how to attract women's attention and win their affection. Proximity breeds intimacy. Nangong Yuyin became his target, and it did not take long for her to succumb. It is no wonder, for she had reached the age of budding romance. Nangong Yufei felt somewhat helpless. Leng Huanian was indeed growing increasingly handsome, his charm becoming ever more captivating. Remarkably, he was merely 12 years old. After 5 years of relentless medicinal baths, his meridians had finally been restored, though they did not appear to be fully unblocked, leaving his cultivation at the initial spiritual realm. Aside from his lack of progress in cultivation, he had mastered the arts of music, chess, painting, and poetry, as well as the art of enchanting women. Were it not for his youth, Nangong Yufei would have considered sending him directly to the Weiyang Palace. Seasons changed, and a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Leng Huanian had matured into a striking young man, while Nangong Yuyin had blossomed into a beauty surpassing even the flowers. Nangong Yufei bore no marks of time upon her visage, aside from her increasingly mature figure. She remained as captivating as ever. In recent years, her demeanor towards Leng Huanian had inexplicably softened. The two cousins stood at the entrance of the cave, gazing at Leng Huanian, who was swimming in the distant pond, both filled with sentiment. Aunt, must you really send him to the palace to become a eunuch? Do you not feel it as a pity? Alas, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. One Cold Huanian is hardly comparable to the tempestuous realm of storm and strife, hatred and bloodshed. Yet he is truly innocent. Among the 30,000 souls of the Storm Royal family, who is not innocent? Aunt, Yin has already fallen in love with him. I am not blind. Put away your illusions. From tomorrow, he shall be a eunuch. No, Nangong Yuyin, aware of her aunt's stubbornness, was already in tears. I will go down the mountain to procure some supplies, preparing for tomorrow. If you have anything to say to him, you must do so quickly. Nangong Yufei was not devoid of emotion, but she was a woman capable of controlling her feelings. As she descended the mountain, Nangong Yuyin, disheartened, slowly approached the water pool. Shedding her garments piece by piece, her snow-white feet stepping into the crystal-clear water, Cold Huanian stood in the water, gazing at the jade figure before him, momentarily entranced. Nangong Yuyin gradually waded closer to him until they stood face to face, their gazes locked, and at that moment, words seemed unnecessary. Cold Huanian embraced her tightly, capturing her delicate lips with his, and together they slowly sank to the bottom of the pool. as the green plum entwines with the bamboo horse. Her crimson lips part for him. In this life, if we rely on each other, in the next life, we shall never part. Nangong Yuyan's body completely softened in cold Huanian's embrace, and he carried her out of the pool, returning to the cave. Yan, you are too foolish. Knowing I am to enter the palace as a eunuch tomorrow, why would you offer yourself to me? Cold Huanian tenderly kissed Nangong Yuyan's eyes. From now on, you shall be my beloved. Even if you become a eunuch, you will still be my beloved. I will wait for your return. Whether it be 10 years or 100, my feelings shall remain unchanged. The moment Nangong Yuyan stepped into the water, she had already resolved that in this life, she would marry no one but him. Yan, my dear Yan. Cold Huanian held Nangong Yuyan tightly, and they lay together on the bed, quietly embracing. The bittersweet feelings of parting flowing between their hearts. Chapter 4. Entering the Weiyang Palace, Cold Huanian longed to tell Nangong Yuyan that he had mastered the art of retracting his vitality, that even upon entering the palace, he would not become a eunuch. But could such a secret be revealed? This time entering the palace, even if he could preserve his manhood, could he ensure the safety of his sustenance above? Perhaps it is better not to hold out too much hope. Reality often dictates that greater hope leads to greater disappointment. Instead, he would surprise her later. When Nangong Yufei returned to the cave, Cold Huanian and Nangong Yuyan had already dressed and parted ways. Nangong Yufei, ever perceptive, sensed something was amiss at once. A closer look at Nangong Yuyan's expression tightened her heart. This girl, her brows were relaxed, her face still adorned with lingering affection. She had most likely given herself to that boy. Nangong Yufei's face was as cold as ice, yet she did not erupt in anger, sighing inwardly, alas. It is as it is. Tomorrow is a crucial day. Let this be our family's compensation to him. In the depths of the night, 3 individuals lay upon the soft bedding of a cave. Despite the years that had passed, during which the cave had been transformed into a cozy haven by Nangong Yufei, at this moment, slumber eluded them. Leng Huanian and Nangong Yuyan both yearned to embrace their beloveds in each other's beds. Yet the presence of Nangong Yufei nearby rendered such desires futile. Meanwhile, Nangong Yufei's heart was tumultuous. Leng Huanian was undeniably exceptional, and his deep affection for her niece was evident. To send him into the palace as a eunuch felt like a tragic waste of talent. However, Nangong Yufei was not a woman prone to weakness. She clenched her silver teeth and resolved to send Leng Huanian into the palace. For he was a unique talent she had nurtured over 10 years, specifically to counteract the formidable Empress Dugu. No one else could fulfill the crucial role of an undercover agent in the Weiyang Palace. A night passed in silence, devoid of sleep. As dawn broke, the trio arose, washed, and consumed their breakfast. The inevitable moment had arrived. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a prearranged carriage awaited them. Nangong Yuyan trembled slightly as she rushed to Nangong Yufei, collapsing to her knees. "Aunt, please spare Leng Lang." "Leng Lang," she scoffed, "indeed. You have become quite fond of each other." This scenario had been anticipated by Nangong Yufei, yet she maintained a firm demeanor. "Leng Lang and I share mutual affection. I beseech you to grant us your blessing." Yuyan, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. The grievances of the Nangong family weigh heavier than any man. I need not elaborate further. "Aunt," tears streamed down Nangong Yuyan's face, her heart aching. "Yuyan, rise. I shall be fine." Leng Huanian stepped forward to help the sobbing Nangong Yuyan to her feet. "The time is not on our side. We must set forth." Leng Huanian embraced Nangong Yuyan tightly once more, whispering softly in her ear, "Yuyan, I will be all right. Trust me." "Yes." Nangong Yuyan wished fervently to accompany him into the palace. Enough with the sentimental farewells. Nangong Yufei urged from the side. Leng Huanian released Nangong Yuyan and approached Nangong Yufei, opening his arms wide and gazing earnestly at the captivating beauty before him. To his surprise, Nangong Yufei reciprocated, and they embraced in an unprecedented moment of connection. "Master," Leng Huanian whispered into her ear, marking the first time he addressed her as such. She had taught him for a decade, so this acknowledgement felt fitting. Nangong Yufei's body trembled, her heart raced, and after a few breaths, she gradually regained her composure. She leaned closer, whispering, "Everything in the palace is arranged. The cleansing artisan has been generously compensated, so the process should not be too painful for you. Your consideration is appreciated, Master. I await your good news." "Master." If I return safely, I wish to have you. Leng Huanian finally voiced the feelings he had suppressed for years. To face such an extraordinary woman daily without harboring thoughts would be unthinkable for any man. What nonsense are you speaking? Yuyan is right beside us. A blush of crimson flitted across Nangong Yufei's face as she forcefully pushed aside Leng Huanian, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her delicate hands clenched into trembling fists. With a satchel slung across his back, Leng Huanian strode directly to the carriage without looking back, merely waving farewell to the two women with his back turned. Before he boarded the vehicle, the carriage rumbled into motion, the horses whinnied, and the wheels rolled forward, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Aunt, you too must feel reluctant to see Leng Lang depart." "How could I possibly feel reluctant? I have spent a decade preparing for this very day," Nangong Yuyan replied, stepping closer to Nangong Yufei and gazing intently into her eyes. "Aunt, I heard what Leng Lang whispered to you just now. Your silence indicates your tacit acceptance." "You impudent child, how could you eavesdrop? His words are mere nonsense, not to be taken seriously." "Aunt, watching Leng Lang leave pains my heart. What of you?" Before Nangong Yufei could finish her reply, Nangong Yuyan had already turned and ascended the mountain, having found her answer etched upon her aunt's visage. The carriage bearing Leng Huanian entered Weiyang City, where he subsequently transferred to a palace carriage that took him directly to Weiyang Palace. The carriage halted before a secluded hall, unmarked by any inscription, though inside, approximately 200 individuals had gathered, all there to serve as eunuchs like Leng Huanian, awaiting their purification. "State your name upon arrival." A eunuch, holding a register, was verifying identities one by one. "Leng Huanian." The previously aloof eunuch's face instantly broke into a smile. "Ah, you've arrived. Do not worry. In 2 days, Eunuch Lu will personally attend to your procedure. His work is both clean and efficient. You will be fortunate to benefit from it." "Thank you, eunuch," Leng Huanian noted, appreciating that Nangong Yufei had displayed some humanity, implying all preparations were in order. "Rest in the hall for 2 days. Be mentally prepared. For during this time, you shall receive no sustenance. Thank you for your guidance, eunuch. Off you go." Leng Huanian blended into the throng of over 200 awaiting the procedure, enduring 2 days without food, with water rationed as well. By the end of this period, some of the weaker individuals began to feel faint, yet this was ultimately for their own good. 2 days later, the group of over 200 was taken in batches to the purification room, known as the Silkworm Room. This chamber was meticulously clean and sealed, akin to a sterile environment of ancient times. As Leng Huanian's turn approached, he was one of the earlier arrivals, positioned last among 3. With the first 2 being frail men, no robust individuals ventured here, as who among the well-fed would willingly accept such a fate? A surgical table designated for purification was surrounded by 5 eunuchs. The chief eunuch, Lu Rue, known as Louis Dao, was famed for his gentle yet swift techniques. He had 2 assistants by his side. After verifying the identity of the first frail man, Lu Rue turned to his shorter assistant, Xiao Lin, saying, "I entrust this individual to you. Proceed with the full castration technique and seize this rare opportunity for practice." "Thank you, master." Xiao Lin's assistant beamed with delight. Every incision was a form of training, and only by amassing sufficient experience could one aspire to become a master like Lu Rue. A frail man lay upon the bed, his limbs bound with elastic bands. Upon realizing that the one wielding the scalpel was an apprentice, he fainted from sheer terror. "Xiao Lin, your cuts must be steady, precise, and ruthless. Do not hesitate. Everything must be severed cleanly. If not, the soft tissue may grow outward, leading to further suffering." Chapter 5. The Son of Celibacy Understood, Master. Xiao Lin gripped the curved knife, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, the deed was done, chaos ensuing. "Master, how did I fare?" Xiao Lin inquired cautiously while attending to the wound. "If you cut too deep, the scar will form a depression, creating an undesirable shape when one urinates." Xiao Lin cast an apologetic glance at the unconscious man, relieved that he was oblivious to the situation. Otherwise, his reaction might have been quite severe. Once the first subject was dealt with, he was carried away, and it was time for the second frail man. Having witnessed the prior procedure, his legs felt somewhat weak. Yet it mattered not as the 2 assistants swiftly placed him upon the table, stripped him of his trousers, and secured his limbs. "Feng Yao, it is your turn." "Yes, master." Louis Dao addressed the frail man on the table, Rest assured, you have been informed. My disciple's technique is on par with my own. He has practiced the art of cleansing for over a decade, and his failures are rare. Upon hearing this, the second frail man felt a slight sense of relief. Master, may I employ the dissection technique? Your knife, your decision. Yes, master. Feng Yao grasped the curved knife, making a swift incision on each of the man's testicles, then applied pressure to extract them completely. He deftly severed the membranes and placed the 2 gallbladders into a spring pouch. Lu Rui nodded approvingly at his apprentice's skill from the sidelines. Encouraged, Feng Yao executed the remaining task with precision, swiftly sewing up the incision with barley straw. The entire procedure took less than a quarter of an hour. The second frail man was drenched in sweat, thankful that the payment was well worth it. Leng Huanian, observing from the side, felt a chill in his lower regions, his testicles tightening. Had it not been for his mastery of the shrinking yang technique, he would never have foolishly entered the palace to become a eunuch. This place was one he would rather die than enter. He would prefer to be poisoned by goo worms than to be here. Leng Huanian, it's your turn. Remain calm. I will personally attend to you. Lu Yidao's demeanor towards Leng was as warm as spring, leaving one to wonder how much money Nangong Yufei had offered to elicit such a familial attitude. As Leng Huanian laid upon the cleansing table, the moment the assistants stripped him of his trousers, Lu Rui stood frozen for 3 breaths, then knelt down, exclaiming, "The son of celibacy." Leng Huanian glanced down at his nether regions, perfect, utterly bare. The 2 assistants stood frozen in disbelief as well. Xiao Lin swiftly summoned the Grand Eunuch. "And you, Feng Yao, accompany him as well." Lu Rui's emotions remained in turmoil. After 30 years as a bodyguard, this was his first encounter with a celestial eunuch, a rarity beyond compare. Cold Huanian lay upon the platform, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Who might this Grand Eunuch be? In a quarter of an hour, hurried footsteps echoed, and Cold Huanian surmised that the so-called Grand Eunuch had arrived. Masterly has come. Lu Rui reverently knelt at the entrance, while both assistants prostrated themselves on the ground. "Rise, please. Such formalities are unnecessary in our household." With Lu Rui's proclamation of Grand Eunuch, a magnificently attired and robustly built elder eunuch entered. From the moment he crossed the threshold, his piercing gaze fixated upon Cold Huanian's lower regions. "Grand Eunuch, I have fulfilled my duty. I have found the celestial eunuch you sought." Cold Huanian felt a twinge of discomfort. He merely aspired to be the chosen one. 30 years. Lu Rui, you have indeed kept my words close to your heart. Lu Rui declared his willingness to lay down his life for the Grand Eunuch. "I acknowledge your loyalty, but I must take the individual with me first. Fetch me a fresh rooster and a bowl of chicken blood." "Thank you, Grand Eunuch. The chicken blood will arrive shortly." Lu Rui's heart soared. The Grand Eunuch owed him a debt of gratitude, granting him a semblance of security within the palace. Grand Eunuch Li Yanqing escorted Cold Huanian to the prison courtyard. As the head of internal affairs, Li Yanqing's quarters were located in the Wuing Hall. Cold Huanian was astonished to find the dwelling of a eunuch so opulent and grand, indistinguishable from the residences of nobility. The authority of the head of the inner court was indeed formidable. Upon returning to the Wuing Hall, Li Yanqing remained silent, lighting 3 incense sticks and patiently awaiting Lu Yidao. Within a quarter of an hour, Lu Yidao entered, bearing a bowl of chicken blood. "Grand Eunuch, the chicken blood has arrived, sourced from the black-feathered rooster." "Excellent. Today, you shall serve as a witness, for I wish to forge a brotherhood with Cold Huanian." "Ah." Lu Yidao nearly dropped the bowl of chicken blood in surprise, quickly regaining composure to congratulate. "Congratulations, Grand Eunuch." Stealing a glance at the equally bewildered Cold Huanian, he mused, "Young man, your fortune is truly beyond measure. By allying with the Grand Eunuch, you will navigate the Weiyang Palace with ease." Lu Yidao began to contemplate how best to curry favor with Cold Huanian in the future. "Cold Huanian, you are the celestial eunuch we have sought for many years. Today, we are honored to forge this bond. Do not decline." "I am deeply grateful for the Grand Eunuch's esteemed favor," Cold Huanian replied. As a time traveler, he yearned for such a protective alliance. Understanding that the palace bore many dangers, it was wise to find solace beneath a grand tree. The 2 then knelt before the 3 incense sticks, swore an oath of brotherhood, and became sworn brothers by blood. "Huanian, you shall reside in the Qingda Hall. I shall send someone to prepare it shortly." "Elder brother, is this truly appropriate?" Leng Huanian was uncertain about the state of affairs within the Qingde Palace. Yet within the grand confines of the imperial palace, how much could the disparity be? In this rear courtyard, his elder brother still held a modicum of authority. Thus, he was encouraged to reside there without hesitation. I am most grateful to you, elder brother. Suddenly, a little eunuch rushed in, kneeling before them in a flurry. Your Highness, the Grand Princess is in a foul mood again. She has expressly requested that you send someone to attend to her bathing. It was rather perplexing. For wasn't he it always made servants who catered to her needs? Why the sudden change today? Li Yanqing, esteemed as the chief of internal affairs, was nonetheless but a servant in the presence of the princess. I am unaware of the particulars, but the Grand Princess's headmaid, Yueha, issued such instructions to me. Who amongst you shall attend to the Grand Princess's bathing? The group of kneeling eunuchs shook their heads vehemently, for the Grand Princess was notoriously ruthless. They speculated that her maidservants in the Moonshadow Palace had suffered dire fates. Who would dare risk their lives in such a manner? A bunch of cowards, he scoffed. Then we shall select someone at random. The eunuchs closed their eyes, silently praying to not be chosen. Brother, allow me to take a chance, Leng Huanian offered. Eager to witness the notorious Grand Princess's temperament, particularly in the context of attending to her bathing. Ever since mastering the art of the sun-contracting technique, his heart had grown increasingly restless. Dear brother, this is unwise. The Grand Princess is as fierce as a tiger, Li Yanqing cautioned. Sweat beading upon his brow for his sworn brother, truly a naive youth unafraid of danger. Since you hold me in such high regard, I must show my prowess today to avoid bringing shame to your name. Chapter 6. The Cold Moon Princess Leng Huanian was acutely aware of the gravity of his covert mission. If he could not manage a mere princess, how could he hope to approach the Empress Dugu? Should he forge a connection with the princess, it would bring him closer to the Empress. Good brother, such courage. Li Yanqing thought highly of his discernment. This son of a eunuch was indeed extraordinary. He approached the little eunuch who had delivered the message, producing a silver note. Deliver this 1,000-tael note to Yueha, and inform her that Leng Huanian is my esteemed brother. While in the Moonshadow Palace, she should offer him guidance and assistance. I understand. After bidding farewell to Li Yanqing, Leng Huanian followed the little eunuch towards the Moonshadow Palace. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as porcelain shattered upon the ground. The little eunuch, having escorted Leng Huanian to the entrance of the Cold Moon Princess's bathing chamber, shivered involuntarily. A bunch of useless fools. The bathwater has grown cold, and even the tea has cooled. What purpose do you serve? Take them all away and bury them. The Grand Princess, Dugu, was seething with rage, her chest heaving in frustration. Your Highness, please calm your wrath. The eunuchs from the monitoring courtyard are on their way. They will surely serve you diligently and alleviate your worries. The words of the head maid, Yueha, still held some weight, having grown up alongside the Cold Moon Princess. There was an inkling of affection between them. These worthless servants are all to be dismissed. Look at their demeanor, completely alienated from their mistress. A mere band of idle gluttons. Indeed, Yuhi is about to expel them all from the palace. Your Highness, the young eunuch from the imperial chamber has arrived to attend to you. A trembling maid enters to deliver the news. Yuhi, please usher him in. I wish to see how the eunuchs from the imperial chamber differ from the servants of my Moonshadow Palace in their service. Yuhi promptly goes to fetch him, bringing along several useless maidservants from the bath. Sister Yuhi, thank you for saving our lives. The fortunate maidservants express their heartfelt gratitude. Sister Yuhi, we cannot control the bathwater, but we change the tea frequently, never daring to be negligent. Is the tea cold? Hush. If you comply, all will be well. If not, it will be 100 times worse. After you leave, take care of yourselves. Yuhi instructs to escort these maids out of the palace, carefully scrutinizing Leng Huanian at the entrance. Sister Yuhi, this is a token of respect for you. The young eunuch presents a 1,000-tael silver note, holding it aloft with both hands. Tut, where does a young eunuch acquire such wealth? Sister Yuhi has misunderstood. This money is entrusted to me by the Grand Eunuch to deliver to you. Oh, the Grand Eunuch sends me money. This is intriguing. Yuhi is somewhat taken aback. This is rather unexpected. This is Leng Huanian, a newly appointed eunuch, sworn brother to the Grand Eunuch. He wishes for you to look after him. Hiss. Yuhi gasps, her gaze involuntarily fixating on Leng Huanian, who indeed appears to be a charming and dashing young eunuch. Has he struck gold by associating with such a powerful figure? You are here to serve the eldest princess? Indeed, without proper decorum. Speaking in such a manner may not allow you to survive 3 breaths in front of the eldest princess. Yuhi cast a disdainful glance at Leng Huanian. I understand. Thank you, Sister Yuhi, for your guidance. Leng Huanian comprehends the underlying message. He had intentionally tested the effectiveness of the silver note. A promising pupil, come with me. In the presence of the eldest princess, strive to remain silent, and if you must speak, do so after careful consideration. Yes. Leng Huanian responds without proper decorum, prompting yet another sharp look from Yuhi. Sister Yuhi, I consider you as my own sister, hence my casualness. I shall be mindful of my demeanor in front of the princess. You understand, good. Wait here. I will announce your presence to the princess. Upon entering, Leng Huanian halts. While Yuhi swiftly approaches the princess by the bath, bending low to whisper, the young eunuch has arrived to serve you. And how is he? Exceptionally handsome. And seems quite clever. Bring him forth. Your Highness, you have never allowed a man to gaze upon you since childhood, Yuhi kindly reminds her. What is a eunuch compared to a man? Yuhi understands. Leng Huanian is brought forward, standing merely a yard from the eldest princess. Though he wishes to avert his gaze, for she is simply too beautiful. In the misty embrace of the bath, Princess Han Yue reclined in the water, her skin delicate and fair. Leng Huanian, unable to resist temptation, found herself entranced as she gazed up. Is she beautiful? This was the first time Princess Han Yue had encountered such an audacious man. Though, to be fair, eunuchs hardly qualified as men. Beautiful, Leng Huanian blurted out. Someone, gouge out his eyes. Princess Han Yue's casually spoken command jolted Leng Huanian back to reality, causing her to hastily exclaim, Your Highness, wait. I have urgent matters to report. Speak. But if your words lack reason, both your eyes and heart shall be removed. Leng Huanian was perplexed. This woman was ruthlessly fierce. Her threats delivered as if they were mere, everyday conversation. I possess some medical knowledge, and upon observation, I believe there is an issue with the princess's chest. Oh, what do you mean? Princess Han Yue was momentarily taken aback by Leng Huanian's assertion. The left and right are asymmetrical, which could signify a serious problem. If it is merely a matter of size, correcting it would not be difficult, but if a tumor is causing the symptoms, the situation becomes complicated. Can you discern what issue I possess? Your Highness, the specifics cannot be discerned by mere observation. Seeing the princess fall into his trap, Leng Huanian's wits began to sharpen. Oh, what should be done then? If you trust me, I am willing to examine you. Impudence. As Yuhi observed Leng Huanian treading dangerously close to demise, she discreetly touched the silver notes hidden in her sleeve, contemplating how to intervene. Come down and remove your garments. To her surprise, the princess did not express anger. She had never seen a eunuch unclothed, and now, gazing at the exceptionally handsome Leng Huanian, curiosity bubbled within her. At your command, Leng Huanian calmly shed his attire. Both Princess Han Yue and Yuhi could not suppress their curiosity as they glanced at Leng Huanian's lower half. Weren't you to be cleansed? Why is it so smooth below, not even a scar? Princess Han Yue inquired with intrigue. Replying to your Highness, I am a son of heaven's castration, born without. You truly possess the fate of a eunuch. This is for the best. I shall not regard you as a man, but rather as one who shall treat me. At your command. After a few moments, Princess Han Yue asked anxiously, what is your assessment? Joy and sorrow. Chapter 7. Almost causing trouble. Leng Huanian deliberately kept her in suspense. Speak plainly. If you continue to be evasive, beware that I may castrate you again. The good news is that there are no tumors within your chest. Hence the asymmetry is not disease-related. The troubling news is that if left unchecked, this asymmetry may become increasingly pronounced. Is there a remedy? Princess Han Yue furrowed her brow. There is. Very well, the responsibility of this treatment is entrusted to you. If there is no improvement in 3 months, you shall die. At your command. Little Long. Serve me diligently, and do not betray the trust one have placed in you. I am willing to serve the princess unto death. The conversation shifted direction thereafter. Princess, there seems to be an issue with this bath. Leng Huanian felt that the water was rather lukewarm, devoid of the invigorating pleasure one expects during a bath. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the water began to cool, and attempts to add hot water resulted in an erratic temperature, rendering the experience quite uncomfortable. Princess Han Yue vented her previous grievances with fervor. The design of the pool is flawed, and the water itself is problematic. Little Long, do you possess any knowledge regarding this bath? Princess Han Yue gazed in astonishment at the handsome young eunuch before her. He was indeed extraordinary, with a smattering of understanding. If the princess were to trust him, he could assist her in designing a hot spring bath. A hot spring bath? Indeed, a constant temperature, enriched with natural mineral nutrients. I shall henceforth refer to it as a hot spring bath. Little Long, I have gone to great lengths for this pool. If you utter even a single falsehood, you know the consequences. Princess Han Yue's heart swelled with joy, though her expression grew somewhat colder. Even if you were granted 10 lives, you would not dare deceive the princess. Please allow me 7 days, and I shall present that hot spring bath before you. Excellent. You shall commence work tomorrow. Princess Han Yue regarded Leng Huanian with sparkling eyes, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. The knowledge he possessed was unlike that of her other servants. The young eunuch took his leave, as he needed to prepare for his move. Moving? Where to? Chief Steward Li has arranged for me to reside in Qingda Palace. Qingda Palace? You, a newly entered eunuch, have been assigned to Qingda Palace? Princess Han Yue observed the young eunuch, finding him increasingly peculiar. Favored by Chief Steward Li. We have just sworn brotherhood. You may go, but remember to return this evening to assist me with my treatment. The young eunuch took his leave promptly. Leng Huanian hastily donned his clothes and withdrew, fearing that lingering might expose him. Who could withstand sharing a bath with such an enchanting princess? His internal defenses were nearly failing. Yueha, please examine closely. Is it true that my left breast is indeed larger than my right? Yueha scrutinized Princess Han Yue's chest for several moments before nodding, stating that the left was slightly larger. Do you believe the words of that young eunuch? Yueha thought there was some merit to his claims. You cannot be infatuated with him, to speak on his behalf so fervently. Princess Han Yue fixed her gaze intently on Yue's face, causing Yueha a moment of panic, hoping that her secret would not be revealed. Yueha dared not respond. Assist me in dressing, please. Certainly. As Leng Huanian exited the bath chamber, he was surprised to find the eunuch who had accompanied him still waiting at the door. Why have you not departed? Regardless of your well-being, I must promptly relay information to the Grand Eunuch. Good, a man of loyalty. I shall accept you as a friend. What is your name? I am called Su Yuquan. Very well, little Yuquan, I shall remember you. Upon their return to Weiyang Hall, Li Yanqing was overjoyed to see Leng Huanian safely back. He promptly summoned his servants to prepare a sumptuous feast, intending to celebrate his dear brother's return and extend a warm welcome. After indulging in fine food and drink, Li Yanqing, in high spirits, imbibed a few extra cups and soon lay down, yet not before instructing a young eunuch to escort Leng Huanian to his new residence at Qingda Hall. Upon arrival, Leng Huanian found Qingda Hall to be no less grand and luxurious than Weiyang Hall, leading him to muse that he must surely be the most esteemed young eunuch in history. The entire hall had been impeccably arranged, and as he reclined on the spacious bed in his chamber, he reflected on the day's events, realizing that everything had gone splendidly. Lost in thought, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber and nearly forgot an important matter, his appointment to attend to the Grand Princess that evening. Fortunately, Yu He, ever watchful, noticed the Grand Princess's restless demeanor as she awaited his arrival. Recognizing the urgency, she stealthily slipped out of Weiyang Palace to find Leng Huanian at Qingda Hall. Oh, little Leng, you've already fallen asleep. Is this bed comfortable? She exclaimed as she reached his bedside, startling him awake. Sister Yu He, what brings you here? Have I forgotten something? He inquired, still groggy. What is it that you've forgotten? Yu He retorted, her tone a mixture of exasperation and concern. What is it? Oh no, I must attend to the Grand Princess. Leng Huanian exclaimed, smacking his forehead. To stand up the princess would be an unforgivable offense. Thank goodness you remembered. How could you sleep so soundly? Yu He chided. Should I flee or go to the palace to atone? He pondered aloud. Flee. Do you think you can escape? She said with a disdainful look. Then please lead the way, sister. I shall go to treat the princess at once. Together, they hurried to Weiyang Palace. Yu He guided him directly to the Grand Princess's chambers, where she lay elegantly in a pink gauzy gown, propped up on her elbow, gazing intently at Leng Huanian. A shiver ran down his spine at her penetrating gaze, prompting him to speak first. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I lost track of time after being welcomed by Chief Li and indulged too much, ultimately succumbing to drink. Had I not been concerned about your treatment, and had Sister Yu He not come to fetch me, I would have committed an irredeemable offense tonight. The chief truly cares for you. Very well, I grant you pardon. Let us begin. A wave of relief washed over Leng Huanian. But as he beheld the Grand Princess's alluring figure, his composure wavered once more. The trials of the day seemed to come one after another. You may step outside and wait, the Grand Princess suddenly ordered. At your command, Yuhi replied, casting a meaningful glance at Leng Huanian. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, this was the first time the Grand Princess had dismissed her for an outsider. With the stage set, Leng Huanian wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Chapter 8. The cold jade token. Leng Huanian has always believed that boasting incurs no tax. One can freely exaggerate without consequence. Who could possibly care? Look at the Crown Princess. She seems to relish the tales. This time, Leng Huanian diligently massaged the Crown Princess for a full quarter of an hour, until she could no longer bear it, and had to call for a halt. Feeling that something might go awry, "My dear, you may withdraw now. Little Leng, stay and converse with me." Princess Hanyu had never interacted with any man other than her late father throughout her life. Today marked the closest she had ever been to a man. Though in her eyes, Leng Huanian could only be considered half a man. "I am willing to share your burdens, Your Highness." "Share burdens? How do you know I do not wish to share joys instead?" Rumors circulated that the Crown Princess was tyrannical and bloodthirsty, with the Weiyang Palace frequently replacing maidservants. As it was said, they had been ruthlessly slain by her, a batch replaced by another. Do you believe such tales? I would never entertain such notions. Leng Huanian proclaimed with righteous indignation. "Oh, and why is that? After spending a day in your company, I have not perceived you as a cruel-hearted individual. Moreover, a beauty as enchanting as you would never sully her hands with blood. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Little Leng, how astute you are to see through me. To be frank, I merely project an intimidating facade. Otherwise, it would be challenging to establish my presence in the palace. No one fears you otherwise. Now I understand. Your Highness, my heart feels thoroughly at ease. If such an extraordinary beauty as you were to be deemed a wicked woman, my faith would surely shatter. Your words are truly sweet, little Leng. Do you harbor feelings for me?" A sudden flutter of anxiety gripped Leng Huanian, taken aback by the Crown Princess's question. "I speak only the truth. Who among the men in this world could gaze upon your resplendent beauty and alluring figure without feeling affection? Even though I am now a eunuch, I cannot help but admire you. Alas, if only you were a complete man. There is no need for pity, Your Highness. Even in this imperfect form, my heart remains wholly devoted to you. I never expected that even a humble eunuch could possess more understanding than my two sisters." Two sisters? Leng Huanian was still unfamiliar with the dynamics within the Weiyang Palace. "As the Crown Princess, I naturally have siblings. I have two sisters. My second sister, Dugu, is profound and immersed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while my younger sister, Dugu, is innocent and lively, albeit mischievous. The Crown Princess is fortunate to have two such distinct sisters. Regrettably, our father and mother have long since departed. Were it not for our aunt who bears the burden of leadership, the Dugu family would have already faded into obscurity, let alone this dynasty." "Is the aunt you speak of the Empress Dugu?" Leng Huanian felt himself gradually drawing closer to the Empress Dugu. Who else could it be? With the Empress's protection, I imagine the three princesses lead quite a comfortable life. With gain comes loss. Under her protective wings, we have ultimately become the individuals she desires us to be. The meaning of princess implies that you do not live for yourselves. Life within the palace can be rather dull. What my two sisters think is beyond my ability to articulate, yet I yearn to venture forth and explore this vast continent. As a princess of marriageable age, should I find a suitor, he could accompany me on horseback, galloping freely across the realm. However, it is not as simple as you may envision. I am troubled. My prior self-deprecation stems partly from the fact that my aunt intends to use the three of us as pawns in a marriage alliance. And my notorious reputation can deter most suitors. A marriage alliance? Is the Empress of the Dugu family not the foremost figure of the void spirit continent? Must you rely on such unions to secure the empire's power? Cold Huanian expressed in surprise. Foremost figure? Who told you that? Without mentioning others. The Empress of the Cold Moon Empire in the north is no lesser than my aunt. The Cold Moon Empress, is that formidable? Yet, that cannot justify sacrificing the happiness of the three sisters. What is our happiness compared to the 1,000-year legacy of the Daong Empire? Presently, The two most powerful empires on the Void Spirit continent are at odds, and the time has come for unification. The Cold Moon Empire is indeed strong, and the Cold Moon Empress is formidable as well. Ultimately, the Daong Empire and the Cold Moon Empire, the Dugu Empress and the Cold Moon Empress, can only allow one to survive. Is the Daong Empire about to go to war with the Cold Moon Empire? Cold Huanian felt a thrill at the prospect of conflict between the two nations. The war was imminent, with skirmishes already erupting in the border towns. I hadn't realized your aunt was so powerful, using your marriages as leverage. Life is fraught with helplessness. Even my aunt, as an empress in the spirit realm, must occasionally bow to reality. People only see her glorious side, yet the warmth and coldness are known only to oneself. Alas, I did not expect this. I thought on the Void Spirit continent, the Dugu Empress could conquer all. Cold Huanian found herself reassessing the current situation of the Daong Empire and the plight of the Dugu Empress. Little Cold, I must admit, I envy you. Are you mocking me, Long Princess? Cold Huanian inadvertently blurted out, causing the previously half-closed-eyed Dugu Hanyue to widen her eyes in disbelief. She had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to her in such a manner. Little Cold, what do you mean by that? In truth, Cold Huanian was intentionally testing Dugu Hanyue. Long Princess, I admit I was indeed presumptuous earlier. Perhaps the growing familiarity with you led me to overstep. I was foolish to think of a closer bond with you. Please punish me, Long Princess. Little Cold, you are quite an extraordinary person. Relax, I am not a tyrant. Nor do I intend to punish you. On the contrary, I hold you in high regard. Your ability to speak to me in such a manner signifies that you consider me a friend, and as the Long Princess of the Daong Empire. I have never had friends throughout my life. How tragic. Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. Royal bloodlines seldom have friends. Who is worthy of befriending them? Little Cold, would you consider being my friend? This might be the first time the Princess Hanyue displayed a tone of supplication in her life. The princess, in her heart, wished to befriend the young one, yet to truly become friends would be a transgression. No matter, let us cherish the term friends in our hearts. The young one, taken aback, vowed to sincerely serve the princess henceforth. Little Cold, your words grant me the assurance for a peaceful night's rest. The night has grown late. The princess ought to retire, for women who stay up late are prone to aging. Little Cold, I find you quite intriguing. You seem to possess an understanding of everything. Suddenly, Princess Dugu Hanyue perceived that this young eunuch was extraordinary. Conversing with him felt like entering a new realm. The princess overestimates me. This world still holds many unknowns. I shall begin reconstructing the hot spring baths for you tomorrow. For now, I must take my leave. Wait. Princess Hanyue rose and searched around, eventually retrieving a palm-sized blue jade token from the drawer by her bedside, which she handed to Leng Huanian, saying, Little Cold, this is a gift from me to you. Leng Huanian accepted the jade token, feeling a chill as he noticed the character for cold inscribed upon it. Princess, what is this? This is my Han jade token. Carry it with you. Should you encounter danger, it may help you avert peril. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Princess. Leng Huanian never expected the eldest princess to treat him with such favor. It appears the rumors of her being fierce as a tiger are merely fabrications. In good spirits, he opened the door, only to find Yuhi standing at the entrance. Yuhi, see Little Cold out of the palace. Yes, Princess. Yuhi could hardly believe her ears, and nearly questioned her own eyes. The princess was actually asking her to escort Little Cold out of the palace. It seemed no one had ever received such treatment in the Hanyue Palace. She had just seen Leng Huanian tuck the Han Jade token into his robes. Little Cold, what kind of enchantment did you cast upon the princess? Chapter 9, Borrowing Dugu Phone. Yuhi felt a mixture of joy and jealousy for Leng Huanian. She had always been the most favored attendant of Princess Hanyue, yet this young eunuch's arrival seemed destined to diminish the princess's affections. Sister Yuhi, there is no enchantment. Merely sincerity exchanged for sincerity. As they walked, Leng Huanian's arm brushed against Yuhi's, causing her to step back in surprise. Yuhi was the most beautiful maid in the entire Hanyue Palace. Standing alongside the eldest princess, they could easily be mistaken for sisters. Having grown up together with a bond akin to that of siblings, you are quite the charmer. Yuhi cast a sidelong glance at Leng Huanian. The two chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the entrance of the Moonshadow Palace. Sister Yuhi, please do not trouble yourself. I can return on my own. How vain. Do you think I would escort you all the way to the Qingda Hall? He, typically composed, found her emotions inexplicably volatile in Leng Huanian's presence. Once again, she shot him an exasperated glance. I wouldn't dare inconvenience you, sister. Go back to your cozy nest and get some sleep. To her astonishment, a mere young eunuch possessed the grandeur of Qingda Palace, leaving Yueha feeling as though her years had been in vain. Sister Yueha, should you take a liking to Qingda Palace, you are always welcome to visit my humble abode. Leng Huanian's steps were unusually light, as today seemed exceptionally fortuitous. With a self-indulgent touch to his face, he mused that this visage held a certain advantage in the presence of women. After a night devoid of conversation, the following day saw Leng Huanian arriving early at the Moonshadow Palace. His first task was to attend to Princess Hanue's needs. Little Leng, join me for breakfast, she beckoned. I have already dined at home. From tomorrow onwards, I shall provide your meals, as you must visit the Moonshadow Palace at least thrice daily. I am grateful for your generosity, your highness. However, I must first attend to the transformation of the hot spring bath. Very well. I shall accompany you to inspect it after I finish my meal. Having contemplated the hot spring pool the previous night, Leng Huanian devised two plans. The simplest was to construct a basin atop the existing structure, with a fire pit below for heating, straightforward yet unremarkable. However, as a princess, Hanue deserved a more opulent bathing experience. Drawing upon his past life's knowledge, Leng Huanian envisioned a flowing hot spring pool where the heating source was not beneath the basin, which could lead to discomfort. Instead, he constructed a separate heating basin, connecting the two pools via a channel. To facilitate water movement, he crafted a wooden water wheel, allowing heated water to flow into the hot spring pool, where a lower drainage outlet ensured cooler water could escape. This design offered two advantages: enhanced water quality through circulation and a more refreshing, delightful bathing experience. It took 3 days for Leng Huanian to complete the hot spring pool. Upon its completion, Princess Hanue found herself pleasantly surprised by its transformation. The pool was 3 times larger than before, allowing her to swim. The flowing water was at a more suitable temperature and of superior quality. Little Leng, I am quite fond of this hot spring pool. You should join me for a soak, she urged. During these days, the eldest princess had been a frequent visitor, growing increasingly enamored with both the pool and its creator. As the hot spring pool took shape, Princess Hanue felt a burgeoning admiration for this young eunuch. How could I possibly join you? I fear I might sulfy your pristine pool, but it is a flowing spring. Besides, you are not a filthy man. You are quite clean. Come now. Experience it for yourself. It will help you gauge its depth and make improvements. Her reasoning was sound. Unable to refuse, Leng Huanian reluctantly removed his garments and entered the water. Little Leng, how is it that you remain so spirited despite your condition? Princess Hanue, having successfully lured Leng Huanian into the water, clearly did not regard him as a true man. Instead, she felt a swell of pride at his fascination with her form. The princess's beauty was such that her body resembled a work of art, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon it. Leng Huanian wore an expression of sincerity. Little Leng, if one undergoes a castration, can desire still exist? Indeed. Otherwise, how could eunuchs ever seek companionship with palace maids? How intriguing. Then, how do you channel your desires? Oh, my princess, do not jest with me. Leng Huanian pondered countering her question, but decided against it. They were not yet close enough for such banter. Very well. I shall not tease you further. This hot spring is indeed quite comfortable. Princess Hanue luxuriated in the soothing waters of the spring. My princess, this pool cannot truly be called a hot spring. It is merely a warm water pool, for the water lacks the authentic qualities of a natural spring, which would significantly diminish its benefits. Oh, might little Leng have a method to transform this pool into a genuine hot spring? There are indeed methods. Though they are not simple, I would require the assistance of a master of exceptional skill. A master of exceptional skill? How skilled must they be? The higher the better. What are you planning, little Leng? I intend to seek out a natural hot spring, where a master can extract the beneficial natural mineral components, such as iron, bromine, fluorine, calcium, magnesium, sodium, from the spring, and create mineral tablets to enrich this pool, bringing it closer to the essence of a true natural hot spring. Splendid, Princess Hanue exclaimed, her delight quickly giving way to a frown. But who shall we enlist as our master? In the palace, my aunt is the most formidable, yet I cannot command her. It would be unthinkable to request such a task from an empress. Ah, a thought has struck me. What is it? I have a candidate, my aunt's personal guard. Dugu Feng. Her prowess, equal to that of an imperial spirit, should rank her among the top 10 in the void spirit continent. Does that not qualify as a master of exceptional skill? Certainly. But are you sure you can persuade her? If I charm my aunt, she will have no choice but to send Dugu Feng. You stay here and enjoy the waters. I shall return shortly. Princess Huanian, being of an impetuous nature, immediately set her plan into motion. Watching her graceful, fair form as she dried off and donned her palace gown, Leng Huanian could only manage a wry smile. Sister Yueha, could you please fetch me a cup of tea? He found it curious that Yueha had not accompanied the princess. How presumptuous! Have you mistaken yourself for my lord? Yueha pouted, her charming demeanor particularly endearing. How could that be? I had hoped to invite Sister Yueha to join me in the hot spring. Rogue, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Sister Yueha, you are too clever. Indeed, I wish to behold your exquisite form, with such beauty and a splendid figure. It seems a shame to keep it hidden away. Be cautious, Xiao Lengzi. That Dugu Feng is not someone to be trifled with. Are you not afraid she might take advantage of you? Yuhi kindly warned. Thank you for your concern, Sister Yuhi. I will remember your kindness, he replied. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to command me, Dugu Feng. With a resounding crash, the bathroom door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a striking woman clad in brown leather armor, exuding an air of confidence as she approached the hot spring. Leng Huanian was utterly unprepared for the boldness of the women in this palace, each one treating his bare form with indifference, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. May I inquire if you are the sole guard of the Empress Dugu Feng? Chapter 10. The Snowy Peaks of Wanren, a mere eunuch. Dare to give me orders? Have you grown weary of life? Dugu Feng's tone was far from friendly. It was understandable. She had only ever bowed to the Empress Dugu, and now she was to escort this eunuch and heed his commands, which left her feeling quite vexed. Feng Ani, please don't intimidate him. I still rely on him for my hot spring bath. Princess Huanian quickly interjected on Leng Huanian's behalf. Boy, are you not getting up? Are we going or not? I have no time to waste with your dilly-dallying. Leng Huanian looked helplessly at Princess Huanian, who gave a slight nod, indicating, get up. We cannot keep Feng Ani waiting. Thus, under Dugu Feng's watchful gaze, Leng Huanian reluctantly emerged from the pool. Curiosity is a natural inclination, and even Dugu Feng, a master of the imperial spirit realm, was not exempt from it. Her eyes lingered on Leng Huanian's lower half for 3 breaths before she averted her gaze, a look of disdain crossing her face. Unfazed, Leng Huanian proceeded to dress himself. Where do you intend to wander off to? Dugu Feng's voice was frosty. I seek a natural hot spring. Surely, with your vast life experience, you must know of such a place. Indeed, I have encountered a hot spring at the peak of Wanren Snow Mountain in my youth. Wanren Snow Mountain? Is that not situated at the border between the Daong Empire and the Ling Empire? Correct. A sensitive area. Do you possess the courage to accompany me? With you by my side, what have I to fear? Leng Huanian responded, warming up to Dugu Feng. Are we so familiar? In times of danger, prioritize your own safety. I cannot afford to concern myself with you. Embarrassment washed over Leng Huanian as he scratched his head awkwardly. Feng Ani, you must ensure Xiao Lengzi's safety. I implore you. Princess Huanian pleaded, her demeanor uncharacteristically earnest as she sought Dugu Feng's protection for Leng Huanian. For a mere eunuch, you lower yourself so, Your Highness. The Emperor will surely be enraged upon learning of this. What extraordinary qualities does this boy possess? Dugu Feng couldn't help but steal another glance at Leng Huanian, who was indeed strikingly handsome. But what good was that if he lacked certain attributes? Feng Ani, you have always held a special fondness for Yuer. She cares deeply for him, so you must ensure his safe return. Princess Huanian clung to Dugu Feng's arm, shaking it. Truly, she was resorting to charm in a bid to safeguard Leng Huanian's life. Truly, I find myself at a loss with you, little eunuch. Let us depart. Leng Huanian followed Dugu Feng to the entrance, where Dugu Feng unsheathed the Fengyin sword. The crisp sound of the sword song astonished Leng Huanian. Could such a melodious tone truly emanate from this golden blade? As the Fengyin sword soared into the air, it transformed into a grand sword, measuring roughly 3 zhang in length and half a zhang in width. Ascend, Dugu Feng commanded, gently pushing Leng Huanian onto the Fengyin sword before stepping upon it herself. The sword, bearing the 2 of them, gradually drifted away. Princess Hanyue waved towards Leng Huanian, who stood and returned the gesture. When I return, I must advise His Majesty that the eldest princess ought to seek a consort. Why is that? Her gaze towards you, little eunuch, has changed. She has reached the age of budding romance, and should consider marriage and children. Fengyi, how old are you? Have you wed and borne children? Impudent. Dugu Feng, in a fit of irritation, nearly cast Leng Huanian off the Fengyi's sword. Fengyi, why the haste? Were it not for my promise to you to ensure your safety, you would not be alive now. Dugu Feng turned her head away, wary of Leng Huanian's presence, fearing her temper might compel her to act. With a resigned shake of his head, Leng Huanian acknowledged her fiery temperament, which proved challenging. Fengyi, if the Empress were to pressure the eldest princess into an alliance, could you perhaps offer some counsel? An alliance? Yue has confided this to you as well. It seems your relationship is quite profound. Are you concerned for Yue? Could it be that a mere eunuch harbors feelings for a princess? One must have dreams, lest one become akin to a salted fish. No, how could I dare to covet the princess? Leng Huanian patted his chest, narrowly avoiding the utterance of an indiscreet truth. Best not to entertain such thoughts. Should His Majesty learn of any improper desires towards the princess, your fate would be dire. Fengyi, I possess self-awareness, given my current state. How could I entertain any other notions? Remember your own words. In this palace, only the astute can survive long. The distance from Weiyang City to the towering Wanren Snow Mountain was considerable. The Fengyin sword, traveling at full speed, took a day and night to reach their destination. Upon arrival, a chill enveloped Leng Huanian. Dugu Feng adeptly guided the Fengyin sword towards the peak. As he looked up, he noted that the Wanren Snow Mountain pierced the clouds, its summit obscured by an unknown altitude. At the mountain's base, lush, verdant forests thrived, but as they ascended halfway, the landscape transformed into a sea of snow, with centuries-old drifts that never melted. Fengyi, where might the hot springs be located? At the summit. What? The hot springs are at the peak? Leng Huanian was taken aback. Could it be that Wanren Snow Mountain was once a dormant volcano? Do not be so astonished. Do you believe all mountains merely culminate in a single-pointed peak? Could it be that the summit of Wanren Snow Mountain is not a peak at all, but rather a lake? Now it was Dugu Feng's turn to be astonished. This lad had indeed guessed correctly, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. The Fengyin sword ascended ever higher, the temperature plummeting. Leng Huanian's teeth began to chatter in the cold, for he was still merely at the initial spirit realm. Dugu Feng shook her head in resignation. If this continued, the lad would perish from the cold before they reached the summit. And that would not bode well for her report to the princess. She placed her hand upon Leng Huanian's nape, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy coursing into his body, instantly dispelling the chilling aura within him. Leng Huanian turned back, offering Dugu Feng a grateful glance. Ah, your meridians are all reconnected at the initial spirit realm. Dugu Feng mused, astonished that Leng Huanian had indeed practiced cultivation. Aunt Feng, you truly possess discerning eyes. My meridians were severed in my youth, and I barely managed to reconnect them through medicinal baths. However, I have remained stagnant in the initial spirit realm for quite some time, unable to advance. Of course, you cannot ascend. Although your meridians have been rejoined, they remain obstructed, preventing the free flow of spiritual energy. Thus, you are destined to linger in the initial spirit realm. Sighing, Leng Huanian lamented, Aunt Feng, am I to remain trapped in the initial spirit realm for all eternity? The inability to cultivate poses the gravest threat to my longevity. Not necessarily. It all depends on your fortune, she replied. By the way, I must thank you for your assistance earlier. Otherwise, I might have frozen to death upon your Fengyin sword. You, a mere young eunuch of the initial spirit realm, darting about recklessly. How perilous. To risk your life for a woman seems rather foolish. Yet, to sacrifice oneself for the woman one loves may not be devoid of beauty. Well, I did not expect such eloquence from a lowly eunuch. By the way, you certainly do not appear to hail from humble circumstances. What would compel you to become a eunuch in the palace? Chapter 11. The ice and snow phoenix orphaned and impoverished. It is no wonder, now rendered nearly a cripple. Becoming a eunuch in the palace may not be such a poor path, though it is unfortunate that both your body and manhood are compromised. Aunt Feng, please do not reopen my wounds. As they spoke, the Fengyin sword had already borne them to the mountaintop. Wow. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Leng Huanian was still taken aback by the vastness of the mountaintop lake. This place had undoubtedly once been a colossal volcanic crater. Such a depression at the summit could not have formed by mere chance. The entire rim of the towering snow-capped mountain was blanketed in white snow, while only the mountaintop lake was shrouded in mist. Indeed, it is a hot spring. How could there be any doubt? I have been here before. What am I to do now? Leng Huanian approached the edge of the hot spring lake, dipping his hand into the water. It was pleasantly warm and soothing, a gentle blue hue indicative of its mineral richness. Ant foam. If you can evaporate this hot spring water, allowing the natural minerals within to crystallize, and then compress them into crystalline sheets, this is precisely the hot spring essence I require. If we take these sheets back and incorporate them into the hot spring pool, it shall transform to resemble this hot spring lake. What a brilliant idea. You are truly a genius to conceive such a notion. But how did you know I could extract that substance from the water? I invited Ant Feng here, knowing you would possess such capabilities. Leng Huanian was not merely flattering her. For someone at the Emperor's spirit realm, such tasks were indeed a trifling matter. With a graceful leap, Dugu Feng soared into the heart of the hot spring lake, hovering effortlessly in midair. Extending her palms, the previously rippling surface of the lake transformed into a tranquil mirror. Various elemental minerals began to rise from the water, and Leng Huanian watched in awe. Dugu Feng did not resort to evaporating the spring water. Instead, she skillfully extracted the elemental minerals directly from the depths, relying on her profound mastery. The minute particles of these extracted minerals coalesced into two orbs, one in each of her hands, gradually enlarging over time. Dugu Feng showed no intention of halting her efforts, for the vast, unfathomable lake was rich in elemental minerals. After 2 hours, the diameter of the mineral orbs before her had surpassed 20 feet, leaving Leng Huanian momentarily dumbfounded by Dugu Feng's formidable prowess in extracting such an abundance of elemental minerals from the spring. However, he soon noticed that Dugu Feng's body trembled slightly, her complexion paled, indicating she was nearing the limits of her spiritual energy. Realizing this, Leng Huanian urgently called out, "Ant Feng, that's enough. Please stop." Dugu Feng ceased her extraction, channeling her remaining spiritual energy, causing the two massive orbs to fracture into countless palm-sized shards, which she meticulously collected into several large jade boxes within her storage ring. Just as she prepared to sit and meditate, several enormous ice orbs hurtled toward her and Leng Huanian. With a casual wave, she shattered the ice orbs. Yet both were left in stunned silence by the spectacle before them. A colossal ice phoenix, towering 100 feet, gradually emerged from the mountaintop's edge. "Run. I will hold it off." Dugu Feng's heart raced. The sheer size of the ice phoenix suggested its combat prowess was undoubtedly on par with the Emperor's spirit realm. While she could have stood a chance against it, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. "What will you do?" Leng Huanian was taken aback by Dugu Feng's unwavering loyalty, unwilling to abandon him even in a life-and-death situation. "Take care of yourself. Your survival depends on luck," she replied, focusing intently on the ice phoenix as she slowly drew the foaming sword. The snow-white ice phoenix regarded her for a moment before its gaze drifted to Leng Huanian, then fixated on a large snow mound nearby. With a piercing cry, it unfurled its massive wings and charged at Dugu Feng. In response, she activated the first move of the Flying Phoenix sword technique, Shu Feng Kain, sending a streak of white light from the sword's tip directly at the ice phoenix. The creature retaliated by exhaling a cloud of icy mist, employing its ice breath technique, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature and freezing the light as it approached. Undeterred, Dugu Feng pressed on with her assault, determined to repel the towering beast swiftly. However, her waning spiritual energy significantly diminished the potency of her sword strikes. Despite her exhaustion and disadvantage, as a master of the Emperor's spirit realm, she still managed to exchange blows with the ice phoenix, demonstrating resilience in the face of adversity. Certainly, Leng Huanian had no means of escape. If Dugu Feng could not endure, he too would meet his demise. Just moments ago, he had observed a peculiar action from the ice and snow phoenix, which cast a fleeting glance at a considerable snow mound not far from him. Seizing the opportunity while the two were engaged in battle, Leng Huanian stealthily approached the snow mound and discovered, upon probing, that beneath the snow lay a cavern. The ice and snow phoenix had indeed become sentient, cleverly camouflaging its lair. The cavern undoubtedly concealed mysteries. How could Leng Huanian let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away? He hastily cleared the snow and ventured into the cave, only to be astonished by its vastness. Although modest in appearance from the outside, the interior spanned several yards in circumference. Upon entering, he was captivated by a large, white egg resting within. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the ice and snow phoenix had been so preoccupied with him because of this very phoenix egg. A plan formed in Leng Huanian's mind as he lifted the white egg and emerged from the cave. To his shock, he found Dugu in a precarious state, utterly exhausted and at a distinct disadvantage. Under the relentless onslaught of the ice and snow phoenix's freezing breath, she was completely encrusted in frost, her body swaying perilously. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Huanian leapt out, clutching the white egg aloft, and shouted, "Stop! If you do not cease your assault, I shall shatter this egg." Holding the egg above his head, he could see the fury in the ice and snow phoenix's eyes, yet it did indeed halt its attack. Evidently recognizing the egg as its Achilles heel. "Aunt Foam, hurry over here. Phoenix, do not make a move. If you take a single step, I shall smash this egg. Back away." Remarkably, the ice and snow phoenix appeared to comprehend his words, retreating slightly as it observed Dugu struggle to inch her way toward Leng Huanian. She was nearly frozen solid, her movements slow and unsteady, yet he could not assist her. Any attempt to do so might provoke the ice and snow phoenix, which could strike with lethal speed. Finally, Dugu reached his side, and he quickly shifted aside, urging her into the cavern. "Phoenix, let us rest here for a moment. Once your strength is restored, we shall depart, and we shall not touch your egg. However, should you dare approach this cave, I will destroy it." The ice and snow phoenix, still seething, emitted a few more agitated cries before reluctantly retreating several paces, lying down at the edge of the mountain, its gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. Leng Huanian re-entered the cave, placing the white egg at the farthest recess, then returned to carry Dugu deeper within. In his mind, the greater the distance from the entrance, the safer they would be. "Aunt Foam." Dugu collapsed, her garments frozen solid, and despite his calls, she offered no response. Remaining composed, Leng Huanian realized that if this continued, Dugu would soon perish from the cold. To expedite her warming, he resolved to resort to the most primitive of methods. "Aunt Foam, to save your life, I must act decisively." Chapter 12. The thawing of ice and snow in Leng Huanian's understanding, given the limited external conditions. The only way to revive Dugu was through the conduction of his own body heat. Cold Huanian removed their garments and laid them on the ground, then embraced the frigid Dugu. A shiver coursed through cold Huanian, but fortunately, the cave was near a hot spring, providing a semblance of warmth. It was no wonder that the ice and snow phoenix chose to lay her egg here. It was indeed an impeccable place for incubation. Dugu's body was fair and voluptuous, her figure striking. Although cold Huanian was nearly frozen by the chill emanating from her, he found himself rather captivated. With such a sensual beauty nestled in his embrace, what hardship could he not endure? As his body temperature rose, it serendipitously warmed Dugu as well. They remained entangled in each other's arms, completely unadorned. Cold Huanian was entranced by Dugu's unparalleled beauty. Her eyes were slightly closed, her long lashes fluttering occasionally. Her porcelain-like face gradually took on a rosy hue, and her once pale lips now bore a touch of color. Being a young man filled with vigor, Cold Huanian could not resist the allure of the beauty before him. He gently pressed his lips against Dugu's tender cherry blossom lips. When she did not respond, his courage grew, and he continued to kiss her. As Cold Huanian's body warmed rapidly, Dugu's temperature also began to rise. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, their gazes merely an inch apart. They locked eyes for 2 breaths, and Cold Huanian reluctantly released her lips, feeling a pang of longing, yet valuing his life above all else. "What were you doing just now?" Dugu inquired, fully awake. "Sister Feng, you were frozen by the ice and snow phoenix. I was warming you up, otherwise you might have perished. Why undress? To expedite the transfer of warmth to you. The situation is dire, and time is of the essence." "Then why did you steal a kiss?" "I aim to maximize our contact area, facilitating quicker heat transfer." "See, Sister Foam, you awakened swiftly, did you not? Is that truly the case?" "Sister Foam, I must confess, your beauty is simply irresistible, and I could not help but desire to kiss you. Humph, you, a eunuch, entertain such thoughts? A virtuous woman deserves a noble suitor, and besides, Sister Feng, you are an exquisite beauty. Fortunately, you are lacking below, otherwise I might have lost my virtue to you today. Sister Feng, you wouldn't kill me afterward, would you? When I first awakened, I considered it. I have never been touched by a man, and you come along and do this. But upon reflection, you are a eunuch, so I cannot regard you as a man. Sister Feng, do you look down upon me for being a eunuch? While I disdain eunuchs, you are ultimately different. What a pity. Sister Feng, wait. Did you not always call me Aunt Feng? Why now call me Sister Feng? I prefer to call you Sister Feng, for addressing you as Aunt Feng might age you, and that terminology creates a distance between us. Your words are quite charming. No wonder Yuer is so attached to you. Sister Feng, have you recovered your health? Much better now. I am no longer in mortal danger. However, I find myself incapable of contending with the ice and snow phoenix. By the way, what of that phoenix? Is it still guarding outside the cave? Have you noticed this enormous white egg beside us? It was laid by the ice and snow phoenix. I threatened it with the egg, and upon entering, I smashed its egg. It has remained obediently stationed outside, refraining from rash actions. Little eunuch, I never expected your wits to be so sharp. Had it not been for you today, I might have perished here. Sister Feng, in truth, we are not yet out of danger. Your powers have not been restored, and should the ice and snow phoenix go mad, we would still face death. Are you afraid? Afraid, yet not afraid. What do you mean by that? Sister Feng, who in this world is unafraid of death? When a person dies, it is akin to a light being extinguished. Once gone, nothing remains, hence my fear of death. Then why do you say you are not afraid? The thought of facing death alongside you brings me solace. I have heard that couples who die together can become lovers in their next life. If I die young, I shall be reincarnated, and perhaps in the next life, you might become my wife. No wonder Yuer cannot let go of you. Your tongue is indeed silver-tongued. Even Dugu Feng cannot help but cast a sidelong glance at Leng Huanian. I speak nothing but the truth. Sister Feng is a stunning beauty, and if I could journey to the underworld with you, it would be my utmost honor. Little eunuch, why would you willingly choose to become a eunuch? Sister Feng, do you feel sorry for me? If I were not a eunuch, after our closeness, would you become my wife? There is no if, alas. In any case, we are here, bare and entwined, no different from a married couple. Even if we do not remain together in the future, I could never allow another man to touch my body. That would be utterly uncomfortable. Sister Feng, what should I do if I find myself falling for you? Eunuchs perhaps have no right to love. Perhaps, indeed. Regretting now is futile. Had I met you sooner, I would have sworn never to become a eunuch. Some matters are destined to be beyond regret. Much like a wound that cannot be undone. Sister Feng, do you believe that as a eunuch, we could possibly share love? It seems quite difficult. In truth, I do not particularly care about that. Otherwise, I would not have maintained my virginity all these years. Sister Feng, you are truly a treasure, regardless of circumstances. You will leave an indelible mark on my heart. If we manage to return to the palace, can we still share such intimacy as we do today? We shall see. Being discovered in our close relations within the palace would not bode well. Ah, I understand now. A hint of disappointment lingers in Leng Huanian's heart. Where do you reside? I shall visit you. In Qingda Palace, I live alone. How is it that you reside in Qingda Palace? Chief Steward Li Yanqing is my sworn brother. He has allocated Qingda Palace for my use. He truly is generous, turning the emperor's estate into a favorable arrangement. He is my elder brother. You must not undermine him in front of his majesty, for he acts solely in my best interest. It baffles me how a newly arrived eunuch in the palace can navigate these waters with such ease. However, none of this truly matters. What I cherish most is that despite narrowly escaping a brush with death today, my bond with Sister Feng has grown exceedingly intimate, and that brings me the utmost joy. Chapter 13. The solitary Empress, do not speak further. I fear I may succumb to your sweet words. Sister Feng, may I steal another kiss? As Dugu Feng gently closed her eyes, Leng Huanian naturally pressed his lips against her delicate cherry blossom-like mouth. Perhaps this was their first true kiss. After a long moment, they parted. What is your name? Dugu Feng realized with surprise that she did not even know his name despite their newfound closeness. Leng Huanian. I shall remember it. The two remained in the cave for 3 days, unable to escape, while the ice phoenix could not enter. Sister Feng, we won't be trapped here for eternity. Will we? What, are you afraid? Afraid? Not at all. I could not wish for more than to stay here with Sister Feng for a lifetime. Just the thought fills me with happiness. During these 3 days, their feelings deepened. Had Dugu Feng not regarded Leng Huanian as a true eunuch, they might have shattered the last barrier between them. Just as they forgot their entrapment, sounds of a struggle echoed from outside. Yet, the commotion quickly subsided. When they ventured outside the cave, they beheld a woman clad in a black robe adorned with golden dragons. Having subdued the ice phoenix and cast it into the hot spring, "Your Majesty," Dugu Feng rushed forward and knelt before the woman. The solitary Empress. Leng Huanian finally recognized the striking figure who had vanquished the ice phoenix. To his astonishment, the Empress of the imperial spirit realm was an exquisitely youthful woman. Her beauty was captivating, but the unique aura she exuded, coupled with her formidable presence, rendered her endlessly fascinating to Leng Huanian. The solitary Empress glanced at Dugu Feng and waved her sleeve, saying, "Rise. If I had not arrived, would you have chosen not to return to the palace?" "I would not dare. I was trapped by this wretched beast and nearly missed seeing your Majesty. With your abilities, that should not have been the case. I shall slay it to avenge you." The Empress lifted her jade palm, preparing to strike down the ice phoenix. "Wait," Leng Huanian shouted, disregarding his own safety. Dugu Feng shot him a warning glance to silence him. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The solitary Empress spoke slowly, her tone inscrutable. Yet the pressure emanating from her nearly forced Leng Huanian to his knees. "Your Majesty, he saved my life. I implore you to show mercy." Dugu Feng, feeling compassion for Leng Huanian, who had kept her company day and night, could not bear the thought of him being slain by the Empress. "Give me a reason not to kill you." "Your Majesty, this phoenix has cultivated for thousands of years, if not 10,000. It is a challenging endeavor. Its hostility towards us stems from its role as a nurturing mother. Initially, it may have felt anxious, yet it has refrained from further harm. Please, Your Majesty, allow me a moment." Leng Huanian returned to the cave, cradling the massive white egg, striving to bring it closer to the Empress Dugu. "Thus it is. I shall spare your lives for the time being." The Empress Dugu released her grip, and the ice phoenix raised its head from the water, gazing at Leng Huanian with a complex expression. "Fear not, ice phoenix. This egg is safe, and it shall surely hatch a healthy little phoenix." The ice phoenix, nearly battered beyond recognition by the Empress, had diminished significantly in size from its original grandeur. With great effort, it flapped its wings, casting a final, deep glance at Leng Huanian and the white egg before taking flight. The Empress Dugu descended gracefully before the two. "Who are you, young man?" Her beautiful eyes, fierce yet composed, fixed upon Leng Huanian, rendering him somewhat uneasy. "I am but a humble little eunuch from the Weiyang Palace." "A little eunuch, indeed. You possess considerable audacity." After speaking, the Empress turned to Dugu Feng. "Had it not been for the inquiry about you, I might have permanently lost such a capable aide. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my faults. Return to the palace. Your Majesty should return first. I shall accompany Leng Huanian back." "Very well." The Empress regarded Dugu Feng, pondering why she seemed more inclined to remain with this young eunuch today. Observing Leng Huanian, aside from his handsome appearance, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. His cultivation was merely at the lowest level of the initial spirit realm. Could it be that Dugu Feng was experiencing a youthful infatuation? That seemed unlikely. What could she possibly desire? With countless questions swirling in her mind, the Empress took flight, vanishing from sight. "Sister Feng, why do you not return with His Majesty? What would you do if I went back?" The Fengyin sword hovered once more before them, and Dugu Feng pulled Leng Huanian aboard, the white egg cradled in his arms. "Are you taking the egg back? Are you not afraid the ice phoenix will seek you out for trouble?" "I am uneasy leaving it outside. I saved the ice phoenix. And she should understand. She does not seem to lack awareness. Having reached such a state, she must possess some spiritual sense. Let us hope so. I wonder why His Majesty chose to spare that ice phoenix today?" Women inevitably possess a hint of maternal instinct. Perhaps upon seeing this egg, she softened. Softened? Unthinkable. The Empress is typically decisive, ruthless in her judgments. Every heart harbors a tender side. "Regardless, Sister Feng, may I hold you as we gaze upon the grand rivers and lakes of the Great Central, the majestic mountains and vast landscapes?" Though Leng Huanian inquired if it was permissible, his hands instinctively found their way around Dugu Feng's slender waist. The ice and snow phoenix egg had long been set aside, as Leng Huanian embraced Dugu, both gazing down at the shifting scenery beneath their feet. The speed of the Fengyin sword was notably slower than before, and neither seemed eager to return to the palace. Sister Feng, how wonderful it would be if I could hold you like this forever. You would soon grow weary of my company. Men are creatures of novelty, she replied playfully. I would not. I wish to be with Sister Feng for a lifetime. Very well, regardless of your gender, my body has been seen and touched by you. I have accepted you for this lifetime. With his chin resting on Dugu Feng's shoulder, his cheek pressed against her delicate face, he closed his eyes. Her hair danced with the wind, releasing a faint and enchanting fragrance. Sister Feng, do you think there exists a rebirth technique that could restore my manhood? This is an unknown world, where possibilities abound. I shall inquire with the Empress. She is knowledgeable and may possess a solution. Even if there is none, I would not despise you. My connection with you is rooted in spiritual communion, not merely physical. Sister Feng, you are truly wonderful. Whoever marries you must have accumulated great virtue over 8 lifetimes. How exaggerated. Though you are but a little eunuch, you offer feelings that no ordinary man could provide. Your heart is pure and sincere, and simply being with you brings me immense comfort. Sister Feng, would you prefer to accompany the Empress or me? Why do you pose such questions? My conscience would not allow it, Dugu Feng replied, her expression fraught with difficulty. Why not? In the past, I would have undoubtedly favored the Empress, but to speak candidly, I now wish to be with you. In truth, I also long to spend every day with Sister Feng. Leng Huanian tightened his embrace around Dugu Feng's slender waist. They soared together, enveloped in a gentle warmth. Upon reaching Weiyang Palace, the Fengyin sword made a beeline for the Moonshadow Palace, as Leng Huanian eagerly anticipated testing the efficacy of the hot spring pieces. The moment Princess Hanyu laid eyes on him, she rushed forward to embrace him, disregarding Dugu Feng's presence. Little Leng, you have finally returned. Why were you gone for so long? I thought I would never see you again, Princess Hanyu exclaimed, clutching him as if he were a treasured possession regained. Ahem. Your Highness, Dugu Feng interjected, watching the embrace with a tinge of discomfort. Thank you for bringing him back alive, Aunt Feng. Princess Hanyu finally acknowledged Dugu Feng's presence, having been too engrossed moments prior. Moon, I owe my safe return entirely to him. Dugu Feng's words struck Princess Hanyu like a thunderclap. How could that be? The princess was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Your Highness, let us test the effect of the hot spring pieces in the hot spring pool. Leng Huanian swiftly redirected the conversation. Very well. Have you collected the hot spring pieces? Certainly. Let us proceed to the hot spring. Upon arrival, Leng Huanian tossed several effervescent tablets into the crystal-clear waters of the spring, which soon began to bubble with a myriad of tiny effervescences until the tablets completely dissolved. My princess, would you care to immerse yourself? Indeed, the true essence of this hot spring can only be discerned through experience, replied Princess Hanyu, cupping the water in her hands. Xiao Lengzi, how does the water feel? She returned to the matter at hand. Leng Huanian bent down and stirred the water with his hand. The effervescent tablets had blended seamlessly, rendering the water akin to that of the hot springs atop the towering snow-capped mountains. Splendid. The comparison between the past and present is incomparable. Princess Hanyu expressed her satisfaction openly. Sister Feng, what are your thoughts? Leng Huanian inquired of Dugu Feng. It appears quite impressive. What do you call Sister Feng? Princess Hanyu asked, her disbelief evident. Sister Feng, indeed. During our recent outing, she aided me immensely. You address her as Sister Feng, and I call her Aunt Feng. Are you not inadvertently a generation above me? Then I shall refer to you as Princess you sister. Let us each have our own terms, she responded with a giggle, causing Dugu Feng to smile for a rare moment. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter for the better part of half an hour. I must go to see His Majesty, Dugu Feng announced as she turned to depart. No sooner had Dugu Feng left than Princess Hanyu swam to Leng Huanian's side, leaning into his embrace with an intimacy reminiscent of lovers. Why were you gone for so long? I was becoming quite anxious. We encountered the Ice Phoenix and were trapped in its lair. Had it not been for His Majesty's timely intervention, we might never have met again. Xiao Lengzi, I fear I have developed feelings for you. When you are absent, I find myself longing for you in a way I have never experienced before. My princess, please do not overthink this. I am but a humble eunuch, unworthy of your affection. I care not. Matters of the heart cannot be simply summoned or dismissed at will. When you are away, I cannot help but think of you. Then perhaps you should divert your thoughts elsewhere. Xiao Lengzi, you have seen me in my most vulnerable state. If I were to marry another, would it not sadden you? A pang of unease gripped Leng Huanian. Who could endure such a thought? My princess. I could not bear it. He cupped her delicate face in his hands and pressed his lips against her soft cherry blossom-like mouth. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly parted. Xiao Lengzi, accompany me for dinner this evening. As you wish, my princess. Meanwhile, Princess Hanyue led Leng Huanian to the dining hall, while Dugu Feng hastened her way to the resplendent palace of the Dugu Empress. Fenger, why do you rush to the Jinxiu Palace? Is there some urgent matter? The Dugu Empress was seated in meditation. Your Majesty, I have 2 matters to report. There are no outsiders present. Speak freely, the Dugu Empress replied, opening her eyes to gaze upon Dugu Feng. Upon my return, the first matter I attended to was visiting the Moonshadow Palace. The Crown Princess had actually dispatched Leng Huanian to seek out a hot spring. By fortunate coincidence, I discovered said spring atop the Wanren Snow Mountain. I utilized my abilities to extract all elemental minerals from the spring, subsequently crafting hot spring tablets to bring back to the palace. Upon your return to Weiyang Palace, did you not hasten to test the hot spring tablets, which were procured at great peril? Your Majesty, please take note. What were the results? To our surprise, they were remarkably effective, nearly identical to the spring at the mountain's peak. It is quite a pleasurable experience for those who partake. The hot spring pool of the Crown Princess was constructed with the assistance of Leng Huanian. I have a thought, though I am uncertain whether to voice it. Why must we continue to conceal our thoughts from one another? I have experienced the Crown Princess's hot spring pool, and it was indeed a grand indulgence. I wish to invite Leng Huanian to the Jinxiu Palace to assist your Majesty in constructing a hot spring pool. That sounds intriguing. It is permitted. You may arrange the particulars. There is one more matter, though it is somewhat difficult for me to articulate. Dugu Feng was at a loss for words. Fenger, this is not characteristic of you. How could a single outing alter your disposition so? Your Majesty, I wish to inquire whether, after a man has undergone castration, it is possible for certain secret methods to restore his manhood? Upon finishing her query, Dugu Feng felt a rare flush rise to her cheeks. Hiss. Fenger, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to that little eunuch, can you? The Dugu Empress regarded Dugu Feng with a knowing gaze, well aware that throughout her life, many had pursued her, yet she had not given them a single glance. I merely feel pity for him, Dugu Feng thought, struggling to maintain her composure. Fenger, what charm does that little eunuch possess? His appearance is indeed exceptional, yet he is a eunuch with only initial spiritual cultivation. However, there is something peculiar about him that I cannot quite place. Chapter 15. Joys and concerns. What peculiarity? Dugu Feng, too, sensed something unusual. Yet upon discovering that Leng Huanian was a crippled cultivator, she thought little of it. His meridians had suffered catastrophic damage, yet he possessed boundless spiritual energy. The blockage in his meridians prevented it from flowing freely. Fenger, I must ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. I shall obey. Have you developed feelings for that little eunuch? Yes. In that case, I shall present you with a grand gift. Your Majesty, can you restore him to his former self? Gazing into Dugu Feng's eyes, filled with anticipation, the Dugu Empress shook her head. That may prove difficult, but I am confident in my ability to thoroughly clear his blocked meridians, allowing his immense spiritual energy to flow unimpeded and enabling his cultivation to rise rapidly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dugu Feng's heart brimmed with both joy and concern. Fenger, do share with me why you are so taken with that little eunuch. A joy so profound that you cannot even conceal it within your heart. Are you not afraid I might have him killed? I have not thought that far. Should he meet with misfortune, I would willingly follow him. The words of Dugu Feng caused Dugu Empress to glance sideways, for in just a few short days, she had developed an irresistible affection for the young eunuch. Who, indeed, was this young eunuch? At that moment, he was dining with Princess Hanyue. After a few sips of wine, the princess's cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Xiao Lengzi, I am full. Accompany me for a stroll in the courtyard. Very well. Leng Huanian supported the slightly swaying Princess Hanyue as they made their way to the central garden of the Moonshadow Palace. The moonlight was enchanting, and the flowers in the garden basked in its glow. Leng Huanian inhaled deeply, a wave of fragrance enveloping him. What are you smelling, Xiao Lengzi? The scent of flowers. However, I find myself a bit dazed. unable to distinguish whether it is the fragrance of the flowers or the subtle perfume of the princess. Do I have a fragrance? Princess Huanyue raised her delicate arm, sniffing left and right. Yes, a maiden's ethereal scent. Xiao Lengzi, you are becoming increasingly audacious in my presence, daring to tease me. Your Highness, I merely speak the truth. Do not hold it against me. Look, you've forgotten your station. Are you intending to climb the wall? I only wish that the princess does not desire a friend of lesser stature. Suddenly, Leng Huanian straightened his chest, deciding it was better to swiftly win over the princess than to play the fool. You have a point. I was merely trying to frighten you. In truth, I quite like you, to the extent that I find it difficult to be without you. Did you know that during your absence these past few nights, I have not slept well? Your Highness, I am astonished to learn that I hold such significance in your heart. I cannot comprehend what is so admirable about you. I simply wish to see you, and for some inexplicable reason, you occupy my thoughts at night. This was Princess Huanyue's first experience with a man. She did not yet understand the concepts of affection or love, but she felt an undeniable attachment to Leng Huanian. Actually, I too think of the princess. It has been a while since you assisted me with my treatment. Have you been feeling better recently? Leng Huanian's words caused Princess Huanyue to blush, yet she replied, in the days you were absent, there has been no change. This requires patience. I will set aside time each day to assist you with your treatment. You need not travel far for the time being. Yui followed closely behind, feeling a twinge of jealousy, for it was evident that the princess had developed an affection for Xiao Lengzi, neglecting her in the process. Yui could not fathom how a mere eunuch could possess such charm. Standing outside the door, she felt a significant sense of disappointment, even questioning her own existence. Xiao Lengzi, that is enough for today. As you wish, Your Highness. I shall take my leave. Leng Huanian prepared to rise and head home. Not so fast, Xiao Lengzi. You have not accompanied me for days. I shall impose a penalty upon you to stay with me the entire night. Your Highness, that may not be proper. If anyone were to see us, it could harm your reputation. Isn't Yuhi guarding the door? Who would know you are lying in my bed? Do you find me so distasteful that you cannot bear to stay even a moment longer? Princess Huanyue's tone was a mix of playful reproach and lingering affection, leaving Leng Huanian unable to discern her true feelings. How could that be? I feel as though I have fallen into a whirlpool of the princess's affection from which I cannot escape. Yet, I realize that I cannot bring her happiness in this state, so I contemplate that as long as I can remain by her side, I need not concern myself with romantic entanglements. But I desire you entirely, my lady. Princess Huanyue, who had been leaning against Leng Huanian's embrace, suddenly turned and captured his lips with hers, growing bolder with each passing moment. The two embraced tightly. My dear princess, what would you do if one day I were to regain my true masculine form and become a genuine man? Leng Huanian asked, gently caressing the smooth expanse of Princess Huanyue's back. In that case, I would offer 3 sacrificial beasts to the heavens and perform a grand act of reverence. Fool, since you care so much about my true identity as a man, why do you harbor feelings for me, a eunuch? Little Long, emotions are sometimes uncontrollable. They cannot simply be dismissed with a word. Princess, I understand now. I shall not betray your devotion. One day, I will present you with a grand surprise. But for now, let us rest. With a deep kiss upon Princess Huanyue's porcelain forehead, they embraced, entering a sweet slumber tinged with a hint of regret. The following morning, Dugu Feng arrived at Qing Palace. General Feng. Along the way, young eunuchs bowed deeply to the esteemed general of the empire, but Dugu Feng merely waved her hand, eager to rouse Leng Huanian and escort him to Jinxiu Palace to prepare a warm pool for his majesty. However, to her astonishment, she could not find Leng Huanian anywhere within Qing Palace. A sense of foreboding enveloped her heart. Could it be that Leng Huanian had not returned last night and instead spent the night in Weiyang Palace? This would be a grave matter. What would happen if his majesty found out? Dugu Feng rushed toward Weiyang Palace, uncertain why she felt such urgency. Without anyone daring to impede her entry, she stormed into the palace. Her reputation preceded her, and none were foolish enough to stand in her way. Indeed, Yueha had remained faithfully at her post, just as the princess had instructed, guarding the entrance throughout the night. General Feng. Yueha rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the sight of Dugu Feng arriving so early, her demeanor radiating a sense of urgency and intent. Stand aside. Dugu Feng maintained a semblance of restraint, refraining from forcefully pushing Yueha aside. What brings you here, General Feng? Yueha, sensing the tension, felt a flutter of anxiety, knowing that inside were her master, Princess Han Yue, and Leng Huanian, who had stayed overnight. Despite the apprehension, she instinctively opened her arms to block the entrance. Dugu Feng, uninterested in engaging with her, waved her hand dismissively, causing Yueha to stumble aside uncontrollably as Dugu Feng forcefully pushed the door open. Leng Huanian and Princess Han Yue, entwined in a deep slumber, were jolted awake by the sound of the door crashing open. Yueha, you are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Do you not see that I am still asleep? Ah, my princess, you are truly remarkable. It seems you have kept someone company through the night. Dugu Feng beheld the princess nestled in the embrace of a man, none other than Leng Huanian. Aunt Feng, what brings you to the Moonshadow Palace so early? The princess's head buzzed with confusion. What play was unfolding here? Sister Feng, good morning. Leng Huanian, why did you spend the night in the Moonshadow Palace? Have you lost your mind? Sister Feng, I had a bit to drink last night and was helping the princess with a massage. Oh wait, I meant treatment, and inadvertently fell asleep. Both of you accidentally fell asleep? What a coincidence. And pray tell, what sort of massage is this? Aunt Feng, aren't you being a tad intrusive? Is this how you address me? I have shown you the courtesy of calling you Aunt Feng, yet your actions today are, at best, a breach of decorum, and at worst, an affront to royal authority. The princess's pleasant dreams were interrupted, and she felt a slight irritation. I meant no offense to the princess. I was merely conversing with Leng Huanian. You are a general, and he is from the prison department. What authority do you have over him? The princess's temper flared. I, Dugu Feng, can manage my own affairs without needing guidance from outsiders. Dugu Feng felt a surge of anger. She had entrusted herself to Leng Huanian, only to find him entangled with the princess. Your man? He is clearly mine. When did he become yours? The princess, incensed, leapt from her bed, clad only in her night attire, pointing at Leng Huanian. Ask him if he belongs to you. Leng Huanian felt a tension in his scalp, taken aback by the profound emotions these two women harbored for him. While he had shared tender moments with them, he had not yet truly claimed them. And now they were at odds. Such tumultuous scenarios occur annually, yet it seemed that Leng Huanian's turmoil had arrived prematurely. Enough, dear sisters. I am but a humble eunuch. It is beyond my station to instigate such a conflict. Young Leng, wasn't it during your recent quest for hot springs that she seduced you? Dugu Feng, do you not possess any shame? He is mine. The princess was on the verge of fury. The man she had cherished first had been pursued by Dugu Feng. What did this mean? Princess, you misunderstand. I have come to find Leng Huanian not to quarrel with you, but solely because the emperor wishes to summon him. Empress Dugu wishes to summon me? Sister Feng, what is the meaning of this? Indeed, why would my aunt summon young Leng? Seeing that Dugu Feng appeared to be earnest, the princess gradually calmed down. As for matters concerning his majesty, it is not for a mere servant like me to inquire. Dugu Feng, still miffed, deliberately kept the details vague. Young Leng, you should go with Aunt Feng at once. No, I must accompany you, should my aunt harbor any ill intentions. I shall protect you with my life today. The princess began to don her garments. It is not as dire as you presume. Leng Huanian faces no danger in going. Upon hearing Dugu Feng's words, the princess finally sighed in relief, although she resolved to check on the situation in the splendid palace shortly. Leng Huanian followed Dugu Feng out. You truly are remarkable, even managing to captivate the eldest princess. Now, Dugu Feng can rightfully indulge in envy. Alas, my charm finds no place to rest. Here you come again. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Dugu Feng playfully pinched a vulnerable spot on Leng Huanian. Oh, Sister Feng, are you plotting to murder your husband? Husband? In the cave, you call me Sister Feng, and upon returning to Weiyang Palace, you leap into the princess's embrace. Sister Feng, I am wronged. The eldest princess summoned me, requesting my company. How could I refuse? Refuse? I see your heart is quite willing. Just now, the way you held her shows no reluctance. Your heart is filled with 1,000 desires. Very well. You have seen through me, Sister Feng. Such a beautiful woman as the eldest princess would stir the heart of any man. Yet, one cannot truly consider you a man. I cannot fathom what is so appealing about you. What, Sister Feng, do you regret being with me? No worries, if you no longer wish for me. I shall not cling to you. Dream on. You shall never escape my grasp in this lifetime. Dugu Feng halted. slowly forming her jade palm into a fist directed at Leng Huanian. I relish this. Had it not been for the fear of being seen, Leng Huanian would have embraced Dugu phone by now. The Emperor summons you. Are you not afraid for your life? I doubt it is anything sinister. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so carefree when sparring with the eldest princess. Conceited. Do you think I cannot survive without you? Sister Feng, whether you can live without me, I cannot say, but I know I cannot live without you. Leng Huanian's words warmed Dugu Feng's heart, though a woman seldom concedes easily. I truly do not understand what charm you possess. You have lost your allure below, yet still attract attention. You might be the most charming little eunuch in the history of Daeong. Sister Feng, regardless of what the future holds, I shall love you for a lifetime. At least you possess a semblance of conscience. Aren't you curious as to why the Emperor summoned you? Dugu Feng was quite pleased with Leng Huanian's nonchalant demeanor. A man should maintain composure even in the face of imminent danger, yet regrettably, he is not a complete man. What does the Emperor want with me? I introduced the Emperor to Princess Hanue's hot spring, recommending that you construct a similar one in the Jinxiu Palace. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. Leng Huanian pondered for a moment. It was not a bad thing. If well executed, it could lead to rewards. Relaxing, he followed Dugu Feng into the Jinxiu Palace. The Dugu Empress, clad in casual attire, was in deep meditation. Her ascent to this stage was undoubtedly linked to her innate talent, but her unwavering diligence was also a crucial factor in her rise to the pinnacle of the Zuling continent. Your Majesty, I have brought Leng Huanian. Your Majesty. Leng Huanian neither knelt nor bowed, viewing the rituals of monarch and subject with a light heart. However, the Dugu Empress was slightly taken aback by his demeanor. This lad possesses quite the character, though thankfully, she was not swayed by such antics. You are Leng Huanian. Chapter 17. The Emperor's Summons. I am indeed Leng Huanian. Hearing General Feng's mention, I have come to know of the splendid hot spring pool you constructed at the Moonshadow Palace. Today, I summon you to create a similar masterpiece within my splendid palace. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall endeavor to construct the grandest and finest hot spring pool in the world at the splendid palace, Cold Huanian vowed earnestly. Such confidence. Then I shall await with bated breath. How long will it take? I plan to complete the hot spring pool within 10 days. Fenger, please escort him. Keep the original bathhouse and find him a new room. As Dugu Feng led Cold Huanian to the site of the hot spring pool, Princess Hanue arrived at the splendid palace shortly thereafter. Auntie, the princess called out, yet her eyes flitted about, searching for Cold Huanian. Where? What are you so anxiously looking for? Auntie, where is Cold Huanian? You rushed here for this little eunuch? Auntie, please do not harm him. Little Cold is a good person. A good person? When did you learn to speak up for a man? Oh, he can hardly be considered a man. Auntie, please do not harm him. Whatever you desire from me, I will comply. Such infatuation. In a few days, the royal envoy from the Xian kingdom will arrive at Daeong. And this time, the king of Xian is determined to forge a royal marriage alliance. As the eldest princess of Daeong, it is time for you to assert yourself as well. Yue does not wish to marry. The princess lowered her head. The prospect of a marriage alliance had always been her Achilles heel. You cannot possibly have feelings for that little eunuch, can you? He is indeed remarkably handsome. But he is a eunuch. Do you understand what that entails? It means you shall never experience the joys that belong to a woman. Auntie, what are the joys of being a woman? That remains a blind spot in my understanding for now. In any case, being with him, you cannot even achieve the balance of yin and yang. Just think about how improper your relationship is. The Empress Dugu nearly faltered under the princess's inquiry, but having witnessed countless situations, she smoothly recovered. Auntie, I only wish to be with little Cold. Even if we do nothing but embrace, I would be content. You are mad. He is merely a eunuch. He is busy helping me construct the hot spring pool. You should return. Auntie, I will just take a glance at him, and then return to the Moonshadow Palace. Alas, the Empress Dugu waved her hand. Once the princess departed, the Empress found herself unsettled. What is this little eunuch's background, enchanting Fenger and now captivating Yue? Even I, the Empress Dugu, have developed an interest in Cold Huanian. Dugu Feng found a spacious room adjacent to the bathhouse in the splendid palace. With only 10 days to prepare, Cold Huanian began to plan the construction, leveraging his experience from the Moonshadow Palace to enhance his efficiency. Little Cold. Just as Cold Huanian surveyed the terrain, Princess Hanue arrived. Prince, why have you come? Little Cold. I am concerned for your well-being, fearing you may be mistreated. so I came to check on you." Upon witnessing that Leng Huanian was indeed safe, Princess Hanyue finally released the anxiety that had gripped her heart. In recent days, Leng Huanian had been exceedingly occupied, tasked with constructing a hot spring pool at the Jinxiu Palace, while also finding time to assist the princess with her treatments at the Weiyang Palace. Originally, he had promised Princess Hanyue to conduct 3 sessions of treatment daily. However, due to the overwhelming demands of his daytime obligations, he reluctantly reduced this to a single session in the evenings, naturally extending the duration. This predicament forced Leng Huanian to spend every night at the Weiyang Palace, as the princess would not permit him to return to the Qingde Hall. This situation proved to be an ordeal for Dugu Feng. After 7 or 8 days of construction, the hot spring pool was nearing completion, yet Dugu Feng had ventured to the Qingde Hall 3 times, only to find Leng Huanian absent on each occasion. She bore this frustration, resolving to endure until the hot spring pool was finished. In 10 days' time, Leng Huanian indeed constructed an enormous hot spring pool at the Jinxiu Palace, its scale surpassing that of the Weiyang Palace's pool by 3-fold. Within this expansive basin, one could even swim if they so desired. Once filled with crystal-clear spring water and infused with several concentrated hot spring tablets, the grand hot spring pool came to fruition. "Your Majesty, please indulge in the bath," Leng Huanian formally announced. "Everyone else, please withdraw." He dared not enter the Empress Dugu's hot spring pool, especially since she had sent away all others. The Empress's form was not something to be casually displayed. Uncertain of Empress Dugu's satisfaction with the newly constructed hot spring, he needed to head to the Weiyang Palace to dine with Princess Hanyue, stroll with her afterward, and then assist with her chest treatment. When Princess Hanyue once more insisted that he stay overnight at the Weiyang Palace, Leng Huanian steadfastly insisted on returning to the Qingde Hall, sensing that Dugu Feng might seek him out that night. Should he once again share the same bed with Princess Hanyue, Dugu Feng might become incensed. Princess Hanyue had monopolized Leng Huanian for 10 consecutive nights, and though she felt a twinge of embarrassment at her forceful retention, she longed for him to remain in the Weiyang Palace every day. Since moving into the Qingde Hall, he had scarcely slept at home, and tonight, his intuition proved remarkably accurate. At the stroke of midnight, Dugu Feng, clad in a black night outfit, stealthily entered the Qingde Hall. Filled with anticipation, she approached Leng Huanian's bedroom, discovering him breathing softly. As she slowly approached the head of his bed, just as she was about to speak, a voice interrupted, "Sister Feng, had you arrived a moment later, I fear I would have been asleep. You were waiting for me." Of course, I dashed back to the Qingde Hall, disrupting the princess, solely to await Sister Feng. Leng Huanian sat up, leaning against the headboard, his expression earnest. "How did you know I would come tonight? If I hadn't shown up, wouldn't you have been waiting in vain? Waiting in vain is better than Sister Feng seeking me out when I am not present. You are quite the flatterer." Dugu Feng gradually settled at the head of Leng Huanian's bed. "Sister Feng, come closer. Stay with me tonight." "Very well." Dugu Feng shed her outer garments, revealing only her undergarments, and nestled under the covers beside Leng Huanian. "Sister Feng, I have missed you." Leng Huanian, finding his clothing cumbersome, discarded even his undergarments. The two individuals met once more in a candid embrace, as Leng Huanian captured the delicate cherry lips of Dugu Feng, neither wishing to relinquish their hold. It was only when they could no longer breathe that they reluctantly parted. "I have succumbed to your allure. Who would have thought that I, a dignified practitioner of the imperial spirit realm, could become so enmeshed in your presence? Dear Sister Feng, do you wish to part from me?" "Not at all. I merely find it curious that after all these years, having navigated life so well alone, I should harbor such an affinity for you, a mere eunuch. As if I could not bear to be apart from you for even a single day. Sister Feng, I long for you as well. I wish I could cradle you in my arms every night." Leng Huanian enveloped Dugu Feng entirely in his embrace, reveling in the smooth, jade-like texture of her skin, a sensation both delightful and refreshing. "Do you still think of me? Given that you reside in the Moonshadow Palace daily, how could you possibly still remember me?" "Of course I do. Sister Feng, no matter how I look at you or hold you, it never feels sufficient. How could I not think of you? Enough of your sweet nothings. You excel at flattery. Let us discuss something of substance. Your good fortune approaches, for His Majesty wishes to summon you tomorrow." "Another summons? Do you know the reason?" "Indeed. It is to express gratitude for the hot spring pool you constructed." "Does His Majesty enjoy it?" Leng Huanian felt a flicker of anticipation. Whether he enjoys it, I cannot say, but I do know that he soaked in the hot spring for over an hour yesterday. How splendid. He does not fear becoming swollen from the heat. Leng Huanian exhaled in relief. Sister Feng, did His Majesty mention how he intends to reward me? I previously inquired if there were any secret methods to restore your masculine form, to which His Majesty shook his head, indicating he was powerless. However, he can offer you a significant favor. What kind of favor? Leng Huanian leaned in, eager to hear more. His Majesty noted that your meridians had suffered severe injury. Though they have been reconnected, they are not entirely unblocked. You possess tremendous spiritual energy, yet it cannot circulate through your meridians, which is why you remain at the initial spirit realm. Sister Feng, does His Majesty have confidence in this? How would I know? Yet, given His Majesty's words, he must have some assurance. That is truly wonderful. This has been a lingering concern for me. Huanian, may I inquire about something? His Majesty has discovered the immense spiritual energy within you, comparable to the imperial spirit realm. What is the source of this? In truth, Leng Huanian had long since concocted an excuse. When I was a child, I played in a temple and encountered an elderly man on the brink of death. He imparted all his spiritual energy into me, resulting in my meridians being shattered, and I nearly lost my life. That explanation seems plausible. Sister Feng, let us not dwell on such matters. We have finally reunited. We must cherish this moment. We have embraced and touched. What more can you do? I can kiss you, every inch of you. Huanian, I truly suspect I am under some delusion. Your demeanor is so uncharacteristically lewd, entirely unbecoming of a eunuch. Perhaps it is your charm that is so potent. Even someone like me cannot resist your allure. Leng Huanian's words are indeed melodious. However, Dugu Feng remains rather clear-headed. You are infatuated with me, as well as with Princess Hanhua. Can you truly claim you are devoid of desire? I cannot deny it. Yet I genuinely harbor affection for Sister Feng. Leng Huanian's words seamlessly translate into action, and he nearly drives Dugu Feng to the brink of exasperation. In the end, she firmly secures him with her hand, preventing any mischief from occurring. Sister Feng, are you not allowing me to move? If you continue, I shall lose my peace of mind. You truly are a peculiar little eunuch. Then does Sister Feng harbor any feelings? Leng Huanian boldly presses his face against Dugu Feng's chest, listening to the rapid beating of her heart. I do, but it is too exhilarating. How am I to find rest? I dare not sleep when I am with Sister Feng. I yearn to gaze upon her and converse with her. Very well. I shall keep you company in conversation, but you must remain still. I will only release you once you promise. All right. I shall merely embrace Sister Feng and do nothing else. Indeed, Leng Huanian peacefully wrapped his arms around Dugu Feng and drifted into slumber. At dawn, the two arose together, resembling a pair of affectionate newlyweds. After freshening up and casually preparing a meal, they proceeded to the Xiao Palace to meet Empress Dugu. Upon encountering the Empress, who was still meditating, Leng Huanian felt an immense respect. Her natural talent coupled with her diligence left others feeling inadequate. The hot spring is splendid. As a reward, I shall assist you in thoroughly unblocking your meridians. I humbly thank your Majesty. Faced with such a grand favor from the Empress, Leng Huanian merely knelt on one knee. Both the Empress and Dugu Feng observed this gesture, left speechless. They had never encountered such a man. Feng I shall take Leng Huanian to the training room. Do take care. I vow to guard the door without fail. The Empress escorted Leng Huanian into the training chamber, which was expansive, refreshing, and elegant, devoid of any superfluous decorations. Do you know why my training chamber is so vast? I cherish my practice, and during my leisure, I spend the majority of my time here. Thus, it must be comfortable. You are quite astute. Now, remove all your clothing. All of it. Yes, entirely. I need to examine your meridians, and without complete removal, I cannot make an effective judgment. Oh, Leng Huanian turned his back to the Empress, methodically shedding his garments, standing there awkwardly once he was finished. Turn around. What is there to be embarrassed about? With a sigh, he conceded that there was nothing to hide, and with composure, he faced the Empress directly. The Empress had never beheld a man's form, nor had she seen that of a eunuch. Curiosity is inherent to all, and the Empress was no exception. Leng Huanian remained uncertain whether her intent was simply to observe or to inspect, yet she thoroughly examined his physique, and upon glimpsing below, she nearly burst into laughter. Cold Huanian, why is your lower body so smooth? devoid of even a scar? The Empress Dugu observed him for quite some time before uttering this remark. In response, Huanian replied, "Your Majesty, I am a son of heaven's eunuchs, naturally destined to be a castrated one. You are indeed remarkable. Now, sit cross-legged." Huanian, like a puppet, complied with the Empress's command. She positioned herself behind him, extending her delicate palm to rest against his back. "Relax, do not resist. I shall infuse my spiritual energy into your body to reopen your blocked meridians." Huanian nodded silently. The Empress Dugu gradually released her spiritual energy from her palm, gently directing it into the area of Huanian's heart, allowing it to spread throughout his body. Huanian felt an excruciating pain. His meridians were already riddled with scars. In the past, the consort Nangong Yufei had used spiritual medicine to bathe him, but the ruptured meridians had merely healed superficially. Now, the Empress was employing formidable spiritual power to truly mend his channels. After an hour, the Empress withdrew her hand, a sheen of sweat glistening on her porcelain forehead, revealing the effort she had expended. "Huanian, how do you feel?" Despite her strength, this was her first attempt at such a task, leaving her uncertain. "Your Majesty, I feel utterly at ease. It seems I am about to break through." "Do not speak. Instead, focus on guiding your true energy through the meridians." Upon hearing this, Huanian gradually adjusted his breathing and stabilized his mind. The spiritual energy infused by the chief steward had already merged with him, becoming part of Huanian's own essence. Alas, it seemed trapped within him, unable to move due to the numerous blockages in his meridians. It was as if his channels were like bamboo with inner nodes. The Empress's earlier assistance had effectively shattered those internal barriers. The spiritual energy began to accelerate within his meridians, ascending through the ranks of the initial spirit realm, from the 6th layer to the 7th, then to the 8th, and finally to the 9th. Huanian experienced a remarkable surge, poised on the brink of a breakthrough. Chapter 19. The Empress's Sincere Heart. The breakthrough was monumental, akin to a forceful tempest. Huanian ascended from the 6th layer of the initial spirit realm to the 1st layer of the true spirit realm in just 1 hour. Such rapid progression would typically require months, even for the most talented individuals. Excellent. Your innate talent far exceeds my expectations. However, your late start is unfortunate. At your age, it is understandable, considering your circumstances. Had your meridians not been damaged in your youth, your cultivation would likely have reached an astonishing level by now. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous grace. Huanian felt genuine gratitude towards Empress Dugu. The animosities between their nations and the vendettas of extinguished kingdoms seemed inconsequential to him, for he was merely an outsider who had traversed time. His infiltration of the Weiyang Palace was purely coerced by the consort Nangong Yufei. Do not rush to express your gratitude. Today, we have merely begun to clear your meridians. For the next 21 days, you must come here each morning punctually for further treatment. Your Majesty, why do you treat me with such kindness? Leng Huanian found himself perplexed. After 21 consecutive days of unblocking his meridians, he felt as if he were closer than a mother. Yet, he had come to the Weiyang Palace as an undercover agent, with the primary target being the formidable Empress Dugu before him. Though you are a son of the celestial eunuch, your innate talent is remarkable. In the face of internal strife and external threats, you might very well become a pivotal factor for the great central kingdom, destined for a day of astonishing revelation. Your Majesty, you overestimate me. Before you, I am no more than an ant. Why is the spiritual energy within you so abundant? This is the level of imperial spiritual energy. Have you experienced some fortuitous encounter? At the age of 6, I met a dying elder at the mountain god temple who sought an heir. He transferred all his spiritual energy to me in haste, nearly destroying my meridians in the process. I later managed to recover slowly through spiritual elixirs, but it seems I can no longer cultivate, remaining stuck at the initial stage of spiritual awakening. Every gain is accompanied by a loss. Meeting me presents you with an opportunity. After today, I am filled with renewed confidence, and I believe you feel the same. Perhaps in 21 days, even I shall be astonished by you. Your Majesty, I owe you an immense favor. Do not rush. There will be a time for you to achieve merit. I shall not disappoint you, Your Majesty. To his surprise, Leng Huanian felt a surge of emotion, wishing to do something for the Empress Dugu. What had happened to his original mission of infiltrating her side as an undercover agent? The Empress possessed remarkable skills. Nevertheless, Leng Huanian was indifferent to the past. He would reciprocate kindness with kindness. He sensed that the Empress treated him well. But the mission of an undercover agent must continue. After all, Nangguang Yufei had nurtured him for 10 years, and Nangguang Yuyin was his first love. Reflecting on this, he found himself missing them a bit. Withdraw now, come early tomorrow. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Previously, they had all regarded Leng Huanian as the son of the celestial eunuch, but after interacting with Empress Dugu, Princess Dugu, and Princess Hanyue, he realized he resembled the chosen one. Why was he so well regarded? Unable to resist, he narcissistically touched his own face, lamenting this wretched charm. Aside from the Jinxi Palace, Leng Huanian habitually made his way to the Moonshadow Palace, where he spent most of his time. Princess Hanyue was not only beautiful, but also quite charming, and being with her was always delightful. Alas, Princess Hanyue was absent today. Yueha, where is the eldest princess? Little Long, today is the day of the 3 princesses gathering. The eldest princess has gone out. Ah, I see. Yueha, why do you call me Little Long? As if you are my superior? Even the Empress calls me by my name. You're just boasting. The Empress calls you by your name? Why would I lie? I just came from the Jinxi Palace. What were you doing in the Jinxi Palace? Yueha asked, her expression incredulous. The Empress summoned me. She is helping me unblock my meridians. Just look at the difference in me now. Ah, you've broken through? Yueha's keen eyes sparkled with recognition. Wow, what is so impressive? After all, I am also a minor expert in the realm of human spirits. Sister Yueha, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you blessed with beauty, but you also possess a remarkable cultivation in the spirit realm. It is indeed a great injustice for you to serve as a maid. His Majesty is quite supportive of our cultivation. As long as it does not interfere with our duties, we are free to practice during our leisure hours. However, it is contingent upon innate talent. Without such gifts, one cannot traverse this path. Sister Yueha, your attainment in the spirit realm signifies that you have already embarked on this journey. Well, perhaps it is just mediocre. Comparatively, you fall short not only against His Majesty and General Feng, but also when compared to the princess. Perhaps those of the Dugu family are simply born to be cultivators. Yet, you are commendable as well, having advanced from the initial spirit realm to the true spirit realm in a single day. Alas, by a stroke of serendipity. After His Majesty assisted me in unblocking my meridians, I experienced a moment of enlightenment. Xiao Lengzi, why is it that the princess, General Feng, and His Majesty are all so kind to you? I am simply amiable. Does Sister Yueha not wish to be kind to me? Xiao Lengzi, you are quite vain. Who would wish to be kind to you? Yueha pouted adorably. Sister Yueha, you still call me Xiao Lengzi. If you continue, I might just be forced to turn against you. I shall continue to call you Xiao Lengzi. Xiao Lengzi. Yueha called out with increasing enthusiasm until Leng Huanian suddenly lunged forward, embracing her and kissing her cheek. Though Yueha's cultivation surpassed that of Leng Huanian as a young girl, she had never experienced such an encounter. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she stood there, utterly bewildered, unsure of how to react. Sister Yueha, what is the matter? Leng Huanian, are you out of your mind? How dare you kiss me? I am to be married. Yueha was on the verge of tears. She truly felt the weight of propriety in that moment, completely taken aback by Leng Huanian's audacity. Sister Yueha, does a mere kiss render you incapable of marriage? No one witnessed it. Let us consider it our little secret. You had better keep it to yourself. If the princess finds out, we shall lose our sisterhood. Sister Yueha, you are not so young anymore. Are you prepared to remain in Weiyang Palace for a lifetime? What alternative do I have? I would never wish to leave the princess. We have grown up together, like sisters. If the princess were to marry, would you then become my bed warmer? Leng Huanian spoke in jest. Yet it struck a chord with Yueha's hidden concerns. This is likely my fate, after all. Seeing Yueha's furrowed brow, Leng Huanian felt a pang in her heart. Sister Yueha, are you filled with trepidation about the unknown? Perhaps. Ultimately, I am unable to place myself in an active role. I am but a drifting leaf, grateful for any harbor I can find. Sister Yueha, if Princess Hanyue were to marry me, would you then become my bed warmer? If such a day were to come, would you be happy? You truly have a wild imagination. Sister Yueha, I am merely posing a hypothetical. How would you respond then? If the princess has no objections, what could I possibly say? Sister Yueha, may I embrace you? I find myself quite fond of you. Your demeanor reminds me of a friendly neighbor. Yueha remained silent, neither consenting nor opposing, and Leng Huanian took it as an agreement. stepping forward to envelop Yueha in her arms. Yuhi struggled momentarily, her body feeling weak. Having never experienced such an encounter before, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Chapter 20. Absolutely not. After a long while, their lips parted. Yuhi's face was flushed, for this was her first kiss. She had never known the feelings of love before, let alone such an intense connection of lips and teeth. Little Yuhi, just as she was about to instinctively call out for Xiao Lengzi, Leng Huanian pressed a finger to her cherry lips. Do you still wish to call me Xiao Lengzi? Leng Huanian's face adopted a deliberately stern expression. I am accustomed to it, so what should I call you? Lenggu? Niangu? No, you are Sister Yuhi, older than I, Huanian. Too formal, lacking intimacy. How about you call me husband? Husband? How utterly embarrassing. I am not yet your wife. The blush on Yuhi's face deepened. Do you wish to be my wife? Yes, but I am merely a maid-servant to the princess, while you are a little eunuch. How could we possibly, Sister Yuhi? We are already so close. Once I marry the princess, you will become my warm bedmaid, and then you shall indeed call me husband, won't you? Husband, Yuhi timidly uttered, then buried herself in Leng Huanian's embrace, too shy to raise her head again. Leng Huanian gently caressed her silky hair, lifting her delicate face, and then kissed her tender cherry lips once more. They remained in their affectionate embrace for quite some time before parting, and Yuhi felt as though her heart had been filled with honey, sweet to the point of melting away. Husband, you must marry the princess. Otherwise, if she weds another and I must serve as someone else's warm bedmaid, I would have no choice but to drown myself in the lake. Fool, how could I ever allow you to do such a thing? I will certainly marry the princess and will also marry you. Leng Huanian held Yuhi tightly, tenderly stroking her back. The eldest princess has gone to gather with the second and youngest princesses. They meet every few days. Would you like to accompany me to visit them? They should be at the colorful cloud palace of the second princess today. Never mind, as a mere little eunuch. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude so boldly. We shall take our time. Opportunities will arise. The immediate priority is to secure the eldest princess, allowing you to formally become a member of the Leng family. Husband, the eldest princess is already utterly captivated by you. Without you, she likely could not survive. Thus, your desire to marry her is not the issue. The challenge lies with whether His Majesty will consent. And also, Yuhi hesitated, unable to continue. What else? The matter of your identity and physique. You are a little eunuch, and with your current status, His Majesty would surely not approve of your marriage to the eldest princess. If I lack that, then why would Sister Yuhi still wish to be my wife? Because I like you. Liking you does not necessarily mean I must have that. Can you endure it? As long as I can become your woman, Yuhi can endure anything. All right, Sister Yueha, I shall not let you down. Just as the tail of a little gecko can regenerate, I too can be reborn even if I am diminished. Truly, in an instant. A spark of wonder ignited in Yueha's eyes. Of course, Sister Yueha must exercise a modicum of patience. Yueha awaited, so obedient. Leng Huanian once more embraced Yueha, gently kissing her alabaster forehead before departing from the Moonshadow Palace, leaving Yueha leaning against the grand door, gazing at her beloved as he walked away, yet reluctant to enter, her smile blooming like a flower in the wind. Jinxiu Palace. Your Majesty. Dugu Feng offered a slight bow before the Dugu Empress, who was engrossed in her cultivation. Do you know why I summoned you? I do not, Your Majesty. Leng Huanian's condition is far better than I had anticipated. Your Majesty refers to his meridians, or that. Fenger, why do you still dwell on that? I have already stated that while I have the will, I lack the strength concerning that matter. I speak of his meridians. There is hope. Thank you, Your Majesty. That is a tremendous fortune for Leng Huanian. Dugu Feng's heart was a mix of joy and concern. Are you somewhat disappointed? The Dugu Empress gathered her breath, slowly rising to approach Dugu Feng, who bowed her head slightly. I dare not. I thank Your Majesty on behalf of Leng Huanian. Dugu Feng knelt before the Dugu Empress, her forehead striking the ground in reverence. Enough. I have never seen you pay such homage to me. Does that lad hold more significance than your own life? Without a moment's hesitation, Dugu Feng nodded. It seems this lad indeed possesses something remarkable. Yue surpasses you in every regard. It appears that I must facilitate this union with the Western Yan Kingdom and see Yue wed. Your Majesty must not. Dugu Feng grew anxious, for she had always remembered Leng Huanian's earnest counsel. Must not. Fenger, you now dare to speak to me in that tone? A hint of displeasure flickered across the Dugu Empress's face. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. The Crown Princess is deeply enamored with Leng Huanian. If we forcibly separate them, given the Crown Princess's temperament, she may very well take her own life en route to the Western Yin Kingdom. Dugu Feng spoke cautiously. What then? Shall I allow the princess to marry a eunuch? Can our great Yang afford such humiliation? Dugu Feng found herself at a loss for words. This was a matter of royal dignity. However, a spark of inspiration flickered in her mind. Your Majesty, if Leng Huanian were to regain his masculinity, would you permit him to become the prince consort? Dugu Feng fixed her anxious gaze upon the Dugu Empress's face, which bore a touch of authority yet was undeniably exquisite. At that moment, her words would determine the fates of many. In the annals of Great Yang, there has never been a precedent for a eunuch reverting to manhood. However, I shall not dismiss the possibility outright. If Leng Huanian becomes a true man, what objection could there be to his becoming the prince consort? Your Majesty is wise. Dugu Feng again prostrated herself, her forehead pressing against the ground in unwavering devotion. Enough with this pretense, Fenger, you have changed. The solitary Empress, with a hint of amusement, observed the personal guard before her, unchanged for centuries. People inevitably evolve, yet regardless of how the subjects may transform, their loyalty to your Majesty remains steadfast. Dugu Feng spoke with conviction. Fenger, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your magnanimity. You harbor feelings for Leng Huanian, yet you still concern yourself with you. If the great Central Empire were to unite with the Western Yin Kingdom, and you were to depart from Weiyang City, would that not ensure Leng Huanian belonged solely to you? To be candid, your Majesty, I am aware of the deepening affections between Leng Huanian and the princess. I inadvertently revealed to him the impending plight of the princess, hoping to prepare him psychologically. He expressed a desire for her to remain in Weiyang City, unwilling to see her become a pawn in a political marriage. At this juncture, Dugu Feng had no choice but to speak candidly. I wish neither to cause Leng Huanian sorrow nor to inflict heartache upon the princess. Hence, therefore, you have chosen to vex me. The solitary Empress raised an eyebrow, and Dugu Feng felt a pang of apprehension. She knew the Empress's temperament well, indicating that her ire was about to surface. Chapter 21. To the bitter end. Alas, it is not that I am heartless. Rather, the current predicament of the great Central Empire leaves us with no alternative but to pursue a marriage alliance. The solitary Empress, rarely one to suppress her brewing emotions, momentarily restrained them. Your Majesty, is the situation in the great Central Empire truly so dire? It is even more arduous than anticipated. The discord between the great Central Empire and the Cold Moon Empire intensifies daily. The small towns at the border have been embroiled in conflict for days, and a fierce battle between the two nations now seems inevitable. Your Majesty, do we not share any profound enmity? Must it come to this relentless conflict? I could relinquish my stance, but can the Empress of Cold Moon, Lan Manya, so easily let go? Furthermore, this war is unavoidable, since I cannot impede it. We are left with no choice but to engage in battle. Indeed, after more than a year of skirmishes at the border towns, the animosity has spread nationwide. A war is now the pressing reality. I comprehend. When war breaks out, I am willing to take the lead. Do not be hasty. Could we possibly do without you? The Empress appeared weary. Take a moment to rest. I shall take my leave. Go on, your thoughts have already flown to him. The solitary Empress shot a glance at Dugu Feng, who playfully stuck out her tongue, nearly eliciting a smile from the Empress. Dugu Feng withdrew, making her way to the Qingda Hall. At that moment, Leng Huanian was lounging on his grand bed, recovering from a rigorous session under the solitary Empress's care that morning. Though he felt considerably improved, he was now beset by aches, an uncomfortable sensation. Dugu Feng entered Leng Huanian's chambers, noticing his perspiration and appearing somewhat bewildered. She hurried forward with genuine concern. Huanian, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Dugu Feng retrieved a white silk handkerchief from her bosom to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Feng sister, I am fine. Today, Her Majesty assisted in unblocking my meridians, and now that they are open, I am experiencing some discomfort throughout my body. I shall use my spiritual energy to massage you. There is no need for that. I can endure this slight pain. Sister Feng, please let me hold you. By embracing you, my heart becomes entirely yours, and the pain dissipates. Oh, you are truly just a child. Dugu Feng gently tapped cold Huanian's forehead with her delicate finger. Then they embraced each other. Cold Huanian seized the moment to kiss Dugu Feng's tender lips, savoring the sweetness. Ever since their first kiss, Dugu Feng had grown increasingly fond of the affectionate bond they shared, feeling as though her previous centuries had been lived in vain. Huanian, I bring good news. His Majesty has finally relented. Relented? After much persuasion, His Majesty has agreed not to marry the princess to the kingdom of Xi'an, but the condition is that you must restore your masculine form. Sister Feng, you have endured much for me. At last, Cold Huanian felt a sense of calm settle in his heart. As long as you can regain your masculine form, His Majesty may even approve of your union with the princess. Really? That is splendid news. Cold Huanian was somewhat exhilarated. This was doubly good news for him. Huanian, your excitement. Do you have confidence in restoring your masculine form? Sister Feng, rest assured, I could never allow you to remain a widow for life. Really? Dugu Feng propped herself up, leaning closely towards Cold Huanian, their eyes mere inches apart. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng nestled her charming face against Cold Huanian's chest, feeling a sense of clarity within her heart. Sister Feng, I never expected His Majesty to treat me with such kindness. She is not as unapproachable as I had imagined. This is something I have also pondered. In the past, had she known of your affair with the princess, she would have surely dealt you a fatal blow. Her empire and glory were built upon countless sacrifices. Dugu Feng felt a twinge of concern for Cold Huanian at this thought. Then why has His Majesty changed her demeanor? This, I have yet to comprehend fully. Could it be that she is showing you leniency due to your close association with Sister Feng, who has served her for centuries? That seems unlikely. I believe His Majesty harbors a certain fondness for you. Of course, this fondness may not necessarily pertain to romantic feelings. Perhaps she finds you an intriguing individual with potential, and this could simply be her appreciation for talent. Perhaps, but regardless, whoever shows me kindness, I shall reciprocate. I will forever remember the grace bestowed upon me by His Majesty. As Cold Huanian spoke, he instinctively reached into Dugu Feng's bodice, causing her cheeks and earlobes to flush. Huanian, I am not a princess. My chest is not asymmetrical and does not require treatment. Sister Feng, forgive me. I have mistakenly taken on the role of a healer. In truth, every woman has some degree of asymmetry. How could they possibly be identical? When sleeping, some prefer to lie on their sides, others to face left or right, resulting in varying pressures on the left and right breasts, inevitably leading to size differences. You are becoming quite the expert. Not at all. I merely assisted the princess with some treatments. Are you now wishing to help me as well? No, Sister Feng's bosom is perfectly symmetrical and just right. There is no need for treatment. Although Leng Huanian spoke thus, his hands did not cease their ministrations for even a moment. Are you still so engrossed in your massage? Dugu Feng cast him a reproachful glance. It is simply that I hold Sister Feng in such high regard, cherishing every inch of her skin. Dugu Feng found herself unable to contain her emotions at Leng Huanian's words, reluctant to withdraw his hands, her affection for him growing deeper. After a considerable time, Dugu Feng finally remembered their pressing matters. They both sat up from the bed. She positioned herself behind Leng Huanian and began to use her spiritual energy to mend the injuries throughout his meridians. Huanian, the spiritual energy within you is remarkably potent. This surging power may even surpass my own. Sister Feng, you are of the imperial spirit realm. The spiritual energy within you also reaches the imperial spirit realm. Your fortune is indeed greater than that of heaven. You possess both talent and opportunity. I believe you shall surely traverse great distances and ultimately become a true man. I am confident in becoming a true man. Otherwise, I would not dare to approach Sister Feng. The prospect of your transformation into a true man is something I wholeheartedly desire. Even if you were to remain as you are for a lifetime, I would never find fault with you. I would accompany you without regret. Sister Feng, you are truly wonderful. I have not misjudged you, nor have I loved you in vain. Rest assured, I will become a true man, and in time, I would wish for you to bear me a few children. I would be delighted, but do not feel pressured. Let everything unfold naturally. I understand, yet I find myself increasingly unable to part from Sister Feng. The more you cannot part, the better. I want you to think of me every moment. Dugu Feng's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled, completely shedding any semblance of the fierce guard she once embodied, now transformed into an obedient little woman. Chapter 22. Princess Mingzhu Leng Huanian and Dugu Feng lingered in bed for an extended period, with Dugu Feng instructing him in the ways of cultivation. However, as they practiced, they became increasingly intertwined, spending a whole day and night together. When lovers are united, time indeed feels insufficient. They only wish to seize each moment. The following morning, despite their reluctance to part, Leng Huanian had to rise early, for the Empress Dugu was still awaiting him. Alone, he arrived punctually at the splendid palace. He felt quite rejuvenated. Did Dugu Feng spend the night in your Qingda hall? The Empress's expression was devoid of emotion, calm, and unperturbed. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Long. Your lodgings are quite commendable. All thanks to Your Majesty's favor. What concern is that of mine? It was your elder brother Li Yanqing who gifted it to you. Leng Huanian felt a twinge of unease. The Empress was astute, and she was well aware of the palace's affairs. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Everything in the great central empire is yours, Your Majesty. If you do not permit it, not only would I be unwelcome in Qingda Hall, but I would have no foothold in the great central empire. You possess clarity of thought. It is no wonder I hold you in high regard. Did Dugu Feng teach you the art of cultivation yesterday? Your aura is significantly steadier. Sister Feng imparted to me some methods of cultivation. She truly cares for you. Do not let her down. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall cherish Sister Feng for a lifetime. Yes, please take a seat. Let us commence. The Empress Dugu placed her delicate jade-like hands upon Leng Huanian's back, gradually infusing her spiritual energy into his meridians. Today's progress surpassed that of yesterday, which was akin to breaking open the inner nodes of bamboo. Today, we aim to further expand these ruptured openings. This task was far from easy, as Leng Huanian's meridians had been cleared and enlarged several times. While Leng Huanian felt pain, the Empress Dugu was left fatigued, for she needed to channel her spiritual energy into his meridians while guiding its circulation within his body. After an hour, the Empress Dugu ceased her exertions, her fair forehead glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Upon turning, Leng Huanian noticed the Empress sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in meditation. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he hastily retrieved a white silk handkerchief to wipe away the tiny beads of sweat adorning her brow. Yet, as his handkerchief made contact with her forehead, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring incredulously at this audacious man before her. You. The Empress Dugu found herself at a loss for words, having never encountered a man bold enough to touch her skin. Thank you for your immense grace, Your Majesty. My heart brims with 1,000 expressions of gratitude, yet I find myself unable to articulate them. You possess great audacity, daring to lay hands upon me. Leng Huanian could not discern her thoughts from her expression, yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him that she had not struck him down. Your Majesty, I am but a eunuch. Please do not regard me as a man or a woman. Consider me merely as a tool, one devoted to you with unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice everything for your sake. Leng Huanian was not boasting. He genuinely felt profound gratitude towards the Empress Dugu, the foremost transcendent being of the Zuling continent. To be treated in such a manner by her was an honor he could not take for granted. A tool? What can you do? Your Majesty, close your eyes. Allow me to massage you and alleviate your fatigue. Leng Huanian stepped behind the Empress, inhaled deeply, and gently placed his hands upon her shoulders and neck. The Empress subtly shivered at his touch. With utmost care, he began to massage her, treading cautiously as if walking on thin ice. This was far more daunting than massaging a tiger, while the tiger could still be resisted should the Empress Dugu take offense. A mere flick of her hand could obliterate him from existence. Fortunately, the Empress appeared unperturbed. As he applied a little more pressure, he traversed from her neck to her shoulders and down her back, almost daring to massage her head. That will be enough for today. The Empress Dugu opened her eyes, prompting Leng Huanian to cease his ministrations. As he withdrew, the Empress's serene heart, tranquil for a millennium, stirred with ripples. This little eunuch was quite audacious, having thoroughly explored her back and shoulders with his hands. Yet, how could it feel so delightful? Just as Leng Huanian reached the entrance of the Jinxiu Palace, before he could step outside, he collided with a figure cloaked in white. Oh, a stunning woman clad in a white gauzy dress gingerly touched her sore head, casting an indignant glare at Leng Huanian. I hope I did not hurt you, my lady, he said, feeling an overwhelming urge to soothe her head with gentle caresses. It would be unwise to offend someone who could traverse the intricate halls of the Jinxi Palace at will. My lady, how dare you address this princess as such? The white-clad lady seemed more aggrieved than she had been by the collision. A princess? No wonder you possess a beauty that surpasses that of celestial beings, with an aura that is extraordinarily ethereal. Leng Huanian had encountered all sorts of individuals and knew precisely how to tailor his words to suit the person before him. You, little eunuch, are rather clever. What brings you to the Jinxi Palace? My aunt strictly forbids men from entering. The young woman blinked her enchanting eyes, appearing somewhat perplexed. I am a eunuch, and thus do not qualify as a man. Nonsense. Eunuchs are merely men who have been altered, are they not? Your Highness, while it is true that eunuchs were once men, they can no longer be regarded as such once they have been castrated. Men urinate standing, whereas eunuchs must squat. Therefore, Your Highness may consider me akin to a woman. There was a modicum of logic in his argument. You are quite articulate for a little eunuch, and your appearance is quite pleasing. What is your name? The lady scrutinized Leng Huanian closely, discovering that he was, in fact, an extraordinarily handsome young man. I am called Leng Huanian. Leng Huanian, what business do you have in the Jinxi Palace? I have been summoned by His Majesty. How could my aunt summon a mere eunuch to the palace? The young woman remained bewildered. May I inquire if your highness is the illustrious Princess Mingzhu? How do you know that I am the little Princess Dugu Mingzhu? She replied with an air of pride. Observing the princess, one could discern the essence of a fairy untouched by mortal concerns, yet with a playful charm reminiscent of a delightful sprite. In the entire Weiyang Palace, who else could possess such an enchanting demeanor but the little princess? Leng Huanian, I find you to be quite amusing. I have business with my aunt today, but I shall invite you to the Mingzhu Palace for a visit another time. Princess Mingzhu circled around Leng Huanian, studying the handsome little eunuch with increasing fondness. Then, Your Highness, do take your leave. I shall certainly visit you when I have the opportunity. Leng Huanian watched as Princess Mingzhu entered the Jinxi Palace, and he turned to leave, reflecting on the fact that the princesses of Dayong were rather pleasant. Not only were they beautiful, but they also exuded an approachable charm. This thought inevitably led him to reminisce about Princess Hanyue. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself heading toward the Weiyang Palace. Having missed Princess Hanyue after a day apart, and feeling a tinge of longing for her presence. Of course, it was primarily due to Leng Huanian's awareness that if he did not seek her out today, she might become discontented. Upon entering, he encountered Yuehe in the garden. Chapter 23. A surge of jealousy. Yuehe. Leng Huanian, noticing the absence of onlookers, swiftly embraced Yuehe and pressed his lips against hers. After a brief kiss, Yuehe hastily pushed him away. Husband, are you courting danger? This is the garden, and we might be discovered at any moment. Her cheeks flushed, and her breathing quickened. What is there to fear? The truth will come to light sooner or later. It is not yet the right time. Keep your composure and hasten to meet the princess. She has not seen you for an entire day, and upon awakening this morning, her mood has markedly soured. Cold Huanian, seemingly oblivious, planted a kiss on the delicate visage of Yuehe before proceeding to visit the princess, evoking a mix of love and resentment in her. Little Cold, you remembered to come to the Moonshadow Palace, yet where were you yesterday? You promised to assist me with my massage therapy, the princess chided upon seeing Cold Huanian. Initially, she was delighted, but she soon donned a facade of displeasure, which was not entirely feigned. After all, she had waited until midnight for his return, her emotions understandably tumultuous. Last night, Cold Huanian had lost himself in sweet whispers with Dugu Fengqing in the Qingda Hall, completely forgetting his duty to treat the princess's ailment. Pray, do not be angered. After His Majesty helped me clear my meridians yesterday, I found an opportunity for a breakthrough, intending to seize the moment, he explained. In just one day apart, you have progressed from the initial spirit realm to the true spirit realm. Yet, the princess only saw the surface. Although he appeared to be at the first layer of the true spirit realm, he could instantly ascend to its pinnacle. Such prowess, then why not break through? The princess's interest was piqued, for she genuinely cared for Cold Huanian's cultivation. His Majesty forbids me from advancing too swiftly, saying that a rapid breakthrough might compromise my foundation. However, I shall be ready to break through by tomorrow. If that is the case, should one not stabilize one's foundation first? Upon hearing this concern, the princess felt a flicker of anxiety, fearing he might risk deviating from the path of cultivation. No matter, I shall adhere to His Majesty's arrangements. Whenever she permits me to break through, that is when I shall proceed. Why does my aunt treat you with such kindness? We have never experienced such favor throughout our lives. Could it be that she has developed feelings for you? As this thought crossed her mind, the princess felt a pang of unease. What nonsense! His Majesty merely sees me as a promising talent worthy of cultivation. Besides, how could she possibly harbor feelings for a young eunuch? Noticing the princess's countenance cool, cold, Huanian realized her jealousy was once again stirring. Why should she not appreciate a young eunuch? After all, does not this princess hold affection for you, my little eunuch? What then? Should I avoid the summons of His Majesty? That would surely jeopardize my safety. Cold Huanian recognized that when a woman's jealousy flares, she would scrutinize every word. You are not to develop feelings for my aunt, nor allow her to harbor feelings for you. My dear princess, while I may refrain from nurturing feelings for her, it is beyond my control to dictate her heart's inclinations. Cold Huanian, your dismissive demeanor reveals your ulterior motives towards my aunt. Very well, I shall be candid. What man in this realm could remain unaffected upon encountering Her Majesty? It is akin to asking who could resist the allure of the crown princess. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to have both? The princess felt a pang of jealousy at his words, yet she would not easily concede. How could I dare? The Empress is beyond my reach. Aunt, you dare not imagine, yet you seem to presume that in your heart. I am ultimately inferior to the Empress. Leng Huanian could not help but marvel at how swiftly a woman's jealousy can flare. Princess, how could you harbor jealousy towards your aunt? Do I not have to heed her every expression? I would never dare to contradict her wishes. Therefore, if you have any thoughts, it would be best to directly approach Her Majesty and convey your sentiments. After all, you are akin to family, and she will surely contemplate your words. You make a valid point. Let us proceed with that plan. I shall find time to visit the splendid palace. I trust my aunt would not covet her niece's suitor. Leng Huanian sighed in relief, realizing that one should not panic when faced with troubles. Delegating one's dilemmas to others is often the wisest course of action. Princess Hanyue took Leng Huanian's hand and led her directly to the chambers, where she gracefully shed her garments and reclined upon the bed. Come now, why do you linger in hesitation? Noticing Leng Huanian's unwavering gaze upon her form, Princess Hanyue felt a deep sense of comfort. Snapping back to attention, Leng Huanian began to diligently massage her left breast. Fool, do take a good look and tell me. Is there still a significant disparity between the two sides? Much improved. One might not even discern the difference. Leng Huanian responded while continuing her treatment. Surely you are not weary of gazing upon me, and hence feigning disinterest in continuing the massage, while such an assertion ought to have been a compliment. Princess Hanyue's mind took an unexpected turn. I yearn to embrace the princess and slumber daily and assist her with her therapeutic needs, Leng Huanian declared earnestly. Consider yourself fortunate. Now, remove your clothing. But, princess, it is still early in the day. In matters of the heart, what difference does time make? Undress. Obediently. Leng Huanian shed her garments and nestled into bed, wrapping her arms around Princess Hanyue. Princess, Her Majesty mentioned that if I could reclaim my masculine form, she would permit us to be together. What splendid news. Yet how can you possibly restore yourself? For the sake of the princess, I shall endeavor with all my might. Alas, our time is limited. The envoy from Xi'an will soon arrive. At the mention of the marriage alliance, Princess Hanyue's heart grew heavy. Rest assured, no matter what, I shall not allow you to be wed to the kingdom of Xi'an. If my aunt approves, can you truly oppose? The sadness in Princess Hanyue's voice was palpable. If she supports it, why may I not resist? You are my woman, and I possess the right to oppose. The marriage alliance is a state policy, the sole path to overcoming the Cold Moon Empire. Why do you speak thus, princess? Have you resigned yourself to fate? How could I ever accept such a destiny? If separation is required, if I am to be wed to Xi'an, then I shall choose death. From now on, refrain from uttering such words of death. Have you had enough of life with me? We have yet to bear children, and you speak of dying? Alas, I have 2 younger sisters. This time, when the Xi'an envoy arrives, my aunt must send forth 2 princesses. Regardless, I shall not permit you to go. Leng Huanian held Princess Hanyue tightly, as if fearing that she might be sent away to fulfill a marriage alliance at any moment. The Great Central Empire and the Cold Moon Empire possess comparable strength, both vying to win the favor of the Western Flame Kingdom. Naturally, the Western Flame Kingdom is particularly enamored with the 3 enchanting princesses of the Great Central Empire. And this time, their marriage delegation has set forth with unwavering determination. Such determination is utterly absurd, Those who dare to covet my women shall face dire consequences. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and with my current cultivation at the first layer of the true spirit realm, how can I contend with them? For the sake of the princess, I shall embark on an intense journey to elevate my realm and power starting tomorrow. Chapter 24. Embracing the Empress Princess Cold Moon is well aware of the current limitations of Cold Huanian's cultivation. However, witnessing his determination to strive for her sake deeply touches her heart. Do not push yourself too hard. Cultivation cannot be achieved in an instant. That may be true for others, but I, Cold Huanian, am different. That evening, Cold Huanian continued to stay at the Moonshadow Palace, their intimacy nearly transcending the bounds of mere existence. The next morning, he rose earlier than ever, resolute in his commitment to devote all his time to cultivation. Upon arriving at the splendid palace, he discovered that Empress Dugu was already meditating in practice. Each time he visited her, she was engaged in her training. Her dedication left him in awe. No wonder she is so formidable, a true cultivation fanatic. Even at the pinnacle of the void spirit continent, she remains tireless in her pursuit. Why have you come so early today? Empress Dugu inquired, her eyes still closed. I have resolved to diligently cultivate from this day forth, swiftly elevating my realm and capabilities. Oh, and what prompts this decision? Her eyes fluttered open, curiosity glimmering within. The marriage delegation from the Western Flame Kingdom is soon to enter the palace, and Princess Cold Moon is increasingly anxious. I wish to enhance my strength to protect her. You intend to protect the princess with your current cultivation in the true spirit realm? I will elevate myself rapidly. Thus, Your Majesty, please do not hold back when assisting me in clearing my meridians. Just a few days ago, you hardly suffered. For the princess, such pain is inconsequential. Cold Huanian, I had underestimated you. Do not come to regret this. Your Majesty, I would not harbor regrets even in death. Very well, let us begin. Empress Dugu gestured for Cold Huanian to sit before her. Your Majesty, may I pose a question before we commence? Speak. Your Majesty has already attained the imperial spirit realm, positioned at the apex of this continent. Why do you relentlessly practice day and night? Cold Huanian inquired, his curiosity piqued. The void spirit continent is ultimately a mere speck. The world beyond is vast, teeming with countless formidable experts. Your Majesty, where might these experts be? Is not the imperial spirit realm the pinnacle of cultivation? The pinnacle? The imperial spirit realm is merely the beginning. Beyond lie countless continents akin to the void spirit continent, and above all these realms exists the celestial realm. The celestial realm? Cold Huanian had never before encountered such a concept. In the celestial realm, the highest of worlds, the imperial spirit realm is merely the threshold, above which lies an infinite expanse for advancement. Your Majesty, are you contemplating departing from the great central empire and leaving the void spirit continent? What true cultivator does not yearn for ascension to the celestial realm? Why consider leaving, when Your Majesty possesses an empire and the utmost cultivation within the void spirit continent? Cold Huanian, do you comprehend the greatest aspiration of a cultivator? What? Immortality. Alas, the pinnacle attainable on the void spirit continent is the imperial spirit realm, which does not grant eternal life. Even the highest lifespan within the imperial spirit realm is a mere few thousand years. If I remain here in the void spirit continent, I shall ultimately fade into oblivion. Will ascension to the celestial realm prevent my demise? Not necessarily, but within this continent, due to the constraints of spiritual energy and laws, one can reach only the imperial spirit realm. Only by ascending to the celestial realm can one transcend the limitations of the imperial spirit realm, breaking through to the divine realm. It is only upon reaching the zenith of the divine realm that one may attain immortality. Thus, we are so insignificant. Upon hearing the words of the solitary Empress, Cold Huanian felt both hope and despondency. Your Majesty, when do you intend to ascend to the celestial realm? I am ever prepared to ascend at any moment. Yet it is not merely a matter of desire. It depends on opportunity. Opportunity? Indeed. You might very well be the fortuitous chance I have awaited for many years. Your Majesty, I am but an unremarkable little eunuch. How could I possibly be the opportunity for your ascension? If you believe so, the weight upon me grows heavier. Cold Huanian felt an overwhelming pressure, an odd sensation of being relied upon. Therefore, you must strive doubly hard. Do you not trust in my discernment? Your Majesty, let us commence. Cold Huanian seated himself cross-legged before the solitary Empress, casting aside all distractions, for at his current level, pondering was in vain. With a single breath, he entered a state of cultivation, while the solitary Empress smirked slightly, then exerted her palms, commencing the third round of channeling Cold Huanian's meridians. Cold Huanian still felt pain, while the solitary Empress certainly sensed fatigue. Yet, inexplicably, the two of them persevered for half a day. The Empress's technique had lost the gentleness of the previous two attempts. Cold Huanian endured immense suffering, his teeth grinding audibly, yet he showed no inclination to halt. His cultivation level soared rapidly, from the first layer of the true spirit realm to the second, and ultimately to the pinnacle of the true spirit realm, until he broke through to the first layer of the human spirit realm, and still did not cease. The spiritual energy within Cold Huanian was originally at the imperial spirit realm level. Whenever the solitary Empress utilized her spiritual power to assist in channeling his meridians, she would leave a portion of her own energy within him. Such a boon is exceedingly rare and unique. Even a master would not extend such generosity to a disciple. Though Cold Huanian was entirely unaware of this, the two mighty streams of spiritual energy intertwined and coursed through his entire meridian system. The second layer of the human spirit realm, the third layer of the human spirit realm, seeing that Cold Huanian's cultivation seemed unstoppable, the solitary Empress gradually stabilized the spiritual energy, bringing it to a halt. In the realm of cultivation, Leng Huanian remained at the third layer of the spirit realm, having ceased his ascension. As noon approached, Empress Dugu finally quelled her breath and concluded her practice. Not only was her forehead beaded with sweat, but the back of her black and gold embroidered dragon robe was also dampened. As she focused her energy and gathered her spirit, Leng Huanian gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. The pain that had once engulfed him was now entirely dissipated, and instead, he felt an exhilarating lightness after breaking through a significant barrier. He seated himself behind Empress Dugu and extended his hands to massage her shoulders, neck, and back, eventually intertwining his fingers within her silken tresses to attend to her head. This time, the Empress did not deter him. Her eyes closed, ostensibly in self-regulation, while in truth, her thoughts were wholly consumed by Leng Huanian. She found his technique remarkably adept, and as he needed her, a wave of comfort washed over her, gradually allowing her to relax and immerse herself in this profound pleasure. Unexpectedly, the Empress, in her state of relaxation, drifted into slumber. As Leng Huanian's massage neared its conclusion, he felt her body lean back, and gritting his teeth, he braced her with his own arms. Thus, the slumbering Empress rested quietly against his chest. Chapter 25. The War of Two Nations. Leng Huanian held the Empress with caution, unsure whether she had truly succumbed to sleep or was merely testing him. Regardless, he treated her as if she were awake, refraining from any audacious actions. The tip of his nose brushed against her cascading black locks, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his senses, tempting him to lose himself in its allure. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the Empress opened her eyes, only to find herself nestled within Leng Huanian's embrace. Though not fully encircled, the proximity was undeniably awkward, for she had never been this close to a man before. Leng Huanian, why have you not departed? Your Majesty, upon witnessing you in such serene slumber, how could I bear to leave? I wish to remain by your side eternally. Are you pledging your loyalty to me? Indeed, I vow to safeguard your Majesty forever. Are you the one to protect me, or am I the one to protect you? Leng Huanian. Empress Dugu turned her gaze to meet his eyes, yet Leng Huanian exhibited no trace of anxiety. One day, I shall be able to protect your Majesty. You possess quite the confidence. Come, let us dine together. The Empress turned away, no longer looking at him. Thank you, your Majesty. Once they reached the dining hall, the expansive table was adorned with merely 8 dishes, few in quantity, but exquisite in quality. Leng Huanian could not recognize a single dish, nor discern the nature of the ingredients. However, the flavors were delightful, undoubtedly the work of the imperial chefs. Do not be restrained. Feel free to indulge. At the level of Empress Dugu, whether one ate little or much mattered not. Even prolonged fasting bore no significant consequence. This meal seemed specially prepared for Leng Huanian. Your Majesty, I shall not hold back. Leng Huanian was indeed quite straightforward. Like many young men, he had a taste for delicacies, and he was no exception. With his chopsticks dancing skillfully, The Empress Dugu observed him with a sense of authenticity. Leng Huanian, would you consider serving by my side in the future? The Empress tentatively inquired, not pressing him for an answer. Your humble servant would be honored, he responded. I have vowed to protect your majesty for eternity. Why is that? Everyone in this palace maintains their distance from me. Do you not fear that serving a monarch is akin to walking alongside a tiger? To accompany a monarch is indeed to tread alongside a tiger. One can only hope for a safe retreat if one is both a son and a daughter. What do you mean? Do you see me as a mother tiger? In the eyes of the world, your majesty, are you not perceived as a mother tiger as well? But what of it? I admire and respect this mother tiger. Leng Huanian, you truly do regard me as a mother tiger. Are you not aware that this is an insult? I care not how the world perceives your majesty, be it as a mother tiger or a hellish fiend. To me, you are dear, and I wish to remain by your side forever. Very well, your intentions are understood. Henceforth, you shall remain close to me. I know you desire companionship. Every 7 days, you may rest for 2 days and return to your Qingda palace at night. Your majesty, urgent news from the front lines has arrived. Outside, a palace maid knelt, holding an urgent report from 800 miles away. Come in. Your majesty, this is the urgent report just delivered to the Jinxiu Palace. The maid knelt and presented the report. Dismissed. Leng Huanian, you shall read it. Taking the report from the maid's hands, Leng Huanian watched her retreat and closed the door. Your majesty, there is an emergency at Lingyun City. The Ice Bear King of the Cold Moon Empire has led 100,000 ice bears to attack. And while Lingyun City resists valiantly, the disparity in strength is overwhelming, and reinforcements have yet to arrive. Lingyun City is in grave danger. I, Hongda, swear to share its fate. They have indeed taken action. The conflict between the Great Yang Empire and the Cold Moon Empire had been escalating for some time, and it had finally reached a point where restraint was no longer possible. Alas, Leng Huanian sighed. Why the sigh? I lament my own inadequacy, unable to alleviate your majesty's concerns. Had I been more capable, I would have certainly rushed to the battlefield to confront the Ice Bear clan. Your intention is commendable. It is surprising that the Ice Bear clan is leading the charge. It seems the Ice Bear King Xiong has fully submitted to the Empress of Cold Moon. No wonder. The Empress Dugu appeared contemplative. Your Majesty, no wonder about what? The standoff between the Great Yang Empire and the Cold Moon Empire has persisted for quite some time. Originally, the Ice Bear clan, the Tsung Wolf clan, and the Snow Fox clan of the Cold Moon Empire were not united, which explains the minor skirmishes along the borders. But today, they have truly crossed the threshold. Your Majesty implies that the Cold Moon Empire, once a fragmented entity, is now a formidable force, thus emboldened to wage war against the Great Yang Empire. Your interpretation is correct. The current Cold Moon Empire is more fearsome than ever. Alas, my journey began far too late. I can only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Unable to take action, Cold Huanai slammed his fist onto the dining table, causing the plates atop it to jingle. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly pressed his hands down to steady the trembling surface. Although your journey began later than most, your innate talent is unparalleled among those I have encountered. You can surpass a significant realm in a single day. Your day of training equates to another's year. Just imagine, given time, what heights you could achieve. Therefore, do not rush. Opportunities will abound in the future, the Empress of the Dugu consoled. Your Majesty, you would not intervene personally, would you? No. If I were to take action, the Empress of the Cold Moon would surely retaliate, and then only the two of us might remain standing. I will deploy 100,000 dragon riders to support Lingyun City. 100,000 dragon riders? Is Lingyun City of such importance? Lingyun City, in itself, may not hold great significance, but it is the primary battlefield for the war between our two nations. The outcome here will affect the honor of both realms. Should Lingyun City fall, the Great Central Empire would lose face, and the Ice Bear clan would breach the borders, advancing deep into the heart of the Great Central Empire. The Empress of the Dugu, having ruled for many years, spoke with piercing clarity. I understand now. As long as we can hold Lingyun City, the longer we endure, the more impatient the Cold Moon Empire will become. Indeed, however, war ultimately hinges on resources, while the terrain of the Great Central is advantageous. Its natural resources pale in comparison to those of the Cold Moon. 80% of the spirit stones on the ethereal spirit continent are within the Cold Moon Empire. How can this be? The Cold Moon Empire boasts multiple ice crystal mountain ranges, which are rich in spirit stones, the most vital resource on the ethereal spirit continent. In essence, war is a battle for resources. I see. If war breaks out between the two nations, how long can the treasury of the Great Central sustain itself? 6 months. The Empress of the Dugu spoke with a calm voice, though internally she felt a pang. This was indeed her sore spot. 6 months. How can we contend against the Cold Moon Empire with such a limited time frame? Other than my modest progress in cultivation, I truly struggle with managing the empire. Perhaps I am not suited to be a sovereign. Your Majesty, do not be so humble. Governance is but one aspect. The loyalty of the realm and the submission of the people are also a testament to your capability and charm. Cold Huanian was not merely flattering. No one is perfect. And even the Empress of the Dugu could not achieve flawlessness. Cold Huanian, the treasury of the Great Central is depleted. Do you have any strategies to address this? Please allow me a moment to contemplate. Of course, this matter has troubled me for many years, and I have yet to devise an appropriate solution. My subordinates are mostly inept, alas. Your Majesty, do not be anxious. As a traveler from another world, Cold Huanian possessed numerous avenues for generating wealth. The realms of the internet, video, and online commerce yield swift returns. However, the Great Central Empire has not yet evolved to such a stage. Thus, the focus must shift towards manufacturing. In his former life on Blue Star, the wealthiest individual was Zhong Shanshan, the founder of Nongfu Spring, a testament to the profitability of water distribution. Another lucrative enterprise was Guizhou Matai, the highest market-valued company on the A-share market, the only one exceeding a valuation of 20 trillion. It seems that brewing wine is also highly profitable. Contemplating this, Leng Huanian conceived a brilliant idea, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Could it be that Leng Huanian has struck upon a remarkable notion? The Empress Dugu, despite her shortcomings in governance, possesses an undeniable acumen in discerning talent. Your Majesty, I have 2 exceptional schemes for generating wealth. Oh, pray, do share them with me. One involves the transportation of water, and the other, the art of winemaking. What do you mean by transporting water? The Empress Dugu found it somewhat perplexing. It entails discovering a natural mineral water source, bottling this pristine spring water, and distributing it nationwide, even abroad. But water is ubiquitous. Every household has it. Who would purchase water to drink? The water I intend to sell will be decidedly unique. In what manner will it differ? I seek a natural mineral water source, from which I shall sell this refreshing, sweet, and nutrient-rich water across the land, even to the far reaches of the spirit realm. Will there truly be buyers? Of course, this alone is insufficient. If the water I discover possesses miraculous properties akin to elixirs, enhancing health, dispelling maladies, restoring youth, Your Majesty, do you not believe such water would entice consumers? The Empress Dugu fell into deep contemplation, musing that even she would be tempted by such divine water. Your Majesty, what is the population of the Great Central? Over 1 billion souls. Very well. If we could cultivate a habit among these 1 billion individuals to consume this extraordinary mineral water, even if only 10% partake, would our profits not be substantial? The logic is sound, but do you possess the confidence to persuade them to pay for your water? I am utterly confident. However, I will require Your Majesty's support. Whenever you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. But regarding the wine, how do you plan to proceed? The Great Central already boasts 2 renowned brands, by Jixiang and Wuxingchun, both century-old establishments. How will you compete with them in winemaking? I have sampled Wuxingchun at the Moonshadow Palace. While it is a tribute wine, I find it rather mediocre. The alcohol content is too low. Pray tell, how exceptional can a 30-degree wine be? Leng Huanian's decision to venture into winemaking was significantly influenced by his experience with Wuxingchun. Such a diluted beverage could barely be deemed worthy of tribute status. Is a 30-degree wine not sufficiently potent? In my view, it falls far short. A truly exceptional wine must exceed 50 degrees to fully express its rich aroma. Feitian Matai is 53 degrees, and Weiyang in its crystal bottle is 52 degrees. Since such esteemed examples exist, I shall unhesitatingly emulate their excellence. Admittedly, I know my wine may still be far from Matai and Weiyang, yet my competitors are of an entirely different caliber, thus I remain optimistic. Can you truly brew a wine of 50 degrees? I hold a 70% certainty. Who exactly are you, Leng Huanian? The Empress Dugu gazed at him as one would a curious creature. She had always regarded him favorably, yet at this moment, he seemed strangely unfamiliar. Your Majesty, I am Leng Huanian, one who wishes to eternally stand by your side, devoted to safeguarding you throughout your life. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Go ahead and act freely. The management of water and the brewing of wine are entirely in your hands. The rise and fall of the great Central Empire rests upon your shoulders. I am grateful for your Majesty's profound trust. Leng Huanian felt immensely fortunate to have encountered a wise ruler as he prepared to showcase his ambitions within the great Central Empire. The Empress, Dugu, retrieved a palm-sized gold medal from her waist and handed it to Leng Huanian. He lowered his gaze to inspect it and discovered it was indeed a genuine gold medal, one side smooth as a mirror, the other a matte finish, adorned solely with a sunken imperial character. Your Majesty, what is this? This is my gold medal, intended for your protection, as you have yet to ascend in your cultivation. The world outside is fraught with peril. This medal shall provide you with a modicum of safety. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor. Do not underestimate the dangers surrounding you. Baixiang and Wuxingchun are formidable entities. Baixiang is the foremost among the 4 prominent families of the Great Central Empire, with the Liuhechen family's enterprises, while Wuxingchun pertains to the current Chancellor Zhen Huairan's domain. Should you venture into the brewing business, competing against them will not be a simple endeavor. Is the Chancellor permitted to engage in commerce? Shouldn't Your Majesty intervene? I would wish to. But the Zhen family has held the chancellorship for generations, deeply rooted in the Great Central Empire. I cannot act against them lightly. A heavy hand could destabilize the nation, especially with the Cold Moon Empire lurking nearby. Your Majesty, as the foremost figure of the ethereal realm, cannot even manage a chancellor? Zhen Huairan, aside from his greed, has not committed any acts of rebellion. His actions remain within my tolerance. Your Majesty, the national treasury is dwindling. It appears that the wealth of the Great Central Empire is flowing into Zhen's coffers. Leng Huanian internally scoffed, recognizing this as the Great Central's version of Hishan. The Chancellor's influence was too entrenched. While I could eliminate him, his absence would plunge the empire into chaos. For now, I shall refrain from action. Should you require assistance, seek the command of the embroidered-clad envoy, Yusan. However, bear this in mind. When conflict arises with the Chancellor's residence, do not seek Yusan's aid. He was originally a rogue, elevated to his position by Zhen Huairan himself. Your Majesty, can you truly tolerate this? Is your formidable prowess merely for show? Leng Huanian was astonished to find the illustrious Empress of the Great Central Empire, Dugu, so burdened by helplessness. There is no alternative. The Chancellor's power is deeply intertwined. I can either remain a solitary figure or turn a blind eye. Thus, Leng Huanian, I must rely on you moving forward, and I hope my judgment is not flawed. Your Majesty, I shall carefully contemplate the dual projects of water creation and wine brewing. A well-sharpened axe does not hinder the woodcutter's work. Once I have formulated a detailed plan, I shall commence formally. Is there anything you require me to address? Not at the moment. I merely wish to consult with you. Is there a water source in the Great Central Empire that surpasses the lake atop the Wanren Snow Mountain? Do you intend to utilize the lake on Wanren Snow Mountain as your water source? Not exactly. That lake is a hot spring. While the water quality is excellent, it is unsuitable for drinking. I seek a glacial lake, one that is bone-chillingly cold, with pristine water rich in minerals. Ultimately, it must possess qualities akin to an elixir of immortality. Indeed, there is one. At the far eastern edge of the Great Central Empire lies the magnificent White Dragon Valley, home to a vast lake known as the Lake of Renewal. The name Revitalizing Lake strikes one as peculiar. It is said that drinking from its waters can cure ailments and dispel misfortunes, allowing the elderly to regain their youth and the young to preserve their vitality eternally. Such wonders, are they true or mere fables? One cannot ascertain, for no one who has ventured to Revitalizing Lake in Balong Valley has ever returned alive. Chapter 27. The Scale Shadow Sword Technique. Is Revitalizing Lake truly that terrifying? Leng Huanian found himself taken aback. The lake itself is not fearsome. Rather, the White Dragon of Balong Valley is a source of great terror. Just how formidable is this dragon? Leng Huanian was curious, noting that even the renowned Empress Dugu seemed to harbor trepidation towards it. You would do well to inquire with Dugu Feng. She has a profound connection with that dragon. Let me put it this way. Even when I joined forces with Dugu Feng, we could not subdue it. Is it truly that powerful? If so, Does that mean our quest for water from revitalizing lake is in vain? That was centuries ago. What the situation is now remains unknown. If you truly require the water, I can accompany you on this journey. But your majesty, I would not wish for you to take such a risk. Fear not. That creature cannot stray far from Baolong Valley. If we cannot defeat it, as long as we can retreat from the valley, we shall be safe. Your majesty, I am prepared to conjure water with my left hand and brew liquor with my right, tackling both tasks simultaneously. Very well, but you must first elevate your realm. Only then will I feel assured of your ability to venture forth. I intend to fully open and expand your meridians within the remaining 18 days, enabling a significant leap in your realm. I shall also teach you a sword technique for your self-preservation. Your majesty's kindness is a debt I shall repay with my life. I seek not your life. Your continued existence is the greatest repayment you can offer me. Now, I bestow upon you the national treasure of Daong, the Scale Shadow Sword. In a flourish, Empress Dugu conjured a sword from seemingly thin air. The scabbard was entirely black, and a golden dragon's head coiled around the hilt. She unsheathed the Scale Shadow Sword, and a sudden chill enveloped Leng Huanian, emanating an immense killing intent. The blade gleamed golden, adorned with patterns resembling dragon scales. This sword was my companion in establishing the Daong Empire, a weapon of unparalleled ferocity. None can withstand its brilliance. You may try to grasp it. As Leng Huanian took the Scale Shadow Sword from the Empress's hands, he found it somewhat heavy, a testament to his currently modest realm. A magnificent sword. Though he had little experience with blades, he recognized the quality at a glance. Give it to me. Empress Dugu reclaimed the sword from Leng Huanian and brandished it before her. Then, in an instant, both she and the sword vanished. Leng Huanian scanned his surroundings, bewildered. Your Majesty, he called out tentatively. Slowly, Empress Dugu reappeared, the Scale Shadow Sword still in her grasp. What just occurred, Your Majesty? Did you become invisible? Indeed. This Scale Shadow Sword lives up to its name. Upon mastering the second technique of the Scale Shadow Sword play, one can achieve a union of body and sword, allowing for invisibility. How extraordinary! Your Majesty, please teach me the methods of cultivation. Leng Huanian was deeply intrigued by this sword technique. The Scale Shadow Sword technique is a unique martial art of my own creation, consisting of merely 3 strikes, which can also be referred to as the 3 swords, each more formidable than the last. Only 3 swords? Indeed, merely 3, yet do not underestimate their potency. The first sword, falling light, with a speed akin to a meteor's descent. The second sword, twin shadows, where the sword and its wielder become one, concealing themselves to strike at an opportune moment. The third sword, void, a single strike encompassing myriad phenomena, rendering heaven and earth silent, ultimately culminating in nothingness. Your Majesty, it is not my intention to flatter, but these 3 swords possess an impressive resonance merely by their names. Leng Huanian took back the Scale Shadow Sword, now his own, and he found it perplexing that the Empress, the solitary figure of unmatched prowess, would gift him such a precious weapon. Although the Scale Shadow Sword technique comprises only 3 strikes, it is unparalleled in the realm of ethereal combat. Your Majesty, I have no means to repay you. Might I assist you with another massage? Let us postpone it to tomorrow, for you have already aided me today. Very well. Leng Huanian felt a surge of joy, realizing that the Empress did not seem averse to him assisting her with massages, perhaps even deriving some enjoyment from it. Just as he was lost in thought, the Empress interrupted his reverie. Leng Huanian, I shall now teach you the Scale Shadow Sword technique. Come, let us venture outside the city. If the Empress soared through the skies with the help of her sword, she seemed to walk upon the air itself. She wrapped her arms around Leng Huanian's waist, and together they flew like shooting stars, swiftly departing from the heights of Weiyang Palace. How does this sensation of flight feel to you? She inquired. Good. Though being embraced by your Majesty feels somewhat awkward, I look forward to the day when I can hold you in my arms while soaring through the skies. Leng Huanian expressed with unwavering determination, which did not escape the keen perception of the Empress. Why the hesitation? You are not truly a man. What is there to be embarrassed about? Your Majesty, I consider myself at least half a man. Men possess their dignity. Very well, I hope you find your dignity soon. Steady yourself. As soon as the Empress finished her words, she accelerated their flight, and Leng Huanian felt himself sway momentarily before gripping her tightly. After about half an hour, The Empress brought him to land upon a mountain. Your Majesty, is this mountain perhaps called Broken Blade Mountain? This mountain was nameless, originally towering 1,000 feet. Yet now its peak has been sheared away. Thus, calling it Broken Blade Mountain is quite fitting. The Empress nodded in acknowledgement of the name. Who could have severed this peak? None other than I. It was here on Broken Blade Mountain that I both created and refined the scale shadow sword technique. Oh, I see. The peak has been halved by your Majesty. It must have required immense patience and perseverance. Leng Huanian regarded the woman before him anew. She possessed not only a breathtaking visage and an alluring figure, but also remarkable tenacity. This is nothing. You too shall discover your own joy within it. By the way, Leng Huanian, I forgot to inquire, what brings you joy in life? Pursuing women? Your Majesty jest. I am merely a humble eunuch. How could I dare to pursue women? Oh, why do both General Dugu Feng and Princess Dugu Hanyue hold such deep affections for you? I cannot fathom it. I am merely a novice eunuch in the palace. Even if I possessed 8 lives, I would not dare to provoke General Feng or Princess Hanyue. Your charm is indeed remarkable. The Empress Dugu scrutinized Leng Huanian's visage, which was undeniably handsome, evoking a sense of fondness. It is no wonder. It is the favor of General Feng and Princess Hanyue that I deeply appreciate. Leng Huanian, even if you were an ordinary man, to desire both Fenger and Yue would be akin to a fool's dream, let alone as a mere eunuch. I am terrified. Leng Huanian completely lowered his posture, his hands at his sides, head bowed. Speaking of which, I recall an amusing incident. Your esteemed General Feng actually inquired if there were any means to restore your masculinity. The Empress Dugu, her frosty countenance softened momentarily, smiled gently, captivating the room. Your Majesty, do I still have hope? What do you think? Are you like leeks, capable of regrowing after being cut? The Empress Dugu stifled a laugh, yet still felt the need to maintain her imperial authority before Leng Huanian. Chapter 28. The Phoenix emerges alas. Leng Huanian feigned a sigh. Of course, in this world, anything is possible. Perhaps surprises await us. Enough of this. Today I shall teach you the first sword of the scale shadow swordsmanship, Falling Light. The Empress Dugu took the scale shadow sword, inhaled deeply, and thrust it towards the broken peak, causing rocks to splinter and the peak to diminish slightly. This sword comprises 999 thrusting techniques, which I will demonstrate one by one. You shall select the one that suits you best. But the most critical aspect is speed. Speed. Leng Huanian pondered. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is paramount. Even the mightiest opponent cannot harm you if you strike first with a sword to their throat. That makes sense. Leng Huanian nodded repeatedly. However, this sword, Falling Light, cannot simply be executed swiftly. Mere physical training of your arms is insufficient. You must attune your mind to the scale shadow sword, using your intent to guide it, to unleash its full potential. The same applies to the second and third swords. To be frank, I can share insights about the second sword, but the third sword must be comprehended solely by you, as each individual's understanding of the void sword is distinct. Your Majesty, I understand. Excellent. Now, I shall demonstrate all 999 thrusting techniques of Falling Light. Pay close attention. The Empress Dugu, wielding the scale shadow sword, struck the broken peak from various angles, delivering 999 thrusts. Yet in Leng Huanian's eyes, there was but a single strike. The Empress, having executed all 999 thrusts, remained composed, sheathed her sword, and presented it to Leng Huanian. Did you discern any insights? Which thrust did you favor most? Your Majesty, I saw only one strike. Splendid. The Empress Dugu's heart fluttered slightly. This Leng Huanian is truly extraordinary. Leng Huanai, wielding the scaled shadow sword, closed his eyes and thrust it toward the jagged peak. He heard the sound of the blades slicing through the air, followed by the impact against the rock. The scaled shadow sword penetrated the stone by an inch, but failed to shatter it completely. A hint of embarrassment washed over Leng Huanai as the sword fell short of its mark, becoming lodged in the rock, unable to be withdrawn. Do not fret. Your realm is still too low, yet that thrust was remarkably proficient, a voice reassured him. Reluctantly, Leng Huanai held onto the hilt of the sword as the Empress Dugu placed her hand over his, gently exerting pressure, allowing the sword to slowly emerge from the stone. Continue. At the Empress's command, Leng Huanai, gripping the scaled shadow sword, unleashed a flurry of strikes against the peak, each one distinct yet increasingly swift. He persisted for 2 hours, until his arms grew weary and he could barely lift them. "How do you fare?" the Empress inquired, placing her delicate hand upon his right shoulder, channeling her energy to restore his fatigued muscles. "This thrust has already fused with the depths of my heart." "Excellent. We shall conclude our practice for today. We will return tomorrow." Indeed, the Empress once again embraced Leng Huanian at the waist, and they soared into the air. Leng Huanian found himself unintentionally holding her closer. "Are you afraid, or are you merely taking advantage of me? Which would your Majesty prefer me to be? I cannot discern, but I may have developed an affection for you, wishing for closeness." Upon uttering these words, Leng Huanian tightened his embrace. The Empress's expression remained serene, though Leng Huanian could not detect any significant shift in her demeanor. However, in a fleeting moment when she tilted her head aside, a subtle smile graced her lips. The Empress transported Leng Huanian directly to the Chengde Palace, descending from the heavens in a manner that surely sparked some commotion. Among the numerous young eunuchs in the observation courtyard, a few managed to witness this astonishing spectacle. As the Empress cradled Leng Huanian from the sky to the ground, several wide-eyed eunuchs found themselves momentarily dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. It was more surreal than a dream. Stewardly, inspecting the courtyard, was fortunate enough to witness the scene as well. "My brother is indeed extraordinary. Stop gawking and get moving." In good spirits, yet utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, Leng Huanian felt his arms sore and heavy. He made his way to his chamber to rest. Just as he lay down, a commotion arose from the floor. Glancing toward the wall, he was astonished to see the enormous white egg he had brought back from the towering snowy mountains rolling about. Being considerate, he had placed it on the room's blanket upon his return. The egg rolled several times, revealing a crack in its shell, from which a golden tip emerged, followed by a quick, curious head that surveyed its surroundings before emerging entirely from the shell. Though the little creature appeared quite bare with hardly a feather, Leng Huanian surmised that this adorable being was none other than the ice phoenix. From the moment the little creature hatched, her 2 round, glimmering eyes were fixated on Leng Huanian. Initially, she wobbled on her tiny legs, but after a brief moment, she dashed to his feet, flapping her chubby wings. Leng Huanian gently cradled her in his hands. The little one was considerably larger than an adult bird. After all, she was a phoenix, and her mother, in her battle stance, stretched 100 feet in length. Though Leng Huanian had never raised a phoenix, he had cared for parrots in his previous life. So he decided to treat this little ice phoenix as a larger parrot. After all, regardless of the bird species, chicks spend their days with their mouths agape, waiting for nourishment. Yet, this little creature seemed to possess a sense of thought. Her eyes sparkled not with mere hunger, but with a profound curiosity about the world around her. He crushed some nuts for her to eat, and while she opened her mouth, there was no frantic eagerness for the food. Indeed, she was no ordinary bird. Her demeanor and stature were distinctly remarkable. The little one remained close to Leng Huanian, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. It is said that when birds hatch, the first creature they see becomes their mother, and Leng Huanian felt that this little one had adopted him as her maternal figure. He could not explain the situation to her, so he chose to embrace the misunderstanding. Leng Huanian sensed that this little ice phoenix was entirely different from ordinary birds. Not only was she large and beautiful, but she also seemed to possess an extraordinary intelligence. She listened intently to every word he spoke and occasionally nodded in agreement, leaving him somewhat bewildered. While most hatchlings emerge with closed eyes, unable to walk or fly, this little creature was already on her feet, and Leng Huanian suspected that given another couple of days for her wings to grow feathers, she would soon take flight. Indeed, the little ice phoenix was exceptional. The following morning, upon rising, Leng Huanian discovered that while she had only a few feathers on her head and wings the previous day, she was now adorned with a layer of pristine white fluff covering her entire body. She looked splendid in her snowy plumage, and with fondness, he lifted her into his arms, gently rubbing her little head. "From now on, I shall call you Shuer." Chapter 29. The 21st day. Shuer seemed to comprehend Leng Huanian's words and nodded in response. "Ah, you truly are a spirit beast. Shall I take you to meet the Empress?" Shuer nodded again. Leng Huanian placed her upon his shoulder, and together they made their way to the splendid palace. "Has she hatched?" The Empress, Dugu, immediately recognized Shuer as the little ice phoenix perched on Leng Huanian's shoulder. Indeed, This spirit beast is quite affectionate. Leng Huanian reached out to stroke Shui's head. Spirit beast? You underestimate her. She is a divine beast. At this revelation, Leng Huanian was somewhat taken aback, and Shui raised her head even higher. How could there be a divine beast in the void spirit continent? Besides, her mother, the great ice phoenix, is merely at the emperor spirit level, is she not? Her mother possessed the empyrean spirit realm, which was constrained by the laws of the void spirit continent. This land is not solely inhabited by a single divine beast. The white dragon of the White Dragon Valley is also a divine creature, perhaps both having been cast away from elsewhere to the void spirit continent. So, how shall I nurture this little one? Care for her well, as she shares a close bond with you and will undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. Very well. Leng Huanian once more affectionately patted Shui's little head. Let us commence. We must also venture to the Blade Break Mountain shortly. Leng Huanian set Shui aside to play on her own, while he seated himself before the solitary Empress. Time was of the essence, as Leng Huanian had numerous matters to attend to. Thus, today the solitary Empress did not suppress his realm, allowing him to continue his advancement. Unlike others, Leng Huanian possessed innate spiritual energy equivalent to the empyrean spirit realm within him. The only hindrance was his obstructed meridians, enabling his rapid progress without significant peril. Today, the solitary Empress dedicated 3 hours to unblocking and expanding his meridians, facilitating his elevation from the third layer of the human spirit realm to the first layer of the earth spirit realm. With each breakthrough in his realm, the pain throughout his body dissipated, leaving him feeling remarkably light. However, the solitary Empress experienced the contrary, growing increasingly fatigued with each session. Leng Huanian continued to massage her shoulders and back, and the solitary Empress, accustomed to his ministrations, comfortably leaned against him for a brief respite. After a quarter of an hour, he ceased his efforts and gently placed her against his legs, though his movement roused her from her slumber. No more resting. We must head to Blade Break Mountain. Leng Huanian, do you not find that ascending in level is becoming increasingly arduous? Your Majesty has toiled greatly, and perhaps finds each endeavor more exhausting than the last. I am unperturbed. Witnessing such a prodigy like you rise gradually under my guidance makes all the effort worthwhile. The two, along with the phoenix, set forth once more, the solitary Empress embracing Leng Huanian's waist as they soared through the air, while Shui clung tightly to Leng Huanian's shoulder. Today marked her inaugural flight at great heights. Upon reaching Blade Break Mountain, Leng Huanian skillfully drew the scale shadow sword. First, practice the first sword technique, falling light. After 1,000 thrusts, I will teach you the second sword technique, twin shadows. Leng Huanian entrusted Shui to the solitary Empress, grasping the scale shadow sword. He executed 1,000 thrusts with his preferred technique and utmost swiftness, causing the peak to diminish further. Who had it offended? Well done, Leng Huanian. Your falling light technique has shown promise. Continue this practice daily for 1,000 repetitions, and then I shall teach you the second technique, twin shadows. Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian was eager to begin. In truth, this sword technique requires little instruction. It is more vital for you to establish a connection with the scale shadow sword, achieving unity between man and sword. Thus, you must comprehend it on your own, relaxing your body and spirit, allowing your soul to merge with the scale shadow sword. Leng Huanian found this to be rather enigmatic, and when it came to practical application, he felt even more perplexed. He could only muster the courage to attempt it. It seemed that achieving unity with the scale shadow sword in a short time would be unattainable. Leng Huanian practiced the scale shadow sword technique throughout the afternoon, and as dusk approached, the two, along with the phoenix, finally returned to the Weiyang Palace. Cold Huanian, where are you headed? I would trouble your Majesty to escort me back to the Qingda Palace. In recent days, both Dugu and Dugu Hanyu have been absent. I wonder if they might direct their ire towards you. These past few days, my cultivation has been exceedingly exhausting, compounded by the need to care for this little rascal. I truly lack the energy to spare. They are both reasonable women and would not lose their temper. Reasonable? Dugu Empress shot a glance at Cold Huanian, thinking to herself, you have no idea of their formidable nature. Once again, the Dugu Empress flew Cold Huanian back to the Qingda Palace, where the crowd surrounding the observation yard was even larger than the day before. After delivering Cold Huanian, the Dugu Empress returned to the embroidered palace. Cold Huanian prepared some nuts for Shui heir to nibble on. Exhausted from the day, Cold Huanian had no desire for dinner and collapsed onto the bed. However, he had not yet fallen asleep when Dugu Feng arrived, having been informed by the Dugu Empress of Cold Huanian's return to the Qing Palace. After 2 days apart, Dugu Feng could no longer contain herself. She flew directly to the Qingda Palace on her sword, leaving the young eunuchs in the observation yard in a state of contemplation, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Huanian, Dugu Feng gently called as she reached Cold Huanian's bedside. Sister Feng. Upon seeing Dugu Feng, Cold Huanian's fatigue vanished, and he hurriedly sat up. Shui heir, with her big eyes, looked curiously at Dugu Feng, unafraid yet not overly affectionate. Is this the little ice phoenix? Yes. She just hatched yesterday. Isn't she adorable? Adorable. May I touch her? Dugu Feng prepared to reach out. Not just yet. Cold Huanian cradled Shui heir, gently stroking her head. Let your sister hold you. Be good. He then handed Shui heir to Dugu Feng, who held her as if cradling a precious treasure. Upon learning that Cold Huanian had not yet dined, Dugu Feng went to the kitchen and prepared 3 dishes and a soup, joining him for dinner. That evening, she naturally stayed in the Qingda Palace, and they lay together in bed, while Shui heir observed Dugu Feng from the floor, feeling a twinge of jealousy, which Dugu Feng felt a bit awkward about in return. As long as Dugu Feng could lie in Cold Huanian's embrace and be with him, she had no particular demands. Even if they were not intimate that night, she could accept it. The following morning, Cold Huanian set off early for the embroidered palace, leaving Shui heir at home while Dugu Feng stayed to care for her. This routine continued for 21 days. As the Dugu Empress had stated that Cold Huanian's meridian unblocking and expansion would require 21 days to complete thoroughly. While diligently practicing each day, Cold Huanian also advanced his plans for water creation and brewing wine. He summoned several of the nation's most renowned craftsmen, entrusting them with the design of bottles he had conceived. Ultimately, he selected the one he found most satisfactory from a dozen options, and he proceeded to initiate mass production of the bottles. To maintain confidentiality, Leng Huanian positioned the royal winery within the walls of Weiyang Palace. The Empress Dugu specially authorized the construction of an expansive vineyard with a contingent of elite guards stationed daily around the royal winery. All necessary brewing tools and ingredients had been meticulously prepared. The most crucial element for brewing, the fermentation starter, had been diligently arranged by Leng Huanian in advance. It was imperative for his wine to surpass all others. Everything was in readiness, awaiting Leng Huanian's arrival. On the 21st day, he came to the Jingxiu Palace for his final session of cultivation. Chapter 30. The Empress's favor. Leng Huanian arrived early at the Jingxiu Palace, finding the Empress Dugu in meditation. In perfect unison, he took a seat before her. Without opening her eyes, she placed her palms on his back, allowing a torrent of spiritual energy to surge into his body. After 20 days of enhancement, Leng Huanian had reached the 9th level of the King's Spirit Realm, marking him as an exceptional master within the realm of Zuling. The objective for today was for the Empress to elevate him to the Emperor's Spirit Realm, thus positioning him amongst the pinnacle of Zuling masters. The Empress infused her entire reservoir of spiritual energy into Leng Huanian, ensuring that his meridians flowed freely, not merely unobstructed but expanded to their utmost potential. In truth, Leng Huanian had remained at the King's Spirit Realm for an entire 5 days, solidifying his foundation. Today, as the Empress's energy merged with his, it coursed through his meridians with fervor. The two forces amalgamated into one, endowing Leng Huanian with the equivalent of 2 portions of Emperor-level spiritual energy within him. For an ordinary individual, such a phenomenon would have resulted in catastrophe. Yet Leng Huanian's meridians, tempered like gold, possessed remarkable resilience after 21 days of refinement. At last, he achieved another breakthrough, ascending directly from the 9th level of the King's Spirit Realm to the 1st level of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, formally entering the ranks of Zuling's elite. The Empress, filled with satisfaction, regarded him as the most extraordinary genius she had ever encountered. In 21 days, he traversed a path that would take others 200 years. Leng Huanian's talent was undeniably prodigious, undoubtedly aided by the innate spiritual energy of the Emperor's Spirit Realm that resided within him since childhood. The Empress withdrew her energy, concluding her final assistance in broadening his meridians, leaving her fatigued. The higher Leng Huanian's realm, the greater the effort she needed to exert for this last occasion. She retained half of her spiritual energy within him, leaving her somewhat weakened. Now, having attained the Emperor's spirit realm, he stood merely 2 major realms below the Empress. And he was acutely aware of her sacrifices. This time, instead of hastily offering her a massage, he embraced her gently, pulling her into his arms. Unlike before, the Empress did not succumb to slumber. Leng Huanian, are you taking advantage of my weakness? She teased. He remained silent, cradling her in his arms, feeling as though he was holding his beloved. Let us depart for Duanjin Mountain, she insisted, attempting to rise. Yet, Leng Huanian tightened his hold, preventing her from getting up. Your Majesty, we shall not proceed today. The first 2 swords I have mastered thoroughly, yet the third remains elusive. Did you not say that this sword is ethereal and cannot be wielded without attaining the imperial spirit realm? Leng Huanian, you are unlike others. Perhaps you are capable of creating miracles. Your Majesty, you seem fatigued, and I wish to keep you here with me. Why not indulge in a hot spring to relax? Ah, what a splendid idea. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? Truth be told, I have long been enamored with your Majesty, unable to extricate myself from my affections. Very well. I shall bestow upon you the national treasure and impart the first sword technique of ethereal spirit. Yet, you still seek more than my gifts. Does your Majesty not harbor at least a hint of affection for me? Leng Huanian gently cradled the exquisite face of the Empress Dugu, tenderly brushing her hair while gazing earnestly into her beautiful eyes. The Empress felt a wave of shyness under his gaze, unsure of how to respond. She closed her eyes, perhaps accepting his unspoken intentions. Yet, Leng Huanian was bolder than she anticipated, leaning down to press his lips against her delicate cherry blossom mouth. The Empress Dugu suddenly opened her eyes, while Leng Huanian closed his, thus avoiding any awkwardness that might arise from their gazes meeting. She did not resist. Though her heart was tumultuous, eventually, she slowly closed her eyes again. At that moment, Leng Huanian opened his eyes and kissed the most exalted woman in the world with sincerity, his heart soaring with joy. After a long while, their lips parted. After 2 millennia, the Empress Dugu finally embraced and kissed a man. Though Leng Huanian was but a minor eunuch, he bestowed upon her the most exquisite sensations. He held her face against his chest, relishing the happiest and proudest moment of his life, cradling the most powerful, capable, and noble woman in the realm of ethereal spirit. Your Majesty, I shall carry you to the hot spring. Yes, Leng Huanian nearly leaped with joy. His arms wrapped around the Empress Dugu as they made their way to the hot spring. Just as he intended to help her remove her garments, she seized his wrist. You greedy soul, is today not enough for you? Your Majesty, it is my eagerness that betrays me, for I am too fond of you. I shall return shortly. I must devote my energy to those 2 matters to alleviate your burdens. It is best that you think this way. Will you brew the wine first or create the water? Let us brew the wine first. Creating water requires a journey to the White Dragon Valley and the Rejuvenation Lake. Today, your Majesty has left half of your spiritual power within me. I wish for you to rest and restore your spirit before we venture to the Rejuvenation Lake. Indeed. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will think of you, whether awake or dreaming. You have my permission to think of me. Go. With a light-hearted step, Leng Huanian departed from the resplendent palace, feeling that today marked the pinnacle of his existence. His personal cultivation had reached the imperial spirit realm, and he had kissed the Empress. Each achievement was a monumental joy, and he had claimed both in a single day. The solitary Empress dispatched all her palace maids beyond the confines of the bathing chamber. She shed her garments, revealing herself as a stunning jade sculpture, exuding unparalleled elegance as she gracefully stepped into the hot spring pool, marking this day as one of her most extraordinary and memorable. As Leng Huanian arrived at the Qingda Hall, a flurry of white suddenly darted towards him, leaping into his embrace. It was none other than the little ice phoenix. In just 20 days, she had grown a full set of feathers, her entire form a pristine white, reminiscent of pure ice and snow. Now, she could traverse the heavens and earth with ease. During the day, while Leng Huanian devoted his time to cultivation, both Dugu Feng and Princess Han Yue took turns caring for her, ensuring that she consumed ample nuts and fruits. Yet, curiously, Xuer had become a vegetarian, often appearing as though she were untouched by worldly affairs. Despite this peculiarity, her growth was remarkably swift, her beauty transformed daily, becoming more exquisite with each passing moment. Truly, the divine beast lived up to its name. From the day she hatched, she could comprehend human speech, and over the past 20 days, she had developed an understanding akin to that of a child. Even at night, she would burrow into Leng Huanian's bed, though when Dugu Feng was present, she dutifully remained curled up in her little nest by the side of the bed. Although Dugu Feng occasionally took on the responsibility of feeding Shui, the little creature exhibited a desire for Dugu Feng not to stay overnight at the Qingda Hall. Thus, at times, Shui would regard Dugu Feng with a hint of jealousy, a testament to her precocious nature. Chapter 31. The Genius of Brewing in the Early Morning. The melodious chirping of birds roused Leng Huanian from his slumber. Not only he, but even Shui was awakened, the irritable creature calling out at the door, causing a sudden hush to fall over the entire Weiyang Palace. Perhaps this was the influence of her noble bloodline. After freshening up, Leng Huanian prepared breakfast for both himself and Shui. Once they had finished, he affectionately patted Shui on the head, saying, "Shui, I will be quite busy for the time being. You may play by yourself and can leave the Qingda Hall, but you must not venture beyond the walls of the Weiyang Palace. The outside world is fraught with dangers. Should you be captured, I would never see you again. Nor you me. Do you understand?" Shui nodded, comprehending his words and their implications. Arriving early at the royal distillery, today marked the beginning of Leng Huanian's grand endeavor to create a commercial marvel. The entire distillery was under his command. Having observed his grandfather brew baijiu annually back on Blue Star, he had retained much of that knowledge. The selection of ingredients for baijiu was both an art and a science. While it could be deemed simple, it also required discernment. Sorghum, corn, wheat, rice, glutinous rice, barley, and even buckwheat and green barley could serve as raw materials for brewing. Fruits, too, could be fermented, yielding fruit wine, which fell outside this category. Though one might argue that brewing did not necessitate meticulous ingredient selection, since any sugar or starch-containing material could suffice, the reality was that only by choosing the right ingredients could one produce superior liquor. For his inaugural brewing attempt, Leng Huanian sought not to innovate, but rather to replicate the classic recipe. The primary ingredients for the renowned Feitian Matai were simply three: sorghum, wheat, and water. Without hesitation, Leng Huanian opted for these three choices. He now aimed to select the finest natural spring water available. Once the Chuanhu Lake could be managed, that location would serve as a stable source for both water production and brewing. Naturally, he could not yet master the intricate techniques of Maotai, as their high-temperature fermentation and secondary input processes demanded an extensive production cycle lasting up to a year. This meant that, at the earliest, it would take a year before any wine could be sold. With the war between the two nations already ignited and the central treasury barely sufficient to last 6 months, Leng Huanian resolved to adopt his grandfather's brewing methods, which allowed for wine to be ready for market in just over 20 days. There would be time later to refine the quality of the wine. For now, it was imperative to produce something. And the wine crafted through his grandfather's methods would surely surpass the insipid offerings from the two local brands. The initial step in the brewing process involved blending sorghum and wheat in a 2-to-1 ratio, with the grains then mixed with spring water at the same 2-to-1 ratio, followed by steaming the mixture, commonly referred to as making the jiufan, liquor rice. Once the jiufan was steamed and cooled to around 30 degrees, the pre-prepared koji, fermentation starter, was added, a pivotal moment in the brewing process, as the quality of the wine depended heavily on the quality of the koji. As the saying goes, grains are the foundation of wine, while koji is its essence. It is no exaggeration to say that koji is the mother of wine. To enhance efficiency, Leng Huanian had already prepared the koji during his previous training. There are two types of koji: daku, large koji, and shiatsu, small koji, with daku being produced from wheat through a high-temperature process and shiatsu made from rice. The koji Leng Huanian had prepared was daku, as premium wines on Blue Star predominantly utilized this type. After a day of mixing the jiufan with the koji, a peak of saccharification was reached. He poured all the jiufan into large earthen jars, adding natural spring water in a 2-to-1 ratio for fermentation. This fermentation process was somewhat lengthy, as the majority of time in this brewing method was spent on the natural fermentation. Once the jiufan had completely fermented, the crucial step of distillation would follow. Leng Huanian felt confident in surpassing Baixiang and Wuxingchun, primarily due to two critical factors: his superior understanding of liquor and the distillation method. The two competing brands evidently had yet to grasp the concept of distillation in their brewing process, still relying on traditional filtration methods, which meant that their spirits could only be categorized as murky liquor. Just based on this, Leng Huanian felt assured of his victory. In his first attempt at brewing, he lacked considerable confidence and did not initiate a large-scale production, ultimately yielding only 100 jars of white liquor, merely a preliminary trial. The newly brewed liquor was still in its nascent stage, typically lacking depth and fullness. Generally, to enhance the quality of new wine, it must be stored in a specific environment. After the brewing was complete, Leng Huanian sampled a small cup. It had reached 50 degrees. Yet due to the artisanal techniques and being a new brew, it could not be compared to Maotai or Weiyang. Nevertheless, it was certainly superior to the offerings from those two brands. He promptly decided to commence a second round of brewing, with expectations to produce 10,000 jars in the subsequent cycle. Baijiu is generally more fragrant with age, yet it seems that Leng Huanian will not have the luxury of waiting for that moment. Nevertheless, he did not hastily introduce his newly brewed baijiu to the market, as he preferred to await a fortuitous opportunity. He filled a small jar with baijiu from the grand vat and made his way to the splendid palace. Leng Huanian, do you bring good news? The Empress Dugu had not seen him for several days, and her spirits had not been high. She felt as though something was amiss. Thus, upon seeing Leng Huanian arrive unbidden, her heart brightened instantly. Your Majesty, I have successfully brewed the baijiu, and today I have brought a jar for your esteemed appraisal. Quickly present it. Let me savor it at once, commanded the Empress. She took 2 white porcelain cups and, accompanied by Leng Huanian, hurried to the lakeside pavilion in the back garden. Your Majesty, it is truly delightful to sample wine and tea in this pavilion. The sight of the koi swimming gracefully in the lake was indeed pleasing, but for now, the focus was on the wine. Leng Huanian promptly poured 2 cups of the freshly brewed baijiu, 1 for each of them. The Empress, though not particularly fond of alcohol, had tasted Bai Li Xiang and Wu Xing Chun more than once. Upon sipping this new brew, her initially languid eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. Your Majesty, what do you think? It is exquisite, far more potent than Bai Li Xiang and Wu Xing Chun. Indeed, it is strong yet smooth, fiery without being harsh on the throat, is it not? Truly remarkable. If Bai Li Xiang scores a 60 and Wu Xing Chun an 80, this one must be worth at least 95. The Empress leaned closer to the cup, inhaling deeply the rich aroma of the baijiu. Is it really that good? If this wine were to enter the market, it would undoubtedly overshadow Bai Li Xiang and Wu Xing Chun, but we must devise an excellent promotional strategy. The Empress pondered for a moment, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. She gently tapped the stone table and exclaimed, I have it. I almost forgot about this person. Who? Li Jubao. Your Majesty, what is noteworthy about Li Jubao? He is the foremost scholar of our time, adorned with titles such as Poet Immortal and Wine Immortal, also known as Li Jufu. His reasoning is sound and convincing. Such a prominent figure. I must meet him in person. That may prove challenging. Master Li is rather aloof, and as a mere eunuch, he likely will not regard you highly. What are Master Li's interests? Leng Huanian sought to glean information from the Empress, believing that understanding one's opponent is key to victory. Master Li is renowned for his love of showcasing poetry and prose, often considering himself the best in the realm. His talent is undeniable, and people respect him. Additionally, he has a penchant for fine wine. Those who enjoy composing poetry often have an affinity for good drink. Perhaps because true inspiration strikes only when one is in a state of gentle inebriation. Then this is straightforward. I have the wine ready, and I possess some knowledge of poetry myself. Leng Huanian could not resist the urge to mimic a gallant gesture of stroking a long beard, but alas, as a eunuch, he had no beard to stroke. In the realm of cold splendor, one would not have anticipated your proficiency in poetry and verse, Leng Huanian. As fate would have it, an opportunity to showcase your talents has arisen. Today, the royal marriage delegation from the kingdom of Xi'an has entered the palace, and tomorrow, the head of the delegation, Lu Shang, shall arrive with 2 princes and a princess from Xi'an to grace the Weiyang Palace for a diplomatic gathering between our 2 nations. Our 3 princesses from Dayang shall also be in attendance. The presence of 2 princes and 4 princesses promises a lively affair. However, I find it curious that the princess from Xi'an is joining us, for Dayang has no princes of its own. The princess of Xi'an is the cherished jewel of the Xi'an king, indulged in every whim, her status eclipsing that of the two princes. Who could deny her the desire to partake in the festivities? I see now, your majesty. Might I accompany you to the gathering tomorrow? I too wish to broaden my horizons. It is indeed an excellent opportunity. Lu Shang is no ordinary individual. He is the esteemed Honglu of the Xi'an kingdom, a man of remarkable intellect, having engaged in a battle of wits with Scholar Li for over a decade. I shall prepare diligently upon my return today, ensuring that Dayang's reputation remains untarnished. Preparation? What need is there for it? Poetry and prose are born from one's daily endeavors. One must rely on spontaneity rather than last-minute rehearsals. Leng Huanian, do not bring disgrace upon me or Dayang. Rest assured, your majesty, should I falter, I shall accept whatever consequences you deem fit. Very well, but do not come to regret this decision. The Empress Dugu cast a piercing gaze upon Leng Huanian, who obediently withdrew to the Chengde Hall to frolic in the snow. On the morrow, Weiyang Palace buzzed with excitement. The diplomatic gathering between the Dayang Empire and the Kingdom of Xi'an unfolded, ostensibly a social event, yet in reality, it served as a matchmaking assembly for the princes and princesses of the two realms. Should a mutual attraction blossom, a union could be forged. For it would be a considerable elevation for a Xi'an prince to wed a Dayang princess, an affair they would eagerly embrace. Conversely, should a Dayang princess wish to marry into Xi'an, Empress Dugu would undoubtedly support such a match, as Dayang seeks allies in these tumultuous times, and Xi'an stands as the most favorable ally. In attendance from the Dayang Empire were Empress Dugu, seated regally upon her dragon throne, flanked by her guard, Dugu Feng, and the young eunuch, Leng Huanian. To her left sat the three Dayang princesses in order, the eldest, Dugu Hanyue, the second, Dugu Kaidai, and the youngest, Dugu Mingzhu. Scholarly Jufu, present for the occasion, would not have missed this opportunity to confront his longtime rival, Lu Shang, even if he had not been formally invited. To the right, the two princes and one princess from Xi'an were seated, the elder prince Yin Yongsheng, the younger prince Yin Bumei, and the young princess Yin Yinhui. Concluding the assembly was the esteemed Honglu, Lu Shang, with a formidable female guardian, Yan Liang, standing behind them. She had been the princess's devoted protector since childhood and accompanied her on this journey to ensure the safety of all. Lu Shang rose and respectfully clasped his fists towards Empress Dugu, expressing gratitude for her warm hospitality. I bring the greetings of the Xi'an king personally to your majesty. Lord Honglu, there is no need for such formality. Princes and princesses in my Weiyang Palace, feel free to act with ease, replied Empress Dugu. Thank you, your majesty. The princes and princesses from Xi'an rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Empress Dugu, who gestured with her hands, inviting them to take their seats. At the very first glance, Li Jufu felt a surge of competitive spirit upon seeing Lu Shang. The moment their eyes met, sparks flew, and he could barely contain himself. He had heard of the remarkable talents of Lord Honglu, a master in poetry, prose, and couplets, with both princes and princesses of the royal family being his esteemed disciples. It was certain that they would shine at this gathering. Lord Li, you are too modest. The renown of grand scholar Li has reached me from afar, and the three princesses of Dayang have all benefited greatly from your teachings. In particular, the second princess's profound knowledge is sure to astonish all. The two indeed appeared to be rivals, exchanging sharp words that belied their polite demeanor, and a subtle contest had already begun. Leng Huanian glanced down and noted that both princes of Xi'an were exceptionally handsome, while the Xi'an princess resembled a porcelain doll, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her delicate, rosy cheeks. On the Dayang side, the eldest princess, Dugu Hanyue, was familiar to all, while the playful and charming little princess, Dugu Mingzhu, had also been seen at the entrance of the Jinsho Palace. The second princess, Dugu Kaidai, radiated tranquility and beauty, sitting gracefully with an air of literary elegance. The three sisters were like three exquisite flowers, each distinct in appearance and vastly different in temperament. Dugu Feng, however, paid no attention to anyone else, fixating solely on the female guard, Yin Liang. Yin Liang felt a shiver under her gaze, as it was not unusual for someone of the Holy Spirit realm to feel the scrutiny of one from the Imperial Spirit realm. Unbeknownst to them, the Dugu Empress had taken the initiative to break the ice. Today, as Dayang and Xi'an unite for this gathering, Let us all set aside our reservations and showcase our talents. Lord Honglu, Minister Li, such an opportunity for face-to-face interaction is indeed rare. All princes and princesses should take this chance to shine. Before we proceed, allow me to propose a toast to everyone. This wine has a remarkable pedigree. It is the newly brewed white liquor from the royal distillery of Daong. Let us savor it together, as it may very well redefine your perception of wine. Raising her cup, the Dugu Empress drank deeply from it. Seeing her boldness, others followed suit, emptying their cups of the white liquor. In the realm of Zuling, women held a prominent status, and many, like the three princesses of Daong, were no strangers to drinking. As everyone finished their drinks, their expressions turned peculiar. The strongest white liquor in Zuling was only around 30 degrees, and Leng Huanian could only describe this as bland. Was this even white liquor? The liquor, surpassing 50 degrees, was initially a shock to their systems, as they had never encountered such potency. However, after a brief adjustment, their taste buds erupted in a delightful explosion. The liquor was invigorating, fragrant, and rich. Excellent wine, exclaimed Lu Shang, his demeanor transformed by the experience. Indeed, it is remarkable, Li Jufu concurred. An extraordinary alignment of opinions between them, a sight to behold. The liquor was smooth upon entry, with a lingering aftertaste that captivated the soul. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the creator of this exquisite beverage? The second princess, Dugu Kaidai, after finishing her drink, still held the wine cup in her hand, reluctant to part with it. Today, I am eager to introduce this remarkable prodigy of winemaking. The Empress Dugu rose and pointed her jade hand at the young eunuch, Leng Huanian, proclaiming, "This is he, my little eunuch, Leng Huanian." Chapter 33, Composing Poetry. A young eunuch. Lord Honglu Lushang was taken aback by this revelation. Li Jufu's expression was similarly astonished, as this surpassed his understanding. A eunuch brewing wine was unheard of. Several princes and princesses focused their attention on the exceptionally handsome young eunuch, Leng Huanian, with both little princess's eyes sparkling with intrigue. Princess Hanyue gave a thumbs up to Leng Huanian. The second princess, Dugu Kaidai, gazed intently at him once more. I wonder if this wine has been named yet. Li Jufu, a wine enthusiast himself, tasted a sip and felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Returning to the Grand Scholar, this wine has indeed been named. But due to commercial confidentiality, it cannot be publicly disclosed at this time. Oh, when will I be able to hear the name of this wine? My heart is quite eager. Tomorrow, the Royal Tavern will officially open, and then the Grand Scholar shall know. To be frank, Leng Huanian's remark seemed somewhat disrespectful to the elder, yet Li Jufu took no offense. It is entirely normal for a young person to be proud of their talents, especially one capable of brewing such divine nectar. Oh, I wonder where this tavern is located. I shall certainly go for a drink tomorrow. The tavern is situated on the bustling Chongning Street in Weiyang City, and you are warmly invited, Grand Scholar, to come and partake. I shall certainly join the festivities. Now, let us return to the main topic, Lord Honglu. Shall we begin with couplets, followed by poetry? Li Jufu redirected his gaze towards his old rival, Li Shang. Following the suggestion of Grand Scholar Li, shall we compete as two nations in teams? Excellent. Today, we shall engage in a contest between the two realms. Begin. With a command from the Empress Dugu, the couplet competition between the two nations commenced. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please proceed, Lord Honglu. Li Jufu gestured for Lu Shang's side to go first. Does His Highness intend to take the lead? Lu Shang looked at the eldest prince, Yin Yongsheng, who nodded slightly and pondered for a moment, saying, "Water is murky with worms, water brings fish to catch. Water, 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 rivers and lakes abound." Well done. Lu Shang applauded loudly, confirming his keen judgment. The eldest prince's skills improved day by day. The roots lie in the wood, the branches are but the end. Wood, 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 pines and cypress forests flourish. Princess Dugu Hanyue, after a moment's contemplation, composed a corresponding line, earning applause once again. Li Jufu, seated nearby, stroked his long beard and gently shook his head, quite pleased. An old hook is for the old, a lower hook is for the test. The old student studies till old. The second prince, Yin Bumming, was not to be outdone. One person is great, two people form the heavens hold great humanity, and humanity surpasses the heavens. The young princess, Dugu Mingzhu, quick-witted, instantly crafted a matching line. As the radiant little princess of the West Flame, Yin Yin Yi, observed her counterpart basking in the limelight, she could no longer remain idle. Swiftly, she crafted a couplet, lonely and cold, guarding the empty window in solitude. Upon the utterance of this couplet, all eyes turned towards the West Flame Princess, captivated not only by the profound imagery, but also by the 7 characters adorned with the radical for roof. The second princess, Dugu Kaidai, pondered for a moment before responding with grace. The Wutong tree decays, yet we linger in vain. Bravo! A splendid match. Both sides marveled at Princess Katie's nimble wit. An elder, eager to partake, slowly rose from his seat. As the sun and moon illuminate the dawn and dusk, the mountain breeze rises, yet the stone remains steadfast. And the ancient tree, though withered, does not perish. The elder, stretching his limbs, was soon joined by Li Jufu, who stood and quickly produced a couplet of his own. When shall one's beloved arrive? The weight of 1,000 miles bears meaning, eternally reciting the yellow crane. The scholar's heart and aspirations remain unyielded. For over an hour, both parties exchanged couplets, yet no victor emerged. Observing that the Dugu Empress appeared somewhat weary, Leng Huanian stepped forward, clearing his throat to announce, "I have a couplet to present to our esteemed guests from the West Flame." The atmosphere fell silent. Had it not been for the knowledge of Leng Huanian's genius in brewing, the audience might have expressed their discontent at the audacity of a mere eunuch to interject. Li Jufu felt a twitch of embarrassment, realizing the gravity of the situation, yet upon glancing at the Dugu Empress, he noticed no hint of reproach towards Leng Huanian. Princess Han Yue smiled in support, while both young princesses regarded Leng Huanian with curiosity, and even Dugu Kaidai seemed eager for the eunuch's response. "Do not rush, my lord. I too am keen to witness his couplet." Leng Aiqing, pray, proceed. Ultimately, it was the Dugu Empress who gave her seal of approval. Guests at home, lonely and cold, guarding the empty window in solitude. Upon this couplet's revelation, the crowd fell utterly silent. It seemed both a response and yet not quite one. The West Flame Princess furrowed her brow, recognizing it as a variant of her own couplet. Could such a thing be permitted? After much contemplation, no one from the West Flame Kingdom could produce a fitting response. Not only them, but even the scholars from the Great Central were at a loss, including the esteemed Li Jufu and the second princess. After a full quarter of an hour, Lu Shang sighed. The West Flame concedes. The response to this couplet is, "If one cultivates the path of immortality, let not the beloved be paired with another, but depend upon the monk." Upon hearing Leng Huanian's response, the crowd erupted in applause. Impressive indeed. The Great Central is truly brimming with talent. Lu Shang had anticipated the possibility of defeat, yet never did he foresee losing to a mere eunuch. Who, indeed, was this young man? A master of brewing and poetry alike. The most astounded of all was undoubtedly Princess Dugu Kaidai, who had always held confidence in her abilities and had never encountered an unanswerable couplet until today, when she found herself bested by a eunuch. With that, the gathering would continue. The couplet exchange was concluded, and they would now engage in something more entertaining. As he reached this point, Li Jufu suddenly teased the audience with intrigue. "Lord Li, what intriguing activities shall we engage in?" The curiosity of Lu Shang has also been stirred by Li Jufu. Subsequently, all the gentlemen present are tasked with composing a poem, which may be dedicated either to Her Highness the Princess or to the goddess of their hearts. The quality of the poems shall be determined by the esteemed ladies in attendance. Oh, might Lord Li elaborate on the rules? Distinguishing the quality of poetry could prove to be quite challenging. Though Lu Shang vocalizes such sentiment, he has already begun to compose in his mind. With the limit of a single incense stick, each participant shall write a poem, signing their names on the reverse side. Each lady present shall receive a flower, which she may place upon the poem she favors most. The poem that garners the most flowers shall be declared the winner. We, from Xi'an, have 3 gentlemen, while you from Dayong have only 2. Should Xi'an emerge victorious, it may seem somewhat unjust. Lord Hong Lu, do not forget, we possess the versatile genius Leng Huanian. The notion of unfairness is unfounded, so let us proceed with ease. Shall we commence? Let us begin. Leng Huanian has thoroughly captivated the assembly. His standing in their esteem has transcended that of a mere young eunuch. With 5 sets of writing materials, Leng Huanian found a spot to settle. Leng Huanian, Li Jufu, Lu Shang, Yin Yongsheng, and Yin Bumei alternated between contemplation and fervent writing. The time allotted by the incense stick elapsed swiftly, and none of the 5 submitted blank sheets, regardless of the quality. Each had completed a poem. The 7 judges, Empress Dugu, Dugu Feng, Dugu Hanyue, Dugu Kaidai, Dugu Mingzhu, Yin Yin, and Yin Liang, descended to evaluate. Chapter 34. The elegant zither. 5 sheets of paper lay spread out, silently awaiting appraisal. Heavenly fairy with a delicate fan of fine silk and fragrant orchids, a slender waist adorned with a jade belt dances through the heavenly gauze. One might suspect a celestial maiden has descended, her glance, a smile surpassing the brilliance of stars. Inscribed on the reverse, Yin Yongsheng, fragrance. The hibiscus pales in comparison to the beauty's adornment, as the breeze from the water palace carries the scent of pearls and jade. Together, the subtle fragrance wafts for 10 miles, unbeknownst to many. Her renowned essence spans 1,000 lands. Inscribed on the reverse, Yin Bume, washing the stream sand in spring dreams, the icy bowl drips with dewdrop brilliance. The fragrant snow melds through the light veil, hair cascading, eager to greet the moon at her brow. Wine's crimson blush graces her cheeks like dawn's rosy glow. In the evening, her visage outshines the lotus flower, a fleeting spring dream as the sun tilts westward. Inscribed on the reverse, Lu Shang, partridge sky. The willows by the eastern pond gently flow, awoken from slumber by the calls of the clear dove. Amidst the mountains, a green brow is pressed, while the mirror reflects the autumn at her temples. With the jade flute, I test the fine cup. Awake, I inscribe my lament. Drunk, I find reprieve. By dawn, the flowers shall fall, as the swan departs. Soft rains of spring chill the small tower's closure. Inscribed on the reverse, Li Ju Fu, the elegant zither. The zither, with 50 strings, is without cause. Each string and post echoes thoughts of youth. Zhuangzi's morning dream entangles butterflies, the spring heart of Wang Di entrusted to the cuckoo. In the vast sea, the moon shines, tears from pearls. In the warm sun of Lantian, jade emits smoke. This sentiment awaits to be cherished in reminiscence, yet, at that time, it was already lost in confusion. Inscribed on the reverse, unspecified. Inscription on the reverse, Cold Huanian. The 7 ladies surveyed the scene and simultaneously placed the flowers they held upon the poem gents. The solitary empress stood before the verse, her delicate hand trembling slightly as she reached forward to turn the paper over. Cold Huanian. The other 6 ladies exclaimed in unison. The empress's heart tightened in a profound manner. This poem was meant for me. The moon over the vast sea speaks of my solitary and cold moon. The princess was utterly elated, captivated by her beloved's talent and deeply moved by his unwavering affection for her. This poem is for me. Is the butterfly not a reflection of my own essence as the solitary colorful butterfly? The second princess was thoroughly enchanted by Cold Huanian's artistry, casting aside her usual reserve for the first time in her life. This poem is for me. Does the tearful pearl not represent my solitary bright pearl? The young princess gazed at Cold Huanian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Silence. The 3 princesses were startled by the empress's command, having never encountered her speaking in such a tone. The empress slowly approached Cold Huanian and, with deep affection, inquired, "How did you come to know my innermost name? It has not been spoken for a millennium. Your Majesty's innermost name is?" Cold Huanian sensed that this poem might have spiraled beyond his control. Dugu Jints. The empress's words nearly caused Cold Huanian to collapse in disbelief. What a remarkable twist of fate. Your Majesty, I do not know. I cannot explain why. But it simply came to me to write thus. Excellent. The empress gazed at Cold Huanian, a tenderness blossoming in her eyes that had never been seen before. Everyone present stood in stunned silence. It turned out that the empress was named Dugu Jints, and Cold Huanian had unknowingly crafted a poem titled Jints. What an extraordinary circumstance. Ladies and gentlemen, come forth and witness this poem Jints, which has garnered 7 flowers, and see if it truly deserves its acclaim. The empress beckoned with her graceful hand, and the princes Xiyan, along with the esteemed Dahong Lu Yueshang and the scholar Li Ju Fu, approached the poem. In a matter of moments, all 4 applauded in unison, utterly captivated. Good, very good, Li Ju Fu exclaimed as he clapped. Li Aiqing, does this poem hold a place in the annals of history? The empress's inquiry raised curiosity, whether it stemmed from the poem itself or from its creator, Cold Huanian. Undoubtedly among the top 3 in the annals of Deyang history, yet in my heart, it is truly the first. The first? Li Aiqing. Do not praise it merely for sharing a name with me. The Empress felt a sense of comfort. Li Jufu was known to be a straightforward and reliable individual, incapable of uttering falsehoods. Your Majesty, I dare not presume. This poem not only references Your Majesty, but also encompasses the 3 esteemed princesses of the Grand Empire, capturing the essence of these 4 exalted ladies in but a few lines. The author has even artfully embedded the phrase "my youthful years" within the verses, a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Particularly striking are the final couplets. This sentiment can only be cherished in memories, yet at that time, it was already lost. This represents the pinnacle of poetic expression, utterly unparalleled. Li Jufu, filled with excitement, completed his words and deeply bowed to Leng Huanian, startling him, prompting a hasty approach to assist him in rising. Lordly, why must you go so far? You truly make me feel overwhelmed. The old man, confident in his knowledge of poetry and couplets, realized today that there exists a realm beyond his own understanding. Having never yielded to anyone in his lifetime, he found an exception in Brother Long. Henceforth, if you do not mind, you may call me old brotherly. Brotherly. Leng Huanian cupped his fists in respect and sincerely addressed him, which brought immense joy to Li Jufu. Well, it seems you have even formed a bond. Let Lord Honglu have a good laugh. For some reason, the Empress Dugu felt a particular sense of relief at this moment. Your Majesty, I must confess, I too wish to acknowledge this young brother, Leng Huanian. Lu Shang glanced between Empress Dugu and Leng Huanian, wearing a slightly pitiful expression. Lord Honglu, is this poem truly that remarkable? The young princess, Yan Yan Yi, also believed Jin's to be splendid, yet she remained unaware of the extent of its brilliance. Indeed, it is beyond comparison. This poem ought to exist only in the heavens, rarely heard in the mortal realm. Lord Honglu, Lu Shang, regarded Leng Huanian with a newfound admiration, pondering the limits of this young man's talents. Brother Long, starting tomorrow, your jints will likely spread across the land, and I extend my congratulations in advance for becoming a celebrated figure in the Grand Empire. Whether I become a notable figure is of little concern. I merely wish for the new brew of white wine to be known throughout the realm, to become a renowned drink in the Grand Empire and even in the ethereal realm. Tomorrow, when the tavern opens, I shall certainly join the festivities. I shall go as well. Count me in. Leng Huanian found himself somewhat speechless. It seemed that everyone wished to attend, including the Empress Dugu. Naturally, this was a welcome prospect for him. As his tavern was far from ordinary, he could accommodate as many guests as desired. The more lively the event, the faster his new wine would gain a favorable reputation. Today's diplomatic gathering had transformed into a personal showcase for Leng Huanian. The 2 princes from the west had failed to win the favor of the 3 princesses, who were, in fact, preoccupied with thoughts of Leng Huanian. Furthermore, the young princess Yan Yan Yi found herself wholly captivated by him. It appeared that a man who is both handsome and talented is always in demand. Although Leng Huanian's position as a mere eunuch might have hindered the princesses from pursuing him outright. As the gathering concluded successfully, everyone returned to their respective abodes to rest. Leng Huanian was just about to head back to the Chengda Hall when Empress Dugu called out to him. Leng Huanian, do you have anything to report regarding the tavern's opening tomorrow? Indeed, I shall accompany your Majesty back to the Jinshiu Palace to report. Chapter 35. The Enchanted Empress. Upon arriving at the splendid palace, Leng Huanian was poised to present his plan for the sale of white wine to Empress Dugu. But to his surprise, she halted him with a graceful wave of her hand. Leng Huanian, are you truly unaware of my given name? She inquired. Your Majesty, I genuinely do not know that your name is Dugu Gents. A sly smile crept into Leng Huanian's heart. It was amusing that she was still preoccupied with this matter. What an extraordinary coincidence. Perhaps this was the fate that bound me to your Majesty. You mentioned that for 1,000 years, no one has spoken of your name, nor does anyone know it. At merely 16 years of age, how could I possibly be privy to such knowledge? Indeed, you have concealed yourself quite deeply. Who exactly are you? Empress Dugu began to sense that something was amiss with Leng Huanian. This young man was exceptionally talented. His cultivation skills were remarkable, his wine exquisite, and his poetic prowess unparalleled. Your Majesty, I have been an orphan since childhood, and my past is fraught with heartache and sorrow. Leng Huanian's words were a mix of truth and deception. He felt no guilt, thus his demeanor remained composed, leaving Empress Dugu unaware of any pretense. Having endured such hardships since your youth, how is it that you excel in poetry and verse? Who taught you? Yet, doubts lingered in the Empress's heart. I have wandered through many places, often finding myself in taverns where I would listen to stories and poetry recited by others. My interest in such matters grew with time, and eventually, I gleaned understanding from frequent exposure. Your reasoning is sound, but what of your winemaking skills? Have you also acquired that knowledge without a mentor? Alas, it is all due to my experience with wine. Wine? As a vagabond, where did you procure such indulgences? Your Majesty, I have spent years frequenting taverns. When patrons drink to their heart's content, it is not uncommon for them to offer me a drink. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say they would compel me to drink. There were times I was forced to consume several pounds of wine, and on occasion, a kind soul would share a morsel of food with me, while others would disdainfully kick me aside. Through excessive drinking and listening, I eventually learned the art of brewing. A shadow of melancholy crossed Leng Huanian's face, stirring an inexplicable ache within Empress Dugu. Is there anything else you wish to know? I shall reveal all to you. In the presence of the Empress, Leng Huanian's facade was a necessity, revealing his true purpose as an undercover agent seeking to gather intelligence and possibly assassinate her would, without question, lead to his demise. Very well, you have endured much hardship these years. From now on, remain by my side, and I shall ensure you are well cared for. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. To be fair, Empress Dugu treated Leng Huanian rather well, even more so than the favored concubine Nangongyu. Speak freely of your desires. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. High office and abundant wealth are but trifles. Your Majesty, I desire nothing but your presence. Leng Huanian gazed earnestly at the Empress's exquisite visage. Absurd. Do not forget, you are but a young eunuch. I merely wish to be near you, to behold you, to embrace you, even if it is but to snuggle closely. That is the life I yearn for. Leng Huanian, do you wish to captivate me to the point of despair, only to cast me aside with indifference? I dare not. Dare not. I see you possess quite the audacity. Is there a eunuch like you? With nothing below yet still preoccupied with such thoughts. It is solely due to your Majesty's exquisite beauty and irresistible allure that even I cannot suppress my impure thoughts. Flattery indeed. When the day arrives that you reclaim your masculine essence, I shall permit you to approach me, to possess me. It is settled. Leng Huanian raised his palm towards the Empress Dugu, who instinctively lifted her delicate hand to meet his. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Have you not longed to behold me? Come serve me in the hot springs. Ah! Leng Huanian could hardly believe his ears. He swept the Empress Dugu into his arms and hurried towards the hot spring. The Empress lay across Leng Huanian's embrace, observing his astonished and exhilarated expression, which stirred something within her heart. Upon reaching the edge of the hot springs, Leng Huanian gently set the Empress down, yet he hesitated to act further, merely gazing at her to gauge her intentions. Why do you stand there in a daze? Do you wish for me to enter the water clad in my dragon robes? As if hearing celestial melodies, Leng Huanian began to remove the Empress's garments, piece by piece, until she stood before him as a flawless jade figure. He too shed his clothing and embraced the Empress as they descended into the soothing waters. The temperature was perfect, and even submerged, he held her tightly. Why do you still cling to me now that we are in the water? Because your Majesty is the most precious treasure in my heart. I fear that if I let go, this dream shall shatter. Sweet words, is it how you ensnared foam, and you are? It was they who captivated me. I seek to ensnare but one woman, and that is Dugu Gents. The Empress felt a wave of dizziness as Leng Huanian leaned down to capture her tender lips in a kiss. After a lengthy moment, their lips parted. Leng Huanian continued to hold the Empress close, reluctant to set her free. I came to bathe. How can I wash if you cling to me so? You might as well carry me directly to the bed. Oh, I simply cannot bear to part with you. Ultimately, Leng Huanian released the Empress, allowing her to lean against the edge of the hot spring. He swam to the opposite side, gazing at her from afar. Why are you swimming so far away? The Empress shot him a glare. It's clearer from a distance. Fool. If you want tea, help me knead my shoulders and massage my back. What purpose do you serve in here? Oh, Leng Huanian swam back to her side, turning her around to massage her back. Leng Huanian, I am nearly 2,000 years old. Am I not aging? The spring water smooths the skin. Your Majesty's complexion is even more delicate and resilient than that of an 18-year-old maiden. Leng Huanian ceased his ministrations, his fingers lightly brushing her jade-like skin. Are you merely trying to please me? Indeed. But every word I utter is the truth. Your countenance, your majesty, is as enchanting as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, with curves that reveal unparalleled allure, akin to a devil walking the earth. Your skin is as fair as snow, smooth as jade. If I could serve you daily during your baths, I would ask for nothing more in this lifetime. Is that too much to desire? Is this truly all you aspire to? It is already a dream come true for me. Then I grant you the privilege of attending to my bathing in the hot springs every day henceforth. Thank you for your gracious favor, your majesty. Cold Huanian, embracing the solitary empress from behind, finds his hands somewhat at a loss. Cold Huanian, are you truly so captivated by me? Indeed, I am utterly enchanted. You tease me so, yet cannot fulfill my desires. This is a transgression. Your majesty, one day, I, Cold Huanian, shall become your true man. Chapter 36, A Toast of Hope. I hope you do not keep me waiting too long, lest I ascend to the celestial realm and leave you behind in the void spirit continent. Ascend to the celestial realm? Your majesty intends to ascend? Cold Huanian's heart jolts. The void spirit continent has restricted my cultivation to the imperial spirit realm. Without ascending, I cannot escape this confinement. I am nearing 2,000 years of age. If I remain in this realm, I can only live another 1 or 2,000 years before I fade into nothingness. Only by ascending to the celestial realm can I continue to elevate my cultivation, extending my lifespan until I achieve immortality. It sounds enticing. Have you discovered the method of ascension, your majesty? I have not. Otherwise, I would not be here. Will your majesty leave me behind to ascend alone? That depends on your performance. We are still in the stage of mutual admiration. You are not yet my man, nor am I your woman. Our relationship has not reached the point of being inseparably bound. Then your majesty should proceed slowly. Wait for me, and I shall catch up to you. You must strive. I see great potential in you. Indeed, I shall rise shortly to return to Qing Palace. Little Shuer is still waiting for me. Take good care of her. You are destined for greatness. Few can tame divine beasts. I must thank your majesty for your generosity. It was you who drove away the ice phoenix. So the phoenix egg rightfully belongs to you. Forget it. You share a bond with her, and I cannot take away another's joy. Thank you, your majesty. Treat her well. Once she matures, she will be your ally. Even in the celestial realm, she will be a top-tier divine beast. Why do you hold such high regard for little Shuer? You have seen her mother, the great ice phoenix, whose towering form is still constrained by the laws of the void spirit. Otherwise, I fear I would not be her match. I understand what I must do now. Is everything prepared for tomorrow's tavern opening? Your majesty, all is ready. Would you like to hear my plans? Never mind. I trust you to handle it. The time is drawing near. Attend to me. Cold Huanian dried the droplets off the solitary empress with a clean blanket and carried her directly to the grand bed in the palace. Your majesty, I take my leave. Go forth. The solitary empress lay sideways, propping her delicate hand beneath her chin, gazing at the retreating figure of Leng Huanian, feeling an inexplicable urge to call him back. Upon returning to the Qingda Hall, Princess Han Yue was playing with Shuer. Why have you returned so late? She inquired. The tavern opens tomorrow, and I have matters to discuss with His Majesty. You have been rather negligent in your treatment of my chest lately. I had Yueha assess my condition over the past few days, but there has been little progress. Have you grown weary of me? How could that be? My affection for you is boundless. Weariness is out of the question. Then why have you not been more diligent in my treatment? With such laxity, how can my chest possibly be symmetrical by the deadline you promised? Rest assured, everything is under my control. I have been preoccupied with brewing wine and will commence sales tomorrow, which has resulted in less attention to you lately. I shall make it up to you. This evening, I shall stay at Qingda Hall. Princess Han Yue's remark elicited a roll of the eyes from Shuer, who lamented. It's either the solitary Feng staying over or the solitary Han Yue. Is there even room for me? Stay and assist the princess with her treatment tonight. Now that's more like it. Princess Han Yue leaned forward and planted a kiss on Leng Huanian's cheek, her boldness evidently growing. As dawn broke, Leng Huanian rose early. For today was of utmost significance. Princess Han Yue, though inclined to indulge in slumber, hastily awoke upon seeing him rise. She feared that if she lagged behind, she might lose his favor. Having gleaned some understanding of Leng Huanian's temperament, she knew that pleasing him resulted in favorable discourse, while provoking his displeasure led to silence. The tavern on Chongning Street had been lavishly renovated, yet the sign at the entrance was obscured by a red silk cloth. This establishment was arguably the largest on Chongning Street, adorned with opulence, and flanked by 36 grand floral arrangements, an idea quite avant-garde for the era. Due to the obscured sign, outsiders remained oblivious to the nature of the business. The greater the curiosity, the more people congregated, creating a magnetic pull that drew even more onlookers. Chongning Street, the most bustling commercial avenue in Weiyang City, boasted a wide thoroughfare, yet the throngs of spectators tightly packed it. Li Jiubao truly honored Leng Huanian by being the first to arrive at the tavern's entrance. As Leng Huanian uttered a welcoming greeting, the grand figures of the West Yin Kingdom's Honglu, accompanied by 2 princes and a princess, arrived to show their support, with Princess Hanyue by Leng Huanian's side. The second princess, Dugu Kaidya, and the little princess, Dugu Mingzhu, also arrived early. The crowd stood dumbfounded, pondering the significance of this venue. Astonished by the illustrious company that had gathered, they were not mistaken. The demeanor of the princes and young lords indeed resembled that of celestial beings. Cold Huanian glanced around, waiting for the most important person. Suddenly, petals rained down from the sky, as the unparalleled Empress Dugong descended gracefully beside him, resembling a celestial being alighting upon the earth. In truth, she had arrived long before, lingering in the high heavens, unnoticed by all. Your Majesty, the 3 princesses, Li Jiufu, and esteemed guests from Xi'an were eager to pay their respects to the Empress, but her ethereal presence commanded them to remain still, sparing them from the formalities. The crowd below was momentarily stunned, for this extraordinary woman clad in dragon robes was indeed the renowned Empress Dugong of Daong. As the title Your Majesty echoed, cheers erupted from the masses, affirming her favorable reputation among the people, which was not orchestrated by her subordinates. With a gentle gesture, the Empress silenced the crowd and turned to Cold Huanian, asking, Cold Huanian, are you ready? Your Majesty, everything is prepared, he replied. Let us begin. Nodding, Cold Huanian approached Li Jiufu and bowed, saying, Brotherly, please unveil the tavern. Li Jiufu, a man of straightforward disposition, readily pulled down the red silk draping the sign. The solid Zetonwood sign bore no name, but in the lower right corner, it featured a poem. Li Jiufu and the gathered crowd instinctively recited, Green ants and new-made wine, a small stove of red clay. As evening falls and snow is nigh, can we share a cup today? Li Jiufu felt a profound stir within, and the crowd's recitation ignited a fervor. Cold brother, did you compose this poem as well? Cold Huanian nodded in affirmation. The noblemen of Xi'an, including de Honglu and Le Shang, were thoroughly impressed by Cold Huanian. The 2 princes from Xi'an looked on with envy, while the little princess, Yin Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. The little princess of Daong, Dugong Mingzhu, was not far behind. The second princess, Dugong Kaidai, had already been captivated by Cold Huanian's talent the day before, and today, her gaze toward him was tinged with tenderness, for she never masked her true feelings. With a single hand, Cold Huanian removed the sign and approached the Empress with vigor, declaring, Your Majesty, please inscribe the tavern's name. What shall I write? A cup of nothing. Chapter 37. The natural focus Empress Dugong grasped the pen handed to her and inscribed 3 gilded characters on the Zeton sign, a cup of nothing. Each stroke was profound, rendered in seal script. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating not only the poem but also the 3 characters, and marveling at the Empress's extraordinary skill. Cold Huanian hung the sign for a cup of nothing proudly. Daong boasts a renowned liquor called a cup of nothing. Friends who enjoy drinking, prepare your silver. The Empress shot him a playful glance, saying, Is this grand opening ceremony truly finished? Your Majesty, we have limited supplies of wine. I fear if we make too much noise, we won't have enough to sell. How boastful. He continued, This a cup of nothing has truly descended upon Daong. A significant impact indeed. Your Majesty, just wait for the spectacle to unfold. In a grand gesture, Leng Huanian declared the official opening of One Cup No. Leading the way was the solitary Empress Dugu, followed by the princesses and princes of the 2 nations, with the grand scholar and the esteemed de Honglu bringing up the rear. The tavern's layout was divided into 2 sections, one dedicated to the sale of liquor, and the other embodying the true essence of a tavern, complete with tables and chairs. Upon witnessing the entrance of Empress Dugu and the esteemed princesses into the tavern, The onlookers hesitated to follow. Good heavens! What sort of proprietor is this, that even the Empress graces it with her presence? It is said he is called Leng Huanian, a favored individual by the Empress, endowed with considerable talent. The poem he recited today was truly remarkable. The exquisite piece that circulated in the palace yesterday, titled Jints, was also his masterwork. Who was this extraordinary figure? The three princesses, each resembling celestial beings, have come. Surely, they hold him in high esteem. Scholarly has also arrived, having just been seen engaging in camaraderie with Leng Huanian. Even more astonishing, the prince and princess of Xi'an have come to show their support. How impressive! Once the Empress departs, we too shall venture inside to savor the taste of that liquor. Undoubtedly, seated at a table was Empress Dugu, with Leng Huanian beside her. The three princesses of Dayong occupied another table, while Li Jufu and Lu Shang, having mended their relationship, sat together at yet another. The two princes and princess of Xi'an occupied a separate table. Each table was adorned with a white porcelain wine bottle, intricately designed with a dragon coiling around it, bearing the inscription, "One cup no." Leng Huanian, this bottle is beautifully crafted. I presume it was your idea? Indeed, Your Majesty, this is the white dragon bottle. Is it truly necessary for a wine vessel to be so exquisite? Your Majesty, my one cup no is a masterpiece from every angle, and the bottle is no exception. What price do you intend to set for a bottle? Leng Huanian held up 2 fingers. 21. He shook his head. 201. The same price as 5 Awakening Spring. Again, he shook his head. My one cup no is priced at 2001. 2001. 2 taels of silver? Surely I misheard. Your Majesty, you heard correctly. It is indeed 2 taels of silver per bottle. But, Your Majesty, the average monthly income in Dayong is only 5 taels. Who would spend nearly half a month's earnings on a single bottle of wine? Rest assured, 1 cup no will not lack for customers. In truth, Leng Huanian had pondered this pricing for quite some time. It was not a whimsical decision. He had drawn inspiration from Matai, which boasts a profit margin of 95%, selling for 2,000 per bottle, while the average wage on Blue Star was around 5,000. By setting the price at 2 taels of silver, he felt confident. For fine products are never deterred by high costs. With a population exceeding 1 billion, Dayong's purchasing power remains substantial. How many bottles have you prepared? For the initial batch, I have brewed 100 vats, each containing 100 jin, with the white dragon bottle holding 1 jin, thereby yielding 100 bottles per vat. This first batch totals 10,000 bottles, which would bring in 20,000 taels of silver, a mere drop in the bucket. Your Majesty, please remain patient. I have already commenced large-scale production for the second batch, anticipating the creation of 10,000 vats, capable of holding 1 million bottles. This disparity is quite significant. And this is merely the beginning. I am always capable of expanding the winery and increasing production. For as long as there exists a demand, I shall meet the output. Leng Huanian leaned in slightly and whispered, Your Majesty, do not forget, we walk on 2 legs. This wine is merely one of them. We do not solely sell wine, but also water. Indeed, the Empress Dugu raised her wine cup and proclaimed, Let us all partake in a hearty drink. She drained her cup entirely, prompting the others to raise their glasses in unison. Ah, what a fine wine! Lord Honglu exclaimed after savoring a cup, yet still yearning for more. Is there any wine from Xi'an that can compare to this? He queried. None at all, not even anything that can rival Wuxingchan. Our young brother is truly a remarkable talent, an unequivocal genius. Scholars Li and Lord Honglu, while indulging in their libations, lauded Leng Huanian to the skies. The second princess, Dugu Kaidai, who possessed a certain expertise in wine, sipped from her cup while keenly observing the handsome gentleman seated beside the Empress. She mused inwardly. He is simply the epitome of a flawless man, albeit a eunuch. Alas, life seldom aligns with our desires. Forming a bond with him need not hinge upon his status. The eldest princess frequently glanced at Leng Huanian, and the youngest princess did likewise. Mingzhu, what are you gazing at? Princess Hanyue, bearing a sense of authority, inquired. I am merely observing Leng Huanian. He is not your fiancé, she replied. Princess Hanyue leaned closer and murmured, He will eventually become your brother-in-law. Humph, I shall ensure he becomes your brother-in-law instead. The 2 sisters began to bicker, while the second princess observed the unfolding drama with a cold gaze. Younger sister, why do you keep staring at Leng Huanian? It is quite unbecoming. Witnessing Yin Yin's absent-minded demeanor, Yin Yongsheng felt a pang of resentment. Their marriage delegation had arrived at Daqiang, yet all three princesses paid no mind to the two brothers. Now, his younger sister had succumbed first. It was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. That Leng Huanian is truly a prodigy, handsome as well. How delightful it would be if he were my future brother-in-law. Impossible. He is a eunuch, Yin Bummy scoffed. Alas, what a tremendous pity. This is indeed the greatest regret of this world. Younger sister, enough. You are still so young, yet you contemplate men. Humph, as if it concerns you. Yin Yinny downed a cup of wine, feeling a sense of regret for Leng Huanian. The burn in her throat mirrored the bitterness in her heart. Unbeknownst to Leng Huanian, the women in the room either gazed at him or discussed him, making him the center of attention, a popularity he was entirely unaware of. Leng Huanian, what plans do you have for the next batch of Wu? Let us observe the reception of Wu. If it proves immensely popular, I shall expand production and establish exclusive Wu stores nationwide. Pursue it with vigor. Regardless of the outcome, I fully support you, the Empress Dugu declared, raising her cup towards Leng Huanian. Thank you, Your Majesty. Let us toast. Leng Huanian clinked glasses with the Empress Dugu, tilting his head back to consume the wine in one swift motion. Chapter 38. Worries weigh heavy. Leng Huanian. The wine has been set on the right path. When shall we venture to the White Dragon Valley? I have observed the tavern for 3 days, assessing the sales performance. I must prepare for the next phase of production. I shall accompany Your Majesty to the White Dragon Valley in 3 days. How could it be you accompanying me? It is I who shall accompany you to the White Dragon Valley. Does it truly matter? Why must we delineate so sharply? Everything I do is for Your Majesty, for the prosperity of your realm, and for the welfare of the people of Daong. I shall return to the palace first. While I am here, none dare enter, which would only hinder your business. Leng Huanian understood this logic. It sufficed for the Empress Dugu to serve as a mere talisman. With that, the Empress departed, followed by the 3 princesses and the guests from Xi'an, all vacating the tavern. At that moment, the throng surged into the establishment, and upon seeing the price of 1 cup of wine at 2 liang per bottle, they were left dumbfounded. A century-old brand, Wuxingchun, was merely 201 per bottle. Yet this cup was priced tenfold higher. Most remained hesitant. After all, 2 liang of silver was no trifling sum, enough to purchase grains for several months. Bring me a bottle. I wish to taste it, especially since the Empress has endorsed this tavern. A burly man produced 2 liang of broken silver. The tavern attendant handed him a bottle and a cup of Wuxingchun. The robust man opened the bottle before the crowd, took a hearty gulp, savored it, and continued to drink several more mouthfuls. His previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. How is the wine? A group of onlookers eagerly awaited his verdict. The burly man wiped his lips with satisfaction and declared, "This is worth the money spent, though there is a downside." What downside? The crowd inquired collectively. After tasting this cup of Wuxingchun, I can no longer stomach the likes of Beilixiang or Wuxingchun. The robust man appeared dejected, while the wine was indeed excellent. The reality of daily consumption proved to be financially burdensome. Bring me a bottle. This is exceptional. I too desire a bottle. Once the floodgates opened, a frenzy of purchasing ensued. Leng Huanian felt a swell of joy but remained grounded. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome the moment he brewed the Wuxingchun. If a spirit of over 50 degrees could not surpass a 30-degree murky wine, there would be no reason to produce it. On the first day, 600 bottles of Wuxingchun were sold. On the second day, 3,000 bottles flew off the shelves. If many customers were merely observing on the first day, the second day saw a rush to purchase that nearly escalated into chaos. Had there not been a limit of 3,000 bottles, the remaining 9,000 would have been sold out instantly. Consequently, Leng Huanian decided to limit sales to 300 bottles per day, as the second batch of wine would take time to be ready for market, ensuring there was no interruption in supply. Consider it a strategy of scarcity marketing. However, unlike others, his was a genuine situation of insufficient production, resulting in a passive form of scarcity marketing. Furthermore, it was impossible to sell all 10,000 bottles from the first batch. Some had to be reserved as gifts. Leng Huanian currently enjoys a cordial relationship with Li Jubao. The two have become as close as brothers. He has presented Li Jubao with 3 boxes of eBay Wu, each containing 6 bottles. Additionally, he bestowed the same generous gift upon his elder brother, Li Zongguan, which left Li Yanqing quite exhilarated. Presently, eBay Wu is limited to 300 bottles per day, making it nearly impossible to procure, as thousands queue at the tavern daily. This exemplifies the value of brotherhood. When Leng Huanian delivered the wine, Li Yanqing was both gratified and moved, saying, "Brother, I never expected you to repay me. Initially, I hoped to ensure your lifelong prosperity. Given your background as the son of the Heavenly Emperor, I never anticipated that within just a month of entering the palace, you would surpass even me in fortune. I am truly happy for you. Brother, you are my benefactor. Upon my arrival, you gifted me the Qingda Palace, a favor I shall never forget. This wine is the first batch, limited in quantity and of moderate quality, meant for you to savor something novel. Future productions will yield improved quality, and I shall ensure you are well supplied with wine for the rest of your days." A true brother indeed. Li Yanqing's delight stemmed not merely from the wine. His wealth allowed him to purchase any drink he desired. What brought him joy was Leng Huanian's deep sense of loyalty and gratitude, a testament to his keen judgment in choosing friends, a significant fortune in itself. The reputation of eBay Wu began to spread wildly within 2 days, with Leng Huanian's name becoming synonymous with the wine. Alongside the poems Jin's and eBay Wu, he emerged as a notable figure in the capital. On the 3rd day, someone arrived at the tavern seeking Leng Huanian. It was none other than Nangong Yuyan, my husband, with a multitude of patrons. Leng Huanian was initially oblivious to her presence until Nangong Yuyan quietly approached him and gently called out, "Yener, what brings you here? Come with me." He led her into a private room, closing the door behind them, and the two embraced tightly. Having not seen each other for a month, Nangong Yuyan had been unable to eat or sleep, and had it not been for Nangong Yufei's intervention, she would have sought him out in the palace. Leng Huanian too had missed her, for she was his first love, though surrounded by numerous princesses and even an empress. He acknowledged that her longing for him likely surpassed his own. As they entered the room, before any words could be exchanged, Leng Huanian captured her delicate lips in a passionate kiss, utterly consuming them in the moment. Eventually, they parted. "My husband, are you well? I have missed you." "Yener, I have missed you too. I am doing well." Nangong Yuyan gazed intently at Leng Huanian's face, unable to tear her eyes away, overwhelmed by his emotions. He cradled her exquisite visage and kissed her tender lips once more. Though they were in a tavern, even within the confines of a private room, they dared not be too indulgent. After a tender interlude, they appropriately separated. "My husband, you have truly become a eunuch." This thought crept into Nangong Yuyan's mind, filling her with melancholy. "If I am a eunuch, does that mean you will no longer care for me? If I did not harbor any affection for you, how could I have rushed to the tavern upon hearing your news? I have professed that, regardless of what my husband becomes, my love for him will endure a lifetime. My dear Yener." Leng Huanian planted a gentle kiss on her fair forehead. "My husband, before departing, my aunt entrusted me with a message for you. She wishes for you to send back intelligence each month. Would you care to visit her? I shall return today. Are you still residing in the mountains?" Recently, Leng Huanian had been staying at the tavern for convenience, planning to embark on a journey to Weiyang Valley with the solitary Empress the following day. It was imperative he visited today. After a month, it was also time to provide some explanation to Nangong Yufei. "Yes, we still dwell in the mountains, where visitors are scarce and tranquility reigns. I have no pressing matters at hand, so let us depart shortly." "Very well." Leng Huanian led Nangong Yuyan away from the tavern, heading towards the nameless mountain from which they had been absent for a month. Upon seeing Nangong Yuyan return with Leng Huanian, Nangong Yufei's emotions were a tumult of mixed feelings. "Yuyan, prepare dinner. Make several dishes so that the 3 of us can enjoy a hearty meal tonight." "Understood, Aunt." "Yener, come with me. I have something to discuss." Nangong Yufei exited the cave and made her way directly to the clear pool, with Leng Huanian obediently following behind. Chapter 39. Yufei has changed as they reached the edge of the clear pool. Both were suddenly reminded of a decade prior when Leng Huanian had bathed in this very pool, lacking any garments to change into. Nangong Yufei had compelled him to rise. Witnessing his naked predicament, "Leng Huanian, you seem to be living quite comfortably of late. I sent you to Weiyang Palace as an undercover agent, yet here you are, assisting the solitary Empress in amassing wealth, and with such zeal." "Master, I am not your master. I taught you the arts, not as a mentor, but merely because you possess some utility." "Aunt Yufei, do I appear so old?" Do not evade my question. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose in Weiyang Palace? Reflecting on Leng Huanian's lack of useful information from his time there, Nangong Yufei felt that her decade of guidance had been somewhat squandered. Undercover at Weiyang Palace, to assassinate the solitary Empress. You have not forgotten your mission. Yet why do you assist that woman with her schemes, helping her to profit and alleviating her crises? I do not seek to ingratiate myself with her. I merely aim to approach her more effectively. You concoct such schemes? You have composed poetry and brewed wine. Do you take me for a fool, Nangong Yufei? You cannot have been captivated by the solitary Empress, can you? I have not forgotten my true purpose. Can you refrain from pressuring me? I simply wish to swim in the pool. Upon concluding his statement, Leng Huanian, without awaiting Nangong Yufei's consent, shed his clothes, donning only a pair of shorts, and dove headfirst into the clear pool. Leng Huanian held a deep affection for this pool, having frequently swum in it during his childhood. It represented the essence of his youth. Disregarding all caution, he leaped into the clear pool, infuriating Nangong Yufei. She felt a profound change in Leng Huanian since his arrival at the palace, though she could not pinpoint precisely what had altered. In the past, he would never have dared to swim without her permission, yet today he seemed utterly unconcerned about her presence. Nangong Yufei shed her outer garments, clad only in her undergarments, and plunged into the pool. Swiftly, she swam to Leng Huanian's side, intending to tug at his ear. Alas, Leng Huanian was more agile in the water than a dragon, evading her grasp. Thus, he swam ahead while she pursued him. Suddenly, Leng Huanian halted and turned around, and Nangong Yufei surged forward, seizing his arm. They floated in the water, their heads above the surface. Leng Huanian, why are you running? I see you fleeing. And it unnerves me, she remarked. What is there to fear? Nangong Yufei shot him a warning glance. Fear that you might strike me as you did in our childhood. Should you disobey now, I shall strike you just the same, for I command you to assist her, not me. With that, Nangong Yufei raised her delicate hand, intending to swat his rear, recalling how often she had reprimanded him in their youth. Instinctively, Leng Huanian grasped her wrist. A flash of surprise coursed through Nangong Yufei. His reflexes were remarkably swift. Yet, she attributed her inability to break free to her own carelessness, confident that as a practitioner of the royal spirit realm, she could easily subdue someone like him with but a slender finger. Unfortunately, her optimistic assumptions clashed with the harsh reality. At that moment, she found herself unable to extricate her wrist from Leng Huanian's grip. Leng Huanian, let go of me, she protested, struggling in vain. A flicker of confusion arising within her. She could not fathom that he had ascended to the royal spirit realm in a mere 21 days, surpassing her by an entire realm. Release me at once, or prepare to face the consequences. I warn you, I shall beat you senseless. Annoyed by her threats, Leng Huanian yanked her toward himself, causing her to tumble uncontrollably into his embrace. Do you remember the words I whispered in your ear the day I descended the mountain? Nangong Yufei, not suffering from amnesia, could never forget such a momentous declaration. Master, I desire you. Leng Huanian repeated those fateful words by her ear once more. A shiver ran through Nangong Yufei. The sensation was entirely different this time. Previously, she had thought him jesting, but now her mind was in disarray. Gazing at the enchanting beauty, dampened by the water, Leng Huanian felt a surge of passion. He released her wrist, cradled her face, and leaned in to kiss her tender lips. Nangong Yufei was momentarily stunned, caught completely unprepared. Her first kiss, preserved for so many years, had vanished in an instant. It felt as if she were ensnared in a dream. She wished to push away Leng Huanian, yet discovered that her body had grown weak, unable to resist him. And instead, she found herself leaning into his embrace. An unprecedented sensation blossomed within her heart. Despite being submerged in water, it felt as though she were floating on clouds. In truth, Leng Huanian's affection for Nangong Yufei had long surpassed that for Nangong Yuyan. After all, not so long ago, Nangong Yuyan was merely a charming little girl, while at that time, Nangong Yufei had already matured into a ripe peach. However, in those days, Leng Huanian dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts due to Nangong Yufei's formidable presence. The dynamics had shifted today, with Leng Huanian now firmly in control. Nangong Yufei was entirely enveloped in the sweetness of her first kiss. As Leng Huanian held her, they sank to the bottom of the clear pool. Reminiscent of the day he had cradled Leng Huanian in the same fashion. Eventually, Leng Yufei regained her senses and felt a chuckle rising within her. This little eunuch had stripped her of her garments. What was his intention? She closed her eyes, savoring the moment of her first kiss, yet her dream was abruptly interrupted. At the bottom of the pool, she could neither scream nor call out, so she bit down hard on Leng Huanian's shoulder, leaving a deep imprint with her teeth. She wished for him to feel the same pain, ensuring that he would remember this moment for eternity. Leng Huanian, however, was not angered by her bite. He discovered that this noble and stunning beauty had maintained her virginity, and he tenderly embraced her, channeling a bit of his spiritual energy into her. For his cultivation level surpassed hers. Leng Yufei's emotions were tumultuous. In the crystalline waters, she observed the exceptionally handsome face before her with newfound clarity. She bit down on the other side of Leng Huanian's chest, wishing to chastise the man who so recklessly claimed her body. Yet, in the end, she could not bring herself to do it. Instead, she gently caressed the mark left by her previous bite with her delicate hand. Chapter 40. The two boss ladies. Leng Huanian emerged from the pool, cradling Leng Yufei in his arms. Previously, she had always presented herself as a fierce tigress before him, but now, she rested her head against his chest, too shy to raise it again. She exhibited an unprecedented bashfulness, resembling a modest young woman overwhelmed by her emotions. "My dear, I shall take responsibility for you," Leng Huanian murmured, pressing his face against her exquisite cheek. "But didn't you go to the palace to become a eunuch? How can this be? My dear is too beautiful. I could never bear to become a eunuch. I made my feelings clear when I descended the mountain. How did you manage to avoid it?" "I practiced a technique known as the shrinking yang technique. As the name implies, you understand." Suddenly, Leng Yufei realized the implication and raised her delicate fist, playfully striking his chest multiple times. "You scoundrel! I sent you to the palace to pursue the Empress Dugu, and instead, you ended up claiming me. All right, be good. I have vowed to be responsible for you, for a lifetime." Leng Huanian once again pressed his lips against the delicate cherry blossoms of Leng Yufei, causing her to melt completely in his embrace as she raised her jade arms to wrap around his neck. "Put me down. My undergarments are still at the bottom of the pool. If Yin sees us like this, how will I face her? Men marry and women wed. Does Yufei intend to remain unmarried for life? It would be inappropriate for her to witness us in such a manner. All right. You stand still. I shall retrieve the clothes." Reluctantly, Leng Huanian set Leng Yufei down, her shyness prompting her to turn away, leaving him with a devilish view of her back. Descending into the clear pool, he retrieved her garments and, utilizing his spiritual power, evaporated the moisture from them in an instant, then tenderly assisted her in dressing. "What realm have you reached? How have you become so formidable in just a month?" "The royal spirit realm. My body naturally harbors the power of the imperial spirit realm." "The power of the imperial spirit realm? How can that be? Were you not completely crippled?" "It was thanks to the Empress Dugu at Weiyang Palace, who used her imperial spirit cultivation to thoroughly clear and expand my meridians. She devoted 21 days to this task, and after that, my realm ascended to the royal spirit realm. No wonder you are so fond of her. No wonder you would betray me and torment me. So that's it. What do you mean by betrayal and torment? I care for you. You care for me? Are you out of your mind? You dare to share such a monumental secret with me? Yufei, you are now my woman. What is there that I cannot share? In truth, my real identity is that I am the son of the king of Qing Lan, the crown prince of the kingdom of Qing Lan." "I see. I had an inkling of this when I first met you. Yufei, I have revealed all my secrets to you. Will you be my woman? You scoundrel. Do I have any other choice?" Leng Yufei playfully punched Leng Huanian's chest, though it felt more like a light tickle, as her heart brimmed with happiness, overshadowing any lingering frustration. "Still calling me a scoundrel? Be wary of my family's discipline. You ought to call me something sweet. Husband." With tender affection, Leng Huanian pulled her into his embrace. "Let us return to the cave. It is time to eat." After a moment of warmth, Leng Yufei stepped away from his arms. Let us not disclose our relationship to Yin just yet." Leng Yufei felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. "Speak of it whenever you wish. She will eventually learn." Upon returning to the cave, Leng Huanian had prepared a delightful spread. This marked the first time the three of them had gathered for a meal after more than a month apart. "I should have brought 2 bottles of wine along. The atmosphere during the meal felt somewhat peculiar. Husband, can you stay tonight? Nan Huanian, having not seen Leng Huanian for over a month, wished to spend more time with him. I must return tonight, for I am to accompany Empress Dugu to the rejuvenation lake at Weiyang Valley tomorrow. Weiyang Valley. Are you courting death? Nan Yufei, unable to restrain herself, reached out and grasped Leng Huanian's wrist, only to quickly retract her hand. Nan Yuyan sensed an oddity, but could not articulate it. My husband, the white dragon of the White Dragon Valley, is ferocious. None who enter the valley emerge unscathed. Do you wish for me to remain a widow? Nan Yuyan's focus remained steadfastly on her beloved. Rest assured, this time, the two eminent figures, Empress Dugu and Dugu Foam, will accompany me. Even if we cannot best the white dragon, escaping unscathed will not be a formidable challenge. It is still prudent to exercise caution. Nan Yufei steadied her emotions, her tone regaining its composure. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Leng Huanian cast a lingering, affectionate glance at Nan Yufei, causing her to turn her head away, flustered by his intense gaze. He then turned his attention back to Nan Yuyan. My husband, if we can only meet once a month as we do now, I fear I might not endure. Does Yuyan wish to see me every day? Of course I do, but I cannot simply descend to the Weiyang Palace. There is no need for such complications. Now, with the tavern bustling, I am in need of help. You could manage the tavern as the proprietress, and thus we could see each other daily. Really? But my aunt would surely disapprove of my leaving the mountain. Nan Yuyan's joy was quickly tempered by concern. I agree. Unexpectedly, Nan Yufei answered with enthusiasm, leaving Nan Yuyan in stunned disbelief. However, I have a condition. What condition? Leng Huanian inquired eagerly. I wish to descend the mountain with Yuyan and go to the tavern together. Very well, I wholeheartedly support this. To think of having two enchanting beauties confined to this cave, my heart aches at the thought. My tavern offers the finest accommodations and meals. You may indulge yourselves there. You can choose to stay in the tavern or explore the streets as you wish. Your only responsibility will be to manage the finances, and any earnings can be spent freely. My husband, is the tavern truly that profitable? Profitable indeed. It generates wealth faster than a money-making machine. Once you experience it, you will understand. Come with me down the mountain tonight, and I shall take you to the tavern. From now on, you two shall be the proprietors. If we are the proprietors, what will you do? Nan Yuyan asked, somewhat puzzled. I have many matters to attend to. Brewing is but one aspect. There are other responsibilities awaiting me. Henceforth, you need only focus on counting the money. Could this be too ambitious, potentially alerting the Shui envoy? Nan Yufei remained cautious. It has been 10 years. The Shui envoy has long since ceased his pursuits. Besides, I am now a renowned figure in Daong, and my fame shall only continue to grow. Who would dare to touch my women? Chapter 41. Graceful and charming if the Empress Dugu were to discover our identities. Would she spare us? Nan Yufei was aware of the Empress's ruthless methods. You pose no threat to her. She would not harm you. Furthermore, I am here. As long as I remain, you will be safe. My husband, what is your relationship with the Empress Dugu? Does she heed your words? Nan Yuyan found it hard to believe. Whether she would heed my words remained uncertain. I would ensure your safety, after all. Who could discern your identities after all these years if you chose not to disclose them? Very well. We shall accompany you, and even if we encounter peril, we shall not regret it. Nan Yufei resolutely declared that had this been before today, she would have certainly declined. For this cave had provided sufficient security for a decade. Yet, now that her relationship with Leng Huanian had deepened, the thought of not being able to see him frequently was unbearable. With a swift decision, they set forth, carrying little with them. When the aunt and niece had originally fled, they had possessed scant silver, relying over the years on the precious jewelry they had worn to survive. Fortunately, their stay in the cave had incurred minimal expenses. A former princess, a deposed princess, and two fallen royals had truly endured a harsh existence over the years. Leng Huanian led the two women back to the tavern, but midway, he took a detour to a place, the mountain god temple. Yenner, do you remember this place? The three paused before the temple's entrance. Indeed, it is here that we first met. I wish to pay my respects inside. Nan Yuyan felt fortunate for her insistence on visiting the temple back then. Otherwise, she would never have encountered Leng Huanian. Upon entering the mountain god temple, it appeared unchanged from a decade ago, still in a state of disrepair. Nan Yuyan knelt devoutly before the idol, while Leng Huanian moved behind it. brushing aside the withered branches and leaves. The place had not altered much, bringing him a sense of reassurance. Gradually uncovering the soil, he discovered a jade ring lying undisturbed at a depth of over a foot. He picked it up, wiping away the dirt. "What is this?" asked Ningong Yufei, who had been closely trailing Leng Huanian. "The national treasure of Qing Lan, the jade ring." "A national treasure?" "Indeed. It is a storage ring that contains half of the treasures of my Qing Lan kingdom, buried here during my flight a decade ago. You buried it quite deep. You have truly endured these 10 years. What choice did I have? Should you discover that the ring was lost, my life would likely be forfeit as well." Just as Ningong Yufei finished her prayers, she caught sight of this scene and hurried to Leng Huanian's side, fearing that Ningong Yufei might act against him. "Fool, are you not afraid that Aunt will snatch the ring from you if you unearth it now?" Anxiety gripped her heart, well aware of her aunt's temperament, which could lead to a quarrel and a potential theft. "Not at all," Leng Huanian calmly reassured her, gently embracing the protective figure of Ningong Yufei before him. "Aunt, you truly will not lay a hand on him?" "No, I would never harm him." "Why?" This revelation shattered Ningong Yufei's understanding. When had her aunt become so benevolent during a time when they were in dire need of funds? "Because I cannot defeat him. I am at the Spirit King level, while he has already attained the Emperor Spirit level." A blush suddenly appeared on Ningong Yufei's delicate face. "What? Aunt, you must be mistaken. You are already the most formidable genius of the Storm Kingdom, yet you are only at the King's Spirit realm, and my husband is still so young. How could he possibly have reached the Emperor Spirit realm? Because he is a genius among geniuses." "Not entirely. In truth, it was Chief Steward Gao Li who brought me forth. In his final moments, he imparted all his Emperor's Spirit realm energy to me through the profound technique of enlightenment. But my body could not withstand it, and I nearly perished. No wonder your meridians were severed at that time. I finally understand." Ningong Yufei appeared to have a complete epiphany. "Yinner, there are actually 2 matters I must discuss with you, so brace yourself." Upon hearing this, Ningong Yufei's heart sank slightly. She had a good idea of what Leng Huanian was about to say and quickly used her gaze to halt him, but Leng Huanian acted as if he were oblivious. "What is it?" Ningong Yufei was somewhat tense at Leng Huanian's words. "First, I am no longer a eunuch. By practicing the shrinking yang divine technique, I managed to slip into the Weiyang Palace unnoticed. I still have my capabilities, so you will not remain a widow. We will have children in the future." "Really?" "Indeed." Ningong Yufei instantly felt her life becoming more splendid. She stepped forward and tightly embraced Leng Huanian, then suddenly recalled something and said, "There is one more thing. Ningong Yufei is my woman." "Ah." Ningong Yufei's mouth fell agape, momentarily unable to digest this information. "Is it really that shocking? Yufei is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. It is perfectly natural for me to be fond of her." "You scoundrel." Ningong Yufei playfully punched Leng Huanian's chest a few times, then nestled into his embrace without saying another word. Both Ningong Yufei and Ningong Yufei were too shy to look at each other. Leng Huanian understood that it was best to leave everything to time, and he returned to the tavern with the 2 beautiful women. The tavern staff, witnessing their boss bringing in 2 captivating ladies, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Truly, wealth allows one to indulge as they please. A mere eunuch had 2 wives more radiant than flowers. If they were to discover that both were princesses, they would likely be consumed by jealousy. Unable to sleep for 3 nights, Leng Huanian led the 2 into his chamber. "This is my room. Please make do for now. Once I return from the White Dragon Valley, if I return..." "Husband, you really shouldn't go to the White Dragon Valley." Ningong Yufei interrupted Leng Huanian, embracing him tightly, while Ningong Yufei wore a worried expression. "Do not worry, it will be fine. When I return, I will purchase a large residence nearby, and you can stay there at night." Leng Huanian retrieved 20,000 silver notes from a jade ring, giving 10,000 to each of Ningong Yufei and Ningong Yufei. "You have suffered over the years. This money is your allowance. Spend it freely, do not save it for me, as the earnings we make afterward will be more than enough." "Husband, is it really that easy to earn money?" "It is quite lucrative. However, the current production is limited. Only a few thousand bottles remain from the first batch, necessitating a daily sales cap of 300 bottles. Once the second batch is released, there will be over 1 million bottles available, at which point sales will be unrestricted." "Understood. Now, having endured so much today, you should rest early. I must return to the palace for the night, as I will set out with the Empress to the White Dragon Valley at dawn." My dear husband, please take care, urged Nangong Yuyan anxiously. My husband, be cautious, Nangong Yufei timidly added. Her demeanor transformed into that of a shy maiden, entirely shedding her previous haughty disposition. Chapter 42. Journey to the White Dragon Valley. Leng Huanian returned to the Chengda Hall, prepared to retire for the night, only to discover that two phoenixes, Dugu Feng and the little ice phoenix, were already nestled in his bed, silently lying there. Sister Feng, you are here too. My husband, you have not been keeping me company lately. If I do not take the initiative, I fear I may not even see you, she replied. How could that be? Tomorrow we are to journey to the White Dragon Valley together. Your attention will solely be on Her Majesty, leaving no room for me, Dugu Feng retorted, surprisingly feeling envious of the Dugu Empress. How do you know? I am not blind. Your flirtations with Her Majesty are evident to anyone observant. What are you and Shuer doing here? She does not allow me to sleep here. Shuer dear, go to your nest and sleep. Today Sister Feng shall occupy this space. Reluctantly, Shuer climbed down and nestled into her corner, sulking as she hugged her head in discontent. Leng Huanian approached Shuer, squatting beside her and gently stroking her little head, saying softly, Sister Feng is my woman. We are a family, so Shuer must not be upset. If you behave, I will take you to the White Dragon Valley tomorrow. Shuer peeked out, blinked her eyes, and nodded. Leng Huanian affectionately tousled her hair, saying, so good. Leng Huanian returned to bed, pulling Dugu Feng into his embrace and kissing her delicate lips. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently removed Dugu Feng's undergarments. My husband, what are you doing? You cannot do that. Sister Feng, your skin is as smooth as jade. It feels truly delightful. But this makes me uncomfortable. Before long, I shall become a true man, and then I shall ensure Sister Feng becomes a genuine woman. Dugu Feng's heart trembled as she gazed into Leng Huanian's eyes, asking, Husband, are you serious? Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? Dugu Feng pressed her lovely face against Leng Huanian's chest, lamenting the irony that such a perfect man was a eunuch, a regret she had borne throughout her life. However, it seemed this regret might soon be alleviated. Rest early. If Her Majesty discovers you are not well rested, she will blame me. May I sleep while holding my Sister Feng? I don't know. I have already fallen asleep. On the following morning, to everyone's surprise, it was the earliest riser, Xiao Shuer, who woke up first. Fearing that the others might leave her behind, she eagerly awaited at the bedside of Leng Huanian. With no other choice, Leng Huanian hastily completed his morning routine without breakfast, heading directly to the Jingxiagong to partake in the meal. Observing the radiant demeanor of the cheerful Dugu Feng, the Dugu Empress could surmise the reason behind her good spirits. After enjoying their breakfast, the trio and the phoenix promptly soared towards the White Dragon Valley. The Dugu Empress flew alone while Leng Huanian sat atop Dugu Feng's Fengyin sword, with Xiao Shuer nestled against his shoulder. Aware of the unique bond between Leng Huanian and the Dugu Empress, Dugu Feng refrained from being overly familiar with him in the Empress's presence, despite her awareness of their relationship. After a day of travel, the group reached the White Dragon Valley. Contrary to its name, the valley was merely a narrow gorge at its entrance. Beyond it lay an expansive, breathtaking paradise akin to a hidden utopia, with the magnificent returning spring lake located at its heart, surrounded by lush greenery and wildflowers. Everyone, slow down and follow closely behind me, commanded the Dugu Empress, who led the way, with Leng Huanian and Xiao Shuer trailing behind, while Dugu Feng brought up the rear. The concern for Leng Huanian's safety was palpable among them. As they stepped into the gorge, a sudden hush enveloped the surroundings. Who dares disturb my beautiful dreams? You shall all perish. A booming voice echoed, and a colossal dragon claw lunged toward the trio. Catch the sword. Leng Huanian swiftly drew the Ling sword and tossed it to the Dugu Empress, who seized the hilt, her aura instantly elevating. Huanian, step aside. Fenger, ensure his safety, she commanded. Gripping the Ling sword, the Dugu Empress flew forth to strike the dragon claw, while Dugu Feng stood guard beside Leng Huanian. Falling light, the Dugu Empress initiated her sword technique with the Ling sword. The clash of the sword against the dragon claw produced a piercing sound, yet neither party sustained injury. Cursed humans. A majestic white dragon ascended into the sky, obscuring the sun, its body towering over 100 feet, even larger than the ice phoenix. Double concealment. Leng Huanian murmured in surprise, as both the Dugu Empress and the Ling sword vanished from sight. Dragon Shadow. The colossal form of the white dragon also disappeared. Sister Foam, how does this white dragon compare to the great ice phoenix? This white dragon is stronger. Last time, His Majesty easily overwhelmed the ice phoenix. But it seems she is at a disadvantage this time. The Dugu Empress and the white dragon engaged in an intense aerial battle. Sister Foam, you must assist His Majesty. In battles of their caliber, I find myself somewhat out of my depth. Why is there such a disparity between you and the Empress? Given that you both are in the Emperor Spirit Realm, His Majesty broke through to the Emperor Spirit Realm 800 years ago, while I only achieved it less than a century ago. She possesses 8 centuries of experience. There is no comparison. I see. While they are locked in combat, let me take you to returning Spring Lake. Assess the water quality. If it is unsatisfactory, we should urge the Empress to retreat and avoid a futile confrontation with the white dragon. Then let us hasten our pace. Dugu Feng circled the battlefield where the two were engaged in combat, accompanied by Leng Huanian, and arrived at the Huichun Lake. The vast expanse of Bailong Valley was one thing, but the lake appeared boundless as well. How immense could it possibly be? Upon reaching the lakeside, Leng Huanian gazed into the depths, where the water was unfathomable, its surface shimmering with a tranquil azure hue. He scooped a handful of water and tasted it, experiencing a refreshing jolt of vitality. The water was sweet and crisp, cool to the touch, surpassing even the finest imported mineral water he had ever savored in his previous life. Darling, how does the water taste? Can it be sold? Dugu Feng looked at Leng Huanian, her fate hanging on his words. Indeed, it is most exquisite. While the rejuvenating properties remain untested, this water is undeniably of exceptional quality. You must taste it. Leng Huanian offered a sip of the lake water to Dugu Feng. It's delightful, so refreshing. Wu. Shui pointed at Leng Huanian's hand, prompting him to bend down and provide her with some water, which she drank with evident satisfaction. My dear, we should vacate the valley. His Majesty is at a disadvantage, and that Bailong is exceedingly domineering. The Empress Dugu, who had been engaged in fierce battle with Bailong for over 30 rounds, was at her wits' end. Not only did the dragon possess great strength, but its tough scales rendered her Ling sword ineffective. No, we must divert Bailong's attention to alleviate some of her pressure. Agreed. You retreat to the valley's mouth, ready to flee at a moment's notice, while I shall target Bailong's tail. Be cautious, Sister Feng. My love. You too must take care. Dugu Feng gripped her Fengyin sword and unleashed her most powerful strike, soaring into the heavens like a phoenix, sword and all, before twisting midair and descending like a lightning bolt aimed at Bailong's back. Bailong, engrossed in its battle with the Empress, caught a glimpse of the impending ambush, which only fueled its fury. It momentarily disregarded the Empress as it coiled its long tail, gathering strength. Just as Dugu Feng was about to strike, Bailong unleashed a powerful tail swipe, sending her and her sword flying several dozen zhang away. Chapter 43. The Kiss of Blooded Lips, Sister Feng. Leng Huanian's heart ached at the sight, and he rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms. I'm fine, just a surface wound, Dugu Feng insisted, though blood trickled from her mouth and nose. She merely wished to spare Leng Huanian from worry. Bailong charged toward Dugu Feng and Leng Huanian. Quick, flee! Dugu Feng struggled free from Leng Huanian's embrace, pushing him several zhang away with a single palm strike, then firmly grasped her Fengyin sword and charged back at Bailong. Dodged. The Empress observed the situation and realized that Dugu Feng intended to risk everything to severely wound Bailong. She had originally reserved her ultimate move, the Void, for a critical moment, but it seemed she had no choice but to deploy it now. As Bailong's claw was about to collide with Dugu Feng's Fengyin sword, the Empress's Ling sword surged forward, striking the massive body of Bailong with precision. Roar! The white dragon's body was pierced with a gaping wound, blood gushing forth. Yet, its formidable prowess prevented it from being reduced to nothingness by a single strike. This spectacle entirely surpassed the comprehension of the solitary Empress. The blood that the white dragon expelled splattered across its form, gradually staining it a deep crimson. Roaring with ferocity, the white dragon transformed. Its 100-foot frame ignited in a brilliant scarlet hue, far surpassing mere sanguine coloration. This metamorphosis culminated in its transformation into a crimson dragon, wreathed in flames of fiery red. Enraged by its injuries, The once white dragon now became a blazing fire dragon. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames from its massive maw, casting fiery projectiles upon the three individuals below. The solitary Empress, having exhausted her spirit energy with her most potent strike, found herself utterly spent. While the trio struggled to fend off the cascading inferno, the Crimson Dragon, now roaring with vengeance, charged toward the solitary Empress, who had inflicted grievous wounds upon it moments prior. Summoning her last reserves, she grasped the scale shadow sword with great effort, standing resolute to face the fire dragon's onslaught. Alas, the Empress's ally, Dugu Feng, called out urgently to Leng Huanian, "Husband, flee the valley at once." She then raised her sword and soared toward the fire dragon. Having been saved by the Empress at a critical moment, she now felt compelled to strike the fire dragon, fully aware that this act might seal her fate. Yet, she believed that by distracting the dragon, she could afford Leng Huanian a fleeting chance to escape. However, Leng Huanian remained unmoved, gently removing the snow from his shoulder and tenderly stroking the little one's head. "Swear, be good. Wait for me outside the valley. We shall find you shortly." He had underestimated Shuer's intelligence, for the little creature shook her head, resolute in her decision to remain. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Feng, leading the charge, was struck by the fire dragon's massive paw, sent soaring through the air. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she crashed heavily to the ground, silenced forever. The fire dragon exhibited no hesitation, continuing its relentless advance toward the solitary Empress. With her spirit energy depleted, the Empress called out to Leng Huanian, "Huanian, flee the valley." Summoning her last strength, she executed a double concealment technique. Just as she vanished, the fire dragon's claws descended upon her. Although it had lost sight of the Empress, being an ancient divine beast, it drew upon its vast battle experience to predict her whereabouts, swiping its claw with precision, striking her arm. The Empress, already drained of energy, was sent flying, landing directly in front of Leng Huanian. He quickly crouched down to embrace her as she hovered on the brink of consciousness. Her eyes half closed as she gazed at him. "Why haven't you left?" she murmured. "With you here, how could I possibly escape alone? If we are to perish together today, I find solace in that. Jin say, in the next life, I shall marry you." Coughing weakly, blood spilled from her lips. Yet Leng Huanian remained unperturbed, gently kissing her bloodied lips and whispering, "I will come to keep you company shortly." He seized the shadow scale sword from the hands of the solitary Empress, vanishing in an instant with a single stroke of dual concealment. Gradually drawing closer to the fire dragon, a fierce roar erupted from the dragon, evidently sensing an impending threat. Cold Huanian boldly attempted the sword's most formidable technique, the void, a move he had never executed before. Today he unleashed the full potential of his body. The circumstances were neither dire nor favorable, and this void strike was somewhat unrefined. Nevertheless, it was commendable. Only those in the imperial spirit realm could wield the void, yet he managed to do so in the imperial realm, albeit with less than satisfactory results. When the shadow scale sword made contact with the fire dragon, it failed to penetrate even the flames enveloping its form. It was no wonder. The dragon's physique was extraordinarily resilient, and even the Empress's void only left a mere puncture in its scales. Cold Huanian was inevitably repelled by the dragon's formidable aura. Hurtling back to land beside the solitary Empress, his body aching and blood trickling from his mouth and nose. "Fool, I warned you to leave. Staying here is tantamount to waiting for death." Cold Huanian crawled over and embraced the Empress. Together, they would venture into the underworld, which seemed rather pleasant. Though he lamented not being able to hold Feng in his arms as well, it would ease her solitude on the bridge of helplessness. "You heartbreaker, even in death. You cannot let go of other women." The Empress pinched his waist playfully. As they clung to each other, facing the imminent death, they exhibited an unexpected calmness and composure. "Do you regret it?" The Empress's hand caressed Cold Huanian's face. "I regret being born a few years too late. Regret not having met you sooner. Regret not truly possessing my jinsei. Perhaps in the next life, remember this face of mine. It will be unforgettable even in ashes." The fire dragon truly wished to reduce the three of them to ashes, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of deathly dragon breath. Flames filled the air, cascading like meteors, and in mere moments, the area within dozens of feet would ignite, engulfing the ground in a sea of fire. Cold Huanian, the solitary Empress. And Dugu phone would have nowhere to hide. Clang. A sound akin to gold shattering stone resonated, shaking the earth. Cold Huanian turned towards the sound, where an immense ice phoenix, 100 feet long, expelled a cloud of icy mist, intertwining with the fireballs before vanishing entirely. The ice phoenix, what brings her here? Cold Huanian pondered, bewildered by the timing of the ice phoenix's intervention. Fool, her child is here, even if not for you. She cannot bear to witness her offspring perish in flames. The ice phoenix and the fire dragon, two divine beasts, now faced a true adversary. The fire dragon was indeed stronger, yet it had been grievously wounded, forced into a frenzied state. At that moment, the two divine beasts clashed fiercely. But Cold Huanian's gaze remained solely upon the solitary Empress. Do you not care who prevails? Of course, I hope the ice phoenix triumphs. I have yet to savor enough moments with Jin Se. In such dire circumstances, Cold Huanian unexpectedly pressed his lips against the bloodied cherry blossoms of the solitary Empress. Chapter 44. The transformation of the white dragon. While the battle raged with a tumultuous ferocity, two figures remained tranquil, even finding leisure in their closeness. Shuer approached Leng Huanian, and upon observing his demeanor, she sensed something was amiss. Leng Huanian drew her closer and pointed towards the colossal ice phoenix embroiled in combat, saying, Shuer, do you see that snow-white phoenix resembling you? She is your mother. Mother? Although Shuer felt perplexed, she was intrigued by the striking resemblance between herself and the magnificent ice phoenix. The raging aura of the fire dragon began to wane. Yet the ice phoenix found little advantage, as the white dragon proved overwhelmingly powerful. The flames enveloping the fire dragon gradually extinguished, and its form transitioned from crimson to a pale white. The two divine beasts, one embodying the essence of fire, the other of ice, clashed fiercely, unleashing every skill at their disposal. With a thunderous crash, tranquility enveloped the valley. The white dragon had vanished, leaving behind a woman, utterly unclad. Her skin fairer than snow and as white as the dragon itself. The ice phoenix lay nearby, her eyes nearly closed, straddling the line between life and death. In this moment, amidst the stillness, Leng Huanian emerged as the healthiest individual in the valley. He grasped the scale shadow's sword and slowly approached the woman on the ground, positioning the weapon against her neck. A gaping wound marred her chest, leading Leng Huanian to conclude with certainty that this was the white dragon. Why had the white dragon taken on a female form? Leng Huanian found himself perplexed. Nonetheless, he resolved to act, for this white dragon had grievously harmed his beloved. Just as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow, her enchanting eyes fluttered open, fixating unwaveringly upon him. You are the white dragon. Close your eyes. I am about to send you on your way. Leng Huanian's words felt absurd, as though he were pronouncing a death sentence. Ignoring the sword at her throat, the woman wrapped her arms around his neck and drew his lips to her soft cherry blossom-like mouth. Caught unawares by the dragon maiden's boldness, Leng Huanian's grip on the sword slackened. Sensing his change in demeanor, she intensified the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Leng Huanian gazed at the alluring dragon maiden in his embrace, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty, her face exquisite, her form captivating. Among those he had encountered, only the likes of Dugu Jin's could rival her splendor. As a man who cherished the delicate, how could he bring himself to slay a woman he had just kissed? Yet, he had little time for hesitation. He approached the ice phoenix, gently caressing her head. She had sustained severe injuries, her body diminished considerably. He could easily lift her into his arms. She slowly opened her eyes, and Leng Huanian sighed in relief. She was still alive. He beckoned to Shuer, who swiftly flew to his side. He placed her into the embrace of the ice phoenix, saying, "Take good care of your mother. It is she who saved us." He then walked over to check on Dugu Feng. Among all present, Dugu Feng had sustained the gravest injuries. Leng Huanian moved slowly, fearing that Dugu Feng might have already departed from this world. Heaven be merciful, Dugu Feng's chest still rose and fell. She was merely unconscious, still clinging to life. Leng Huanian sighed in relief, lifting her and making his way towards the Empress of the Dugu clan. You won't kill her? The Empress was clearly displeased with Leng Huanian's decision, leaving him speechless. She ensnared you with just a kiss. You are far too tender-hearted. She may prove invaluable to us. I shall inquire about a few matters. Be cautious. If she regains consciousness, she might harm you. That won't happen. I have discerned no intent to kill in her gaze. Leng Huanian approached the dragon maiden once more, noting that her complexion had improved slightly since before. Indeed, divine beasts are truly remarkable. Carry me to the spring of rejuvenation, the dragon maiden said, extending her arms towards him. He lifted her gently and began to walk towards the spring. The water is rather cold. Are you certain you wish to enter? Absolutely. I shall soak in the waters of the spring of rejuvenation, and my body will swiftly recover. Are you not afraid I might harm you later? Leng Huanian shook his head. What gives you such confidence? There is no malice in your eyes. He placed the dragon maiden in the spring. Though the water was frigid, she thrived as if she were a dragon returning to its element. Go, bring them all here. Immersing them in the water will aid in healing their wounds and restoring their vitality. Does it truly work? Otherwise, why would it be called the spring of rejuvenation? Understood. Thank you for the reminder. You are quite beautiful, and I admire you greatly. Leng Huanian leaned down and kissed the dragon maiden, who lay in the water. He then carried Dugu Feng, the Empress of the Dugu clan, and the Ice Phoenix into the spring of rejuvenation. Did she instruct you to do this? The Empress retained a hint of wariness. Yes, the water is rather cold. Leng Huanian entered the lake as well. The coolness enveloped him, bringing an indescribable sense of relief. The dragon maiden had not lied. The water indeed facilitated the healing of injuries, explaining the spring's name. Leng Huanian felt the pain in his body diminish, and the frown on Dugu Feng's face gradually relaxed. She slowly opened her eyes, discovering she was cradled in her beloved's arms, feeling remarkably unburdened by pain. You're awake. Do you still feel unwell? Not at all, my husband. I thought I would never see you again. Are we in the lake? Yes. This water is sacred for healing and rejuvenation. Look, everyone is lying in the lake regaining their strength. Dugu Feng indeed noticed that everyone was submerged in the spring of rejuvenation. What about the red dragon? Did it not slay you? How could that be? Dugu Feng recalled the red dragon's ferocity and felt a shiver of fear. Look beside Shuer. Who is that? The Ice Phoenix? Indeed, had she not arrived in time, we might have perished. The red dragon was slain by her. The red dragon and the Ice Phoenix nearly met their demise, both gravely wounded. The Ice Phoenix diminished in size, while the red dragon transformed into a woman, remaining there. Such occurrences are not surprising in the realm of divine beasts. Yet, what is her purpose here? To coexist harmoniously with us? It seems there is no discord. This territory has always belonged to her. I am devising a plan to transform the Rejuvenation Lake into a domain for us all. Will she consent? If she reverts to her dragon form, who among us could withstand her? I shall retain the Ice Phoenix, along with your majesty and you. The three of us would be more than sufficient to confront the fire dragon. Shall we once again seek mutual destruction? That seems unlikely. No one is foolish. Leng Huanian slowly glided to the side of the solitary Empress and embraced her tightly. After surviving the calamity, the solitary Empress had come to understand many things. Faced with Leng Huanian's fervent warmth, she felt no resistance. Your Majesty, I can finally live and possess you. Chapter 45. Identity revealed. A single utterance from Leng Huanian elicited a knowing smile between the Dragon Maiden and the Ice Phoenix. Without regard for the surroundings, Leng Huanian pressed his lips against the delicate cherry blossoms of the solitary Empress, their embrace tight. The sensation of surviving a catastrophe was exquisite. The solitary Empress even yearned to become Leng Huanian's true woman. Alas, after a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Dragon Maiden, behold the visage of my wife. You are henceforth forbidden to lay a hand upon her. Leng Huanian cradled the solitary Empress's lovely face and addressed the Dragon Maiden. I have long surpassed the age of courting trouble. Today, it is you who invaded my territory. This is merely self-defense. You present a valid point. Transforming into human form must diminish your power. Leng Huanian observed the Dragon Maiden, her figure undeniably alluring. Indeed, had I not transformed, you would have slain me with a single strike. The Dragon Maiden appeared unperturbed by Leng Huanian's intense gaze. You understand men so well. Are the women of your dragon clan so uninhibited? You insult me. I have never transformed before, nor have I been this close to a man. The Dragon Maiden, seemingly audacious, had only experienced this once in her life, for she had never encountered such dire straits before. To see such a divine beast cornered is simply astonishing. Dragon Maiden, have you kissed anyone before? This is my first transformation. How could I have kissed anyone? This is my first kiss, and you have struck lucky. Since you have kissed me, you shall henceforth be my woman, destined to be kissed by me alone for all eternity. Whether you possess such capability remains to be seen. You shall witness my prowess." Leng Huanian winked at the dragon maiden before turning his attention to the ice phoenix. "Phoenix, I must sincerely thank you. Without you, I might have had to start anew. I did not act for your sake." The ice phoenix's demeanor was as frosty as her appearance. "I understand. You acted for your daughter, the little ice phoenix." Leng Huanian swam over to Snowy, embracing her in his arms, the little one's feathers completely soaked. "Damn it! Who told you I am her mother? I am her sister." The ice phoenix felt somewhat powerless, having been so misunderstood by humans. "Sister? How on earth did my mother transform into my sister? Was I merely assuming all this time?" Leng Huanian glanced at Dugu Feng, who in turn looked at the Dugu Empress, and then the Dugu Empress shifted her gaze back to Leng Huanian. This misunderstanding was rather significant, yet it was somewhat understandable. "Phoenix, what of your parents?" "They were forsaken by the Feng clan and perished at the hands of the Jinwu clan." As the phoenix recalled the tragic demise of her parents, sorrow washed over her visage. "What transpired?" "The Jinwu crown prince sought a consort and inadvertently took an interest in me, wishing to take me as his bride. My father is the clan leader of the Feng clan. How could he possibly allow me to wed into the notoriously ill-reputed Jinwu clan, let alone as a concubine? Yet, under pressure from the Jinwu clan, the elders of the Feng clan deprived my father of his leadership position, and we were expelled from the Feng clan. Just after we left Fengming Mountain, we were ambushed by the Jinwu clan. My parents, outnumbered, fought valiantly. My father entrusted me and my sister, the egg I mentioned earlier, to the star-crossing ring before self-destructing to ensure our escape. You are not from this continent. Indeed, we hail from the heavenly realm, the domain of wind." "The heavenly realm? You are from the heavenly realm?" Leng Huanian's aspiration was to ascend to the heavenly realm. He felt an overwhelming urge to seize her. "How long have you been in the Zuling continent, hiding in the White Dragon Valley?" "I just crossed into the Zuling continent. Although the star-crossing ring provided protection, I was gravely injured while trying to safeguard my sister. The ring can only bear one life form during the crossing. And although my sister was merely an egg at the time, she was still alive. It seems surviving until now is nothing short of a miracle. I was severely injured. Perhaps fate had a hand in it. I fortuitously fell into the rejuvenation lake, where I gradually healed and regained my strength." "Then why did Snow not hatch for 5,000 years?" Leng Huanian looked at Snow, marveling that she might be the longest living creature to remain in an egg. The egg was damaged during the crossing, and Snow was born with inherent deficiencies. Later, I resolved to find her a suitable hatching environment, scouring the Zuling continent until I finally discovered the Wanren Snow Mountain. No wonder. I must thank you. Without you, Snowwood might never have hatched." The ice phoenix bestowed a grateful glance upon Leng Huanian, a gesture that conveyed her utmost appreciation. "How could that be? I did nothing but bring her home and place her by my bedside. It is because you possess the strongest pure yang aura and the most abundant fortune. Being with you for just a few days allowed Snowward to achieve perfection." "What pure yang aura? Are you suggesting that to a little eunuch?" "Your Majesty, do not heed her nonsensical claims." The Dugu Empress narrowed her eyes, sending a shiver through Leng Huanian's heart. "Dragon Maiden, you too are a divine beast. Do you not agree that the phoenix is speaking in riddles?" At last, she could no longer conceal her insight. "Foolish one. If I were not able to discern that you are the child of destiny, how could I have taken the initiative to kiss you?" The Dragon Maiden has laid her cards on the table. "Your technique is indeed extraordinary, flickering in and out of visibility. However, how could it possibly escape my keen gaze? The eyes of the ice phoenix are astute." The Empress of Solitude lunged forward, biting down on Leng Huanian's shoulder, not out of anger for being deceived, but rather overwhelmed by her uncontainable joy. "Rascal, I remarked on the increasing yang energy surrounding you. It turns out you are but a false eunuch." "Your Majesty, do not heed her." Leng Huanian had yet to finish his words when the Empress of Solitude swiftly grasped him with her dragon claw. "Do you have anything further to say?" "Well, I had intended to be honest with your Majesty in the past few days." Leng Huanian felt a sense of awe regarding the divine beasts of the celestial realm, who could see through him in an instant. "No wonder you are always filled with lustful thoughts. I was quite perplexed at the time." The Empress of Solitude felt a sense of relief, akin to winning a grand prize. "Your Majesty, Is my husband truly a real man? The Empress of Solitude, too, was no longer composed. Leng Huanian was a mere young eunuch, the only regret of her life. Of course, if you don't believe me, try to seize him for yourself. All right. In front of the dragon maiden and the phoenix, you two should at least spare me some dignity, lest they mock us. I would never mock. What woman would ridicule her own man? The dragon maiden transformed into her human form, seemingly softening in temperament. Dragon maiden, do you truly wish to become my woman? I have transformed for you. How could it be false? Do you not know that in our dragon clan, the first transformation must occur before one's beloved? I did not know. It simply felt a bit sudden. You do not hail from the celestial realm, do you? Indeed. I come from the dragon domain of the celestial realm. Chapter 46. The White Dragon and the Ice Phoenix. Dragon domain. What other domains do you all hail from? The celestial realm comprises numerous domains, each exceeding 100 spirit continents in size. The celestial realm is that vast? Leng Huanian was taken aback. The world outside is indeed immense. In comparison, the spirit continent is but a speck. Dragon maiden, how did you end up in the spirit continent? I killed the Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan and fought desperately to escape the dragon domain, ultimately wandering to the spirit continent. The long journey of fleeing left me battered and bruised. Fortunately, I fell into the rejuvenation lake, and over the years, I have slowly restored my health. I must have arrived in the spirit continent 2,000 years after the phoenix. All these years, have you never crossed paths? Leng Huanian found it hard to believe, considering that two divine beasts could hardly coexist in the same realm unless they were lovers. No, ever since I entered the White Dragon Valley, I have been unable to leave the rejuvenation lake. My injuries were too severe, affecting my very essence. Without the waters of the rejuvenation lake, not only would I not have healed, but I fear I would have long ceased to exist. It is no wonder they say the White Dragon Valley is home to the White Dragon. The White Dragon cannot leave the White Dragon Valley. So, has your injury fully healed? Not yet. Perhaps I must wait a while longer. Dragon Lady, we are preparing to bottle the water from the rejuvenation lake and sell it across the nation. You have no objections, do you? What objections could I possibly have? Look at this boundless rejuvenation lake. Its waters are inexhaustible. Take as much as you wish. I am indifferent. Very well, we shall commence the bottling tomorrow. Huaiyan, have you decided on a name for the water? Rejuvenation Spring. Quite conventional, as long as it includes the term rejuvenation, for this water is rich in minerals, capable of enhancing bodily functions, healing wounds, and even restoring youth. Such miraculous water deserves the name Divine Rejuvenation Spring. However, let us remain modest. Should the water not meet expectations, I would need a catchy name, but its miraculous nature alleviates that concern. My only task is to ensure a steady supply, delivering it nationwide, even throughout the entire Zuling continent. Once people experience its benefits, word of mouth will surely spread, and soon we may find ourselves unable to meet demand. Huaiyan, at just 16, how do you conceive such ingenious ideas? The solitary Empress looked at Leng Huanian, finding him even more extraordinary than the waters of Rejuvenation Lake. If I were not exceptional, how could I be worthy of my Jin Sei? After revealing his relationship with the solitary Empress, Leng Huanian no longer submitted to her, even referring to her as Jin Sei at times, which conveyed an intimate closeness. Are you fully prepared? Everything is ready. There is no technical difficulty involved. The water from Rejuvenation Lake is natural mineral water, pure enough for direct consumption, thus eliminating the need for filtration. The reason Leng Huanian sought the best water source was merely to serve as a transporter of the water. Are the bottles prepared? I designed them in advance, and mass production began during the brewing process. Your plan is flawless. Have you considered how to transport the water to various locations? Sales outlets across the nation are already being established. As long as sales increase, the more outlets we open, the greater our profits. With both liquor and water sales occurring simultaneously, will there be financial strain? The national treasury of Daong can hardly spare much at present. For Jin Sei, I am willing to invest my own funds. Look at this. Leng Huanian finally produced the jade ring and handed it to the solitary Empress. How can there be such treasures within this ring? Who are you truly? The solitary Empress, upon probing with her consciousness, was genuinely startled. This exceeded even her national treasury. My surname is Leng, and I am the prince of the kingdom of Qing Lan. Leng Huanian observed the solitary Empress, eager to see her reaction. Huaiyan, are you not afraid I might kill you? The The solitary Empress felt a tremor within, yet she maintained her composure from her lofty position. Since I dared to present the jade ring, I possess absolute confidence that Jinsei would not harm me. No wonder so many exceptional women are drawn to you. You possess not only beauty and talent, but your demeanor is also astonishing. I did not misjudge you. As the opportunity arose, Leng Huanian swam to the side of the Empress Dugu, drawing her into his embrace, and she did not resist despite the presence of others. Dugu Feng stood nearby, momentarily stunned. Her beloved was, after all, the prince of the Qing Lan kingdom. I have destroyed the Qing Lan kingdom. Do you not harbor hatred towards me? The Empress gazed into Leng Huanian's face. In the past, she surely must have felt animosity, but upon encountering Jinsei, she realized that her love for Jinsei transcended any hatred. Thus, now, she held no resentment, only affection. In Leng Huanian's heart, he pondered, what connection does the enmity towards the Qing Lan kingdom have with me, Leng Huanian? The Empress publicly rewarded him with a kiss, gently pressing her lips against his. Leng Huanian embraced her briefly before releasing her, aware of the several women nearby. Now, allow me to share my thoughts. The Dragon Maiden is to remain in the White Dragon Valley. Should the Spring of Renewal sell exceedingly well, others are likely to associate it with the Lake of Renewal, which may incite numerous factions to covet its resources. Thus, the Dragon Maiden's presence in the Dragon Valley serves a dual purpose. She can recuperate while safeguarding the water source. Dragon Maiden, do you approve of my arrangement? I have no objections. I intend to stay here. With me present, none shall dare to step into the White Dragon Valley except for you. Excellent. Moving on to the issue of transport, should the Spring of Renewal receive a favorable response, the subsequent demand could reach astronomical figures, potentially numbering in the hundreds of millions or even billions of bottles. Transporting such quantities nationwide indeed poses a challenge. While it may seem daunting, it is not insurmountable. We can store the prepared Spring of Renewal in storage rings, which can then be delivered nationwide by the Phoenix. Leng Huanian glanced at the Ice Snow Phoenix. You truly do not consider yourself an outsider. The Ice Snow Phoenix rolled her eyes. Phoenix, our bond is extraordinary. Due to the existence of Xiaoxua, we are likely to be entwined for a lifetime. Moreover, when I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall certainly avenge the blood feud against those who have wronged you and harmed your parents. None shall escape my retribution. Can you truly be that formidable? You may struggle to fathom the might of my enemies. Are they not merely from the Jinwu clan? I shall eradicate them for you. And I will also deal with the elder of your clan who betrayed your parents. Your claims are grand. However, I remain skeptical. You need not doubt me, Huanian. He ascended from the initial spirit realm to the imperial spirit realm in just 21 days. What? Both the Dragon Maiden and the Phoenix exclaimed in unison. Thus, you should recognize his potential. Once he reaches the celestial realm, he will undoubtedly fulfill his promises. The Empress Dugu held unwavering confidence in Leng Huanian. She believed no one could surpass his prowess. I have faith in him. My willingness to kiss him stems from an inner calling. He shall become the strongest. If the Dragon Maiden had any uncertainty before, at this moment, her thoughts aligned perfectly with those of the Empress Dugu. Chapter 47. The transformation of the Ice Phoenix. Very well. I find myself with no alternative. However, it is rather unjust for you to allow the Dragon Maiden to rest here while I am left to toil. Though the Ice and Snow Phoenix has fallen into misfortune, it still possesses its own pride. The Dragon Maiden, unable to part from the White Dragon Valley for the time being, must find flying a trivial pursuit, as the ethereal sky allows her to traverse to any destination in an instant. Do you not think it somewhat an overestimation of my capabilities to assign me such tasks? The Phoenix expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Do not underestimate the Spring Revival Spring. We are engaged in a monumental enterprise. Furthermore, our amassed wealth will provide us with the means to confront our adversaries with confidence. In light of your kindness toward Schwer, I shall reluctantly assist you this once. Thank you. By the way, I still do not know the names of the Dragon Maiden and the Phoenix. I am Leng Huanian. Do you have names as well? I am Longxi. You may refer to me as the Crimson Dragon Empress. After the Dragon Maiden kissed Leng Huanian, her temper had notably softened. Are you not the White Dragon? In a state of fury, I transform into the Crimson Flame Dragon. Indeed, I have witnessed your formidable power. It is truly terrifying. Therefore, you must not betray my trust, or you shall face the consequences. How could I? I cherish you dearly. Leng Huanian patted her hand, and turned to the ice and snow phoenix. I am Luo Bing. You have aptly named my sister Shui, so she shall henceforth be known as Luo Shui. She is called Shui, and you shall be called Binger from now on. Leng Huanian found this moniker more agreeable. Such a suggestion may lead to misunderstandings, as though I have become your woman. Luo Bing cast a playful glance at Leng Huanian, her demeanor devoid of anger. Should you one day transform into a beauty, it would not be out of the question. A lecherous rogue, Luo Bing teased lightly before turning to embrace Shui, who blinked curiously at her sister and then at Leng Huanian, her little mind undoubtedly swirling with thoughts. Since matters are settled, let us return. Tomorrow, Huanian will bring others along. The Empress of the Dugu glanced around. Longxi, can you revert to your dragon form? In your current state, I cannot bear to leave you behind. Rest assured, I have nearly recovered. No sooner had she spoken than Longxi transformed back into a white dragon. However, this time her form was not the 100-foot-long behemoth, as she could freely adjust her size at will. That is reassuring. Luo Bing, let us return to Weiyang Palace together. It will be an opportunity for you to spend more time with Shui and teach her some skills. Indeed, after years of wandering, Luo Bing welcomed the prospect of having a place to settle. Longxi, we shall return for now, once you are fully recovered. You will accompany me back to Weiyang Palace to live together. Leng Huanian gently caressed the dragon's head and bestowed a kiss upon her cheek. Longxi nodded, her heart moved. Luo Bing expanded her form to several zhang, signaling for everyone to ascend. Leng Huanian, cradling Shui, along with the Empress Dugu and Dugu Feng, climbed onto the broad back of the ice and snow phoenix. With a few gentle flaps of her wings, the ice and snow phoenix soared away, covering the distance back to Weiyang Palace in less than half the time it took to arrive. In the twilight of the day, the Empress Dugu urged, Huanian, you have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Return early today to rest. Upon your return, come to my resplendent palace. I shall reward you handsomely. With a knowing glance, the Empress conveyed her intentions, and Huanian nodded in understanding. It was today that the Empress had discovered Huanian was not a eunuch, but a complete man. Though she yearned for his company upon her return to the palace, her innocence left her apprehensive. Thus, despite her anticipation, she found herself yearning to retreat. Dugu Feng, too, cast a flirtatious glance towards Huanian, to which he responded with a playful wink. Once the Empress and Dugu Feng departed, only Huanian and two ethereal ice phoenixes remained in the Chengda Hall. Huanian, may I bathe here? Inquired Luo Bingyu, fluttering her wings lightly. Did we not just emerge from the rejuvenation lake? Why do you wish to bathe again? Truth be told, I have a penchant for cleanliness. After carrying you both, I must cleanse myself. Otherwise, my conscience will not be at ease, Huanian admitted. Luo Bing felt a tinge of embarrassment. You are quite generous, despite your cleanliness. You still allowed us to ride upon your back. Huanian's fondness for Luo Bing grew. Her willingness to go that extra mile was admirable, something few could comprehend. Sometimes, feelings for others transcend mere notions. Would it be permissible to enjoy a hot spring? I have created a spring pool. Its waters akin to those found atop the towering snowy mountains. Come, experience it, Luo Bing suggested with a nod. Huanian led her to the spring, gently closing the door behind them before returning to play with little Shui. Shui, are you happy to have found your sister today? He inquired. Though Shui could not yet speak, she understood and nodded in response. What a grand misunderstanding. I had thought her your mother, yet she is your sister. You two may well be the sisters with the greatest age difference in history, perhaps exceeding 10,000 years. Shui, it seems I am your lucky star. Had it not been for me, you might have remained within your shell for much longer. Therefore, you must always heed my words. I am your closest companion. Even dearer than your sister, would you not agree? Without hesitation, Shui nodded, perhaps because the first face she beheld upon emerging was that of Huanian, fostering an immediate bond between them. As their playful moments continued, a figure entered the room, a celestial maiden clad in white, her hair still damp. Huanian was momentarily entranced by her breathtaking beauty. Luo Bing, is that you? He asked, astonished. The maiden nodded gracefully. How is it that you have taken human form? Huanian, now somewhat knowledgeable about these divine beings, understood that they rarely transformed before even those they held in utmost trust, let alone those with whom they shared affection. Do you find it pleasing? Luo Bing twirled elegantly in place. Indeed, though you are a divine beast, your manifestation in human form is ethereal and enchanting. Do you comprehend what it signifies that I have transformed before you? She inquired, her gaze penetrating. Are you suggesting an eternal bond? He responded, caught in the gravity of the moment. Cold Huania's calm heart could not help but race, for the ethereal beauty before him, the white-clad fairy, was truly enchanting. While the dragon-like Cici exuded explosive allure, the divine beast Luo Bing, in her transformed state, radiated an untainted purity, exuding an air of otherworldly elegance. Shuer gazed at Luo Bing, her expression filled with bewilderment. Shuer, I am your sister, Luo Bing said as she approached and gently ruffled the little one's hair. Shuer nodded, fluttered her wings, and obediently nestled into her own little nest. In her mind, with a woman staying over, she knew she could only retreat to her own cozy space. Luo Bing dried her hair and, with an air of composure, climbed onto the bed. Cold Huania's heart raced intensely. Could it be that this transcendent ice fairy would share a bed with him? Luo Bing, are you going to sleep in the same bed with me tonight? Are there any other beds? She replied, it seems there are none. Cold Huania lay down, turned to his side, and gazed at the exquisite beauty so near, whispering softly, thank you for liking me. How do you know I like you? Luo Bing's words left Cold Huania somewhat perplexed. You're sharing a bed with me. Isn't that a sign of affection? It's about the feeling. At the very least, you are willing to be close to me, to share a bed. If I were not someone you liked, you probably wouldn't even glance my way. I have never been in love or spoken of it. I have a bit of fondness for you, but I have not fully fallen for you yet. Until I do, you must not touch me. Luo Bing gazed into Cold Huania's bright eyes, her heart fluttering. May I hold you while we sleep? Just hold you. Luo Bing longed to lean against Cold Huania's chest, and he naturally embraced the ice fairy. Let us sleep. Cold Huania extinguished the red candle and gently kissed her forehead, which was as fair as jade. You kissed me? Yes, a fleeting kiss. When you wish for a true kiss someday, Cold Huania felt his lips sealed by a soft pear. He had not anticipated Luo Bing would take the initiative to kiss him. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, being her first kiss, but fortunately, Cold Huania was there. After a long moment, their lips parted. Luo Bing's heart raced wildly. Her emotional world had always been barren, and today she had skipped many stages, entering the most intimate realm. Having been frozen in emotional stasis for millennia, she had never encountered a man who stirred her heart, until Cold Huania. Initially, they were adversaries. Cold Huania had once threatened her with a gigantic egg and had taken it back to the Weiyang Palace. It was because of that egg that Luo Bing had been tracking Cold Huania, and when her sister was unexpectedly hatched, her resentment began to fade. Cold Huania's affection for Shuer was palpable, often making Luo Bing feel envious. The fact that Luo Bing appeared in the White Dragon Valley at a critical moment was no mere coincidence. She sensed that Cold Huania was unlike anyone else. His appearance captivated her heart, and she could not resist the urge to draw closer to him. His kindness towards her sister was undoubtedly a significant reason as well. Today, she adorned herself as a celestial maiden in white after much contemplation, harboring fond feelings and boundless anticipation for Leng Huanian. She believed that he could lead her and her sister back to the heavenly realm. Having drifted alone for countless years, Luo Bing yearned to find solace in a warm embrace. As the two of them nestled together, drifting into slumber, it was the most restful night she had experienced in many years, akin to a dream. Upon awakening in the morning, her lively eyes met Leng Huanian's gaze, causing her delicate face to flush inexplicably. The sensations of night and day were entirely distinct. She could now clearly discern every feature of the man before her. Awake? Let us have breakfast and set off, he said. They resembled respectful lovers, and Leng Huanian reveled in this unique feeling, while Luo Bing found herself entranced. Reflecting that the preceding years had felt somewhat wasted, Leng Huanian led them to the Rejuvenation Lake, where the spring commenced mass bottling. By evening, Luo Bing spread her wings, transforming into the majestic ice phoenix, transporting the 100,000 bottles of the rejuvenating spring water to numerous major cities in the capital. With the initial success of a cup of Wuju, when the rejuvenation spring was fully launched in the capital, many were eager to sample it. Priced at 100 won per bottle, equivalent to half the price of a bottle of Time wine, this was exorbitant for mere water. Initially, the sales of the rejuvenation spring did not incite a frenzy akin to that of a cup of Wuju. However, by the third day, a remarkable turnaround occurred. Those who had previously purchased the rejuvenation spring deemed it miraculous. After consuming it, their legs were free of pain, their backs unburdened, and ailments were alleviated. Most alluringly, it promised rejuvenation, embodying true restoration. The power of word of mouth was formidable. Despite the hefty price, a buying frenzy reminiscent of the cup of Wuju erupted on the fourth day. Fortunately, Leng Huanian was well prepared, as the water from Rejuvenation Lake was inexhaustible. As long as there were sufficient hands to keep up with production, there would be no issues. However, this period proved arduous for Luo Bing, who had to fly back and forth daily to deliver goods. Leng Huanian felt somewhat guilty, as he was utilizing a mythical beast as labor, yet Luo Bing found it quite enjoyable. She discovered that the Rejuvenation Spring was selling like wildfire, and she was impressed by her beloved's business acumen. The profits were beyond mere counting, arriving in such abundance that it was impossible to tally them all. Both the Cup of Wuju and the Rejuvenation Spring flourished in the capital, achieving remarkable success. Leng Huanian finally reaped the substantial rewards from the solitary Empress. When the Empress summoned him to the splendid palace, he sensed that an intriguing development was about to unfold. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the palace, he found it peculiar that no maidens awaited him. After searching in vain, he eventually approached the vicinity of the bathing area and heard the sound of water. Opening the door, he beheld a woman seated in the hot spring, her back towards him, pouring water over her exquisitely fair shoulders. Without a doubt, he recognized her as the solitary Empress. "Gents, I have arrived." Upon hearing the words, Empress Dugu turned her gaze and smiled. This smile rendered the heavens and earth dim, captivating both nation and city. "Come in." Cold Huanian, as if receiving a divine decree, shed her garments and stepped into the hot spring. If Cold Huanian were to select the most enchanting woman among those she knew, it would undoubtedly be Dugu Jins. Her beauty reached its zenith, with an aura potent enough to subdue any man, accompanied by the radiance of a sovereign. Cold Huanian felt as though she was not simply embracing a woman, but rather a treasure of the mortal realm. "You scoundrel, how dare you brazenly infiltrate Weiyang Palace?" Empress Dugu gazed upon this man before her, no longer a eunuch, and emotions surged within her heart. Did she not yearn for a good man to cherish her? Throughout her journey, she had walked alone in the guise of the strongest. If I truly became a eunuch, the greatest loss would be my Jins. "You pest. Jins, today you shall become my woman. Are you still nervous?" Dugu Jins shook her head, her face slightly tilted, gazing affectionately at the man before her. "Be my woman." Chapter 49. The Empress finally attains love. Empress Dugu offered her maidenhood, safeguarded for 2 millennia, to Cold Huanian. In that moment, she was no empress, merely a woman. Cold Huanian's heart was filled with myriad sentiments. Originally sent by Nangong Yufei into Weiyang Palace as an undercover assassin to slay the Empress, she had unexpectedly become the Empress's beloved husband. "From this day forth, you shall be Jin's husband." Empress Dugu pressed her delicate face against Cold Huanian's chest. Listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a sense of unprecedented fulfillment enveloping her heart. "From now on, Jin shall be my wife. Do not betray me. Take me to ascend. Even if I betray the world, I shall never betray my Jin's husband. I have destroyed the Qing Lan kingdom, yet I feel a twinge of guilt. In matters of war, there are no right or wrong. One cannot simply wait to be slaughtered. I find solace in your thoughts. I shall bear several children for your family. Indeed, let it be 10 or 8. Cold Huanian envisioned a future filled with filial piety. "Husband, are you not afraid of my figure changing?" Dugu Jins replied, "You are the most transcendent being of the Zuling continent. No matter how many children you bear, you shall remain the most beautiful Dugu Jins. Your form will never alter. Your words are sweeter than honey. Wife, a cup of Wuhui Rejuvenation Spring has proven immensely successful. With this, Dayang shall never lack for funds. Shall we continue the war against the Cold Moon Empire? Of course, we shall increase our troops northward starting tomorrow. Oh, should I stir things up at the front lines? No need, husband. Do not forget our ultimate goal, to ascend to the heavenly realm and achieve immortality. You must devote more energy to your cultivation. I am counting on you to ascend." "Counting on me? My dear wife, you overestimate me. I am but at the royal spirit realm, while you have already attained the pinnacle of Zuling. My lord, I do not speak lightly, nor do I flatter insincerely. I have lived for 2 millennia, while you are but 16 years of age. I can glimpse the end of the path of ethereal enlightenment. While you still possess boundless potential, my dear, you have the capacity to become the foremost in the realm of ethereal enlightenment, an absolute genius. I fear I may tread the same path as you, remaining trapped in this realm for another 2,000 years. Thus, you must diligently cultivate your skills, striving for ascension so that you may elevate me alongside you. Otherwise, I shall inevitably be buried within this land. I have now discerned my goal, to savor today's wine while it lasts. For tomorrow, I shall dedicate myself to earnest cultivation. Very well, then. Jinshi shall willingly accompany her lord to the end. Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian lightly traced his finger along the elegant bridge of Dugu Jinshi's nose and said, "My dear, you are the most beautiful flower. I cherish you too much to desire your sacrifice. My lord, how do you understand everything? Perhaps it is related to my cultivation of the shrinking yang technique, along with my insight into such matters. As you know, my understanding in cultivation is profound, and these elements are interconnected. Well, whatever you say shall be accepted. Once a woman has given herself to a man, she must follow him like a chicken to a rooster or a dog to a dog. Modesty, you can summon the winds and rain at any moment." The two nestled closely together, marking a night they would forever hold dear. A cup of wuhui and rejuvenation spring has become a topic of conversation throughout the Grand Central Empire and even beyond its borders. This cup has altered the dominance of the time and whooshing spring families, establishing a tripartite balance of power, with wuhui occupying a significant share. Leng Huanian has been tirelessly expanding the production capacity of wuhui, which now boasts a staggering daily sales volume of 50,000 bottles nationwide. His only concern lies with production. Rejuvenation Spring, however, stands unrivaled, boasting miraculous effects and capturing the entirety of the market. Indeed, the entirety, because others have yet to realize the fortune that can be amassed from a single bottle of natural mineral water. The Grand Central Empire flourishes, and the long-burdened heart of the Dugu Empress finally finds solace. She is grateful to have encountered Leng Huanian, as the treasury of the Grand Central Empire becomes increasingly abundant, granting her the confidence to contend with the Cold Moon Empire. The Cold Moon Empire, however, finds itself in a different predicament. The mindset of the Cold Moon Empress, Lan Mingyao, has taken a sharp turn. In the palace of the Moon Goddess, Lan Mingyao and the Cold Moon Saintess, Lan Xiaoqin, are troubled by this situation. Qiner, the Grand Central Empire is rising rapidly. Let us not speak of other matters. In terms of financial prowess, we Cold Moon are left far behind. Initially, Lan Mingyao had not regarded the Grand Central Empire with much concern, given Cold Moon's abundant resources, especially spiritual stones. However, the arrival of wuhui and rejuvenation spring in Cold Moon has prompted its citizens to part with their money and spiritual stones for these two treasures. Your Majesty, if anyone is to blame, it is that Leng Huanian. Both of these treasures are his creation. Without him, this balance would not have been disrupted. Lan Xiaoqin pouted, knowing her empress was in a foul mood lately, which had unfortunately affected her as well. That is their talent. In a few days, the Xian matrimonial envoy will arrive in Lanyue City. If we wish to contend with the Grand Central Empire, we must consider an alliance through marriage with Xian. In the realm of marital alliances, I stand alone as the sole saintess of the Cold Moon. Must I be wed to the kingdom of Xian? Your Majesty, I do not wish to go to Xian. Yet, it seems we have no choice. Without the support of Xian, we would suffer greatly in our conflict with the Great Central. Can you truly bear to make me a sacrificial pawn in this union? What merits does Xian possess? Their envoy has already visited the Great Central, yet they were dismissed without consideration. Why should we, the Cold Moon, pay them any heed? Are we to bow before the Great Central? Qiner, this is a matter beyond our control. Who could have foreseen the emergence of Cold Huanian from the Great Central? Your Majesty, I have a proposal. What is it? Speak. I shall journey to the Great Central and entice Cold Huanian to Blue Moon City. Would that be agreeable? Are you certain you wish to sacrifice your allure for a man? Moreover, can you guarantee success? Your Majesty, we of the Snow Fox clan choose which man to provoke. I have yet to hear of a man who can resist our charm. Exercise caution. Safety must come first, especially since you will be on their territory. I appreciate your Majesty's concern. Lan Xiaoqin expressed her gratitude to Lan Mingyao. If I cannot bring Cold Huanian back, I shall obediently accept marriage to a prince of the kingdom of Xian, whichever you prefer. Your Majesty, Should I fail, I willingly accept the consequences. Chapter 50. The Enchanting Master and Servant. Recently, Leng Huanian has been riding the winds of success, even winning the favor of the solitary Empress. He remains blissfully unaware that the Empress of Cold Moon and the Saintess have been secretly plotting against him. The Empress has placed unwavering trust in him. A cup of the revitalizing spring has sold remarkably well, and wealth flows abundantly into Leng Huanian's hands. The Empress allows him to withdraw whatever he desires. For the initial investment was substantial, and the great central support is limited. Leng Huanian has relied on the treasures within the Jade Ring to expand the revitalizing spring. Of course, Leng Huanian holds a rather indifferent view towards wealth. He has given half of his earnings to the Empress. Currently, the Great Central is in dire need of funds, and his initial intent in creating the revitalizing spring was to alleviate the Empress's burden. The Empress is quite pleased with his actions. Leng Huanian's love for her has not waned despite their physical union. He visits the splendid palace every night, leaving the Empress with mixed feelings of joy and concern. Now that the revitalizing spring is on a steady path, Leng Huanian can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Recently, he has been seeking a grand residence for Nongguang Yufei and Nongguang Yuyan, for it is unsuitable to remain in an inn, no matter how fine the accommodations. In the bustling streets of Weiyang City, an ordinary house costs approximately 200 to 300 taels of silver, while slightly better ones may exceed 1,000 taels, classifying them as mansions. Today, Leng Huanian has his eye on a grand estate priced at 180,000 taels. The steep price of this estate is justified. It is a private garden nestled amidst the bustling marketplace. The grand estate boasts a melodious name, Qing Garden, a title both refreshing and exquisite. Upon entering, one is greeted by a vast expanse, where the eye cannot discern the boundaries. A tranquil lake lies before you, its surface rippling gently with the caress of the breeze. It is no wonder that it is called Qing Garden. The name lives up to its reputation. Leng Huanian resolved at once that regardless of the seller's stance on price, he was determined to acquire this abode. The pavilions and towers within the estate perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. The garden houses a remarkable 99 rooms, and for this reason, Leng Huanian felt particularly satisfied. Even if he were to entertain numerous beauties in the future, he would have no concern regarding accommodations. As he was lost in reverie, a soft voice roused him back to reality. "Young master, having surveyed the garden, what are your thoughts? Should you be inclined, I, by Ling, shall escort you to meet our esteemed young lady." A charming and clever maidservant addressed him sweetly. "A young lady? Can she make decisions? What of your master?" Leng Huanian pondered, having never encountered a scenario where a young lady was the decision-maker in a property sale. "It is only the young lady and I, by Ling, who tend to this vast estate. Just the two of you women managing such a grand residence?" Leng Huanian scrutinized by Ling, who indeed possessed an enchanting vitality and striking beauty, radiating a youthful allure. He found it curious that even the maidservants of ordinary families were so stunning, rivaling the most exquisite attendants of Princess Hanhua. How could a mere maid be so exquisitely beautiful? He could not help but wonder about the identity of her young lady. Leng Huanian harbored a yearning, for he had but one passion, an appreciation for beauty. After much introspection, he concluded that it was indeed due to his cultivation of the shrinking sun technique. Regardless of how high the hat was placed upon Gao Li's head, he would not dispute it. "Little Bai Ling, take me to meet your young lady. I shall take this estate." "Why do you call me Little Bai Ling? I am not small," the young maid exclaimed, nonchalantly puffing her chest before Leng Huanian, causing a delightful tremor that belied her youthful appearance. "You are still quite young. I am 17 this year, and I dare say you may not surpass me in age. Is that so? You can discern that? You are indeed a year my senior. How about it? You must address Bai Ling as sister now." Bai Ling smiled radiantly, exhibiting no trace of the bashfulness typically associated with a servant. "Ah, you are quite audacious, Bai Ling, showing no regard for hierarchy. How does your young lady tolerate you?" Leng Huanian was perplexed by this maidservant's quick wit, almost mistaking her for the mistress of the garden. "Enough of teasing you, young master. I shall now take you to meet the young lady. But do prepare yourself. Do not lose your wits upon meeting her." Leading the way, Bai Ling quipped, "Surely, you do not jest with every visitor to the estate, do you? Does your young lady permit such levity?" "Not at all. The young lady finds you amusing and possesses a delightful temperament, which is why I dare to be so bold. Please forgive me, young master. Ling gracefully inclined her body towards Leng Huanian, offering a slight bow before reverting to her demeanor as a humble maid. Although Leng Huanian had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon encountering the young lady that Ling had spoken of. She possessed an extraordinary beauty. With exquisite features and skin as flawless as snow, reminiscent of an ice phoenix, yet distinctly different. While the ice phoenix exuded an ethereal elegance from within, the lady before him, though undeniably a stunning beauty, radiated an alluring charm that was captivating. Leng Huanian's gaze lingered upon her. She was a beguiling ice beauty, a rare gem embodying both the chill of ice and the warmth of fire. Young master, this is my esteemed Miss Qing, Ling announced. Noticing that Leng Huanian was so entranced by her lady that he could hardly tear his eyes away, she could not help but cover her mouth with her hand, nearly revealing a smile that showcased her pearly teeth. Miss Qing, what a pleasure to meet you. I am Leng Huanian, and to be frank, I find your residence quite appealing. Leng Huanian remarked, his sincerity evident. Ling chuckled softly. How can one compliment the seller while contemplating a purchase? Are you not worried that the seller might raise the price? A shiver ran through Leng Huanian. Indeed, she was an enchanting temptress, with every smile and frown steeped in irresistible allure. This residence is worth any price. Should Miss Qing wish to increase the cost, I would raise no objections. Haha. It seems that young Master Leng finds money easy to come by and does not value it highly. Perhaps you could share some insights into your lucrative ventures? Miss Qing responded with playful humility. Miss Qing, with your wealth, there is no need to concern yourself with financial matters. Just by gracing us with your presence, you can enjoy a life of luxury. Moreover, with your beauty, many affluent gentlemen would be eager to cherish you, so you need not worry about monetary affairs. Oh, I did not expect young Master Leng to hold me in such high regard. I wonder if he harbors any thoughts about me? In that fleeting moment, Leng Huanian caught a glimpse of Miss Qing's alluring peach blossom eyes, feeling as though he might be drawn into their depths. A sensation that sent a shiver down his spine. This woman was indeed beguiling. Such a noble lady as yourself. I fear I may not be able to provide for you, he mused, astonished by her audacity. I can bring my own dowry. I could consider this residence as part of my dowry. Do you think I lack sincerity? Chapter 51. Quietly nestled, how can this be permissible? A celestial being such as Miss Qing should not associate with someone as ordinary as myself. Leng Huanian pondered, unable to resist the allure of the prospect of acquiring a home while winning the affection of such a magnificent woman. Young Master Leng, I shall speak candidly. My family is burdened with debts that are now due, and selling this residence is indeed a matter of necessity. Miss Qing wore an expression of helplessness that stirred a sense of compassion within Leng Huanian. It would be a pity to sell such a house. If you could purchase this home, it would be the best outcome for me. I see that you are a generous and dignified man, and I would feel reassured selling it to you. However, I have a rather delicate request that is difficult to voice. Please, do not hesitate to speak, he encouraged. I wish to sell this residence to you, and I humbly ask if you could spare a room for me to temporarily reside in, so that I may have a place to call home. Miss Qing shows no fear of my potential malevolence. If we were to reside under the same roof, and I found myself enamored with you, what would become of us? I perceive that young Master Leng is a man of substance, possessing both wealth and charm. To accompany him would be advantageous for me. Miss Qing, given your forthright nature, it would be quite ungracious of me to decline your invitation. Young Master Leng muses that having such an exquisite beauty as you residing in my home brings me no detriment. I am grateful to young Master Leng. My dear Ling will be by my side. This truly is a case of receiving a bonus gift with a purchase. Young Master Leng has misunderstood. Ling and I are merely temporarily lodging in your residence. We are not beholden to you in any way. Miss Qing skillfully plays the game of coyness, leaving young Master Leng unable to suppress his admiration for her cleverness. I have purchased this estate. Miss Qing may dwell here for as long as she desires, along with little Ling very well. To assure young Master Leng's peace of mind, we shall complete the transfer today. However, the payment must be made in full, as I am eager to settle my debts. No problem. We shall conclude the financial matters today. Young Master Leng's generosity is commendable. I have not misjudged him. Thus, with great ease, young Master Leng acquires Qinglian Garden for the sum of 180,000 taels of silver, without bargaining, as he finds the place thoroughly worthy of its price. Furthermore, He has recently earned a considerable fortune, far too abundant to count. That evening, he joyfully retrieves Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyin from the tavern and guides them to their new abode. Upon entering Qinglian Garden, the two women are utterly astonished. Though they have experienced the world, years spent in a cave and enduring hardship have left them unprepared for the breathtaking beauty before them, stirring within them the urge to weep. "Husband, you must have spent a considerable sum on this estate," remarks Nangong Yufei, a discerning individual who understands its true value. 180,000 taels of silver. Both women gasp in disbelief. Their beloved is indeed extravagant, especially considering they have collectively spent only a few hundred taels over the past decade. "I intend to restore your lives to that of princesses, for now. Qinglian Garden lacks servants. Let us refrain from visiting the tavern for a few days and instead recruit 10 or 8 clever and pleasing maids. I want you to reclaim the lost decade." "Thank you, dear husband." The two women envelop young Master Leng in a warm embrace. Oh, young Master Leng has returned. Miss Qin takes a stroll by the lake after dinner, supported by Ling, and they cross paths with the other two. "Husband, who is this?" Nangong Yuyin's heart leaps, suspecting that this stunning woman might be young Master Leng's romantic interest. "This is the former owner of the estate, Miss Qin. She urgently needed funds and transferred the property to me." Young Master Leng introduces them out of courtesy, yet the atmosphere is thick with hostility, leaving him somewhat helpless. After all, she is not a rival in love, yet the scene feels reminiscent of a battleground. Ultimately, it was a single statement from Leng Huanian that quelled the escalating situation. He softly whispered into Nangong Yuyin's ear, "Today, I wish to remain by my Yinner's side. I long to rekindle our past dreams." In that instant, Nangong Yuyin felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the bed. Her legs grew weak, and her resolve softened as well. The tense standoff gradually subsided, with both parties retreating. Leng Huanian chose the finest 2 rooms for the pair, as the grand residence was originally intended for them. In a few days, they planned to construct a large hot spring pool in the Qinglian Garden, where they would enjoy leisurely soaks together. "Who would wish to soak with you?" Nangong Yufei, perceptive as ever, seized the moment to slip away. Though she was also unable to detach from Leng Huanian, she had overheard his intimate exchange with Nangong Yuyin, realizing that her friend would be indulged today. A wooden sign was hung before the residence where Miss Qin and the Lark resided, reading Qin Yuan Xiaozhu, a name they had whimsically created that very afternoon. Nangong Yufei named her chosen abode Fei Ningyi Yuan, while Nangong Yuyin dubbed her dwelling Yuyin Xiaoga. That evening, Leng Huanian chose to spend the night in Yuyin Xiaoga. Both women had faced their share of trials. Nangong Yuyin was Leng Huanian's first love, yet since that fateful encounter in the spring breeze at Qingtan, they had never found the opportunity for intimacy again. Now, as they revisited old dreams, they nestled together quietly. Leng Huanian embraced the woman who had grown alongside him, the one who had journeyed with him the longest, now resembling a serene, sleeping beauty in his arms. She had always been pure and kind-hearted, never looking down on him for his humble beginnings as a beggar. In his heart, Leng Huanian vowed to ascend with Yinner, promising never to abandon her, wishing for his first love to remain by his side forever. Women are curious creatures. Miss Qin, Nangong Yufei, and Nangong Yuyin may appear at odds, yet their chosen homes were situated closely together, all occupying the finest lakeside spots. Chapter 52. Revealing identities despite a restless night, it was time to rise. The Lark, still groggy, slapped her palm across her mouth. "Lark, did you not sleep a wink last night?" "Miss, did you manage to find rest?" "If I could sleep, I would be a ghost. That wretched individual is truly insufferable. As the esteemed saintess of the cold moon, had it not been for my intention to ensnare him, I would have long ago sent him crashing to the ground with a single strike. Why must I lower myself in such a manner to appease him?" The cold moon saintess, Lan Xiaoqin, had endured a torturous night, casting aside all traces of yesterday's gentleness. However, the most tormented of all was not either of these two, but rather Nangong Yufei. Alone in her bed, she suffered the pangs of longing for someone, a truly excruciating ordeal. Yet, Nangong Yufei was no ordinary woman. By midnight, she had come to a resolution. Recently, Leng Huanian had dedicated all his energy to a cup of the Wuhui rejuvenating spring, neglecting an important figure. He instructed Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyin to remain at home for the next few days to recruit maidservants and tidy up the household. Since the two ladies of the house were not visiting the tavern, he naturally felt compelled to take a glance himself. However, upon his arrival at the tavern, he discovered that someone was already waiting for him. Yuehe. The moment Leng Huanian laid eyes on Yuehe, he sensed trouble. It had been several days since he had attended to Princess Hanue's ailment. Yuehe, what brings you here? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Leng Huanian. You seem to have forgotten your responsibilities. For the sake of your trivial business, you have neglected the princess's illness. Yuehe's tone was frosty, as if they shared no bond whatsoever. A shiver ran down Leng Huanian's spine as he recognized that he had indeed overlooked this girl. Since their last kiss, he had not approached her again, a lapse that was rather excessive. Yuehe, come with me, he said, leading her to a private room and shutting the door. Without further ado, he embraced her. Yuehe had waited several days for Leng Huanian, who seemed to have forgotten her. Her spirits plummeted. Ostensibly, she had come to summon him on behalf of Princess Hanue, yet in truth, she yearned to confront him directly. As Leng Huanian held her close, the icy barrier around Yuehe's heart melted instantly. But that was not the end of it. He lowered his head and captured her delicate lips in a kiss that rendered the world around them oblivious. To prevent Yuehe from suffocating, Leng Huanian reluctantly released her. Why are you so upset today? Has the princess scolded you? No, it's just that I thought you no longer wanted me. Fool, I have kissed you. You are my woman now. How could I possibly abandon you? No more foolish thoughts from you. He gently traced her pert nose with his fingertip, exuding affection. Yuehe nestled her face against his chest, responding happily. Did the princess send you to find me? No. I took the initiative to ask the princess for permission to seek you out. In truth, I simply wish to see you. You are quite bold. Such courage is rare for a maidservant of a princess. Then come with me to the Moonshadow Palace. Otherwise, I want to know how to explain this to the princess. Of course. How could I let my Yuehe be put in a difficult position? Let us go to the Moonshadow Palace at once. When Princess Hanue saw Yuehe leading Leng Huanian into the Moonshadow Palace, she could not help but commend her chief maid. Your Highness, I shall leave you to converse, Yuehe said as she excused herself. Look at her perceptiveness. Leng Huanian, do you still remember the way to my Moonshadow Palace? Where have you been hiding? Your Highness, I have been overwhelmed with work lately. You are aware that I am managing two significant projects that His Majesty is closely monitoring. I truly have no time to attend to the princess's treatment. Then you must make up for the lost time. Since becoming involved with Leng Huanian, Princess Hanue's temper had improved considerably. Is it really so grave if there is a pause? She queried, her skepticism evident. It's nothing. Walking the right path allows for a moment's pause to appreciate the scenery without detriment. I have heard that the spring of rejuvenation can enhance one's beauty and restore youth. Princess Hanue awaited Cold Huani's response with eager anticipation. That seems plausible. When the time comes, I will bring some to the Moonshadow Palace for you to drink from the spring of rejuvenation and to bathe in its waters. Wouldn't that be rather extravagant? That water is quite precious. Nevertheless, it belongs to our household. If the princess desires it, she shall have as much as she wishes. Moreover, I assure you, regardless of its value, if the princess yearns for something, I shall procure it. You are truly kind to me. Princess Hanue felt her heart melting. You are my woman. It is only natural for me to treat you well. Additionally, I have a tremendous secret to share with you. What secret? Princess Hanue shivered slightly, taken aback by Cold Huania's unusually solemn tone. In truth, I am not a true eunuch. What do you mean? Princess Hanue was momentarily at a loss. Relax. Cold Huani cupped her delicate face, gazing into her eyes as he spoke. I have mastered a certain skill that allowed me to infiltrate the Weiyang Palace. In reality, I have not undergone castration. You. Princess Hanue was rendered speechless, her heart racing as she patted her chest and took a deep breath. This is treason. If the Emperor finds out, she will have you executed. Ha. Cold Huani could not help but laugh at the worried expression on Princess Hanue's face. What is so amusing? Are you truly unafraid of death? You are causing me great anxiety. Do you wish for me to live a life as a eunuch? Or would you prefer I become your true man? I, of course, wish for you to be a genuine man, but if it means sacrificing your life, I would rather you remain a minor eunuch to accompany me through life. Cold Huani could no longer suppress his feelings and embraced Princess Hanue tightly. She gently pushed him away, saying softly, You still have the leisure to hold me. If you perish, what will become of me? She struck his chest lightly, and then threw herself back into his arms, filled with sorrow. Do not worry, my moon. I shall be fine. The emperor is already aware of my pretense as a eunuch. Ah, the emperor did not punish you? Princess Huanyue was well aware of the ruthless methods of Empress Dugu. She did punish me. She made me her man. You became the emperor's man? Chapter 53. I am a prince indeed. You heartless scoundrel, even at this moment. You jest recklessly. Princess Huanyue bit cold Huanian's neck, her demeanor uncharacteristically flustered. Moon, I speak only the truth. Would I dare jest about the empress? Princess Huanyue released her bite, relieved she had not applied too much pressure, leaving merely a faint mark. When did you become involved with the empress? How should I put it? It was after I became involved with you. I never anticipated the empress would win you over first. It appears that experience does indeed hold weight. I truly did not see it coming. It seems the empress has a penchant for men as well. Princess Huanyue was somewhat melancholic. It was she who had first encountered Leng Huanian in the palace. What woman does not harbor affection for men? If any do, it is merely because they have yet to meet someone who stirs their heart. What am I to do now that you are with His Majesty? You can be with His Majesty and still be with me, for His Majesty possesses a heart and demeanor capacious enough to embrace the entire world. Could he not also accommodate a single Huanyue? The thought of vying for a man with His Majesty leaves me feeling rather uneasy. You were the one who knew me first. This hardly constitutes a competition. You scoundrel, it is your capricious nature that has placed me in such a predicament. Fear not. With me by your side, you shall not face such dilemmas again. At the very least, you will no longer be compelled into a political marriage. You will become my woman. Can His Majesty truly consent to our affair? Princess Huanyue held a natural reverence for the Empress Dugu, and the prospect of pursuing her man now seemed rather audacious. Rest assured, His Majesty is not devoid of compassion. I find her quite amicable. Relax. For in the coming days, I intend to make you truly mine, solidifying our bond to the point where His Majesty would have little to say on the matter. In truth, she has known of our feelings from the outset. Oh, when did this happen? Princess Huanyue felt both anxious and anticipatory. Why were you so tense just moments ago, and now you've transformed into a little, eager cat? Since we have resolved to be together, there should be no hesitation. I have made my decision and prepared myself. What does the princess mean by that? I wish not to prolong this dream. It is better to seize the day. I wish to become your woman today. With Princess Huanyue's boldness, Leng Huanian could not falter. He lifted her into his arms, and they tumbled onto the bed. Husband, you must cherish me. Princess Huanyue, once fearless and assertive, had undergone a transformation since meeting Leng Huanian. You are my woman. I shall cherish you well, for a lifetime. Princess Huanyue had become a true woman, Leng Huanian's woman, filled with boundless satisfaction and intoxication. As he caressed her silky hair, they basked in a silent exchange of affection, enveloped by the essence of their love. Husband, it is such joy and happiness to be your woman. To have my Yuer is my greatest fortune. Husband, although your status is that of a minor eunuch, you captivate my heart more than all the princes in the world. I suspect that in a past life, I was your woman. From our very first meeting in this life, I found myself drawn to you. Princess Huanyue gazed up at her beloved, a happiness she had never known enveloping her. Yuer, I too am a prince. My true identity is that of the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Qing Lan. Leng Huanian's revelation caused Princess Huanyue's heart to constrict, for this was a matter of deep-seated enmity between their nations. How could this be? Princess Huanyue's emotions had oscillated dramatically throughout the day. Her heart, once soaring, now plummeted to the depths. Rest assured, Your Majesty is already aware of my identity, and I do not wish to confront you in life or death. I harbor no animosity towards you, nor do I hold any resentment towards my beloved Yuer, my husband. What words can I offer? All I can do is repay you with a lifetime of love. I shall bear you several children. Now, my dear fool, why are you so anxious? I fear you approach me out of vengeance against the Dugu family. I dread that you might deceive my affections, claim my body, and then vanish without a trace, which would be infinitely more cruel than death itself. What thoughts occupy that little mind of yours? Leng Huanian gently kissed her lips and spoke softly. I shall never betray the woman I cherish in this lifetime, for my beloved is the person closest to my heart. And Yuer is indeed my dearest. His tender words alleviated Princess Huanyue's concerns entirely, allowing her heart and soul to fully embrace Leng Huanian, blossoming with love. Love may fade at times, yet passion endures eternally. Leng Huanian was captivated by Princess Hanyue, having originally promised to accompany concubine Nangongyu that evening. But he remained entwined with her until the dawn of the next day. Leng Huanian was acutely aware that there would be an outburst on concubine Nangongyu's side. Yet he had no time to ponder how to placate her, as the enchanting creature in his arms left no room for other thoughts. My husband, could I be with child? Princess Hanyue, having indulged in bliss the previous night, was not merely hedonistic. She was solely focused on helping the Leng family flourish. Now, she lay languidly like a lazy cat, feebly nestled in her beloved's embrace. Not so soon, I believe. Leng Huanian caressed her smooth belly. I will repay the debts owed to your family, and I shall do so until I can bear no more. Please do not blame your majesty. Maintaining the Grand Yang Empire is no easy task. I do not blame her. She too must help me bear children. To me, your well-being is of utmost importance. After all, having children does consume your vitality and essence. Thus, my desire is for just one or two, a tangible symbol of our love. Thank you, my husband. Who would have thought you could be so wild just moments ago, and now so gentle and considerate? Yuer is indeed a fortunate woman, having known only the finest man in the world. Without comparison, there can be no pain. You simply have not encountered anyone else. I cannot be that remarkable. I just believe you are the best. Chapter 54. Tears of the concubine. Leng Huanian tightened his embrace around Princess Hanyue. Such a fair and beautiful princess. Assertive in public, yet submissive like a kitten before him. Who could resist such charm? He leisurely accompanied Princess Hanyue for breakfast. And the first task was to head to Qinglian Garden. Upon entering the garden, they noticed maidservants tidying up the area and organizing the house. My husband, why have you come so early? Recently, Nangongyu has been flourishing in love, her spirits high, and she rose early to direct the maidservants. Determined to ensure Qinglian Garden is immaculate, for it is her home, their love nest. I have missed you. I came to take a look. Are these maidens newly recruited by you? They were just hired yesterday, as per your wishes, my lord. We have brought in 10 intelligent and lovely maidens. Very well. Henceforth you shall be the mistress of the Leng family. After 10 years of toil alongside you, Fei, it is time for you to enjoy the fruits of your labor. I will ensure you have the finest arrangements. Thank you, my lord. Nangongyu nestled closer into Leng Huanian's embrace. By the way, where is Yu Fei? Aunt. She is yet to rise. Nangongyu whispered. The sun has already risen high, and she remains in bed. What performance is she putting on? Leng Huanian's feigned ignorance. He was well aware of the reason for Nangongyu Fei's slumber. She was in a foul mood, and I brought her breakfast earlier. She did not stir at all. I see. I shall go check on her. Leng Huanian found the situation rather delicate. He had unintentionally stood her up last night, and her anger surpassed his expectations. Among the women he knew, Nangongyu Fei and Dugu Hanyue had the most volatile tempers. Of course, Princess Hanyue's temperament was a mix of genuine and feigned. But Nangongyu Fei's fury was entirely authentic, something Leng Huanian had learned well over the years. Upon arriving at Finding Yayu, he found Nangongyu Fei still nestled in bed, turned away from the door, seemingly oblivious to his approach. The predicament was somewhat precarious. Should she unleash her frustration upon his entrance, that would be bearable. What troubled him was the possibility of her suppressing her discontent without a release. He slipped off his garments and climbed into bed, wrapping his arms gently around Nangongyu Fei, who remained still. My dear, are you still upset with me? He inquired softly, turning her towards him with a gentle force. She offered no resistance, but as she turned, he noticed the traces of tears upon her cheeks. Nangongyu Fei was an undeniably strong-willed woman. Throughout their 10 years together, he had never witnessed her weep, regardless of the hardships they faced. What is the matter? Leng Huanian felt a twinge of guilt. Deep down, he knew the answer. He tenderly wiped away her tear stains. Yet she neither flinched nor responded. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the deepest sorrow, being a heart that has ceased to feel. Why are you silent? Your demeanor is quite unsettling. Leng Huanian embraced her gently, pressing a soft kiss upon her tear-streaked face. Her eyelashes fluttered, and 2 crystalline tears welled up once more. Enough of this sadness. I shall not repeat such mistakes. I promise to fulfill my commitments to you. Please, speak to me. Seeing you like this pains me. How could you possibly feel pain? With a new love, you have forgotten your old affection. Surely you wish for me to vanish from your sight forever. My dear, why do you think so ill of me? Leng Huanian understood that explanations would sound hollow, so he chose to act directly. He captured her delicate lips in a fervent kiss. The beauty in his arms struggled momentarily, but soon succumbed to the allure of his embrace, though two slender fingers dug into his waist with surprising strength. After a prolonged silence, the fervor of Nangong Yufei had diminished significantly. No amount of words could rival the depth of their affection. Leng Huanian remained silent, yet Nangong Yufei's heart had chosen to forgive her. In truth, Leng Huanian was quite enamored with her mature and graceful form, embracing her as if she were a precious treasure. And Nangong Yufei could certainly sense the infatuation emanating from Leng Huanian, her previous sorrow now cast aside like a distant memory. My dear husband, with such an adoring woman at home, you must not forget this family and must always return. Indeed, I promise you, my lady. Why did you become so upset this time? I thought you might disdain my aging visage and wish to abandon me. Old? How old are you? Even Jin Sei, nearing 2,000 years, still appears as youthful as a 20-year-old maiden. How old can you be? The mere mention of Dugu Jin Sei incites my ire. I sent you to Weiyang Palace as an undercover agent, yet you went and surrendered your heart and body to her. Were you intent on driving me to despair? Enough. Jin Sei is now my woman. You may harbor your grievances in your heart, but I have let go, and you should as well. A deep-seated enmity cannot simply be dismissed. Initially, the kingdom of Qing Lan and the kingdom of Storm joined forces to besiege the great central empire. And Jin Sei was merely a reluctant participant. The might of the strong determines life and death. Truthfully, there is little to say. The Dugu Empress did not annihilate the two kingdoms, which is already a show of mercy. Do you not harbor any hatred towards her? My sentiments towards her have transformed into love, devoid of hatred. You two must become like sisters. If you continue to quarrel, this family shall never find peace. I struggle to adjust. After all, she was responsible for my brother's death and the demise of many in my royal family. It will pass. Even if you cannot become sisters, you must not become enemies. Such a path would only lead to your own torment. My husband, how I wish I had never sent you into the palace. I initially believed you were walking into a den of wolves. Yet you managed to win the heart of Dugu Jin Sei. What is there to lament? My lady, when one gazes upon the entirety of life, these personal grievances pale in comparison. Allow me to pose a question. How long do you wish to be with me? Certainly for a lifetime. Do you intend to cast me aside midway? Then let me ask you, what constitutes a lifetime? Leng Huanian's inquiry prompted Nangong Yufei to ponder deeply. If one cultivates appropriately, a lifetime might extend to 2,000 or 3,000 years. Is not your Jin Sei nearing 2,000 years? My lady, the pinnacle of cultivation is immortality. We are destined to be together for eternity. However, this eternity signifies everlasting life, for being with you will never be sufficient for me. Immortality? How can that be? In the imperial spirit realm, one can live for only 3,000 or 4,000 years at most. The imperial spirit realm is not the ultimate destination of cultivation. It merely represents the limits of the Zuling continent. In the heavenly realms, one may infinitely elevate their cultivation until achieving true immortality. My husband, how does this pertain to Dugu Jin Sei? It is indeed relevant, as she imparted this knowledge to me. She is a 2,000-year-old expert of the imperial spirit realm, and her insights on ascension will save us a great deal of unnecessary detours. My husband, do you mean to say that your relationship with Dugu Jin Sei is merely a pretense, a means to exploit her? Cold Huanian shook his head helplessly and said, Fair, how could you think this way? I love Dugu Jin Sei as much as I love you. I would never regard my woman as a stepping stone or a mere tool. While I may have many women, each one is a cherished treasure in my heart. Chapter 55. My shallowness. I apologize, my husband. It is I who have been shallow. Thus, the past grievances pale in comparison to our grand ambition of ascension and immortality. Ascension is a formidable challenge, and our foremost task is to foster unity among ourselves. If my women are embroiled in internal strife, this vessel is destined to sink, rendering our aspirations of ascension moot. My husband, I am not a woman given to unreasonable outbursts. I simply know that I will find a way to heal the wounds within your heart. I genuinely admire your passionate nature, but I also appreciate a woman of composure. You were once a grand princess. You need no instruction in this regard, for you can grasp it intuitively. My husband, I understand what must be done. Nangong Yufei fully opened her heart, and the two did not dine until midday. Nangong Yuyan had already prepared lunch and was curious about how her beloved had consoled the other. It seemed their conversation had carried on until mealtime. Nangong Yufei followed Cold Huanian to the dining hall, her cheeks still flushed, exuding an alluring charm. The restaurant at the pavilion in the lake was particularly exquisite. In fact, each establishment, Qing Garden, Fei Ningya Courtyard, and Yuyan Pavilion, had its own dining area. Yet everyone habitually gathered at the pavilion in the lake for its beautiful surroundings and lively atmosphere. The vastness of Qinglian Garden rendered solitary or intimate dining rather desolate. At the table in the pavilion, four individuals were seated: Cold Huanian, Nangong Yufei, Nangong Yuyan, and Lan Xiaoqin. Bai Ling stood behind Lan Xiaoqin, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing furtively at Cold Huanian. "My husband, do try today's dishes and see how our new chef fares," Nangong Yuyan said as she handed him a bowl of wild mushroom and chicken soup. Nangong Yufei narrowed her eyes slightly. Nangong Yuyan promptly served her a bowl as well, saying, "Auntie, you should taste it too." Lan Xiaoqin observed the two women, finding it amusing, yet she secretly admired Cold Huanian for managing to keep this stunning pair so compliant. Lan Xiaoqin had come to Deyang with the intention of luring Cold Huanian to Blue Moon City. Since the mass production of the Harmony and Rejuvenation Spring, Deyang's treasury had been steadily replenished, and Cold Huanian had amassed a fortune, significantly easing the pressure on the solitary Empress. According to the plans of the Cold Moon Empress, securing this genius for Blue Moon City would leave the solitary Empress short-handed, while simultaneously strengthening her own empire. If she could win him over, it would be a tremendous victory. If not, she could simply make him disappear, ensuring that the Cold Moon Empire would reap the benefits regardless. In Lan Xiaoqin's eyes, Cold Huanian was prey, and she intended to capture him for Blue Moon City. Conversely, Cold Huanian viewed Lan Xiaoqin as a prize, captivated by her beauty. She was a blend of ice and fire, and he yearned to make her his own. After lunch, Lan Xiaoqin took the initiative to invite Leng Huanian to accompany her for a leisurely stroll. The gazes of Nangong's niece and aunt seemed intent on tearing her apart. Yet she met their scrutiny with a smile, handling the situation with ease. As Leng Huanian walked alongside Lan Xiaoqin by the banks of Qinglian Lake, Bai Ling trailed a few paces behind. "Young Master Long, in a few days, I shall be departing from this Qinglian garden, and I truly feel reluctant to leave," Lan Xiaoqin remarked, her demeanor somewhat pitiable. "I wonder what Miss Qin's plans are for the future. Should you find joy in this place, you are always welcome to return. Qinglian Garden shall forever be open to you, and that quaint little residence, Qing Garden, will always belong to you." "Thank you, young Master Leng. You are a truly kind person. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly return, but if Miss Qin has any matters to address, please do not hesitate to speak. We are already friends. I am grateful that you regard me as a friend. In a couple of days, I must repay a debt and hand over the money from selling this residence." "Where to?" Listening to Miss Qin, could it be that repaying a debt involves danger? Alone, with nothing to my name, possessing merely a modicum of beauty, this time might be akin to a moth drawn to a flame, potentially a one-way journey. Thus, I wish to share a few words with you today as a farewell. Such peril, and yet you still intend to go? I think it best you do not repay the debt. Instead, leave it here in Qinglian Garden. I can protect you. Are you suggesting to hide a beautiful maiden in a golden house? Those two ladies would hardly welcome my prolonged stay here. Must you go? Is it absolutely necessary? Indeed. It is imperative. Where to? If it is along the way, I may escort you a part of the journey. You certainly cannot be on the same route as I. My creditor resides in Lanyue City. Lanyue City? How fortuitous. I am preparing to visit Lanyue City in the coming days. There is no need for such concern over me. Young master, I am but a humble woman, unworthy of your attention. Miss Qin, you misunderstand. I truly am merely passing through. I plan to promote a cup of Wuhui and Huichun Spring in Lanyue City. After all, it is one of the largest cities in the Zuling continent. Securing Lanyue City is tantamount to conquering the Lanyue Empire. Ah, I see. It seems I have been overly sentimental. Alas, sentiment has historically yielded nothing but regret. Please forgive my folly. It is not that Miss Qin is overly sentimental. Rather, I find myself quite taken with you and wish for you to accompany me in witnessing the splendor of the world. What fortune do I possess to deserve such an opportunity? Those two lovely ladies would never permit my presence. Do not overthink it. I hold the authority here in Qinglian Garden. Then I shall first accompany you to Lanhua City, and once matters are settled, I will return with you to Qinglian Garden. That is settled. We shall depart for Lanhua City the day after tomorrow. Everything shall be arranged at your discretion. As Leng Huanian accompanied Lan Xiaoqin, they strolled around Qinglian Lake for a good quarter of an hour. Leng Huanian felt that the expenditure of 180,000 taels of silver was worthwhile. The garden was expansive, the lake grand, and the scenery delightful, rivaling even that of Weiyang Palace, a true treasure indeed. Leng Huanian intended to visit Xiao Palace to see Dugu gents. Their relationship was currently fervent, and the absence of one another would only fill their hearts with longing. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoqin and Beiling walked back to the Qin Garden residence. Miss, I never expected this genius to be so easily deceived, ensnared by a few casual words. I thought we would have to linger in this city for a year and a half. Lan Xiaoqin remained silent, merely strolling along. Miss, why do you not speak? Fish can be categorized into two types, the foolish ones that are lured by bait, and the exceptionally clever ones that may bite the hook of their own accord. Lan Xiaoqin found this situation to be too smooth, almost unnaturally so, and it caught him off guard. Once the fish are hooked, whether they are simpletons or astute, they all become mere flesh on the chopping block. Yet, it is not entirely the case. There are instances where a fisherman is dragged into the water by a larger fish. Could it be? Is Leng Huanian truly that formidable? At this moment, Bai Ling felt uncertain. So, do you consider Leng Huanian a fool or a genius? Lan Xiaoqin halted his steps, turning to Bai Ling earnestly. A genius. Bai Ling exclaimed without hesitation. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. If we encounter misfortune, both His Majesty and the entire Lingyue Empire will find themselves in a precarious position. Miss, what should we do then? Perhaps you could employ the art of seduction, making her utterly devoted to you, and thus easily bring her under control? Love is a reciprocal affair. As you win him over, there is a strong possibility that he might ensnare you in return. Chapter 56. Understanding each other. What is currently employed is akin to the art of seduction as well. Progress is indeed smooth, yet Lan Xiaoqin does not feel any sense of security. Miss, that fellow is nothing but a lecher. He is genuinely hooked. After witnessing Lan Xiaoqin's success, Bai Ling felt a twinge of unease and hurried to offer some words of comfort. The two women accompanying him are not lacking in beauty, so it is illogical for him to so readily follow me to the Blue Moon City for an adventure. The Lingyue Empire and the Dayang Empire are sworn enemies. Oh dear, what man would ever despise an abundance of women? It is akin to a cat disdaining an abundance of fish. Miss, do not overthink. As long as we bring him to the Blue Moon City, you will have accomplished a great feat, and His Majesty will no longer pressure you to marry into the Xian kingdom. Alas, we can only take it step by step now. Upon arriving at the splendid palace, Empress Dugu convenes court sessions every 3 days, and today she enjoys a respite. A woman in love constantly thinks of her beloved. At this moment, Empress Dugu reclines on a lounge chair, reminiscing about the moments spent with Leng Huanian, her lips curving into a smile. Gents, now, when Leng Huanian addresses Empress Dugu, he calls her by her name, feeling that it is awkward to refer to her as Your Majesty. Empress Dugu, however, does not mind. Being called gents brings her great joy, as it feels more intimate. Husband, seeing Leng Huanian fills Empress Dugu with delight, and she quickly rises to his side. Leng Huanian embraces Empress Dugu and kisses her tender pink lips, twirling her around 3 times before reluctantly parting. Husband, what brings you to my splendid palace today? I heard you acquired a new residence. Are you planning to hide a beauty there? It seems Empress Dugu is aware of everything, yet her expression reveals no displeasure. Indeed, there are 2 confidants who possess an intimate understanding of my whereabouts, and Jinsei is particularly astute in her observations. Leng Huanian approaches the situation with remarkable composure. Although he once harbored a modicum of reverence for the solitary empress, now that she is his beloved, all is readily accepted. Your appetite is indeed insatiable. With me as your sovereign and the Empress of Dayang, are you still not content? My dear, I confess to this minor flaw of mine. Leng Huanian tenderly embraced Jinsei, his love for her boundless, yet his heart still harbored thoughts of other women. Oh, the perilous implications of the shrinking yang technique. Alas, The virtuous often face divine retribution. Perhaps this is your subconscious form of self-protection. My dear, you truly possess profound understanding. And having you by my side is the greatest fortune of my life. You have many fortunes, not merely confined to my presence. My dear, I have come to discuss a matter with you. I intend to visit Blue Moon City. Blue Moon City? De Yang is currently embroiled in conflict with Cold Moon. It is perilous for you to venture there. What if you are captured by the elusive Lan Meng? I plan to promote my unique elixir, the revitalizing spring, to foreign lands, spreading it across the entire void spirit continent. My husband, is it absolutely necessary to go? The treasury of De Yang is becoming increasingly abundant. At this rate, as long as we sell domestically, we shall face no worries. I wish to try. I aspire to govern the entire void spirit through commerce. Such aspirations are unrealistic. With these two items, you may indeed profit, but to dominate the void spirit continent through commerce is futile. It requires unparalleled strength. Moreover, throughout the millennia, countless formidable figures have emerged from the void spirit, yet none have achieved true unification. I plan to seize half of the wealth of the void spirit continent, becoming a steadfast support for you, establishing a solid foundation for your dominion over the void spirit. My husband, do you truly wish for me to rule the entire void spirit continent? Indeed. However, it need not be so complicated. You merely need to subdue the Empress of Cold Moon. Only the Cold Moon Empire possesses the strength to withstand the iron cavalry of De Yang. By conquering the Empress, would you not achieve victory without battle, thereby claiming the entire Cold Moon Empire? Is such a strategy feasible? Certainly. As the Empress of De Yang, you are my beloved, and thus, De Yang is also partially yours. If you can bring me joy, I shall heed your desires, and De Yang will essentially belong to you. That makes perfect sense. How might I bring joy to my dear? Firstly, before you seek to please those confidants, you must win my favor. Naturally, there is but one primary consort, and that is my Jean Say. My husband, you are about to depart for Blue Moon City. Although I feel reluctant, I cannot hinder your progress. However, before you leave, you must spend more time with me. Let us pass the night in the splendid palace. I shall abide by your wishes. Have you consummated your union with Feng? The solitary empress inquired with a hint of indifference. Not yet. My thoughts have recently been solely on you. Your words bring me great satisfaction. Spend today with me, and tomorrow with Feng. After your union with her, you may proceed to Blue Moon City without delay. Understood. That can wait. The longing of two hearts endures, cherished in the moments of dawn and dusk. Leng Huanian accompanied the solitary empress for much of the day. After dining together in the evening, they took a leisurely stroll before heading to the hot springs. Chapter 57. Unfaltering yearning, the two embraced tightly, their hearts brimming with unspoken affection. My dear husband, you truly captivate me. Have I squandered 2,000 years of my existence? Why, my wife, do you regret waiting for 2 millennia? I have no regrets. I have encountered many men, yet none stirred my heart like you. They lament how you did not arrive sooner at Weiyang Palace. The Empress playfully chided, for a favored woman cannot help but indulge in a touch of coquetry. But arriving earlier would have been futile. I was not yet fully blossomed then. Why not be born 1,000 years earlier? My dear, it is not too late now. We have sought each other and found our way, and though you are already 2,000 years old, let us not forget that we aspire to ascend to the heavenly realm. In the grand scheme of immortality, 2 millennia are but a fleeting moment. Then you must keep your word, ensuring I ascend alongside you to the heavens. Absolutely, I could never ascend alone in secret. Leng Huanian gently kissed the Empress's lips, offering her solace. If you were to remain in the void spirit continent for my sake, forsaking ascension to grow old with me, would you harbor regrets? As long as I am with you, my dear wife, I would have no regrets whatsoever. Even if I were to forsake immortality, I would accept death without complaint. My husband, I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty. In the realm of cultivation, few men value a woman above the pursuit of immortality. That depends on the woman. My wife is no ordinary woman. She is the most beautiful and formidable in the world. Your words are truly sweet. It is no wonder so many women are drawn to you. Though my words may be sweet, my heart is even truer. Indeed, I can feel it. Only such sincere, sweet nothings possess the greatest impact. For no one today is a fool. My dear wife, have you truly never encountered someone you cherished over the past 2,000 years? A hint of pride flickered within Leng Huanian's heart. Indeed, from childhood to now, my talents and strength have far surpassed my peers, transcending even age itself. I perceive them as one might observe ants. Then I am not your equal. When you first encountered me, I was merely at the initial spirit realm. Yet within 21 days, you ascended from the initial spirit realm to the imperial spirit realm. To be honest, I was truly astonished, even feeling a bit inferior. Your talent is remarkably strong. You will undoubtedly reach the emperor's spirit realm before you turn 20, far surpassing me. My prowess stems from the imperial spirit energy within me. If we speak of talent, my dear wife possesses it in abundance, not to mention your unparalleled beauty. The first time I laid eyes on you, I was captivated and could not look away. Yet, my husband is also quite handsome. Both men and women are inherently visual creatures. Your excellence is one aspect, but your extraordinary looks are another. Without either, I might never have fallen in love with you. My dear, does that not place me in a perilous position, nearly depriving me of your affection? You are destined to be the epitome of perfection, and besides these attributes, your intelligence is remarkable. Your ideas are simply unprecedented. My beloved, your words reveal that I indeed possess a certain excellence. Cold Huanian, flattered by the praises of his cherished woman, felt a joyous bloom within his heart. How could the man chosen by the illustrious Dugu say be anything less than extraordinary? I am confident that even if I were to ascend to the celestial realm, my husband would remain a figure of unparalleled distinction. Thank you, my dear, for your generous favor. My beloved, you are soon to embark on a journey far from here, and I find myself unwilling to part with you. The Empress Dugu leaned her lovely face against Cold Huanian's chest, tilting her head slightly to draw near his lips, exhaling softly like the fragrance of orchids. My dear, you are truly exquisite, exuding an alluring aura from head to toe. With each breath I take, I find myself somewhat entranced. How could I be so remarkable? No one has sought my hand in marriage for centuries. That is merely a reflection of their self-awareness. It is not that they do not desire you, but rather that they do not dare approach you. Your presence is so commanding that they cannot withstand it. Cold Huanian gently curled a strand of the Empress's hair around his finger, slowly entwining it. But my dear, you are only 16. Why do you not fear me? In truth, I do harbor some fear, yet my affection for you compels me to charge forward with my eyes closed. My husband, fortunately, you did not retreat, otherwise, we would have never come together. Such is the fate that binds us, ordained by the heavens. Therefore, let us cherish this bond. You shall not betray me, nor I you. Our hearts shall align as one, and we shall not forsake our longing for each other. Is my beloved not a woman of great talent? We are destined to grow old together. My husband, I do not consider myself a woman of talent, if we speak of such, within the Weiyang Palace. Dugu holds that title. The second princess? My dear, I have long harbored a peculiar notion. Cold Huanian recalled the remarkably gifted second princess. What notion? Princess Kai Dai is proficient in poetry, song, and prose. She appears to be an elegant and demure princess, yet she delights in wine, exuding a certain charm that is both alluring and paradoxical. Unbeknownst to him, Cold Huanian had inadvertently tied a knot in a strand of the Empress's hair. My husband, would you like me to introduce you to Princess Kai Dai? After your 2 poems, she has been utterly captivated by you. Let it be. I already have Jean say. My husband, do not feel embarrassed. You also have Feng Air and Yu Air. So is one more butterfly truly necessary? Chapter 58, The Empress's Strategy. My dear, Cold Huanian found himself uncertain whether the Empress Dugu's sentiments were genuine or feigned. Initially, I intended for the butterfly to marry into the West Yin to forge an alliance. But now, with your efforts, the treasury of De Yang is flourishing, and we need not rely on others' approval. The butterfly is a woman of both beauty and wisdom. You both possess remarkable talents, and it is evident that she is smitten by you. If such a princess were to marry another, it would indeed weigh heavily on my heart. You have encountered the butterfly. Do you feel nothing for her? Feel nothing? It is hard to believe that Leng Huanian could feel a connection even upon encountering a beautiful woman. Yet, he could not directly express his affection for Princess Kai Dai to the Empress Dugu. My dear, it is indeed tragic for such an exceptional princess to fall into the hands of a man who fails to appreciate her. I cannot bear the thought of such misfortune befalling her. However, I have yet to establish a deeper bond with Princess Kai Dai. In a few days, I shall journey to Blue Moon City. Everything can be addressed upon my return. This gives me the opportunity to inquire about Dyer's feelings. If they align with my own, then there is no need for you to hesitate. My dear, are you perhaps teasing me? Leng Huanian remained incredulous at the prospect of such fortune. It seemed almost unfathomable. You have already taken my bait. Why would I continue to feed you? What do you believe my intentions to be? Allow me to speak plainly, dear husband. I care for you deeply. In the realm of Zuling, I might be able to secure your heart, but upon entering the celestial realm, where countless exceptional women abound, it is better for you to devote your affections to someone close rather than to others. My dear, given your sentiments, I shall be bound to you wherever I go. The Empress's magnanimity, grace, and vision are indeed unparalleled. I do not wish to bind you. I only desire a place in your heart. You shall forever hold the most esteemed position in mine. Leng Huanian gently grasped one of the Empress Dugu's delicate hands and placed it slowly over his heart. My husband, let us take a moment to rest. The noble and elegant Empress transformed into a gentle feline, leaning into her beloved's embrace. As dawn broke, the Empress, being the foremost figure of Zuling, awoke first, her beautiful eyes gazing intently at the handsome man sleeping beside her, her beloved. Leng Huanian stirred, sensing her gaze, and opened his eyes to find the Empress observing him quietly. My dear, I did not expect you to awaken so early. It is still early. The sun is already high. Are you not weary? Not at all. I feel invigorated after a good rest. My husband, may I ask you something? Please do. How many women have you been involved with? My dear, prior to you, I had 3 women. Oh, who are they? The Empress inquired with an inquisitive expression, akin to that of an eager onlooker. Nangong Yuyan, Nangong Yufei, and Princess Hanhua. After a moment's contemplation, Leng Huanian decided to divulge the truth. I did not expect you to become involved with Yuer so swiftly. Who are Nangong Yuyan and Nangong Yufei? They are the proprietors of a tavern. Should you learn their true identities, I implore you not to be angry or trouble them. What is meant to happen will eventually come to pass. Leng Huanian, deeply enamored with the Empress Dugu, resolved to confess everything to her soon. The matter of his undercover work in the Weiyang Palace had remained a secret between them, and he felt a sense of indebtedness for not revealing it. Since you have spoken so, I shall agree. The Empress Dugu's heart trembled slightly, for she sensed that something significant lay ahead. My dear, it is true that Nangong Yuyan is the daughter of the Storm King, Nangong Tianxiong, and Nangong Yufei is his sister. How could they appear in my Weiyang city and even become the proprietress of a tavern? Moreover, how did you come to associate with them? Chapter 59. The undercover plan. I have been with them since I was 6 years old. Nangong Yufei taught me the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. When I turned 16 this year, she sent me to the Weiyang Palace to serve as a eunuch. Was all of this aimed at me, Dugu Jints? The voice of the Dugu Empress grew colder. Indeed, this is an undercover scheme that has been in the making for a decade, with the target being none other than you, my dear. So why have you not taken action? You had ample opportunities. Did she not provide you with invisible, colorless, and tasteless poison or lethal insect venom? Leng Huanian shook his head, drawing the Dugu Empress into his embrace and whispering softly in her ear, How could I? From the moment I first laid eyes on you, my heart was captivated. With each encounter, my affection deepened, ultimately leading to an irrevocable love for you. I even hesitated to leave the palace, fearing to meet Nangong Yufei, as I wished to avoid any actions that might harm you. All right, do not be agitated. Now that Nangong Yufei is aware of our relationship, what are her thoughts? She has no ulterior motives. She is currently compliant with my wishes, willing to set aside her grievances and coexist peacefully with you. You truly possess great audacity to share this with me. Are you not afraid I might eradicate the last 2 scions of the Nangong family? You will not, my dear. With unwavering confidence, Leng Huanian replied. Why do you believe I would refrain from eliminating them? I am not one to show mercy, because to kill them would ultimately harm me. You would never do anything to hurt me, just as I could never harm you. My husband, I find myself utterly helpless. For I, a sovereign empress, am completely at your mercy. The Dugu Empress pressed her lovely face against her lover's chest, and though she should have been angry, she found herself unable to summon any ire. She continued, Then why did you feel the need to voice it, causing me distress? My dear, keeping this matter to myself was quite burdensome. I wished to be transparent with you, and today presented the perfect opportunity to express it, which has greatly alleviated my heart. I am now free from worries. Husband, Am I truly the most easily deceived ruler under heaven? I cannot say, but in my eyes, my Jinx is the most perfect woman in the world, the one I cherish above all. Taking advantage of the moment, Leng Huanian gently kissed the Dugu Empress's forehead, filled with boundless affection. Take me to meet them. We shall go once we rise. Leng Huanian instinctively tightened his hold on the Dugu Empress's hand. Husband, do not be anxious. They are your women, your heart's treasure. I would never harm them. They live in Weiyang City, under my watchful eye, and undoubtedly bear considerable pressure, which I intend to help alleviate today. With a wife like this, what more could one desire? My dear, my admiration for you knows no bounds. From now on, do not conceal any significant matters from me. I shall offer my counsel and support you through it all. I will forever be your staunchest ally. My dear, let us rise. Cold Huanian, reluctant to leave the warmth of the bed, enveloped her in his embrace. The solitary Empress, witnessing her beloved's profound affection for her form, felt a warm satisfaction within her heart. However, the time to rise had come. She gently urged, Husband, there is much time ahead of us. Let us awaken. I shall assist you in dressing. As the solitary Empress rose to help her beloved don his garments, Cold Huanian could not resist drawing her close. Whispering softly in her ear, My dear, thank you for loving me. Will you always be by my side? Indeed. You too must remember me when faced with greater temptations in the heavenly realms. I shall not forget. My heart will forever belong to you. The esteemed matron of the Cold family. The two exchanged tender affections, akin to lovers ensnared in the depths of passion. Nevertheless, the solitary Empress took Cold Huanian's hand, guiding him toward the clear rippling garden, traversing the Weiyang Palace. Below, the palace maids and eunuchs gasped in surprise, noting how frequently the sovereign was seen with this handsome young eunuch. As Cold Huanian opened the door to the clear rippling garden, he barely stepped inside when a figure leapt into his embrace. Nangong Yuyin had been waiting for him. Husband. Ahem. Yuyin, we have a guest. Cold Huanian turned to see the solitary Empress smiling, feeling both gratified and slightly embarrassed as he gently patted Nangong Yuyin's back. When Nangong Yuyin looked up, she beheld a woman of unparalleled beauty standing behind Cold Huanian. She was nearly entranced. Such beauty existed in the world. She and her aunt were already rare beauties. Yet this woman before her surpassed them both, exuding an extraordinary grace. Greetings, elder sister. For reasons unknown, she seemed to be under the influence of the solitary Empress's aura, instantly accepting her as an elder sister. Such a good child. Aren't you going to ask who I am? The solitary Empress observed Nangong Yuyin, a stunning beauty, with her innocent demeanor devoid of guile, and felt a fondness for her. Are you Sister Jinx? A whirlwind of emotions surged within Nangong Yuyin. The woman before her was the enemy of her father, yet also her husband's beloved. She was at a loss for how to interact with her, feeling a mixture of hatred, reverence, and admiration. What a clever girl. The solitary Empress nodded slightly, clearly pleased with her. Please take your time entering. I shall go fetch my aunt to welcome Sister Jinx. Nangong Yuyin turned and hurried toward Feigning-Ya courtyard to summon Nangong Yufei. As she neared the entrance, she could not help but call out, Aunt, come quickly. What has you in such a flurry today? Being of royal descent, Nangong Yuyin seldom found herself in such a state of confusion. Nangong Yufei, noticing her daughter's disarray, could not refrain from chiding her, reminding her to maintain the dignity befitting a princess. As the solitary Empress entered the clear rippling garden, she had just crossed the threshold when she heard Nangong Yufei's voice rise in alarm. It was evident that she too was flustered. How could she not be? The Empress of the Divine Spirit Realm seems to have already discovered the whereabouts of the two. Perhaps she has come to exact vengeance. Aunt, do not fret. The Empress of the Dugu does not seem to be here to confront us. She follows her husband, behaving as obediently as a devoted wife. Nangong Yuyin reflected and found no trace of murderous intent from the Dugu Empress. Fortunately, my husband is present. He is likely the only one capable of subduing that woman. Shall we go to greet her then? Nangong Yuyin glanced at Nangong Yufei, knowing that the decision rested with her. Yes, we must uphold the prestige of the Nangong family. Setting aside our identities, we entered this realm before her. We are the hosts of this clear rippling garden, and she should accord us at least a modicum of respect. Aunt, when you meet the Dugu Empress, please do not engage in a contest of wills. Otherwise, my husband may find himself in a difficult position. Chapter 60. A meeting of enemies. Nangong Yufei harbored deep resentment towards the Dugu Empress, yet she was not foolish. For the sake of her beloved and her own life, she had to endure. However, upon encountering the Dugu Empress, she was far less courteous than Nangong Yuyan, saying not a word when they met. Leng Huanian arranged for them to sit at the pavilion by the lake. My husband, this environment is rather pleasant. To avoid awkwardness, the Dugu Empress changed the subject. When I purchased this residence, it was the clear rippling lake that captivated me. This expanse of water always refreshes my spirit. You truly care for them, she added. It is only right. Yufei and Yuyan have endured hardship for the past decade. Nangong Yufei turned to the Dugu Empress and could not suppress her emotions. All of this is your doing. The atmosphere, already strained, grew even more tense. Yet, the Dugu Empress did not take offense. Instead, she smiled sweetly and replied, "They conspired against me, and I had no intention of waiting to meet my demise. All of this is their own doing." Leng Huanian gently patted their hands. Let the past be the past. Otherwise, if Yufei lashes out, I may lose a woman. And I am the one who stands to suffer. Nangong Yufei sighed softly. The Dugu Empress had shown restraint by not retaliating against her, which could be considered a form of mercy. Nangong Yuyan maintained a more positive disposition than her aunt. She understood Leng Huanian's predicament and was somewhat swayed by the Dugu Empress's grace. Uncertain whether it was out of respect for Leng Huanian or an attempt to ease tensions with the Nangong aunt and niece, the Dugu Empress stayed for a meal. The four of them, a man and 3 women, sat around the pavilion by the lake. My husband, this place has so many houses, it resembles a miniature Weiyang Palace. My dear, you flatter me. This place cannot compare to the Weiyang Palace. Might I have a room here? Of course, after we finish our meal. I will accompany you to select one. After the meal, the Dugu Empress unexpectedly chose a room next to Nangong Yufei's. Leng Huanian felt a tightness at the back of his head, while Nangong Yufei looked at her enemy in confusion. Though the world is vast, everything pales in comparison to the presence of a beloved, and for the sake of love, I shall cast aside all grievances. Indeed, my dear wife speaks wisely. I cannot help but commend the grand vision of the Empress of Dugu. Henceforth, let this abode be named the Palace of Forgetfulness. Though modest in size, it feels infinitely more expansive than my resplendent palace, for here my heart finds boundless freedom. The Palace of Forgetfulness. Excellent. I shall heed my wife's wishes. Yet I sincerely hope she shall never know sorrow, for my retreat here is not to escape worldly affairs. This place is, after all, my spiritual sanctuary, our rendezvous. My husband, I shall return to the palace now. As Leng Huanian escorted the Empress of Dugu out of Qinglian Garden, she glanced back, seemingly drawn to the serene cottage of Qin Yuan. The meeting of the 3 women did not stir a tempest. Nangong Yuyan remained calm, embodying her tranquil nature, which Leng Huanian deeply admired. Meanwhile, the resentment within Nangong Yufei simmered quietly, overshadowed by the formidable aura of the Empress of Dugu. Though Leng Huanian mediated between them, their relationship remained distant, progressing only gradually. Upon returning to Nangong Yufei's side, Leng Huanian found her comforting Yuyan. My dear, let the past remain in the past. One must always look forward. Look at Yuyan, younger than you, yet wiser. Her love for you is profound. Do you truly believe she has let go? Nangong Yufei retorted. Indeed. If Yuyan understands, why can't you? Who remains oblivious? She struggles with her own heart. All right, I must soon depart for Lanyue City. You wouldn't want me burdened with worries, would you? My husband, you're going to Lanyue City? The Great Central is engaged in conflict with the cold moon. What purpose do you have there? If you are recognized as Leng Huanian, how many would seek to claim a bounty on your head? Upon hearing of her beloved's impending adventure, Nangong Yufei's concerns for herself faded. Rest assured, in Lanyue City, no one knows me. Perhaps some may be aware of my name. Yet they have never seen me. Therefore, I am quite safe. My husband, do not be careless. If anything were to happen to you, how would we endure? My dear, we have weathered 10 arduous years. Even if I do not return, you and Yuyan must remain strong. You are not a fragile woman. What do you mean by that? Nangong Yufei's legs weakened upon hearing his words. Fear not, I jest. It strikes me as peculiar. For these 10 years, we have been together daily, and you have seldom shown me kindness. Now, as I prepare to leave for a few days, you cannot contain your emotions. Is it the same? Previously, I was nurturing you to infiltrate the palace as an undercover agent. Now, You are my husband. Rest easy, all will be well. I am now in the imperial spirit realm, a formidable expert. As long as the Empress of Cold Moon does not intervene, I trust no one can detain me. I am the man of the Empress of Great Central, and I believe they will not act rashly. In any case, my husband, you must return safely. You wouldn't want to see me suffer for a lifetime, would you? Indeed. Leng Huanian summoned the kitchen maid to prepare a lavish feast. Determined to present everything in its finest form as her beloved prepared for a journey. At lunchtime, Lan Xiaoqin and Bai Ling arrived punctually at the pavilion in the lake. Miss Qin and little Bai Ling possess an extraordinary sense of smell, arriving right on cue, guided by the delectable aromas. Leng Huanian occasionally jested with this enchanting pair, unable to resist the charm they exuded. Alas, soon he would depart to distant lands, unable to savor the delightful dishes of the pavilion for much longer. Do eat your fill, he suggested. Little did he know that the one before him was the cunning saintess of the cold moon, Lan Xiaoqin, who sought to lure him to the city of Blue Moon. Had he been aware of her true identity, he would not have invited her for a meal, but rather devised a means for her to face challenges. Neither Leng Huanian nor Nangang Yufei could fathom that the snow fox saintess would venture alone to the south, nearly coming under the watchful eye of the Empress Dugu today. With wine and dishes aplenty, Bai Ling was left in tears from temptation, yet as a mere maid, she dared not sit at the table to partake. After the meal, the group enjoyed tea and conversation in the pavilion, relishing the exquisite lake scenery, an experience of pure delight. Throughout the afternoon, Leng Huanian lingered in Qinglian Garden, where the enchanting pair amused themselves, reluctant to return to Qinyuan Cottage. Chapter 61. Someone awaits you on the final night before leaving Weiyang Palace. Leng Huanian resolved to visit Dugu Feng. Among the women closest to him, only Dugu Feng had yet to truly become his. Upon seeing him, Dugu Feng was elated, and they embraced warmly. Husband, what brings you to me tonight? She inquired. I missed you, Feng. Tomorrow, I must depart for Blue Moon City. May I stay with you tonight? I would welcome that, but must you truly go to Blue Moon City? They are our greatest adversaries. And as a pivotal figure in Daqiang, your journey could be perilous. Fortune favors the bold. The Cold Moon Empire is rich in spirit stones. If I do not transfer their resources to Daqiang, this conflict will never cease. Yet, you must not take such risks. If you were captured and unable to return, oh, how heartbroken I would be, Your Majesty, as the eldest princess. Fear not. On this night of parting, let me remain, and you shall become my woman, shall you not? Husband, I yearn to give myself to you, but I wish to wait until your safe return. In that moment, Dugu Feng's clarity replaced her earlier tumult of emotions. Are you afraid I might not return? I trust you will return, thinking of Daqiang and the beloved woman you have yet to fully possess. That thought will ignite all your potential. Fenger, I had not realized you were so perceptive. I promise I shall return. After a brief embrace, Leng Huanian returned to Qingda Hall. The night had deepened, and the hall was enveloped in tranquility. Upon entering his chamber, he found Luo Bing already asleep. However, with her keen senses, she detected his presence from 100 paces away, feigning slumber. Luo Bing resided within the palace. Leng Huanian climbed into bed, turning to face her. Binger, though their acquaintance was brief, a profound intimacy blossomed between the two. Leng Huanian softly called out to her, "It's time for sleep." Luo Bing lazily responded. Yet a ripple of emotion stirred within her. This fellow dared to address her as Binger, suggesting a closeness she had not anticipated. Turning around, Leng Huanian gently maneuvered her to face him. Luo Bing, initially nestled inward, now found herself oriented towards him. "What is it?" she replied, her demeanor devoid of joy or sorrow, true to her cool and composed nature. "I've missed you. I long to behold your exquisite visage." A beauty such as Luo Bing was never truly sufficient to gaze upon, particularly one of her extraordinary allure. "You have so many women, is it not enough?" she questioned. "But you are also mine, and with such beauty, one can never tire of admiring you." Just as he reached out, she gently grasped his wrist and moved his hand away. "What troubles you, Binger? Are you not prepared?" A hint of disappointment crossed Leng Huanian's expression. He had assumed their union was a natural progression, yet Luo Bing appeared to think otherwise. "Not at all. I am a divine beast. My true state far surpassing the imperial spirit realm. However, I am constrained by the laws of the void spirit continent, limited to the imperial spirit realm." Should you act impulsively, it may lead to your demise. Is that so? Then I shall never possess you. Wait until you reach the imperial spirit realm. Binger, you are truly kind to me. I thought you might look down upon me for my mortal status, considering your identity as a heavenly divine beast. Leng Huanian felt deeply touched, pulling Luo Bing close as if fearing she might slip away. Do you know? In my eyes, you are my husband. From the moment you transformed before me, I have claimed you as my own. You shall never leave my side. To have Binger for a lifetime is a desire I hold dearly. My husband, although my personality is cold and seemingly detached from the world, do you realize? When you do not spend the night in the Qingda Palace, I find myself missing you, unable to suppress the longing. To love someone is indeed a laborious endeavor. Yet this very struggle renders me insatiable. In the future, I shall accompany my Binger more frequently, ensuring you are never alone. Binger, I appreciate your efforts lately, transporting the rejuvenation spring across the nation daily. My husband, the sales of the rejuvenation spring increase daily. Do you know how many bottles I dispatched yesterday? How many? Leng Huanian inquired eagerly. 600,000 bottles, just in one day. Moreover, sales continue to rise. My husband, you are a genius. Before long, the nation's wealth will flow into your coffers. Luo Bing was utterly in awe of Leng Huanian's ingenuity. I am in the process of organizing several aerial transport teams, establishing a logistics network that spans the nation and even the void spirit realm. Once they master the routes and operations, we can transport a cup of the rejuvenation spring to every corner of the void spirit, allowing Binger to step back from the front lines. My husband, your vision transcends that of others. I take pride in you. Binger is the chief contributor to the rejuvenation spring's success. I must earn more silver to grant her a lavish betrothal gift. Then, these betrothal gifts returned to the husband's pocket. Luo Bing had also learned to jest, completely overturning Leng Huanian's perception. Is your cultivation heavily dependent on spirit stones, Bingo? Indeed, it is quite significant. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, the number of spirit stones consumed during cultivation is countless. In fact, the higher the level, the more spirit stones are required. When the time comes, we shall exchange all the silver we earn for spirit stones. With so many women around you and the need to send more to the palace, spirit stones will surely be in short supply. Therefore, I must strive tirelessly to earn money. Next, I plan to sell a cup of Wuhua and rejuvenation spring abroad, with the first stop being the capital of the Cold Moon Empire, Blue Moon City. Husband, you work hard. Please take care of yourself out there. I do not wish for our relationship to falter before it truly begins. I await your return, anticipating your ascent to the imperial spirit realm. Remember, I am waiting for you. For this reason alone, you must not encounter any misfortune. Chapter 62. Journey to Blue Moon. Luo Bing gazed at Leng Huanian, captivated by her presence, and felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. Binger, I cannot possess you now, but may I at least embrace you? Just a brief embrace. The two held each other, and even the typically serene and placid Luo Bing felt a stir of emotion. The following morning, Leng Huanian rose early while Luo Bing remained asleep. She had spent a long time lost in thought the previous night, only drifting off as dawn approached. Leng Hua gently kissed her jade-like forehead before heading to the Jinxi Palace for breakfast. Are you about to depart? Surely you are here to bid me farewell, otherwise you wouldn't be up so early, the Empress Dugu remarked, her face beaming with delight upon seeing Leng Huanian. Yes, come have breakfast and say goodbye to your wife. Come now, eat well. The breakfast was lavish, and Leng Huanian nearly overindulged. After the meal, they strolled in the back garden, and under the Empress Dugu's watchful gaze, Leng Huanian departed from the Jinxi Palace and returned to Qinglian Garden. Lan Xiaoqin and Bai Ling were already prepared and awaiting his arrival. Leng Huanian waved farewell to Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan. He drew the scale shadow sword and tossed it into the air, where it expanded to 3 zhang in length and 1 zhang in width, hovering steadily. The sword's golden scales shimmered enticingly, prompting admiration from the 4 women. Leng Huanian invited the enchanting duo to board the sword while he seated himself behind them, allowing their exquisite forms to grace his eyes throughout the journey. Young Master Leng, this sword is truly captivating. Does it have a name? Bai Ling inquired, her admiration palpable. Scale Shadow Sword. It is indeed the foremost sword among the top 10 renowned swords of the ethereal realm. Today, I finally have the fortune to behold its true form. Lan Xiaoqin's interest was piqued. For cultivators, The finest weapon was undoubtedly the sword, and all aspired to possess a famed blade. Alas, many could not attain one. Yet merely witnessing it was a delight in itself. Today, not only will you see it, but you can also lie upon it for an intimate encounter. Young Master Leng. Isn't this legendary sword the property of the Empress Dugu? How could she possibly part with it? Lan Xiaoqin's words hold merit in the realm of Zuling. There exist two treasures that eclipse even the affection for a beloved, the path to eternal life and a rare weapon. She is my wife. Thus it seems only reasonable for her to bestow upon me the Ling sword. If she truly loves you, it is indeed rare for one to entrust such a precious artifact to another, not even to a lover. By Ling, following closely behind the snow fox saintess, possesses a certain level of discernment. What a jest it would be to suggest that anything could surpass the significance of a beloved. Techniques and treasures are merely external possessions, while love is the one true treasure worthy of lifelong cherishment. Leng Huanian's words left the enchanting duo in a state of bewilderment. Was he naively sincere or simply foolish? To be overly sentimental in cultivation often leads to one's own detriment. The first sword upon reaching the shore should sever ties with the one in one's heart. Surely he understands this principle. Nevertheless, the two deemed their connection with him too superficial to warrant further discussion. Yet, it must be noted that Leng Huanian harbored a sense of pity for them, intending to escort them to Blue Moon City. It seemed they were about to fall into a trap. Lan Xiaoqin scrutinized Leng Huanian, a myriad of emotions surging within her. Should she commend his loyalty or deem him foolish? He was nearly a prisoner, yet remained unaware of his own name. A delightful kind of folly. Alas, there is no space in this world for the naive. What a pity for such a fine exterior. The Daya Empire is not exceedingly distant from the Cold Moon Empire, with the former situated in the heart of the Zuling continent, and the latter at its northernmost reaches. However, between the two nations lie three formidable barriers: an endless forest, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and a frozen river. The previously mentioned Wanren Snow Mountain looms at the banks of the frozen river. This icy river serves as the final barrier to entering the Cold Moon Empire. Once crossed, one plunges into a realm of eternal frost and snow. After a day and night of steady flight, the Ling sword arrived above the endless forest. The eerie tranquility of this forest was unsettling, devoid of even the faintest bird call, prompting Leng Huanian to heighten his vigilance. Young Master Leng, allow the Ling sword to ascend higher, Lan Xiaoqin advised, for it is said that the endless vines within this forest ensnare any creature that passes, leaving them unable to escape until their blood is completely drained. Though she had not encountered them herself, she had heard tales from the Empress of Cold Moon. Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian quickly elevated the Ling sword, and the vast expanse of the endless forest diminished beneath them. After safely traversing the forest, he let out a sigh of relief, preparing to soar over the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, only to be promptly halted by Lan Xiaoqin. We must detour. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range harbors great terrors. To fly directly over it in the Ling sword could result in being devoured whole by the sky-devouring beast. Countless have met such fates. Leng Huanian found himself intrigued by this Miss Qin. Miss Qin, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? You hardly seem like one who has not experienced the world. Young Master Leng, to be honest, I have lived in Blue Moon City since my childhood, and I have heard many tales from here. Leng Huanian followed her lead as they meandered around the periphery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Stop. Look over there. By now, the daylight had faded, and a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky from the depths of the mountain range. Even at a distance of 1,000 zhang from the radiant light, one could still sense the abundant spiritual energy emanating from it. What is that? Leng Huanian had little experience with such phenomena, but Lan Xiaoqin was quite different. Heavenly treasures are upon us. Let us go take a look. A grand opportunity has presented itself. The eyes of the enchanting duo sparkled with excitement. Such a display of treasure and overflowing spiritual energy could only signify a top-tier celestial artifact. Did you not say we would circle around the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? There are great dangers within, including the fearsome sky-swallowing beasts. It is fraught with peril. The warning in Leng Huanian's ears had yet to fully dissipate. We cannot be overly cautious. We are merely on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and we are not far from the treasure. If heaven offers us a chance, we must seize it, or we risk dire consequences. How can a young lady be so obsessed with wealth? disregarding danger in pursuit of treasures? This is no ordinary artifact. It is undoubtedly a rare gem from the realm of ethereal spirits. We must hurry, or we may lose it to others. Reluctantly, Leng Huanian shook his head and guided the scale shadow sword toward the radiant treasure. Chapter 63. Supreme Celestial Treasure. In an instant, they covered the 1,000 zhang distance. There are people below. We must descend. Under Lan Xiaoqing's direction, Leng Huanian maneuvered the sword down to the ground. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range was filled with jagged rocks and sparse trees, far less abundant than the endless forest. After they landed, the trio concealed themselves behind a half-decayed giant petrified wood, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Lin Huaner, how dare you come to my 10,000 Beasts mountain range to steal something? Do you even understand the rules? A voluptuous woman adorned in a leopard print skirt loudly scolded a green-haired beauty. Absurd, you little demon. The soul water crystal orchid is a treasure of my endless forest. It has absorbed spiritual energy for 2,000 years and has finally matured. How can you claim it as belonging to your 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Have you no shame? The green-haired beauty, barefoot with fair, delicate feet, and clad in garments woven from soft tree bark and leaves, displayed her alabaster arms and long, graceful legs, exuding youthful vitality, causing Leng Huanian's eyes to brighten. Then I ask you, is it not currently in my 10,000 Beasts mountain range? The little demoness wore a smug expression, reveling in the thought that a treasure from the endless forest had found its way to her home. To leave it unclaimed would be a disservice to its efforts. It merely strayed into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. How can you claim it as your own based on that? You are being utterly unreasonable. The elf Lin Huaner insisted on maintaining morale. Leng Huanian glanced at Lan Xiaoqing, pondering whose treasure it truly was. Lan Xiaoqing winked at him, indicating he should focus on the treasure beside them. The celestial artifact radiated with brilliance, resembling a white flower, akin to a white orchid. Leng Huanian pondered, are there truly white orchids in this world? It appears that this orchid-like plant is indeed the coveted treasure spoken of by the two individuals. Leng Huanian observed Lan Xiaoqing, who was nearly drooling, and remarked, let us depart. It is hardly worth engaging in a life-and-death struggle over a mere plant. Fool, that is the soul-returning crystal orchid, a treasure capable of resurrecting the deceased. How could you dismiss it as an ordinary plant? Lan Xiaoqing felt that Leng Huanian's experience was still quite limited. Is it truly so extraordinary? I fail to discern its wonders. The soul-returning crystal orchid is indeed remarkable. Have you not noticed that it possesses no leaves? That spirit mentioned it traversed from the endless forest to the myriad beast mountains, all on its own upon maturation. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaoqing found it rather peculiar. What shall we do next? The impending clash between the two was palpable, and they were poised to reap the benefits of their conflict. As soon as Lan Xiaoqing finished speaking, the two adversaries had officially commenced their battle for the treasure. Lin Huaner wielded a dark-hued soft whip, crafted from the most resilient core of the endless vines, steeped in the Mother Earth's golden water for a full 81 days, resulting in an indomitable weapon of unparalleled tenacity. The enchanting little demoness, undeterred, raised her hands, revealing 10 3-inch-long claws that gleamed with a cold light. The little demoness was the daughter of the beast king of the myriad beast mountains, her true form a leopard, while her mother was of the human race, endowing her with a half-leopard heritage. They were engaged in a genuine combat, yet Leng Huanian, concealed behind the petrified wood, was left breathless. Both combatants donned unconventional attire. Lin Huaner revealed her fair, delicate feet, exposing her smooth arms and long legs, adorned merely with a few pieces of tree bark and leaves. Her green hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze, a sight to behold. The little demoness was even more astonishing, clad in an exceedingly short leopard skin skirt, her powerful legs particularly striking. The leopard-patterned corset opened Leng Huanian's eyes to a new realm of beauty, while the leopard-patterned wrist guards exuded an exquisite charm. Leng Huanian had encountered many beauties, yet these two were entirely distinct. One was a transcendent sprite, while the other was a wild and untamed leopardess. Lan Xiaoqing cast a glance at Leng Huanian and noticed his unwavering gaze, indicating that his old habit had resurfaced. Disruption. Lin Huaner executed a vertical strike towards the little demoness with her whip. Should it connect, the result would be severe injury or worse, cleaving the opponent in two. This was the only technique within Lin Huan'er's whip artistry that relied solely on brute strength. The little demoness, incensed by Lin Huan'er's attack, found it audacious that someone dared to strike her first, as she was accustomed to being the one who bullied others. With her claws crossed in front of her, she prepared to deflect the whip as it approached her, successfully parrying it without so much as a scratch. Separation. Lin Huan'er did not grant the little demoness a moment's respite. The whip was swiftly retracted and then lashed out again. The little demoness, true to her leopard lineage, displayed remarkable agility, even navigating through the shadows of Lin Huan'er's whip with ease. Death's entanglement. As Lin Huan'er observed the little demoness skillfully evading her attacks, she unleashed the ultimate technique of her whip art. The whip no longer struck in a straightforward manner. Instead, its shadows coalesced into a tornado, enveloping the little demoness. Just as it seemed the demoness would be consumed by the whirling shadows, a phantom emerged from the vortex, lunging directly at Lin Huan'er. Taken by surprise, Lin Huan'er could hardly fathom that the little demoness' agility was akin to lightning. In truth, it was her unique movement technique, the leopard's veil. The demoness' sharp claws grazed Lin Huan'er's delicate shoulder, and despite her swift evasion, the claws left 3 crimson marks. Though the wounds were shallow, they were dotted with tiny beads of blood. Lin Huan'er glanced at her shoulder, her brow furrowed in humiliation. As a 6th-level Royal Spirit Realm practitioner, she had been outmatched by a mere 1st-level opponent, suffering injury in her aggressive onslaught, a profound disgrace. Taking a deep breath, Lin Huan'er once again grasped her whip, aware that though the little demoness had landed a hit, the injury was negligible, and she could not afford to underestimate her opponent. Meanwhile, behind the petrified wood, Lan Xiaoqin nudged Leng Huanian with her elbow, saying, "While they are engrossed in battle, I shall retrieve the celestial treasure." "How do you intend to do that? Who exactly are you?" "I have my ways. You and Belan stay hidden and avoid making noise, lest you draw their attention." Before Leng Huanian could respond, Lan Xiaoqin darted back toward the soul-returning crystal orchid like a nimble spirit cat. Lin Huan'er and the little demoness were so engrossed in their duel that they remained oblivious to the figure stealthily approaching the celestial treasure. It was no surprise, for Lan Xiaoqin was at the pinnacle of the royal spirit realm, her cultivation surpassing both of theirs. Stealthily, she reached the soul-returning crystal orchid, her heart racing, her hands trembling. This was the most exquisite spiritual herb of the ethereal realm, a true treasure. With a gentle flick of her left hand, a ring resembling iced jade appeared on her pinky, an invisible storage ring. From within this ring, she retrieved a white jade box. Carefully excavating the soul-returning crystal orchid along with its soil and transplanting it into the box. With no time to admire her prize, she swiftly closed the box and placed it back into the storage ring. Suddenly, the radiant beam of light from the treasure vanished. Lin Huan'er and the little demoness instinctively halted their conflict, their gazes fiercely directed toward Lan Xiaoqin, who had caused the treasure to disappear. Chapter 64. The Queen and the Demon King. Lin Huan'er and the little demoness exchanged glances, then lunged toward Lan Xiaoqin. Ultimately, self-interest prevailed. "Let us first eliminate this outsider, and then we shall settle our scores." As she spoke, Lin Huan'er subtly shook the ancient wooden bracelet on her wrist. "Agreed," the little demoness replied, simultaneously squeezing her leopard-patterned wrist guard with her left hand. The two joined forces to attack Lan Xiaoqin, and the ensuing clash became a fierce struggle among the 3. "Belan, who is your mistress? Why is she so formidable?" Leng Huanian, hidden behind the petrified wood, was taken aback, astonished that Miss Qin could hold her own against 2 opponents. "Do not concern yourself with the young lady's identity. Simply enjoy the spectacle." Belan recognized that the situation was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal, yet she resolved to maintain the pretense for the time being. "Should we assist your young lady? I perceive that she is at a disadvantage in her 1-against-2 struggle, and if we were to join forces, it would turn the tide." "Stop. Do you believe that brawling is merely a matter of numbers? Even if I were to join the fray with my earth spirit mastery, it would still be insufficient." Belan interjected, casting a sharp glare at Leng Huanian. Leng Huanian mused to himself, "My earth spirit mastery is but a facade. With my true strength at the imperial spirit level, I could effortlessly dispatch those 2 and seize the treasure. However, I choose to refrain from intervening, as I am curious about the true nature of you 2, master and servant." Although Lan Xiaoqin possessed the highest cultivation, Facing two opponents ultimately placed her in a precarious position. Young Master Long, remain here and do not move. If you stir, no one will come to your aid. I shall assist the young lady. Witnessing her mistress in distress, Balan, despite being at a significant disadvantage in cultivation, gritted her teeth and charged forward. The 2-against-1 became 2-against-2, slightly alleviating the pressure, and Lan Xiaoqin breathed a sigh of relief. However, the burden on Balan intensified. She had become a mere punching bag, enduring numerous blows since entering the fray. In less than a quarter of an hour, the weakest Balan bore multiple lash marks from Leng Huanian, and her arms were grievously scratched by the little demoness claws. Lan Xiaoqin, feeling a pang of sympathy, stepped in front of her and handed over the jade box, saying, "Hold on to the treasure and return to the Emperor with young Master Long. I will hold them off. Young lady, do not waste time, go." Once more, Lan Xiaoqin stood alone against Leng Huanian and the little demoness, while Balan gritted her teeth and sprinted towards Leng Huanian behind the petrified wood. Yet, just as she had covered half the distance, a figure descended like lightning, blocking her path. "Father!" The little demoness exclaimed with delight upon seeing the newcomer. The Demon King. Leng Huanian felt a chill run down her spine. The Beast King had arrived before the Fairy Queen, raising the question of why the Queen had yet to arrive even after sending out her signal a quarter of an hour prior. The Demon King, whose true form was that of a leopard, had transformed over several millennia and now stood at the pinnacle of the sacred spirit realm. With a mere gesture of his right hand, the jade box was drawn into his grasp. Balan, disregarding her own safety, charged forward in an attempt to reclaim the box. It was entrusted to her by her mistress, containing a treasure. How could she stand idly by as it was taken? Alas, she had scarcely taken a step before the Demon King struck her midair with a forceful palm, sending her spiraling through the air. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she fell, crashing onto the petrified wood and landing with a gruesome thud. Balan. The bond of master and servant was profound. Lan Xiaoqin, witnessing this, cried out in distress, her heart filled with anxiety. In her moment of distraction, she was struck by a palm from both Leng Huanian and the little demoness, causing her to spurt blood as well. Leng Huanian gently lifted the lark that had fallen at his feet. Whether it was due to fate or the mercy of the Demon King, the strike aimed at her heart did not land, though her internal organs were gravely injured. Her life was not in immediate peril. Lord Leng. The lark's eyes fluttered open slightly, her voice weak. "Do not speak just yet." Leng Huanian disregarded the propriety of gender boundaries in his urgency. He pressed his palm against her chest, a surge of gentle spiritual energy flowing into her limbs. The lark felt a comforting warmth envelop her, gradually alleviating the pain in her vital organs. Grateful, she cast a glance at Leng Huanian before succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. Having acquired the jade box, the Demon King wasted no time in opening it, revealing a pristine soul recovery crystal orchid within. His brow relaxed, and he swiftly sealed the box and placed it in his storage ring. Yet, he felt no relief, for the Elven Queen had also descended upon the battlefield. As the Elven Queen landed, the three combatants ceased their skirmish, recognizing that their trivial conflicts could not sway the outcome of the battle. Everything hinged on the clash between the Elven Queen and the Demon King. "Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to see you. What brings you to my Wan Beast Mountain range today?" The Demon King, appearing as a rugged man, concealed a shrewd mind. Declaring his position with clarity, he was the host, and she, the guest. "Your Majesty, the Demon King has seized the celestial treasure, the soul recovery crystal orchid, from our endless forest," Leng Huanian interjected, pinpointing the crux of the matter. "Your Majesty, this soul recovery crystal orchid has been nurtured in our endless forest for 2 millennia, and it has finally matured. I implore you to return it to its rightful owner, the Elven Queen Lin," she added. She and Leng Huanian were similarly adorned in garments woven from soft tree bark and leaves, fittingly elegant, though Lin Shi's bosom was more pronounced. Her flowing hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, casually tied at the forehead with a silk ribbon, as ethereal as the wind. Her fair, delicate feet hovered an inch above the ground, untainted by contact with the earth. "Your words are misguided, for treasures of the world rightfully belong to the virtuous. The celestial treasure has come to my Wan Beast Mountain range. Does it not imply it is meant for me? Such a grand gift, how could I refuse?" The Demon King was not easily swayed from such a delectable prize. "Then there shall be no further discussion." "Demon King, Prepare yourself. The elven queen, typically aloof, was not one to haggle. As a peak practitioner of the sacred spirit realm, she faced the demon king without trepidation, ready to engage directly in combat. The others instinctively withdrew, clearing the arena for the duel between these two elite practitioners of the sacred spirit realm. Taking the opportunity, Lan Xiaoqin hurried to Leng Huanian's side, her face etched with concern. How is the lark? She is not severely harmed, merely suffering from some internal injuries. I am grateful for your assistance. It was but a small effort. Leng Huanian's gaze remained fixed on the arena. It was his first encounter witnessing a battle of sacred spirit realms. Your Majesty, what shall be our strategy? The demon king was taken aback when the fairy queen, in a moment of disagreement, was ready to engage in battle. This woman exhibited courage that rivaled his own. Demon king, time is of the essence, and our encounter is not one of life and death. Let us settle this with a single strike. Victor claims the heavenly treasure, while the vanquished shall retreat. What say you? The fairy queen spoke with an air of calm detachment. As the queen wishes, the demon king replied, finding no reason to refuse. Chapter 65. The Battle of the Holy Spirits. Though it was to be a single strike, both combatants prepared to unleash their utmost power. For the soul crystal orchid was no ordinary elixir. It possessed the ability to revive the dead and restore souls without effort. The fairy queen finally descended to the ground, her fair, delicate feet resting upon the grayish-blue rock, which immediately began to crack and splinter. Practicing the art of wood spirit magic, she initiated her most potent technique, annihilation, a move capable of obliterating worlds. Surrounding her, the spirit energy of all nearby plants detached from their forms and converged towards her, forming a pale green sphere of spiritual energy, composed entirely of the essence of flora. The fairy queen infused all her internal spiritual energy into this sphere, brimming with potential. Upon witnessing this, the demon king's brow furrowed slightly. He raised his fingers, and 10 blood-red claws emerged, each a foot long. As the claws faced each other, he suddenly expelled a fist-sized golden orb from his mouth, which slowly floated between his claws. A stream of golden energy gradually emanated from the orb, enveloping his crimson claws in a shimmering layer of gold. After a moment, the orb's brightness diminished, and it returned to the demon king's mouth. The fairy queen felt a shiver run down her spine. The demon king was indeed desperate, willing to sacrifice his demon core for the heavenly treasure. The little demon girl watching was horrified, realizing that her father was pouring all the energy he had accumulated over thousands of years into his claws. Even if he emerged victorious, he would suffer severe depletion of his vitality. Before she could ponder further, a flash of movement signaled the two supreme masters of the Holy Spirit realm had struck simultaneously. With a casual flick of her wrist, the condensed pale green sphere of spiritual energy slowly advanced towards the demon king. He raised his right hand, and 5 golden claws lunged at the ethereal sphere. To everyone's astonishment, the sphere was not pierced. They remained locked in a stalemate. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. Then, the demon king lifted his left hand, sending the remaining 5 golden claws towards the sphere. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the pale green sphere was pierced by all 10 claws, shattering into a magnificent burst. The fairy queen, positioned at a distance, spat blood and was sent flying backward. Before the demon king could revel in his triumph, the remnants of the exploded sphere transformed into pale green flames, engulfing his entire form. A cry of anguish escaped him, but simultaneously, his body erupted in crimson flames, creating a barrier that repelled the pale green fire. The explosion of the pale green sphere created a radius of several meters, within which flames raged uncontrollably, igniting every plant in sight, even setting the very rocks ablaze. The pale green flames were terrifyingly fierce. The demon king, relying on the crimson flames he emitted, barely managed to keep the pale green flames at bay. Yet, those flames persisted inexorably, embodying an unwavering determination to incinerate everything in their path. The fallen elven queen gradually rose to her feet, blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth. She walked slowly to the perimeter of the pale green flames, gazing at the struggling demon king, refraining from further action, for she had already unleashed her decisive blow. After a quarter of an hour, the pale green flames eventually began to extinguish, having consumed all that could be burned within several paces. turning every plant to ash and even reducing the rocks to mere fragments. The pale green flames on the Demon King gradually faded, and his own crimson flames flickered and died down. He collapsed onto the debris, gasping for breath. "Thank you for your mercy, my queen. Had you struck even once earlier, I would have surely been defeated," he said, lying on the ground, conversing with the elven queen, his energy depleted, his body limp, disregarding any semblance of dignity. "As per custom, you have won, Wanner. Let us leave," the elven queen Lin Shi, not only beautiful but also possessing an elegant demeanor, said as she calmly departed with Lin Wanner. However, her composure was merely a facade. She had exhausted her magical energy to unleash a sphere of power, which was subsequently pierced by the Demon King's sharpened fingers. The Demon King had unleashed the accumulated power of his demon core, and when her sphere shattered, she had suffered significant backlash. "My queen, are you all right?" Lin Wanner inquired with deep concern. "We shall discuss it later," the elven queen replied, taking a deep breath and grasping Lin Wanner's hand, vanishing from the spot in an instant. "Father!" The young demoness, Riao, rushed to the side of the Demon King, attempting to help him rise from the ground, but he raised a hand to stop her, saying, "Riao, I am fine. It is not yet time for my daughter to assist me." With great effort, he struggled to stand, swaying slightly as he made his way toward Leng Huanian, Lan Xiaoqin, and Bai Ling, who had already regained consciousness and was leaning against Leng Huanian's embrace. "None of the friends visiting the Wan Beast Mountain shall leave today." Lan Xiaoqin stepped forward, addressing the Demon King. "Demon King, I am Lan Xiaoqin, the Snow Fox Saintess of the Cold Moon Empire. This is all a misunderstanding. I beseech you to allow us to depart." "Ha! Release you? The Empress of Cold Moon herself dares not trespass upon my Wan Beast Mountain. What right do you young ones possess?" the Demon King exclaimed. "As guests, how can you leave without visiting my palace? It would reflect poorly on my hospitality." "Demon King, do you truly wish to oppose the Cold Moon Empire? To be frank, I have taken a liking to you two stunning beauties. Return with me to the Demon King's palace, for tomorrow I shall wed, and I will gain two exquisite demon consorts." Though the Demon King had suffered a significant setback, it was merely physical. Materially, he had gained much, having secured the coveted heavenly treasure spirit crystal Lan, in addition to the potential acquisition of two enchanting beauties. The little demoness pouted, visibly displeased, and cast a glance at Leng Huanian. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. She had reached the age for marriage, and her father insisted she wed the offspring of the elders. This prospect was certainly more appealing than those monstrous alternatives. The Demon King led the little demoness and the three others back to the Demon King's palace. Upon their arrival at the palace's grand courtyard, the four esteemed elders had already gathered, while a throng of young demons cheered exuberantly. Upon seeing the Demon King and the little demoness return with two breathtaking beauties, the excitement among them was palpable, as if each fancied themselves the groom. The Demon King, Yao Lai, waved to the crowd, preparing to enter the palace for seclusion and recuperation. He was merely holding on by a thread, his vitality nearly extinguished. "Wait, your majesty." The eldest elder, Xiong Dahai, stepped forward, his piercing gaze fixed on the Demon King as though attempting to see through him. "What is this, old second?" It was the first time the Demon King had witnessed such blatant disrespect from his subordinate. "Your majesty, I, Xiong Dahai, officially challenge you." The elder articulated each word with clarity, empowering them with inner strength, ensuring everyone present comprehended his declaration. "Old second, have you lost your mind?" The second elder, Zhu San, reprimanded with a scoff. "Surely, you have been possessed. The Demon King need not stoop to your level. This fellow must be under some malevolent influence." The third elder, Go Quan, echoed in agreement. "Old second, our elder brother has always treated us as kin. After returning from a fierce battle, you now seek to challenge him. What reasoning is this?" The fourth elder, Ing Yang, also expressed dissatisfaction with Xiong Dahai's behavior. "Ha! Reasoning? Today I, old Xiong, intend to defeat the Demon King and ascend as the new ruler." The four elders descended into chaos, and the young demons below were no longer composed. Had the eldest elder gone mad? Yet, one could not dismiss the customs of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Anyone could challenge the Demon King at any time. Whoever succeeded in slaying the Demon King would assume the throne. But how could the eldest elder harbor such audacity? The Demon King was at the pinnacle of the sacred spirit realm, while the eldest elder had merely attained the initial stage. Did you not notice the Demon King's unusual pallor? Indeed, there was a tremendous sound at the border between the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the endless forest. Could it be that the Demon King engaged in combat? It appears so. The Demon King looks unwell, as if severely drained of energy. We can all see that. How could the eldest elder be oblivious? The eldest elder seems to be taking advantage of the situation. To aspire to the throne, one must be ruthless. Who do you think will prevail? It's hard to say. It depends on the severity of the Demon King's injuries. If his wounds are not grave, the eldest elder is no match for him. But if they are serious, the title of Demon King may change hands. Alas, every contest for the throne is a fight to the death. The eldest elder is already second only to the Demon King. What more could he desire to provoke such a confrontation? Who does not wish to rise above others? Now that an opportunity presents itself, it is only natural to seize it. After all, did not the Demon King himself ascend to greatness by treading upon the corpse of the former Demon King? What do you know? The reason the Grand Elder is so desperate today is entirely due to his covetousness for the beauty of the new Demon Queen. Indeed, she is an unparalleled beauty, a rare gem of the mortal realm, even surpassing her sister, the former Demon Queen. Alas, no matter how exquisite her beauty, it is of little consequence if it remains unattainable. For many years, even the Demon King has been powerless against her allure. Indeed, the new Demon Queen appears to be the reincarnation of a formidable being, radiating an aura that keeps ordinary folk at bay. The Demon King has toiled for years without success in winning her heart. What a pity. The Grand Elder believes that the Demon King is merely occupying a position without deserving it and should allow him the chance to experience such fortune. However, she is ultimately the Demon Queen. How could he be granted such indulgence? Thus, the Grand Elder contemplated challenging the Demon King and has finally found the opportunity. Should the Grand Elder ascend as the new Demon King, he would inherit everything, the palace and all its treasures, including the Demon King's wealth and women. The temptation is indeed immense, for the new Demon Queen has left many in the myriad Beast Mountain range utterly enchanted. Yet, only the Grand Elder dares to challenge the Demon King. I must commend the Grand Elder for his audacity. As the saying goes, one's lust for beauty can embolden them beyond reason. It is indeed only for such desires that one could muster such courage. Upon hearing the challenge from Grand Elder Xiong Dahai, the Demon King felt a weight in his heart, and his steps grew heavier, ultimately halting in place. He slowly turned to face the Grand Elder. You could no longer contain yourself, forsaking thousands of years of brotherhood for the sake of a woman? Brother, you know my thoughts. I must apologize for offending you today. How could you presume to win her heart when I could not? How would you know without trying? It is time for you to step aside. Xiong Dahai produced a black gold wolf fawn club from his storage ring, measuring 6 feet in length and weighing over 1,000 pounds. At this juncture, the Demon King realized that the battle was inevitable. He cursed himself for having expended all the energy stored within his demon core over the past millennia. However, he had no choice but to brace himself and confront the challenge. 10 crimson claws extended from his fingers once more, though this time they appeared considerably dimmer than before. The black gold wolf fawn club flew towards the Demon King's head without regard for their past camaraderie. In the past, the Demon King could easily deflect such a blow with a single punch, yet today, even with both fists raised, he was struck squarely, spitting blood as he was hurled backward. Stop! Elders, please persuade the Grand Elder. My father has just emerged from battle and has yet to recover his strength. The little demon girl was on the verge of kneeling before the 3 elders in her desperation. The elders could only shake their heads helplessly. Challenging the Demon King is the most sacred act in the myriad Beast Mountain range, and no one may interfere. Thus, we are powerless. As the words were spoken, the Demon King was once again sent flying by Xiong Dahai's black gold wolf fawn club. The little demon girl rushed into the Demon King's palace, knowing there was only one person who could save her father. Demon Queen, please save my father. She dashed straight into the chamber of the Demon Queen, kneeling before a woman of breathtaking beauty. Save your father? The voice of the woman possessed an enchanting quality, melodious yet devoid of any visible emotion. As if the affairs of the Demon King were of no concern to her, the Grand Elder was challenging the king, who had just emerged from a fierce battle with the Elven Queen, severely weakened. He was no match for the Grand Elder, and was on the brink of defeat. The young demoness was in a state of distress, almost to the point of tears. In the Beast Mountain range, anyone had the right to challenge the Demon King. And what grounds did I have to prevent the Grand Elder? Merely because you are the Demon Queen, and you do not consent. The young demoness was at a loss for words to persuade the woman before her. I acquiesce. Let them fight as they wish. It is of no concern to me. You are the Demon Queen. Will you not assist the Demon King? Why should I aid him? I have no desire to assume the role of a Demon Queen. Just because he regards me as such does not make it so. If you do not help my father, he will truly perish. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence to me. I owe him nothing. You are my mother's sister. You are my aunt. Yao Ruo. I have never even met your mother. Your words bear no weight with me. He is my father. Please help me. Assist my father. I beseech you, dear aunt. The young demoness prostrated herself on the ground, repeatedly striking her forehead until blood flowed. Yao Ruo, do you not know that your mother was taken to this Beast Mountain range by him? He forced her to become the Demon Queen, all because of her unparalleled beauty that caught his eye. But my father treated my mother well, did he not? Well, your mother died in childbirth with you. How can you ascertain his kindness towards her? After her death, he sought out your grandparents to bear another daughter. Indeed, that daughter is me. When I was 16, he brought me to this Beast Mountain range to assume the role of Demon Queen in place of your mother. Were it not for my divine protection, my fate would surely have mirrored that of your mother, perhaps to become pregnant and die in childbirth as well. Enough. I have already lost my mother. I do not wish to lose my father too. The blood from her forehead mingled with her tears, rendering her visage truly terrifying. Each has their own destiny. Were it not for his coercion of your grandparents to bear another, I would not have reincarnated into this realm. Alas, to save him, it would require the sun to rise in the west and the heavens to reverse their course. Chapter 67. The newly ascended Demon King. Just accompany me outside for a moment. Witnessing the young demoness in such a state of utter helplessness, the Demon Queen felt a fleeting pang of compassion. Although she was but a year older, she ultimately held the title of aunt. I may accompany you outside, yet I shall not intervene, for I would rather see him perish. As the breathtaking and graceful demon Queen Yaoguang stepped into the courtyard, the once cacophonous square fell into an immediate hush, as if time itself had frozen. The Demon King Yao Lai and the Grand Elder Xiong Dahai stood still, the king's body marred with wounds from the brutal blows of the Obsidian Wolf Fang Club. Demon Queen, Demon Queen, Demon Queen. The square before the palace erupted into a frenzy. The Demon Queen Yaoguang, with an inscrutable expression, observed the duel taking place in the center, devoid of sorrow or joy, and offered no words of intervention, leaving the little demoness engulfed in despair. Witnessing this, Xiong Dahai immediately summoned all his might, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the Obsidian Wolf Fang Club, a catastrophic blow aimed straight at the Demon King's head. Stripped of all spiritual power and burdened with numerous injuries, the Demon King, with the ever-elusive queen at his side, could not concede defeat. With the last of his strength, he raised 10 sharp claws in a futile attempt to block Xiong Dahai's thunderous strike. Alas, the momentum of the Obsidian Club was relentless, shattering all 10 crimson claws, before crashing down upon the Demon King's head and body, reducing him to an unrecognizable mass upon the ground. The appearance of the queen became the final straw that broke the Demon King. A woman he could never conquer appeared at his most desolate moment, shattering his defenses utterly. The Grand Elder Xiong Dahai, upon seeing the queen, unleashed a surge of power that surpassed any he had ever experienced, a yearning so vast it was boundless. New Demon King, New Demon King, New Demon King. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The old king's tears were unheard amidst the laughter of the new. As the new Demon King, Xiong Dahai opened his arms to embrace the cheers of the demons, but when he turned to gaze upon the enchanting Yaoguang, a beauty that could drive a man to madness, he knew from that moment she would be his queen. The Grand Elder had suddenly ascended to the role of the new Demon King, and such wealth and womanhood were tantalizing. It seemed life was worth the gamble. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. With this, the queen had become the woman of the new Demon King. From the moment the Queen Yaoguang appeared, Leng Huanian's gaze remained fixated upon her. A man of the world, surrounded by beauties, yet the allure of the queen was blinding, rivaling even the renowned Dugu gents. With an ethereal quality entirely distinct from her, it was something unattainable, a longing that engulfed him. Overcome, Leng Huanian unsheathed the scale shadow sword and approached the newly crowned demon king, Xiao Lengzi, who seemed lost in his own triumph. Human boy, today your two female companions shall become the new demon consorts, and you will be bestowed as a prize for all, he declared. Xiao Lengzi, brimming with confidence, failed to notice Leng Huanian's unusual demeanor. New demon king, I, Leng Huanian, now challenge you. His words silenced the square entirely, the demons regarding him as though he were a fool. The little demoness abruptly ceased her tears, stunned. Lan Xiaoqin and Belan were equally bewildered, questioning why he would court such folly. Even the calm and composed Queen Yaoguang turned her gaze to this exceptionally handsome young man. Ha! A mere earth spirit realm lad dares to act recklessly. Today, I shall make you wish for death, yet find no escape. The new demon king Xiao Lengzi drew forth the obsidian wolf fawn club, swinging it with such force that it flung off a layer of flesh. Leng Huanian gripped the scale shadow sword, and an aura of undeniable might enveloped him, as his realm ascended rapidly. Earth spirit, heaven spirit, king spirit, and finally, the emperor spirit. Reaching the third layer, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, their expressions a blend of disbelief, yet the demon queen remained composed and unperturbed, as if nothing in this world could truly astonish her. The new demon king, Xiao Lengzi, was not one to underestimate his opponent. Although he stood a full realm above Leng Huanian, he had just endured a fierce battle against the former demon king, sustaining injuries and depleting his spiritual energy. Gripping his obsidian wolf fawn club tightly, he raised it high, preparing to strike with his previous technique. However, at that very moment, the young swordsman before him vanished without a trace. His doubt lingered only for a heartbeat before he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he was shocked to see a half-foot-long sword tip protruding from his torso, and before he could comprehend the situation, the blade vanished. A sudden chill enveloped his neck, and he realized the world around him was spinning. His headless body stood still, his obsidian club clattering to the ground, and then silence. Leng Huanian gradually materialized, standing within half a pace of Xiao Lengzi's lifeless form. He took a white silk handkerchief and delicately wiped the blood from the scale shadow sword, discarding the cloth onto the ground before sheathing his weapon. Satisfied with the outcome, he marveled at the extraordinary prowess of the scale shadow sword technique. Having just employed the second move, Twin Shadows, it had already proven to be remarkably formidable. This marked his first true engagement in combat, his inaugural act of taking a life, and he had slain a peak Holy Spirit realm expert. To his surprise, he found killing to be so effortless, and there was a certain thrill to it. A smirk graced Leng Huanian's lips as he unsheathed the scale shadow sword once more, for he was now encircled by the second elder, third elder, and fourth elder, one at the first layer of the Holy Spirit realm, another at the 8th layer of the Emperor Spirit realm, and the last at the 6th layer. Strangely, he felt no fear in the presence of these three. Instead, he harbored a conviction that he could eliminate them in an instant. Stop! A sudden, commanding voice shattered the silence of the square. The breathtaking demon queen, Yaoguang, gracefully advanced to the center of the plaza, her lithe figure swaying with elegance, capturing the attention of all present. The old demon king, the deceased demon king, and the new demon king were all but forgotten. Do you dare to defy the new order? With a single proclamation, the demon queen's words rendered the three elders speechless, as they finally grasped that the young swordsman was indeed the new demon king. The second elder attempted to protest, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Yaoguang. Is he the new demon king? She demanded. Yes, but he has slain the former demon king to claim the title. Is there a flaw in the process? There is none, but then why do you not kneel before the new demon king? Her command was clearly directed not only at the three elders. With a rustle, the myriad of demons in the square dropped to their knees upon hearing her words. Demon king, demon king, demon king. The cries echoed throughout the plaza, with even the young demoness unable to restrain her calls of reverence for the newly crowned demon king. Lan Xiaoqin and Ling found themselves momentarily at a loss. Their initial intention had been to lure Leng Huanian to Lanyue City, perceiving him as a mere lamb to the slaughter. However, events had unfolded in a manner far beyond their expectations. He was no lamb, but rather a creature more formidable than a ravenous wolf. Tomorrow, the coronation of the new demon king will take place. The voice of the demon queen was calm, yet resonant, echoing throughout the square. She then turned to Leng Huanian and said, "Demon King, please follow me." Chapter 68. The enigmatic demon Queen Leng Huanian glanced around before summoning the storage ring of Yaolai into his hand, which contained treasures from the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, as well as a jade box that held the soul rebirth crystal orchid. He called for Lan Xiaoqin, Ling, and the little demon girl to accompany him. Feeling a twinge of concern for their safety, the expressions exchanged between Lan Xiaoqin and Ling were laden with unspoken sentiments, while the little demon girl gazed at Leng Huanian with a mixture of admiration and gratitude. Upon reaching the entrance of the Demon King's palace, the little demon girl hesitated. For with her father deceased, she faced the grim reality of either marrying the new Demon King or facing death herself. Until she became the new Demon King's consort, she could not enter the palace again. "Come inside. This will always be your home," Leng Huanian said, gently patting her shoulder. The little demon girl exhaled in relief. And then Leng Huanian pointed at Lan Xiaoqin and Ling, instructing, "Please arrange accommodations for them, as they may need to stay for a while. Rest assured, Demon King." Upon hearing the little demon girl's response, Leng Huanian followed the demon Queen Yaoguang into her chamber. "Why did you intervene today?" The demon queen approached the window, observing as the multitude of demons in the square gradually dispersed, while several elders began to tend to the remnants of the chaos. "For you." Leng Huanian was forthright and candid, disliking any form of subterfuge. "For me?" How refreshingly direct, the demon queen replied, turning to face him. Her striking visage and alluring figure, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance, left Leng Huanian momentarily bewildered. This woman was utterly captivating. "I heard that becoming the Demon King allows one to inherit the Demon Queen. I have every reason to strive for it." Leng Huanian's gaze traversed the Demon Queen's exquisite features to her enticing form. He had no need to feign modesty in the presence of the Demon Queen, just as he had not with the solitary Empress. "Do you still need to strive? From what I see, you handled yourself quite adeptly. You have not shied away from bloodshed, I presume." "To be honest, this is my first encounter in combat. And it is also my first time taking a life," he confessed. "Oh, now, that is intriguing." The Demon Queen suddenly regarded Leng Huanian with newfound interest. "At 16 years of age, in the imperial spirit realm, your potential is commendable. The fact that you have only recently achieved this, having previously been a cripple, makes it all the more fascinating." Listening to the Demon Queen's assessment, Leng Huanian regarded her with a sense of awe, initially captivated by her beauty. He now found himself enthralled by her profound insights. "How did you discern my age? In the realm of cultivation, a 16-year-old may appear similar to one who is 1600. Life force. Your vitality now resonates with the essence of a mere 16 years, yet I, Yaoguang, could never be deceived." The Demon Queen exudes confidence, and Leng Huanian harbors deep admiration. This woman indeed possesses an air of enigma. "Who exactly are you? Why do I perceive that we exist in entirely different realms?" Leng Huanian has never felt such an unfathomable depth even in the presence of the solitary Empress Dugu. "Your intuition is remarkably sharp and accurate. Henceforth, will you be my Demon Queen?" Leng Huanian hesitated, contemplating the prospect of embracing such a woman, which would render all other pursuits unnecessary. "I shall become your Demon Queen, but I will not be your woman." The words of the Demon Queen caused a heaviness in Leng Huanian's heart. What does the Demon Queen imply? Am I destined to possess only the title of a consort to the Demon Queen without ever claiming her heart? Your understanding is flawless. It is absurd that Yao Lai has clung to his dreams for so long. Do you mean to say that Yao Lai has never truly possessed you? Each insight from the new Demon King is perfectly articulated. Conversing with a wise individual simplifies matters greatly. How splendid. Indeed, if a woman of such exceptional caliber as the Demon Queen were to be claimed by another, it would be a fate more unbearable than death. Haha, you are quite amusing. The Demon Queen, who had not smiled in years since entering the Demon King's palace, found herself unexpectedly amused by Leng Huanian's words. A reaction that even she found astonishing. Is the Demon Queen paying me a compliment? Might there be a glimmer of hope for me? Do I truly stand devoid of any chance? No one has ever entered my chamber. You are the exception. By the Demon Queen's implication, I am closer to you than Yao Lai, who has known you for years. Thus, you ought to be content. Still, I hope the Demon Queen can grant me a sliver of hope. Sometimes, offering hope to others equates to nurturing hope within oneself. You may leave. Aside from my chamber in the Demon King's palace, you may roam freely. The Demon Queen Yaoguang turned once more, leaving behind a breathtaking yet ethereal silhouette. Leng Huanian slowly exited, gently closing the door behind him. The Demon Queen spoke softly to the window. To give him hope truly offers me hope. Leng Huanian sought out Lan Xiaoqin and Bai Ling. Are your injuries healed? Gazing at the two frightened beauties, Leng Huanian felt a twinge of discontent for having concealed his identity, yet he could not help but feel compassion for their suffering today. It was simply in his nature to cherish delicate souls. Thank you, my lord, for saving Bai Ling. Bai Ling bowed deeply to Leng Huanian, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Indeed, it was a life-saving grace, for had Leng Huanian not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Thank you, young Master Leng. We deceived you, yet you still came to our aid. The snow fox saintess, Lan Xiaoqin, wished she could vanish into the earth. For this was the sole occasion in her life where she attempted to fish, only to end up being saved by the fish. Now, tell me of your true identities and the purpose of your seeking me. My name is Lan Xiaoqin, and my true identity is the snow fox saintess of the Cold Moon Empire. My purpose for coming to the great Central Empire is to deceive the most trusted aide of the solitary Empress into accompanying me to Blue Moon City. Lan Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed slightly, for it was indeed somewhat embarrassing. The dignified snow fox saintess resorting to the wiles of a seductress. Your information is remarkably well informed. To be honest, I have only been in the Weiyang Palace for just over a month. Your talent astounds me, whether in poetry or in business acumen. It is truly remarkable. Oh, how does the saintess plan to deal with me after luring me to Blue Moon City? Initially, I thought I could handle you myself. But having just witnessed you slay Xiong Dahai with 2 swift strikes, I am now filled with trepidation regarding my previous actions. Had we turned hostile, my fate would likely have been no better than that of Xiong Dahai, would it? Lan Xiaoqin spoke cautiously. No, you are different from him. You are a beauty. I could never bring myself to kill you. At worst, you would become my little concubine. You intend to imprison me in this Demon King's palace? Although Lan Xiaoqin uttered these words, her heart harbored little concern. To become his little concubine would mean accompanying him in nightly revelries. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Bai Ling noticed the inexplicable flush on Lan Xiaoqin's face and inquired with concern. Chapter 69. The Saintess's Defense Breached. Leng Huanian. Are you not afraid of the Cold Moon Empress's wrath for imprisoning me? Lan Xiaoqin steadied her thoughts. You deceived me into coming to Blue Moon City for your own purposes, yet you show no fear of the solitary Empress, who is now my wife. I never imagined you were so deeply concealed. We are indeed the greatest fools under heaven. Once there was the guise of a pig to eat the tiger, and now a hidden dragon plays with the snow fox. Snow fox saintess, obediently remain here in the myriad beast mountains as my demon consort. Leng Huanian's spirits were high. Demon consort? Is it not demon queen? I, the esteemed snow fox saintess of the Cold Moon Empire, am to be reduced to a mere consort? The snow fox saintess was now incensed. While she could tolerate being called a little concubine, merely being granted the title of consort was intolerable. Apologies. The title of Demon Queen has already been claimed. Observing the expression of the snow fox saintess, Leng Huanian found great amusement. Who? The former Demon Queen, Yaoguang. Just her? Leng Huanian, I truly underestimated you. You would covet another man's woman? Not at all. The Demon Queen Yaoguang has yet to belong to any man. Her chambers have been untouched by anyone but me. Did she tell you that? Sometimes, one cannot trust a woman's words. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. I do agree with the saintess on this point. Just as it was quite arduous for me to be deceived by the saintess while in Weiyang City. Then do you still believe her? Bai Ling, unable to contain herself, interjected, naturally wishing to support her mistress. Indeed, until I know the truth, I shall believe, just as I followed you from Weiyang Palace to here without hesitation. Leng Huanian, you foolish man, to disregard the innocent saintess for a woman of questionable background as a potential queen. The demon empress is singular. I trust in Yaoguang's words. Moreover, do you truly believe my ambition to ascend as the demon king is solely for that woman? A pang of inexplicable emotion struck Lan Xiaoqin's heart. Indeed, all my endeavors are aimed at becoming the demon king, to rightfully assume the role of the empress's consort. How could this be? Leng Huanian, I refuse to accept this. My identity, my innocence, my beauty, none of these are inferior to hers. Is it merely that she possesses slightly larger bosoms and a more pert figure? Alas, the saintess remains woefully unaware of what captivates men. What she possesses is precisely what I cherish most. Yet, I am still young. I have room to grow. As for your ages, that is still uncertain. Why should the saintess concern herself with such trivialities? To speak candidly, she has deceived me in the past, leaving me with lingering resentment. Scoundrel, not a single word from your lips rings true. The snow fox saintess, Lan Xiaoqin, felt her composure begin to unravel, thoroughly unguarded. Look at you, as a saintess, lacking any semblance of poise. It seems you are better suited to be a mere courtesan. I had considered welcoming you into the Leng family. Yet you, before even crossing the threshold, have entangled yourself with others. Do you know the demon Empress? Do you understand her? As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in 100 battles. You are fighting a battle devoid of clarity and assurance. Who wishes to enter the Leng family? The heart of the snow fox saintess has never been as tumultuous as it is today. Alas, where is the essence of the snow fox saintess in you? I dare say you are even inferior to a little lark. Lark, counsel her. Do not allow her to act foolishly. Leng Huanian reluctantly exited the chamber, exasperated by these women. Upon leaving the demon king's palace, he arrived at the square before it, where most of the onlookers had dispersed. The three elders remained, attending to the aftermath of the demon fire's affairs, and assisting with the arrangements for Xiong Dahai as well, as these five had been long-standing comrades. It was unexpected to lose two of them in a single day. The expressions of the three elders upon Leng Huanian's arrival were indescribable, a mixture of resentment, fear, and confusion. The three elders, the backbone of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, now bore an even greater burden with the departure of their leader and his second-in-command. With my ascension as the Demon King, I will rely heavily on the three elders in the future. Of course, should the three elders wish to challenge me for advancement, they may do so at any time. Initially, the elders may have entertained thoughts of contesting Leng Huanian, but his words extinguished any such intentions. They had slain Xiong Dahai with 2 strikes, and they questioned whether they could withstand even a single blow. The answer was a resounding no. As they were considerably weaker than Xiong Dahai, any rash action would lead to their own demise. We dare not. The three of us shall surely assist the Demon King, ensuring the prosperity of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Excellent. On the morrow, when I complete the ceremony of my ascension, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. I shall ensure you experience the finest wines in the realm. Thank you, Demon King. When dinner time arrived, Leng Huanian had anticipated encountering the demon Empress Yaoguang at the dining table. Regrettably, she dined within her chambers, attended by maidservants. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Such is human nature. The more one yearns for the unattainable, the more one desires it. In the chamber of the former Demon King, Leng Huanian was reluctant to remain. The little demoness had procured a spacious room for him, and although it had never been inhabited, she had instructed the maidservants to replace all the furnishings with new ones. As he lay in bed that night, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. Today marked his inaugural battle, his first act of taking a life. He realized he was indeed a born killer, his hands steady before the strike, and upon witnessing the aftermath, his heart remained unperturbed. As he drifted into slumber, he hoped to meet the Demon Queen in his dreams. However, in the dead of night, a disturbance from within the covers roused him from his sleep. He opened his eyes to find a pair of enchanting eyes mere inches from his own, a soft, delicate form pressed against him. The little demoness. How could Leng Huanian fail to recognize the wild beauty before him? Demon King, she breathed, her voice as fragrant as an orchid. What are you doing? He inquired. I have come to serve the Demon King, she replied, inching closer. Why do you wish to serve me? I am grateful to the Demon King for avenging my father's death and for taking me in. Words of gratitude suffice. There is no need to offer your body in thanks. With nothing left to her, her home destroyed, her family lost, she had only her benefactor. Had it not been for him, she would have been at the mercy of Xiong Dahai, and in that case, she would have suffered a fate worse than death. Thus, she felt immense gratitude towards him. You foolish girl, I have many women, but each relationship is founded on mutual affection. None are devoid of emotion. Your actions place me in a difficult position. If you do not harbor feelings for me, and I take your body, would that not be rather uninteresting? In truth, the demoness harbored feelings for the Demon King. From the moment they had slain Xiong Dahai together, She resolved to become his woman. Really? Indeed. Had it been anyone else, I would not have come. Perhaps gratitude is merely an excuse. Deep down, I genuinely wish to draw closer to you. I am not a woman of loose morals. I have never been touched by a man and remain pure. Chapter 70. Divine light protects the body. Little demoness, have you truly made up your mind? If you become my woman tonight, you shall forever be mine. The demoness could hardly contain her joy. In the midst of their conversation, she had already embraced Leng Huanian. Her skin was smooth, a result of her frequent traversing through the wilderness, not the dazzling fairness of his other women, but rather a healthy and wild shade of barley. She pressed her pretty face against his, clearly yearning to experience the sweetness of a kiss. Leng Huanian captured her dewy cherry lips with his own. Everything unfolded naturally, and the little demoness became Leng Huanian's woman as she had wished. My husband, I love you. The little demoness was more unabashed than his other women. Her forthright expression of affection was rare, as they tended to be more reserved. I love my little demoness as well. With tender affection, Leng Huanian gently kissed the wound on her forehead, his heart brimming with compassion. My dear, tomorrow you shall ascend the throne as the true demon king, and henceforth, the entire mountain of beasts will belong to you. Everything here, including myself, will be yours. Do I not already belong to you? Must we wait until tomorrow? My lord, will you allow the demon queen to remain in her position? The little demoness inquired with eager anticipation. Indeed, I knew that in your heart, you yearned for her. A hint of disappointment flickered across the little demoness' face. What troubles you? Do you wish to be the demon queen? No, you are a unique little demoness, entirely different from the demon queen. In my heart, my women hold equal significance. There is no hierarchy between you. So, do not dwell on such thoughts. Cold Huanian embraced her tightly, and the little demoness felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. I simply cannot abide Yaoguang. She had the opportunity to save my father, yet she chose not to. Is the relationship between the demon queen and your father strained? Not at all. In fact, the demon queen is my aunt. She has come to take the place of my deceased mother. However, her demeanor is quite aloof, and I know not who she truly is, as she possesses a divine light that shields her. For many years, my father has had no chance to approach her, let alone win her affection. The demon queen is truly remarkable. This realization ignited a multitude of thoughts in Cold Huanian regarding her. My lord, I hope you soon become her true man. Are you sincere, and do you feel no jealousy? Cold Huanian gently caressed her silky hair. I am curious to see what a woman as proud as she will be like once she becomes yours. Rower, your obsession runs too deep. Let all of this pass. My lord, I understand. From now on, Rower's world shall encompass only you, and nothing else. That is not necessary. As long as you hold me in your heart, it suffices. You must also cultivate your own life. Perhaps one day, I shall have you oversee the mountain of beasts. What do you mean? My lord, are you planning to leave? The little demoness instinctively tightened her grip on Cold Huanian's arm. Yes, I cannot remain here forever. I shall traverse the lands of the ethereal realm, diligently cultivate my skills, and seek opportunities. Opportunities? At such a young age, you have already attained the sovereign spirit realm. Is that not sufficient? Far from it. My goal is to swiftly reach the Emperor's spirit realm, and then find a way to ascend to the celestial realm, breaking through the limitations of the Emperor's spirit realm to achieve immortality. Ascend to the celestial realm? Immortality? The little demoness appeared perplexed, as it seemed that Yao Lai was also unaware, having never mentioned it to her. This compelled Cold Huanian to admire the unparalleled Empress Dugu even more. Her vast knowledge and wisdom had illuminated Cold Huanian's mind, saving him from many years of potential missteps. Behind every successful man lies an extraordinary woman. Cold Huanian felt it imperative to seek out several remarkable women to enhance his success further. While Cold Huanian and the enchanting Rao shared a bond of affection, the snow fox Saintess and the lark faced a more arduous existence. Recently, they had fallen into misfortune, yet this adversity had drawn them closer, and they found themselves sharing the same bed, blurring the lines of master and servant. Bailing, this fellow truly intends to keep me as a little concubine. So, my lady, do you consent or not? Bailing senses that the Saintess has been acting rather peculiarly of late, her emotions fluctuating greatly, teetering between hope and despair. If I were to be made a demonic queen, I would not feel such distress. My lady, you do not harbor feelings for young Master Long, do you? Bailing feels herself drawing closer to the truth. Am I to develop feelings for this fickle heart? With so many women at his side, what merits my affection? Bailing perceives that the saintess is merely putting on a brave front. Perhaps this is her final act of defiance. My lady, in truth, young Master Leng is quite admirable. He possesses exceptional looks, high cultivation, a gentle temperament, and remarkable talent. He is indeed the epitome of excellence. Bailing, my intention is to criticize him. What is this you speak of? After all this, you seem to have taken a liking to him first. The heart of the snow fox saintess is further burdened. My lady, young Master Leng is genuinely commendable. Had he not embraced me today to save me, I might have been forever separated from you. He saves you once, and you would betray me? My lady, deep down, you do not truly loathe him, do you? Take a moment to reflect upon your heart. Do you love him or despise him? The snow fox saintess, rather foolishly, pressed her jade hand against her heart, remaining silent. My lady, have you found your answer within? I despise him, yet there is a hint of love. Your assessment is not far from the truth. He is indeed remarkable. My lady, if that is the case, let us remain in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where you may live and love alongside him. Perhaps, in time, you may even bear a snow fox child. If it resembles him, it shall surely be exquisite. Oh, Bailing, do you wish for me to love him because you yourself have feelings for him? Do you want me to stay because you desire to remain? Do you wish for me to bear children with him because you secretly wish to do so yourself? Chapter 71. The Ascension of the Demon King. Very well, my lady. I shall cease my pretense. I do indeed have feelings for young Master Leng. Bailing, you have grown bold, daring to oppose me. Young Master Leng is a dragon among men. It is only natural to be drawn to him. Is it not true that your heart also yearns for him? Liking him and becoming his little concubine, or even his demon queen, are two distinct matters. I cannot betray Her Majesty the Queen. The snow fox saintess recalls the Emperor Leng Yue's earnest expectations, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of forsaking her. However, my lady has already promised Her Majesty that should she fail to bring Leng Huanian back to Lanyue City, she would be wed to Xian. The master and servant find themselves in a quandary. Returning seems unfeasible, yet staying is equally so, leaving the snow fox saintess wishing for dawn to break, eager to inquire about Leng Huanian. Meanwhile, Leng Huanian is currently instructing a young demoness in her cultivation, unaware that the snow fox saintess is preoccupied with thoughts of him. After an hour of cultivation, Leng Huanian opened his eyes to find the little demoness sitting beside him, concerned and eager to inquire, "My lord, how do you fare?" "All is well," he replied. Joyous moments are fleeting, and before they knew it, dawn had broken. Despite their reluctance, Leng Huanian and the little demoness prepared to depart, for he was to attend the grand coronation of the Demon King today. The little demoness assisted her beloved in donning the black and gold royal robe, crafted overnight at his behest. Once adorned, he appeared impeccably regal, his presence magnified to such an extent that the little demoness was momentarily entranced. While she was aware of her husband's unparalleled handsomeness, she had not anticipated that this attire would enhance his allure to such a degree. Gazing into the crystal mirror, Leng Huanian noted his dignified reflection. Should the Empress Dugu be present, she would undoubtedly be astonished. Her dragon robe and his royal attire were akin to matching ensembles, both black and gold, exuding an air of understated opulence. Early in the morning, the snow fox saintess awaited Clarity, stationed at Leng Huanian's door. Upon seeing him emerge, she was about to greet him when she beheld his formally regal appearance. An overwhelming impulse to rush into his embrace surged within her. "Saintess, did you sleep well last night?" Leng Huanian inquired, noticing her dazed expression. "Very well indeed, Demon King. I did not expect your attire to be so fitting." "Fitting? From today onward, I am the rightful Demon King of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. How about you? Would you care to be a demon queen?" He teased. "Huh, look at you, so pleased with yourself." "Unless you make me the demon queen," the snow fox saintess replied with a haughty demeanor. "Who dares to covet my position?" Just then, the demon queen Yaowang, who rarely ventured from her chamber, happened to pass by Leng Huanian's room and overheard the snow fox saintess's claim to her title. Clad in a flowing red gown that trailed the ground, the tall and graceful demon queen stood beside Leng Huanian, forming a strikingly harmonious pair, truly a couple of celestial beings. One clad in black and the other in red, beautifully complementing one another. "Good morning, Demon Queen." Leng Huanian's gaze lingered on her, utterly captivated by her beauty. The demon queen, in turn, regarded Leng Huanian, recalling his striking visage from the previous day. Today, however, she was taken aback by the regal aura he exuded beneath his handsome exterior. After all, he was but 16. Such poise typically required centuries, if not at least a century of experience. How could he possess it? Demon Queen. The Snow Fox Saintess ultimately offered the Demon Queen due respect, understanding her subordinate position. Preparations for the coronation ceremony in the square were complete, and despite their conflicting sentiments, the three elders had made the necessary arrangements. The ceremony commenced smoothly according to protocol, and Leng Huanian felt fortunate to have the Demon Queen by his side. He had anticipated her absence, remaining in her chamber during the ceremony, but instead, she bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. Chapter 72. An indirect kiss beneath the stage. The multitude of demons witnessed their king radiating such brilliance, instantly invigorating the atmosphere with an eruption of cheers and blessings. Throughout the ceremony, the Demon Queen remained steadfastly by the side of the Demon King. At the moment of his official ascension, she boldly stepped forward to entwine her arm with his. The crowd was electrified, witnessing a scene they had never before imagined. Demon King, Demon King, Demon Queen, Demon Queen, echoed in unison, a refrain that heightened the fervor of the occasion. The rare sight of the Demon Queen so intimately present alongside the Demon King was an unprecedented spectacle, stirring a longing within the hearts of the onlookers. They yearned for the Demon King to completely win the Queen's heart, unlike the previous king who had been unable to even enter her chamber. A disgrace to the entire Beast Mountain range. Following the coronation, a grand feast was held in the palace courtyard. The Demon King, Leng Huanian, retrieved a cup of wine from the jade ring, pouring out 3,300 bottles, 3 bottles per table, with each of the 3 elders receiving 100. Initially, the elders regarded it lightly, accustomed as they were to the finest wines of the Beast Mountain range. However, after tasting the exquisite brew, they found themselves lamenting that 100 bottles were insufficient. How could they possibly endure without more? With Leng Huanian's assurance that the 3 would have ample wine in the future, they finally relaxed and indulged with joy. Regrettably, after the feast, the Demon Queen promptly returned to her chamber. Yet, before departing, she instructed him to seek her after the banquet. Those words ignited a restlessness within Leng Huanian at the table. He yearned to return, but could not abandon his subordinates, lest he appear unworthy. Thus, burdened by his thoughts, he consumed more wine, and by the time the festivities concluded, he was somewhat unsteady, though his mind remained clear enough to remember to seek the queen in her chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Having arrived at the Demon Queen's quarters, slightly inebriated, he knocked with considerable force. The queen opened the door, and upon seeing him swaying, her brow furrowed slightly. "How dare you come to me in such a state?" she chided, preparing to close the door. Leng Huanian quickly extended his hand, and although she did not halt, his palm was caught in the doorframe with a painful snap. The queen reopened the door, and although his hand was unbroken, a bruise had already formed. "Are you not afraid of pain? If you were to shut me out, it would pain me far more than this bruise. You jest, knowing you would come to see me yet indulging excessively in drink." Her mild reproach was to Leng Huanian's ears like a celestial melody. "Alas, I was eager to see you, unable to settle at the table, clutching my cup, my thoughts consumed by you, and before I knew it, I had overindulged. Are you not concerned that should you become too intoxicated, you might miss the chance to see me? Certainly, I harbor a certain trepidation. However, I am acutely aware that the wine I partake today is of my own crafting. I have painstakingly produced 3,300 bottles, which does weigh on my heart a bit. You crafted this yourself? You possess the skill to brew wine." The Empress regarded Leng Huanian with earnest curiosity. Could there be yet another revelation? "Come, let us indulge. Today marks a splendid occasion, and it would be quite fitting to share a cup." Leng Huanian retrieved a bottle from the jade ring, pouring a cup of wine. The Empress accepted the bottle, which bore an exquisite dragon design, with but 3 words inscribed, "One cup none." "This bottle is quite splendid, perhaps the most tasteful vessel I have ever encountered. I designed it myself. Allow me to pour you a glass so you may savor its essence." Leng Huanian removed the cap and directly offered the bottle to the Empress, suggesting, "Taste it directly, there is no need for a cup." The Empress lifted the bottle to her lips, partaking of a small sip, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. What a fine wine. Is this truly your creation? Indeed, without a doubt, Leng Huanian replied with pride. The wine is exceptional. However, the name one cup none is rather peculiar. Permit me to recite a poem, and all will become clear. Pray, do share, the Empress said, her curiosity piqued. Green ants and new brew. Red clay on the small stove. As evening approaches, the sky hints at snow. Shall we drink a cup, or none? A splendid poem. No wonder the name one cup none is so aptly chosen. The Empress raised the bottle once more, taking a hearty gulp. How delightful! In a moment of exuberance, she slammed the bottle onto the table, her action insufficient to convey the depth of her emotions. Is it truly that delectable? Leng Huanian, intrigued, seized the bottle and took a sip, nodding in approval. The Empress was momentarily taken aback by his boldness, eventually responding, "You actually drank from the same bottle I have?" "Not at all. I do not mind," Leng Huanian declared generously. "I, however, do mind. Does that not equate to consuming my saliva? Is it not akin to an indirect kiss? In theory, yes. However, I kissed you, and you did not kiss me, hence you suffer no loss. In any case, you have tarnished my innocence." Noticing the Empress showed no signs of anger, Leng Huanian grew bolder. "Is this truly what has sullied your innocence? Very well, I concede. Henceforth, I shall take responsibility for you for a lifetime." A chuckle danced in Leng Huanian's heart. "Who asked for your responsibility?" The Empress feigned annoyance. Yet all of it was a spectacle Leng Huanian could not tire of observing. "All right, I shall not be responsible. What would you have me do? What are your plans henceforth?" The Empress surprisingly shifted the topic, allowing Leng Huanian a reprieve. "I intend to ascend to the imperial spirit realm as swiftly as possible, and then, with the woman I cherish, soar to the heavenly realm." Leng Huanian's ambitions remained crystal clear. The void spirit continent was, after all, not a place for prolonged sojourn. In the celestial realm, how do you know of it? The demon queen slightly turned her gaze. "It was my wife who informed me." Leng Huanian recalled the enchanting empress who haunted his dreams. "You have a wife? Who is she?" The urgency in the demon queen's voice heightened. "The empress of the great central, Dugu Jinshi. The Dugu empress, the foremost figure of the void spirit. Could she truly take a liking to someone as insignificant as you? Demon queen, do you doubt my words, or are you simply unwilling to believe?" Leng Huanian's tone grew assertive as he sought to shift the conversation's tempo. "For now, I shall take you at your word." The demon queen conceded internally. "Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge my excellence?" Your tail is once again raised. The demon queen wished to seize Leng Huanian by the ear, yet it seemed inappropriate. Men, after all, often seek to impress the women they cherish. I am no exception. Leng Huanian revealed his genuine self at the opportune moment. "Leng Huanian, I know you harbor feelings for me. Countless men have shown affection towards me. Yet can you withstand my love? How could I not?" Leng Huanian found her words somewhat amusing. "Once you discover my origins and true identity, would you still dare to love me?" Chapter 73. The Past of the Demon Queen, What is there to fear? Even if you hail from the celestial realm, how could I not bear it? Leng Huanian exuded confidence. "If my past life were from the celestial realm of demons, would you still dare to love me?" The demon queen clenched her silver teeth, ultimately deciding to reveal a secret she had never shared with anyone. "What is there to fear?" Leng Huanian remained resolute. "If I were the empress of the illusory demon empire, would you still dare to love me? So that's it. No wonder your aura rivals that of Jinshi. You are indeed the empress of the celestial realm." Leng Huanian's heart trembled, though he maintained a facade of calmness. "Do you still dare?" The demon queen gazed into Leng Huanian's eyes, seemingly eager for his response. "What is there I cannot dare? In this world, there is nothing I, Leng Huanian, shy away from. To be honest, I already have 2 women from the celestial realm." "Oh, pray tell." For reasons unknown, the demon queen, though shocked, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "One is a white dragon from the dragon domain of the celestial realm, named Longxi, who has taken on human form for me. The other is an ice phoenix from the wind domain of the celestial realm, named Luo Bing, who has also transformed for me. Where do you find such charm? Even the 2 divine beasts of the celestial realm willingly take human form for you?" The demon queen had to reassess Leng Huanian. "I consider myself rather ordinary. As for how others perceive or admire me, I cannot truly say. What is your opinion of me, demon queen?" "You are the child of destiny." The demon queen stated casually. "Is that all?" Leng Huanian, still curious, wished to know what kind of man he was in her eyes. That is all. Such recklessness. My enchanting Empress. In truth, I do not concern myself with the type of person I am. My sole desire is to be your man. As you speak, your true nature begins to reveal itself, and you become rather indecorous, the Empress chided once more. Yet, I have always been genuine, unreserved in my affections, with no hidden motives. Thus, the notion of revealing my true self is nonsensical. It is clear now, you are quite the lecher. My Empress, you must not cast such aspersions upon me. I was a simple child in my youth, until I encountered the mystical technique known as the shrinking yang art. The name of this art indeed sounds intriguing. Certainly, it is novel. I am the sole practitioner of this technique beneath the heavens. Initially, I pursued it to conceal my male form, to infiltrate the Weiyang Palace, and draw near the solitary Empress Dugu, only to discover the challenge of mastering my own desires. No wonder. Are you certain this is not a form of absorption technique? The Empress shot him a knowing glance. It is not. If it were an absorption technique, it would be a zero-sum game, benefiting only me while causing ruin to others. Were that the case, I would have long discarded this art. To rise upon the shoulders of women is a fate worse than death. You do exhibit the qualities of a man. Have you considered ascending to the heavenly realm? I must indeed ascend. Within this ethereal realm, one can only reach the empyrean spirit stage. Only by ascending can one transcend that stage and continue to elevate oneself until achieving immortality. Are you afraid of death? Do you seek eternal life? Indeed, I fear death. I fear leaving my beloved women uncared for. My yearning to be with them forever may very well be the greatest motivation for my ascent to the heavenly realm. If I were alone, then nothing would matter. In truth, I have been waiting for someone all these years, a person who can lead me back to the heavenly realm. You are the only hope I have encountered thus far. Are you so eager to return? I, the illustrious Empress of Illusions, have been forced into demise and rebirth in the mortal realm. I must exact revenge for this grievance. I understand. I shall assist you in ascending to the heavenly realm, reclaiming the empire of illusions, avenging your deep-seated vendetta, and restoring your imperial throne. Leng Huanian, I was once shattered by treachery. Had it not been for my unwavering resolve, I would not have reincarnated into this realm, nor would I have returned as a human. My sole purpose for the remainder of my life is vengeance. My Empress, revenge must be sought, but your life should not be dictated by hatred. If you trust me, I can help you exact your revenge while also allowing you to experience the beauty of the world and savor a resplendent life. Leng Huanian, I admit, I have been moved. Each word of Leng Huanian struck a chord with the Empress. Thus, Leng Huanian awaited a commensurate response from the Empress, though he feared disappointment. She merely replied, "Then you may depart." In truth, the Empress was already stirred within, having found her true lifeline. Yet she needed to collect her thoughts and calm her spirit. I shall take my leave now. You shall eventually become my true Empress. Leng Huanian, with ample patience, understood that haste would yield no fruitful results. As Leng Huanian departed without a backward glance, a tinge of melancholy washed over the demon queen's heart. She reached for the wine bottle, taking a generous swig, only to recall that the last sip had been shared with Leng Huanian. Ultimately, she swallowed the wine in her mouth. Chiding herself, it was absurd to blame him for kissing her earlier. Now, in essence, she had reciprocated. Originally, Leng Huanian was meant to be deceived into Blue Moon City. Yet fate had led him to the 10,000 Beast Mountains, where, in a twist of destiny, he ascended to the throne of the Demon King. As the Demon King, he found himself unable to depart. Having indulged in excess that evening, he resolved to retire early to bed. However, scarcely had he lain down when the little demoness burst in, not seeking affection but bearing alarming news. Intruders were attempting to seize the Spirit Stone mine. The 10,000 Beast Mountains boasted two valuable treasures, the Spirit Stone mine and rare mountain delicacies. Upon hearing the report from the little demon, he hastily sought to find Leng Huanian. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, he found himself reluctantly rising once more. "What troubles you, Rao?" he inquired, noting her evident distress. "There's no time to waste. The battle has already commenced. Outsiders are raiding our Spirit Stone mine," she exclaimed. "Why not simply summon an elder to handle the situation?" "All three elders have been incapacitated by your reckless drinking," she retorted. "Is it truly so?" Leng Huanian lamented. realizing he had no choice but to accompany the little demoness to the scene of the conflict. Two factions clashed fiercely, with the myriad beasts of the mountains evidently at a disadvantage against their adversaries from the endless forest. Leading the charge for the intruders was Leng Huanian, whose ebony whip had already sent several little demons sprawling. Leng Huanian, your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you invade my 10,000 beast mountains for spirit stones? Have you no shame? The little demoness seethed upon sighting Leng Huanian. If it weren't for their previous skirmish over the celestial treasure, her father would never have engaged in a fierce confrontation with the elven queen, resulting in his injuries and eventual demise at the hands of Xiongdahai. We, the endless forest, have nurtured the celestial treasure for 2 millennia, and today, I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Return my father. The little demoness could no longer contain her fury and lunged at Leng Huanian. Chapter 74. Huanian captured if their last encounter over the soul crystal orchid had seen them holding back. Today, as confrontation was fueled by raw emotion, resulting in a fierce and reckless exchange. Onlookers paused, captivated by the intensity of the battle between the two, finding it far more intriguing than their own skirmishes. In just a few exchanges, both combatants bore the marks of their struggle. Leng Huanian's right arm bore a deep gash from a claw, more severe than before, resulting in bloodshed. The little demoness fared little better, having been struck across the back by the whip. Although protected by her leopard skin, a crimson line marred its surface. Observing the escalating violence, Leng Huanian grew concerned. What had initially seemed an opportunity for the little demoness to hone her skills against a worthy opponent now threatened to become a matter of life and death. Cease at once, he commanded. With a thunderous shout, Leng Huanian startled the two, rendering them motionless. Rower, return. Today, allow me to confront this elf. The little demoness felt a warm surge of affection as she saw her beloved stepping up to defend her, and she obediently retreated to the side. Are you the young man from yesterday? You are not from the Beast Mountain range. Why trouble yourself in this murky water? Blades are indiscriminate, and you could be harmed. Leng Huanian, wielding a dark soft whip, sought to dissuade Leng Huanian, for she bore no grudge against him and wished to avoid innocent casualties. As of now, I too am a member of the Beast Mountain range. Thus it is only natural for me to act against you. You have joined the Beast Mountain range? I am now the new demon king of the Beast Mountain range. What? In Leng Huanian's astonishment, Leng Huanian's shadow scale sword was already poised at her throat. The 28 miners who had trespassed from the endless forest were all captured and taken away. Do you truly dare to capture me? Are you not afraid of Queen coming to seek retribution? Leng Huanian felt somewhat helpless. One little demoness was already enough of a headache for her. And now a new ally had subdued her in a single move. Although she had been a bit careless, it was evident that this man was far superior in strength. Isn't the Elven Queen severely injured? Surely she is currently in seclusion, healing. Do you wish for her to come and meet her demise? Leng Huanian's words drained the spirit from Leng Huanian. He spoke the truth, yet she could not concede verbally. The queen is at the peak of the sacred spirit realm. This minor injury is nothing to her. Minor injury? Xiao Lengzi was also at the peak of the sacred spirit realm, yet he fell due to his wounds. If you are unconvinced, feel free to summon the queen right now. Finally, Leng Huanian relented, ceasing her futile resistance. She was led alone into the Demon King's hall, while her 27 companions were confined to the prison. The little demoness expressed her discontent upon witnessing this. Beloved, she is a captive. She ought to be locked away in the prison. Allowing her into the Demon King's hall is far too lenient. Never mind. If such a beauty were to be imprisoned, I fear there would be chaos. If her virtue were to be compromised, the Elven Queen would seek vengeance. And I would not fare well either. Consider yourself wise. Leng Huanian sensed Leng Huanian's apprehension towards the queen and breathed a sigh of relief. Beloved, you wouldn't be taking a liking to her, would you? Perhaps you should just stay here with her in this bridal chamber. The little demoness sought to tease her longtime rival. Do you dare? Beloved, she claims you do not have the courage. You are the demon king of the Beast Mountain range. Do not let her belittle you. Leng Huanian shook his head internally. This little demoness was no simple character. Last night, she had been obedient, yet now, in front of her foe, her innate wildness was impossible to tame. What do I have to fear? You go outside first. Tonight, I shall share a bed with her. Beloved, I shall await your good news. The little enchantress cast a glance at the beleaguered Leng Huanian and left the room with a heart full of conflicting emotions. She desired for Leng Huanian to devour Lin Huaner, yet she feared that he might indeed do so. Leng Huanian approached Lin Huaner slowly, and the indomitable spirit she had displayed moments ago vanished without a trace. What are you planning to do? What do you think? Did you not comprehend the words of the little enchantress just now? You intend to tarnish my reputation. I would rather die than submit. Lin Huaner was now thoroughly panicked. Oh, you come to the Wanshou mountain range to seize treasures. Surely you must leave something behind, or else we would appear to be mere playthings. I can leave you anything you desire. I will return all the spiritual stone mines I previously gathered. Lin Huaner removed a ring from her finger and offered it to Leng Huanian. As he probed within with his consciousness, he was astonished to find not only the stolen spiritual stone mines, but also numerous treasures she had collected over time. Evidently, she had amassed quite a trove. What does this mean? You returned the spiritual stone mines, and yet you are willing to part with your treasures as well? Is my meaning not sufficiently clear? I offer you all of this. You must spare me tonight. Lin Huaner's heart bled, for the treasures within were her cherished possessions, gathered over more than a decade. The resources of the endless forest were scarce, and many had been acquired through perilous endeavors. However, she was utterly taken aback when Leng Huanian merely glanced at the ring before returning it to her. You find it lacking. You would rather have me than these items? Lin Huaner felt no exhilaration from reclaiming her possessions. Instead, she became increasingly anxious. What do you take me for? Seeing your pitiful state, I thought to return your belongings, as they hold little value to me. Why would you do this? Lin Huaner felt that the Demon King was being excessively lenient. Because, in my eyes, you are not a villain. Your attempt to seize the spiritual mines today surely stems from the loss of the soul crystal orchid you nurtured for 2 millennia. I understand your frustration, especially given the injuries the Fairy Queen suffered in her attempt to claim it. It is indeed tragic. I can empathize with you. Were I in your position, I might act even more impulsively. Leng Huanian's words left Lin Huaner momentarily speechless. Was there truly such an understanding man among her adversaries? What? If you do not wish to accept it, I can reclaim it as well. Being a demon king comes with considerable expenses. Leng Huanian feigned a motion to take back the ring, causing Lin Huaner to swiftly retract her hand, the ring having been donned with the swiftness of lightning. You have promised to return it. There is no reason for you to take it back now. However, I have one modest request. Oh, you truly know how to push your luck. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Since you've mentioned it, I might as well voice my inquiry. Lin Huaner took a deep breath, summoning her courage to ask, is the soul crystal orchid in your possession? Indeed, do you wish to acquire it? I desire but a single flower, for this blossom holds immense significance for Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen has dwelled at the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit realm for 2 centuries. Had it not been for her anticipation of the soul-returning crystal orchid, she would have long since ascended to the Emperor Spirit realm. Why must she await the soul-returning crystal orchid for her breakthrough? Chapter 75, The Green-Haired Elf. As with elves, we are subject to divine fire retribution at the moment of our ascension to the Emperor Spirit realm. All previous queens have perished in the flames of divine fire retribution during their elevation to the Emperor Spirit realm. And this soul-returning crystal orchid was cultivated precisely to counter such punishment. It has been nurtured for a full 2 millennia and has only just reached maturity. Yet it has unexpectedly found its way to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, as you are already aware. If you grant me a single blossom of the soul-returning crystal orchid, I am willing to acquiesce to any of your requests. Any request? I am not in want of wealth. What could possibly sway me? Lin Huaner bit her lip. Finally resolute. If the Demon King would bestow upon me a blossom of the soul-returning crystal orchid, I would willingly spend a night with him. Ha! Lin Huaner, I have misjudged you. I have always perceived you as an innocent soul, thus treating you with courtesy, yet you would barter your own body for a mere flower? Do you so debase yourself? If an old man stood before you today, would you also surrender your body for a blossom? Do you not find that repugnant? I am disgusted. Leave me, for I no longer wish to see you. As Leng Huanian approached the door, intent on opening it, Lin Huaner suddenly embraced him, preventing his exit. What is the meaning of this? Are you resorting to force? Leng Huanian found himself increasingly perplexed by her. Demon King, you have misunderstood me. Were it not for your presence today, I would never have proposed such a condition to anyone else. Why? Now it was Leng Huanian's turn to be bewildered. Because Huaner believes the Demon King is no ordinary individual. You possess beauty and kindness, and after our conversation, I have developed a slight admiration for you. Therefore, I made that proposition. Please believe me, I am not a frivolous woman. If you were to dismiss me today, my heart would perish as well. Returning to the endless forest, I would bid farewell to Her Majesty the Queen, then seek eternal slumber beneath the frozen river. As Leng Huanian spoke, she embraced Leng Huanian tightly, burying her face in his chest, tears flowing freely. Leng Huanian instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, gently patting her back as one would soothe a weeping child. Gradually, Leng Huanian's emotions calmed, and she suddenly became aware of her proximity to Leng Huanian. Feeling both awkward and comforted, she had never been so close to a man before, and strangely, there was not a hint of discomfort. Leng Huanian, I must confess, I hold you in high regard as well, yet I was deeply disappointed and angered by your earlier self-deprecation. I fear you may be the sort of woman who readily shares her bed with others, and I worry that my judgment may be flawed. No, I am not that kind of woman. You must believe me. I have never interacted with men, nor have I ever been touched by one. If it were not for you, well, you foolish one, I believe you now. However, you must not be so naive in the future. Nothing in this world is worth exchanging for your innocence, for in my eyes, you are far more precious than the soul crystal orchid. How could I possibly compare myself to Tianbao? Before Leng Huanian finished her words, Leng Huanian had already lowered his head to kiss her delicate cherry lips. She was utterly stunned, then slowly closed her eyes, beginning to savor her first kiss in silence. After a long while, their lips parted. Leng Huanian's cheeks flushed, and she dared not look up at Leng Huanian. Huanian, in my eyes, no treasure can compare to you. Be my woman. Since you've kissed me, how could I possibly be with anyone else? For the first time, Leng Huanian beheld the form of the elf. After transforming, Leng Huanian resembled a true human being. Her skin exceptionally fair, perhaps due to the lack of sunlight in the endless forest. Nevertheless, she appeared healthy, her body full of vitality. In that moment, their mutual affection overflowed, making everything feel perfectly natural. Leng Huanian leaned against her beloved's embrace, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Husband, from now on, you are Huanian's husband. Huanian, you shall be my woman, and all women of Leng Huanian are the most precious in the world. As Leng Huanian caressed Leng Huanian's green hair, he sensed a refreshing aroma of nature. Huanian, why is your hair green? Green-haired elves are exceedingly rare, symbolizing their nobility. Each generation of elven queens possesses a unique hair color. The current queen's hair is silver, which you couldn't discern that day due to her use of a disguise spell. I see. Silver hair is indeed enchanting. I wonder when I might have the chance to see it. Huanian, have you been designated as the next elven queen because of your green hair? Partly, but it also depends on talent. The heir to the queen must possess the highest aptitude among their peers. It seems my Huanian excels in every aspect. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Husband, I once thought highly of myself, but since meeting you, I have realized that there are always greater heights to aspire to. You are significantly younger than I, yet you have already reached the imperial spirit realm, just one major realm away from Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 76. Turbulence in the Heart Lake. So how will Huanian spend her days with her husband? Leng Huanian, true to her elven nature, possesses a free-spirited personality beneath her angelic appearance. Huanian, are you doing this for yourself or for me? Both. It is mutually beneficial. Only you could be so clever. Leng Huanian tightened his embrace around Leng Huanian and placed a kiss on her fair forehead. Husband, it is so wonderful to know you. You have allowed me to experience the utmost beauty of the mortal realm. Work hard on your cultivation, and when the time comes, I will take you to the heavenly realm, all right? You know about the heavenly realm too? The queen once mentioned to Huanian, who gazed upon her with admiration. Not only Huanian, but even the queen herself seemed enchanted when speaking of the celestial realm. I am fully aware that to transcend the bottleneck of the imperial spirit realm, one must ascend to the heavens. My beloved, you are indeed Huanian's greatest fortune in this life. To have such a beautiful sprite as Huanian by my side is truly my blessing. The following day, the little demoness arrived early at Leng Huanian's door. She had not slept well the previous night, feeling she had acted foolishly. After all, Leng Huanian's beauty was not inferior to her own. Would her husband ignite a flame with her? Would she unwittingly invite a wolf into her den? Yet, all she could do was wait outside, hesitant to knock on the door. As the sun climbed high, Leng Huanian and Leng Huanian finally stirred from their slumber. In just one night, Leng Huanian had transformed into a dutiful little wife, assisting Leng Huanian in dressing and tidying the bed before adorning herself in her peculiar attire. Just as Leng Huanian was about to take her out, he noticed the anxious little demoness waiting at the door. Seeing the affectionate demeanor of the two, she, being a woman of experience, instantly grasped the situation. Initially, she had intended to witness Leng Huanian's misfortune, yet she found herself the subject of mockery instead. "My beloved," the little demoness called softly, her confidence waning. Leng Huanian drew her into his embrace and gently kissed her lips, saying, "From now on, you and Huanian shall be like sisters. You have always bickered, but henceforth, you must coexist harmoniously." "Understood, my beloved." The little demoness, known for her fiery temperament, had become much subdued, especially in Leng Huanian's presence. At this moment, amidst these circumstances, the little demoness and Leng Huanian exchanged glances, each bearing their own helplessness, yet also sharing in their happiness and hopes. Leng Huanian took the two women to the dining hall to enjoy breakfast together, creating a scene of extraordinary warmth and harmony. "My beloved, may I take them back to the endless forest first?" Leng Huanian referred to the 27 companions who had been confined. "Certainly. The Beast Mountain will be your home as well. You are always welcome here. Our families should maintain frequent contact and communication." Leng Huanian instructed that the 27 be brought forth. The elves, fearing they were to be executed, trembled with fear. However, upon arriving at the square and witnessing Leng Huanian engaged in cheerful conversation with the Demon King, they felt utterly relieved. "My beloved, I shall return to the endless forest now. Do visit me when you have the time." Leng Huanian leaped into Leng Huanian's embrace, reluctant to part. "Be good. I shall visit you in a few days. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me. The Beast Mountain and the endless forest shall henceforth be one family." Leng Huanian departed with her companions back to the endless forest. Upon returning to her treehouse atop the Tree of Life, Leng Huanian was astonished to find Queen Lin awaiting her inside. "Your Majesty," Leng Huanian gasped, a wave of unease washing over her. "Where has Huanian gone?" "To the Wan Beast Mountains. I have taken people to seize the Spirit Stone Mine. I simply cannot swallow this indignation." Leng Huanian removed the ring and handed it to the Elven Queen. "After robbing so many Spirit Stone Mines, do you think the Beast King will allow you to leave unscathed?" The Elven Queen scrutinized Leng Huanian closely, her expression changing dramatically. "Have you lost your purity?" "Yes," Leng Huanian replied in a voice as soft as a whisper. "Who did this?" The Elven Queen sprang from her wooden chair in fury. "The Beast King. That scoundrel. I even spared him the other day. I shall take you to the Beast King's palace to seek justice." The Elven Queen grasped Leng Huanian's wrist and was about to head out. "Your Majesty, it was my own choice." The Elven Queen paused, disbelief etched on her face. "Huanian, what are you saying? How could you possibly be enamored with a beast?" "Your Majesty, it is not Yao Lai. He is already dead. The Beast King is someone else now." "Who?" The Elven Queen's heart trembled. "It is that young man who hid behind the petrified wood during your duel with Yao Lai. It is he." The Elven Queen had only caught a fleeting glimpse of him that day, and aside from his striking appearance, she had not given him much thought. "But he is so young. How could he possibly become the Beast King?" That day, Yao Lai was gravely injured and returned to the plaza, only to be challenged by the elder Xiong Dahai, who killed Yao Lai and took the throne. However, before he could settle in, the current Beast King, Leng Huanian, struck him down with 2 swords. 2 swords to slay a being of the sacred spirit realm? What realm is he in? Elder Xiong Dahai is not one to be trifled with. I doubt I could even defeat him with 2 swords. Yesterday, he was at the 5th level of the royal spirit realm, but he has now advanced to the 7th level. Did he draw upon you? The Elven Queen's heart sank with concern. No, Huanian has ascended from the 6th to the 7th level of the royal spirit realm. Is such a thing even possible? The Elven Queen slowly reseated herself. It is absolutely true. My husband is an extraordinary genius. He is only 16 years old, and just a month ago was at the initial spirit realm, meaning he has only just begun his true cultivation. That is astonishing. The Elven Queen could not help but admire Leng Huanian. Your Majesty, my husband's character is also remarkably good. He said that when you break through to the Emperor's spirit realm and face the divine fire's punishment, he will provide you with a soul-reviving crystal orchid to protect your life. Did he truly say that? The Elven Queen's previously serene heart felt as if a stone had been thrown into it, stirring waves of emotion. Well, at least he possesses some conscience. The elven queen's dismal mood brightened instantly. This was akin to saving her life. Your Majesty, there is more. My husband said he wants to take me to ascend to the heavenly realm in search of immortality. Does he have a way? A gleam flickered in the elven queen's beautiful eyes. My husband surely has a method. I trust him. In just a single day? The man who conquered Waner undoubtedly possesses remarkable abilities. Your Majesty, I took the liberty of inviting my husband to visit our endless forest before my departure. Let him come. I am quite eager to meet this young and talented individual. Of course, Leng Huanian was unaware that the queen had already taken an interest in him. After escorting Lin Waner, he intended to pay a visit to the enchanting pair, a situation that had become somewhat awkward. As fate would have it, the duo also wished to meet him. Young Master Leng, my lady wishes to see you. The snow fox saintess, Lan Xiaoqin, found it somewhat difficult to approach him directly. Hence, she sent Bai Ling to summon Leng Huanian. Bai Ling, I am now the Demon King. Why do you still call me Young Master Leng? Bai Ling had grown accustomed to addressing him as Young Master since their first encounter, finding it endearing. Whereas calling him Demon King felt distant. She shyly twisted her slender fingers together. Suit yourself. What does your lady seek me for? If it's about returning to Lanyue City, I must decline. I intend to keep her here for a few days. Young Master Bai Ling hesitated, uncertain of how to continue. What is it? Leng Huanian beckoned her closer, and she obediently approached him. Bai Ling, I have a small inquiry. If I were to fall out with your lady, would you aid her or assist me? Leng Huanian sat back, gazing intently into her beautiful eyes. I do not know. Bai Ling felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, momentarily at a loss. Leng Huanian gently grasped her delicate wrist and pulled her onto his lap. She neither fled nor recoiled, her heart racing wildly within her chest. Bai Ling, do you like me? Without uttering a word, Bai Ling simply nodded slightly, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze, her face growing even redder. Leng Huanian cradled her face in his hands, slowly turning her toward him, and then captured her tender lips in a kiss. Bai Ling struggled lightly for a moment before wrapping her arms around his neck. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Ling dared not speak, burying her face in Leng Huanian's embrace, avoiding his gaze, only savoring the intoxicating scent of masculinity that enveloped her. Bai Ling, from now on, you shall be my woman. If your lady intends to harm me, you must inform me in advance. My lady would not harm you. In truth, she harbors some affection for you. Otherwise, she would have contacted the Empress long ago to rescue us. She can reach the Empress? Leng Huanian was taken aback. Indeed, my lady possesses a crystal talisman specially prepared by the Empress, allowing for communication over great distances. Furthermore, with the talisman's guidance, the Empress can arrive in an instant. Since she wields such a powerful tool, why did she not resist? Is she afraid of summoning the Empress only to have you harmed? Besides, although you have allowed us to remain here, you have treated us well. My lady mentioned that we do not resemble captives. She is willing to stay here and enjoy herself for a few days. Ah, I see. Bai Ling, thank you for sharing such crucial information. Let us proceed to meet the snow fox saintess. Bai Ling hastily rose to her feet, and Leng Huanian followed suit, tenderly enveloping her in his embrace and bestowing a heartfelt kiss upon her. He then adjusted her attire before they both ventured out to meet the snow fox saintess. Bai Ling, take a deep breath and relax, he advised gently, giving her back a couple of reassuring pats as they approached the door. Bai Ling inhaled deeply, offering Leng Huanian a radiant smile that sparkled with joy. Upon arriving at the snow fox saintess's private chamber, they found her gazing out the window, admiring the scenery of the plaza below. Miss, the young master has arrived, Bai Ling announced, freeing her hand from Leng Huanian's grasp and rushing to the side of the saintess. Bai Ling, why is your face so flushed? Lan Xiaoqin inquired, her eyes narrowing in curiosity at Bai Ling's rosy complexion. What plans does the saintess have? To alleviate Bai Ling's embarrassment, Leng Huanian swiftly redirected the conversation. Plans? Aren't you the one who intends to imprison us? What plans could I possibly have? Isn't everything dictated by you? The snow fox saintess retorted, her voice tinged with annoyance. I was merely jesting. How could I ever consider imprisoning the saintess? Just look at you, well-fed and well-rested. Where else would you find such lavish treatment as a captive? Leng Huanian countered with a playful tone. Are you implying that Bai Ling and I are free to leave at any moment? She inquired, her brow furrowing. Of course, should you choose to depart today, I would not impede your exit. The thought of the snow fox saintess summoning the great fox sent a shiver down Leng Huanian's spine. He feared the Ice Moon Empress would not grant him an opportunity for explanation before swiftly silencing him. Bailing, shall we return to Lanhua City then? To Leng Huanian's surprise, the snow fox saintess turned to her maid for input. Miss, the scenery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is truly enchanting, and there are still many places we have yet to explore. Might we stay a few more days before returning? Bailing, having just shared her first kiss with Leng Huanian, yearned to remain by his side, and the thought of returning now felt unbearable. This place does indeed hold a certain charm. Let us linger a while longer. The Beast King must ensure we are treated to the finest offerings, for we are now esteemed guests of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, representing the Ice Moon Empire. The snow fox saintess felt an invigorating sense of pride swell within her. Rest assured, we shall indulge in the finest delicacies until you are a plump little fox, and we shall not return until that is achieved. How insufferable! You are asking for a duel. The snow fox saintess playfully swatted at Leng Huanian. For no woman would tolerate being called plump, especially one as image-conscious as the snow fox. As her delicate hand approached him, Leng Huanian swiftly caught her slender wrist. With a significant difference in their strength, Lan Xiaoqin found herself unable to move, and she pouted. Ouch, ouch. You're going to break my wrist. Leng Huanian, momentarily perplexed by her reaction, replied, I hardly applied any force. You are the near-perfect snow fox saintess of the royal spirit realm. Ahem, my hands are simply more delicate. Look at what you've done. My wrist is all red from your grip. The snow fox saintess raised her exquisite arm, waving it in front of him. Let me take a look. Cold Huanian grasped her delicate hand, scrutinizing her fair wrist, devoid of any marks. Hey, why are you holding my hand? Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. The snow fox saintess felt a flutter of anxiety at such intimate contact with the opposite sex for the first time. Chapter 78. The most beautiful appearance who allowed you to deceive me? Cold Huanian tightened his grip on the snow fox saintess's hand as she attempted to withdraw, but he held on firmly. What are you doing? Confusion swirled within her, caught between anger and shyness. Saintess, I was somewhat reluctant to hear that you were returning. I must go back. However, after my return, we may never meet again. The snow fox saintess's expression suddenly dimmed. What's wrong? I fear I will have to marry into the Western Flame Kingdom. Aren't you, as a saintess, the successor to the Empress? Why must you marry so far away? Cold Huanian felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. It is because of you. If not for the great Central Empire waging war against my Cold Moon Empire, we would not be in this predicament. It's merely a war. Must you sacrifice your lifelong happiness for it? I promised His Majesty to bring you back to Blue Moon City. Now that you've become the Demon King, I must return obediently. If I fail in this task, I will be dispatched to the Western Flame Kingdom. The snow fox saintess could foresee her bleak future, filled with helplessness and sorrow. Your Empress is so unreasonable. My Jinshi is far more amiable. Initially, she sought to arrange marriages between the three princesses and the Western Flame Prince. But now she has driven the Western Flame diplomatic envoy away. That is only because of you. Your elixir of rejuvenation has relieved the worries of the solitary Empress. So it is a great fortune for the three princesses to encounter you, and for the solitary Jinshi to meet you. The great Central Empire is fortunate to have you. The snow fox saintess could no longer conceal her feelings. Admiration and affection for Cold Huanian filled her heart. Saintess, you have encountered me as well. Since our fates have intertwined, is it not possible for me to alter your destiny? How would you change it? Can you persuade His Majesty? Why not? Saintess, my goal is to swiftly advance to the imperial spirit realm and ascend to the heavenly realm. Do you wish to languish in the void spirit continent your entire life? Do you truly intend to ascend to the heavenly realm? The snow fox saintess's heart stirred. Every cultivator in the void spirit continent aspired to this ultimate goal. Indeed, this is no jest. You shall soon witness my resolve. Let us do this. I will accompany you back to meet the Cold Moon Empress and persuade her to reconsider. You fool, do you wish to throw yourself into the lion's den? The Empress is eager to capture you. If she captures me, I wish to capture her in return. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Cold Huanian, what do you mean? Do you still desire the Empress? The snow fox saintess was utterly astounded by his audacity. Why not? Do you think the Cold Moon Empress is superior to my Jinshi? After all, Jinshi has willingly become mine. It is impossible, Your Majesty. having transformed from a snow fox, has never harbored mortal sentiments for a millennium. How could she possibly develop feelings for you? Hasn't the saintess also remained indifferent for quite some time? Yet she has now taken a liking to me. Cold Huanian cast a triumphant glance at the snow fox saintess. Huh, who has taken a liking to you? Conceited fool. The snow fox saintess spoke defiantly, though her delicate hand remained gently clasped in Cold Huanian's tender grasp. In that moment, Cold Huanian lifted her hand, placing a soft kiss upon her porcelain skin. This gesture nearly caused the snow fox saintess's legs to weaken. The ever-observant Ling, feeling a wave of discomfort, interjected, I find myself a bit breathless. I shall step outside for some air. You two carry on. With that, the young girl darted from the room. Cold Huanian, appreciating Ling's perceptiveness, seized the opportunity to pull the snow fox saintess closer into his embrace. Rascal, what are you up to? Their bodies pressed together, and Cold Huanian felt her heart racing with an erratic rhythm. He cradled her face in his hands, gazing into her breathtakingly beautiful visage, and declared, Saintess, I hold deep feelings for you. Thus, I cannot allow you to marry another or enter into any alliance. The snow fox saintess found herself devoid of any will, her mind buzzing. As she gazed into Cold Huanian's unwavering eyes, she instinctively closed her own. Unable to suppress his yearning, Cold Huanian leaned down and captured her tender lips in a kiss. The snow fox saintess trembled, yet offered no resistance. In fact, she yearned for Cold Huanian's kiss. At that moment, she had made up her mind, and she relished the sensation. The intertwining feelings of first love and a first kiss enveloped her, granting her body and soul an exhilarating sense of transcendence. After a long while, their lips parted. In silence, they shared a newfound bond of love and connection. Cold Huanian gently held her close, resting his chin upon her delicate shoulder. Their cheeks brushing against one another, they chose to remain silent, savoring the warmth of this intimacy. Perhaps this was a new realm of love. I still fear for your safety should you accompany me to Blue Moon City. You might incur the wrath of your majesty. Will you plead for me then? Of course. If your majesty acts with stubbornness to your detriment, I shall accompany you. For reasons unknown, after solidifying her relationship with Cold Huanian, the snow fox saintess felt a profound sense of security. In her eyes, even death seemed inconsequential. Are you not afraid? I fear nothing, except for the thought of not having loved you fully before parting. Fear not. We are destined to ascend to the heavenly realm. Even if circumstances separate us for a few days, what does it matter? We shall attain immortality, and our time together will be eternal. Cold Huanian, I confess that my heart has been ensnared by you. Do not betray my trust in the future. Rest assured, I shall never betray my beloved. Cold Huanian lifted the snow fox saintess into his arms, and together they reclined. I must return first to inform his majesty. It is the custom of the cold moon. Very well. I merely wish to embrace you. Cold Huanian held the snow fox saintess from behind, both clad in garments, lying on the bed in broad daylight, a somewhat comical sight. Yet, they remained at ease, quietly savoring this tender moment of closeness. For sometimes love does not solely rely on physical intimacy. Cheener, are you truly transformed from a snow fox? Of course. Both His Majesty and I belong to the snow fox clan. What does a snow fox look like? Would you like to see? Indeed, I would. Then touch my ear. As Cold Huanian observed the snow fox saintess's ears gradually morphing into soft, snow-white fur, he reached out to caress them, experiencing a delightful sensation that imparted a true understanding of affection. How does it feel? The snow fox saintess, uncertain of Cold Huanian's preferences, feared she might frighten her beloved. Simply exquisite, enchanting to the utmost. From now on, she shall belong solely to you. I shall cherish my cheener and adore these snow fox ears. Upon hearing this, the snow fox saintess slowly turned to face Cold Huanian, her expression alluring as she remarked, a snow fox possesses far more than just a pair of snow fox ears. Chapter 79. The token of affection. Do not provoke me. I might just desire to devour you right now. Cold Huanian gently squeezed the snow fox ears in his grasp. All right. The snow fox saintess retracted her ears, leaving Cold Huanian feeling a twinge of loss. You truly are a delightful enchantress. I shall stay a few more days before returning to Blue Moon City. Very well, during these days, I shall accompany you to admire the scenery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and then we shall explore the endless forest together before I escort you back to Blue Moon City. In the ensuing days, the little enchantress served as a guide, taking Cold Huanian, Lan Xiaoqin, and Belan through the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, beholding mountains, waters, and picturesque landscapes. The little enchantress felt a pang of bitterness. How wonderful it would be to have a world of two with her beloved. Nonetheless, considering Cold Huanian's kindness towards her, she felt content, for she had subtly discerned that she was currently the only true woman in his life, as Lan Xiaoqin and Belan had not yet reached that level of intimacy with him. After several days of exploring the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, it felt akin to the new demon king surveying his territory. One day, Cold Huanian wielded the scale shadow sword, carrying the enchanting one, Lan Xiaoqin, and Belan to the endless forest. As they soared through the sky, they soon spotted a grand tree with an expansive canopy, upon which many tree houses were constructed. Cold Huanian guided the flying sword closer, and numerous elves in the forest gathered upon noticing the intrusion. Who are you to dare invade the endless forest? Do you seek death? The elf who shouted, upon seeing Cold Huanian's appearance, hesitated to act, uncertain of the man's background. We are friends of Leng Huanian. Could you kindly inform us of her whereabouts? A single statement from Leng Huanian nearly ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. Leng Huanian had been designated as the successor by the queen herself. For many years, she had conducted herself in solitude, leaving no trace of any friends. Nevertheless, the crowd did not dare to be neglectful and escorted a few individuals to Leng Huanian's treehouse. Upon arrival, they found not Leng Huanian but the elven queen, who had been keenly observing the commotion for some time. Are you Leng Huanian? Asked the queen. Your presence is a pleasure. Allow your companions to explore the surroundings while I speak with you. The elven queen instructed her attendants to take the three women on a tour of the endless forest, while she led Leng Huanian to her private abode. Your Majesty, where's Huanian? I have yet to see her, he inquired. You truly are infatuated. She is currently in seclusion for a few days. Recently, her rapid advancement has left her foundation unstable. Huanian has advanced quickly? I have progressed even faster than she has. Does that not render me even more unstable? Leng Huanian scratched his head, perplexed about how to address the situation. You are not the same as her. Your talent, physique, and fortune are unmatched by hers. The queen explained. Can the queen truly see through me? The elven queen shook her head. According to Huanian, you ascended from the initial spirit realm to the royal spirit realm in merely 21 days. Indeed, Leng Huanian acknowledged, though he alone understood the reasons behind his swift advancement. For whatever reason, I can deduce the conclusion you've drawn. I see. I have heard that the queen plans to break through to the emperor's spirit realm. My Huanian shares everything with you, leaving me with no privacy, she remarked. I assure you, my relationship with Huanian is one of complete sincerity. There is no need for the queen to worry. How can I not worry? You have so easily captivated the heir to my endless forest. What am I to do now? Your Majesty, I could never allow Huanian to become a queen, for I intend to lead her to ascend to the celestial realm. Ascend to the celestial realm? It is not that simple. No one has succeeded in doing so in the last century on the void spirit continent. I cannot speak for others, but I am determined to ascend, Leng Huanian replied earnestly. Leng Huanian, why not take me along when you ascend? The elven queen suggested playfully. Testing the waters. That would not be an issue. Your grace has been etched in my heart since our first meeting. However, I can only bring my beloved along. What do you mean? You dare to flirt with me? The elven queen's tone remained lighthearted. What is there to fear? It would be an unparalleled joy to have such a beauty accompany me to the celestial realm. Do you truly have that confidence? I do not, he admitted. Are you asking for a beating? How dare you tease me? The elven queen scolded, her tone fierce, though her eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling crescent moons. Leng Huanian found himself momentarily entranced. It was not merely her lunar-like eyes. The elven queen's once jet-black hair had transformed into shimmering silver, cascading over her shoulders with a metallic sheen, exuding a captivating quality. Is the queen also flirting with me? He pondered. Leng Huanian had heard some tidbits from Leng Huanian, particularly about the unique hair colors of past queens. The elven queen, Lin Shi, had previously concealed her true hue from the world. Today, however, Leng Huanian could only dare to speculate on her motives. Ha ha ha. Leng Huanian, I find you increasingly intriguing. Huanian will remain in seclusion for a couple more days. I wonder if you can wait for her. I may need to visit Blue Moon City tomorrow. If the queen requires the soul-returning crystal orchid, I shall hasten back to present it to you, though I fear the distance may hinder our communication. Leng Huanian's only concern was that he might not return in time should the Elven Queen require the crystal. The Elven Queen removed a golden wooden bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Leng Huanian, saying, "Take this. When you wish to reach me, think of my name and shake the bracelet twice to contact me. Is it truly that marvelous? Shall I step outside and we can test it?" Leng Huanian inquired. His curiosity piqued. "Yes, find a spot a bit further away," the Elven Queen instructed. As soon as her words fell, Leng Huanian dashed out of the wooden house, drew his scale shadow sword, and soared into the sky. After flying for a quarter of an hour, he halted, thought of the Elven Queen's name, and shook the golden bracelet on his wrist. "Queen, have you perhaps developed feelings for me? Is this bracelet a token of your affection?" As soon as he spoke, the golden bracelet echoed with the Queen's voice. "How delightful your thoughts are. Is honor not enough for you? Do you wish to claim my endless forest as your own?" "Not at all, for the Queen is simply too captivating. In the brief moment I was away, your image consumed my mind." Leng Huanian's feelings were quite evident. "Do you speak sweetly to every woman?" The Elven Queen's tone remained neutral, yet Leng Huanian felt emboldened. "I reserve my sweet words for those I cherish, and you, my Queen, are of my preferred kind. Having tested your theory, you should hurry back." Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian mounted his flying sword and hurriedly returned. Upon bursting into the house, he found the Elven Queen regarding him with an amused, angelic smile. "What is it? Have you missed me after such a brief separation?" Indeed, the Queen's stunning beauty and alluring grace stirred his heartstrings. Upon first encountering her, he had failed to recognize her magnificence. But now she had become a figure from his dreams. Dream figure? The Elven Queen was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, you have become the beloved of my dreams. I wish to ascend to the heavens with you, and together we shall pen a legendary tale." Though Leng Huanian's words appeared fervent, his expression bore a seriousness that even the Elven Queen found moving. "Allow me to show you the wonders of this endless forest." Leng Huanian's passionate sentiments were nearly overwhelming for the Elven Queen. As an ageless elf, she had seldom interacted with men, let alone engaged in matters of the heart. To this day, her emotional world remained a blank canvas. The Elven Queen felt compelled to swiftly divert the conversation. It was not that she was unwilling to discuss her feelings. Rather, she harbored a sense of uncertainty. She sensed that should she grow closer to Leng Huanian, she might easily fall under his influence. After all, Lin Huaner, the heir to the Queen's throne, succumbed to him in just one day. "Very well. Perhaps I should summon a few companions to join us. They share a unique bond with you, do they not?" The Elven Queen was acutely aware of Leng Huanian's allure, but was taken aback by the stunning beauties that surrounded him, each more exquisite than the last. "The women I keep by my side will ultimately become mine." "You are quite the flirt, and exceedingly confident," the Elven Queen remarked with a dismissive pout. "Such is my only indulgence. On this long journey of cultivation, without any longing, even eternal life would lose its charm. With so many women, can you truly manage them all? In the mountains, one cannot recognize their own face. I claim I can, yet the Queen might question me. The best course of action would be to test it personally. Leng Huanian, you leave no opportunity to tempt me unexploited." The Elven Queen shot him a glance, her demeanor transforming dramatically, exuding an endless allure. "Few women linger in my thoughts, and you are certainly among them. I have overstayed my welcome today. I must return. Please send my regards to Huaner when she emerges." The Elven Queen personally escorted Leng Huanian out of the endless forest. Leng Huanian had already resolved to visit the Cold Moon Empress in Blue Moon City the following day, so he intended to spend the remainder of the day with the enchanting little demoness. After dinner, however, he decided to first inform the demon Empress Yao Wang of his plans. Knock, knock, knock. Leng Huanian rapped on the door of the demon Empress's chamber. "Come in." The demon Empress immediately guessed it was Leng Huanian, for no one else dared to knock on her door. Upon entering, he was surprised to find the demon Empress savoring a glass of wine, with a bottle of 1 cup before her. "Do you enjoy wine?" Leng Huanian inquired, somewhat puzzled, as it was rare to encounter a woman who truly relished fine wine. The demon Empress replied, "I cannot say I am fond of it. However, this wine is exceptionally delightful." Leng Huanian, upon hearing this, retrieved a box of 1 cup from his jade ring and presented it to her. "If you like it, I shall bring you more next time, but I do not recommend that you indulge excessively. Savor it, Do not overthink it. The demon empress finished her drink in one gulp, which was merely a shallow layer in her delicate porcelain cup. What prompted you to visit me? Are you not concerned about being turned away? You know well that in this demon king's palace, you are the one I care for most. I shall be departing tomorrow, Leng Huanian admitted, feeling a twinge of reluctance, though he ultimately belonged to no one and to no particular realm. Where do you plan to go? The demon empress maintained her serene composure. To Blue Moon City, to meet the Cold Moon Empress. The Great Yang Empire and the Cold Moon Empire are currently at war. Are you not afraid that woman may pose a threat to you? The Cold Moon Empress is not an easy woman to deal with. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. To be candid, in this ethereal realm, the most formidable obstacle to my envisioned unity lies with the Cold Moon Empire, more specifically, the Cold Moon Empress, whom I must inevitably confront. Your ambition is indeed grand. Do you believe the solitary Empress will support your audacious aspirations? Can she endure the thought of you becoming the sovereign of the ethereal domain? Mistress of the demonic realm, you are mistaken. I have never harbored any grand ambitions. I possess no interest in power struggles or material gain. My sole objective is to ascend to the heavenly realm. The fate of the ethereal world matters little to me. My current endeavors are solely preparations for my ascension. I must seize as many resources of the ethereal realm as possible. Do you think achieving the imperial spirit realm will guarantee an effortless ascent? So it is. I had not anticipated your lofty aspirations. The Cold Moon Empress has indeed piqued the interest of the mistress of the demonic realm. Perhaps you underestimated me due to my youth, my oversight. But do not let your guard down. That fox is no ordinary being. The mistress seems to recall something. A fox? Surely you cannot be unaware of this. Every empress of the Cold Moon Empire has been a snow fox. The snow fox is the leader among all races within the Cold Moon Empire, possessing the purest bloodline and the highest innate talent. The snow fox saintess is also a snow fox, and her temperament seems quite amiable. Do not harbor any false hopes. The Cold Moon Empress is by no means an ordinary individual. She is not to be compared with the solitary empress. What do you mean? Is she more formidable than Jean Say? From the tone of the mistress, it appears that the Cold Moon Empress is rather difficult to engage with. I have had a fleeting encounter with her, and I nearly lost my life. I shall exercise caution. Are you a bit anxious on my behalf? Originally, Cold Huanian felt a tinge of nervousness from the mistress's words, but now a smile has emerged. After all, you are the Demon King. The future of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range now rests in your hands. Speaking of which, I recall a matter. After my departure, I shall entrust the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to you, for you are the mistress. For so many years, I have enjoyed tranquility, and now you suddenly place this burden upon me. Do you wish to exhaust me? The mistress's tone carries a hint of playful reproach. The enchanting one is still young. Her fate depends upon you. She is still young? I am merely a year older than her. She may be physically older than you, yet her experiences and cultivation are vastly inferior. You are the most formidable presence on this continent. With you overseeing the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, I find great solace. You truly excel at shirking responsibility. Having just ascended as Demon King, you swiftly transfer this heavy burden to me. This is unavoidable. Those capable must bear more toil. Here, I trust you above all others. I do not expect you to transform the 10,000 Beasts mountain range into a spectacle. Simply safeguard it and protect the young demoness. I had not realized you cared for her so deeply. Her allegiance to you is indeed fortunate. Cold Huanian is well aware of whom the mistress speaks. I cherish each of my women, for they are all precious treasures in my heart. Should you someday become my woman, you will undoubtedly be my most cherished gem. As the conversation drifts back to me, it is inevitable. A glance can last a millennium. To gaze upon you once, I must remember you for 1,000 years. And I have indeed gazed upon you many times. Chapter 81. The Cold Moon Empress. I have never encountered a man as forthright as you. Likewise, I have never met a woman as alluring as yourself. The night has grown late. You ought to return to your chambers. The Empress of Demons spoke somewhat insincerely. She genuinely relished conversing with Leng Huanian. Even when he openly flirted with her, she did not resist, for it evoked a sensation she had never experienced before. And deep within, there was a flicker of anticipation. Very well. The Beast Mountain Range shall be entrusted to you. Await my return, and prepare to become my true Empress of Demons. Leng Huanian opened his arms towards her. What do you mean? The Empress inquired, her expression one of confusion. "I am departing. Let us embrace as a farewell." Upon hearing this, the Empress remained noncommittal. Leng Huanian stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. The Empress shivered, yet did not push him away. This was the first time in her life that a man had held her so closely. "Empress, I hold great affection for you. It is for you that I have assumed the mantle of Demon King. My feelings are laid bare before you. I shall take my leave now." Reluctantly, Leng Huanian released her, feeling a profound sense of loss, while the Empress felt as if she were caught in a dream. Upon returning to his room, the little demoness awaited him, aware that her beloved would depart the following day, filled with reluctance. The little demoness, with her enchanting features, lay in Leng Huanian's embrace, momentarily rendering him spellbound, as he leaned down to gently kiss her lips. Leng Huanian retrieved the storage ring of Yao Lai and placed it in the little demoness' hand. Unaware of its significance as she lay beneath the covers, she examined it upon extracting it, realizing it was her father's storage ring. "Husband, this is your father's possession. It rightfully belongs to you." "Husband, I do not need it. You should keep it. You have many matters to attend to, and what will you do without funds?" "Rower, take it. I am not in want of money. When the Empress faces difficulties, assist her. I have already appointed her to govern the Beast Mountain range in my absence." "Husband, you are truly kind to her. You must have strong feelings for her, do you not?" "Rower, I have contemplated allowing you to govern the Beast Mountain range as well, but I fear it may burden you. It is best for you to remain a carefree little demoness." Rower understood her own capabilities and wholeheartedly accepted her husband's plans. She would diligently support the Empress, and if she required funds, she would draw from the storage ring. "Be good." Leng Huanian pressed a deep kiss upon her alabaster forehead. After the four of them finished breakfast, Leng Huanian departed for Blue Moon City with the snow fox Saintis and the lark. The scale shadow soared through the air, bearing the three of them as the assembled demons watched the Demon King leave. The little demoness gazed longingly in the direction of the vanishing scale shadow sword, reluctant to depart. In the Demon King's palace, within the Empress's chambers, she stood by the window, watching Leng Huanian fade into the distance, her heart unexpectedly heavy with a sense of loss. "Husband, thank you for accompanying me back to Blue Moon City. Beyond that frozen river lies the realm of Cold Moon." The snow fox Saintis pointed to the wide, seemingly endless frozen river beneath their feet. The three of them drew ever closer to Blue Moon City. Cold Huanian discovered that the entire Cold Moon Empire lay beneath a blanket of ice and snow, as if the frozen river had ensnared all the empire's chill and blizzards within its barrier. Upon entering the skies above the frozen river, the air abruptly turned frigid. The snow fox Saintis nestled her warm body against Cold Huanian's chest, nearly transforming into a fluffy snow fox to provide him with warmth. Embracing her, Cold Huanian reflected on the delicate and transparent heart that the snow fox possessed. As they approached the vicinity of Blue Moon City, both the snow fox Saintis and Bai Ling felt a twinge of anxiety. "My lord, shall you first visit Her Majesty the Empress at the Dream Moon Palace? Or would you prefer to rest at my Pure Moon Sanctuary?" "Let us meet Her Majesty first. If it is fate, we cannot evade it," he replied. "Look there, at the tallest palace. That is the Dream Moon Palace," Bai Ling added, eager to share more words with Cold Huanian. "How lofty it is! The palatial architecture of our Cold Moon differs greatly from that of your great central city. Weiyang Palace is grand, while Dream Moon Palace is high. Indeed, this Dream Moon Palace resembles a palace of ice and snow," Cold Huanian remarked, intrigued by such a sight, which was unfamiliar to him. "My lord, you possess keen insight. The Dream Moon Palace is constructed from 333 million ice bricks, impervious to melting for a millennium and enduring for 10,000 years. Magnificent. Upon our arrival at the Dream Moon Palace, I wished to touch the walls made of those ice bricks." Cold Huanian, still filled with youthful curiosity, expressed his eagerness. At the moment the Ling soared into Blue Moon City, an unparalleled ice beauty who had been cultivating within the Dream Moon Palace abruptly opened her enchanting eyes. Had she not instinctively extended her spiritual awareness and sensed the snow fox Saintis, Lan Shaoqin, smiling brightly upon the sword, she might have assumed an invasion was underway. As the Ling sword drew closer to the Dream Moon Palace, the exquisite ice beauty slowly rose, adjusting her flowing white gown as she proceeded towards the palace gates. When the snow fox Saintis landed alongside Cold Huanian and Bai Ling in the square, The Empress of the Cold Moon was already standing outside the palace door. "My lord, that is Her Majesty the Empress." Cold Huanian gradually approached the Empress, standing beside the snow fox saintess. Her ethereal white gown billowed like that of a celestial being, and her breathtaking beauty was truly captivating, while the snow fox saintess was already stunning. It was only as he neared the Empress that Cold Huanian realized the extent of her beauty and the chill that accompanied it. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Lan Xiaoqin and Bai Ling bowed respectfully to the Empress of the Cold Moon. However, the Empress directed all her attention towards Cold Huanian, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine, and the smile on his face faltered. "And who might this be?" The Empress inquired after a prolonged gaze that lasted 3 breaths. "Your Majesty, this is Cold Huanian." "Ah, quite so. I did not expect you to bring him to Blue Moon City so swiftly. I shall commend you for this achievement," the Empress replied, her voice reminiscent of celestial music. Although Cold Huanian sensed an underlying implication in her words, he found himself entranced. The snow fox possessed an enchanting allure. "Your Majesty." Leng Huanian did not come to Blue Moon City under deceit. He arrived here of his own volition, fully aware of our scheme. "Oh." The Ice Moon Empress appeared somewhat taken aback, fixing her gaze upon Leng Huanian and remarking, "You possess quite the audacity, young man." "Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you," he replied. "An honor?" The Ice Moon Empress's frosty visage momentarily revealed a hint of a smile. "I hope you shall remember those words in the end. Qiner, please return to the holy temple of Qin Moon. I require some earnest discourse with him." "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." The snow fox saintess felt a sense of foreboding but, bound by the Empress's command, could only withdraw. Chapter 82. The Dominant Empress Leng Huanian. "I anticipated your presence, yet I did not foresee your voluntary arrival at Blue Moon City. I have long admired your Majesty's illustrious reputation and have yearned to behold your grandeur." Leng Huanian's expression radiated sincerity. "Yet, the great Central Empire is currently at war with my Ice Moon. You may consider me a messenger from the Great Central. In battles, envoys are spared. I am quite at ease. I shall not be confined by rigid constraints. Your audacity may cost you dearly. One must eventually face death. To witness your Majesty's resplendent grace today is a worthy end." Leng Huanian resolved to employ his familiar tactics, beginning with flattery. "Leng Huanian, I am not an inexperienced young maiden. Regardless of your eloquence, you are left with but 2 choices today." The Ice Moon Empress's tone, as frigid as her appearance, was unyielding. "Your Majesty is indeed considerate to offer me 2 paths. Pray, enlighten me on these choices." Leng Huanian's mental fortitude was unwavering. He firmly believed that every obstacle has a solution, that there lies light beyond the shadows. "Either sever ties with the great Central Empire and become my trusted aide, or face death." The Ice Moon Empress's options were stark and unambiguous. "I could indeed collaborate with your Majesty and the Ice Moon Empire. Yet to betray the great Central Empire is out of the question. Are you aware of my relationship with Dugu? A bond of sovereign and subject, a master and servant." The Ice Moon Empress effortlessly articulated this. "Perhaps your Majesty should broaden your perspective. In truth, Dugu Empress is my woman." Leng Huanian's words took the usually composed Ice Moon Empress by surprise. "That would be most fortuitous. You are indeed a significant catch, far beyond my expectations. Does your Majesty still contemplate my demise?" Leng Huanian remained undaunted. "What is there to fear? Others may dread Dugu, but I do not." Such bravery. Leng Huanian broke into applause, causing the Ice Moon Empress to frown. "What benefit is there in your demise? It would merely incite my beloved Jint's wrath." "Huh. I can withstand the fury of Dugu. Mutual destruction bears no merit. If your talents cannot serve my purpose, then it would not merely be mutual destruction. The Ice Moon shall ultimately be trampled by the Great Central." Cold Huanian lamented the exquisite beauty of the Cold Moon Empress, recognizing that, like Jean Say, she was far from a mere ornament. It was reasonable to surmise that one who ascended to the pinnacle of strength in this realm possessed the ability to command the elements and the intellect that surpassed the ordinary. How could she possibly be a mere decorative figure? Should I eliminate you, the 2 nations would remain adversaries, and the conflict would persist. Yet if I spare your life, you remain unutilized for my purposes. As the influence of Deyang gradually eclipses that of the Cold Moon, what choice do you believe I will make? If your Majesty were to take my life, my beloved Jean Sei might descend into madness, and in such chaos. It is conceivable that both nations could face ruin, a consequence your majesty surely does not desire. I have no inclination to slay you. Rather, I hope for your assistance. For taking your life would be an act of ultimate desperation. Your majesty, I cannot betray the Deyang Empire, nor can I betray Jean Sei. She is my beloved. And how could I ever stab her in the back? What Dugu Jean Sei can offer you, I can equally provide. Should you wish to share sentiments with Jean Heir, I could arrange a betrothal for you. I could elevate you to the position of chancellor, placing you above countless others. The Cold Moon Empress presented an unprecedented offer, one so grand that Leng Huanian could hardly digest it, yet he merely smiled and shook his head. The Snow Fox Saintess and I share a profound bond. She will inevitably become my woman. Deyang has not shortchanged me. As the Long Princess Dugu Hanyu is already mine, and there are 2 more princesses besides. As for power, do not speak of the chancellor. If I were to ask Jean Sei for half the empire, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. Leng Huanian paused, then continued. Moreover, I have Jean Sei. Would your majesty also wish to become my woman? How audacious! In a millennium, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. The Cold Moon Empress could scarcely believe the audacity of this young man. This is hardly equitable. The terms offered by Deyang far surpass those presented by Cold Moon. Are you suggesting that I betray Deyang and follow Cold Moon? Is that not a fanciful notion? Inequitable? Do not forget, your life is still in my grasp. Why not broaden your horizons? The conflict between Deyang and Cold Moon will only lead to mutual destruction. Do you think I yearn for war? It was Deyang that initiated the provocation, and having reached this impasse, how can we avoid a decisive outcome? Moreover, the time for unification of the Su Ling continent has arrived. What consequence would follow such unification? Does your majesty aspire to reign as the Empress of Su Ling for all eternity? What do you mean? The expression of the Cold Moon Empress suddenly shifted. Has it never crossed your mind to ascend to the celestial realm? Ascend? How simple it is to speak of such things. Furthermore, my unification of Su Ling does not conflict with ascending to the celestial realm. If your majesty expends time on these trivial matters, it will inevitably hinder your ascent. For human energy is finite. Leng Huanian, no matter how many arguments you present, you must choose between the Deyang Empire and the Cold Moon Empire. Will you pledge your loyalty to Dugu Jean Sei, or to me, Wan Mengyao? Alas, it is a perplexing dilemma. Your majesty, do you not believe there is a possibility that I could ascend to the celestial realm alongside you? You, merely of the imperial spirit realm. Though you are a formidable presence among your peers, do you know how long I have waited in the imperial spirit realm? Over a millennium. For 3 millennia. I have lingered in the realm of the divine spirit, unable to ascend to the celestial realm. What gives you the right to aspire to such elevation? Why not endeavor to discover the truth? It has been proven that your path is fraught with difficulty. Allow me the opportunity to attempt it. You? Wait a millennium? That is unnecessary. I ascended from the initial spirit realm to the sovereign spirit realm in merely 21 days, suggesting that my ascension shall not be long delayed. It is not as simple as it may seem. In the beginning, I too was filled with confidence. Your majesty, apart from trusting in me, seems to possess no superior alternatives. Leng Huanian, I shall not easily alter my resolve. Until such a time, you are not permitted to leave the Moonlight Divine Palace. Does your majesty intend to confine me? It cannot truly be deemed confinement. You are a guest in my Moonlight Divine Palace, and with my company. What further discontent could you harbor? How did it come to this? Such coercion lacks merit. Leng Huanian, my patience is finite. Should you not change your mind in a few days, you may find yourself vanishing from this world. Alas, my family's Jean Sei would never entertain such reasoning. Leng Huanian recognized that further entanglement would not sway the heart of the Cold Moon Empress. This woman was indeed formidable. Upon returning to the Qingyue Holy Hall, the Snow Fox Saintess and Bai Ling were laden with concern. Miss, do you think the Emperor will act unfavorably towards the young master? Bai Ling inquired anxiously. I am uncertain. After all these years, I have yet to decipher the Emperor's character. Today may be uneventful, but tomorrow or the day after, who can say? Chapter 83. The Emperor's junior sister, the Snow Fox Saintess, too, felt a lack of assurance. Miss, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain by the Emperor's side these days. I wish to be near the Emperor as well, for that would allow me to grasp any developments at the first instance. Yet, as you have observed, the Emperor has deliberately sent me away. Miss, I miss the young master. Enough, you impudent girl, daring to declare your affection for my man before me. The snow fox saintess chuckled, playfully pinching Bai Ling's earlobe. Miss, even if you strike me, I shall confess, I truly miss the young master. What qualities does he possess that so captivates you? The snow fox saintess retorted, her tone somewhat sharp. Surely, you are aware of the young master's merits, miss? What do I know? The snow fox saintess lowered her voice, giggling. Miss, where are your thoughts wandering? Upon seeing Bai Ling's delighted expression, the snow fox saintess realized her misinterpretation. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she raised her jade hand. Poised to swat her, Bai Ling laughed and darted away. Confined within the moonlight divine palace, Leng Huanian found the doors to his chamber and the palace itself sealed by the cold moon empress. Thus, without her consent, he was obliged to remain within his room. Unable to venture forth, the snow fox saintess and Bai Ling too found themselves restless this night. Above the city of Blue Moon, the moon loomed large as a grinding stone, hanging low enough that the inhabitants might have thought to reach out and touch it. Its ethereal blue light caused the frozen river to stir restlessly. At the borders of the cold moon kingdom, the ice that had remained unthawed for a millennium upon the frozen river was beginning to melt rapidly. However, in the stillness of the deep night, none took heed. The eternally still ice surface has transformed into surging waves, obscured from the view of outsiders by a gradually dispersing white mist. Figures emerge from the fog, advancing towards the direction of Blue Moon City. Tens of thousands, ultimately culminating in a perfectly curved soul entity. Each figure is, in fact, an ice being. Their ranks swiftly progressing, their objective unmistakably aimed at Blue Moon City. Cold Huanian, restless in bed, is disturbed by the sounds of battle outside. Rising swiftly, he strides to the window of the Dream Moon Palace, which towers high, affording him a clear view. Under the azure moonlight, Blue Moon City has transformed into a battlefield. As the three great races of the Cold Moon Empire, the Ice Bear Clan, the Tsung Wolf Clan, and the Snow Fox Clan, engage in a fierce struggle against 100,000 ice beings. Cold Huanian witnesses a peculiar scene. The injured and deceased of the three races lie upon the ground, yet the ice beings have no casualties. When they lose their combat effectiveness, they simply dissipate into mist, vanishing from sight. The defense of Blue Moon City is undeniably brutal. The exquisitely formed soul entity shifts between being an ice being and a translucent figure, traversing the battlefield with ease, leaving in her wake countless fallen foes from the three races. Wherever she passes, the air turns frigid. Any trace of moisture instantly crystallizes into ice arrows, each capable of striking down a foe, regardless of consequence. The Cold Moon Empress, observing from the Dream Moon Palace, perceives it all with clarity and swiftly flies to the side of the soul entity, a figure so familiar that she nearly exclaims, Lan Qingxian. Ha ha ha, junior sister. You've truly exceeded expectations. After 5 millennia, you still remember me. Junior sister, it is indeed you. You're not dead? In that moment, the Cold Moon Empress casts aside the fact that this perfect soul entity, Lan Qingxian, has slain thousands of her subordinates, neither human nor ghost. All of this is a consequence of her senior sister's actions. How could she let go of this grudge and willingly embrace death? Instantly, 6 ice swords coalesce around Lan Qingxian, launching towards the Cold Moon Empress. Drawing the Frost Snow Sword, the Empress counters with 6 strikes, shattering all 6 ice swords. Qingxian, listen to me. I did not intend to harm you during that duel. I had consumed the exploding spirit pill, causing my spiritual power to surge uncontrollably, resulting in the accidental killing of you. Accidental killing? Huh. For this imperial throne, I nearly faced obliteration, leaving only this remnant of a soul. Lan Mingyao, do you dare call this an accident? The resentment that Lan Qingxian has harbored for 5 millennia finally erupts in this moment. Qingxian, you must believe me. If you aspire to be the Empress of the Cold Moon Kingdom, once you recover, I shall relinquish the throne to you. Relinquish the throne to me? Once I recover? Huh. Senior sister, your calculations are remarkably precise. In my current state, do you truly believe I can recover? Junior sister, could you please instruct your soldiers to cease their assault? The Blue Moon City and the soldiers of the 3 clans are innocent. What purpose does this massacre serve? Purpose? My remaining days shall bring you discomfort, and that shall be my greatest purpose. Sword, come forth. Lan Qingxian spread her arms wide, and in an instant, countless ice swords materialized around her, all pointed menacingly at the cold moon Empress. The Empress momentarily faltered, a protective barrier forming around her. Thousands of ice swords hurtled towards her, yet Lan Qingxian suddenly vanished from sight. The ice swords halted, thwarted by the barrier, resulting in a stalemate. After a brief interval, Lan Qingxian reappeared, now accompanied by a captive, Cold Huanian. "Sister, I cannot kill you just yet, but I shall first ensure your man suffers." She cackled as she vanished once more, taking Cold Huanian with her. The barrier conjured by the cold moon Empress dissipated simultaneously with the multitude of ice swords, along with the remaining ice beings summoned by Lan Qingxian. A rare smile graced the lips of the cold moon Empress. "Sister, I thank you for ridding me of this troublesome burden." Lan Qingxian's speed was akin to teleportation as she plunged into the frozen river with Cold Huanian in tow. The latter, bewildered, questioned, "Isn't this the frozen river? Why is it thawed?" Before he could fully comprehend, the river's surface refroze. Navigating through the icy waters with Cold Huanian in hand, Lan Qingxian moved swiftly, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a palace crafted entirely from white jade. Inside, the ambience was warm and spring-like, a stark contrast to his previous chill. Lan Qingxian's form began to wane, as if she were on the verge of vanishing before Cold Huanian's eyes. "Who are you? And why have you brought me here?" Despite the circumstances, Cold Huanian maintained a surprising composure. "Does my presence not frighten you?" He regarded the ethereal figure of Lan Qingxian with a mixture of intrigue and calm, his fear not yet ignited. "Fear? Why should I be afraid? You are merely a spectral entity. Such courage. No wonder my sister favors you. Today marks your misfortune, for you are the man of my greatest adversary. You are the Cold Moon Empress's sister? Indeed. As her consort, your capture seems only just." Chapter 84. Innocent Qingxian not unjust, but rather fitting. Observing Cold Huanian's serene demeanor, Lan Qingxian felt a flicker of uncertainty. "Are you not afraid of death now that you are in my grasp?" Fear of death is the domain of fools. Yet your demeanor suggests a certain nonchalance. "Regardless, you won't kill me right away. Are you so certain?" Lan Qingxian studied Cold Huanian, secretly impressed by her sister's discernment. The man before her, handsome and poised, remained remarkably composed in the face of peril, a rare quality indeed. "Certain. If you intended to kill me, you would have acted when I was with her, rather than waiting until now. You are astute and have guessed correctly. However, I do not intend to kill you. Rather, I shall make your existence a living hell." "Ha ha." Leng Huanian chuckled thrice, leading Lan Qingxian to believe he had resolved to embrace despair. Nevertheless, she decided to toy with him further, akin to a cat playing with a mouse before delivering the final blow. "What brings you such mirth?" she inquired. "I find amusement in the fact that you are merely an ordinary woman. Is it not your desire to torment me beyond recognition, gouging my eyes, severing my ears, extracting my tongue, amputating my hands and feet, only to present me before her and revel in her suffering? Ah, you little rascal, are you a worm in my stomach? How is it that you discern my thoughts so clearly? Any normal person would harbor such thoughts. However, given the enmity between you two, are you certain that by inflicting pain upon me, your vendetta will be satisfied? Is that not sufficiently ruthless?" Lan Qingxian found herself momentarily bewildered. "Ruthless indeed, but only towards me. Your cruelty towards her seems less pronounced. After all, your intention is to induce her sorrow, regret, heartache, even despair." Leng Huanian gently guided her. "Share your perspective. If it enlightens me, I may consider granting you a swift resolution." Lan Qingxian fell into the rhythm of Leng Huanian's discourse. The greatest revenge against someone is not the destruction of what they hold dear, but the act of seizing their most cherished possession. Seizing it. Picture this. Today, I am the man she adores, yet after you abduct me, you captivate me, and I gradually fall for you. When we present ourselves as a loving couple before her, do you not think her expression would be extraordinary? Perhaps even bloodshed would seem mild. Brilliant. Lan Qingxian nodded vigorously, then adopted a serious demeanor. "Are you jesting? Can you truly find anything appealing in my wretched, ghostly visage? Are you truly that unremarkable? In that fleeting moment, though but a glimpse, I perceived you as a beauty unparalleled, rivaling even your senior sister. Do you speak truthfully?" Lan Qingxian felt a flicker of attraction, enchanted by Leng Huanian's words. Why would I deceive you? If you doubt my sincerity, come closer. Lan Qingxian's ethereal form slowly approached Leng Huanian, who unhesitatingly opened his arms to embrace her. Their connection both tangible and elusive. In that instant, Lan Qingxian felt as though she might explode. She had never been held in such a manner by a man, even though she was merely a half-illusory shadow. You rascal, do not deceive me, or I shall reduce you to ashes. Regaining her composure, Lan Qingxian extricated herself from Leng Huanian's embrace. Such a beauty as yourself, yet you have lost all confidence due to a single misfortune. What a pity. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Leng Huanian, and I shall lead you from this abyss. Is that so? Lan Qingxian questioned, skeptical that she had not merely entered a fantastical dream. Should you choose to trust me, share your entire story with me. A story? This is no mere tale, but a living calamity. My life has been shattered by a single elixir. If you are interested, I can share my tale with you. For the past 5 millennia, I have been a solitary spirit, unheard by anyone. Qingxian, from this moment forth, I shall be your sole confidant. Leng Huanian gently brushed a strand of ethereal hair from Lan Qingxian's face, igniting a warmth within her heart. My relationship with my senior sister has always been amicable. Had it not been for the competition for the title of Empress, we might have continued to coexist harmoniously. Which of you possesses greater strength? The prowess is evenly matched. In a duel, victory could swing either way, yet one fateful spirit-enhancing pill irrevocably altered the outcome. Lan Qingxian found her thoughts drifting back to the anguish of that day. Why do you possess the spirit-enhancing pill while I do not? Are we not sisters of the same sect? Indeed, we are, but we do not share the same master. My master is but a junior to hers. Coincidentally, during the struggle for the position of the Void Empress, my master was defeated and suffered internal injuries, passing away within 3 years. No wonder, I understand now. You were left with but a fragment of your soul. How did you survive? 5,000 years have passed. Yet I still remember vividly. The fragment of my soul I clung to drifted through the entire Cold Moon Empire for an eternity before inadvertently finding its way to the frozen river. Lan Qingxian spoke in a measured tone. I discovered this white jade palace during my most helpless moments. Qingxian, perhaps this is a gift from the heavens. In the garden of this palace, I stumbled upon a soul-nourishing tree. This tree must have been born for your sake. Since then, I have nurtured my fragmented soul beneath the tree. After 5,000 years, that remnant has finally coalesced into a complete spirit, which is the foundation of my quest for vengeance in Blue Moon City. Can you now defeat her? Not yet, though I am not far from it. This time, I shall bring you along. I wish to see her suffer for a few days. 5,000 years, is this all you have accomplished? 2 feats, nurturing my soul and coalescing my physical form. Qingxian, you are remarkable. Not only have you achieved a complete spirit, but you have also managed to materialize your body, which is simply unimaginable. A body can coalesce for no more than an hour a day, consuming a significant amount of energy. Fear not, I will find a way to assist you in materializing your form, allowing you to reclaim your status as a perfect woman. Let us hope so. May you not regret meeting my true self. At that moment, a flicker of apprehension coursed through Lan Qingxian's heart. I have already beheld your unparalleled beauty. You will only grow more enchanting, and I will never regret it. Very well, when the time comes, we shall walk hand in hand before my senior sister and drive her to despair. Leng Huanian gazed at the increasingly translucent figure of Lan Qingxian, perceiving her as a genuinely innocent woman. 5 millennia spent in the White Jade Palace is a profound solitude, yet within such an environment, her spirit remained unscathed. In this moment, the ethereal cold Huanian expressed his overwhelming exhaustion, foreseeing the inevitable transformation into a spirit. Soon, he would seek solace beneath the soul-nurturing tree. The vast expanse of the Bayou Palace was at his disposal for exploration, and he was free to find a room to rest. Though he was warned against any thoughts of escape. I shan't flee. I have yet to enjoy sufficient time with the esteemed Qingxian fairy. I shall accompany her to cultivate under the soul-nurturing tree. Your intention to cultivate beneath the soul-nurturing tree is indeed commendable. Nowadays, practitioners focus predominantly on physical cultivation, neglecting the nurturing of the spirit. Once your soul reaches its zenith, you shall become invincible in the realm of consciousness. Once Qingxian fairy regains her corporeal form, coupled with your formidable spirit, your future will be exceedingly bright. Whether she can recover remains uncertain. As they conversed, Lan Qingxian led Cold Huanian to a barren tree, a deep brown entity devoid of bark or leaves. Observing this desolate tree standing alone, Cold Huanian found it somewhat absurd. Is this the soul-nurturing tree? Do not underestimate it. It is a divine tree capable of mending souls. Even a fragment of my soul can be restored to its complete form, and its contributions are invaluable. Seated cross-legged beneath the soul-nurturing tree, they closed their eyes to commence the nourishment of their spirits. The tree, seemingly barren, radiated a mystic energy, and Cold Huanian felt as if his soul was being purified. After an hour, Cold Huanian distinctly sensed the augmentation of his spirit. A glance at Lan Qingxian revealed her soul state had also clarified, gradually resembling that of a living being. As if uncovering a new realm, Cold Huanian began to voraciously absorb the soul energy emitted by the tree, feeling his spirit swell. Yet, in the throes of ecstasy, he overindulged. At that moment of excessive absorption, a sharp pang coursed through his mind, and he collapsed to the ground, as if his head might explode. Lan Qingxian, ever perceptive, swiftly rushed to Cold Huanian's side. She had experienced a similar fate. Her initial encounter with the soul-nurturing tree had led her to recklessly draw from its energy, nearly resulting in her own destruction. It had taken her a century to recover from such a precarious state. Now, her soul, rejuvenated from the prior nourishment, was in a flawless condition. Without a moment's hesitation, she enveloped Cold Huanian, her spirit intertwining with his, wrapping around his faltering essence. Their souls intertwined seamlessly. Cold Huanian's spirit, marred by excessive energy intake, was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. Lan Qingxian absorbed the tumultuous energy, threatening to consume him into her own spirit, subsequently using her essence to mend the fissures in Cold Huanian's soul. A divine radiance enveloped her spirit. She stood as the most potent soul entity in the entire continent. Cold Huanian was fortunate to encounter Lan Qingxian. Otherwise, given his previous condition, he would have either perished in a cataclysm of soul and spirit or, by mere chance, survived with a severely wounded soul, requiring perhaps a century or more to recuperate. As Cold Huanian gradually regained consciousness, Lan Qingxian devoted 2 full days to meticulously repairing his faltering soul. "You are awake," she exclaimed, though she herself remained in a soul state. Her excessive exertion over the past 2 days preventing her from returning to her corporeal form. "Fairy Qingxian, was it you who saved me?" Cold Huanian's voice was faint. Having traversed the threshold of death, the unknown realm indeed teeming with uncertainty and peril, who else here could have come to your aid? "Thank you, Fairy Qingxian. I shall forever remember your life-saving grace and dedicate my existence to repaying it. In truth, you need not thank me. It was I who brought you here. And I must also bear the blame for not forewarning you. The soul-nourishing tree possesses formidable soul energy, and having forgotten its potency over the millennia, I regret my oversight. Thus, there is no need for gratitude, nor can you hold me accountable, for we are clear on that matter. Fairy Qingxian, regardless of your words, I shall forever cherish your kindness. By the way, how did you manage to save me?" Lan Qingxian felt relieved to be in her soul state, for otherwise, her cheeks would surely have flushed with embarrassment. In her endeavor to rescue Cold Huanian, their souls had intertwined, a profound merging that was akin to the intimacy shared between lovers. The exhilaration of their souls fusing surpassed that of mere physical union, leaving her hesitant to meet his gaze. "What troubles you, Fairy Qingxian?" Cold Huanian observed her prolonged silence, mistaking it for fatigue, and felt a pang of concern. "I am well. Your soul is unharmed, I trust?" Lan Qingxian regained her composure. "I feel revitalized. This ordeal has unexpectedly fortified my soul. How long have I been unconscious?" 2 full days and nights. Alas, I nearly succumbed to eternal slumber. I must exercise utmost caution henceforth. The unknown is indeed the most daunting. Fairy, you have devoted these 2 days exclusively to mending my soul, expending tremendous energy, leaving no time to assume your human form. I became so engrossed that I simply forgot. Qingxian, I shall ensure you fully and completely regain your human form and lead a normal life. Cold Huanian yearned to embrace Lan Qingxian, but alas, she was but a soul, unattainable. Nevertheless, he shifted closer to her, leaning in. He found Lan Qingxian to be remarkable, not solely for her breathtaking beauty, but for her enduring kindness despite the suffering she had endured over millennia. Through countless trials, her heart remained tender and compassionate. Let us continue your cultivation. My soul energy is nearly depleted. This time, refrain from actively drawing energy from the soul-nourishing tree. Allow it to nourish you passively, gently, and gradually. I understand. The two individuals once again settled beneath the soul-nourishing tree, revitalizing their spirits. After a day, Lan Qingxian finally regained her human form, while Leng Huanian felt invigorated. His spirit elevated to new heights. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the exquisite fairy before him, clad in a lake blue gown. Her fair visage and delicate hands revealing her ethereal beauty in all its glory. Initially separated by 3 feet, Leng Huanian quietly moved closer to Lan Qingxian, a faint, refreshing fragrance enveloping him. Unable to resist, he embraced her, and she had already sensed his arrival. Leng Huanian, have you made up your mind? Lan Qingxian opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering like rippling water, showing no resistance to his embrace. In her heart, their souls had already intertwined, transcending mere marital bonds. What have you decided? Are you jesting? Or from the moment you embraced me, did you vow to cherish me for a lifetime? Of course, I wish to cherish Qingxian for all eternity. Leng Huanian gently reclined her in his arms and sealed her tender lips with a kiss. Lan Qingxian trembled slightly, slowly closing her eyes as her delicate hands balled into fists over her heart. Moments later, her fists relaxed, and her arms wrapped around Leng Huanian's neck. Chapter 86. The strengthening of the soul. Leng Huanian knew that Lan Qingxian could truly assume her human form for only 1 hour. Their souls intertwined, seizing each fleeting moment. Beneath the soul-nourishing tree, on the verdant grass, Lan Qingxian surrendered herself entirely to Leng Huanian. "Xian'er, you are truly beautiful," he murmured, cradling her. "Beloved, I am about to enter a spiritual state." A flicker of extraordinary brilliance danced in Lan Qingxian's beautiful eyes as her soul entwined with Leng Huanian's, her essence departing her body to enter his soul sea. The two flawless spirits embraced once more, entwining together. The first time their souls merged, Leng Huanian had been unaware. This time, however, was entirely different. He had once believed that merging with Lan Qingxian was the pinnacle of happiness. Yet this current union of spirits elevated that joy to unimaginable heights, as if soaring into the heavens, reluctant to return. Leng Huanian even fainted from the overwhelming sensation. Perhaps his soul was overly sensitive, or perhaps Lan Qingxian's spirit was exceptionally powerful. In blissful unconsciousness, he remained embraced by her, their souls still entwined. After a quarter of an hour, he slowly regained consciousness, feeling utterly drained. "Xian'er, your soul is nearly overwhelming me. Beloved, it is indeed possible for one's soul to consume another's, thereby infinitely amplifying one's own essence." Lan Qingxian's words sent a shiver through Leng Huanian's heart. "Xian'er, you would not truly consume me, would you? Fool, how could I? You are my beloved. You promised to protect me for a lifetime, and I shall naturally love you for all eternity. Xian'er, you are truly wonderful. My beloved, take a moment to feel the essence of your soul. It has grown considerably stronger than before. Xian'er, all of this is a testament to your contributions. However, it is not solely my achievement. During the intertwining of our souls, both of our essences have expanded. Yet, my soul has grown significantly stronger, thus you reap greater benefits. Now, let Xian'er rest for a while." Lan Qingxian reluctantly released Leng Huanian, who then sat up and began to cultivate. His realm ascended steadily, reaching the 8th layer of the sacred spirit realm, then the 9th layer, culminating in the completion of the sacred spirit realm, and finally, the pinnacle of the sacred spirit realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lan Qingxian transformed back into her human form, gazing at him with tender affection. "My beloved, I never imagined you were so close to ascending to the imperial spirit realm. You are on the verge of becoming the youngest individual in the history of the void spirit continent to achieve such a feat, Xian'er. I am fully capable of breaking through to the imperial spirit realm, yet I choose to solidify my foundation with a steady approach. You are wise, my beloved. It is astonishing how mature your mind is at such a young age. Few could withstand the allure of ascending realms as you do. Xian'er, it is a blessing to awaken each day and behold your exquisite beauty. My beloved, I have delightful news to share. My form has persisted for 2 full hours without dissipating. Xian'er, do you think this is due to my influence? It must be. Your essence resides within me, fortifying the power that allows me to maintain my human form. Who would have thought it would yield such immense benefits? In truth, Lan Qingxian is far purer in her intentions. She simply seeks joy and happiness. Once more, Lan Qingxian transformed into an ethereal form, and their souls intertwined again. A cycle that continued. Each day, she maintained her human form for increasingly longer periods, while Leng Huanian's essence grew ever stronger. This continued for approximately a month, until Lan Qingxian finally regained her full human form, while Leng Huanian's essence had reached a level nearly indistinguishable from her own. Reclining on the grass, Lan Qingxian lay peacefully in Leng Huanian's embrace. My beloved, thank you for allowing me to completely reclaim my human form. I must also express my gratitude to you, Xianer. My soul has grown considerably as well. Now, our souls exist on the same level, making us unparalleled in the void spirit continent. Thank you, Xianer, for guiding me. Without your direction, I might not have achieved this in a century or even a millennium. Enough of our mutual flattery. I simply wish to lie quietly in your arms, gazing upon your handsome visage and feeling your profound affection. Surely, your desires extend beyond this. No one understands me better than you, my beloved. I yearn to hold your hand and present ourselves to my senior sister, to witness her reaction. Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian's heart quivered, and he instinctively held Lan Qingxian closer, speaking softly. Xianer, there is something I have concealed from you. Allow me to share it, and please do not be upset. What is it? In truth, your senior sister is not my woman. Our relationship is not as you envision it. You are not a couple. So how could you possibly be in the Dream Moon Palace, a place no man has ever entered? Lan Qingxian found herself at a loss for comprehension. I am imprisoned in the Dream Moon Palace. In truth, I am her captive. Ah, you scoundrel. It seems your intentions were merely to deceive me. Lan Qingxian bit down on Leng Huanian's hand. Chapter 87. Mutual destruction. Leng Huanian did not cry out in pain, for Lan Qingxian had not bitten down with force. She was merely putting on an act. Xianer, I feel fortunate to have met you and to be your man. Regardless of others, we must cherish ourselves, all right? Lan Qingxian had become Leng Huanian's woman, and they had spent a month in passionate affection, leaving no room for resentment in her heart. Xianer, I shall strive to ascend to the imperial spirit realm swiftly, and then I will take my beloved woman to soar into the heavenly realm. Darling, you are aware of matters concerning the heavenly realm? Indeed, my wife, Jinxi, has informed me. Your wife? Who is Jinxi? Lan Qingxian had released her grip on Leng Huanian's chest, suddenly feeling she had loosened her hold too soon. Xianer, my wife is Dugu Jinxi, the Empress of the Great Central Empire. Darling, I truly did not misjudge you. Your talent and fortune are extraordinary. Even a national empress has become your woman. Xianer, do not blame me. Why would I? You knew her before me. If anyone should apologize, it would be I. Xianer, I have other women. How many? Several. If not for my being a snow fox of enchanting nature, you would likely have grown weary of me by now. How could that be? This past month, my infatuation with Xianer stems from two reasons: your unparalleled beauty and my desire for you to return to your normal self. Darling, Lan Qingxian called out, her voice choked with emotion, leaving her unable to continue. Leng Huanian held her tightly in his embrace, gently kissing her lips. This kiss felt endless, as though time itself had ceased to exist. Clinging to one another, they decided to prepare and seek out the Empress Ling, having been abducted for a month. The Snow Fox Saintess and Bai Ling were in a state of great anxiety, while Lan Xiaoqin visited the Dream Moon Palace daily, pleading with Empress Ling to rescue him. Your Majesty, please save Leng Huanian. The Snow Fox Saintess implored every day. Though her hope dwindled, she refused to surrender. How can I save him? My junior sister's strength rivals my own. Seeking her out would only provoke her and lead to your beloved's demise. Are we to simply wait? I do not know if he is dead or alive. I wish to find him. The Snow Fox Saintess wore a sorrowful expression. This month had been a nightmare for her. Where will you search for him? My divine sense encompasses the entire Ling Empire, yet I cannot locate them. How will you find a needle in the vast ocean? Then I cannot remain idle. Xianer, since time immemorial, love has been intertwined with sorrow and resentment. Why must you, as a saintess, engage in such flirtation with him? Your Majesty, it is too late to speak of this now. I am utterly unable to detach myself from him. Moreover, What meaning does life hold if one cannot find a beloved companion throughout their existence? Yet, does it bring you joy to suffer in longing for him? Just as the two were locked in their impasse, esteemed guests arrived at the Dream Moon Divine Palace. Lan Mingyao, my dear senior sister, come forth swiftly for a duel. Your Majesty, she has returned. I shall go and see. The Snow Fox Saintess hurriedly dashed out, with the Cold Moon Empress trailing behind, concerned that she might foolishly confront Lan Qingxian. Upon exiting the palace, the Snow Fox Saintess and the Cold Moon Empress were left dumbfounded. Cold Huanian stood hand in hand with Lan Qingxian, their intimacy resembling that of lovers to any onlooker. Husband. The Snow Fox Saintess called out to Cold Huanian with deep affection, her heart simultaneously elated for her beloved's well-being and despondent at his newfound affection. Chiner. Cold Huanian released Lan Qingxuan's delicate hand and approached the Snow Fox Saintess, embracing her warmly. Husband, where have you been? I have missed you to the brink of despair. After enduring more than a month of torment, seeing her beloved standing before her unharmed brought her immense relief. I am quite well. There is no need for concern. You seem to have lost weight during our brief separation. Cold Huanian tenderly caressed her face. I missed you. Yet, I never expected you to be so intimate with the one who abducted you. It infuriates me. Chiner, it appears my return does not please you after all. Cold Huanian sighed, prompting the Snow Fox Saintess to finally clarify her thoughts. Husband, as long as you are well, I can accept even the presence of many beautiful confidantes. Good girl. Cold Huanian gently kissed her porcelain forehead. Lan Qingxian, witnessing this, could only vent her feelings of jealousy towards the Cold Moon Empress. Senior sister, come now. Do not hide your light. You have surprisingly regained your human form after a month. Junior sister, the Cold Moon Empress remarked, focusing her gaze upon Lan Qingxian. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I intend to reclaim all that I have lost over the years. With that, Lan Qingxian drew the Qingli sword and launched a swift strike towards the Cold Moon Empress, who, aware of her junior sister's formidable prowess, did not hesitate to respond with the illusory moon sword. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. In Cold Huanian's eyes, the battlefield faded away. He released the Snow Fox Saintess and noticed Bai Ling quietly observing from the side, neither advancing nor uttering a sound. Approaching her, he gently patted her head and jested. Bai Ling, it seems my return is not met with much enthusiasm from you. Husband, with so many people around, how could I dare? I have missed you terribly, yearning for you to the point of madness. Fear not, I have returned, and all is well. Cold Huanian embraced Bai Ling warmly. On one side, Leng Huanian is immersed in sweet moments with two maidens, while on the other, two sister disciples are locked in a fierce battle, difficult to separate. Husband, who do you think will emerge victorious? The Snow Fox Saintess is torn. If the Empress Leng Yu triumphs, she may very well imprison her beloved afterward. Conversely, should Lan Qingxian win, she might not spare the Empress, or even herself. Their strengths are evenly matched, both at the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm. And we cannot intervene. It would be prudent for us to retreat to the Dream Moon Palace for a respite, as it seems they will not resolve their conflict anytime soon. I shall heed your words, husband, the Snow Fox Saintess obediently replied, casting a glance at the two sisters whose battle had ascended to the heavens, and took Leng Huanian's hand as they entered the Dream Moon Palace. Alas, the duel between the sisters exceeded all expectations. No sooner had Leng Huanian crossed the threshold of the palace than a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. As if the very earth had trembled, he and the two maidens promptly exited the grand entrance, witnessing Lan Qingxian and Lan Mingyao soaring through the sky, both apparently suffering from a mutual devastation after their fierce clash. Blood mist swirled around them as both coughed up blood. Leng Huanian swiftly darted towards the direction in which Lan Qingxian was plummeting, catching her in his embrace just before she fell. The Snow Fox Saintess was not idle either. She flew over to catch the Empress Leng Yu, who was about to crash to the ground. Chapter 88, The Empress's Master. Indeed, it was time to retreat to the Dream Moon Palace for some recuperation. The two sister disciples of the imperial spirit realm were both in a state of unconsciousness, blood trickling from their lips. It was a horrendous sight. When Leng Huanian had initially approached the palace, he had not witnessed their fierce struggle in the air. But the tremendous noise and the surrounding destruction indicated a cataclysmic clash. They were truly evenly matched, both grievously wounded and in a deep slumber. The Dream Moon Palace, constructed from icy bricks, was not significantly warmer than the outdoors, perhaps due to the snow fox's affinity for the cold. Warmth would be quite uncomfortable for her. However, within the vast expanse of the palace, the floor was adorned with white bear pelts. Upon entering, Leng Huanian promptly removed his shoes and found the softest spot to gently lay Lan Qingxian upon the bear pelt. The snow fox saintess, witnessing this, followed suit. Believing that Leng Huanian was a clever and decisive individual, and that by emulating his actions, she could surely aid the Empress in her recovery. Initially intending to position Lan Qingxian in a meditative posture, he soon realized she was entirely unresponsive, thus he lay beside her instead. Leng Huanian did not infuse her body with spiritual energy. Rather, he allowed his consciousness to merge with Lan Qingxuan's soul, intertwining their essences. Fortunately, although her body had sustained grave injuries, her spirit remained relatively intact. Observing Leng Huanian lying motionless beside her, the snow fox saintess refrained from disturbing him. Opting instead for the most traditional method, she infused her own spiritual energy into the Empress Lengyu to aid in her healing. An hour later, Lan Qingxuan's spirit began to revive, and she gradually regained consciousness, offering Leng Huanian a reassuring smile as she commenced the self-repair of her physical wounds. However, despite Lan Qingxian's recovery, the Empress Lengyu remained utterly oblivious. Lan Qingxian turned around and gazed at the still unconscious Empress Lengyu, saying, "Sister, who would have imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament? Xianer, how do you intend to deal with her? Should we consider ending her life? After all, she nearly caused you to lose your very soul," Leng Huanian inquired tentatively. To kill her would be to afford her too much mercy. The torment of 5 millennia must be repaid slowly. Lan Qingxuan's eyes suddenly curved into crescent moons as a brilliant idea unfurled in her mind. Could it be, Xianer, that you have devised a clever plan? My dear, how dare Lan Mingyao imprison you? I shall present you with a grand gift. Let your spirit accompany me as we invade her soul sea. Ah! Leng Huanian exclaimed in astonishment. Yet the resolute gaze of Lan Qingxian compelled him to comply. Their souls merged and invaded the soul sea of Empress Lengyu, leaving the snow fox saintess in anxious despair, helplessly calling out, "Your Majesty, please awaken." But Empress Lengyu remained unresponsive. Just as the snow fox saintess succumbed to disappointment, the long lashes of the Empress fluttered slightly. A flicker of joy ignited within the snow fox saintess. Oblivious to the fact that it was the result of Leng Huanian and Lan Qingxuan's intrusion into the Empress's soul sea. "Xianer, what is your intention? My dear, would you fancy a maid of imperial spirit realm stature? Or perhaps a sovereign empress? That seems rather inappropriate." Leng Huanian hesitated, though internally he thought, "This is undeniably exhilarating. She has harmed me and imprisoned you. There is no better resolution than this. Indeed, she must face some retribution. This is far superior to execution. What shall we do? Inscribe the 7 characters in her soul sea." My master, Leng Huanian. Uncertain of the efficacy of Lan Qingxuan's method, Leng Huanian decided to indulge in the experience, reasoning that even if it bore no fruit, he could not possibly lose. As he completed the inscription of the 7 characters, Empress Lengyue's body trembled violently. Although she had not yet awakened, her subconscious sensed the looming danger. "My dear, the deed is done. Now, you must awaken my sister just as you did for me, and I shall not intrude further." With that, Lan Qingxuan's spirit withdrew from the soul sea of Empress Lengyu. The Empress's soul lay serenely within the soul sea, immaculate and flawless, while Leng Huanian reclined beside her, their souls thoroughly entwined. The flawless essence of Empress Lengyu quivered, her subconscious inexplicably feeling a profound sense of relief. Indeed, it was the result of Leng Huanian aiding in the restoration of her soul. Now possessing a spirit as formidable as Lan Qingxuan's, he found the process remarkably effortless. Half an hour later, the Empress's spirit awakened before her physical form. Upon realizing that her soul was cradled in someone else's embrace, she nearly erupted with shock. This was a far more severe violation than her physical body lying unclothed in a man's arms. "Who are you? What? After helping your Majesty mend your spiritual wounds, you turn your back on me upon awakening?" Leng Huanian. The cold moon Empress has awakened completely, now overwhelmed by a sense of shame. Just a month ago, this young man could mold her at will, and now his very essence has claimed dominion over her spirit. "Call me master," Cold Huanian said with an unhurried demeanor, now gazing down upon the cold moon empress. Her spirit was engulfed in indignation. Yet she found herself powerless to resist, for within her soul's sea, he had inscribed 7 words. My master, Cold Huanian. Master, master, master. The cold moon empress finally managed to utter with great difficulty. Excellent. Your spirit has awakened. Now, begin the restoration of your wounded corporeal form. Yes. She commenced the healing process, as Cold Huanian withdrew his spirit from her soul's sea and settled behind her, placing a hand upon her back, channeling spiritual energy into her being. After half an hour, her body had largely recovered, and she was fully awakened. Taking a moment to steady herself, she rose to find herself surrounded by a circle of people, Lan Qingxian, Cold Huanian, Lan Xiaoqin, and Belan. Master, with her spirit acknowledging its master. It was no longer so difficult to address him as such. Good. Are you feeling better? Much improved. I am unharmed now. Whether she had come to terms with her situation or not, the defiance in her expression had significantly waned. Congratulations, senior sister, on finding your master, exclaimed Lan Qingxian. Her spirits buoyed. She could hardly conceive of a more perfect outcome, far more satisfying than the thought of vanquishing her senior sister. Junior sister, wait, from now on, you must change your address to me. I am the wife of your master. Henceforth you shall call me mistress. Lan Qingxian raised her eyebrows, delight swelling within her. Mistress. Giggles erupted. Relax. In public you may continue to act as empress, but upon returning home, you must obediently heed your master. Upon hearing master, the cold moon empress felt a pang in her heart. Had it not been for the presence of others, she might have collapsed. Chapter 89. The Snow Fox Saintess. The Snow Fox Saintess and Belan were utterly dumbfounded. The empress had actually referred to Cold Huanian as master, and they exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Mengyao, take good care of your health. I shall return to the Dream Moon Palace tomorrow to discuss some matters at length. Yes, master. The Cold Moon Empress, whether having come to clarity or having been subjugated by Cold Huanian, spoke the word master with a smoothness that flowed effortlessly. Husband, I must return to the White Jade Palace to recuperate for a while. The physical injuries can be mended, but the wounds to my spirit will take more than a day or 2 to heal. Await my return once you have arranged matters on your end. With everything settled satisfactorily, the tension within Lan Qingxian eased, leaving her feeling suddenly weak. Rest well, I shall visit you soon. Cold Huanian embraced Lan Qingxian without hesitation. Gently kissing her fair forehead, she smiled sweetly, casting a provocative glance at the cold moon empress before stepping into the air and departing. Qiner, let us also take our leave. Guide me to your Qin Moon Holy Palace. My lord, I shall take you there at once, the Snow Fox Saintess declared, turning to the resplendent yet aloof visage of the cold moon empress. In a gentle tone, she added, Your Majesty, please take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave now. The cold moon empress watched the trio depart, her demeanor still as if in a dream, yearning for this to be naught but a fleeting illusion. My lord, ahead lies my Qingyue Holy Palace. It is quite distinct, and not inferior to the Dream Moon Divine Palace, she continued, although the scale is nearly half smaller. The Qingyue Holy Palace is constructed from 199,000 blocks of ice bricks. That is acceptable. The Dream Moon Divine Palace is vast, and merely walking around is exhausting. My lord, miss, I shall first go and have the cook prepare our meal, said Belan as she hurried away. This girl truly possesses keen insight, Cold Huanian remarked in admiration. You must not neglect her. She has devoted her entire being to you. Of course, she calls me my lord. I have already regarded her as my own, he replied. Thank you, my lord. Moreover, you require someone to care for you. The conditions in the palace are favorable. Yet who knows what awaits us when we ascend to the heavenly realm? Ah, my lord, will it be perilous to ascend to the heavenly realm? The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. We must strive to ascend, otherwise, we shall merely await our demise here. Qingyue, are you afraid? As long as I am with you. My lord, I fear nothing, she replied. Good girl. Cold Huanian gently embraced the Snow Fox Saintess. Both the Qingyue Holy Palace and the Dream Moon Divine Palace are built from ice bricks. As Cold Huanian traversed through them, he felt a sense of dissonance. For he was not of the Snow Fox clan, while the Snow Fox Saintess seemed entirely at ease. The trio dined together, and as Cold Huanian produced a bottle of wine, he felt a peculiar sensation. He resolved to begin brewing grape wine upon his return. This moment called for the elegance of wine rather than the simplicity of white liquor. They had consumed merely a bottle and a cup of wine, with the snow fox Saintess and Belan each having a cup, yet by the end of the meal, both their originally fair faces were adorned with a rosy glow. "My lord, you should take Mr. Rest. I will tidy up," Belan suggested. "Very well." The snow fox Saintess had only partaken of a single cup. She was not overwhelmed by alcohol, yet her flushed cheeks were undeniably alluring. "My lord, allow me to show you around the garden," the snow fox Saintess said, taking Cold Huanian's hand as they made their way to the garden. Cold Huanian did not feel the romantic ambience one might expect, for the outside world was a realm of ice and snow, devoid of the essence of a garden. However, upon stepping into the garden, he was taken aback. Indeed, the world outside was frigid, yet within the garden, myriad flowers bloomed, albeit in only 3 colors: transparent, snow white, and ice blue. Bathed in the azure moonlight, they appeared ethereal, far removed from the mundane, reminiscent of celestial blossoms. Truly beautiful, beyond my expectations. I did not anticipate such a profusion of flowers thriving in this icy expanse. The transparent ones are the celestial hiding orchids, the white ones are ice lotus flowers, and the blue ones are blue moon demonis flowers, the snow fox Saintess elaborated, presenting each exquisite bloom to her beloved. Each flower possesses its own distinct charm. Exquisite in its beauty, and beneath the moonlight, it feels as though one has entered a realm of enchantment. Alas, these blossoms thrive in the cold. Otherwise, when my beloved departs, he could take some to plant in our courtyard, so that whenever he gazes upon them, he would be reminded of me. Even without these flowers, my thoughts of my beloved will remain ever vivid. The snow fox holy maiden's delicate hands caressed the frosty landscape. "My beloved, you are more enchanting than the flowers in the garden. Everything unfolds naturally, and the snow fox holy maiden has become the beloved of Leng Huanian." On the following morning, "My lord, from this moment forth, this address feels truly grounded. Beloved, in a few days, once I have arranged matters here, I shall return to Daong. Would you wish to accompany me? I long to remain by your side, but as the snow fox holy maiden, I cannot leave just yet. Besides, the emperor requires my presence." "Very well, I shall visit you. The day of my ascension should not be far off, and when that time comes, I will take you with me." "Thank you, my lord. What plans do you have for Cold Moon?" "I will establish a sales system in Cold Moon akin to that of Daong, introducing the spring revival elixir there, and from Cold Moon, extend its reach throughout the north." Chapter 90. The Heart Unattained. "I shall surely safeguard your plans, my lord," she assured. "Good." Leng Huanian lightly pressed his lips against hers. "My lord, could you spare the emperor? She has shown me great kindness. Without her, I would still be wandering in those icy mountains, unable to attain my current cultivation, let alone become the snow fox holy maiden." The snow fox holy maiden implored with a face full of yearning. "Rest assured, Meng Yao's soul now belongs to me. She is my woman now, and I would never harm her. I shall love her as dearly as I love you." "My lord, you terrified me today. I thought you intended to kill the emperor." "How could I? She is a beauty beyond compare, akin to a splendid lyre. To kill her would be to waste a treasure. Fear not, I shall treat her well." As dawn broke, the world was silent, devoid of birdsong. The skies above Blue Moon City grew ever brighter, the clouds shifting hues, with rays of dawn illuminating the heavens. A beam of light descended upon the Qingyue Holy Temple, piercing through the chamber of the snow fox holy maiden and casting its glow upon Leng Huanian. The imperial spirit realm of the ethereal continent is exceedingly rare, and it represents the ultimate realm. Leng Huanian had just broken through to this level, and an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. In the Weiyang Palace, the solitary Empress Dugu, deep in meditation, opened her eyes, sensing a shift within her heart. In the White Dragon Valley, the crimson dragon Empress Longxi, resting by the spring revival lake, opened her dragon eyes, feeling an unexpected warmth in her heart. In Qing Lan City, soaring through the skies, the snow phoenix Luobing turned her gaze towards Blue Moon City, her heart filled with intuition. In the Dream Moon Divine Palace, the Cold Moon Empress rose, stepping out of the palace, gazing up at the heavens, and then following the light beam towards the Qingyue Holy Temple. By the frozen river, within the White Jade Palace, beneath the spirit-nurturing tree, Lan Qingxian opened her beautiful eyes, a delightful smile gradually gracing her lips. My lord, you have broken through to the imperial spirit realm. The snowfox saintess, positioned opposite Leng Huanian, experienced the unfolding of extraordinary phenomena with acute awareness. She observed as the radiant light enveloping Leng Huanian gradually permeated his being, rendering his skin as luminous as jade. After a quarter of an hour, the brilliance faded completely, and Leng Huanian's aura, having reached its zenith, gently receded, returning to its essence. The two then departed together for the dining hall, where Balan had prepared lunch, originally intended as breakfast, but unbeknownst to them, it was now afternoon. Following their meal, Leng Huanian intended to visit the Dream Moon Palace. My husband, you have pressing matters to discuss with His Majesty today. I shall refrain from accompanying you. Leng Huanian bid farewell to the two women and proceeded towards the Dream Moon Palace. Miss, what truly transpired with the celestial phenomenon just now? My husband has broken through to the Emperor's spirit realm, achieving true supremacy in this realm of ethereal spirits. The snowfox saintess beamed with pride and joy. Alas, my husband is only 16. He is truly remarkable. At this rate, I fear I may not even qualify to serve him. Balan shared in her pride for Leng Huanian. Yet her heart brimmed with concern. Fear not, for my husband has declared that he acknowledges you, Balan, and intends to take you into his chamber tonight. Ah, my husband. Are you jesting? Balan's heart raced like a fawn. The words of my husband are not to be taken lightly. Really? A wave of joy surged through Balan, only for her voice to drop once more. Miss, about this and that. When did I become so bashful? The snowfox saintess teased the blushing maid. Balan lowered her head in embarrassment, her delicate fingers entwined nervously. Upon entering the Dream Moon Palace, Leng Huanian found the cold Moon Empress waiting for him. Having stood there for quite some time. You are late. You promised to meet me. I rose early and have been waiting until the afternoon. The cold Moon Empress's tone remained even, though it lacked its usual chill. What did you miss me? As Leng Huanian approached her, he could not resist the urge to gently lift her alabaster chin. The cold Moon Empress stepped back, attempting to evade him, but he followed closely, capturing her chin once more. Just as she was about to express her irritation, a sudden thought flooded her mind. My master, Leng Huanian. These words ignited a spark within her, compelling her to suppress her actions. Master, you may possess my body, but you shall never have my heart. The pain etched across her face was palpable, for uttering such a sentiment had ignited a fierce internal struggle within her. Chapter 91. The Indifferent Empress. Lan Mingyao, you overthink. Merely possessing your body suffices. Why would I seek your heart? I already have a lute. Why pursue another empress to adore me? Leng Huanian's nonchalant demeanor brought a flicker of disappointment to the cold Moon Empress, though her stubborn nature led her to remain silent thereafter. I plan to bring the renowned white wine, 1 cup none, and the natural mineral spring water, revitalizing spring, to Cold Moon for sale. 1 cup none, revitalizing spring. Cold Huanian's hand still grasped the chin of the cold Moon Empress, making it somewhat difficult for her to speak. He, sensing her struggle, gently released his hold. Given that you have devised a scheme to lure me to Blue Moon City, you must be aware that those 2 items were both created by me, correct? Indeed, master. The cold Moon Empress now addressed him as such, showing no signs of discomfort. Perhaps, in some regard, she too would be conquered by cold Huanian. Have you tasted these 2 items? No. Today, I shall let you experience why the cup of Wuhua and the rejuvenation spring I brewed can command such a high demand. Cold Huanian retrieved a bottle of Wuhua and a bottle of rejuvenation spring from his jade ring, uncorking both. Fetch 2 glasses, 1 for Wuhua and 1 for rejuvenation spring, and place them on the table before the cold Moon Empress. Take a sip. The cold Moon Empress lifted the wine glass and took a delicate sip. What do you think? Surely it is fine wine. I seldom indulge in alcohol. Thus I cannot discern the quality. She then took a sip of the rejuvenation spring, cleansing her palate of the lingering spiciness from the wine, and found it to be quite sweet. The rejuvenation spring is delightful. The taste is merely superficial. This water, when consumed, can preserve one's beauty. Is that true? The cold Moon Empress's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, otherwise would you think everyone clamoring to purchase it is a fool? This rejuvenation spring. You bottled it directly without any processing? Of course, untouched, it is pure, natural mineral water. Then if others discover that lake, they too could produce rejuvenation spring? Cold Huanian chuckled, and shook his head. The rejuvenation spring lies within the White Dragon Valley, which is guarded by a white dragon, a being of power far beyond the realm of the imperial spirit. Those who enter the White Dragon Valley do not return. Thus, no one dares to venture there. No one dares. How did you manage to enter? The Cold Moon Empress expressed her confusion. That white dragon is named Longxi, hailing from the celestial realm. She is the Crimson Dragon Empress, and also my partner. Your partner? You have a penchant for flirting indiscriminately. Lan Mingyao, while others might say such things, it is inappropriate for you to comment. You are not my partner, so you have no right to meddle in my affairs. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. What brings you to me today? It is regarding the Wuhua and Rejuvenation Spring. I plan to establish a sales network in Cold Moon, modeled after Dayong, with Cold Moon as the sales hub for the entire North. Is your wealth not sufficient? Why pursue more? To enable Dayong to maintain an absolute economic advantage and subsequently suppress Cold Moon, ultimately to annex it? That is myopic. My vision extends beyond mere allusions to the celestial realm. I surmise that ascending to the celestial realm will require an overwhelming amount of spirit stones, potentially half the wealth of the void spirits. These spirit stones must be earned through my own endeavors. Do you truly intend to ascend to the celestial realm? Of course. Do you think I jest? Not only for myself, but for all my partners, I intend to bring them to the celestial realm. For it is only there that the possibility of immortality exists. You dictate the course and ensure that Qiner cooperates with you fully. Cooperation. In a few days, I shall return to the Great Central. Having been away for so long, Jinsei must be eagerly awaiting my return. I must hasten back, leaving matters here to you and Qin Air. Me. You would have me, the sovereign of a nation, engage in such tasks? Why ever not? The tone of Leng Huanian turned icy, and the Cold Moon Empress shivered in response. Master, I understand. Good. If you perform well, I shall take you to ascend to the celestial realm together. Thank you, Master, but did you not claim that you would only take your own women to ascend? When the time comes for your ascension, you will undoubtedly be mine in spirit, if not in body at least. Do you think of such matters all day long? Indeed. Desire is an inherent part of our nature. I ponder these things. You reached the imperial spirit realm at 16, yet you remain stagnant for millennia. In what way are you superior to me? You, a woman who has lived for 10,000 years, without even a man by your side, never having tasted the sweetness of love or the joy of intimacy. What, pray tell, is the purpose of your existence? Leng Huanian unleashed a barrage of questions, nearly leaving the Cold Moon Empress breathless. She found herself in a moment of self-doubt, reflecting on her years of simplicity and purity, her heart calm as a placid lake. Yet, Leng Huanian was the pebble cast into her still waters, inevitably stirring ripples, regardless of their nature. Observing the Cold Moon Empress lost in contemplation, he felt an inexplicable twinge of compassion. Despite their antagonism, she was undeniably breathtaking, her aura as frigid as her beauty. Lan Mingyao, do you wish to taste the essence of love? Lan Mingyao contemplated, shaking her head, yet her body seemed to act of its own volition. Leng Huanian rose and slowly approached her, lifting her from her chair. The Cold Moon Empress possessed a statuesque form, standing before Leng Huanian. They resembled a pair of celestial beings. Though she had lived for over 10,000 years, time had left no mark upon her, as she appeared no older than 18. Perhaps beings like the Cold Moon Empress require no spring water of rejuvenation. They harbor secrets of eternal youth within themselves. Leng Huanian raised his hands, cradling her snow-white, flawless visage, and gently pressed his lips against her delicate cherry blossom mouth. The Cold Moon Empress wished to resist, yet her body was beyond her control. While others closed their eyes during a kiss, even Leng Huanian did so. The Cold Moon Empress kept her eyes wide open, striving to perceive the man who had claimed her long-awaited first kiss. Though his name was etched in her soul, it had not yet settled in her heart. When Leng Huanian inadvertently opened his eyes, he was startled by her large, expressive gaze, leading them both to share an unprecedented moment of open-eyed kissing. After a few breaths, Leng Huanian released her lips, eagerly inquiring, "So what do you think? Do you enjoy the sensation of kissing?" I felt nothing. In her first utterance of insincere words, the Cold Moon Empress felt her heart tempestuous as a storm. Yet, she dared not reveal such sentiments to the lecher before her, lest he take further liberties. Lan Mingyao, are you perhaps frigid? What could that possibly imply? This was a profound blind spot in the knowledge of the ethereal cold moon Empress. Chapter 92, Frozen for a Millennium. Disinterested in men, averse to romance, and fearful of their touch, let alone the act of love. She had never experienced it, and thus remained oblivious. It was time to thaw her heart, long encased in ice. Cold Huanian drew the cold moon Empress into his embrace, causing her to shiver slightly. She was uncertain of this sensation, resting against the firm chest of the man before her, inhaling his masculine essence, which left her feeling somewhat lightheaded. He gently patted her back twice, and she finally regained her composure, stepping back to maintain a modicum of distance. Lan Mingyao, you will fall for me. You are destined to be mine. Without waiting for her response, Cold Huanian exited the Dream Moon Palace, acutely aware that the Cold Moon Empress could not articulate a reply in that moment. As he strolled out of the palace, the Cold Moon Empress fixed her gaze intently on his retreating figure, a mix of annoyance and an inexplicable stirring within her heart. Upon exiting the palace gates, Cold Huanian leapt into the air above Blue Moon City, marking his first true flight since transcending to the imperial spirit realm. No longer reliant on mounts or swords for flight, he could now soar freely through the skies. At 16, he was unparalleled in the annals of the Void Spirit continent. After an aerial tour of Blue Moon City, he gracefully descended upon the Qingyue sanctuary. My lord, I witnessed your descent from the heavens. Impressive. How did your conversation with Her Majesty unfold? The two women resting in the garden exhibited contrasting reactions. The snow fox saintess eagerly approached her beloved, while Belan shyly retreated. It went well. She has become considerably more docile. What is wrong with Belan? I mentioned that you would be consummating your union with her tonight. Why did she run away? Is she unwilling? Perhaps I should refrain from approaching her this evening. Fool, it's not that she is unwilling, she is eager. But simply shy? I have matters to attend to tonight. I understand. This evening, my lord should spend quality time with Belan. It is a pivotal moment in her life. Please treat her well. Indeed, I shall ask the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. With a casual remark, Cold Huanian ensured that 18 sumptuous dishes adorned the table that evening. Belan, the guest of honor, was unlike the typical maid. She had dined alongside the Snow Fox Saintess since childhood, fostering a bond of sisterhood devoid of class distinctions. After the meal, the Snow Fox Saintess personally ushered the two into Belan's chamber. Upon entering, Cold Huanian expressed his surprise. Belan, is this your room? Yes, Belan replied. Her head bowed and cheeks flushed, uncertain whether it was from the wine or her shyness. Qiner has been exceptionally kind to you, and your room is equally splendid. The young lady has always regarded me as a sister. Henceforth, you shall truly be sisters. Ling possesses a heart as exquisite as a delicate gem. How could she be unaware of Leng Huanian's intentions? My lord, Ling trembles slightly. Ling, are you cold? No, my lord. I am also of the Snow Fox clan. We are impervious to the cold. Then what troubles you? My lord, I fear you may disdain me. You have already ascended to great heights at such a tender age, while I remain so distant from you, akin to the moon in the sky while I stand on the ground, stretching on tiptoe, yet unable to reach you. You foolish girl, you are in my embrace now. How could you be out of reach? Thus, I fear this is but a dream. How could my lord possibly fancy an ordinary maid? What of being a maid? You are one of the most beautiful maids I have ever encountered, possessing grace and understanding, albeit a touch shy, which adds to your charm. My lord, who is the other maid? The perspectives of women differ from those of men. Her name is Yuhi, a maidservant of the Grand Princess Hanyu, and we share a good rapport, though we have not yet reached the bond we now share. Then I am far happier than she. Thank you for your affection, my lord. You foolish girl, love knows no hierarchy or distinction. From now on, you are all my women, each holding equal importance in my heart. Do not undervalue yourselves. Ling nodded. Everything flowed naturally, and that night Ling became Leng Huanian's woman. Although her cultivation was not high, her path ahead would likely be much smoother. Chapter 93. Stay away from me. Ling finally stepped into the realm of the king's spirit, her spirit and aura experiencing a profound transformation. From now on, Linger will be a master of the king's spirit realm. Leng Huanian was not mistaken. Very few women on the Void Spirit continent could cultivate to this level. Ling did not express many words of gratitude. She buried all her deep affections within her heart. Leng Huanian remained in the Qingyue Sacred Hall for 3 more days. Despite the multitude of sentiments, the The time for departure had ultimately come. After bidding farewell, he flew directly to the Dream Moon Divine Palace, not returning home. The Cold Moon Empress did not greet Leng Huanian warmly. Even though she had acknowledged him as her master, her disposition was quite stubborn. "What's the matter? Are you jealous? If you wish, I can stay here with you for 2 days. I want." The Cold Moon Empress parted her crimson lips. "What do you desire? Speak boldly. I am certain I can fulfill it." Leng Huanian suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation. "I want you to stay away from me. Lan Ming Yao, if you wish for my departure, I shall leave. But remember, we have shared a kiss. From this moment forth, you are my woman, now and forever." With both hands grasping the Cold Moon Empress's delicate arm, Leng Huanian gently pushed her away, casting one last glance before turning and departing. As he crossed the threshold of the Dream Moon Divine Palace, he stepped into the void and soared away. The Cold Moon Empress gradually approached the window, gazing at the direction in which Leng Huanian had vanished, softly murmuring, "Fool." In an instant, Leng Huanian soared towards the frozen river, breaking through the ice to enter the flowing waters. He sensed the location of the White Jade Palace and charged forward. The grand entrance of the White Jade Palace was a vibrant portal of colors, accessible only to its mistress, Lan Qingxian. Yet, now there was an additional presence, Leng Huanian, who could traverse freely, for he bore the essence of Lan Qingxian as her beloved. Upon entering the White Jade Palace, Leng Huanian made his way directly to the soul-nurturing tree, where, as expected, Lan Qingxian was tending to her injured spirit beneath its boughs. The moment he entered the frozen river, Lan Qingxian had felt his arrival. Upon seeing her beloved at her side, she swiftly reined in her aura, and the two embraced tightly, sharing a tender kiss. Leng Huanian spent 2 days in the White Jade Palace with Lan Qingxian beneath the soul-nurturing tree, leaving countless footprints of their love upon the verdant grass. "Xianer, I must return to the Great Central. Will you accompany me?" he inquired. "Husband, my spirit has yet to fully mend. You should return first, and once I have completely recovered, I will seek you out, or you may visit me whenever you can." Agreed. Leng Huanian remained under the soul-nurturing tree with her for an entire day before departing. Beyond the White Jade Palace, Leng Huanian ascended into the sky, drawing forth the scale shadow sword, which extended 3 zhang in length against the wind. He stepped onto the flying sword and sped towards Weiyang City. He flew over the endless forest and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range without pausing, for his heart was eager to return. His absence had been prolonged, and Jinsei, along with his other beloveds, must be anxiously awaiting his return. In Weiyang City, at the One Cup Without Wine Tavern, business had gradually dwindled since Leng Huanian's disappearance over a month ago. It was not that the tavern's offerings had lost their charm, but rather that the number of unruly patrons had steadily increased. At times, not only within the tavern, but even outside, individuals were obstructing potential customers. Initially, though some had come to cause trouble, they were cautious, recognizing that the tavern possessed a formidable background. However, as days turned into weeks, the ruffians realized they faced no repercussions, emboldening them to wreak havoc freely. With 20 or so tables inside the tavern, each occupied by a patron demanding a bottle of wine, they lingered from the opening hour until closing, drinking leisurely throughout the day, and no one could compel them to leave. And, with these ruffians behaving this way every day, how can we conduct business? Nangong Yuyan expressed her mounting frustration. "They are nothing but thugs. With my husband absent, we are in no position to act, lest we expose our identities," Nangong Yufei replied helplessly. If it were not for the fact that they were in the imperial city of the Great Central, her fiery temper would have surely flared. However, if this continued, their tavern's business would be utterly ruined. Alas, with disturbances inside the tavern and guards outside obstructing customers, those individuals must be the embroidered-clad envoys in disguise. And how can you discern that? Intuition. Thus, we must exercise caution. Wealth can be amassed again, but should we reveal our identities and be captured by the embroidered robe envoy, not only shall we suffer, but our husbands may also bear the consequences. And does the Empress Dugu not already know our identities? The very fact that she is aware, yet still allows such disturbances to occur compels me to consider the worst. Could these individuals have been sent by her? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Who can truly know the depths of one's heart? Innkeeper, my brothers and I attend to the tavern's affairs daily. Might you provide us with some side dishes to accompany our drinks? A burly man, his face adorned with flesh, had been visiting for several days and could no longer resist the temptation to tease the two innkeepers, who were notably more delicate than flowers. None, retorted Nangong Yuyan with a sharp tone. Innkeeper, your treatment of regular patrons leaves much to be desired. Is this how one treats loyal customers? Wouldn't you agree, everyone? Indeed. Some side dishes would be welcome, the burly man declared, and the crowd echoed in agreement, being of the same ilk. Dear patrons, our establishment has clear pricing policies and does not provide complimentary side dishes. We appreciate your understanding, Nangong Yufei responded, though her temper simmered beneath her courteous words. No side dishes? Very well. Seeing as you two innkeepers are as charming as flowers, how about treating the gentleman to a couple of songs? Chapter 94. The two women strike back begone. This struck a nerve with Nangong Yuyan, prompting her to exclaim in indignation. She would rather forego the business than tolerate such disrespect. Oh, the young lady possesses quite the temper. I shall insist on hearing her today. The burly man stood, attempting to grasp Nangong Yuyan's delicate hand. In response, she lifted her foot and with a resounding crack, broke his forearm. Ah, you vile woman, daring to strike a customer. Brothers, let us teach these ungrateful ladies a lesson. With over 20 individuals, they seized bottles from nearby tables and smashed them to the ground before surging towards the two women. Had it not been for the strict orders from above to maintain a peaceful demeanor, they would have acted sooner. These two women were simply too enchanting. These ruffians were primarily reliant on brute strength, with the most skilled among them barely reaching the initial spirit realm. Those capable of higher cultivation would not stoop to such menial and dishonorable tasks. The two women, one at the celestial spirit realm and the other at the royal spirit realm, sent the 20-plus assailants fleeing in disarray as they bolted from the tavern. Yet, the matter was far from over. The group did not venture far. Chen-san, hurry back and report to the family head. Inform him that there are formidable individuals at this tavern. He must send skilled fighters, for at least one of those women possesses royal spirit realm prowess. The man with the fractured wrist, undeterred by his injury, was resolute in capturing the two beautiful innkeepers. Several plainclothes embroidered robe envoys approached, stating, "What is this ruckus? Are you intent on causing a disturbance? Who might you gentlemen be?" The man with the broken arm, possessing a modicum of discernment, recognized that these individuals were not ordinary. One of the shadowy youths produced a palm-sized silver token, emblazoned with a large red embroidered character. Embroidered robe envoy. The minor figures bowed respectfully to the prominent individuals. The burly man, whose limbs were broken, wished he could kneel. "What are you all clamoring about?" he exclaimed. "You must help us seek justice. Look at my arm. The tavern keeper has broken it. In the brief time we were drinking, we were attacked. Those two fiery women are quite fierce. Let's go take a look." The ominous young man signaled to his subordinates. At the command of Lord Zhu, 8 or 9 plainclothes agents responded in unison, gradually surrounding the entrance of the tavern. Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan were tidying up the tables and chairs, which had been overturned during the recent scuffle. Upon hearing someone enter, they felt a jolt of apprehension upon recognizing the plainclothes officers who had been loitering around the inn for several days. "Who are you?" Nangong Yuyan ventured to inquire. "We are the embroidered-clad agents, and this is our lord, Lu Lin. We have heard that you harmed a guest, and we have come to investigate. Please accompany us to the commandant's office to clarify the matter." A robust man gestured towards the ominous young man beside him. "Your Honor, it was that man who caused the disturbance in the tavern. We were merely acting in self-defense. Whether it was self-defense is not for you to decide. That must be determined at the commandant's office. Do you intend to disobey?" Lu Lin, upon first seeing the pair of nieces, was taken aback by their beauty. He had been itching to make a move all week, but had held back due to orders from above. Now, at last, the opportunity presented itself. "We dare not." Nangong Yufei sensed that today's events would not end well. She exchanged a glance with Nangong Yuyan, preparing to resist. Otherwise, being taken to the commandant's office would leave them no chance whatsoever. "Then let us depart." Lu Lin, growing impatient, thought to himself that in this era, no embroidered-clad agent would be unable to take someone away. Once an embroidered-clad agent had set their sights on an individual, they would either be taken alive or dead. Several subordinates prepared to approach and control the two women, but suddenly, the two struck back, knocking the 4 encroaching men to the ground, leaving them unable to rise. As a 100-man commander, Lu Lin's cultivation was at the 5th level of the heavenly spirit realm, while his subordinates were at most at the earth spirit realm, with a couple at the human spirit realm. Such cultivation levels were no match for the two women. Nangong Yufei had reached the pinnacle of the spirit king realm, and Nangong Yuyin was at the 6th level of the heavenly spirit realm. In a swift exchange, 4 of Lu Lin's men were already down, and the remaining 3 exchanged nervous glances with Lu Lin, hesitating to make a move. Lu Lin felt a twinge of anxiety, caught in a dilemma. However, he could not afford to lose face as an embroidered-clad agent. Do you dare to lay hands on an embroidered-clad agent? Are you not afraid of retribution? He shouted, rallying his men. Drawing his saber, he aimed a horizontal slash at the 2 women, no longer caring for their beauty. All he wanted was to subdue them. The 3 men around him also drew their blades. Nangong Yufei unleashed a series of 4 kicks, sending all 4 men flying out the door as if they were mere sandbags. At this point, she no longer wished to feign restraint. She was acutely aware of what awaited them at the commandant's office. Lu Lin, in a state of utter disarray, scurried away from the tavern with several subordinates, resembling a pack of frightened dogs. Lord Baihu, this woman is formidable. What shall we do now? Ma Lu, return to the magistrate and seek assistance. We need him to bring troops and surround the tavern, ensuring no one escapes. Understood. The man addressed as Ma Lu limped back to the prefect's office. Aunt, what should we do now? Our identities are bound to be exposed. Nangong Yuyin looked anxiously at Nangong Yufei. Gather our belongings and leave. We must return to Wuming Mountain. All right. The 2 swiftly prepared their things, yet several embroidered-clad guards remained stationed at the tavern entrance. Nangong Yufei resolved to eliminate them en route. However, just at that moment, over 20 more individuals arrived, encircling the tavern. As the aunt and niece stepped outside, they were compelled to halt once more. Elder, it is these 2 women who injured our men. The man referred to as the elder appeared to be in his 60s, donned in a blue robe, stroking his long beard, with a posture as straight as a pine tree and eyes sparkling with inner vigor. Now fixated on Nangong Yufei. Yinner, we've encountered a formidable opponent. His cultivation surpasses mine, and he has several equally capable aides. I will distract them while you escape with all your might. Aunt, I cannot abandon you. We shall confront them together. Ha! Wishing to flee? Today, before me. It seems you shall not escape. The man in the blue robe continued to stroke his beard leisurely. Nangong Yufei clasped her fists and inquired, May I ask who you are? I am Chun Tongshi of the Qin family, the foremost among the 4 great families. Realization dawned upon Nangong Yufei. So these ruffians were dispatched by your clan. Hand over the formula for the elixir, and in my capacity as the elder of the Qin family, I shall guarantee your lives. Absolutely not. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. Old man, if you seek my life, you shall not fare well either. Nangong Yufei, unaccustomed to such indignation, felt her spiritual energy surge, ready for confrontation. Brother, let us subdue her together. The embroidered-clad guards are approaching, and if they arrive, the formula may fall into their hands. Very well, 2nd brother, 4th brother, let us strike together. Chapter 95. The return of the king. The elder was at the 2nd tier of the royal spirit realm, the 2nd elder at the 9th tier, and the 4th elder at the 7th tier. In this crucial moment, seeking a swift resolution and preventing the embroidered-clad guards from reaping the rewards, the 3 elders of the Chun family resolved to join forces against the aunt and niece, disregarding any notions of righteousness. All 3 elders wielded swords, and the Chun family's falling wind sword was renowned throughout the Zuling continent. Formed the sword array of harmony. The 3 elders positioned themselves in a triangular formation, effectively encircling Nangong Yufei and her niece. Swish, swish, swish. 3 swords, like shooting comets, hurtled towards the 2 women. Nangong Yufei drew her sword to confront the enemy while also tending to Nangong Yuyin. In just a single exchange, a piercing scream echoed as Nangong Yuyin was struck by a blade in her right shoulder. In her efforts to protect her, Nangong Yufei suffered even greater injuries, with swords piercing her right arm and back, causing her own weapon to clatter to the ground. The Qin family's falling wind sword was indeed formidable. The 3 brothers formed the Xianyuan sword formation, unleashing a trio of blades, each one finding its mark. They advanced closer to the pair of aunts and nieces, poised to extinguish their lives with a mere flick of their swords. Leng Huanian rushed back from the Cold Moon Empire to the Great Central Empire, and upon reaching Weiyang City, he decided to make a detour to the tavern. At that moment, he soared above the establishment, witnessing his two beloved women besieged and fighting for their lives. Enraged, he nearly erupted, bellowing from the skies, "Halt!" The Qin brothers, who were about to strike down the pair, suddenly found their heads ringing, momentarily at a loss for what to do. As they regained their senses and prepared to strike again, Leng Huanian had already descended beside Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan. Without a word of inquiry, he thrust his sword 3 times, leaving the 3 Qin elders frozen in place, each with a gaping wound in their throats. They perished without comprehending the swiftness of their demise. Leng Huanian's blade moved too swiftly for their eyes to perceive. "Dare you lay a hand on my women?" Leng Huanian's fury surged as he dispatched the 3, yet he felt an unquenchable rage still brewing inside him. My lord! My lord!" Upon seeing their beloved descend from the heavens and swiftly vanquish their foes, both Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan were filled with relief, disregarding their injuries as they rushed into Leng Huanian's embrace. As he held one of them, his heart ached more for their wounds than for his own. "My dearest Yuyan, I am to blame for returning too late, allowing you to suffer." "My lord, it is of no consequence. Your timing is impeccable," Nangong Yufei reassured him, gritting her teeth in an attempt to comfort her beloved. "Indeed, it is fortunate, for you both are injured." "My lord, I am merely superficially wounded." "I worry for my aunt's condition," Nangong Yuyan replied with concern, noting the sword wound on Nangong Yufei's back, which could be grave. "Do not fret. I am aware of my own injuries," Leng Huanian replied, feeling slightly better upon hearing her words. "That is a relief. But what transpired here? Who possesses the audacity to assault my tavern?" "My lord, they hail from the Qianlixiang brewery, the Chun family of the 6 Harmonies. Previously, dozens of their men came to the tavern daily to cause trouble. Today, they demanded that my aunt and I entertain them, and we could no longer endure it." The remaining Chun family members, upon hearing this, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Please spare us, noble sir." Originally, 20 or so members of the Chun family had arrived, but after the slaughter of the 3 elders, only 3 remained, with the rest fleeing in terror, a scene that did not escape Leng Huanian's keen gaze. With swift precision, he severed the head of the eldest elder and addressed the 3 remaining Chun members. "Take his head back to your family, and personally deliver it to the head of the Qin clan. Let him collect the remains of his elders." 3 individuals lifted the severed head of the elder, as if receiving a great reprieve, and hurried back to the Qin family of Liuha. Leng Huanian tore several strips from his pristine inner garment, first tending to the wounds of the 2 women. Just as he finished bandaging, more arrived, and their numbers were formidable. The town's protector, the very one from this tavern, had instigated the assault on us through these 2 women. They surrounded us, determined that none should escape. Jian Shui, the protector, with a visage as dark as coal and a physique resembling an iron tower, embodied his name like a great hammer. At the 3rd tier of the imperial spirit realm, he was second only to the commander Yu San among the embroidered-clad guards. This time, he had brought over 100 men. Such an entrance could hardly be described as modest. "Hold on. Anyone who dares to step forward today shall meet their demise. Remain where you are, and you may yet live." As Leng Huanian surveyed the throng, a sense of regret washed over him. These were all formidable subordinates of the elusive Dugu gents. "Young man, you are quite audacious. All of you advance." Jian Shui, not knowing from where he produced 2 golden-hued hammers, inspired newfound courage in his subordinates, with approximately 60 to 70 of them closing in. This time, Leng Huanian did not budge from his position. He wished to savor the experience of slaying with his sword. The scale shadow sword seemed to possess its own consciousness, weaving through the throng with a trailing shadow. In mere moments, the 60 to 70 men lay lifeless, each with their throats severed by the blade. "Ah, you little thief, come to claim your life." Jian Shui, never having endured such humiliation, charged at Leng Huanian with his twin hammers raised. Leng Huanian flicked his fingers, unleashing 2 strands of sword energy, and with 2 swift sounds, Jian Shui continued his advance. Yet his hammers suddenly crashed to the ground, still gripped tightly in his hands. As he ran, he felt an unexpected lightness in his arms. Looking down, he nearly fainted. His arms had been severed at the elbows. Having rarely attempted to wield energy as a sword, Leng Huanian was quite pleased with the effect of that flick. Jian Shui, filled with a desire to retaliate against Leng Huanian, realized he had indeed struck iron. Now, he found himself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat, standing awkwardly in place. Leng Huanian slowly approached him, speaking in a calm tone. Does your commander know of this matter? I seek only the truth. Should you utter but a single falsehood, your entire family shall perish. After a brief pause, Jian Shui swallowed hard and replied slowly, he knows. Very well. You may proceed on your journey. The scale shadow sword pierced his heart, and within mere moments, Jian Shui's life ebbed away, departing peacefully with little pain. The remaining 30 or so embroidered-clad guards knelt in silence, bowing their heads. You may rise. I shall not take your lives. You have successfully saved yourselves. Return and inform Yu San that he must come forth to meet his end immediately. Otherwise, when I come to his door, not even a dog from his household will survive. Thank you, my lord, for sparing us. With haste, the 30 or so guards fled, knowing that fewer than half would dare to deliver the message. It was better to abandon the embroidered-clad guard than to risk their lives further. Returning home seemed the wisest course. The earliest arrivals, adorned in casual embroidered garments, were already paralyzed with fear at the unfolding scene. Under the guidance of Baihu Lu Lin, they crawled on the ground, desperately attempting to escape. My lord, it is those few embroidered figures who led the charge, and they have all taken action. Before Nangong Yuyan could finish her words, Leng Huanian unleashed the power of his scale shadow sword. A mere wave of sword energy severing the heads of Lu Lin and his companions. Chapter 96. Assault on the minister's residence. The two could not help but cheer for their beloved. My lord, how have you become so formidable after stepping out? Nangong Yufei exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in her voice. Some opportunities have presented themselves. I have now attained the realm of Emperor Spirit. However, the situation is dire, and there is no time for reminiscing. Just as the last adversary fell, two prominent figures made their entrance. One, a capable middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor, appeared to be a brother to the three elders. The other, an elderly man with white hair and beard. One was at the 5th level of Emperor Spirit, while the other was at the 3rd level of Saint Spirit, yet Leng Huanian regarded them with indifference. Are you the one who killed my brother? Inquired the newcomer, the head of the Qin family, Qin Tongji, the third-born. Without so much as a glance, Leng Huanian addressed the elder with the white hair. You must be the ancestor of the Qin family. Indeed, I am Qinju. I wonder if you would be willing to resolve this enmity. It is too late. Since lives have been lost, this grudge cannot be overlooked. You may act as you wish, replied Leng Huanian. Qinju drew a gleaming white longsword, sighing as he spoke. Young friend, I have taught my grandson Wu Fong. Today, I am willing to take my own life as an apology. I implore you to spare a few of the younger generation, preserving a sliver of the Qin family bloodline. Rest assured, aside from that individual beside you, I shall not proactively seek to take any lives, Leng Huanian reassured him. You are indeed magnanimous. With that, Qinju plunged his sword into his heart, first slaying Qin Tongji beside him. Then, with his left hand gripping his own white hair, he wielded the sword with his right to sever his own head, lifting it toward Leng Huanian before gradually collapsing to the ground. Leng Huanian shook his head, letting out a sigh. What a man! This scene unfolded before the eyes of Yu San, the commander of the embroidered figures. He approached on his sword, steeling himself as he stood before Leng Huanian. You are Yu San? Indeed. An Emperor Spirit should find it rather effortless to vanquish a mere 3rd-level Saint Spirit. I wish to experience your swordsmanship, just one stroke. Yu San's demeanor was surprisingly humble. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Leng Huanian tightened his grip on the scale shadow sword. Yu San slowly unsheathed his 4-foot embroidered blade, its edge glistening like a mirror. Yet, as he prepared his stance, he suddenly lost sight of Leng Huanian, with the scale shadow sword in hand. Leng Huanian executed the dual concealment technique from the scale shadow sword art for the first time in the realm of Emperor Spirit. The sword gently penetrated Yu San's chest, deliberately avoiding the center of his heart, instead striking the left third of it. Yu San, having earned his position as commander, was certainly no ordinary foe. He understood that Leng Huanian had questions to pose. As anticipated, Leng Huanian began to speak. Did Zhen Huiran partake in this matter? The Prime Minister is my benefactor and the one who set me on my path. The Zhen family's Wuxing Chun regards me as an eyesore. The Prime Minister has reminded me thrice to take good care of the Wujia Tavern. You may rest assured, I will protect your family. You are truly my benefactor." After Yu Sin spoke, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground, lifeless. The square in front of the tavern, littered with corpses, was devoid of any living souls. The crowd that had gathered to watch had vanished without a trace. "My lord, is this tavern still open?" Nan Gongyuyin asked timidly, as it was the first time she had witnessed such a fierce side of her beloved. "Open? What do I even know about who this money is for? Come, I will escort you back to Qinglian Garden." Nan Gongyufei, in stark contrast to Nan Gongyuyan, had previously regarded Leng Huanian as a mere child, but now she revered him with profound admiration. This man was truly her heaven. She could not fathom that her husband was so extraordinary, so decisive in battle. If she had once dismissed Leng Huanian's aspirations of ascending to the heavenly realm as a joke, she now believed wholeheartedly in his potential. Leng Huanian led the two of them away, directly stepping into the void. After ensuring their safety, he had no intention of lingering. "Tend to your wounds and bandage yourselves. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned to leave. Nan Gongyuyin grasped his arm, anxiously saying, "My lord, are you heading to the Prime Minister's residence?" "Indeed, Leng Huanian, hold no grudges that extend beyond a night, unless my strength fails me." However, the Zhen family wields immense power in Danyang. With Zhen Huairan holding sway over the realm, even the Empress Leng you must yield to him. How can you be certain of the number of formidable experts he has in his residence? It is far too perilous for you to go alone, my lord. Perhaps it would be wiser to deliberate further. Nan Gongyuyin shook his arm, hoping to change his mind. "My lady, what is your opinion?" Leng Huanian inquired, glancing at the composed Nan Gongyufei. "My lord, go forth. A man must pursue his goals and confront his grievances. If you prevent him today, his heart will be unsettled. Go, for Zhen Huairan is no match for you. Yet, do exercise caution against the old monsters of the Zhen family. Rest assured." With that, Leng Huanian departed Qinglian Garden, soaring towards the Prime Minister's residence. "Cousin, why do you encourage my lord to take such risks?" Nan Gongyuyin exclaimed, torn between worry and anger, directing her frustration at Nan Gongyufei. "Risk? You cannot fathom what your husband has become. In this world, those who are with him are always at risk, never him." Nan Gongyufei firmly believed this in her heart. "Cousin, even if my lord has reached the imperial spirit realm, what if there are even more powerful beings in the Prime Minister's residence? More powerful is irrelevant. Do you understand what destiny entails? Your husband's fortune will not be confined to the realm of Zuling. However, there are no buts. In this world, a man's confidence and dominance weigh more than gold. At last, my husband has matured. He shall forge a legend, and all we need to do is cheer him on from the sidelines." Yenu understands. With a thunderous crash, the vermilion doors of the Chancellor's mansion, along with the walls, were flung open by a powerful kick from Leng Huanian. He stepped through the gaping entrance into the inner courtyard of the Chancellor's residence. "Zhen Huairan, come forth and meet your demise." Leng Huanian's roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the Chancellor's mansion. Before Zhen Huairan could respond, his two sons rushed out in haste. The elder, Zhen Sheng, at the third level of Wang Ling realm, and the younger, Zhen Shi, at the first level of Wang Ling realm, were followed by a throng of servants and a dozen skilled retainers. "You little brat, have you taken leave of your senses to dare intrude upon the Chancellor's abode?" Zhen Sheng, initially filled with trepidation, was relieved upon seeing the youth before him, but alas, this would be his final moment of relief. In a mere instant, Leng Huanian, wielding the scale shadow sword, appeared before Zhen Sheng, who had no time to evade before the blade pierced his heart. Zhen Shi, aghast, exclaimed, You shall die too." Yet, as soon as he uttered the word "you," he met the same fate as his elder brother, following him into the abyss. Chapter 97. The fury of the Empress. What was once a cacophony of voices fell eerily silent. Who could have anticipated that the once arrogant dragon brothers, accustomed to ruling the roost in the capital, would be so swiftly vanquished in their own lair? Among the dozen or so retainers, there were indeed skilled fighters. Yet they were rendered speechless by Leng Huanian's overwhelming presence. They realized it was futile to sacrifice themselves over a mere meal. The Wang Ling realm could not withstand such an onslaught without a moment's notice. "Thief, I shall kill you." The principal figure, Zhen Huairan, had arrived, albeit too late, as his two sons had already succumbed to Leng Huanian's blades. "Wait, Zhen Huairan, sword in hand, halted his advance. Do you not wish to inquire who I am and why I have come to the Chancellor's residence? Who are you? Why do you bear enmity towards my Chancellor's house? Why have you slain my sons? Leng Huanian, blinded by anguish and fury, finally began to heed Leng Huanian's words. The tavern, a cup without wine, is mine. You sent Yu San to oversee my establishment and harass my women. Do you not think I have cause to storm your mansion? Nonsense. Have Yu San clarify this matter to my face? Did I instruct him to cause trouble? Unfortunately, Yu San was already deceased. Words alone are insufficient. Unless we confront this matter directly, I trust him, not you. Leng Huanian raised the scale shadow sword. Leng Huanian, possessing some skill at the third level of the sacred spirit realm, had to take this seriously. What do you intend to do? I am a pillar of the great central. Should you harm me, the emperor will not spare you, nor will the ancestors of the Zhen family forgive you. With a disdainful shout, Leng Huanian vanished from sight. Scale shadow sword technique. Scale shadow sword. Young man, what is your connection to His Majesty? A crisp sound resonated sharply, and Leng Huanian felt as if it echoed directly in his ears. His perception was not mistaken. The scale shadow sword had brushed lightly against his neck like a gentle breeze, strikingly real, yet devoid of any pain. Leng Huanian's large head tumbled to the ground, his eyes wide open, not in disbelief, but rather in indignation. How could it be that a master of the sacred spirit realm, a chancellor of the nation, a figure of authority beneath whom thousands trembled, had not even a chance to resist before this young man? Ancestor. The severed head surprisingly uttered 2 words. The sky darkened, and his eyes slowly closed. What did it matter if he felt aggrieved? This was the world of cultivation, harsh and unforgiving. Boom. The earth trembled once more as a house suddenly exploded, and an elderly man with white beard emerged from the ruins. A powerful aura surged forth, and even the Emperor's spirit realm expert, Leng Huanian, felt the pressure. Has he finally arrived? Leng Huanian mused, recognizing that the old man was the ancestor of the Zhen family. He had not anticipated that Leng Huanian would summon such an ancient being in his final moments. As a fellow Emperor spirit realm cultivator, Leng Huanian sensed that the old man's realm was slightly superior to his own, but he dismissed it entirely. The white-bearded elder seemed to comprehend everything without uttering a word. A golden longsword materialized in his hand, enveloped in an expanding circle of radiant light, growing increasingly bright and yellow. Suddenly, the entire courtyard, the entire chancellor's residence, fell silent. The leaves stilled, and even the breaths of those present seemed to halt. Leng Huanian tightened his grip on the scale shadow sword. Was he truly about to wield that which he had never used before? He had little time for contemplation. Both double concealment and void were fraught with risk. Double concealment might not suffice against this ancient being of the Emperor's spirit realm, and he had never employed the void technique. Leng Huanian resolved to make a bold move. Void. The scale shadow sword instantly siphoned all his spiritual energy, which then erupted from the sword's tip. The sword energy surged forth without delay, colliding with the golden sword's halo, obliterating everything in its path with devastating force. The void technique, a manifestation of myriad forms, brought silence to the heavens and earth, reducing all to nothingness. This sword technique was no deception. The scale shadow sword had found its rightful master, the white-bearded elder, along with the golden sword and the aura it emitted, disintegrated under the might of the void sword strike. As the overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, the elder, initially prepared to flee, found himself ensnared by the sword's formidable pressure. The man, the golden sword, and the halo visibly crumbled before his eyes. In mere moments, the area was rendered void, as if no human or sword had ever existed there. Leng Huanian cast a glance at the scale shadow sword and nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, "A fine sword." It was unclear whether he was praising the scale shadow sword or his own execution of the void technique. Leng Huanian. A sharp voice interrupted his reverie. He looked up to find the Empress Dugu hovering above the Chancellor's residence, having appeared there unbeknownst to him, draped in a black robe adorned with golden dragons. The Empress Dugu slowly descended before cold Huanian, who bore an expression devoid of excitement at their long-awaited reunion. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to dismantle the very heavens of my great Yang? The Empress Dugu struggled to contain her emotions. Initially, she had felt a surge of joy upon sensing cold Huanian's return on his sword, but now, in such a short span, He had already taken countless lives, including the capable commander Yu San, the current chancellor, and the backbone of Great Yang, Leng Huanian, all fallen by his blade. In mere moments, he had created a gaping hole in the very fabric of their realm. Gents, are you aware of their deeds? Cold Huanian's tone remained unruffled, yet within him simmered resentment towards the Empress. I know not what transpired, but regardless, you cannot dismantle my home or annihilate the backbone of Great Yang. Do you wish for me to become a mere figurehead? He repeated his question, Leng Huanian, Yu San. And even the Chun family of the Six Harmonies sent people to the tavern to provoke trouble and insult the two women of the Nangong family. Are you aware of this? Cold Huanian's tone had grown markedly colder, marking the first instance of his blatant disrespect towards the Empress. Cold Huanian, have your wings grown strong enough to speak to me in such a manner? Do not presume that your ascension to the imperial spirit realm places you beyond my reach. The confrontation escalated, and the Empress, now incensed, had never before been so directly challenged. I toil outside for you, striving to carve a path for Great Yang while facing the formidable presence of Cold Moon Empress. And you, at home, neglect even my women. Had I returned a moment later, both of them would have perished. I have bared my soul for you, and this is your response? Cold Huanian slowly raised his hand, lifting the scaled shadow sword. The Empress was taken aback, her face as cold as ice, and in despair, she cried out, Very well, Cold Huanian. Your wings have indeed grown strong enough to dare raise your hand against me. Dugu gents, I am deeply disappointed in you. You are no longer the woman I once cherished. Let us consider that we have never met, and from this day forth, let our ties be severed. With that, Cold Huanian hurled the scaled shadow sword towards the Empress with force. She did not flinch nor evade. The sword embedded itself deeply into the white jade pillar beside her, leaving only the hilt unmoving. Chapter 98. Conquering the Empress. Cold Huanian cast one last lingering glance at Dugu gents before turning and stepping into the air, leaving the Empress in stunned silence. It took her several moments to recover. She grasped the sword's hilt and withdrew it. With a shudder, she followed Cold Huanian's path into the air. As Cold Huanian stepped into Qinglian Garden, the Empress soon followed. What do you intend to do? Engage in battle? Or fight to the death? The choice is yours. Cold Huanian turned to face the Empress, his gaze icy. You have reduced my empire to chaos. And you think you can simply walk away? Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan, upon hearing the commotion, approached with trepidation, their hearts racing at the sight of the Empress. Her demeanor far from amicable. What will you do? Speak plainly. Leng Huanian was still in a state of displeasure. The area was bustling with people, so he suggested finding a secluded spot for a candid conversation. The Empress of the solitary clan, perplexed by her own softened tone, followed him into an unoccupied room, while the aunt and niece, Nangong, wisely kept their distance. Speak your mind. Once you're done, you may leave, he said. His gaze fixed upon the shimmering waters of Qinglian Lake, his voice as cold as ice. Must you insist on addressing me in this manner? The Empress managed to regain her composure first. How should I address you then? Drop to my knees and confess my wrongdoing for taking the life of your subject? Are the two of them truly so dear to you that you would sever ties with me over them? You are mistaken, Donggu gents. They do hold significance in my heart, but the most cherished place has always been reserved for you. Unfortunately, you remain oblivious to this and fail to appreciate it. How can you claim I do not cherish you? Have I not treated you well? I have supported all your endeavors, presented you with the treasured Lin Ying sword of the great Central Empire, taught you the most formidable sword techniques of the Void Spirit, and even offered myself to you. In what way have I faltered? Upon hearing that she was the most important in his heart, the Empress could no longer contain her emotions. Do you understand the concept of loving everything associated with the one you adore? Knowing fully well that they are my women, why would you allow others to bully them? I have fought for you outside, returning just a moment late. I could only watch helplessly as they perished. Do you still believe you are blameless? I apologize. I admit my oversight and negligence. However, I did not instruct anyone to trouble them during my absence from the great Central Empire. The Empress slowly approached Leng Huanian from behind and embraced him tightly. My husband, please forgive me. I do not hold you accountable for their deaths. Can you not absolve me as well? Leng Huanian raised his hand, loosening her grasp, and gradually turned to envelop the Empress in his arms. My husband, what are you doing? A sense of foreboding washed over her, yet she relished being held by her beloved. with an abruptness that contrasted with his previous gentleness. He began to tear away her dragon robe. "Must you treat me this way?" The Empress gazed at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. It was the first time in a millennium that she had wept. Leng Huanian had intended to strip her of her robe, but the gentle whisper of Dugu Jin's reached his ears. His hands faltered, trembling uncontrollably. "You mentioned you were not in the great Central Empire. Where then did you go?" "To the Beast Mountain Range, the endless forest, the Dream Moon Divine Palace, and the frozen river," Dugu Jin articulated slowly, her tears still flowing. With each word she uttered, Leng Huanian's heart trembled, and gradually, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. "You have been following me all along." The two maidens from Qinglian Garden possessed the bloodline of snow foxes. Given the intricate trap set by the Cold Moon Empire, how could I trust you to accompany them alone? You have remained by my side all this time, indeed, guarding her beloved while he exchanges tender affections with others. I have truly witnessed the enchanting allure of beauty, the ethereal grace of honor, the unparalleled elegance of the Demon Queen, the tender affection of the Snow Fox Saintess, and the captivating charm of the Cold Moon Empress. My dear, Leng Huanian has finally grasped what it means to be at a loss for words. He has come to understand that the ones who can inflict the deepest wounds are invariably those whom we love the most. He gently kissed away the tear stains from the solitary Empress, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "My foolish one, why did you not confide in me? Had today, as events not unfolded, would I have remained in ignorance for a lifetime? Husband, sometimes love need not be articulated, yet at other times, it must be expressed. You need only to know that I, Dugu Jin, shall love you eternally, never betraying or harming the one I cherish." The two finally surrendered to a passionate kiss. A stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. "My husband, I thought you no longer wanted me. Your sword was so resolute." The memory of Leng Huanian's gaze at that moment still sends a shiver down Dugu Empress's spine. "Jins, perhaps my anger clouded my judgment. Do not take it to heart. My husband, do you truly regard me as the most important woman in your life? Is this genuine? Of course. Do you truly believe I would deceive you at such a moment? My husband, do you realize that perhaps it was this very statement that drew me back? Otherwise, we might have indeed parted ways. You are truly no longer angry? If you are not angry, then neither shall I be. Very well, let us consider this matter closed. I shall not bring it up again, nor will I allow it to burden my gents. My husband, you have slain the core of the Great Central. Should the Cold Moon Empire attack, what shall I do? They are insignificant, mere pests. Even if the heavens of the Great Central were to crumble, I shall support you. The Cold Moon Empire, along with that cunning fox, is not so easily dealt with. My dear, my journey to the northern realms has indeed yielded some fruits. My husband, what do you mean? I dared not approach too closely, lest I fall prey to that wily fox, Lan Mingyao. The Cold Moon Empress, Lan Mingyao, has acknowledged me as her master. What? The Dugu Empress sat up in astonishment. I sought assistance. I could not manage her alone. Lan Xingxian, how did you know? I saw you descend into the frozen river. I surmised that only her disciple could contend with that cunning fox. However, wasn't she slain by that fox? Her soul extinguished. Theoretically, yes, but Lan Xingxian preserved a fragment of her soul. After 5,000 years beneath the soul-nurturing tree, she has fully restored herself. My husband, have you grown close? Indeed. Through a series of unforeseen circumstances, had she not aided me, I would not only have failed to control the Cold Moon Empress, but I might have been devoured myself. Devoured? Aren't you seeking her out? A dignified empress must also contend with jealousy. Leng Huanian playfully scratched her prominent nose. My husband, do you imply that the Cold Moon Empire is now within your grasp? Almost. I have already mastered the Cold Moon Empress. And the Snow Fox Saintess is also my woman. No wonder my husband appears so confident and unafraid. I am not a hasty individual. When you act recklessly, it is almost inhuman. I thought you were single-handedly attempting to help me usurp the throne of the Great Central Empire. How can that be? When Jinsei is the matriarch of the Cold family. My dear husband, your words bring me immense comfort, for in my heart, the significance of the matriarch of the Cold family surpasses that of my imperial title. It is good that you understand. My wife deserves more than merely being the empress of the ethereal realm. I wish for Jinsei to ascend to the heavenly realm as empress. My husband, are you jesting? Do I appear to be joking? My dear husband, you have startled me today. If you suffer at the hands of the Jun family in the prime minister's residence, whom shall I weep to? Is this part of the reason for your anger? A significant part. Rarely do I act freely. I shall be more cautious in the future, not only for myself, but for you as well. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon, especially in the heavenly realm, which is far different from the ethereal continent. Understood, my husband. Let us refrain from causing each other pain in the future, shall we? Chapter 99, The Empress's Tenderness. Yes, I know you are the one who treats me best, the one who loves me most, and indeed, the one I love most dearly. My husband, am I truly your most beloved? How could there be any doubt? Even my Jean Say lacks confidence. Then tell me, amidst your many women, why do you cherish me the most? Because Jean Say is the most beautiful, both in appearance and temperament, reigning supreme in this ethereal continent, and is indeed the most powerful woman in the realm. Am I truly that remarkable? The Dugu Empress, upon hearing such praise from Leng Huanian, felt her cheeks flush. Today her emotions have swung from high to low, yet upon reflection, that outburst was worth it. For it compelled her beloved to express his innermost thoughts. It is even better than you can imagine. The one I have conquered is the stunning Empress. A feeling beyond description. My husband, you have met the cold moon Empress. Who do you think surpasses the other, her or me? How can one compare? The Blue Dream Empress is indeed exceptional, but ultimately, she will only become my servant. You, however, are the matriarch of the cold family, and your status is incomparable. Giggle. Wouldn't that be a bit too cruel to her? The Dugu Empress's spirits were immediately lifted. What enmity do you harbor against her? You seem rather disapproving of her. Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, unless one is male and the other female. How could there be two empresses in this realm? No wonder. Two fierce tigresses cannot coexist. Oh well. The Dugu Empress truly transformed into a fierce tigress, biting down on Leng Huanian's chest. Have you met her? Leng Huanian gently caressed the Dugu Empress's soft hair. Can you guess? Surely you have encountered her. Otherwise, you would not harbor such profound animosity towards her. It is precisely because you have witnessed her unparalleled excellence in various aspects that you find yourself, perhaps unconsciously, comparing her to your own self. My dear husband, have you developed feelings for her? Not yet, but the future remains uncertain. You are well aware of my vulnerabilities and her strengths. This wily vixen has indeed ensnared your attention. Well then, shouldn't you be eager for me to take her as my bride? In that case, you would be the esteemed matron, and she would be at your beck and call, a delightful prospect that hardly requires elaboration. True enough, my husband. Your vision is indeed broader than mine. As for you, possessing an expansive heart suffices. How vexing. The Empress of Solitude bit down playfully on Leng Huanian's chest once again. Ouch, my dear. You embody the vitality of an 18-year-old despite your millennia of existence. What? Are you mocking my age? Not at all. You are youthful, beautiful, and full of vigor. You've bitten me twice today, and you seem less like yourself and more like a mischievous young lady. My husband. Perhaps it is due to my long life that I have only now begun to unleash that innate femininity, the love I once lacked. I shall remain by Jean Say's side for eternity. My husband, I was mistaken today. From now on, I shall support you unconditionally in all your endeavors. My dear, I never anticipated your swift capitulation. In truth, this only deepens my affection for you. Do you know? When you tossed the scale shadow sword to me today, my heart nearly shattered. It was then I realized how significant you are to me. Do you truly believe I care whom you have slain? Not at all. I only concern myself with your demeanor towards me. I was incensed that you acted without so much as a greeting. My dear, at that moment, they were almost killed, and I was on the verge of exploding, consumed solely with the desire for vengeance on their behalf. You know well that I cannot tolerate anyone bullying my women. They are fortunate to have you, and you are fortunate to have me. My husband, the celestial realm is fraught with uncertainties, perhaps with our current cultivation. Self-preservation will be a challenge. Yet, to reign over this ethereal continent may indeed bring happiness, would it not? It is undoubtedly a splendid place. But the constraints of the laws bind us. The Empyrean spirit realm is the pinnacle, and our lifespans are but a few millennia. I do not wish to become dust after spending mere millennia with you. I long for an eternity together, a life without end. Very well. Regardless of the dangers of the celestial realm, I shall accompany you on your ventures. Indeed, it is not as bleak as it seems. Have you forgotten that I have the Crimson Dragon Empress, the Ice Phoenix, the Moonlit Empress, Lan Qingxian, and Feng Er by my side? I shall bring all the empresses of the ethereal spirit realm to the celestial realm. When we encounter formidable foes, we should be able to protect ourselves. My husband, why only bring the empresses of the spirit realm? Is this even a question? With so many beauties around me, bringing a man would only be a nuisance. Quite right. The world is filled with odious men. Only my husband is fragrant. How perceptive. Leng Huanian gently kissed the forehead of the enigmatic Empress Dugu by she and continued. The Crimson Dragon Empress and the Ice Phoenix are divine beasts that have fallen from the celestial realm to the ethereal spirit continent. Currently, they are constrained by the continent's laws within the imperial spirit realm. Once they return to the celestial realm, they will undoubtedly surprise me greatly. My dear husband, it seems you are naturally adept at winning the hearts of women. Here in the ethereal spirit, I shall shield you, though it has not been long. And you have already grown to such an impressive stature. I can only imagine how many women will vie to protect you upon your arrival in the celestial realm. The mood of the Empress remained relatively stable. My dear, I possess a trump card. I am now the Beast King of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. What? You ventured out for a brief stroll and have already become the Beast King? Indeed. However, no matter how many subordinates the 10,000 Beasts Mountain has, they hardly qualify as a trump card. These little demons certainly do not, but the Demon Queen is a different matter. There's a Demon Queen? Leng Huanian felt a pang in his chest. Today, the Empress Dugu had completely transformed into a submissive pup. She is the Empress of the illusionary demon empire within the celestial realm. The true Empress of the celestial realm? Yes. However, she is currently in her reincarnated form. That is still quite impressive. Her vision and experience are unparalleled. Once she returns to the celestial realm, she will swiftly regain her former self. That should be the case. I must say, your confidence in ascending to the celestial realm is rather remarkable. You do indeed have a trump card. She may be considered a trump card, yet I may not be able to wield this card effectively. You are the Beast King, yet you cannot even claim your own Demon Queen. Let us take our time. After all, she is the Empress of the celestial realm and possesses lofty standards. If she had true discernment, she would recognize your extraordinary nature at a glance. Being with you is not a matter of her lowering herself. It is rather an elevation. My dear, you are overestimating me. I am far from remarkable. How could the Empress of the celestial realm consider me an elevation? My husband, this is a matter of perspective. Just like when you first arrived in the Great Central, our union was seen as me marrying down. Yet now, in merely 2 months, you have grown to my level. In another year or so, I may find myself looking up to you, not to mention when you reach the celestial realm. Your fortune is immense, and your potential is boundless. I fear that in the future, I may not even be worthy to serve you as a maid. Such thoughts are unwarranted, regardless of the present or the future. Whether in the ethereal spirit or the celestial realm, Jinsei will always be the matriarch of the Leng family. Unlike others, I place my emotions above all else. Jinsei will forever remain the most important woman in my life. Chapter 100. Those close to us thank you, my husband. The Empress Dugu pressed her alluring face against Leng Huanian's chest. As dawn broke, the Empress transformed into a devoted wife, assisting her husband in dressing elegantly. When the sun reached its zenith, the two made their way to the pavilion in the lake for breakfast, which had been lavishly prepared by Nangong and her niece. It was the first time the four of them dined together, leading to a slight awkwardness, yet a sense of familiarity began to emerge. After all, they were now family. After finishing her breakfast, the Empress Dugu was eager to return to Weiyang Palace. The situation had escalated significantly, and she needed to manage the aftermath. Though she was late for court, her status as Empress afforded her such privileges, allowing her ministers to await her arrival. As the Empress bid farewell, Leng Huanian strolled by the lakeside with the two ladies. "Are your injuries healing?" he inquired, gently touching the back of Nangong Yufei, unconcerned about her shoulder wound. "It's nothing serious, I assure you," she replied. "And what of Yenner?" "My husband, I am also quite well," came the response. "Then I can rest easy," he said. "My husband, you were truly valiant yesterday," praised Nangong Yufei, with Nangong Yuyan echoing her sentiment, extolling Leng Huanian's virtues. "That was merely a trifling matter. Later, I visited the Prime Minister's residence and dealt with him decisively, even eliminating the ancestor of the Zhun family from the imperial spirit realm." The revelation left the pair of ladies astonished, exchanging glances, as this man continued to surprise them with his audacity. "Since you are both injured, I shall refrain from being overly familiar. Once you have recuperated, I shall return, he stated. Although the two women were reluctant to part, they recognized his words as law. The first destination for Leng Huanian was the Moonshadow Palace. It had been quite some time since the eldest princess, Dugu, had seen him, and knowing her temperament, she must have been quite agitated. However, to his surprise, since their acquaintance, she had been less prone to fits of temper. As he quietly approached the Moonshadow Palace, he unexpectedly encountered the charming maid, Yueha. Upon seeing Leng Huanian, she initially beamed with joy, only to pout and turn her head away, as though she had not noticed his presence. Leng Huanian stepped forward and embraced the lovely maid, who feigned a struggle before nestling comfortably in his arms. What troubles you? Are you unhappy to see me? He asked. You still remember me? After such a long time apart, I thought you might have forgotten about us, she lamented, revealing her disappointment. Leng Huanian could certainly sense her feelings. Since their last kiss, they had indeed been apart for quite a while. As a woman who had entrusted her heart and soul to him, such thoughts were inevitable, especially in a palace where idle musings were the only pastime. It was vital to keep women engaged, lest they concoct troublesome notions. Without further debate, Leng Huanian lowered his head and captured her soft, rosy lips in a kiss, prompting her to purr like a contented kitten. Yet, she was still aware of her station. After a brief moment of affection, she gently pushed him away and pointed towards the princess's chambers. The princess has been waiting for you daily. She missed you so much that she went to the hot spring you built, claiming it carries your essence. She has just bathed and is now resting in her chambers. Then I shall go see her, he replied. Do hurry, Yueha urged, turning him towards the princess's quarters. Princess Hanyue was lost in thought, leaning against the headboard. Upon his arrival, Leng Huanian enveloped her in his embrace, and she, consumed by thoughts of him, felt a rush of surprise that nearly overwhelmed her. However, Princess Hanyue bit down gently on Leng Huanian's shoulder, just enough to sting without breaking the skin. All right, be good, I'm back. With that, Princess Hanyue released her grip and nestled into his embrace. Leng Huanian accompanied her throughout the day until she succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. In the early hours of the following day, Leng Huanian, reluctant to disturb Princess Hanyue's sweet dreams, quietly departed on his own. He made his way to Fengming Courtyard, where he found Dugu Feng lying in bed, plagued by insomnia and restless nights. Upon entering Fengming Courtyard, Leng Huanian held his breath, stealthily advancing into the room. Dugu Feng, perhaps distracted or caught off guard by Leng Huanian's nimbleness, remained blissfully unaware. Feng sister, Leng Huanian called softly as he reached the bedside, startling Dugu Feng into sitting upright in her bed. Husband, so early, what brings you here? What? Feng sister, do you not welcome me? Then I shall take my leave. Leng Huanian feigned turning to depart. Dugu Feng quickly grasped his arm, aware that this might not reflect well on her, as her fair arms were entirely exposed. Yet, she could not concern herself with such matters. If she did not take the initiative, she might never become his woman. Don't go. I won't. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Even the Empress of Cold Moon had to heed his words. Have you entangled yourself with a few more vixens? How did you know? Husband, your allure is undeniable. And with your accommodating nature, you traverse the world, surrounded by beauties. Not so exaggerated. My women, in both appearance and character, are of the highest caliber. Otherwise, how could anyone of lesser quality dare to be called a sister to my Fenger? That is true. Your women are either empresses or princesses, making my own status seem rather insignificant. Status matters little to me. After all, Fenger is the woman who has been closest to me in the Weiyang Palace, having accompanied me through the snowy mountains and perilous times. I shall never forget. Chapter 101. The Dragon's Promise. Husband, you are perfect in every way, except for having a few too many women. Dugu Feng understood that Leng Huanian was no ordinary man and bore no resentment. She merely teased him. This remark was difficult for Leng Huanian to respond to. Hee, husband, you are so exceptional that even the Empress cannot keep you to herself. Indeed. As dawn broke, Leng Huanian kissed Dugu Feng, nestled in his arms. Fenger, take a good rest today. I must return, for I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention. Dugu Feng returned the kiss and continued to sleep, feeling unusually weary. Leng Huanian decided to visit the Qingda Hall, his old abode, but found that the Ice Phoenix, Luo Bing, and Shuer were absent. A pang of guilt washed over him. While assisting the Empress Dugu in her endeavors, he had inadvertently put Luo Bing at risk. He resolved to expedite the development of the sales and logistics network, for he could not rely solely on Luo Bing's labor. In the depths of his heart, Leng Huanian cherished the image of the Ice Phoenix, yet he could only shake his head and return to Qinglian Garden. On his way, he passed by the Wineless Tavern, which had been tidied up, but alas, it remained closed today as both the aunt and niece were recuperating at home. The Empress Dugu announced in the court that the Wineless Tavern was a joint venture between Leng Huanian and the Great Yang Empire. The Prime Minister's residence and the Chun family of Liuhe, driven by personal gain, conspired to undermine the tavern, which amounted to a grievous threat to the foundation of the Great Yang Empire. Their actions were deplorable and the consequences dire. Yet this corruption was swiftly extinguished in its infancy by the loyal minister Leng Huanian. The Prime Minister Zhen Huairan and the 4 brothers of the Qin family were all executed, and their assets were seized by Weiyang Palace. Wuxing Chun and Qian Lixiang would henceforth be managed under the unified administration of the Wineless Tavern. The Empress Dugu spoke passionately from her dragon throne, causing unease among the ministers below. The Prime Minister had been dispatched with hardly a ripple, and it seemed His Majesty bore no intention of holding the assassins accountable. My esteemed ministers, do not dare to challenge my authority, nor attempt to exonerate the Prime Minister's residence or the Qin family of Liuhe. They are the parasites of Great Yang, each deserving of their fate. I offer a friendly reminder to those who may be tempted to provoke Leng Huanian. The ancestral spirit of the Zhen family was slain by him in a mere stroke. If you wish to tempt fate, I shall not stand in your way. The Empress's words sent a chill through the assembly, in their minds. Leng Huanian was as fierce as a tiger. Unbeknownst to him, the Empress Dugu had paved the way for him quite splendidly. After a brief respite, he was ready to reopen the tavern, and the injuries of the 2 women had healed well. Husband, did you not say that you wished to refrain from serving the Empress any longer? Nangang Yuyan, still youthful, had yet to fully grasp the situation. While Nangang Yufei nudged her with her elbow, thinking, "Oh, this foolish child," the Empress Dugu stayed the night at Qinglian Garden. Where is the enmity that lingers between spouses? I was impulsive that day. After all, Jean Sei and I are family. There will be no more misunderstandings. The Wineless Tavern and the Rejuvenation Spring are our own enterprises. And what belongs to Great Yang is also ours, for all the profits must ultimately be converted into spirit stones for ascension. Do we need that many spirit stones? The ambition in Leng Huanian's words left the 2 women speechless. Gathering more than half of the spirit stones in the void spirit continent was a monumental endeavor indeed. As they arrived at the tavern, which was reopening today, the threshold was nearly crushed by the eager crowd. After a few days of closure, the tavern's supply interruption had left the wine enthusiasts yearning. Witnessing the tavern regain its momentum, Leng Huanian bid farewell to the 2 busy proprietresses, intending to seek out the Ice Phoenix, Luo Bing, to express his gratitude. Luo Bing's schedule was fully booked as she traveled to various locales within the void spirit realm. Leng Huanian, at a loss for where to find her, ultimately decided to adopt a patient approach, waiting by the shores of Rejuvenation Lake, where he could also catch a glimpse of the Crimson Dragon Empress. With determination, Leng Huanian set forth on his sword, aiming for the White Dragon Valley and Rejuvenation Lake. His proficiency in flight had greatly improved, allowing him to traverse long distances with ease and maneuver gracefully in close quarters. The Crimson Dragon Empress remained stationed by the banks of the Rejuvenation Lake, the source of the Rejuvenation Spring, a fact that has spread throughout the Void Realm. Numerous brave souls, undeterred by the peril, have ventured into the White Dragon Valley. Seeking the waters of this lake, no fewer than 10 waves of challengers have been ruthlessly annihilated by the merciless Crimson Dragon Empress guarding the lakeside. Sheer, Cold Huanian soared directly to the side of the Crimson Dragon Empress, who, now in her white dragon form, hastily transformed into a human upon his arrival. "My husband." Cold Huanian embraced her, twirling her around a few times before gently setting her down. "You've worked hard. My husband, I felt your breakthrough to the Imperial Spirit Realm. At that time, I was in the Cold Moon Empire. Did you truly sense it from such a distance? Indeed, this is a momentous event in the Void Realm. The heavens displayed signs, and the entire realm sensed it. Sheer, do you still remember our promise?" "Of course, I remember. Once you reach the Imperial Spirit Realm, I am ready to devote myself to you at any time." With that, Cold Huanian lifted Leng Shi into his arms and captured her delicate lips in a tender kiss. Chapter 102, Blood, Fury, and Rampage. My husband, have you made your decision? If you are certain, you must never abandon me in this lifetime. I am resolute. How could I forsake you? Shi-er, you are so enchanting, and your lineage is so noble. I am no fool. My dear, it seems I have acquired the bloodline of the divine dragon. My husband, does that mean your physique and bloodline can ascend infinitely? It appears so. Shi-er, what advantages come with possessing the divine dragon bloodline? Oh, there are many benefits. Your body will become extraordinarily resilient, and your strength will increase significantly. Most importantly, you will gain the power of blood, fury, and rampage. Blood, fury, and rampage? Why, despite being a white dragon, am I referred to as the Crimson Dragon Empress? After you were wounded that day, your fury surged, and your combat prowess skyrocketed. Was it due to that? Indeed, the divine dragon bloodline has varying levels, and the blood, fury, and rampage value is a crucial indicator of its quality. My bloodline is the finest, as my blood, fury, and rampage value is the highest. Shi-er, how can one ignite the blood, fury, and rampage? At any moment, you can ignite your divine dragon bloodline, and your combat power will soar. However, it is only when you face tremendous danger or find yourself in dire circumstances that igniting your bloodline will yield the peak of your blood, fury, and rampage value. Therefore, you must not ignite it recklessly, as there will be a period of weakness following the rampage. Timing is essential. One must wield their strength wisely. I understand. My husband, go and thoroughly refine your divine dragon bloodline. I shall protect you. Agreed. Days later, Cold Huanian reached the 7th tier of the imperial spirit realm. My husband, congratulations. You are nearing the completion of the imperial spirit realm. Yes, once I reach the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm, I shall ascend to the heavenly realm. Perhaps the Ice Phoenix will assist you as well. Speaking of Luo Bing, I haven't seen her in such a long time. I wonder where she has flown off to? My husband, in fact, the Ice Phoenix visited yesterday, but you were deeply engrossed in your cultivation, and we did not dare to disturb you. I have long wished to find her and express my heartfelt gratitude. As the husband returned to the Qing Palace, she might spend the next few days there with little Shuer. I am at a loss to comprehend the fortune that has brought me such remarkable women in this lifetime. It seems predestined. Moreover, my husband is truly extraordinary. In my humble opinion, he shall bestow upon us far more than we could ever offer him. I shan't let you down. Leng Huanian tightly embraced Leng Shi, feeling immensely fortunate to possess such a divine beast from the celestial realm. After bidding farewell to the Crimson Dragon Empress, Leng Huanian resolved to wait patiently at the Qing Palace, knowing that the Ice and Snow Phoenix would eventually return there to rest. Regrettably, as midnight approached, the Ice and Snow Phoenix had yet to arrive. It appeared she would not be coming tonight. Just as Leng Huanian was engulfed in disappointment, the door gently creaked open. He sprang from his resting place, only to find the visitor was not the Ice and Snow Phoenix, but a familiar face, the charming maid Yuhi. Yuhi? My husband. Her voice trembled slightly, yet could not conceal her excitement. What brings you to the Qing Palace at this hour? Leng Huanian inquired, somewhat puzzled. I was feeling bored and unable to sleep, so I decided to wander about, she replied. Do you miss me? Nonsense. If you do not hold me in your heart, why would I bother to think of you? Yuhi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Who says I do not think of you? If you truly cared for me, how could you fail to show me kindness? Her words left Leng Huanian somewhat abashed. He had kissed this charming maid on several occasions, yet how much of his heart could he truly spare for her? You mischievous girl, do you often come here at night? Indeed. If Luo Bing is here for the night, I return to the Moon Shadow Palace. If not, I simply lie in your bed. Even if you do not return, I can still savor the essence of your presence. Foolish girl. Chapter 103. Neglecting duties. Yuhi had elevated her cultivation. Her training time was already scarce, and advancing even one small realm was no easy feat. Were it not for the occasional spirit elixirs bestowed by the princess, she would be struggling even to reach the earth spirit realm, let alone the human spirit realm. My husband. Yuhi was overwhelmed with joy. How could she not be? Today marked the beginning of her true journey as Leng Huanian's woman. With love attained and her cultivation on the rise, the future appeared bright, beyond her wildest expectations. We need not express gratitude among family, she said. Soon, I must attend to the princess as she awakens for breakfast. For today, you should rest well. That won't do. I sneaked out, If the princess discovers my absence, she will be furious. She is a princess, and soon you will be true sisters. You should rest a little longer. I will accompany you back to the Moon Shadow Palace when you wake. My husband, you must tell the princess about all this. Fool, do you wish to continue in secrecy? But I am somewhat afraid. You are the princess's man, and am I not encroaching upon her territory? When the princess is with me, will she not bring you along as well? Thus, there is no need for concern. Everything is well with me. Oh. Yueha pressed her delicate visage against Leng Huanian's chest, closing her eyes to slowly listen to the rhythm of her beloved's heartbeat. Inhaling his essence, a moment she had never dared to imagine in her lifetime. Princess Hanyue, having searched for Yueha for quite some time, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the girl might have been abducted. When Leng Huanian arrived at the Moon Shadow Palace, hand in hand with Yueha, she finally came to her senses and teased Yueha. Yueha, how could you sneak away for a rendezvous with my husband without my knowledge? You truly excel in your role as a maid. Your Highness. Upon hearing the princess's words, Yueha's legs weakened, but fortunately, Leng Huanian supported her waist. Enough, my dear, do not frighten her. My husband, you now favor Yueha as well? Truly, you have forgotten the old for the new. Enough of this old and new nonsense. You both are my women. At this, Yueha straightened her posture a little. The princess merely jested. She undoubtedly intended to keep Yueha by her side. Rather than allowing other women to vie for her affection, it would be prudent to nurture Yueha, especially since she was at least a warming maid. Why not make her a valuable ally in the pursuit of affection? After enjoying lunch at the Moonshadow Palace, Leng Huanian took his leave from the two women, heading towards the Weiyang Palace. He felt unsettled after days of not seeing the Empress. To his relief, the situation was better than anticipated. Empress Dugu was still immersed in her cultivation. My husband, what brings you to think of me today? Have you missed me, my Jinshi? Ah, the 7th level of the imperial spirit realm. Whom have you deceived to achieve such advancement? Guess, is it the Crimson Dragon Empress or the Ice Phoenix? Dugu, with an air of certainty, replied, it is Longxi. Luo Bing has yet to encounter her. My husband, congratulations. You are one step closer to ascending to the heavenly realm. My ascension means your ascension. I shall surely take you all with me. What do you mean? One attains enlightenment and all rise. Not mere fowl. You are all my treasures. Have you planned the future, my husband? Indeed. Once I reach the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm and prepare all the spirit stones, we shall commence. My husband, Empress Dugu, uncharacteristically hesitant, inquired, do you have something to discuss with me? Will you accompany me at Weiyang Palace tonight? Of course. In the coming days, I yearn to remain at Weiyang Palace with my Jinshi, forsaking the morning court entirely. I fear you may grow weary of it. I shall never tire of this splendid palace. Then accompany me to enjoy a hot spring. Your concept for the hot spring is truly a stroke of genius. With that, Leng Huanian boldly swept Empress Dugu into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, allowing him to carry her, while the palace maidens discreetly averted their gazes. My husband, this pool is filled with the revitalizing spring, such precious natural mineral water that even drinking it would be a luxury. Who would have imagined I would use it for a hot spring? The waters of Huichun Lake are inexhaustible, providing an endless supply, which allows my gents to indulge in the finest pleasures. My beloved, have you noticed that I appear more youthful, with skin that is even more tender and smooth? Chapter 104, The Queen's Invitation. Not at all. The response from Leng Huanian left the Empress of the Dugu feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, gents had never shown signs of aging. How could she possibly look younger? As for her skin, it indeed had become more supple, a true rejuvenation. I fear if this continues, she may resemble an infant in her delicate softness. You certainly have a way with words. One day, your sweet talk will drown me. How could that be? I could never bear to lose my wife. Lost in her husband's tender words, I willingly succumb. As Empress, my desires are few. Only my husband is enough for me. I shall forever cherish gents. My beloved, I have reached the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm. Is there still room for improvement? Indeed, Longxi has already ascended to the peak of the imperial spirit realm. I hope that you, among the strongest in the realm, can all reach this pinnacle before ascending to the heavens. This way, we will have an additional means of self-preservation once we arrive in the celestial realm. Then I must diligently retreat into seclusion to cultivate. Very well. Days later, the Empress of the Dugu broke through to the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm. My beloved, after several days of seclusion, the results are remarkable. Indeed, I have also advanced from the 7th to the 8th layer of the imperial spirit realm. My beloved, I have neglected my duties for a few days. Once dawn breaks, I can no longer accompany you. I must attend court today. Understood. I shall return to Qing Lan Garden after dawn. In truth, I find it difficult to part with my beloved. How wonderful it would be if he could stay with me each day. There will be plenty of leisurely days ahead, but for now, our priority is to find a way to ascend to the celestial realm. Indeed, the Empress of the Dugu offered a tender kiss, and at that moment, the love in their hearts reached a new zenith. At dawn, the Empress, as the sovereign of her nation, personally assisted Leng Huanian in dressing like a devoted wife. After sharing breakfast, one headed to court while the other returned to Qing Lan Garden. As they prepared to part, the Empress took out the scaled shadow sword. Leng Huanian felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing that his previous anger had clouded his judgment in a moment of impulse. My beloved, this is a gift for you. Take good care of it, and do not carelessly return it to me in the future. Understood, I shall treasure it. Leng Huanian embraced the Empress tightly, planting a deep kiss upon her fair forehead before departing with a sense of reassurance. Early in the morning, Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan had already finished breakfast and were preparing to head out. The three met at the entrance of Qing Lan Garden. Dear ladies, why the hurried pace? My beloved, we are about to open the tavern for business. This trivial matter can be entrusted to the servants. There is no need for you two proprietresses to personally oversee it. Without being there to supervise, I cannot help but feel uneasy, seeing her beloved's consideration. Nangong Yufei felt a warm current rise within her heart. Wealth is boundless. Although the tavern profits, the sales network of the non-alcoholic beverage industry has already permeated the entire realm of Zuling. As long as the production of the drink keeps pace, we could effortlessly accumulate riches. The revenues from this tavern are but a drop in the ocean compared to the overall sales across the network. The tasks entrusted to us by my husband demand our utmost dedication. In the future, we can be more relaxed, leaving matters to capable associates. Ultimately, making money is trivial. Our primary focus should be on cultivation. Achieving immortality and eternal youth is far more alluring, is it not? My husband, I have changed my mind. As the first woman in Leng Huanian's life, Nangong Yuyan has always expressed her thoughts candidly before him, shunning pretense. Leng Huanian appreciates her straightforwardness. However, he is equally intrigued by the cunning of the vixen beside them. He finds joy in a woman who wholeheartedly loves him while cleverly maneuvering around others. Otherwise, if both were as innocent as Nangong Yuyan, he would worry about them being deceived. Oh, Yuyan, do you have a brilliant idea? I wish for my husband to guide me in my cultivation. Leng Huanian lightly tapped his forehead, realizing the inevitable had come. The girl had awakened. He was delighted. And over the next few days, both Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan showed significant improvement in their realms. However, this blissful period was short-lived. A radiant light flickered from the bracelet left to him by the elf queen, followed by her voice. Leng Huanian, I shall soon attempt to break into the imperial spirit realm, which may pose a life-threatening risk. I wonder if you could bring the soul crystal orchid to me. Leng Huanian is a man of his word. Having promised the elf queen, he would certainly go. The key was that her breathtaking beauty lingered in his memory. After a hurried farewell to the two women, he departed from Qing Lan Garden, soaring through the skies toward the endless forest. She was aware of Leng Huanian's relationship with Leng Huanian and invited her to welcome him. Upon arriving at the endless forest, Leng Huanian was treated as an esteemed guest and directly escorted to the queen's treehouse within the Tree of Life. Gazing at the enchanting figures before him, two exquisite elves, Leng Huanian felt a feast for the eyes. My husband, thank you for coming. Otherwise, Her Majesty would be in grave danger. Leng Huanian affectionately wrapped her arms around Leng Huanian, showing no reservations in front of the elf queen. The queen rolled her eyes, exasperated by such familiarity in her presence. Of course, I cannot ignore the queen's summons. When shall Her Majesty commence her attempt to break into the imperial spirit realm? Tomorrow. For today, let Huanian accompany you well. Your Majesty is too courteous. I shall certainly await your call at dawn. Leng Huanian led Leng Huanian away from her wooden abode, while the queen felt an inexplicable sense of loss. My husband, let me show you my wooden house. Leng Huanian hurried along, her thoughts consumed by her husband. As night fell, the Tree of Life shimmered with brilliance, becoming the most beautiful sight in the endless forest. Yet, the most captivating view in Leng Huanian's eyes was the ethereal elf before him, adorned in nothing but her grace. "My lord, I miss you dearly. Were it not for Her Majesty's summons, you would surely not have come to see me of your own accord. It has only been a few days. The days without you by my side feel as if they span a decade. Ah, your prowess is remarkable, while one day apart feels like a season to me. You perceive it as a decade. I simply long for you. I also miss Wanner." At that moment, as Leng Huanian's words faded, Lin Wanner entwined herself around him like a vine, for she is indeed a spirit of the forest. On that early morning, upon encountering the queen, Leng Huanian noticed the faint darkness beneath her eyes. Thankfully, it was not merely dark circles, but rather a testament to the disturbance you two had caused her throughout the night. "Your Majesty, is everything prepared?" "Yes. I must trouble you. Kind sir, please follow me." The elven queen led Leng Huanian to an immense hollow within the Tree of Life. "Wanner, guard outside for me." "Yes, Your Majesty." As the hollow slowly closed, Leng Huanian could scarcely fathom the vastness concealed within the Tree of Life at this location. The space inside was larger than 2 tree houses combined. This is the aura chamber of the Tree of Life. Every spirit of the elves who reaches the sacred realm comes here to challenge the imperial realm. It is truly wondrous. The spiritual energy here seems abundant. Naturally, the Tree of Life is the heart of the entire endless forest, where spiritual energy is most plentiful. And this hollow is the most bountiful spot within the tree. What shall I do? Simply hold the resurrection crystal orchid near me, and when I find myself in peril, offer me a petal. How exactly should I proceed? At that moment, I may have completely lost consciousness. You must pry open my mouth and place a petal of the resurrection crystal orchid beneath my tongue. I understand. You may rest assured and focus on your breakthrough. I shall be by your side. Leng Huanian settled into a meditative posture beside her, and for some inexplicable reason, the elven queen felt a sudden sense of reassurance. The elven queen held her breath and concentrated, embarking on her quest to ascend to the imperial realm. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The very spot where she sat, at the heart of the Tree of Life's rings, began to illuminate in circles, and the infinite spiritual power of the Tree of Life surged towards the elven queen. Within her, the spiritual energy roiled, threatening to burst forth. Yet curiously, there were no signs that the elven queen was on the verge of breaking through to the imperial realm. Leng Huanian gazed on, utterly mesmerized, unaware of how effortlessly he himself could breach such a realm, oblivious to the extraordinary nature of his own talents. 3 entire hours elapsed, and still, the elven queen had not succeeded in her breakthrough. Her once porcelain skin had turned a shade of crimson, and Leng Huanian surmised she must be enduring immense suffering. Her lustrous silver hair, once gleaming with a metallic sheen, began to fade. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Leng Huanian watched as the elven queen, who had been seated in meditation, began to sway and then toppled to one side. He rushed forward, catching her just in time. Then, he retrieved the jade box from the jade ring and opened it. The soul-returning crystal orchid had matured. Ever since it was carefully placed in the jade box, it had entered a state of dormancy. Leng Huanian plucked a petal, finding it difficult to manage, and thus he cradled the fairy queen in his arms, gently holding her chin. The fairy queen's ruby lips parted slightly, and he placed a petal of the soul-returning crystal orchid beneath her tongue. Indeed, the soul-returning crystal orchid was a miraculous herb, gradually drawing the fairy queen back to reality. In mere moments, she opened her eyes. As she slowly regained consciousness, she realized she was kissing Leng Huanian. Her first kiss had vanished in such an inexplicable manner. Ordinarily, the fairy queen would feel an immense sense of loss. Yet at this moment, she felt none. Leng Huanian was accustomed to kissing with his eyes closed, so he remained unaware when she opened her eyes. As their lips met, the fairy queen also closed her eyes, feigning ignorance. Though it was her first kiss, she found herself enamored with the enchanting sensation. Forgetting her previous failures and the precariousness of life and death, the two kissed for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, they opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing into each other as souls, devoid of any awkwardness. After such a prolonged kiss, it felt as though their emotions intertwined, their souls entwined. "My lord, you have stolen a kiss from me. That was my first kiss. I waited 10,000 years to transform, and after that, 2,000 years more. Yet you took my first kiss in mere moments. Your Majesty, I shall take responsibility. And how will you do that? Will you marry me? I will marry you. At this moment, the fairy queen lay comfortably in Leng Huanian's embrace, feeling a sense of security she had never experienced before. She had never leaned on a man. Yet here she was, enveloped in his warmth. Was this feeling what one would call dependence? Thank you for the soul-returning crystal orchid. Without it, I fear I would no longer exist in this world. This soul-returning crystal orchid originally belonged to your endless forest. I merely stumbled upon it. In this world, treasures belong to the virtuous. Your possession of it signifies your virtue and fortune. The fairy queen's magnanimity further endeared her to Leng Huanian. In truth, I intended to gift you the soul-returning crystal orchid as a return to its rightful owner. Really? Then why didn't you give it to me? The fairy queen inquired curiously. Had I given it to you then, would I still be by your side now? How could that be? Did you indeed? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. You are a sublime blend of a pure angel and an alluring fairy, making it impossible not to feel drawn to you. I thought to keep the soul-returning crystal orchid close, hoping we might meet again one day. Otherwise, that parting would likely be our last. Now I understand. You are quite candid, yet regrettably, my path has reached its end. In the annals of fairy history, there has never been a case of one returning after failing to ascend to the imperial spirit realm. Do not despair. You still have me. You have a solution? Indeed. I may have a way for you to break through to the imperial spirit realm. What is the method? Stay with me. Chapter 106, The Fairy Queen. Are you toying with me? The elven queen's face flushed, realizing that this fellow was becoming increasingly audacious. I am earnest in my intentions. I am certain that I can elevate you to the next tier. Ascending from the pinnacle of the sacred spirit realm to the imperial spirit realm is merely a step away, is it not? However, do you not harbor any feelings for me? You kissed me so fervently earlier. I thought you might have some affection for me. In truth, I do have some feelings. Otherwise, I would have bitten your tongue off long ago. The elven queen acquiesced and nestled her head into Leng Huanian's embrace. Having lived for so long, she had encountered few men, let alone engaged in matters of the heart. Today, she had lost her first kiss to Leng Huanian, and she accepted her fate. Perhaps this lifetime would be devoted to this man. Strangely, she felt no resistance to this acceptance and even harbored a sense of anticipation. The elven queen's attire bore similarities to Leng Huanian's, yet also distinct differences. If Leng Huanian resembled a beautiful green apple, the elven queen was akin to a ripe honey peach. As the two embraced, the elven queen became curious. Leng Huanian was lost in the fragrance of her silvery, shimmering locks, momentarily at a standstill in his actions. What is it? She could not help but inquire. Sheer, you possess a uniquely delightful aroma. It is utterly enchanting. The more I inhale, the more entranced I become. What scent do you perceive? It carries a hint of fruity wood, the fragrance of fresh grass, and the essence of the forest. Do refrain from speaking further. If you continue, I may succumb to your sweet words instead. Sheer, these are my heartfelt sentiments. Everything fell into place, and the elven queen unequivocally became his woman. The elven queen and Leng Huanian remained in the tree hollow for a full 7 days. Despite initially intending to emerge after 3 days, Leng Huanian had diligently kept vigil at the entrance for 7 days and nights. Upon witnessing the elven queen emerge safely, she joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for becoming the most esteemed master of the imperial spirit realm in this ethereal continent. Huanian, you may soon find yourself addressing the queen as sister," Leng Huanian teased, leaving Leng Huanian bewildered. What? What do you mean? Now that Sheer is my woman, and you are also mine, what else could you be but sisters? Leng Huanian stared incredulously at Leng Huanian and then at the elven queen. She was well aware that the elven queen had high standards and was astonished that she had formed a bond with her beloved so quickly. Little did she know, their connection had blossomed less than a day after entering, with days of affection following. Huanian, I owe my advancement to my husband. Without him, I may have never achieved the imperial spirit realm. Of course, Leng Huanian replied without hesitation. It seems you have also benefited from my husband quite a bit. Leng Huanian's cheeks flushed as she glanced at the elven queen, instinctively puffing out her chest. They would soon be sisters, after all. And there was no need for excessive humility. Leng Huanian lingered in the endless forest for 2 more days, sharing his future plans with the 2 elves. Leng Huanian gazed longingly towards the celestial realm, her countenance brimming with hope, and the elven queen, too, shared this yearning. Though her long tenure in power bestowed upon her a more composed demeanor, burdened with numerous responsibilities, it was not prudent for me to linger. Standing upon the expansive branches of the Tree of Life, Leng Huanian ultimately conveyed his intentions to the two elves. Rest assured, my dear husband, should you require assistance from the endless forest in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. What is mine is yours. Having found her sanctuary in love, the elven queen naturally wished to be united with her beloved. Darling, do visit us whenever you can. Leng Huanian stood atop the lofty boughs, gazing into the distance, flanked by the two women, experiencing a sense of dominion over the world. Chapter 107. The disheartened demoness. Since Leng Huanian had ventured into the endless forest, it was only fitting that he make a detour to the neighboring Beast Mountain range. After all, he was the Demon King, and a prolonged absence would be rather inappropriate. Deep within his heart, the greatest motivation for Leng Huanian was the two exquisite beauties of the Demon King's palace. The little demoness was already his woman, and their past intimacy was a natural progression, yet his thoughts were particularly consumed by the enchanting demoness, for upon returning to Weiyang City, if there was any woman he yearned for, it was undoubtedly the demoness. The demoness, the rightful consort of the Demon King, was also the most elusive woman to him. Her beauty was unparalleled and her allure boundless, rendering her the center of attention, even overshadowing the most exquisite of treasures. The status of the demoness was undeniably elevated, leading Leng Huanian to experience a longing for her, akin to a dog attempting to bite a porcupine, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. The Empress of the illusory demon empire in the celestial realm, the quintessential sovereign embodying all virtues, was a woman Leng Huanian aspired to possess but had yet to attain. However, currently, he found himself troubled by two women, the demoness Yao Guang and the cold moon empress, Lan Mingyao. While Leng Huanian could assert himself as the master of the cold moon empress, compelling her to submit, such an act would be beneath him. Winning her heart would prove to be an even greater challenge. As Leng Huanian indulged in these errant thoughts, he had already soared into the skies above the Beast Mountain range. The little demons rejoiced at the return of their Demon King. Though they did not harbor great expectations for his leadership to elevate the Beast Mountain range, they did hope that he might tame the proud and untamed demoness, and that he would bring wine on each visit. For Leng Huanian, providing wine was a trivial matter. However, he humbly acknowledged that his influence was not yet sufficient to subdue the demoness. Upon landing in the square before the Demon King's palace, the little demons gathered around, kneeling, cheering, and shouting in excitement. It would be remiss for Leng Huanian to not produce a few bottles of wine, for to neglect such a gesture would feel unbecoming of a Demon King. With the promise of meat and wine for dinner and a grand banquet awaiting, the little demons scampered off in merriment to prepare. The demoness Yao Guang remained ensconced in her palace. Although Leng Huanian had entrusted her with the oversight of the Beast Mountain range, there was no necessity for her to frequently emerge into the limelight, as such appearances would surely incite a commotion. As the sounds of activity emerged from the square, the Demon Queen leisurely approached the window. Indeed, the figure she anticipated had arrived, now taller and more striking, his once youthful visage now exhibiting a matured elegance, and his presence radiating an impressive aura. Could it be that he was already on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm? The Demon Queen, Yao Guang, observed Leng Huanian in silence, recognizing him as a prodigy, a true marvel of nature. Sensing her gaze, Leng Huanian inadvertently lifted his eyes towards the window of the Demon Queen's chamber, causing an inexplicable flutter within Yao Guang's heart. She discreetly stepped aside, concealing herself behind the curtains. Never before had Yao Guang felt such disquiet. She slowly turned and reclined upon her bed, her thoughts soaring freely. Yet a voice within her whispered that perhaps this extraordinary being before her was the key to her return to the celestial realm and the fulfillment of her vengeance. In truth, Yao Guang had recognized the glimmer of hope in Leng Huanian's eyes the moment they first met. She believed that he may have come for her, and that he would soon seek her out. Indeed, as the Demon Queen suspected, Leng Huanian's primary purpose was to find her, yet to her surprise, he did not seek her out immediately. Instead, he first went to visit the enchanting little demoness, Yao Rao. My husband. The moment Yao Rao laid eyes on Leng Huanian, she could no longer contain her longing. leaping towards him like an octopus, eager to transform her days of separation into a fiery expression of love. The demon queen's chamber was merely adjacent. Initially puzzled by Leng Huanian's restraint in not visiting her, Yao Guang's realization dawned as she overheard the sounds emanating from next door. A sense of unexplainable disappointment washed over her as the night descended, veiling the last glimmers of twilight and extinguishing the inexplicable hope that had lingered within her. The demon queen, foregoing her evening meal, lay quietly on her soft bed, reluctant to rise. For the first time, she felt a sense of defeat. Was it possible that she could not compete, even with a mere young girl? She gently caressed her own face, wondering if perhaps age was catching up with her. Meanwhile, Leng Huanian indulged in a midnight snack. The serving maid, observing his gluttonous demeanor, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Since Leng Huanian ascended to the throne of the Demon King, their lives had improved significantly, free from reprimand. What is so amusing? The mere utterance of Leng Huanian's name caused the nearby maid to tremble, fearing she had committed a grievous error. For a word from a person of power could dictate life and death. "I dare not, my lord," she stammered, yet could not help but smile at the sight of the Demon King's hearty appetite. "Is it truly so funny?" "And no, it's not funny at all." The maid nearly burst into tears from fear. "Calm down, I was merely jesting. Do not be so tense. I need you to deliver the evening meal to the Demon Queen." "So late." "I have already attempted once, but she did not answer the door." "Prepare the food box and bring it here. Once I finish, I shall take it to her." "Yes, I will prepare it at once." The maid felt as though she had narrowly escaped a dire fate and scurried away. After finishing his meal, Leng Huanian received the food box from the maid, who brought it to him with a sense of relief. "Relax, I am no tiger, and I shall not devour you." Leng Huanian smiled, and after speaking, he carried the food box away. "Thank you, Lord Demon King." The little maid behind him gently patted her chest, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. She never anticipated that the Demon King's demeanor would be as gentle as a warm spring breeze or the sun in winter. Leng Huanian arrived at the entrance of the Demon Queen's chamber and knocked on the door, but there was no response. The Demon Queen, lying in bed, heard the knocking yet remained still, assuming it was merely the maid delivering dinner. He continued to knock, the sound echoing intermittently 4 or 5 times, until the Demon Queen, growing impatient, rose, wondering who lacked the sense to discern her mood. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Leng Huanian standing there with a food box in hand. Though she did not invite him in, neither did she dismiss him. She turned and walked inside, and it was only natural for Leng Huanian to follow. "I was having dinner just now when the little maid mentioned that you hadn't eaten, so I took the liberty of bringing you something. Since when have I required your concern?" The Demon Queen was irked at that moment, her tone sharp. Chapter 108. The 3 questions of the soul. You are my Demon Queen. If I do not care for you, whom shall I care for? Do you think I am a mere little demoness, toyed with at your whim? The Demon Queen moved to the window, gazing at the night scenery, while Leng Huanian stood beside her. "The little demoness has long been my woman. My affection for her is only natural. Yet you, my Demon Queen, are quite peculiar." "What is so peculiar about me?" "I am the Demon King. You are the Demon Queen. We are a legitimate pair. Yet, why is it that even to this day, you remain so distant from me? Not to mention sharing a room, even exchanging a few words, is laced with barbs. Were it not for my abundant patience, would you still be alive? What? Do you intend to strike me now that you have reached the imperial spirit realm? Not at all. I am not that kind of person. Although we lack the essence of a marital bond, we bear the title of husband and wife. I shall treat you as my wife, and I will await the day you truly become my wife. Do you believe you are worthy?" "I believe I am worthy. Have you forgotten my true identity? I am the Empress of the illusory demon empire in the heavenly realm. I still consider myself worthy of you. Your confidence surpasses my imagination. Can you not fathom what a heavenly realm Empress truly embodies? Demon Queen, you are exceedingly proud, should you speak in such a manner. I shall find it displeasing. Does your approval matter to me?" The Demon Queen turned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Leng Huanian, eager to gauge the limits of his temper. "Yao Guang, I acknowledge your exquisite beauty and captivating charm. Even after returning, I find myself unable to forget you time and again. I came to the Wan Beast mountain range primarily to see you, yet you seem still lost in your own world. You are Yao Guang, no longer the illusory demon empress. Whether you can return to the heavenly realm is uncertain, and whether you can reclaim the title of illusory demon empress is also unknown. Meanwhile, I am destined to ascend to the heavenly realm. You gamble your uncertainties against my destiny. In my view, that is quite foolish. Perhaps we are destined to become mere strangers, passing each other by throughout our lives. Leng Huanian set down the food box without uttering another word. He held a certain admiration for the enchanting Yao Guang, yet it was solely her beauty he appreciated, not her temperament. A man of principles, Leng Huanian was not in want of women. No matter how extraordinary, he would never seek their affection through pity or pleas. Yao Guang did not anticipate Leng Huanian's abrupt departure. She understood that this parting would make future encounters exceedingly difficult, perhaps sealing their fates as forever disconnected. Wait. A rare flicker of panic crossed Yao Guang's expression. After so many years in this ethereal realm, Leng Huanian was the only lifeline she had felt. As Leng Huanian reached the threshold, he paused but did not turn around, merely stating coldly, "Speak. You are my sole hope in this ethereal realm." "Ha! Yao Guang, I truly find you perplexing." Leng Huanian turned to gaze intently at her, suppressing a laugh. "Why do you say that?" Yao Guang inquired, feigning ignorance. "You once held the title of Empress in the celestial realm, yet now you find yourself in such circumstances, treating me with a lack of respect. I am neither your servant nor your subordinate. What gives you the confidence to speak to me in such a manner? I may choose to assist you, or I may simply disregard you. While I do admire you, that does not grant you the right to be arrogant. You will eventually come to understand the kind of man I am. I do not appreciate women who seek to control me. My apologies. Perhaps my status has conditioned me to speak in such a way. I have seldom engaged with men, and in conversing with you, my demeanor has inadvertently reverted to my previous self. I harbor no malice towards you. On the contrary, I hold you in high regard." Yao Guang did not seem to be feigning. "Your admiration is quite unique. I fear I may not be able to bear it. I am sincere." "Sincerity? Then show me your earnest intent." Leng Huanian smiled at the breathtaking figure before him. "Intent? What sort of intent do you seek?" Yao Guang felt an ominous foreboding. "Your words have wounded me. Thus, you must do something to soothe my injured spirit." "Do something? How does a woman please a man who admires her? Must I teach you?" Yao Guang was suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness, akin to that which one feels when betrayed and perished in the celestial realm. "Your fate lies within your grasp, or perhaps within mine. You could have graciously sought my help, and I would have been delighted to assist you, for you are my enchanting empress. Regardless, you have squandered a golden opportunity and successfully provoked my ire. Leng Huanian, do you truly intend to take advantage of my plight? Forget it. Let it be as if I never spoke. Today, I shall depart from the Beast Mountain range, and perhaps I shall never set foot here again. I will take the little demoness with me. Do you believe I will miss this Beast Mountain range? It is merely a landscape I have traversed in my life. Much like you." Leng Huanian ceased his words, turning once more to depart, only to have the enchanting empress grasp his wrist with her delicate hand. He swiftly cradled her in his embrace, capturing her tender lips in a passionate kiss. The empress trembled, taken aback by the fact that, after 2 lifetimes, this man had stolen her first kiss in an instant, leaving her no time to respond. If the previous indirect kiss was not deemed a true kiss, then this one was undeniably genuine. "How dare you kiss me without my consent? This is my first kiss. Do you realize that?" she exclaimed. "And how was I to know? Is it not a delight to receive my first kiss? Do you wish to seek another?" Leng Huanian's soul posed 3 inquiries, to which the empress could not provide a single answer. He pressed his cheek against her beautiful face and whispered softly in her ear, "From this moment forth, you shall be my woman. Where I go, you shall follow. I am destined to ascend to the heavenly realm, and I shall bring you with me. Together, we will avenge your grievances, and I will assist you in reclaiming the title of the illusory demon empress. Are you not afraid that I, as the illusory demon empress, will seek vengeance upon you?" "Vengeance? Yao Guang, do you truly believe that reclaiming the title of the illusory demon empress is merely an act of revenge against your husband? How long do you intend to let me down? My mind is a bit muddled. Your embrace and kisses are experiences I have never known. At this moment, I am uncertain of how to proceed. Alas, after so many years as an empress, having never tasted the sweetness of love or the pleasure of intimacy, Yao Guang, allow me to teach you how to be a joyous woman." Chapter 109. A tapestry of beauty. "Do you wish to forcefully claim my body?" The empress retreated a couple of steps, but Leng Huanian advanced towards her. Resigned, she closed her eyes, remaining still, only to feel a gentle kiss upon her lips. He again enveloped her in his arms, merely holding her close. As the Empress slowly opened her eyes, she found that Leng Huanian had not taken advantage of her as she had feared. Instead, he simply held her, gently patting her back. "Silly girl, even an Empress of the heavenly realm can be startled. I was merely teasing you. I would never harm you." The Empress felt her eyes moisten, perceiving Leng Huanian as both a devil and, at times, an angel. "Yao Guang, be my woman. I have deep feelings for you. Even if I were to leave just now, I would return, for you are here." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down her face more abundantly than ever before. This was the first time in a millennium that she had wept, and she could not comprehend why. It was neither anger nor mere sentiment. As the reincarnation of the heavenly realm's Empress, she felt utterly ensnared by Leng Huanian. He lifted her exquisite face in his hands, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb. In her heart, she finally understood why so many women had succumbed before Leng Huanian, a man so handsome, possessing grace, capability, and intelligence. Once he sets his sights on someone, who could truly escape his grasp? Leng Huanian, do you sincerely wish to forge a bond with me? Do you genuinely desire to treat me well? Certainly, my intentions are unequivocal, and I possess a rather strong sense of possessiveness. It is akin to the moment we shared a kiss. From that point onward, you are solely my woman. Once you embrace this role, I shall never abandon you." The queen fell silent, resting her chin upon Leng Huanian's shoulder, her mind a tumultuous whirlpool of thoughts. "Yao Guang, why do you not speak? I cannot contend with you. You, the illustrious Empress of the celestial realm, reigning over the entire illusory demon empire. How could you possibly be outmatched by me? You are the nemesis of women. It seems every word you utter penetrates the depths of my heart. Engaging in conversation with you feels akin to cheating. I can never prevail. How did you ascend to the position of Empress in the celestial realm? During my rule, none dared to defy me, unlike your brazen demeanor. In those days, I wielded life and death, extinguishing those who displeased me and annihilating their entire lineage. Now, I am no longer the Empress of the celestial realm, reduced to a lamb at the mercy of others. Do not speak so pitifully, Yao Guang. I suspect you possess at least the cultivation of the Emperor's spirit realm. What use is the Emperor's spirit realm? Do you comprehend my standing in the celestial realm? A glimmer of vitality returned to the queen's eyes. Yao Guang, I am utterly ignorant of the celestial realm. Bringing you there would also be of immense benefit to me. You are not merely my subordinate, but my woman and my treasure. Leng Huanian, I suspect your women have all been ensnared by your silver tongue. Perhaps, but each of my women willingly fell into my embrace. Soon, you shall share this sentiment. Leng Huanian declared with pride. Have they truly been deceived by you? Silly girl, I am but modest. You genuinely believe I have tricked them? Not a single one was deceived. They all enthusiastically overwhelmed me. And yet, I have not seen you resist. Or perhaps you revel in it. As Leng Huanian observed the queen's transformation from an empress to a more youthful demeanor, he found himself increasingly charmed. And he could not suppress a laugh. Do you still have the heart to laugh? Yao Guang, today, having you by my side brings me joy beyond measure. My thoughts are entirely consumed by you. Indeed, my emotions have fluctuated greatly today. I have promised you, yet I cannot discern whether it is fortuitous or unfortunate. Yao Guang, during my absence, did you ever think of me? The queen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Why must this matter be pondered? I am contemplating whether or not to voice it. Alas, you, a celestial being, would surely feel a sense of loss in being with me. After all, one ought to seek a match befitting their status, perhaps returning to the celestial realm to find a sovereign of a kingdom. A match befitting status? If that were the case, why would I remain single for so long in the illusory demon empire? Yao Guang, you cannot truly have feelings for me. Why not? In truth, you are far more remarkable than I imagined. Though that may be so, I sense you are not wholly enthusiastic. If you find this burdensome, I shall not pressure you. Despite my affection for you, I am willing to wait. I do not demand that you become wholly mine at once. I have no reluctance. In truth, I simply never contemplated seeking a man as my support. This is quite normal, after all, having grown accustomed to being an empress and exuding strength. Yet, in both my lifetimes, I have remained solitary. Do you not feel lonely in the stillness of midnight? I had never experienced such sentiments before, as I could handle everything on my own. However, this time, I find myself utterly powerless. I do not know when I might return to the celestial realm. I shall assist you. Perhaps you are a delightful surprise bestowed upon me by the heavens." The enchanting Empress unexpectedly offered a tender kiss. "You have transformed into someone I hardly recognize." Leng Huanian savored the taste of their kiss. It was indeed the Empress's first initiative to kiss him. "I have come to terms with it. From now on, you shall be my demon king, my husband. Shall we consummate our union tonight?" Leng Huanian merely jested. "Everything shall be arranged by my husband." "Very well. It was merely a jest. I understand you are not yet prepared, and we have not reached that stage. I would never impose any sense of obligation upon you, for you are unlike anyone else." "Unlike anyone else? Am I not different from your other women?" "You may say so, for in my heart, you are the epitome of perfection, and I am prepared for the possibility of never possessing you. You do not appear to be a man who would easily concede. Being targeted by you feels akin to a lamb being pursued by a wolf. Yaoguang, you understand me even better than I understand myself. What of it? Regrettably, after my reincarnation, I have retained but a fraction of my former skills. With my realm stagnating at the first level of the Emperor's spirit realm, far from my peak. Empress, what is the pinnacle of your power? The celestial god realm. Is that the classification of realms in the celestial realm? What level does it encompass? Leng Huanian's face radiated with anticipation for the unknown. It is difficult to articulate. Suffice it to say, above the celestial god realm lies only the Emperor god realm, the highest of all realms. The celestial god realm surpasses your Emperor spirit realm by a full 8 major tiers. Are you suggesting that the void spirit continent is divided into 9 spirit realms, while the celestial realm is divided into 9 god realms? My husband, you have summarized it quite accurately. Truly, the journey ahead is long and arduous, my dear wife. I still have much to accomplish. Who is your wife? The Empress shot Leng Huanian a sidelong glance, laced with an indescribable allure, rendering him momentarily speechless. What can one do? An exquisite beauty, every smile and frown is a sight to behold. Chapter 110, The Goddess of Destiny. Foolish one, you are nothing but a lecher. Women are peculiar creatures, and the Empress is no exception. In the past, if anyone had gazed at her in a lovesick manner, she would have felt disdain. Yet, witnessing Leng Huanian's infatuation brings her nothing but satisfaction and sweetness. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman. Moreover, my wife is no ordinary beauty, but the most stunning person in the world. I regard my wife as one would admire a flawless work of art. You would do well to keep those words from reaching your other women. The corners of the demonist's mouth curved into a delicate arc. No woman could resist the allure of praise from a man she admires. All my women are exquisite, yet Yao Guang undeniably stands as one of the 2 most beautiful. Who is the other? The demonist's curiosity was instantly piqued. I shall not reveal just yet. You will understand once you meet her. My dear husband, are you subtly encouraging me to meet them sooner? Not at all. According to my plans, I will only gather you all together once I ascend, and then we shall journey to the celestial realm together. How will you manage to take us along? Truthfully, I have yet to devise a concrete plan, but I am certain a solution will present itself. The demonist's remarks left Leng Huanian in a quandary. He had always professed his desire to ascend alongside his beloved women, yet he remained uncertain about how to accomplish this. This is not merely a stroke of luck. I acknowledge your fortunate disposition, which often transforms misfortune into fortune. However, the matter of ascension necessitates careful preparation. Otherwise, we all risk peril. My dear, when it comes to experience, you undoubtedly surpass me. Do you have any sage advice? If you were to ascend alone, that would be one thing. But if you intend to bring us along, you must find a way to carry us with you. Indeed, how can I manage to have you all by my side? I can conceive of 2 methods. One involves utilizing a rare treasure capable of accommodating living beings. A treasure that possesses space and can harbor individuals? Yes, yet such items are exceedingly rare. What is the second method? After reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor's spirit realm, you could establish a personal miniature world. A miniature world? What do you mean? Leng Huanian was utterly bewildered. It entails creating a world within your body, a realm that can be infinitely vast, even surpassing the void spirit continent. It would encompass mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and celestial bodies. Your loved ones could reside within, and time would pose no issue, regardless of how long they lived there. Such a wondrous concept exists. Leng Huanian's face shone with anticipation. Only through extraordinary fortune can one unlock the potential to create a miniature world within oneself. Those capable of such feats are exceedingly rare. Even among the formidable beings of the celestial realm, few can achieve this. I have reached the divine realm, just below the Emperor God, yet I have barely grazed the threshold of a miniature world. Alas, does that imply I am devoid of opportunity? Especially here in the void spirit continent? Not necessarily, my dear husband. I have great faith in you. Leng Huanian offered the demoness a feeble smile. My dear, I had believed that only I could charm you with sweet words, yet it seems you possess the same ability to uplift my spirits. He embraced the demoness. Casting aside thoughts of grand fortune, with such a stunning woman in his arms, other concerns faded into oblivion. My dear husband, although I am the illusion demon Empress, I also bear another title. Would you like to know what it is? What? The goddess of heavenly secrets. Beautiful. What does it mean? It signifies the ability to pierce through the heavens. The technique I practice is known as the heavenly secrets art. Can you guess why my demeanor towards you differs from that of others? You can foresee the future, not predict. Rather, it is a glimpse into the past. However, I must start anew, and I am still far from where I should be, yet most of my memories from my previous life remain intact. How is it possible to retain memories from a past existence after reincarnation? It is indeed due to the art of celestial secrets. In fact, I foresaw my own fate and yours long before in the illusory demon empire. What? You could see that I was destined to be your future husband even then. Precisely. Thus, when I first encountered you, I held no ill will. On the contrary, I was quite intrigued. Yet, at times your words can be rather irksome, much like today, which left me feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, you took so long to return, and I had come to regard you as my subconscious partner. While you frolicked with other women under the moonlight, I am the goddess of celestial secrets, the empress of illusory demons. Do you comprehend the turmoil and resistance within my heart? Well, I genuinely harbor affection for you, a sincere kind of love. Do you share my feelings? Or is it merely my physical form that entices you? What is the difference? The most beautiful love is one where body and soul intertwine. And the culmination of love is possession. Cold Huanian could not resist kissing the alluring lips of the demon empress, who exuded a captivating fragrance. And the two became enraptured for an extended period. When they regained their senses, the demon empress suggested a new path for Cold Huanian. You should venture to the kingdom of Xi'an. It may become your fateful land. Indeed, my lord, you agreed without even asking. You are my wife and cannot harm me. You were once the goddess of celestial secrets. Though you may now be in decline, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. I do not believe you would betray me, would you? Very well, there may be your opportunities there. Go forth. Then I shall leave the mountain of 10,000 beasts in your capable hands, though it may prove arduous for you. Who said I am merely the demon empress? Such matters are trifling. I can govern the entire illusory demon empire. Managing this small mountain of 10,000 beasts is no challenge. Then I shall take my leave. Cold Huanian once again embraced the demon empress, for apart from Jinsei, she was the sole object of his infatuation. There was no denying her extraordinary beauty. May you have a smooth journey, my lord, and may fortune smile upon you. Even before departing, he found himself missing his wife already. I never imagined you would be so attached to me. If this continues, you will be unable to let me go. My dear, if I were to leave, would you think of me? What do you think? Love is mutual. There is a connection between us. After their final kiss, Cold Huanian resolutely bid farewell. The Ling sword carried him high into the sky, and for the first time, he journeyed without a specific destination in mind. The kingdom of Xi'an lies to the southwest of the ethereal spirit continent. To reach it, he must traverse back south from the mountain of 10,000 beasts, passing directly over the Grand Central Empire. Cold Huanian made no prolonged stops and flew straight towards the kingdom of Xi'an. He pondered that it would be inappropriate to directly enter the royal palace of Xi'an, as he had no strong ties with Wang Yan Reigong and was in a competitive relationship with the two princes. The little princess, Yin Yin Yi, was undoubtedly stunning, and while it would be delightful to meet her, he had no knowledge of her residence, making it rather inconvenient. Cold Huanian pondered deeply, ultimately deciding that the most suitable candidate was none other than Lord Honglu Lesang. The old man was exceptionally talented and held a high regard for his own abilities. With this thought in mind, Cold Huanian made his way to the Honglu Temple. However, as he journeyed, he noticed that the pedestrians were hurried and anxious, suggesting that the entire city of Xi'an was engulfed in a state of panic. Chapter 111. The Princess in Peril to Cold Huanian's Surprise. No one seemed to mind his flying sword as he traversed the royal city. The defenses appeared alarmingly lax. Upon landing at the entrance of Honglu Temple and exchanging a few words with the guards on duty, he learned that he was an old friend of Lord Honglu, prompting the guards to rush in to report his arrival. Moments later, Lord Honglu Leshang emerged, hastily donning a single shoe to greet Cold Huanian. "Young friend, we have awaited you with great anticipation. At last, you have found the time to visit us in Xi'an," Leshang exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as he was thoroughly impressed by Cold Huanian's talents. "Lord Honglu, I noticed the citizens within the city appeared anxious. What has transpired?" Cold Huanian's inquiry jolted Leshang, who then spoke slowly. "Xi'an is currently facing a grave calamity." "What has happened?" Cold Huanian pressed. "The gates of hell have been thrown wide open, and foreign creatures are invading." Worry clouded Leshang's eyes, overshadowing his initial enthusiasm upon seeing Cold Huanian. Cold Huanian was taken aback by this revelation and urged, "Could you elaborate?" "Lord Honglu, 3 days ago, a massive fissure appeared in the southwestern corner of Xi'an, exuding swirling black mist from which monstrous beings emerged, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. What manner of monsters are these, and what is their destructive capability? Can Xi'an withstand such an onslaught?" "These creatures are unlike any known to the realm of void spirit. They are elemental beings of astonishing destructive power and remarkable vitality. The kingdom of Xi'an, indeed the entire continent of void spirit, stands at the brink of annihilation. Are there no measures in place to combat such horrific entities? Does King Xi'an possess a strategy? It is daunting." Upon receiving news of the disaster, our king immediately went to the fissure to confront the enemy himself. Currently, 200,000 of our 300,000-strong army have mobilized to the battlefield, and today, both princes have also rushed to the front lines. What is the situation like? It is not optimistic. These demons are exceedingly difficult to slay. The critical issue lies in the fact that they continue to pour forth from the fissure, and no one knows how many more monsters remain within. This indeed poses a significant dilemma. Cold Huanian felt the weight of the situation. Alas, this is no longer merely a problem. It is a disaster. Leshang sighed heavily, his eyes filled with concern. Is there any possibility of seeking aid from other nations? The kingdom of Xi'an has dispatched over 100 messengers to the great Yinyang Empire, the Cold Moon Empire, and all the kingdoms of the Void Spirit. Lord Honglu, I had hoped to engage in further discussion with you, but regrettably, I must hasten to the front lines to assess the situation. The fate of the continent hangs in the balance. Be cautious, my young friend. Proceed with prudence. Leshang, unable to discern Cold Huanian's true capabilities, could only urge him to be careful. With a hasty farewell to Leshang, Cold Huanian departed from Honglu Temple and soared towards the southwestern tip of the kingdom of Xi'an. Not long after departing from the city of Xi'an, a multitude of people were seen fleeing northward, which was hardly surprising given the monstrous presence emerging from the southwestern corner. Leng Huanian found himself moving against the current, soaring through the air, yet imbued with a sense of tragic valor. After approximately half an hour of flight, he observed creatures rampaging upon the earth, taking lives indiscriminately, prompting him to gradually lower his altitude. These monsters towered at about 10 feet, shrouded in dark mist, their bodies a deep green hue. Their limbs and features bore a semblance to humans, yet they were undeniably not of human origin, and certainly not denizens of the spirit realm. A dozen soldiers were engaged in combat with these beasts, retreating as they fought. Occasionally, their swords clashed against the monsters, but to no avail. Each strike elicited a deafening roar from the creatures, only fueling their ferocity. They would either impale the soldiers with a single hand or rend them apart with both, leaving no corpse intact, each death a gruesome spectacle. Within moments, only 6 soldiers remained, the rest scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Despite their towering stature, the monsters moved swiftly, beginning to hunt them down one by one. Descending to the ground, Leng Huanian unleashed 3 bursts of sword energy from his Ling sword, piercing the creature's form. One shot struck its heart, yet the monster remained unyielding, roaring as it lunged toward him. With the Ling sword in hand, he elegantly twirled it, transforming the flourish into a sweeping arc of sword energy aimed at the creature's neck. With a resounding thud, the monster's head was severed, its lifeless body crashing to the ground. Understanding the futility of conventional attacks against such relentless foes, Leng Huanian pressed forward on his sword, disregarding the increasing number of monsters below, overwhelmed by their sheer volume. The soldiers were already in disarray, and it was hardly prudent to concern himself with the common folk. In a secluded valley, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded, as 6 monsters besieged 2 individuals, specifically 2 women. One was a skilled fighter, exuding confidence and grace, while the other was as delicate as a porcelain doll, exuding an air of innocence. Leng Huanian would surely recognize them. The 2 were none other than Princess Yan Yan of Xiyan and her devoted guard, Yan Liang. The princess skillfully maneuvered her hands, unleashing flames to repel the encroaching beasts, while Yan Liang wielded her sword with such finesse that it seemed impervious to any attack. Together, they held their ground against the onslaught of 6 monsters, with Yan Liang, a master of the sacred spirit realm, capable of handling several foes. However, the monsters' formidable resilience, fearless of death and pain, rendered their efforts increasingly futile. More alarming still, the injured creatures let out a series of howls, drawing even more monsters from the vicinity. Gradually, the number of beasts surrounding the 2 women swelled, and although Yan Liang was a skilled warrior, her need to protect the princess divided her focus. Despite numerous strikes against the monsters, none fell, and she struggled to discover the key to vanquishing them. The young princess Yan Yan cannot be deemed a burden. Her talent in the celestial spirit realm at such a tender age is indeed remarkable. Her scarlet flame palm possesses considerable power. Yet the escalating situation threatens to exhaust both women completely. The monstrous entities surrounding them have exceeded 30 in number, and Yan Liang is nearing her own limit, gradually finding herself unable to attend to the princess's needs. The utilization of the scarlet flame palm is immensely draining on her spiritual energy, to the point where she can no longer conjure even a flicker of flame. Presently, even if Yan Liang wished to distract the monsters to afford the princess a chance to escape, it would be futile, as they have been surrounded by the creatures. Princess, Yan Liang is to blame for placing you in this dire predicament, she lamented. I do not hold you accountable, Yan Liang. Had I not been so willful in seeking my father and brother at the abyssal rift, we would not have encountered this horde of monsters. Ultimately, it is I who have burdened you. Yan Liang, having served as the princess's guardian since childhood, could never abandon her. Very well, Yan Liang, before we meet our end, slay but one beast for me, and I shall not believe they cannot be vanquished. Regrettably, even after Yan Liang pierced the hearts and throats of 3 monsters, they remained vibrantly alive. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped both women, realizing that even death would come with lingering regrets. In Chapter 112, the princess bites, Yan Liang, relying on her mastery of the sacred spirit realm, continued to resist with unwavering tenacity, hoping to prolong the princess's life for as long as possible. Just as Yan Liang was on the verge of exhaustion and the 2 women faced imminent dismemberment by the monsters, Leng Huanian descended from above. Upon witnessing the onslaught against the 2 women, he marveled at their resilience in withstanding such a multitude. As he advanced, he could easily dispatch any single monster. Yet these 2 women exhibited remarkable strength, albeit clearly nearing their breaking point. Without hesitation, he landed beside them. The princess, having relinquished her will to fight and prepared to meet her fate, was taken aback when a figure descended from the heavens. With swift precision, he unsheathed his sword, and in mere moments, he severed 8 heads, leaving 8 corpses sprawled around them like a small mountain, momentarily halting the advance of the surrounding monsters. The princess and Yan Liang stared in astonishment at this celestial savior, a sense of familiarity washing over them. Leng Huanian. The princess finally recalled the name of the handsome man before her. Yan Princess, do you remember me? His inquiry brought the princess to a heightened state of excitement, nearly causing her to faint from the thrill. Leng Huanian, having once inspired her with his remarkable intellect, had become something of a role model to her. Of course I remember. How could I forget someone as pure and lovely as you? And your guardian, Yan Liang, is etched in my memory as well. Mr. Leng, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Yan Liang beamed at him, her heart fluttering at the sight of such a talented young man. Yet, being merely a guardian, she felt unworthy of harboring any thoughts towards this extraordinary individual. The art of conversation reveals that the bodies of 8 monstrous creatures have been cleared away by their companions. Yet another wave of attacks is imminent. Sever their necks, and a single strike shall suffice. I am grateful for your reminder, noble sir. No wonder we have been unable to vanquish these beasts. Yin Liang once again nodded appreciatively towards Leng Huanian. Even the exhausted young princess seemed to regain her vitality. You are weary. Take a moment to rest. Allow me to handle these brutes, Leng Huanian proclaimed, gripping the scale blade and preparing to engage the encroaching monsters. It was clear that mere stabbing would prove ineffective. Only by decapitating these creatures would he achieve results. Like a wolf among sheep, he dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables, severed heads rolling across the ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of monsters lay beheaded, leaving the young princess and Yin Liang in stunned silence. What extraordinary prowess! Leng Huanian, is that truly you, the little eunuch? The princess's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her reverence for him had deepened profoundly. I am indeed Leng Huanian, though I am no eunuch. Is that so? The princess's eyes gleamed even brighter. Then how is it that you reside within the Grand Central Palace? Because Empress Dugu is my wife. Ah! Both the princess and Yin Liang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Leng Huanian, what realm do you currently inhabit? Yin Liang and I struggle against these monsters. Yet you dispatch them with such ease. Yin Liang is still in the Holy Spirit realm. What realm do you believe I am in? Could it be that you have attained the Imperial Spirit realm? Just as you surmise. The princess was somewhat incredulous, but found herself unable to dismiss the notion. How is it that you are in our Western Flame Kingdom? Our dispatched emissaries could not possibly relay the news so swiftly. I happened to come to the Western Flame to visit you. I encountered Lu Shang at the Honglu Temple, and he informed me of the monster rampage. I thought to investigate the Hell's Rift, as it concerns the safety of the entire spirit realm. By the way, how did you and Yin Liang end up here? I sneaked out. My father and brother are fighting on the front lines, and I could hardly remain in the palace. I never expected to encounter monsters upon my exit. Had I not found you, my life would have ended here today. What a remarkable coincidence. What are your plans now? Perhaps it would be best to return to the palace. After all, you are of noble birth, and the path ahead is perilous. I had intended to return. But now that you are by my side, what is there to fear? I shall follow you. I feel safe. The young princess stepped forward, clutching Leng Huanian's sleeve, as if afraid he might abandon her. Yin Liang, perhaps you should persuade the princess to return. I would not dare. Wherever the princess goes, I shall accompany her. You are quite loyal indeed. Very well, you may follow me, but do not lose sight of me. You have witnessed the power of these monsters. The princess beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Leng Huanian's. Now, we shall not become separated. Leng Huanian cast a sidelong glance at her porcelain doll-like exquisite visage, which, originally as white as fine china, now bore a delicate blush. He tossed the scaled shadow sword into the air and, with the 2 ladies accompanying him, stepped onto the sword. Is this the scaled shadow sword bestowed upon you by the Empress Dugu? Indeed, she is truly kind to you. This sword is the foremost weapon of the Void Spirit, a national treasure of the great Central Empire. Yes, it is said that young Master Long, the Dugu Empress, conquered this vast realm with the aid of this very sword. Yin Liang, speaking of the Dugu Empress, was filled with profound admiration. Among the countless female cultivators in the world, 9 out of 10 idolized her. Ahem, Jean Sei is my wife, so her kindness is only natural. Young Master Long, during the last poetry gathering, your realm was rather modest. How have you ascended to the Imperial Spirit realm so swiftly? Today, Yin Liang was utterly astonished by Leng Huanian's transformation. Perhaps it was a matter of innate talent, or perhaps it was that Leng Huanian's elevation in realm was astonishingly rapid, almost akin to flight. Do you have many women? The little princess, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a wave of despondency, pouting her lips. Leng Huanian found himself at a loss for words. How was he to respond? By your expression, I must have guessed correctly, humph. Princess, I am not your possession. Why do you concern yourself with my private life? The little princess was incensed by his retort, biting her silver teeth together, producing a soft, clinking sound. What? Do you wish to bite me? Before Leng Huanian could finish his sentence, the little princess truly raised her arm and, through his sleeve, bit into his forearm. Chapter 113. Marry me. Not only was Leng Huanian taken aback, but even Yin Liang beside him gaped in astonishment. Was this truly the little princess he had known for so many years? He had never witnessed such an uncharacteristic display from her. The little princess, momentarily overtaken by envy and jealousy, had acted in a manner most inexplicable. Now coming to her senses, she gently released her bite, glancing at Leng Huanian, who was staring at her in disbelief. Her jade-like face flushed, and she turned her head away. Leng Huanian pulled up his sleeve, revealing that the little princess had shown restraint. There were only neat bite marks left behind. He playfully held the bite marks up to her and teased, "Princess, are you a dog? How could you enjoy biting people?" Smack. The little princess then bit into Leng Huanian's arm once more, albeit still gently. He gazed quietly at the porcelain doll before him, and she released her grip again. Feeling as if she had lost her senses today, just the sight of this vexatious fellow made her want to bite him twice. Another circle of bite marks appeared, and Leng Huanian brought the marks to his nose, frowning as he remarked, "Princess, did you forget to brush your teeth? Why does your saliva smell so foul? You're the one who doesn't brush your teeth. You're the one who smells." The little princess lifted Leng Huanian's arm, bringing it to the bite marks to sniff, and was instantly taken aback. It truly did have a foul odor. The little princess's expression grew increasingly vivid. Her cheeks flushed with color. She approached the edge of the scale shadow sword and suddenly leaped, yearning for escape from a moment that marked the most humiliating and darkest hour of her 16 years of life. Cold Huanian, quick-witted and swift, seized her and pulled her back. "You might as well let me die," the little princess lamented, struggling futilely, her spirit already devoid of hope. In that instant, the pride and dignity of the princess crumbled to dust. "Very well, my princess, this matter does not concern you," he replied. "What do you mean?" The little princess looked up, a flicker of curiosity igniting in her eyes. Every individual's saliva, upon contact with skin, emits an unpleasant odor due to the presence of salivary amylase, a protein that oxidizes and becomes foul when exposed to air. "Cold Huanian, you scoundrel!" The little princess lunged at him, raising her delicate fists and pounding against his chest. Cold Huanian gazed at the mischievous and adorable porcelain doll before him, unable to resist pulling her into his embrace. The little princess was momentarily stunned, and even Yinliang looked on in astonishment. After a few breaths, the little princess finally regained her senses and exclaimed, "You deceitful rogue! You made Yinliang bite your hand as well." Yinliang's heart sank at this revelation. The little princess had truly lost her senses today. "Yinliang," the little princess commanded in a tone of authority. Yinliang glanced at Cold Huanian with uncertainty, who raised his head to meet her gaze. Yet, she hesitated. This was far more exhilarating than touching a tiger's backside. "Bite." The little princess issued a resolute command. Reluctantly, Yinliang leaned in, though she did not bite. Instead, she merely licked the back of Cold Huanian's hand with her soft tongue, her face instantly ablaze with crimson. Typically confident and unrestrained, Yinliang found herself flustered, having spent so much time as the princess's close guard, with little interaction with men. Today, she had directly licked the hand of this man, and despite her admiration and affection for him, it felt terribly embarrassing. In a moment, the little princess deftly shifted the focus of her own profound embarrassment onto Yinliang. Yet it was not over. She seized Cold Huanian's hand and, inhaling deeply where Yinliang had just licked, her beautiful eyes gradually transformed into crescent moons of delight. "Yinliang, come here and smell your saliva." Yinliang, ever obedient to the princess, though reluctant, obliged and brought her delicate nose closer, her cheeks reddening even further. "Cold Huanian, you truly did not deceive this princess." The little princess, once despondent and devoid of hope, suddenly felt revitalized. However, Yinliang was left troubled, pondering how to create a bit of awkwardness for the princess. "My princess, you have bitten Lord Cold, establishing a bond of intimacy. What will you do now?" "What shall I do?" In a moment of exuberance, the little princess's mind buzzed with excitement, but within a breath, she regained her clarity, a smile gracing her visage, radiating an air of confidence as she proclaimed, "If I marry Leng Huanian, then all will be well." At this, both Leng Huanian and Yinliang were taken aback. The little princess's thoughts danced like wild horses, whimsical and completely unconstrained by convention. Feigning meticulous scrutiny, Leng Huanian examined the princess from head to toe. Incensed, the princess retorted, "Leng Huanian, what are you staring at? Just give me a straightforward answer." Leng Huanian, nodding as he observed, replied, "Your appearance and figure are indeed commendable, but your temperament, humph. Do I even need to agree? Actually, my temperament is quite amiable. Today, I am merely provoked by you." Indeed, the princess is usually well-educated, gentle, and virtuous, Yin Liang interjected. Yet, Leng Huanian maintained his air of refusal, vexing the little princess further. "Am I, a dignified princess, not worthy of you?" she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "That's difficult to say. My family's matriarch is none other than the esteemed Empress Dugu." With this single remark, Leng Huanian shattered the princess's emotional defenses. Here she was, a proud princess, making advances, yet he remained ungrateful. Slowly, she approached the edge of the Ling sword, truly feeling despondent. Once more, she leapt into the air. But Leng Huanian remained still. Yin Liang attempted to intervene, only to have his wrist seized by Leng Huanian, halting him in his tracks. The princess was plummeting, her cultivation level not yet allowing her to fly. As she neared a perilous fall, regret flickered within her, though her greater ire was directed at the heartless man. Just as she closed her eyes in despair, bracing for death, she unexpectedly found herself cradled in someone's arms. She looked up abruptly, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents once more as she pressed her delicate face against his chest, longing to remain there forever. Who else could have caught the little princess but Leng Huanian? He lifted her onto the Ling sword, and Yin Liang exhaled a sigh of relief at the sight. "You rascal, you ultimately cannot bear to part with me," the princess declared, clinging to Leng Huanian, oblivious to the presence of others. Alas, I must admit, I was utterly captivated by the little princess's whimsical charm, her innocent allure, and her porcelain-like, breathtaking visage. The smile on her face rippled like water, yet suddenly, the question arose, would the king of Xi'an allow you to marry a nameless fellow? The princess's expression faltered, and she nestled closer, playfully asking, "Then what shall we do? Perhaps we could elope?" Chapter 114. Meeting the father-in-law. "Do you wish for the king of Xi'an to hunt me down across the world? I don't care. I've already become intimately close to you, so you must find a way." Unable to bear the situation any longer, Yin Liang comforted, "Princess, although your father is a sovereign ruler, he is but at the initial stage of the imperial spirit realm. Young Master Leng is on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. In the realm of the void spirit continent, strength is esteemed above all. Your father would show utmost respect to young Master Leng. How could he possibly look down upon him or prevent your union with him? I believe he would be overjoyed to see you wed such a remarkable suitor." The melancholy on the young princess's face gradually dissipated into thin air. "Yin Liang, you are so understanding. When the day comes that I marry Leng Huanian, I shall certainly bring you along. You are my personal guard, akin to a close maidservant, and I shall bestow upon you the title of Warmth Keeper. How does that sound?" Yin Liang felt a pang in her heart. Had she unwittingly entangled herself with such a declaration? Yet, could she refuse in front of Leng Huanian? Her inner voice insisted. Absolutely not. The young princess, though impulsive, was also astute, quickly grasping Yin Liang's subtle intentions. "Rest assured, together we shall diligently serve our husband. He will not treat you unfairly." "Wait, what do you mean by husband? Are you suggesting that both you and Yin Liang are to be wed to me? Why? Are you not pleased with a buy-one-get-one free offer? With our looks, grace, abilities, and lineage, are you truly dissatisfied?" The young princess's lips curled into a mischievous smile. In truth, both the princess and Yin Liang perked up their ears. "I find you both quite satisfactory. It is merely that I am surrounded by too many women and fear I may not do justice to you. Who else is there besides the Dugu Empress?" The princess inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Dugu Empress, Dugu Feng, the enchanting Yao Guang, the celestial realm's crimson dragon empress, the snow fox Lan Qingxian, and the endless forest's elven queen. What a lineup! Many of these names were unfamiliar to the young princess, and Yin Liang was no better off. All of these are at the imperial spirit realm, and I haven't even mentioned those below that level. Have you truly made up your minds? To think I have so many sisters, Leng Huanian. What of it? My father has countless beauties in his harem. Your situation pales in comparison. Having been raised in a royal family, the young princess was accustomed to her father's numerous consorts, making her unfazed by such matters. Leng Huanian was taken aback by the princess's expansive perspective. He turned to Yin Liang, who instinctively averted her gaze from him. "Yin Liang, what of you?" "Wherever the princess goes, I shall follow. I am devoted to guarding her for a lifetime. Do not overexert yourself. Marriage is a matter of great significance. Rest assured. Leng Huanian. Only a woman understands another woman. She would never feign affection towards a man. If she were to dislike you, even if I were to sever her tongue, she would never caress your hand. After her declaration, the princess turned her gaze back to Yin Liang and continued, Yin Liang, am I not speaking the truth? Princess, the esteemed first guardian of Xian, she retorted playfully, her tone contrasting sharply with her usual spirited demeanor. Was she acquiescing or resisting? Leng Huanian teased the princess. Only a fool would seek a definitive answer. The little princess wore a proud expression as she pulled Leng Huanian to sit beside her, leaning against him, while Yin Liang settled down 2 steps away from them. If you do not abandon me, I shall remain loyal to you. I will treat you well and take the time to elevate your cultivation. Yin Liang can strive for the imperial spirit realm. Really? Though Yin Liang was a couple of steps away, he had been attentively listening to their conversation and now moved forward to sit beside Leng Huanian. Leng Huanian wrapped his arms around the 2 beauties, who nestled against his shoulders. The Ling swords soared ahead, and the 3 of them basked in the gentle breeze, momentarily casting aside their worries, allowing the warmth among them to flow freely. Leng Huanian paid no heed to the monstrous creatures ravaging below. His focus was on the Hell's Rift. However, when they arrived at the Hell's Rift, they were taken aback by the scene beneath them. The vast fan-shaped area surrounding the Hell's Rift had turned into a hellish battleground. The army of the Xian kingdom, numbering in the tens of thousands, clashed with countless monsters. Unfortunately, despite their numbers, the army was no match for the beasts. The ground was strewn with corpses, most of which belonged to the Xian soldiers. While the slain monsters were far fewer, the king of Xian led the charge, wielding a blazing red sword as he fought fiercely. His eldest son, Yin Yongsheng, and second son, Yin Bumi, flanked him, ostensibly assisting their father, but more accurately, it was the king who was protecting them in this critical moment. Father. Leng Huanian landed directly beside the king of Xian on his sword. Upon seeing the bloodstains all over her father's outer garments, the little princess, Yin Yanin, cried out anxiously, Iner, what are you doing here? Though the king of Xian appeared somewhat disheveled, his demeanor remained dignified, his grace intact. He turned his gaze to Leng Huanian. Noticing the presence of young men of similar age near his daughter, which would naturally raise his suspicions. Even an ordinary family would fear their prized cabbage being taken by a pig, let alone a royal family. Father, I've missed you. I asked Yin Liang to bring me out to witness the Hell's Rift. Nonsense. Who is this? The king of Xian gestured with his eyes towards Leng Huanian. He is Leng Huanian from Dayang and my husband. The little princess's voice dropped suddenly at the end, thinking it best to lay everything bare. If her father were to be angered, there was little he could do to Leng Huanian. What? Who is he to you? The king of Xian thought he was hearing things after days of battle. He is my husband. Father, look at him. Is he not a fine figure? The little princess spoke with unwavering conviction, entirely due to Leng Huanian's formidable strength. On the verge of completing the imperial spirit realm, he was already the most powerful man in the void spirit continent. The king of Xian finally understood, nearly losing his breath in shock. Greetings, esteemed father-in-law. Leng Huanian bowed respectfully to the king of Xian and then turned to the 2 bewildered princes, continuing with a salute. Greetings to my 2 brothers-in-law. Hey, you certainly do not treat yourself as an outsider, one of the princes replied. The king of Xian stands on the brink of an eruption, and this lad appears far more irksome than the monstrous beings that emerge from the hell's abyss. Father, please quell your anger. My husband is a genius. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with my 2 brothers. The king of Xian cast a glance at the 2 princes and inquired, What is the situation with my son? Yin Yongsheng replied earnestly, This young master, Leng Huanian, possesses exceptional talent. His poetry and prose surpass even Lord Honglu. In the realm of literature, he is unparalleled. Yin Yongsheng raised his thumb in admiration and continued, However, I am curious about his cultivation level. Young man, my son-in-law from Xian does not require mere embellishments. If you can slay a monster today, I shall acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart, and the little princess beside him chuckled gleefully. Father, it is settled then. You have my word. The king of Xian, upon first seeing Leng Huanian, was indeed filled with ire. What father would not feel a twinge of discomfort upon seeing his daughter return with a man? The pang of losing a cherished daughter is not easily borne, and most would need time to adjust. However, the king of Xian was no ordinary man. Observing the affectionate demeanor between Yan Yini and Leng Huanian, he could see his daughter's joy was genuine. Leng Huanian was undeniably handsome, and even if he lacked grand abilities, being a good omen was still commendable. Yet the king of Xian thought, even without great prowess, one must possess some skills. Whether or not he can slay a monster will reveal the truth. If he cannot, he is undoubtedly inept. If he can, I might begrudgingly accept him as my son-in-law. Father-in-law, I shall begin, Leng Huanian exclaimed. Do not overexert yourself, young man. For the sake of Yi, do not risk your life. Thank you for your concern, father-in-law. Please wait a moment. I shall present you with a worthy gift. As Leng Huanian drew the scale shadow sword, the king of Xian finally noticed the weapon in his hand. Is that the national treasure of the Daya Empire? The scale shadow sword? You have a keen eye, father-in-law. With the sword drawn, Leng Huanian approached the hell's abyss, where monsters poured forth incessantly. He had no time to rest as he awaited his prey. The scale shadow sword danced in his hands, and with each strike, he claimed a head, leaving the king of Xian and the two princes astonished at his valor. In a single breath, he could unleash 3 strikes, slaying 3 monsters in mere moments. He had effortlessly dispatched over 100 creatures. At his level of mastery, once he grasped the technique, slaying these monsters was as simple as chopping vegetables. The little princess and Yin Liang were not surprised, for they had already witnessed Leng Huanian's prowess. The king of Xian and his 2 princes, however, exchanged glances, each thinking that this young man was even more monstrous than the creatures themselves. Leng Huanian sheathed his sword and approached the king of Xian with a smile, saying, Father-in-law, are you satisfied with this gift? Satisfaction filled the air as King Xian marveled at the exceptional capabilities of his son-in-law. He realized that this young man, who was of the same age as his daughter, likely surpassed him in cultivation. The ease with which he dispatched monsters was a stark contrast to King Xian's own struggles as a beginner in the imperial spirit realm. This revelation left the king pondering the implications. He had once believed no one could match his beloved daughter, but now he found himself concerned that she might not be worthy of Leng Huanian. Esteemed father-in-law, how should we manage the current situation? Sighed the king. Ah, my son-in-law. If only these monsters had a limit, we could eventually eradicate them. Yet, the creatures from the Hell Rift continue to emerge without end. I have never faced such a formidable dilemma since ascending to power. Esteemed father-in-law, the young man replied, to eradicate these monsters, we must sever the source at its root. And how do we accomplish that? We must enter the Hell Rift and locate the origin of these creatures. Is that not a tad perilous? We know nothing of the circumstances within the Death Rift. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its lair, he asserted. Your words hold great wisdom. I shall personally venture forth to investigate. With me here, esteemed father-in-law, there is no need for you to take such risks. You are the guest. How could I impose such dangers upon you? Esteemed father-in-law, your reasoning is flawed. We are to become one family. Let me descend and uncover the truth. His heartfelt words moved King Xian, who grasped Leng Huanian's hand and said, Please, take care. Rest assured, replied Leng Huanian, who, after bidding farewell to the little princess and his 2 brothers-in-law, plunged into the depths of the Hell Rift. What an extraordinary talent. His discernment is truly remarkable. To uncover such treasures. Father, I am not lacking. What about me makes me unworthy of Leng Huanian? My dear sister, you make a valid point. Yet my son-in-law is extraordinary. In the great Central Empire, Yin Yongsheng and Yin Bumi had once viewed Leng Huanian as a rival. But now he was to become part of their family, and their discomfort quickly transformed into acceptance. Father, do you think he will be in danger alone? Danger is inevitable. After all, it is an unknown realm. However, given his prowess, I doubt anyone could ensnare him. Then let us proceed to slay those beasts together. Remember, sever their necks. King Xian had observed with clarity that each of Leng Huanian's strikes was precise, effectively decapitating the monsters. There was no better method of extermination. With reinforcements at hand, King Xian and his 2 sons felt renewed confidence as they rejoined the battle against the monsters. As Leng Huanian stepped into the Hell Rift, creatures continued to surge forth. The expanse within the rift was vast, stretching for dozens of feet, with uneven, dark rocky terrain teeming with monsters. At the center of this chaotic landscape stood a black, void-like door, shrouded in dark mist, reminiscent of the foul aura emanating from the monsters themselves. The monsters seemed oblivious to Leng Huanian, surging forth one after another from the gaping maw of hell. As Leng Huanian navigated through the throng of beasts, he gradually approached the ominous black void door. Upon reaching its threshold, he paused for a fleeting moment of contemplation before stepping into the abyss. Within this void, it felt as though he traversed through time interminably. What he presumed would last merely a breath extended into a full quarter of an hour, akin to traversing a shadowy tunnel. When Leng Huanian felt the solid ground beneath his feet, the black mist before him began to dissipate, revealing a spectral realm where the ground and sky were both draped in darkness. He could only perceive this world due to the presence of a crimson sun, or perhaps a blood moon, hanging in the sky. The nature of this realm was peculiar. He was uncertain whether there existed a cycle of day and night. Its vastness was overwhelming, with no discernible boundaries in sight. Creatures emerged from an inky pool, making their way toward the black void door, joining the queue to escape the hellish rift and wreak havoc upon the kingdom of Xi'an. Approaching the pool with caution, Leng Huanian observed its considerable size, the water resembling thick, black ink. At the edge sat an enchanting woman clad in a form-fitting black gauze gown. Seated in a meditative posture, her hands weaving intricate gestures, Leng Huanian would wager that should she rise, her figure would undoubtedly dazzle with its allure. How audacious of mortals to trespass into my divine realm, she mused. Now that you are here, you shall remain forever. Fair lady, please do not misunderstand. I merely passed through, he replied. Passed through? No one can enter the Weiyang Pearl, she countered, her curiosity piqued. What gives you the audacity to breach this sacred domain so easily? The Weiyang Pearl? Am I truly within a pearl? He pondered, bemused. How laughable. You remain blissfully unaware of your impending doom. Today, I shall turn you into sustenance for the Weiyang Pearl. The darkly clad beauty rose, causing Leng Huanian's breath to hitch. Despite his prior suspicions regarding her extraordinary physique, the fitted black fabric accentuated her every curve, and her height was striking. Faced with danger, he found himself entranced. You are truly oblivious to your fate, she remarked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she produced a long black whip from seemingly nowhere, skillfully cracking it through the air. With a sharp crack, Leng Huanian felt an inexplicable jolt in his chest. Wait, such a beautiful woman with such a fiery temper? He questioned. Spare me the flattery. I am not swayed by such trivialities, she retorted, her whip already in motion. Undeterred, Leng Huanian drew his scale shadow sword, only to realize the gravity of the situation too late. Attempting to cleave the whip in two, he was met with unexpected resistance. The whip, seemingly supple, was crafted from an unknown material that sent both him and his sword flying several yards away. As Leng Huanian rose to his feet, he wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, finding it stained with blood. The beauty in the black dress had struck with unforgiving ferocity. Not only was she ruthless, but he also realized her prowess surpassed his own. He had never before suffered such a significant defeat. Who on earth are you? What I am matters little. What is significant is that you are about to become a corpse. Fueled by indignation, Leng Huanian faced the enchanting yet malevolent figure before him with utmost seriousness. Despite his unwavering determination, he found himself in a dire predicament against this formidable adversary. Even employing his dual concealment techniques, he pondered how none in the Emperor's spirit realm of the Void Spirit continent could withstand his onslaught. Yet, he remained utterly powerless against the black-clad beauty. I truly underestimated you. A mere Emperor spirit can endure so many moves from one of my realm, the divine realm. However, this must be your limit. You may now resign yourself to death. Wait, what is the divine realm? It is two major realms above your Emperor spirit realm. Hence your demise is just. To have lasted this long is commendable. Why must you kill me? I have done you no wrong. You trespassed into the Weiyang divine pearl and beheld my true form. How could you possibly escape death? You claimed outsiders cannot enter this pearl. Perhaps my entrance signifies a connection to it? Bah! This is the Weiyang divine pearl of the Empress of all realms. You have no connection to it. Then explain why I was able to enter if I am indeed unrelated? This question is beyond my capacity to answer. Thus, I can only eliminate you, the one posing it. Prepare to meet your end. The woman in black unleashed her most powerful strike from her whip technique, shattering the galaxy. Under normal circumstances, Leng Huanian would be obliterated by this attack. The whip shimmered like the radiant Milky Way, hurtling towards him, with no means of evasion. He ignited the bloodline of the divine dragon, instantly transcending from the Emperor's spirit realm to the divine realm. He also unleashed his most formidable sword strike from the scaled shadow sword technique, nothingness. The shattering galaxy clashed with nothingness. With a deafening roar, the two forces collided, and a cloud of yellow dust engulfed them, rapidly expanding into a sphere with a radius of several dozen yards. After a moment of silence, the dust began to dissipate, revealing two figures on the ground. One was Leng Huanian, while the other was not the black-clad woman but a stunning figure in a flowing white gown. The woman in white seemed to awaken from a dream, gracefully rising to her feet and approaching Leng Huanian. With delicate fingers, she checked his breath, and a smile as radiant as an angel graced her exquisite face. She placed her index finger upon his brow, and in a brief moment, Leng Huanian stirred back to consciousness. "Who are you? Where am I?" In his eyes, only the image of the ethereal beauty remained. "I am Yangshi. Are you feeling better?" "My body aches all over. That previous individual was excessively violent." "Where is she?" Slowly, Leng Huanian managed to rise, grateful for his divine dragon form. Otherwise, he would have either perished or been rendered utterly incapacitated. "You mentioned Inruo. She was just hurt by you and has become weakened, which is why she has vanished, and I have emerged." "What does that mean?" Leng Huanian found himself somewhat perplexed. "You are currently within the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. By the way, how did you enter?" The fairy in a white dress gazed at Leng Huanian with her innocent and beautiful eyes, filled with curiosity. "I simply walked in. Isn't there a portal of dark void? Strange. Normally, outsiders cannot enter the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. Is the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl truly remarkable? Indeed. It is the treasure of the Empress of all realms, who possesses two pearls, the Divine Pearl of all realms, and this Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. What is the purpose of the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl? It allows one to perceive the duality of Yin and Yang and to control life and death. Is it truly that powerful? Isn't it the artifact of the Empress of all realms? How could it appear in this void spirit continent? Years ago, the Empress of all realms, Yi Qingcheng, was treacherously poisoned by the Queen of 1,000 Poisons. She used the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl to shield herself from the toxins, enabling her to escape and save her life. So, the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl ended up in the Void Spirit Continent during that time? Yes, I am the spirit of the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl, Yangshi. The black-dressed woman you encountered upon your arrival is Inruo. She is also a spirit of the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. There are two spirits for the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl. It is indeed rare to have even one spirit, let alone two. Leng Huanian had never even heard of such a phenomenon. 2. The demon goddess Inruo and the angel goddess Yangshi. One righteous, one wicked? You may interpret it that way. What is the nature of your existence? Can both spirits manifest at the same time? No. The one whose power prevails can appear. When you entered, Inruo held the upper hand. Was she summoning hellish demons? Are you referring to those monsters? Yes, they have been rampaging outside, taking many lives. Leng Huanian had grown accustomed to the devastation he had witnessed along his journey. Indeed, hellish demons are shrouded in dark energy and are inherently bloodthirsty. Many monsters have escaped outside and are wreaking havoc, compelling me to enter in search of the source. It's all right. Currently, the demon goddess is in a dormant state. The monsters she summoned will perish and vanish after her slumber. Really? That is splendid news. It seems this adventure is worthwhile after all. Leng Huanian felt a surge of excitement, for it pertained to the fate of countless lives. Though not a saint, he nonetheless felt a sense of joy within. Chapter 117. Defying fate and destiny. Since everything has returned to normal, I shall take my leave. Master, you cannot leave yet. Yangshi called out urgently to Leng Huanian. Master? What does that mean? As he gazed at the angelic beauty, Leng Huanian's heart inexplicably quickened. The day the Empress of all realms used the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl to shield herself from the 1,000 Poisons. She informed me that whoever could find and enter the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl would become its master. Therefore, I must now have the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl recognize you as its master. To perceive the duality of Yin and Yang, and to control life and death, such a splendid opportunity. Master, is there more to it? Have you glimpsed the world within the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl? Indeed, a world of such vastness is truly breathtaking. If the Yin-Yang divine pearl acknowledges you as its master, it shall merge with you, creating a small world within you, akin to the one you currently behold. And it can still be your master? Yes, master. You must hasten to establish dominance over it. Leng Huanian has encountered numerous treasures, yet none have captivated him as profoundly as the Yin-Yang divine pearl. How could one be foolish enough not to claim it? Simply provide a drop of blood for Yang Shi to ingest. Is the process of blood acknowledgement really that simple? Leng Huanian made a small incision on the tip of his right index finger with the scale shadow sword. Blood gushed forth, and Yang Shi leaned in, parting her cherry-like lips to receive drop after drop, relishing each one. Such zeal. Leng Huanian, observing Yang Shi's unrestrained delight, refrained from interrupting her enjoyment. After she had consumed a dozen drops, she took his finger into her mouth, gently licking away the remnants of blood. Thank you for the divine dragon's blood, master. Yang Shi's expression was filled with gratitude and satisfaction. You can discern its essence? Of course, as spirit beings, we are most perceptive, especially since I am the spirit of the Yin-Yang divine pearl. What shall we do next, Yang Shi? Please, master, subdue the Yin-Yang divine pearl and allow it to merge with your Qi. How does one accomplish this? Master, sit cross-legged, hold your breath, focus your spirit, and forget yourself. Leng Huanian complied, suddenly feeling a warmth in his Qi as the surroundings transformed. The small world vanished, and he found himself seated at the mouth of the abyss. Fortunately, Yang Shi remained by his side, otherwise he might have thought it a dream. As the Qi warmed, Leng Huanian looked down to find a black and white Yin-Yang Taiji symbol becoming increasingly pronounced on his abdomen, slowly fading until it completely merged into his Qi. Congratulations, master, the task is accomplished. Yang Shi's joy was genuine, both for finding a new master and for the profound blessings bestowed upon him. Is this truly it? The Yin-Yang divine pearl is destined to be with you. It likely recognized you the moment you stepped through the void gate, or it would not have allowed your entry. Perhaps so. Master, turn your attention inward and feel the Yin-Yang divine pearl that has now become one with you. Some things are instinctively understood. As Leng Huanian merged with the Yin-Yang divine pearl, he instantaneously found himself within the small world it created, nestled within his Qi. Curiously, this small world was infinitely larger than the void spirit continent. The angelic goddess, Yang Shi, followed him inside. Master, how does it feel? Perfect. I have never experienced such euphoria. In this small world, I am unbound by the restraints of heavenly laws. Does this mean that in the future, when cultivating in this small world, the imperial spirit realm shall no longer hinder my progress? Indeed, the Yin-Yang divine pearl, as the most precious treasure of all realms, has given rise to a miniature world where spiritual energy abounds even more than in the celestial realm, making cultivation exceedingly effective. Yang Shi, I possess several esteemed companions. Do you think that when I ascend to the celestial realm, I could conceal them within my little world and bring them along? Certainly. Not only humans, but also beloved mountains, rivers, and even structures can be transferred into the miniature realm. As long as it has the capacity to accommodate them, there are no limits to what can be moved. This is truly extraordinary. The radiance in Leng Huanian's eyes grew ever brighter. Master, the Yin-Yang divine pearl is no ordinary artifact. Otherwise, how could it possibly remain by the side of the Empress of all realms? As you deepen your understanding of the pearl, even more marvels await you. I am already quite content with this little world, especially with a delightful spirit like you. It feels like a tremendous gain. The fortune and blessings accompanying you are profound, and this stroke of good luck is merely the beginning. Alas, Yang Shi, as a spirit, your words are far more melodious than Inrua's. Keep her in check and prevent her from becoming a nuisance. Rest assured, you are now the master of the Yin-Yang divine pearl. Inrua would not dare show you any disrespect. That would be most excellent. I shall take my leave now. My wife and father-in-law are awaiting me. Master, I will safeguard the little world. Please visit me often. Certainly. Leng Huanian reached out to gently caress Yang Shi's silky hair, which she did not shy away from, though her jade-like face blushed slightly. With a smile, Leng Huanian exited the miniature realm, his heart filled with joy. Such a wondrous fate is not something everyone encounters. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the demon Empress, who had long foretold that this place held his great fortune. Indeed, Her reputation as a divine oracle is well-deserved. He ought to travel to the Beast Mountain range soon to express his gratitude. Upon emerging from the hellish rift, the outside world had become tranquil. Although remnants of chaos remained, no more monsters roamed, which was the most welcome news. The little princess rushed over and leaped into his embrace upon seeing Leng Huanian emerge unscathed. "Husband, I was so worried about you." "It's fine. I am blessed and fortunate. Do not fret." Leng Huanian gently patted her back, reminding her that someone was watching. The little princess's jade face flushed as she stepped away from his embrace. "Son-in-law, the monsters have all vanished at once. This is all thanks to you, isn't it? There was a strange creature within the rift that could spawn monsters. I dealt with her, and thus all the monsters outside disappeared. You truly are our savior, son-in-law. Your great merit leaves me at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Father-in-law, we are family. There is no need for such formality. It is only natural for me to assist Xian." "Very well. Brother-in-law, we owe you a great deal this time." The two princes now regarded Leng Huanian with much warmer expressions. "Son-in-law, accompany me to the palace. Today we shall host a grand feast to celebrate our great victory." Faced with the invitation from the king of Xian, Leng Huanian found it difficult to decline, as it presented an opportunity to enter the palace together and foster a deeper bond with the little princess. Today, Xian celebrated its revival from the brink of annihilation. A remarkable recovery that was undoubtedly attributed to Leng Huanian. At the court banquet, he emerged as the unequivocal center of attention, indulging in ample libations. As he lay on his bed, intoxicated and on the verge of slumber, he suddenly sensed someone slipping under the covers, warm and fragrant, enveloping him in a tender embrace. Chapter 118. The Princess of Xian. Little Princess. Leng Huanian was indeed inebriated, yet not to the extent of losing all awareness. The enchanting figure nestled in his arms could be none other than the Princess of Xian. "My lord, I missed you and came to keep you company. This is quite improper. You are a princess. How can you climb into my bed? If your esteemed father were to discover this, he would surely rebuke me." "My lord, it was actually my father who sent me here." The little princess buried her head in Leng Huanian's embrace, her actions bordering on excessive intimacy. Although she harbored feelings for him, sharing a bed still made her heart flutter with embarrassment. "What? Your father is too generous toward me. He wants me to capture not just your body, but your heart as well. I am uncertain how to achieve this, so I can only offer myself to you." "My lord." As Leng Huanian gazed at the blushing beauty in his arms, his drunkenness dissipated entirely. The little princess, Yin, had unequivocally become his. Given Leng Huanian's disposition, she had succeeded in winning not only his presence, but also his affections, ultimately bestowing herself upon him. "My lord." The little princess finally called him with newfound conviction. "Good." The following morning, Leng Huanian was awakened by the chirping of birds in the garden. He turned to see the porcelain-skinned beauty in his arms, her cheeks flushed. Lost in sweet slumber, he found himself in a rather precarious situation, having arrived at the palace and shared a bed without being wed. He wondered how her father would react upon discovering this, although the little princess had hinted that it was her father who encouraged her to grow closer to him. Did that necessitate sharing a bed? Gazing tenderly at the enchanting figure before him, he could not resist placing a gentle kiss on her alabaster forehead, rousing her from her slumber. "My lord, you're awake." "Yes. We ought to rise. I fear we have become the center of attention here. Are there not a few pairs of eyes fixed upon us? Oh, if my father and brother were to see me spending the night in your chamber, what would they think?" The little princess gasped, her modesty still intact. "Fear not. You shall inevitably be mine. I believe your father is quite pleased with me, so he should not oppose our union. He would be delighted to see me marry you. Otherwise, he would not have summoned me to grow closer to you yesterday. That is reassuring. As long as my father consents, everything will fall into place. My lord, allow me to assist you with your attire." Despite her delicate nature, the little princess maintained a demeanor of humility and charm in Leng Huanian's presence. As they donned their garments, a maid awaited them outside. "Chun Tao, have you been here all along?" The little princess furrowed her brow. "Your Highness, the servant has just arrived. His Majesty awaits you in the dining hall to partake in breakfast with the prince consort." "Does my father know I am here?" The little princess, now devoid of any delusions, realized the situation had become overt. "I am unaware. I was merely instructed to wait. You may go. I shall join my father shortly." As Leng Huanian and the little princess stepped into the dining hall, the eyes of King Yin Zhongguang widened in astonishment. He instantly recognized that his beloved daughter had, overnight, transcended from the earth spirit realm to the third layer of the king's spirit realm, a miraculous speed that was simply unfathomable. Although puzzled, he stroked his long beard, considering it a momentous blessing. The three of them completed breakfast amidst an inexplicable atmosphere. Return to the Loxia Palace. I have matters to discuss with your husband. Father. The little princess felt a twinge of concern that her father might reproach her beloved, albeit only slightly, for she understood that in this realm of ethereal spirits, no one could bully Leng Huanian. He was exceedingly formidable. The two exchanged glances at the retreating figure of Princess Xian before abruptly shifting their focus. Son-in-law, what is the matter? I observed breaking through two major realms. Such speed is astonishing. To be candid with you, esteemed father-in-law, has become my woman. It appears my lineage and innate gifts are rather unique, greatly benefiting her, allowing her to break through two significant realms in one sweep. Excellent. Alas, I possess only this one precious daughter. Otherwise, I would ensure that all my daughters wed you. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law, for your kindness. I shall undoubtedly take full responsibility for However, there are certain matters I must clarify with you. Are you implying that you have other women? Leng Huanian was taken aback. His father-in-law's insight was indeed sharp. He nodded. Precisely. I can still recognize the scales of my sword. The Empress Dugu granting you the national treasure of Daong signifies that your relationship is far from ordinary. Surely, only the closest of lovers would engage in such grand gestures. Father-in-law, you speak the truth. Empress Dugu is indeed my woman, and she is not the sole one I hold dear. That is understandable. As a man, it is only natural. While I may not possess 3,000 beauties in my harem, I certainly have 1,000. It is said that youth without romance is a waste. I completely comprehend. As long as you cherish and treat her well, that is sufficient. Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, now that is my woman, I vow to never mistreat her. Good. You have alleviated a great concern of mine. You flatter me, esteemed father-in-law. With Ener's beauty and noble status, she could attract any number of fine young men. I merely consider myself fortunate to have discovered such a treasure. Son-in-law, refrain from saying anything further. You are no ordinary individual. You honor me, esteemed father-in-law. This prince understands that you are quite occupied. However, you must remain in the palace for at least 3 days. I have yet to savor that cup you poured for me. Moreover, has wholly entrusted her heart and soul to you, and her attachment to you is profound. During these 2 days, you must find time to comfort her, for she is still young. Should she exhibit any petulance or temper, you must be patient with her. I shall adhere to my father-in-law's instructions. My esteemed son-in-law, do not stand on ceremony. We are now family. You may offer guidance to my 2 sons whenever the opportunity arises. This evening, we shall indulge in a drink together. For now, you should go to the Wanxiao Palace to accompany Although you have only been apart for a brief moment, I am certain she is already longing for you within the palace walls. The young son-in-law promptly made his way to the Wanxiao Palace. My husband. Upon seeing him, the young princess leaped once more into her beloved's embrace. What? Do you miss me after such a short separation? The princess nestled her delicate face against his chest, listening intently to the rhythm of his heartbeat, finally reassured that this was no dream, and that the man before her was indeed her true love. My husband, are you here to bid me farewell? Not at all. I have promised my father-in-law to stay in the palace for 3 days, and during this time, I shall be by your side. Really? The princess's eyes sparkled with delight. Could I possibly lie? Cold Huanian gently caressed her silky hair. Kiss me. The princess tiptoed, closed her eyes, and brought her luscious lips close to his. Cold Huanian immediately leaned in to kiss her. In the distance, Chun Tao watched this scene, her heart racing in alarm. When had the princess become so audacious, daring to kiss her husband in the garden? It is worth noting that the princess's residence is filled with numerous servants, and countless eyes were fixed upon the couple. She had surprised everyone with her boldness. An unexpected departure from her usual demeanor. Are you not afraid of being seen? Whoever sees us will simply assume I am a warming maid. The princess's cheeks flushed, yet her resolve remained steadfast. You indeed. Cold Huanian lowered his face to rest against her porcelain-like cheek, soft and tender, an exquisite sensation. The maidens in the garden instinctively averted their gaze, except for one, who leaned against a nearby pear blossomwood pillar, her expression complex. Yin Liang. Cold Huanian's sensitivity was acute. He discerned her troubled heart. Last night, he had shared tender moments with the princess, while Yin Liang had vigilantly stood watch outside the window. Her garments dampened by the night dew, yet she had not moved an inch. She was protecting the princess. Yet the strongest man in the realm was at her side. Was protection truly necessary? Perhaps she was guarding a dream that might belong to her, or simply seeking closeness to that man. That day upon the flying sword, Cold Huanian had established a bond with the princess, which also inadvertently tied him to Yin Liang. After all, Yin Liang had vowed to protect the princess for a lifetime. With the princess marrying Cold Huanian, Yin Liang intended to remain close to her as well. However, the distinctions in their identities and circumstances were stark. The princess had ascended through 2 significant realms overnight, while Yin Liang had stood vigil outside for an entire night. Had they not agreed that they were all to be Cold Huanian's women? The character of Yin Liang holds little jealousy. Having served as the personal guard of the little princess for many years, she understands her place. However, it is rare for her to find herself enamored with a man, yearning for a moment of closeness that remains elusive due to the disparity in their statuses. As the little princess strolls hand in hand with Leng Huanian past Yin Liang, she offers a courteous bow to both before distancing herself, granting them space to interact. Yet, once turned away, the facade of ease that adorned her face gradually fades, revealing a trace of sorrow in her gaze. Suddenly, Leng Huanian releases the little princess's hand and strides purposefully toward Yin Liang, matching her pace before softly whispering in her ear, "Wait for me tonight. I shall assist you in breaking through to the imperial spirit realm." Yin Liang feels as though struck by lightning, her entire being engulfed in a sensation akin to euphoric explosion. "Thank you, my lord." If not for the little princess watching from a short distance, she would have surely thrown herself into Leng Huanian's embrace. Yin Liang strives to calm her tumultuous emotions. Yet her heart, once a tempest, now churns with even greater fervor. Perhaps this is the most exhilarating declaration she has ever heard. Returning to the little princess, Leng Huanian is playfully queried, "My lord, what did you say to Yin Liang? She seems quite stirred." "I told her to wait for me tonight. I shall aid her in her breakthrough to the imperial spirit realm." "Ah, it is only right. Since you have promised to make her your wife, this step is inevitable. Will you not feel anger?" Leng Huanian tightly grasps her delicate hand. "Since I support Yin Liang in becoming your woman, my lord, do you think I would concern myself with that? Indeed, you are young yet possess a grand vision. Remarkable. Then you must accompany me today." Naturally, Leng Huanian tenderly embraces the little princess. "My lord, I do not know when we shall meet again, so I wish to leave an imprint of you upon both my body and soul. Here, I must share something with you. It may not be long before I find a way to ascend to the heavenly realm. If I can bring you along, will you ascend with me or remain in the void spirit continent?" "Ascend to the heavenly realm? Wherever you go, I shall follow. There may be dangers." "Dangers? Without you, my lord, life holds no allure. Such risks are insignificant." "Very well, I shall ensure to bring my ear along." "My lord, you have transformed me and altered the course of my life. Since last night, my present and future have become profoundly different." Chapter 120. The female guard Yin Liang ear. "Soon my father-in-law and 2 uncles will join me for drinks. Do not drink to the point of oblivion. Do not forget that you have important matters to attend to tonight. I assure you, I will not reach that point. My lord, I shall refrain from going. I will rest well and accompany you for fun tomorrow. What shall we play?" Leng Huanian's vigilance rises. "Whatever is enjoyable, as you rest and repose. Today has indeed been exhausting." After bestowing a kiss upon her, Leng Huanian departed from the falling sunset palace to seek out his father-in-law and 2 uncles for a drink. The royal banquet was lavish, the dishes abundant, and Leng Huanian produced a crate of exquisite wine. The 3 men's eyes widened in astonishment, given the current state of winemaking. Wealth alone could not guarantee access to fine wine. Presently, there existed 2 types of spirits in the realm of Zuling. One was the exquisite wine, and the other was everything else. The 4 men consumed an entire crate of 6 bottles of the exquisite wine, and while Leng Huanian felt sufficiently intoxicated, the father and sons were still yearning for more. "Son-in-law, this exquisite wine is indeed delightful, but after savoring it, how shall I ever enjoy any other wine again?" asked the father-in-law. "Fear not, for I shall ensure that your wine and that of your two uncles is taken care of from now on." "Really?" exclaimed King Xian, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I intend to set aside 1,000 crates, totaling 6,000 bottles of exquisite wine, for you, my father-in-law. Henceforth, whenever your two uncles wish to indulge, they shall join you in drinking." "So much," the father-in-law remarked, rubbing his hands together, feeling a warmth within that surpassed the effects of alcohol. With the treasures of Xian bestowed upon his son-in-law, nothing else seemed worthy of mention. Leng Huanian retrieved 1,000 crates of exquisite wine from the jade ring, and the king and his two princes felt elated. "Son-in-law, with so much wine, how shall I ever find the time to drink it all?" "My father-in-law, wine becomes more fragrant with age. You may take your time savoring it, as its flavor will only improve with each passing day." "Excellent. Let us toast to this, and may we return to rest early today." After finishing his final glass, Leng Huanian returned to the falling sunset palace, but instead of heading to the princess's quarters, he ventured to the bamboo pavilion, where Yanliang resided, also within the princess's estate. Typically, she resided next door to the princess, but due to the special circumstances of the day, she awaited him in the bamboo pavilion. Yanliang had left the door ajar for Leng Huanian, and he gently pushed it open. The bamboo pavilion, constructed entirely of bamboo, including the furniture, reflected her preference for simplicity. She had bathed and dressed early, reclining on the bamboo couch in anticipation of Leng Huanian's arrival. Quietly approaching, he found her back turned toward him, her body trembling slightly as she clutched the edge of the blanket, clearly anxious. "Do not fear. Turn around and allow me to behold your beauty." Obediently, Yanliang turned to face him, their lips nearly touching, and inevitably, they shared a tender kiss. The breakthrough into the imperial spirit realm would surely herald celestial phenomena, making the bamboo pavilion, falling sunset palace, and even the Xian royal palace focal points of the ethereal event. King Xian gazed at the pillar of light soaring toward the heavens from the direction of the falling sunset palace, his heart stirred with excitement. With his experience, he understood the significance of this moment. The Xian kingdom had welcomed a new member into the imperial spirit realm, and how could he not rejoice? Naturally, he surmised that it was Yanliang, for she stood as the closest individual in the palace to achieving this remarkable feat. However, such a breakthrough, without the aid of noble patrons, was fraught with difficulty, and it was not uncommon to wait several centuries without success. He instinctively thought of Leng Huanian, reflecting on how fortunate the Xian kingdom was to have him as a son-in-law. "My husband, I have finally reached the imperial spirit realm. Indeed, henceforth you shall be among the elite of the spirit realm." "Thank you, my lord." Yanliang nestled into Leng Huanian's embrace, surrendering to sweet slumber. As the beautiful figure in his arms fell into a deep sleep, he was suddenly compelled by a desire to explore his own little world. In an instant, Leng Huanian found himself within that world. "Master." The angelic deity Yang, she was overjoyed to see her master, having not anticipated his swift arrival. "Come, let us embrace." Leng Huanian opened his arms, and Yangshi instinctively stepped forward to share a brief embrace with him. However, she soon sensed something amiss and questioned, "Master, is this my first embrace with a man? Are you taking advantage of me? I am your master. You are akin to my treasure. It is only reasonable for me to embrace my own wealth." "Master, I was merely jesting. You are indeed my master. And even if one day you desire my company in bed, I would find it difficult to refuse." But what? Leng Huanian gazed at this priceless treasure of his, filled with both satisfaction and anticipation. "I only hope my master can grant me some time. You do not yet know me, and I do not fully understand you either. Rest assured, I shall not compel you to do anything you dislike." "Thank you, my lord." Yangshi stood obediently to the side. "Yangshi, I can't shake the feeling that this little world is missing something. The little world is still in its infancy, with many aspects that require refinement. Anything you wish to bring into this world can be done. Simply touch the desired object with your palm, and with a thought, it shall be transferred here." Such a miraculous ability? Leng Huanian was astonished and delighted. From grand mountains and rivers to the smallest pavilions and towers, anything you desire can be manifested. Will you not feel lonely here alone? Should I find you a companion? A companion? Perhaps a young ice phoenix? Wonderful. My master possesses a divine beast from the celestial realm. Truly, you are blessed. Thus, you must accompany me well. By the way, what happens if you succeed? I shall ascend to the realm of the immortal emperor, achieving immortality. And how long might that take? If fortune smiles upon me, perhaps several tens of thousands of years. Leng Huanian was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 121. The solitary colorful butterfly. The divine realm is indeed more challenging to ascend than the spiritual realm. Fear not, for I have mastered the secret to rapid advancement. What secret? Yangshi inquired with curiosity. Become my woman. Master, are you attempting to lure me into your bed? How could that be? Though you are as beautiful as a celestial being, I am not so frivolous. I have cultivated a technique that truly enhances one's realm. I only share this with you in earnest, without deceit. Yangshi understood. Has Yin Ruo caused any trouble recently? None. Ever since the last encounter where both she and the master suffered, she has been quite weakened. To regain control, she may require a lengthy period of recuperation. That is good. It is preferable that you can keep her subdued forever, for I am not particularly eager to witness her annoying demeanor. Rest assured, master. I shall do my utmost to restrain her. Good. One more embrace before I depart. Leng Huanian opened his arms again, and Yangshi naturally came over for another hug. This second embrace lacked the awkwardness of the first, indicating that she was gradually becoming accustomed to her master's style, leaving the little world behind. Leng Huanian noticed Yin Liang sleeping soundly as dawn broke. He quietly gazed at the beauty in his arms. Although Yin Liang was, after all, in the imperial spirit realm, and felt relaxed in her beloved's presence, she seemed to sense his gaze and slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her charming face flushing with a rosy hue. Darling, Yin Liang, who typically exuded grace and poise, called out in a soft, tender voice, almost making Leng Huanian doubt his ears. This woman, once as rigid as iron, now seemed to be made of water. Awake? Are you tired? He asked, pulling her closer, his voice gentle. Not at all. After breaking through to the imperial spirit realm, how could I feel fatigued? That is splendid. When I reach the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm, I may ascend to the celestial realm. Will you ascend with me? Or will you remain to continue protecting the kingdom of Xi'an? Wherever you go, I shall follow. Good. Leng Huanian bestowed a soft kiss on her jade-like forehead, overflowing with affection. The two did not linger excessively, and Yin Liang assisted Leng Huanian in changing his attire before they shared breakfast with the little princess. Observing their interaction, the little princess inevitably recalled the night she spent with Leng Huanian. Yin Liang felt her cheeks warm under the little princess's gaze. Darling, you truly are remarkable. Yin Liang, having reached the pinnacle of the sacred spirit realm, found her recent breakthrough to be a natural progression. Darling, I truly wish to remain by your side, for your very essence is simply too captivating. The little princess yearned to shield Leng Huanian from the advances of other women, yet she understood the futility of such desires. His looks, cultivation, physique, and techniques were all of the highest caliber. Possessing even one of those traits would suffice to attract women, let alone all of them. Leng Huanian spent a total of 3 days in the kingdom of Xi'an, accompanying the little princess and Yin Liang in exploring the royal city by day, and sharing drinks with his father-in-law and 2 uncles by night. After the 3 days elapsed, he bid farewell to the 2 women, his father-in-law and his uncles. Setting forth on his journey home, Leng Huanian flew directly to the great central empire, to Weiyang City. Initially, he intended to express his gratitude to the demon queen at the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, for without her guidance in the art of heavenly secrets, how could he have achieved such extraordinary fortune? However, Weiyang City, situated between the kingdom of Xi'an and the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, was also a place he longed to revisit, as it held many whom he cared for dearly. Without visiting other locations, Leng Huanian went straight to the splendid palace. By a stroke of fortune, Princess Dugu was also present. In truth, given her nature, she was not particularly inclined to seek the limelight. Inherently, she possessed a certain aloofness and preferred solitude. Those who cherish poetry and the arts often harbor a capacity for enduring loneliness. For such individuals, solitude is not a burden, and loneliness is not truly lonely, as what most would find intolerable may, for them, be a source of solace. Today, the Empress Dugu, enamored with Leng Huanian, took the initiative to summon Princess Kaidai to the splendid palace. Recognizing her own deficiencies in the realm of poetry, she sought the company of the palace's foremost literary talent. Dugu Kaidai. The Empress wished to engage in discussions of poetry and literature, desiring to transcend mere dialogues of cultivation with Leng Huanian. She longed to explore the realms of verse and the beauty of life with him. Unbeknownst to her, Leng Huanian held little interest in poetry. His sole fascination lay with her. Leng Huanian, how dare you intrude upon the splendid palace, the Empress's chamber, with such audacity? Kaidai, you mustn't be disrespectful. Aunt. Dugu Kaidai felt a twinge of defiance. While she deeply admired Leng Huanian's talents, she felt compelled to assert herself. Kaidai, you should return now. Our discussion ends here for today. Upon Leng Huanian's arrival, the Empress had little time for idle chatter with Princess Kaidai. Kaidai, you may take your leave. With a frosty glance at Leng Huanian, Dugu Kaidai strode past him and exited the splendid palace. My love, is everything proceeding smoothly? My dear, does Princess Kaidai not know of our relationship? Leng Huanian furrowed his brow, sensing the hostility emanating from Kaidai. That girl, I wonder what has gone awry with her. Do not take it to heart. I am indifferent. My concern lies solely with those I love and who love me in return. My husband. At the sound of the Empress's call, Leng Huanian stepped forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, sealing their affection with a kiss. My husband. You have yet to answer my previous question. Allow me to take you somewhere. Close your eyes. The moment the Empress shut her eyes, Leng Huanian transported her into his personal realm. Open them. Where are we? Despite her extensive experience, the Empress found herself astounded by the bizarre scene before her. With a blink, the world transformed. My dear, this is my small world, a realm within me. A small world? My husband, you ventured forth and returned with such fortune. It is truly remarkable. To call you a child of destiny is an understatement. I must also give thanks to the Demon Empress, the rightful sovereign of the celestial realm, who possesses profound wisdom. It was she who guided me to the kingdom of Xi'an, where my fortunes were truly realized. It seems this Demon Empress has captured your heart. A ripple of emotion stirred within the Empress Dugu's heart. My dearest, in my heart, your significance shall forever reign supreme. For you are the first woman to grace my little world. Ah, that is more like it. But wait, who is that lady in the white dress? Chapter 122, The Majesty of a Matron. She is the angelic goddess Yang Shi, and the essence of this small world is the Yin-Yang divine pearl, a divine gem belonging to the Empress of all realms, with Yang Shi serving as its spirit. The expression of the solitary Empress softened. Master, Yang Shi approached with reverence, her gaze lingering on the exquisitely beautiful visage of the solitary Empress. This is your matron. Greetings, matron. Yang Shi chirped brightly, instantly warming the heart of the solitary Empress. Very well. To everyone's surprise, the solitary Empress bestowed a gentle smile upon Yang Shi. My dear, do not underestimate Yang Shi, this spirit. She has already attained the realm of divinity, surpassing us by 2 significant levels. Is she truly that formidable? The solitary Empress gazed incredulously at the pure and lovely figure in white before her. The Yin-Yang divine pearl is indeed a treasure of the Empress of all realms. How could a spirit of such a precious artifact be lacking in prowess? Indeed, Cold Huanian led the solitary Empress on a leisurely exploration, with Yang Shi accompanying them closely. My husband, this small world is remarkably vast. When I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall bring them all along. Who do you refer to? Women are seldom immune to the intrigues of affection, and even a national empress is no exception. My dear, as the matron of the Cold family, you must broaden your horizons and carry yourself with grace. Cold Huanian felt compelled to forewarn this esteemed lady. My husband, you underestimate me. I am merely curious, wishing to assess how many sisters might reside here in the future. Rest assured, there is ample space here. You may accommodate as many as you desire. As long as you can endure, it is of no concern. The imperial harem boasts 3,000 beauties. How many have been drained of vitality, meeting an untimely demise? I have no desire to be widowed at an early age. Yang Shi, listening from the side, was left speechless. This matron certainly dared to speak her mind. My dear, fret not, for I have now become a divine dragon, blessed with its bloodline. Do you believe you can do as you please? Not at all, my dear. You worry too much. I still wish to share a long and enduring life with my husband. Cold Huanian brushed off her concerns, feeling that such matters were not inherently conflicting, and decided to shift the topic, for women often dwell endlessly on such subjects. My dear, this small world is still in its infancy and requires much improvement. Perhaps we should bring the Weiyang Palace into this small world upon ascension. Is that truly possible? The solitary empress was taken aback. Yang Shi, please elucidate. Yes, master. Yang Shi's obedience was unquestionable, and she addressed the solitary empress with respect. Matron, henceforth. Whenever master encounters anything he desires, he can transfer it to the small world with merely a touch of his palm and a thought, be it mountains, rivers, or pavilions. It is all within reach. That is astonishing. The solitary empress's reaction mirrored that of cold Huanian at that moment. Here, no structures have yet been erected, otherwise I would have rested here with my beloved this evening. Tomorrow is a new day. We shall move some palaces in, including that hot spring pool. A splendid idea. My dear, let us venture forth, for we have wandered long and are weary. It is time to return and rest. As Yang Shi bid farewell, Leng Huanian escorted the Empress Dugu out of the small world. Within the resplendent palace, as he embraced the most beautiful visage, the most alluring form, and the most formidable empress, his affection for her deepened profoundly. Observing Leng Huanian's infatuation, the Empress Dugu felt a sense of satisfaction within, though she felt compelled to issue gentle admonitions. What, my dear, do you not relish my affection towards you? Is it not out of concern for your well-being? Fear not, for I now possess the body of a divine dragon. That formidable Longxi has indeed bestowed upon you the bloodline of mythical beasts. Indeed, my husband, your fortune is extraordinary. With the likes of the Demon Queen, Dragon Maiden, and Phoenix Maiden, there are moments when I find myself feeling somewhat inadequate. My dear, before me, do not be modest. After so many years in a position of power, you should harbor no thoughts of yielding. Only one who knows me well can understand my sentiments, and that is you, my husband. Regardless, your position as the eldest daughter of the Leng family remains unassailable. My husband, what type of woman do you most admire? I hold the greatest affection for Jean Sei. Beyond that, I know not, nor do I wish to know. The two remained entwined in each other's company until the sun reached its zenith. Whenever Leng Huanian spent the night in the resplendent palace, the Empress Dugu would not attend the morning court the following day. After their morning repast, Leng Huanian prepared to return to the Qingda Hall, for he was deeply concerned about the two sisters, Bingxue Fenghuang Luobing and Luoxue, who resided there. Alas, despite his numerous attempts to see them, he had been unable to do so. The noble Bingxue Fenghuang diligently fulfilled her role as his transport captain without fatigue. Qingda Hall was devoid of any presence. Luobing and Luoxue were nowhere to be found, and it was uncertain whether they would return that day. However, the unexpected arrival of Princess Kaidya, who had never before appeared in Qingda Hall and had little acquaintance with Leng Huanian, brought an air of confrontation. Her expression suggested she had come to demand answers. Princess Kaidya, what brings you to my Qingda Hall today? Leng Huanian, how did you find yourself in the resplendent palace yesterday? Dugu Kaidya's demeanor was anything but cordial, her tone sharp. What occurs within the emperor's chambers is of no concern to you. Am I not permitted to be close to the emperor? Oh, how close are you to Princess Jean Sei? Do you hold a bond with her surpassing mine? Leng Huanian, what do you mean by that? Dugu Kaidya, Jean Sei treats me with utmost respect. How dare you address me with such insolence? I had assumed your demeanor merely reflected a cool disposition. Yet it appears there are deeper issues at play. Leng Huanian, how dare you speak thus to me? Do you wish to court danger? Dugu Kaidya had always been rather composed. She was not the lively and charming Princess Mingzhu, yet today, she exhibited signs of emotional turmoil. Dugu Kaidya, should you continue to treat me with such disrespect, I shall be compelled to strike you. Leng Huanian, do you dare? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may comprehend the decorum of royalty. Dugu Kaidya approached Leng Huanian, seizing his collar with the intent to lift him off the ground. The princess, possessing both literary and martial prowess, felt confident in her strength. However, Leng Huanian stood his ground, unmoved. He had never encountered someone so audacious. With his left hand, he grasped her wrist and twisted it. Chapter 123, Kaidya receives a beating smack. Dugu Kaidya froze in place, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to losing her soul. She glanced back at Leng Huanian, feeling as though this was a dream. How bold and reckless you are to dare invade this princess's sanctity. I shall ensure your family faces annihilation for this affront. Smack. Once again, a slap struck her forehead. Princess Kaidya, do you now see the error of your ways? I am one who specializes in correcting all manner of defiance. Dugu Kaidya had never experienced such humiliation. She had intended to gain the upper hand with her words. but the fiery pain in her forehead silenced her. Tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Let us depart." Leng Huanian released her wrist, having vented his frustration, and he wished to avoid further entanglement. "Just wait." Dugu Kabdi spat a fierce retort before fleeing the Qingda hall. Leng Huanian shrugged in resignation, suspecting the young lady would seek out Dugu Jin's to complain. Yet, as he waited, no one came to confront him, prompting him to regard the second princess with newfound respect. After a full day, neither Luo Bing nor Luo Shui had appeared, having casually prepared a meal. He resolved to wait for the sisters. Alas, as night deepened, they still had not returned. Leng Huanian surmised they might not return at all. Perhaps they were not even in the capital. With a long sigh, he resigned himself to slumber. In the dead of night, a petite figure clad in black stealthily infiltrated the Qingda hall under the moonlight. The intruder, dressed in dark night attire and veiled, revealed only a pair of striking eyes. Moving with the silence of a cat, the figure approached Leng Huanian's bedside, a gleaming dagger in hand. Without hesitation, the assailant aimed the dagger at Leng Huanian's right hand, ready to strike. Yet, just as the blade was poised to make contact, Leng Huanian flipped his hand with astonishing agility, seizing the intruder's wrist. A surge of terror gripped the intruder, an instinct to flee igniting within. However, with a slight increase in pressure, Leng Huanian forced the dagger from the assailant's grasp, sending it clattering onto the bed. With his left hand, he pulled away the black cloth concealing the intruder's face, revealing that, as he had surmised, it was none other than Dugu Kabdi, returned for retribution. He yanked her down onto him. "You wish to," before she could finish her thought. Dugu Kabdi's words were abruptly silenced, for her lips had been captured by Leng Huanian's. Dugu Kaidai felt as though struck by lightning, her spirit wandering beyond the earthly realm. By the time she regained her senses, several moments had passed, and she felt a deep sense of shame for having so willingly acquiesced to the whims of the demon before her. After a prolonged kiss, Leng Huanian finally released Dugu Kaidai. "I will annihilate your entire lineage." Dugu Katie's voice faltered abruptly, only for Leng Huanian to capture her lips once more. Familiar with the routine, she offered no resistance. This time, her mind was clear, yet she found herself devoid of any inclination to fight back. In retrospect, she pondered whether she had been bewitched. "I desire to marry you," Leng Huanian stated bluntly after letting her go. One vowed to eradicate the other's kin, while the other sought marriage. This was indeed intriguing. "You scoundrel." Dugu Kaidai hesitated to hurl insults, aware of Leng Huanian's unpredictable temperament. A slap from him would be utterly humiliating. "Kaidai, do you believe I am unworthy of you, or is it something else? I am a princess of a great nation. Do you judge based on status or character? Are you so fixated on rank that you aspire to wed a prince from a foreign land? By the way, the two princes from the Xian kingdom visited Daong last time and even attended the matchmaking event together. Why did you not seize the opportunity to find one?" "Ah," Dugu Kaidai exclaimed, provoked by Leng Huanian's words, and bit his chest. Although it was through a layer of fabric, it still stung. However, fearing Leng Huanian's wrath, she did not bite too hard. To her surprise, he did not retaliate. Curiously, she lifted her gaze and found him simply watching her in silence. "What are you staring at?" She shot back, rolling her eyes. "Your behavior today strikes me as peculiar, uncharacteristic of the second princess in my mind. You seem to have transformed into the eldest princess. Are you implying that I am as thoughtless as Dugu Hanhua?" "Not at all." Dugu Kaidai softened slightly at his words. Yet Leng Huanian's subsequent remark nearly caused her to leap up in indignation. "The eldest princess is quite obedient now. I suspect you have exchanged identities." "Leng Huanian, you are bullying me today, and I shall inform His Majesty to have you executed." "Dear second princess, why did you not run to His Majesty to weep after I struck you this morning? Then you would not have lost your kiss. Do you think everyone's skin is as thick as yours? How could I say I was struck by Leng Huanian? I might as well be killed. Who would have thought you cared so much about face? I understand now. I kissed you twice just now, but you won't tell Jints, will you? Is Jints the name you called her? What is your relationship with His Majesty? My bond with Jints is closer than that with you." "What?" "Dear second princess, do not be so startled. Maintain your composure. Is there anything strange about it? Am I truly so undesirable? Speak honestly. Have you ever felt any affection for me?" "Bang." Dugu Kaidai turned her head away, yet her heart raced inexplicably. "I see now. What do you understand? Dugu Kaidai has also attuned herself to the rhythm of Leng Huanian. No wonder you are behaving so unusually today. This is hardly characteristic of you. Your outburst is merely a pretext to draw closer to me, is it not? Nonsense. Kaidai, matters of the heart cannot be concealed or hidden. If you refuse to acknowledge it, then there is little left for us to discuss. Dugu Kaidai collapsed into Leng Huanian's embrace. You rascal, have you known all along? Have you been mocking and toying with me? No. It was only after I kissed you that I came to this realization. If you truly disliked me, my kiss would have provoked your fury long ago. Leng Huanian, you are incorrigible. I fear even His Majesty would be at a disadvantage before you. His Majesty still requires your concern. Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs, Kaidai. When did you first develop feelings for me? Who says I like you? This was the last vestige of Dugu Katie's stubbornness. What is there to be ashamed of? It is akin to my admiration for you. I dare to express it candidly. Hush, Leng Huanian, I have liked you for quite some time. The moment those words left her lips, an inexplicable lightness washed over Dugu Kaidai. Oh, when did this begin? That day you shone brilliantly at the poetry gathering, reciting a poem that resonated through time and captured my heart entirely. Chapter 124, Where Feelings Lead. Really? Then you need not resort to such petty tactics to draw near to me. What is wrong with that? It is hardly inappropriate. It seems you have succeeded, though the means were somewhat what? Indelicate? Who could have anticipated your ruthless approach, even daring to strike at a princess? I acted impulsively. Do not hold it against me, princess. Leng Huanian gently rubbed her forehead with his hand. You are about to make light of me again. Dugu Katie's eyes glimmered with tears. I seek to express my apologies and offer some comfort to Kaidai. Leng Huanian withdrew his hand and gently embraced Kaidai. Now, Dugu Kaidai lay on Leng Huanian's lap, both of them in a rather peculiar position, yet Dugu Kaidai felt an inexplicable sense of ease at that moment. I am fine. Had you not been someone I admire, I would have certainly sought your demise for your earlier actions. To offend a princess is indeed a capital offense. But should the princess become my woman, it would be a different matter altogether. Leng Huanian, have you truly considered this? What is there to ponder? The princess is not only stunningly beautiful, but also possesses unparalleled talent in both martial and literary arts. It would be foolish not to be enamored with you. Leng Huanian gently cradled her porcelain-like face and said earnestly, Would you like a guarantee? What kind of guarantee? Leng Huanian softly kissed her lips and declared, a seal of approval. From now on, you shall be my woman. Fool, have you not kissed me before? Back then, our hearts were not aligned, and it felt somewhat awkward. Now that we have expressed our feelings, it is entirely different. What makes it different? Would you like to truly experience a kiss of love? At long last, the two individuals shared a genuine kiss. Previously, Dugu Kaidai felt a twinge of grievance. Being compelled to share her first kiss, even with the one she admired, was a hurdle difficult to overcome. Thankfully, Leng Huanian swiftly remedied her sense of loss, leading her to regard this as her true first kiss. However, as they kissed, unforeseen circumstances arose, and Dugu Kaidai ultimately became Leng Huanian's woman. My lord, this is not how I envisioned it. What is different, my dear? I have always admired your talents, and I had envisioned our wedding night filled with poetry exchanged between us before we indulged further. Alas, I acted impulsively. How could I resist when you are so alluring and welcoming? It would be unnatural to hold back. My lord, you have extinguished my beautiful dreams of our wedding night. The night is still young. This is merely the beginning. Shall I compose a poem for my lady now? Indeed, I await it eagerly. Wherever the water flows, spring abounds. Only to see the gulls arriving daily. The flower path has never been swept for guests. Today, the humble door opens for you. A moment of spring night is worth a fortune, with fragrant flowers and a bright moon warming the silken quilt. Endless affection like butterflies in flight. Together we shall wander, never parting in old age. Upon finishing, Dugu Kaidai pressed her face against her beloved's chest, listening to the sound of his strong heartbeat. Her face aglow with happiness, Leng Huanian gently caressed her hair, speaking softly, Why has my butterfly fallen silent? Are you entranced? I wish to be daily entranced in my lord's embrace. My lady, with Han Yu now yours, you are also mine. Next, shall you claim Mingzhu, little princess? I have not considered that. Love is a matter of nature, and if she does not fancy me, I cannot force it. She seems to have a fondness for you. How do you know? When she encountered you at the entrance of Xiao Palace, she spoke of you for ages. Moreover, at the last matchmaking event, your astonishing skills captivated her. She has long been enchanted by you. Is my charm truly so great? Leng Huanian mused, touching his own face. Appearance and demeanor are mere facades. The essence lies in your noble lineage and talent, which are undeniably attractive. My butterfly, it seems many covet me. None. For I could never part with you for another woman. I merely stated a fact. Enough of others. Do not mislead the little princess. She remains a pure and innocent darling. My lord, the way you address her reveals your intentions. Not at all. Her adorableness is genuine. Am I not adorable? My butterfly cannot be called merely cute. How shall I express it? You are unlike any other woman. Beneath your beautiful exterior lies an undeniable talent, making you a woman worthy of my deepest admiration, truly one of a kind. My lord, I know your words are sweet, but I had no idea they were this sweet. How many women do you have in this palace? Aside from the little princess, Dugu Mingzhu. They are all mine. Ah, is it truly so extravagant? How did you win His Majesty's favor? Why do you not say that it is His Majesty who has won my affection? I dare not entertain such thoughts. His Majesty is so proud that I believe she would remain single for life. At the right moment, one encounters the right person and bids farewell to solitude, just as I did when I met my husband. Chapter 125. 6 dishes and 1 soup. The two lingered together for a long while before Dugu Kaidai reluctantly returned to Crown Palace. Leng Huanian, having not ventured anywhere this time, found himself increasingly yearning to see the ice phoenix. Thus, he resolved to wait at Qingda Palace. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. After several near encounters with the ice phoenix, Luo Bing finally returned to Qingda Palace with little Schwer. Binger, Schwer, Leng Huanian called out, causing Luo Bing to shudder. While little Schwer flew straight into his embrace, having grown significantly. I thought you would never return. There was a hint of melancholy in Luo Bing's tone. How could there not be? She toiled tirelessly for him, and yet he was nowhere to be found. Gently placing little Schwer down, Leng Huanian approached Luo Bing, enveloping her in his arms and bestowing a tender kiss upon her jade-like visage. The icy facade that Luo Bing presented melted away in an instant. Actions always speak louder than words. Little Schwer, watching the embrace from the ground, felt forgotten and grew anxious, flapping her snowy wings as she squeezed between the two. Leng Huanian reached out to gently stroke little Schwer's head, calming her at last. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to prepare a few delectable dishes for dinner. Luo Bing nodded, lifting little Schwer into her arms and settling down to wait for the meal. After an hour, Leng Huanian had prepared 6 dishes and 1 soup. Golden chrysanthemum silk shrimp balls, roasted venison ribs, sweet and sour pork, steamed swordfish, pan-fried matsutake mushrooms, broth with golden ear vegetables, and a 9-colored fish puree soup. This banquet was a labor of love, combining memories from his past life, an understanding of gourmet cuisine, and the ingredients stored within his little world, enabling him to showcase such culinary prowess. I never knew you possessed such skill. Look at how little Schwer is drooling, Luo Bing remarked, placing her on a stool where little Schwer leaned eagerly over the table, brimming with anticipation. Leng Huanian offered her a piece of sweet and sour pork, and the little one savored it with delight. Binger, eat up. You've worked hard during this time. You acknowledge my efforts. Yet you leave such heavy tasks to me while you play the role of the idle master. Leng Huanian picked up a shrimp ball and brought it to Luo Bing's lips. She opened her mouth and took a bite, finding it delightfully crisp, her smile blossoming in response. How does it taste? Delicious. But do not change the subject. The crux is that you are not truly the master. In the end, all the money goes into the treasury of the great central kingdom. What do you think I toil for? Binger, this money is not for Jinsei. Everything is ultimately in preparation for ascending to the heavenly realm. Oh, as long as you are aware, I do all this for you. I have always cherished your kindness in my heart. Were it not for the meal at hand and the presence of little Schwer beside them, Leng Huanian would undoubtedly have taken her into his embrace by now. Please enjoy. The dishes before them were indeed a feast for the senses, and the three of them relished the meal, finishing it with remarkable speed. After dining, Luo Bing, for the first time, took it upon herself to clear the table, never imagining she would find herself bustling about in the kitchen one day. Little Schwer, her belly round and full, leaned against Leng Huanian in the reclining chair, and upon his gentle touch on her tummy, she burst into giggles. Although they had not seen each other for some time, Shuai remained quite affectionate towards Leng Huanian, as he was the very first person she beheld upon her arrival into the world. Once Luo Bing finished tidying up, Leng Huanian took her and Shuai for a leisurely stroll in the garden. He cradled Shuai, who soon fell asleep on his shoulder after a mere 15 minutes. Reluctantly, he returned her to rest. Shuai continued to share a room with them, though her little nest was on the floor, while Luo Bing, quite generously, joined Leng Huanian on the bed. Their relationship was now established, and her heart was set on him. Otherwise, she would not endure the labor of daily duties for him. Binger, you have endured much these days. Leng Huanian finally held her close. So how shall you compensate me? Perhaps I shall offer myself to you? Bah! Would that not merely benefit you? Binger, one cannot say that. If we are affectionate, who truly emerges as the greater victor remains uncertain. Leng Huanian gently cupped Luo Bing's delicate face and slowly leaned in to kiss her. Luo Bing did not shy away, responding with fervor. During their time apart, she had missed him dearly. Having grown accustomed to solitude, she had not considered it much. Yet now, with another person in her heart, even amidst busyness and flights, his image frequently graced her thoughts. They had shared a bed long ago, yet had not crossed the final threshold. Binger, will you be my woman? Am I not already yours? Not entirely. As fate would have it, the exalted daughter of the Phoenix clan in the heavenly realm offered her pure and pristine self to Leng Huanian. He was indeed fortunate, for both of the celestial beings, the dragon and the phoenix, had become his women. Leng Huanian led Luo Bing into his small world, which, despite her origins in the heavenly realm, was unfamiliar to her. My dear husband, is this your small world? Luo Bing felt a surge of excitement and joy for her husband, as possessing a small world even in the heavenly realm was a rare privilege, a testament to immense fortune. Yes, what is mine is yours. You may come whenever you wish. This small world is still in its nascent stages and requires continual refinement. In due time, we shall cultivate it into a paradise, a haven for us to dwell within. Do you not sense the abundant spiritual energy here? Indeed, the spiritual energy here surpasses that of the heavenly realm. The crux of the matter is that such abundant spiritual energy is ours to relish alone, with no one to partake in our fortune. My dear husband, I had not anticipated the vastness of your little world. Thus, feel free to bring forth several offspring. There is ample space here for them. What a curious topic to broach regarding children. A faint blush unexpectedly graced the exquisite visage of Luo Bing. When emotions run deep, the arrival of a child becomes a natural progression. However, such considerations shall be postponed until we have ascended to the celestial realm and established ourselves there. Let things unfold in their own time. If we are to conceive, we shall do so, but first, we must focus on our cultivation. Chapter 126. The Phoenix's Rebirth. My husband, could we not have practiced outside just now? Why did you insist on bringing me inside? Binger, I have uncovered a secret. Our realms in this little world are not confined to the imperial spirit realm. Really? Are you saying I can restore my former realm from the celestial realm? Indeed. You should try it at once. After an entire day, Leng Huanian finally reached the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm, while Luo Bing broke through the shackles of the imperial spirit realm, attaining the 7th level of the ethereal realm. Although it was merely the first stage of the divine realm, its significance was profound. She had thought she would never return to her former self in this lifetime. Yet in her beloved's little world, free from the constraints of rules, she found her ascension surprisingly effortless. Luo Bing reaped substantial benefits. But Leng Huanian appeared to have made a new discovery. My husband, what troubles you? Luo Bing sensed a peculiar shift in her beloved's demeanor. Binger, it seems as though a new bloodline has awakened within me. Could it possibly be connected to you? I indeed possess the Phoenix bloodline. But how could it be transferred to you? Perhaps it is related to the cultivation technique. The bloodline of the divine dragon from Long, she has also been passed down to me. Ah, I see. Binger, does your Phoenix bloodline hold any extraordinary properties? It does. Its wonders are certainly on par with the divine dragon bloodline. Oh, pray, enlighten me. At this juncture, Leng Huanian found himself invigorated. Then, do tell me of the marvels inherent in the divine dragon bloodline. The divine dragon bloodline allows my body to gradually evolve into that of a divine dragon, significantly amplifying my strength. In dire moments, igniting the divine dragon bloodline can directly elevate me by a substantial realm, resulting in overwhelming combat prowess. My husband, Igniting my phoenix bloodline can also unleash boundless potential, enhancing my battle capabilities. I wonder if igniting both divine beast bloodlines simultaneously would yield cumulative effects. We must seize the opportunity to test this. My husband, the most formidable aspect of our phoenix bloodline extends beyond that. Oh, what might that be? Leng Huanian's face radiated with anticipation. The phoenix's rebirth. To rise again after death? One could interpret it in such a manner. This effectively grants one an additional life. How remarkable! Binger, you truly are my treasure. Indeed. Binger, the construction of the sales and transportation network for the Spring of Rejuvenation is nearly complete. Henceforth, you need not exert yourself so. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to meet you and Schwer. My husband, I understand. Binger, I have now reached the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm, and it is time to prepare for our ascension to the celestial realm. Despite your busy schedule, my dear husband, I shall take good care of myself. I will also make time to visit the Rejuvenation Lake. Very well. Cold Huanian embraced Luo Bing, planting a gentle kiss on her frosty, enchanting face. Soaring through the skies on his sword, Cold Huanian was filled with boundless emotions. Recent joyful events and fortuitous occurrences had blessed him abundantly. Having acquired the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl, he opened a small world. And with the bloodlines of the Divine Dragon and the Phoenix in his possession, his physical and spiritual essence had undoubtedly ascended to new heights. Initially, he harbored both anticipation and trepidation about ascending to the celestial realm, but now only anticipation remained. The paramount focus ahead was to prepare for this ascension. To excel in any craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Thus, personal cultivation is of utmost importance. Cold Huanian had already reached the fundamental requirements for ascension, attaining the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm. With the widespread sales of the rejuvenation springs across the entire void spirit continent, Cold Huanian's wealth continued to accumulate, predominantly in silver. However, his ascension required boundless spirit stones. He had arranged for the gradual conversion of his silver into spirit stones. Waiting until the end to exchange them would only result in skyrocketing exchange rates for the stones, necessitating a step-by-step approach. Flying towards the unparalleled tavern, Cold Huanian found the Nangong duo still engrossed in their tasks. Upon seeing him, Nangong Yuyin nearly leapt into his arms in public, but Nangong Yufei managed to restrain her. Cold Huanian had spent half a month in Weiyang City, yet his heart had unwittingly soared northward to the distant icy realms and the Beast Mountain Range, where two women remained unconquered. Chapter 127. The Empress's thoughts bidding farewell to his many beautiful companions, Cold Huanian ascended on his sword. In flight, he contemplated whether to visit the Cold Moon Empire or the Beast Mountain Range first. The Cold Moon Empress, Lan Mingyao, and the Demon Empress, Yao Wang, were two extraordinary women he had yet to win over. Although he had not fully conquered them, the Empress's soul sea bore an inscription, "My master, Cold Huanian," proclaiming him as her master. Forcing himself upon her would not be difficult, but such a pursuit was not in Cold Huanian's nature. Love, after all, is a sacred affair, devoid of coercion or barter. The situation with the Demon Empress Yao Wang was even more intricate. In a previous life, she had been a true empress of the celestial realm, possessing divine prowess second only to the highest realm of the celestial deity. Among the women Cold Huanian had encountered, she was the most formidable, possessing an unparalleled beauty that rivaled even the exquisite Jin Se. While Cold Huanian held the title of Demon King, Yao Wang was the nominal Demon Empress, yet their union had yet to be consummated. Cold Huanian ultimately decided to first visit the Cold Moon Empire to meet the Cold Moon Empress, leaving the highest-ranking Demon Empress Yao Wang for last. Upon landing in Blue Moon City, the atmosphere was one of contrasting emotions. The Snowfox Saintess, elated to see her beloved, was overjoyed, while the Cold Moon Empress felt an inexpressible tension. However, the Cold Moon Empress was somewhat relieved when Cold Huanian, upon arriving in Blue Moon City, went directly to the Qingyue Sacred Hall and did not step foot into the Dream Moon Divine Palace. For 2 consecutive days, he remained in the Qingyue Sacred Hall, leaving the Cold Moon Empress with a bittersweet sensation. Women often exhibit such behavior. When pursued persistently, they may find it bothersome and instead attempt to assert control. Conversely, should one withdraw their attention, they might plunge into self-doubt and return their focus to the pursuer. Thus, it can be said that women are not won through mere flattery, but through conquest. In recent days, Leng Huanian has successfully captivated the snow fox saintess numerous times within the Qinghua sanctuary. Now, his words hold the weight of an imperial decree to the snow fox saintess, compelling her to heed his direction without question, to chase away dogs yet refrain from scaring off chickens. Of course, Leng Huanian is a man of compassion, never dictating to the woman he cherishes. He treats her with utmost respect, akin to that shared between esteemed guests. The chamber of the snow fox saintess, Lan Xiaoqin, feels rather chilly, at least to Leng Huanian. In such an environment, he clearly cannot bear to be apart from her. Over the past couple of days, he has spent the majority of his time nestled in her embrace, for her fox ears and tail provide both warmth and amusement. My husband, although you are physically present with me these days, your heart seems elsewhere, she observes. Women possess an innate sensitivity, and Leng Huanian finds himself at a loss for words. He is indeed distracted. Qiner, I am contemplating how to win over the Cold Moon Empress. You will assist me, won't you? The snow fox saintess finds herself in a dilemma. Aiding him could mean invoking a rival in her affections and potentially betraying her long-standing respect for the Empress. The Cold Moon Empress and the Demon Queen are the two women I have yet to conquer. Before ascending to the celestial realm, I aspire to claim them. My husband, why must you conquer them before your ascension? Qiner, if they can assist me, my chances of ascension will greatly improve. Understanding dawns upon her. She realizes that her husband's desire to win over the Empress is not rooted in personal gain, but rather in the ambition to elevate them all to the heavenly realm. My husband, you are truly magnificent. I shall certainly support you. Magnificent is hardly the word Leng Huanian muses, surprised by the snow fox saintess's perception of him. Alas, the women in his life are so understanding and forgiving, and he feels the weight of responsibility grow heavier. Contemplating how to swiftly elevate them to the celestial realm and provide them with a glorious future. My husband, in truth, the Empress holds a favorable impression of you. During your absence, she often inquired about you, showing great interest in the details of our interactions and even wishing to hear tales of your past. Is that so? I thought she was only annoyed with me. How could she possibly care about my affairs? After all, the Empress must maintain her dignity. She must present a facade in public, and this side of her is known only to me. Qiner, what does this signify? It signifies that the Empress harbors no significant malice towards you. In fact, she seems quite intrigued. With some effort, you might just win her over. Really? Then I shall visit her at the Dream Moon Divine Palace tonight. Qiner, will you support me? My husband, I find myself torn. I wish for you to remain by my side, yet I understand you have grand matters to attend to. I cannot bear to hinder your progress. Be at ease. Leng Huanian gently kissed the snow-white forehead of the snow fox saintess before making his way to the Dream Moon Palace. On the third day of his arrival in Blue Moon City, he finally stepped through the grand gates of the Dream Moon Palace. The Cold Moon Empress appeared devoid of any emotion, a woman adept in the art of disguise, especially one of her imperial stature. Previously, Leng Huanian might have assumed that the Cold Moon Empress held him in disdain. However, having listened to the Snow Fox Saintess's insights prior to this encounter, he could no longer entertain such notions. What brings you here again? The voice of the Cold Moon Empress was as frigid as ice shards. Dream Yao, as your master, is it not reasonable for me to come and see you? You scoundrel! Can you erase those 7 words from my soul's sea? How am I to live with this burden? The Cold Moon Empress's expression turned icy. This was her eternal torment. When the day comes that those 7 words hold no significance for you, I shall assist in erasing them. However, by then, whether you wish to erase them will be a question in itself. Why do you provoke me? You already have the Dugu Empress, the Snow Fox Saintess, and even Lan Qingxian has become yours. With an Empress and a Snow Fox by your side, what more do you desire from me? Yet I do not possess the Snow Fox Empress. Leng Huanian's assertion bore a hint of insolence. A man must not be overly timid in pursuit of a woman. Thick skin leads to abundance, while thin skin leaves one with nothing. What must I do to be left in peace? The Cold Moon Empress felt a surge of helplessness facing Leng Huanian. He was utterly impervious to reason. Left in peace. I have done nothing to you. Why speak as though I have wronged you? Have you not wronged me? As an Empress, my very soul is under your control. You seek my demise instead. As she spoke, the Cold Moon Empress's emotions began to flare. Typically composed and untroubled throughout the year, everything changed upon encountering Leng Huanian. Dream Yao, do not be agitated. I understand your lofty status as an empress. For many years you have remained solitary, not because of a lack of affection for men, but rather due to the absence of one worthy of you. What woman, in truth, would willingly spend her life in solitude? Chapter 128. The limits of tension. Are you implying that you are the man worthy of me? Dream Yao, are you suggesting that I am unworthy of you? You. The cold moon empress raised her gaze to scrutinize Leng Huanian, momentarily rendered speechless. You and Dugu gents are lifelong adversaries. You are most aware of her strength, character, and disposition. Her choice of me indicates my exceptional qualities. You currently reside at the 9th level of the imperial spirit realm, yet have yet to achieve perfection. While I have reached the pinnacle of the imperial spirit realm, your fox life has spanned over 10,000 years, whereas I am merely in my teens. What are you trying to convey? I wish to convey that my talent is extraordinary and my fortune abundant. Being by my side will not diminish your stature. Although you are an empress, the limits of empresses in this realm are merely that. To seek a broader stage, one must ascend to the heavenly realm. Why do you share this with me? Can you truly ascend to the heavenly realm? Dream Yao, I do not regard you as a stranger, so it is permissible for me to confide in you. Recently, I have been preparing for ascension to the celestial realm, and I intend to bring all my beloved women with me. You understand the celestial realm. To attain immortality, one must first reach it. Do you possess such capabilities? I am aware it is exceedingly difficult, and you likely understand this better than I do, as your familiarity with this matter far surpasses mine. I suspect you have been striving for at least a millennium. I, however, lack the ability. From where do you derive your confidence in achieving successful ascension? Indeed, I am confident. I reached the pinnacle of the Emperor Spirit realm in my teenage years, and I have inherited both the bloodlines of the divine dragon and the phoenix. You possess the bloodline of a divine beast. How is that possible? Dream Yao, I apologize for not being clearer. After the Crimson Dragon Empress, Long Shi, became my beloved, she bestowed upon me the bloodline of the divine dragon. Similarly, after the Ice Phoenix, Luo Bing, became mine, she imparted the bloodline of the phoenix to me. They are both divine beasts fallen to the mortal realm. How could they possibly become yours? This is a matter of perception. The exquisite Jinsei is enamored with me. The Crimson Dragon Empress has chosen me. The Ice Phoenix has taken a liking to me, and even your junior sister, Lan Qingxian, has shown interest in me. Would you say I am merely fortunate, or perhaps a priceless treasure? As Cold Hua spoke, he found himself almost entranced by his own words. Indeed, he was captivated by his own charm. With such prowess, why do you still linger around me? Do you not have enough women? With great power comes great responsibility. My dream is to lead all the Emperor Spirit Fairies of the Void Spirit Continent to ascend together to the celestial realm. Your ambitions are truly grand. So, Dream Yao, would you be willing to embark on my void ship and journey to the celestial realm? You have already attained such heights, surrounded by women of every hue. To you, I am but a mere plaything. Dream Yao, your perspective is somewhat skewed. I genuinely admire you. Your icy beauty and the trace of coolness in your temperament captivates me. What is there to admire? Seeing my glacial visage daily, do you not find it tedious? I am drawn to you precisely because you are like ice, and I yearn to warm this ice, to even melt it. What an achievement that would be if I succeeded. I shall not grant you that opportunity. The Cold Moon Empress showed no sign of yielding. Is granting me an opportunity not also granting yourself one? What chance could I possibly have? Throughout the history of the Void Spirit, I have yet to encounter a case where ascension could allow one to bring another along. Ascending alone, even the pets of the immortal would be left behind. It remains merely a beautiful legend. Dream Yao, this world is vast, and some matters may exceed your imagination. If I could bring you with me to the celestial realm, would you be willing to accompany me? I do not know. For the first time, the Cold Moon Empress experienced inner turmoil, yet she was far from insincere or adept at evasion. Come with me. I shall take you to a place that may alter your perspective. As Leng Huanian extended his hand towards the Cold Moon Empress, she hesitated for a brief moment before gracefully placing her delicate hand in his palm, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. In an instant, the Cold Moon Empress felt as if she had transcended into another realm. Where's this place? Questions swirled in her mind, accompanied by her own speculations. For she was no ordinary being. One might dare to guess boldly. Gazing at Leng Huanian's expression of delight, the Cold Moon Empress's heart trembled. Could it be that this fellow possessed his own miniature world? Is this your little world? Astute, Meng Yao, he replied. Not only is your exterior as pure as ice and snow, but your heart is equally sharp and clear. I must concede, you are indeed a person of great fortune. Everything is predestined by the heavens. When the time comes for ascension, I intend to bring all my women into this little world. Will you join me in ascending now? I am willing to ascend, yet I do not wish to be your woman. Oh, what do you mean by that? You know well that such a secret place as a little world cannot allow others in, unless they are my women. I simply cannot bear your arrogant demeanor. As if you have me entirely at your mercy. Meng Yao, that is merely your lingering prejudice and hostility towards me. Consider this from another perspective. If I were to become your husband, do you not think you would admire such a man? Do not hastily dismiss this. Reflect deeply from your heart. Leng Huanian ceased to pressure the cold moon empress, allowing her the time and space to ponder. While she remained lost in thought, he quietly grasped one of her delicate hands. She suddenly became aware and attempted to withdraw it, but his grip was firm. After several futile attempts to escape, she gradually seemed to acclimate, ceasing her struggles. It's a bit cold, Meng Yao. A fox is not a cold-blooded creature. You are the fox, I am the snow fox. The cold moon empress shot him a glance, one that seemed fierce but was ultimately her last show of defiance. Is a snow fox not a fox? Your words make me question this world. The cold moon empress, aside from her silence, appeared to have no other choice. By the way, Meng Yao, what do your snow fox ears and tail look like? No sooner had Leng Huanian spoken than he felt a sharp pinch on his hand. I haven't yet agreed to anything, and you are already plotting against me, aren't you? Where would that be? Meng Yao, you are mistaken. Once you become my woman, we will certainly share the joys of intimacy. Where is the notion of mistreatment in that? Your thoughts are impure, always concocting some devious ideas. In truth, these past few days, all I have been able to think of is Meng Yao. That which is unattainable is eternally the best. Once acquired, it is often cast aside. I should keep you in suspense, for then you would treasure me all the more. Whether attained or unattained, I cherish Meng Yao. Cold Huanian suddenly grasped the hand of the cold moon empress, who appeared unprepared and fell into his embrace. In chapter 129, The Empress's Dream, it marked the first instance of such intimate proximity to a man for the cold moon empress. Initially, her heart was as tranquil as still water, but now ripples began to form within her heart's lake. She yearned to escape, yet her body seemed to defy her will, remaining nestled in cold Huanian's arms. As time passed silently, the two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, neither parting nor advancing further. One of cold Huanian's hands cradled the empress's lower back, while the other tenderly caressed her cloud-like tresses. He lowered his face until it was nearly touching her delicate, ice-like countenance. Dream Yao, I hold deep affection for you. Will you accompany me to the heavenly realm and share a lifetime together? The cold moon empress did not respond affirmatively nor negatively. Yet internally she recognized this as the best choice. The man before her was the most exceptional she had ever encountered. However, articulating this goodness proved elusive. The dynamics between them were so intricate. The inertia of her past urged her forward, pushing her to yield or soften her words. Yet that did not align with her nature. Cold Huanian tentatively pressed a gentle kiss upon her frosty visage, sending shockwaves through her heart. Before she could formulate a response, her cherry blossom-like lips were captured by his kiss. Instantly aware, she sought to withdraw, but cold Huanian's hands tenderly held her face. A tumultuous wave surged within her heart as their intimate encounter deepened. The kiss, neither too brief nor overly prolonged, concluded with the cold moon empress's frosty features adorned with a delicate blush. Cold Huanian continued to cradle her face tenderly. Dream Yao, now that we have embraced and kissed, may I consider you my woman? The cold moon empress remained silent, and cold Huanian did not press her further, simply drawing her back into his embrace. They lingered in each other's arms for an extended time. She, not entirely an unyielding ice, had gradually melted. Cold Huanian's wish was fulfilled. He had become the man of the cold moon empress. Her once icy form now bore a faint blush as she leaned against him. Yao, at this moment, you are truly mine. Today is my fortunate day. No one could fathom that the sovereign of the cold moon empire and one of the most powerful empresses of the Zuling continent lay docilely in a man's arms. Yao, at this juncture, do you still have no words for me? Indeed, the cold moon empress's nature was one of cool detachment. making her the only woman among his companions who remained silent even after transcending the bounds of their relationship. Very well, if you choose not to speak, so be it. Yao, you are nonetheless my woman, and I shall provide you with the finest care, ensuring your well-being. I will guide you to ascend to the heavenly realm, experience the splendor of the world together, and accompany you in achieving immortality. At that moment, Cold Huanian was indifferent to whether the Cold Moon Empress spoke or remained silent. Beloved, the Cold Moon Empress finally parted her delicate lips and softly uttered a word. Though her voice was barely a whisper, to Cold Huanian's ears, it was akin to celestial music. Wife. Unable to resist, he pressed several gentle kisses upon her icy, cherry blossom-like lips. At last, your wishes have been fulfilled. Thank you for your support, my beloved wife. Husband, in truth, the moment I first encountered you, I sensed that I might fall into your grasp. Why did you think so? Intuition. Our Snow Fox clan possesses an inherent sensitivity. I see. So you have been wary of me all along, fearing you might develop feelings for me? Not at all. I was merely testing you. I never anticipated your patience and audacity. For the sake of my cherished wife, I certainly possess patience. Are you satisfied now? Gazing at the enchanting fox before him, Cold Huanian finally believed that foxes could ensnare souls. At that moment, his very spirit was captivated by this alluring creature. I am indeed satisfied. Cold Moon Empress finally chuckled, a sound she could scarcely recall having made in ages. Cold Huanian bestowed another kiss upon her exquisite snow-white visage, showering her with affection. My beloved, we truly complement each other. Why do you say that? Our temperaments are perfectly balanced. You are serene as water, while I am carefree and vivacious. If we were to unite, it would be a match made in heaven, and our offspring would surely embody the qualities of both, swift as a hare, yet tranquil as a maiden. Husband, we have only just come together today. Do you already wish for children? Isn't that rather premature? The Cold Moon Empress leaned against Cold Huanian's chest, feeling an unprecedented peace envelop her heart. My dear, in fact, the first time I laid eyes on you, I had already envisioned names for our children. Is that truly serious or merely jest? It is sincere. I was utterly captivated by your unparalleled beauty. With so many beautiful women around you, haven't you grown weary of such sights? You should be experiencing aesthetic fatigue. Dream Yao is forever unique. How could I ever tire of her? Aren't they all snow foxes? Qing'er and Qingxian are also snow foxes, are they not? Even among humans, there exists significant variation. How much more so among snow foxes? Each of my 4 snow foxes is distinct, yet the one who tugs most at my heartstrings is undoubtedly you. Ah. The Cold Moon Empress sighed lightly. My dear, why do you sigh? I am naturally reserved, while you delight in sweet words. I truly wonder what our child will be like. Our child will undoubtedly be a handsome lad or a breathtakingly beautiful daughter. Husband, how can you be so confident when our child has yet to be born? Look at my face, and then yours. The genetics are evidently in our favor, though there remains an element of uncertainty. What uncertainty? My darling, do you think our child will be human or a snow fox? I do not know. Our snow fox clan rarely intermingles with humans. Do you think it may be a hybrid? A hybrid? I am already filled with anticipation. My lord, may I have some time to be alone? Are you tired of me? No, I wish to retreat for a while. Very well, where shall you retreat? Let it be within my palace. That is of no use. I shall take you to a place where you will undoubtedly gain much. Cold Huanian led the Cold Moon Empress into a small world, to the heart of the Tree of Life. Where is this? It is the place within my small world that is most abundant in spiritual energy. Here, your cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort. Begin now. I shall safeguard you. I will heed your words. My dear, did I not speak the truth? My lord. The Cold Moon Empress was utterly captivated by Cold Huanian, leaning into her beloved's embrace with unending affection. My dear, can you perceive the distinction in my realm? My lord, within your small world, can one surpass the limitations of the imperial spirit realm? Indeed, this is also the reason I brought you here. One is to transcend realms, and the other, of course, is to share my greatest secret with my woman. Thank you for not regarding me as an outsider. You are my inner companion, thus you are certainly not an outsider. Cold Huanian cradled the Cold Moon Empress's delicate, icy visage in his hands, and kissed her cool, cherry lips, making everything increasingly beautiful. In the distance, a celestial maiden clad in white observed Cold Huanian and the solitary Empress lost in their affectionate embrace, her body quivering involuntarily. She was the angel goddess Yang Shi, and upon witnessing their tender closeness, she promptly withdrew. The cold moon empress, being exceedingly perceptive, certainly noticed the angel goddess. "My lord, who is that woman? Is she also yours?" Women are inherently sensitive beings, especially when it comes to guarding their territory. "She is the angel goddess Yang Shi. My small world has evolved from a divine pearl of the Empress of all realms, known as the Yin-Yang divine pearl, and Yang Shi is the spirit of this pearl. She appears quite beautiful. My lord will surely claim her in time. It is only natural to do so, for I am her master." "My dear, you are not envious." "Are you envious? With so many beautiful acquaintances, if I were to be jealous of each, I would surely be consumed by acidity. Be good." Cold Huanian gently kissed her forehead, as white as jade. "My dear, there is a reason I have sought out so many formidable women." "What reason?" "We stand at the pinnacle of the food chain in the void spirit continent, yet in the celestial realm, we may appear somewhat lacking. Have you noticed a characteristic among the women around me? They are all quite beautiful." The cold moon empress replied without a moment's thought. "Aside from that, many are of the imperial spirit realm." "Precisely, my women are all extraordinary. We share love and support one another, allowing for rapid growth. When we ascend to the celestial realm, we can band together, preventing ourselves from being easily bullied." "My lord, your imagination is splendid. Yet the masters in the celestial realm are numerous. When we ascend, it is akin to being in the initial spirit realm, while facing the true spirit realm, the sacred spirit realm, and the imperial spirit realm. It is perilous. Alas, this is also the reason I seek the company of numerous women. I believe our fortune cannot be so dire as to not encounter celestial beings or divine deities. Having already attained the realm of divinity, I aspire to reach the next level, the transformation realm, before my ascension, which should enable me to safeguard you all effectively. My dear husband, leading such a multitude of beauties may render you a target, while in the void realm, few dare to provoke you. The same cannot be said for the celestial realm. Fear not, for with my strength, engaging in battles beyond my level is not an insurmountable challenge. I can ignite the bloodline of divine beasts twice more, potentially elevating my prowess by 2 additional levels. In such a case, I should be able to contend with those at the void god realm, and if I push my limits, perhaps even challenge those at the true god realm. It is essential to note that the true god realm represents the 7th stage of divine existence, with only the celestial and emperor god realms remaining above. Our fortune cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter such formidable beings upon our ascension. Life is unpredictable, my husband. We must take control of our destinies to find some measure of security. Indeed, we must expedite our cultivation, as this is the most expedient path to elevate our realms. Additionally, we must hope that the Crimson Dragon Empress and the Snow Fox Saintess can swiftly regain their former strength upon returning to the celestial realm. Moreover, we possess a significant ally in the form of the Queen of Beasts, Yaoguang of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Yaoguang, from what I understand, she is at most at the Emperor's spirit realm. What utility will she serve in the celestial realm? My dear, do not underestimate Yaoguang. She is a reincarnated being. In her past life, she was the Empress of the illusionary demon empire in the celestial realm, possessing the cultivation of the celestial realm, making her one of the most formidable existences there. My husband, what fierce characters you have befriended. I cannot help but feel inferior. Do not belittle yourself. You are a snow fox, the most alluring of all races in my eyes. As she spoke, Leng Huanian unconsciously began to stroke her fluffy snow fox ears. My husband, perhaps the greatest purpose we snow foxes serve is merely to please you. My dear, you are no mere mascot. I shall expedite your elevation. And as the most exceptional woman in the void spirit continent, you shall have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle in the celestial realm as well. Do you truly trust me so, my husband? Without a doubt, you are my priceless treasure, the epitome of beauty, grace, and capability. Encountering you has been my greatest fortune. My husband, I wish to bear you a little snow fox. Chapter 131. Remain true to our original intentions, my dear. How I wish we had come together sooner. My husband, one cannot be so casual. Being with you is already quite rapid. My dear, you have lived for 10,000 years. Have you not felt lonely all this time? Lonely? How could that be? Snow foxes relish solitude. My aloof nature is not unique to me. Before meeting you, I found great contentment in my solitude, free from disturbances. And now? Now, Of course, it is different. I have you, my husband. Once, I cherished being alone. In the future, I may fear it. Rest assured, you shall not be alone again. I will always be by your side. My husband, let us return. Indeed. Cold Huanian gently led the cold moon empress out of the small world. My dear, do you not enjoy staying outside? Our embrace feels somewhat awkward under the watchful gaze of your spirit companion. It matters not, for we are among ourselves. Cold Huanian wrapped his arms around the cold moon empress, and they lay together in serene silence. My dear, how do you find things different now compared to before? In the past, I was cold and solitary. Now, with a husband, I feel a sense of home. A woman should indeed have her own life. Yet nurturing a family is a beautiful endeavor, is it not? You speak wisely, my husband. As the ruler of this nation, the burdens are heavy. I have adopted a rather laid-back approach. As long as the Cold Moon Empire operates smoothly, I am content. Your esteemed companion, however, likely has a more proactive disposition. She performs admirably, thus you both embody contrasting temperaments. My husband, whom do you prefer between her and me? My dear, once, Jinsei posed a similar question when our relationship was not as profound as it is now. She merely inquired whom I favored more, her or you. So, whom do you truly favor? This is a delightful dilemma. I wish not to choose, for you both are my beloveds. Why must I be made to decide? I cherish you both, desiring both of you. You greedy soul. The cold moon empress playfully pinched Cold Huanian's cheek, drawing closer to him. I hope my husband will forever remember me, remember us, even if we ascend to the celestial realm or when we reach the pinnacle of our personal journeys. To remain true to one's original intention is the key to enduring success. Cold Huanian pressed his lips against the cold moon empress's icy cherry blossoms. My husband, what are your plans for the future? When do you intend to ascend? I have mentioned before that only two women remain unconquered in this world. One is my dear, and the other is the demon queen. Now that my dear has become my woman, I have but one final target left. The demon queen rightfully belongs to the demon king. You are the demon king, and her becoming your woman is justified both in name and in moral standing. Should you venture to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, she would not resist your desires. While that may be true, I cannot compel her. It applies to both her and you. I have become your master, yet have you ever seen me take advantage of my position? If you do not consent, I cannot force your hand. My husband, in matters of intimacy, it often falls upon the man to take the first step, just as in our relationship. One cannot expect me to initiate everything. You are a snow fox, which is akin to being a fox. It is in a fox's nature to be alluring and captivating. It is reasonable for you to be more proactive. My husband, I have stated before that I am a snow fox, not merely a fox. Cold Huanian held the cold moon empress close, and they soon drifted into slumber, undisturbed even by the morning bird song. As the sun climbed high, Cold Huanian finally awoke to the beauty in his arms. My husband, I was hoping to invite Qiner for breakfast, yet I did not expect to sleep until now. It is of no concern. Today, you need not attend court. By the way, my dear, how often do you hold court? Typically, it is once every 7 days. You truly are the most laid-back sovereign. As the two rose from their slumber, the snow fox saintess, Lan Xiaoqin, had surprisingly arrived at the Dream Moon Palace. Your Majesty, Lan Xiaoqin, with her heart longing for her beloved, exclaimed, for indeed, a day apart felt like 3 autumns. She then gently called out to Leng Huanian, husband, how delightful. I had intended to invite you for a meal. Leng Huanian stepped forward and embraced her tenderly, causing a flicker of joy to ignite in Lan Xiaoqin's heart. Husband, today it shall be my pleasure, along with Qiner, to prepare a sumptuous feast for your send-off. Is my husband departing? Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaoqin felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, her spirits plummeting. Silly girl, I am merely departing, not leaving for good. Once I ascend, we shall often gather together. Where is my husband headed? He was bound for the myriad beasts mountain range, to conquer the one woman he had never subdued. Chapter 132. I miss you. The cold moon empress and the snow fox saintess rarely ventured into the kitchen, but today, for the sake of their beloved, they attended to every detail personally. As the three gathered at the dining table, it was laden with an array of dishes that, although modest in appearance, reflected the utmost effort of the two women. An empress and a saintess rarely had the opportunity to engage in such domestic endeavors, despite the flavors being somewhat average. Leng Huanian graciously consumed a fair portion, for he was not particularly finicky when it came to food. At the very least, the ingredients they had chosen were of the highest quality, rendering even the less than perfect flavors genuine in their own right. After the meal, Leng Huanian wiped his mouth clean and lingered for a moment with the two women before departing on his sword. As they watched him vanish into the skies above Blue Moon City, both women felt a profound sense of loss. He truly finished every morsel and left without a glance back. If Leng Huanian were to overhear the Cold Moon Empress's words behind him, he would likely give her a playful slap on the backside. "Your Majesty, have you truly reconciled with your husband?" The Snow Fox Saintess was taken aback by how quickly their relationship had blossomed, fully aware of the Cold Moon Empress's innate aversion to men. "You saw us depart hand in hand from the dormitory this morning. Your Majesty, how shall we interact moving forward? How should I address you? From now on, we shall be like sisters. You may call me elder sister." Elder sister. The Cold Moon Empress's frosty visage, akin to a millennium of ice and snow, melted like spring warmth. She beckoned the Snow Fox Saintess to her side, and as their hands intertwined, their bond transformed irrevocably. Leng Huanian soared towards the Myriad Beasts mountain range, descending directly in the plaza before the Demon King's hall, amidst the cacophony of cheers from the myriad of demons. Both the young demoness and the Demon Queen recognized that it was indeed Leng Huanian who had arrived, each approaching the windows that faced the plaza. Leng Huanian, almost instinctively, turned his gaze towards those two windows. The young demoness waved excitedly at him, while the Demon Queen, Yao Guang, did not retreat behind the curtains as she had previously, instead observing him quietly. Even from a distance, Leng Huanian's eyes sparked with a fiery connection to the gaze of the Demon Queen. As Leng Huanian entered the Demon King's palace, the Demon Queen remained by the window, her gaze devoid of focus. She anticipated that Leng Huanian would, as before, first seek the company of the little demoness, spending a day or two in her embrace before recalling her presence. How could she not feel concerned? There was an undeniable hint of disappointment within her, and the Demon Queen found herself apprehensive about her feelings for this man, sensing that her attachment might be excessive. The door swung open without a knock, and Leng Huanian stepped inside. Upon hearing the sound, the Demon Queen turned, only to be enveloped in his arms before she could react, his lips capturing hers in a fervent kiss. A shiver coursed through her, akin to a thunderclap. But true to her regal nature, she regained her composure almost immediately. Curiosity took hold of her. Instead of anger, she felt a flicker of anticipation. The two shared a lingering kiss, and when their lips parted, Leng Huanian held the Demon Queen tightly against him. "Why are you so impulsive today?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise. "Yao Guang, I have missed you," he replied, resting his chin on her shoulder, their cheeks brushing against each other as he whispered softly in her ear. "Why have you come here instead of visiting Yao Rao?" he queried. "Yao Guang, you miss me too, don't you?" "Who misses you? Do you think I am Yao Rao?" she retorted playfully. "Yao Guang, I have longed for you since the moment I departed from the Wan Beast mountain range. Now that I am back, I simply wish to appear at your side unexpectedly." "You startled me," she confessed. "Nonsense. You are the Demon Queen, the Empress of the illusionary demon empire. What grand scenes have you not encountered? How could you be startled by this?" "True, I have witnessed many things, but I have never been embraced or kissed in such a manner by a man. What can I say? I simply adore you. It has become second nature to hold and kiss you." With a gentle kiss on her delicate face, smooth as silk, Leng Huanian lifted her into his arms. The Demon Queen regarded him with a hint of wariness in her eyes and asked, "What do you intend to do? Force yourself upon me?" "Not at all. I merely wish to hold you. I suddenly feel compelled to cradle you in my hands." This time, he did not instinctively make his way toward the bed. He genuinely wished for nothing more than to embrace the Demon Queen. "Do you think of me as a child? How do you wish to play?" she teased, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of amusement, revealing no trace of anger. Leng Huanian gently set her down, only to pull her back into a tight embrace. With their heights nearly aligned, their hearts beat close to one another. At first, their heartbeats were out of sync, but inexplicably, they gradually began to resonate in harmonious rhythm. Leng Huanian truly experienced the essence of shared breath and synchronized heartbeats. Thump, thump, a peculiar sensation enveloped them. A rosy hue graced the Demon Queen's porcelain face as she allowed him to hold her intimately. Yet, for Leng Huanian, merely holding her was far from sufficient. He captured her tender lips once more in another kiss. The demon queen began to savor the sensation of their kiss, realizing it was a taste of love. Are you not yet finished? She chided playfully. As the two parted ways, the demon empress cast a reproachful glance at Leng Huanian. No matter how much she embraced him, she could never get enough. His body exuded an alluring fragrance, soft and pleasantly plump, making it incredibly comforting to hold him. Once she heard the word plump, however, her joy dissipated, for women of any era dread being labeled as having excess flesh. How can you call me plump? Am I really that heavy? Nay. Your figure is the most exquisite I have ever encountered. You appear slender in clothing yet possess alluring curves when undraped. Curves when undraped? When have I ever disrobed in your presence? Have you been peeking? The demon empress looked at him with a puzzled expression. I have not. It is merely a sensation. Surely, embracing you would allow me to feel your form. I am no fool. Your physique is unparalleled among women. Very well. I shall grant you some credit for your sweet words. I speak only the truth. Yao Guang, from the inside out, is the epitome of femininity. How does she compare to your beloved Dugu gents? Each possesses her unique allure. Both are exceptional in their own right. By the way, from where do you hail? The Cold Moon Empire. Given your triumphant demeanor, it seems you have managed to capture Lan Mingyao's heart. Indeed, I have. It appears that in your heart, Lan Mingyao holds a more significant place than I do. How so? Leng Huanian found himself bewildered, pondering the whimsical nature of a woman's thoughts. You traveled from the great Central Empire, and to reach the Cold Moon Empire, one must soar over the Wanshou mountain range. Even while flying overhead, you made no stops and went directly to the Cold Moon Empire. This suggests that Lan Mingyao occupies a greater weight in your heart than I. Yao Guang, you are mistaken. In my heart, you are one of the most important women. When did I become your woman? We have yet to reach that final step. Perhaps you do not acknowledge it, but in my heart, I have long regarded you as my own. You are rather domineering, desiring whoever you fancy to be yours. Are you not? Yao Guang, if I were truly as domineering as you claim, I would have claimed you the moment I laid eyes upon you. Yet, despite the passage of time and our numerous encounters, I still can only cherish you in my heart, and you have not yet entirely become my woman. We have embraced and kissed. Is that not sufficient? How could it be enough? I yearn for Yao Guang to genuinely become my woman, waking together at dawn, sharing breakfast, strolling through the gardens, gazing at the moon hanging in the sky, and cherishing each other, ultimately raising our own child and watching her grow. Fool, I have promised you nothing, yet you have envisioned so much. You are ever so theatrical. Who could help but love Yao Guang so deeply? Did you make such a long journey just to convey this? Not at all. I have ascended to the 5th level of the divine realm. I came seeking you, preparing to ascend to the celestial realm upon breaking through to the transformation realm. You have surpassed the limitations of the imperial spirit realm? The demon empress was utterly astonished. Alas, I must express my gratitude to you, the divine oracle. Last time, your guidance led me to the kingdom of Xi'an, and, true to your predictions, I stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Can you guess what it is? What? A pearl, the Yin-Yang divine pearl of the Empress of all realms. The Yin-Yang divine pearl. I have heard of it. The Empress possesses 2 precious pearls, one being the divine pearl of all realms, and the other the Yin-Yang divine pearl. However, I was unaware of the extraordinary nature of the Yin-Yang divine pearl. Yao Guang, you might find it hard to imagine that after recognizing me as its master, the Yin-Yang divine pearl actually created a small world within my energy sea. Allow me to take you inside to see. Leng Huanian grasped Yao Guang's delicate hand and pulled her into the small world. As the Empress of the Celestial Realm, the Demon Queen had seen much. Yet she had never encountered another small world before, and this experience left her in awe. She was astonished by the vastness of this miniature realm, comparable to countless ethereal continents. In the future, anything I wish to transfer into this small world can be done with a mere touch and a thought. How wondrous! Can mountains and rivers also be included? Certainly, anything you can imagine is possible. Palaces, pavilions, and more. The scenery still requires refinement. Indeed, this small world is merely in its infancy. I will eventually bring in the White Dragon Valley, the Rejuvenation Lake, and the Wanren Snow Mountain, gradually transforming this realm into a paradise where Yao Guang and our children can grow up joyfully. Who would want to live here with you? Who would want to have children with you? The Demon Queen shot a playful glare at Leng Huanian, yet this glance lacked any real threat. instead appearing irresistibly charming. Unable to resist, Leng Huanian pulled the demon queen into his embrace once more. After a long moment, she gently pushed him away, asking, "Have you embraced enough?" "Not at all. I could never have enough. A lifetime would not suffice. Let us go outside. The spiritual energy here is too abundant. And once I get used to it, I want to leave. After all, this is our shared home. We can reside here however we wish. Our home. We are not even a family yet. Yao Guang. We have embraced and kissed. I consider you my woman. Do you still have doubts?" "While I have no other thoughts. I am the Empress of the Celestial Realm. Can I truly decide my lifelong matters so hastily? Wouldn't that be too rash?" Yao Guang appeared somewhat hesitant. "It depends on you. I am utterly sincere and earnest in my feelings for you. I trust you can sense that. If you believe the time is not yet right, I am willing to wait for you." "Wait for me? How can you say that? You have already taken matters into your own hands. How can you wait?" The demon queen shot him a sharp look. "Yao Guang, I merely perceived your resistance to be rather slight, as if you were playing hard to get." "Who is playing hard to get?" "Fine. To speak candidly, I have come to you for an important matter." "What matter?" "To make you my woman." "You." The demon queen was about to explode, but Leng Huanian hastily interrupted her. "Yao Guang, do not be hasty. Listen to my words. My intentions are not driven by selfish desires, but rather for your sake." "For my sake?" The demon empress laughed in anger. "To be precise, it is for our mutual benefit. In order to ascend to the celestial realm, I must ensure that I am in optimal condition. I have already reached the divine realm. And to advance further into the transformation realm, seeking you is my only viable option in the short term. Were your affections towards me merely a calculated scheme? Or do you simply wish to exploit me? All the women I know have devoted their hearts and souls to me. After coming from Blue Moon City, even the Cold Moon Empress has become one of my women. Yao Guang, do you understand why I sought you last? It is not that I am easily obtained like your other women. Did you intend to save the most challenging for last? No, I wish to reserve the best for last. Among my women, your beauty, grace, demeanor, and status combined make you the most formidable. I prefer to cherish the finest until the end. Are you truly so confident? Perhaps it is merely an intuition, but I sense that you harbor no animosity towards me. Rather, there is an inclination of fondness. You are quite self-assured, are you not? Do you dare to listen to your own heart? Do you truly feel any affection for me?" Leng Huanian gazed intently at the demon empress, who turned her head away under his penetrating stare. "What is it, Yao Guang? Are you afraid to confront me, or are you afraid to confront your own feelings?" Yao Guang took a deep breath, slowly turning her head back, and spoke candidly. "You have indeed captured my heart. After you last inquired, you vanished without a trace. I must admit, I felt a tinge of annoyance. I blamed myself for directing you towards the Western Flame Kingdom. You obtained a tremendous opportunity, yet did not think to share your joy with me, your benefactor. I felt quite disheartened. It is no wonder you exhibited such a demeanor upon our meeting. Last time, you referred to me as your husband. I expected you to leap into my embrace this time, yet your mood seems to have soured. Women can be quite fickle once they have someone in their hearts. They become riddled with insecurities. Men experience the same, Yao Guang. I harbor feelings for you, and when I see you, I fear losing my footing. Is this not also a form of insecurity? Leng Huanian, I see that you have me firmly in your grasp. I concede to you. I accept my fate. In this lifetime, it shall be you." Chapter 134. A bold heart. Yao Guang, I vow not to bring dishonor upon you. I trust you. You are aware of my identity and my capabilities. When it comes to discerning others, I am not easily deceived. Of course, my beloved wife is the goddess of destiny. Once we reach the celestial realm, I will rely heavily on my wife's divination skills. Do you truly regard me as your wife? We have yet to reach that stage. Leng Huanian comprehended the implications of her words and promptly kissed the delicate lips of the demon empress. She understood and accepted Leng Huanian, no longer resisting. She recognized that they would inevitably reach this pivotal point, which was crucial for both of them. The two individuals finally achieved a sublime fusion of body and soul, with the enchantress becoming increasingly radiant and captivating. Husband, I have regained all the memories of my past life. Ah, splendid. Congratulations, my dear wife. Thank you, husband. It appears we are indeed a match made in heaven. The enchanting queen relaxed into the embrace of Leng Huanian, their intimacy reaching unprecedented heights. My dear, with this, We should possess the strength to protect ourselves when we ascend to the heavenly realm. In theory, yes, but the world of cultivation often brings forth what one fears most. Given our current level, encountering a void god would be quite daunting, let alone a true god or a celestial god. Fear not, my dear. I possess the bloodlines of the divine dragon and the phoenix, which can be ignited twice to elevate us by 2 major realms. It would not be surprising for me to defeat opponents of a higher level, even if they are 3 realms above me in the void god stage. Husband, I never imagined you could grow to such an extent. Who would have thought that at less than 20 years of age, you could achieve so much in this ethereal continent? It seems that Dugu Jin's truly possesses an extraordinary insight, having seen the potential in you when you were still a rough gem. All my women are remarkable, the 2 empresses of the ethereal empire, the 2 divine beasts of the heavenly realm, and the empress of the heavens. Alas, am I destined to thrive on the merits of women? Husband, if you say so, it is indeed the case. However, your ascent has been so rapid that the meal has not even been prepared, let alone served. Indeed, I have missed out on so many opportunities. Husband, while you may have missed those opportunities, you have certainly honed the skill of turning raw rice into cooked meals. Is my wife feeling a tinge of jealousy? I know what kind of person you are better than anyone else. Jealousy is not my sentiment. After all, you are not a man who can be completely controlled by a single woman. If that were the case, you would no longer be yourself. I would not have recognized or cherished you. My dear, you possess great vision. Once we reach the heavenly realm, I shall ensure you break through to the divine emperor stage, truly achieving immortality. Immortality? Is that what you long for, dear husband? Of course, but not for any other reason. I simply wish to spend my life by your side, never to part. This life is endless, just as my love for you is boundless. Husband, you are a man unlike any other. While others may sever ties with their beloved for the sake of cultivation, your motivation lies in your devotion to your woman. It is indeed somewhat peculiar, but that is simply who I am, innately tender-hearted. Husband, you are both a savior and a bane to women. A bane? How so? One glance at you seals a woman's fate. My dear, please do not say such things about me. I cannot bear the weight. I cannot speak for others, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I was ensnared. In your gaze, I saw sincerity, desire, and control. A beauty such as you is something I could never overlook. You are indeed audacious, provoking a millennia-old snow fox, courting a millennia-old divine dragon, and keeping a millennia-old ice phoenix as a pet. My dear, these matters are trivial, after all. You are the empress of the celestial realm, yet you still find yourself in my embrace. I share this not to boast, but merely to convey that everything I have achieved is a result of my sincere devotion. Sincere devotion? Huh. Do you truly believe that winning the hearts of these enchanting women relies solely on your sincerity? Indeed, sincerity is essential, yet it is not the foundation. Rather, it serves as an auxiliary. What draws people to you most is your strikingly handsome visage, your innate talent, and your prowess. Without these 2 attributes, you would be unable to capture the hearts of such extraordinary beauties. Is sincerity truly so undervalued? It is indeed valuable, yet at the same time, it can be deemed worthless. My dear, you have left me perplexed. What do you mean by that? If one lacks both appearance and ability, no amount of sincerity can elevate one beyond a mere sycophant. Women would scarcely spare a glance. The realms of transcendent cultivation are divided as follows: the spirit realm, the divine realm, the transformation realm, the concentration realm, the refinement realm, the void realm, the true God realm, the celestial God realm, and the emperor God realm, each consisting of 9 tiers: beginner, 13 tiers, intermediate, 46 tiers, and advanced, 79 tiers. Chapter 135. The distinction between genders. Are women truly so pragmatic? Leng Huanian was profoundly shaken. Yet, it is not only women who are pragmatic. Men are no different. For instance, if a woman is unattractive and lacks ability, would you find her appealing? Even if she were to offer you her utmost sincerity, would you accept her? Leng Huanian shook his head vigorously. What if a woman is as beautiful as a celestial being but lacks competence, yet is willing to offer you her utmost sincerity? I might consider accepting her and seek ways to help her enhance her abilities. What if a woman is unattractive yet possesses the strength of the Emperor's spirit realm and is willing to offer you her utmost sincerity? I suppose I could not accept that. My dear, I see through you. What do you see? Ultimately, you are a man who values appearances. and this choice is perhaps shared by many men. However, in their pursuit of advancement, many would also accept a formidable yet unappealing partner. After all, it matters little in the dark. My dear, allow me to elaborate. Beauty and ugliness extend beyond mere facial features. Physique plays a significant role as well. A stunning beauty like you, with a figure that ignites desire, dazzles under the light and sparkles like a luminous pearl in the night. Husband, you are unlike others. Even without looks or ability, you could still manage to secure a modest living with your words. Alas, what of you women? There is indeed a distinction between men and women. Men primarily value beauty, while women tend to prioritize wealth. My dear, if that is the case, then men are considerably more straightforward than women. Yet, one cannot generalize. Such matters are merely personal choices without right or wrong. My dear, if a handsome man possesses little ability but offers you his utmost sincerity, would you accept him? I would not. The demon queen decisively provided her answer. And if an unattractive man, endowed with extraordinary skills and abundant wealth, were to offer you his utmost sincerity, would you accept him? I would not. My dear, if an extraordinarily handsome man, possessing remarkable abilities and boundless wealth, were to offer you his undivided heart, would you accept him? Not unless that man were you. My dear, are you attempting to console me? I find your words sweeter than my own. Leng Huanian could not resist gently savoring the enchanting lips of the demon queen, which indeed bore a subtle fragrance. I speak only the truth. Aside from your exquisite appearance, your exceptional talents, and your remarkable charm, you possess a silver tongue capable of reviving the dead. It is only reasonable that I find myself captivated by you. Otherwise, I could maintain a lifetime of solitude. How regrettable it would be for such a beauty as you to remain single for eternity. Oh, if you were to vanish and I were to follow another, would you not find that regrettable? Indeed, it would be an irreplaceable sorrow, a lifetime of lamentation. Such is the possessiveness of a man. My husband is a man among men, his desire for possession transcending that of ordinary folk. Perhaps, for I have encountered many beauties and would wish to hold on to each one, for lacking even one would be a regret in life. My dear husband, you are exceedingly candid. Do you not fear my displeasure for such words spoken in my presence? You know my temperament well. Dear, I would never be discontented. Leng Huanian embraced the demon queen. It is your brazen demeanor that leaves me utterly helpless. I am fortunate to have women around me who are all well-behaved and understanding. That is only because you are sufficiently exceptional, they will indulge you. When you find yourself in misfortune, see if they still heed your call. My dear, if I were to fall into misfortune one day, would you abandon me? You underestimate me. Do you truly believe I, Yao Guang, would serve another man in this lifetime? It is not necessary to seek another man. You may simply depart. Your only vulnerability lies in the abundance of beautiful confidence. Since I have already acknowledged this, it signifies my acceptance, and thus I could never hold it against you. Therefore, your claims of anger and departure are unfounded and impossible. Truly, you are a wonderful wife. I believe they all share your sentiments. Alas, I cannot fathom what merit I accrued in my past life to be graced with such beautiful companions. My husband, this world is inherently unjust. It is commonplace for a man of influence to take multiple wives, while emperors possess 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with thousands of beauties in their harem. I find this rather admirable, as both Empress Dugu Jins and Empress Lan Mengyao could, by rights, also amass their own harem. They prefer no other men, only me, and I consider myself fortunate. You are our fortune, and we are yours. Let us cherish one another. My dear, I will certainly treasure you all. I believe in you. What are your plans moving forward? There is but one goal before us, to ascend to the celestial realm, and all endeavors will revolve around this aspiration. My husband, how are the preparations faring? They are nearly complete. The most challenging aspect concerning personal cultivation has been resolved, and the transition to the divine realm is well within reach. As previous ascenders from the void spirit continent were merely at the pinnacle of the emperor spirit realm. As I contemplate my imminent departure from this continent and the return to the celestial realm, my heart is tumultuous with anticipation. The treasures I have lost, now within my grasp, will soon be reclaimed. My dear, do not be overly excited. We must proceed with caution, for making a grand entrance may not be prudent. Fear not, my husband, I am not without sense. My personal cultivation is secure, yet one matter remains. What is it? I must gather a substantial quantity of spirit stones for the purpose of ascension. Why are spirit stones necessary for ascension? This is merely my conjecture. For millennia, no one has successfully ascended from the ethereal spirit continent, likely due to the diminishing spiritual energy of this land. Without sufficient energy, the impetus for ascension is inadequate. Thus, I aim to collect more than half of the spirit stones from the ethereal spirit continent to construct a site for ascension, where the spiritual energy is abundant enough to facilitate our rise to the celestial realm. How did you conceive such an innovative idea? Strangely enough, this method sounds promising and might indeed succeed. I have also pondered the reasons behind the failure of ascension for thousands of years on the ethereal spirit continent. I must take action, and this is the solution I have devised. Collecting such a vast number of spirit stones is no trivial task. Earning money is not overly difficult. With a cup of the harmonious rejuvenation spring, I have amassed a considerable fortune, which is gradually being converted into spirit stones in the imperial city. My husband, once we arrive in the celestial realm, if you can establish the reputation of the harmonious rejuvenation spring there, we shall no longer have to worry about acquiring superior spirit stones, exceptional treasures, or unparalleled techniques. Naturally, once we reach the celestial realm, our collection from the ethereal spirit will lose value. However, a cup of the harmonious rejuvenation spring can procure treasures anywhere. Chapter 136. Rare Treasures. My husband, you seem quite enamored with the celestial realm. People strive for higher grounds. Just as water flows downward, the ethereal spirit continent is but a marginal world, and I yearn to stand in the spotlight as a trailblazer. Though the celestial realm is fraught with uncertainties, with your strength and insight, I am certain you will carve out your own domain there. Indeed, with you by my side, my worries are alleviated. Your familiarity with the celestial realm is profound, and your foresight can glimpse the future. However, it is not as simple as you imagine, yet I shall always remain by your side. That is sufficient. Leng Huanian tightly embraced the demon Empress, scarcely believing he truly possessed the former Empress of the celestial realm. However, my dear, I must rise. Must you be in such a hurry? Indeed, you are the demon Empress, a fairy, an Empress. Each title is formidable. I am nothing but your wife. The demon Empress once more elicited a long kiss from Leng Huanian. My dear, let us venture forth. Together, Leng Huanian took the delicate hand of the demon Empress, and with a mere thought, they stepped beyond the small world, returning to the demon Empress's palace. My husband, go and spend time with the little demoness. If you delay, she will be heartbroken. Very well. Leng Huanian gently kissed her forehead and stepped out to seek the enchanting little demoness. Enchantress had waited for an extended period without the arrival of Leng Huanian, feeling a deep sense of disappointment as she lay on her bed, letting tears cascade down her cheeks. Upon entering and approaching the bedside, Leng Huanian noticed the commotion and, upon seeing him, the enchantress immediately sprang up and leapt into his embrace. My husband, I thought you had abandoned me. How could that be? You are my little demoness, and I could never forsake you in this lifetime. I have made significant progress with the demon queen. Has she agreed to be your woman? Not only has she consented, but she is already my woman. It was she who urged me to come see you, fearing that you might grow anxious and shed tears. Leng Huanian tenderly wiped away the traces of tears from the little demoness' face, unable to contain his affection. My little dear, it seems the demon queen truly has foresight. My husband, you only know how to tease me. The little demoness nestled her face against Leng Huanian's chest. All right, cheer up a bit. I will prepare a delicious meal for you shortly, and we shall dine together. The little demoness' eyes sparkled with joy, dispelling any remnants of her earlier discontent. As Leng Huanian busied himself with cooking, the demon queen and the little demoness lent a hand. The two women, observing Leng Huanian's earnest demeanor, could not help but admire him. Such a man is indeed a rare treasure in this day and age. How many men would willingly step into the kitchen for their beloved? Leng Huanian prepared 8 dishes, causing the two women to beam with delight and shower him with praises for his culinary skills. After dinner, the trio strolled together in the garden to admire the moon. Before long, the demon queen excused herself, citing fatigue, leaving Leng Huanian and the little demoness alone to share their intimate moments. A wise woman always knows the appropriate time to act. My husband, do you have any plans recently? Indeed, Rayer, you must prepare yourself, for I am about to ascend to the celestial realm. My husband, if you leave, What shall I do? Silly girl, of course, I shall take you with me. Really? The little demoness, brimming with excitement, kissed each of Leng Huanian's cheeks, her joy palpable. Certainly, you are my woman. How could I possibly leave you behind? As the ancient saying goes, when one attains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. You are my treasure. I could never abandon you. Thank you, my husband. At my current level, how could I possibly ascend alongside you? The little demoness' emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. Do not worry. I will take you to a place shortly, and you will understand how I intend to bring you to the celestial realm. Chapter 137. Dragons and Phoenixes Among Men. My husband, the spiritual energy here is abundant. Indeed, once we reach the celestial realm, if there is no safe haven, would you find it agreeable to reside here? As long as I can be with my husband, it matters not where I am. While the little demoness was playfully seeking Leng Huanian's affection, the angelic goddess Yangshi approached. Rayer, this is Yangshi. The two women nodded in mutual acknowledgement. Master, who might this lovely lady be? Yangshi teased playfully. This is the enchanting little demoness of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Yangshi's temperament is, of course, entirely opposite to Yin Ruo's. She interacts harmoniously with the captivating creature. After a leisurely stroll through the small world, Leng Huanian and the little demoness exited, which greatly broadened Yaolao's horizons, revealing a world brimming with wonders. After spending 3 delightful days in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with the demon Empress, the little demoness, and the charming maid by Ling, Leng Huanian finally bid farewell. This time, Leng Huanian intended to meet all his women, primarily to inform them of his imminent ascension and to prepare them for the journey ahead. He decided to first visit the frozen river to see Lan Qingxian. Aside from him and Lan Qingxian, no one else knew of the hidden realm beneath the frozen river, the grand white jade palace, which lay invisibly at the riverbed. With a trace of Lan Qingxuan's snow fox bloodline within him, he had essentially become the master of the white jade palace and entered effortlessly. Lan Qingxian had suffered a severe blow to her soul last time and had been nurturing her spirit beneath the soul-nurturing tree. Upon Leng Huanian's entrance into the white jade palace, she sensed her beloved's presence but continued to meditate with her eyes closed. Leng Huanian sat beside her, quietly observing, not daring to disturb her cultivation, fearing that even the slightest interruption might hinder her progress. My husband, you have come. Lan Qingxian opened her beautiful eyes and approached Leng Huanian. Xianer, have you recovered from your injuries? Mostly, my husband. It has been a while. I missed you. Though she said this, they had been apart for only a few days. Leng Huanian embraced Lan Qingxian and gently pressed his lips against her tender cherry blossoms. That kiss seemed to last an eternity. Xianer, I have reached the 3rd realm of divine existence, the transformation realm, and I am about to ascend. Are you ready? I am always prepared to follow my husband, even to the ends of the earth. That is not necessary. I want you by my side not to endure hardships, but to enjoy a glorious life together, to achieve immortality and share our days for eternity. Leng Huanian had 4 snow foxes, each uniquely charming and elegant. Then what distinguishes me from my senior sister and the saintess? We are all snow foxes. Indeed, you are the queenly type. Xianer embodies the elegant mistress, while Qiner represents the pure celestial maiden. Together, you 3 create a breathtaking scene, each aspect distinct. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, Leng Huanian led her into the small world. My husband, is this your small world? Yes, you will reside here when I ascend. My husband, will you bring many people along during your ascension? They are all my cherished confidants. There are several. What? Does my Xiana have concerns? My husband is a rare phoenix among men, and throughout history, many heroes have had beautiful confidants. It is quite natural to have a few. A rare phoenix among men. Xianer, I now possess the bloodlines of both dragons and phoenixes. Your words seem quite fitting. My husband, is your small world not yet complete? Indeed. It has only recently come into existence. However, this miniature world possesses the remarkable ability to transport the mountains and rivers from the outside realm within its confines. Pavilions and towers may also be relocated. Would you consider moving the Jade Palace into this small world and taking it to the celestial realm? That would be splendid. Otherwise, I would surely harbor some regrets. The Jade Palace holds profound significance for me. Without it, I might have long ceased to exist in this world. Very well. Let us transfer the Jade Palace to my small world, and once we reach the celestial realm, I shall find a suitable place to manifest it anew. I shall heed your wishes. Xianer, how far are you from complete recovery of your spirit? I am still 2 or 3 points away. Do you wish to continue your cultivation in the endless river, or would you prefer to move the Jade Palace into the small world and practice there instead? My dear, can you truly transport mountains, rivers, and seas into your small world? I believe so, though I have yet to undertake the task in detail. My dear, I wish to move the endless river along with the Jade Palace into your small world. Would that be agreeable? Absolutely. When shall we proceed? Right now? So that I may remain by your side forevermore. Let us venture forth. Leng Huanian led Lan Qingxian out of the Jade Palace and arrived at the endless river. With a mere thought, the endless river vanished from the spirit realm, and the barrier isolating the endless forest from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range ceased to exist. Upon entering the small world, they found that the frozen river had undergone a remarkable transformation, perhaps due to its separation from the frigid cold moon empire. The frozen river was now entirely unsealed, its waters gently flowing and meandering into the distance without end. My dear, shall we explore the riverbed and see if the Jade Palace still resides there? Follow me. Leng Huanian grasped Lan Qingxuan's hand and leaped into the frozen river, where the Jade Palace remained serenely submerged. Xianer, do you wish to bring it ashore? My dear, I prefer to leave it within the frozen river for now. It originally belonged here for a reason, and since we have reached this realm, there is little difference between being in the water and outside of it. Very well. After all, Xianer is the master of the Jade Palace, and its fate rests in your hands. My dear, there are visitors on the shore. The sudden emergence of a river in the small world has undoubtedly caught the attention of the goddess Yangshi, who has now curiously approached the riverbank. Leng Huanian and Lan Qingxian ascended to the land. Master, what is this? Yangshi gazed at the frozen river, momentarily bewildered. This is the frozen river of the spirit realm. This is my beloved, Lan Qingxian. She is the junior sister of the Cold Moon Empress. Xianer, this is Yangshi, the spirit of the Yin-Yang divine pearl. From now on, you shall have each other for companionship. Yangshi, please take care of her. Greetings, Sister Blue. Yangshi remained humble, despite having attained the realm of divine understanding. She sincerely addressed Lan Qingxian as sister. Lan Qingxian scrutinized Yangshi with a smile and said, Sister Yangshi, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. One day, we shall truly be sisters. Chapter 138. The Tree of Life. After ensuring that Lan Qingxian was settled, Leng Huanian bid farewell to the two women and, upon exiting the small world, soared into the endless forest on his sword. The forest queen, Lin Shi, and the petite fairy, Lin Wanner, were overjoyed at Leng Huanian's arrival. Casting aside their usual grace and modesty, embracing local customs, Leng Huanian shared a sumptuous dinner infused with the essence of the forest with the two women. The night in the endless forest was breathtaking, with the Tree of Life radiating vibrant colors. The trio strolled along its expansive branches, enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. This Tree of Life is truly magnificent, Leng Huanian marveled. My lord, this is indeed Her Majesty the Queen's true form, Lin Shi replied. In every sense. She embodies the title of Forest Queen. My dear Xier and Wanner, I have come to the endless forest to inform you that I shall soon ascend to the heavenly realm. Will you accompany me, or remain here in the endless forest? My lord, I certainly wish to ascend to the heavenly realm with you. Your Majesty, you would not prevent me, would you? Of course not. I shall join you as well. However, how shall Wanner and I ascend? Do not fret. We shall take you to a special place. With a mere thought, Leng Huanian transported the two women into the small world, leaving them momentarily bewildered. This is my small world. You shall remain here while I take you to the heavenly realm. My lord, I did not anticipate you possessing such a wondrous creation, though it seems to lack something. Lack what? Lin Wanner inquired, perplexed. Greenery, vitality. Lin Shi, true to her title as Forest Queen, observed astutely. Do you have any remedies for this issue? My lord, what do you think of relocating the Tree of Life from the center of the endless forest to the small world? Excellent, absolutely perfect. Xier, have you considered this thoroughly? Indeed, the Tree of Life is my true form. It must accompany me upon my ascension. However, I must prepare in advance to avoid causing panic in the forest. When the Tree of Life stands at the heart of the small world, it will create a beautiful scene. Xier, henceforth, you shall oversee all green plants within the small world. Very well. I shall continue to reign as the forest queen in my lord's small world. Lin she agreed delightfully. My lord, I too wish to assist Her Majesty in managing all the greenery within the small world, Leng Huanian added, eager to contribute. Excellent. You shall both be my aides. The trio exited the small world, with Leng Huanian gracefully departing, allowing the forest queen and Leng Huanian some private time together. The forest queen took Leng Huanian's hand and led him to her treehouse. My lord, I have missed you, she exclaimed. Sheer, I have missed you as well. Do you know what I love most about you? What is it? The forest queen gazed at her beloved with curiosity, eager for his answer. I adore the subtle and elegant fragrance that envelopes you. It embodies the essence of nature. Giggling, my lord, your words are quite fitting, for at my core, I am merely a tree. Do you still cherish me? I cherish the present moment, desiring nothing more than to accompany my dear Sheer. You are now a queen. Yet you have traversed the path of a pure-hearted fairy. Pray tell, does my husband prefer the little fairy of your, or the present version of me? Undoubtedly. He favors the current Sheer, who exudes the essence of royalty. The forest queen finds bliss nestled within the embrace of her beloved. For sweet whispers of affection always intoxicate the heart. As dawn breaks, Leng Huanian rises to immerse himself in the rich breath of nature that envelopes the forest. Leng Huanian has long prepared breakfast, and after their morning meal, the two set forth to explore the endless forest. Indeed, the vistas of the endless forest are breathtaking. Leng Huanian cannot help but express his admiration. Over the years, Her Majesty the Queen has devoted considerable effort to meticulously tending to this boundless expanse. Thus, he entrusts his little world to her care, confident she will bring him delightful surprises. Having spent 2 days in the endless forest, Leng Huanian realizes there are numerous matters awaiting his attention. He conveys his impending ascension to the two fairies. This journey has been remarkably smooth, as the women are eager to accompany him in his ascent. However, one individual presents a conundrum for Leng Huanian, Princess Yin Yin Yi of the Xian Kingdom, who is bound by familial ties, including a father and elder brother. He is uncertain whether they would permit him to take the princess to the celestial realm. Nevertheless, this is a challenge he must inevitably confront. Bidding farewell to the two fairies, he mounts his sword and sets forth towards the Xian Kingdom. Chapter 139. The Princess's Dilemma. Upon landing at the Weiyang Palace, Leng Huanian is accorded a reception befitting a prince consort, as it is common knowledge throughout the kingdom that he is the beloved of the princess. The king of Xian, accompanied by his 2 sons, personally welcomes Leng Huanian. Son-in-law, what brings you to the Xian Kingdom on this occasion? The king, keenly observant, notes Leng Huanian's hesitations to speak, sensing that his visit holds significance. Your Majesty, to be candid, I have come to take away Er. The 2 brothers of the young princess are taken aback. They have yet to hold a grand wedding ceremony. So how could he simply claim her? Son-in-law, has something transpired? The king, recognizing Leng Huanian's youth yet prudent nature, seeks to uncover his intentions. Your Majesty, I am to ascend to the celestial realm shortly, and I wish to take Er with me. The king and his sons are struck with astonishment. To ascend to the heavenly domain before the age of 20 is a remarkable feat indeed. Son-in-law, have you discussed this with Er? Not yet. Upon entering the palace, I sought you out first, for your approval is paramount for both Er and myself to feel at ease. The king nods slightly, appreciating Leng Huanian's respectfulness. Yet he grapples with the thought of his daughter ascending, knowing it would make future encounters nearly impossible. Son-in-law, why not converse with Er first and ascertain her wishes? Certainly, I shall speak with her shortly. The son-in-law, having indulged sufficiently today, declared that one more toast was in order before he departed for the falling sunset palace. Very well, I shall raise a glass in honor of my esteemed father-in-law and my 2 brothers-in-law. The 4 of them drained their cups in unison, and soon after, Leng Huanian excused himself to seek out Princess Xian, leaving the Yin family men in contemplation. My father, my younger sister is truly your cherished jewel. If she accompanies her husband to the heavenly realm, we may never see her again, lamented the eldest prince, Yin Yongsheng, who was loath to part with his beloved sister forever. Indeed, father, if my sister leaves Zuling, who will protect her from harm in the future? Echoed the second prince, Yin Bumi, in agreement with Yin Yongsheng. Who among them could bear to see their sister wed to a place so distant and unreachable? You both make valid points. Yet it must be acknowledged that Er has already become Leng Huanian's beloved. Should we not also consider her wishes? King Xian remained more composed than his two sons. What of your stance, father? If my sister is willing, shall we permit her to leave with Leng Huanian? The brothers were not intent on obstructing Leng Huanian's departure with Yan Yini. Their hearts simply ached at the thought of siblings separated by fate, never to reunite. After all, Yan Yini was destined for the heavenly realm, not merely another locale, but an entirely different sphere. While they lamented the bond of siblinghood, they could not deny Leng Huanian's formidable prowess. Have you contemplated the boundless possibilities that await Ear in the heavenly realm? She may transcend the Empyrean spirit realm and potentially achieve immortality. In that case, our Yin lineage would take root in the heavens, marking the greatest honor in our family's history. The brothers fell into silence, pondering this revelation. However, it is said that Leng Huanian is surrounded by many beautiful women. I fear my sister may become but an inconsequential figure at his side. Rest assured, for I have dined at the table of life longer than you. While I may not possess extraordinary talents, I discern character with precision. Otherwise, do you think I would have so easily consented to Leng Huanian taking Ear? He is not a man devoid of sentiment. With him, her future will undoubtedly be resplendent, far beyond our imaginations. Father holds such high regard for our sister's suitor? Yin Yongsheng was perplexed by his father's unwavering confidence in Leng Huanian. The die is cast. Ear's happiness is hers to determine. However, I shall not easily grant this fellow such a boon. The three of them frequently raised their cups, toasting to the fine wine. Indeed, a remarkable vintage brewed by Leng Huanian himself. This night, they sought nothing less than inebriation. Upon reaching Falling Sunset Palace, Leng Huanian was greeted with uncontainable joy by Princess Xian, and Yin Liang was also present. Approaching the two women, he embraced them warmly. Though not much time had elapsed since his last departure, a man in the throes of romance perceives even a day's absence as an eternity. The two women were engaged in conversation about Leng Huanian, primarily expressing their longing for their beloved. My husband. The porcelain doll-like princess leaped into Leng Huanian's embrace, prompting him to gently pat her back. Dear husband, I shall take my leave now, Yin Liang announced, wishing to grant them some privacy. Wait, you stay too. I have important matters to discuss with you. My lord, what is it? The little princess in Leng Huanian's arms looked up upon hearing the words. I am about to ascend to the heavenly realm, and I wish to take both of you with me. What are your thoughts on this? The two women were taken aback by this revelation. My lord, does my father know about this? Before coming to the Weiyang Palace, I had already met with my father-in-law and my two brothers-in-law. My father-in-law said he would defer to your wishes, meaning your desire is decisive. My lord, I must accompany you, not only for the ascent, but even if it were to descend into the depths of the underworld, I would follow you. Good. Leng Huanian gently pinched the delicate face of the porcelain doll. The little princess felt a mix of joy and worry. Leng Huanian understood her unspoken thoughts. Ear, think carefully. After we ascend to the heavenly realm together, it is likely you will never see your father and brothers again in this lifetime. My lord, I am a bit confused. Could you speak with Yin Liang for a moment, allowing me to ponder? I am determined to ascend with you. All right, take your time. Leng Huanian released the little princess and turned his gaze toward Yin Liang. My lord, I will go with you. Yin Liang was straightforward, apart from the little princess. She had little to hold her here. If she had to choose between her man and the little princess, she would choose Leng Huanian, for he was the man who would influence her life profoundly. Very well. Leng Huanian was unconcerned about Yin Liang, knowing her attachments here were far fewer compared to the little princess. He embraced Yin Liang, gently kissing her fair, jade-like forehead, a kiss imbued with deep affection, which Yin Liang understood. My lord, let us go to meet my father now. I will express all that is in my heart. The little princess had also made up her mind. She was indeed fearful of facing King Xian and her two brothers. The thought of departing without a proper farewell weighed heavily, feeling as though it would betray their lifelong affection for her. That's fine. My father is currently drinking with my two brothers. Let us go. When Leng Huanian, along with the little princess and Yin Liang, arrived at the royal banquet hall, the two princes were already in a state of half-drunkenness. King Xian, possessing profound strength, remained unaffected. Observing his treasured daughter walking hand in hand with Leng Huanian, he had a general understanding of her decision. Chapter 140. The night is cold and chilling, father. The little princess formally greeted King Xian, more solemnly than ever before. Ear, have you made up your mind? The father and daughter proceeded directly to the point. Father, I have made my decision. I wish to go to the heavenly realm with my lord." Upon hearing her words, although King Xian maintained an outward calm, a storm brewed within. While he had anticipated this outcome, he understood the implications it carried. The two princes, now half sober, looked at their resolute little sister, unsure of how to persuade her to stay. "As long as you have made up your mind, your father will not hinder you. I have weighed the pros and cons. And indeed, my worthy son-in-law is a man deserving of trust. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed recognition and trust, my esteemed father-in-law. Upon reaching the celestial realm, I assure you that I shall spare no effort in ensuring that suffers not a single grievance. I shall care for her throughout this lifetime. However, there lies a matter that weighs heavily on my heart, one I find difficult to voice. If I remain silent and allow to accompany you to the heavenly domain, the thought of our separation will inevitably leave an ache within me. Rest assured, my father-in-law, should choose to accompany me, I shall present a fitting tribute. A chest filled with profound techniques, 10 chests brimming with divine weaponry, 100 chests of rare treasures, 1,000 chests of exquisite elixirs, and 10,000 chests of rejuvenating springs. The 3 members of the Yin family listened with growing astonishment. "My esteemed son-in-law, your generosity is remarkable. The rumors of your wealth being comparable to a nation are indeed true. Yet, there remains a matter on my mind." Cold Huanian possessed an astute perception, effortlessly discerning the thoughts of King Xian. "My father-in-law, upon our arrival in the celestial realm, regardless of the number of offspring and I may have, our firstborn shall undoubtedly carry the surname Yan." King Xian's emotions soared to their zenith. Years of holding a high position allowed him to maintain a semblance of composure. Yet he was taken aback by Cold Huanian's keen insight and his grand demeanor. Little did he realize that Cold Huanian was a transcender, and with his numerous companions, he could have as many descendants as he wished. The little princess, leaving her family behind and relinquishing her royal title to ascend to an unknown world with him, certainly faced infinite possibilities, yet it also entailed unknown risks. For Cold Huanian, the prospect of having several children with the little princess, ensuring their firstborn bore the Yin surname, served as a form of assurance for King Xian and the entire Yin kingdom. "My beloved." The little princess's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as Cold Huanian embraced her gently, offering her comfort. The two princes were utterly captivated by Cold Huanian's composure. Although they were reluctant to see their younger sister depart, they were willing to honor her wishes, for her happiness ultimately depended upon her own choices. "My father-in-law and dear brothers-in-law, I pledge to treasure doubly in the days to come. Please rest assured, should I ascend and possess the means to return to the Void Spirit continent, I shall certainly bring and our children back to visit you." "Excellent. Splendid. Wonderful." The 3 members of the Yin family exclaimed in unison, thoroughly impressed by Cold Huanian's eloquence. "My father-in-law, let us settle this matter henceforth. Initially, I intended to return to the Cold Moon Empire 3 days hence, bidding farewell to you and my brothers-in-law before my ascension. However, reflecting on the ample time and I will have together in the future, I believe it prudent to allow her to remain in the palace for a while longer, cherishing moments with you and my brothers-in-law. My son-in-law, your thoughtfulness is commendable." King Xian expressed his satisfaction with Cold Huanian's arrangements, then turned to Yin Liang and said, "I must trouble you to accompany ensuring her safety throughout her life." A man of King Xian's acumen could not fail to perceive Yin Liang's intentions. Thus, he chose to grant a favor. "I shall not fail the king's mission." The response from Yin Liang was quite straightforward, as she had long since resolved to ascend to the heavens alongside Leng Huanian. Regardless of the circumstances, her decision was made. And now that King Xian had conveniently offered her a way to rise, she was more than willing to take that step. Once all agreements were settled, Leng Huanian returned to the Weiyang Palace with the little princess, while Yin Liang chose not to follow them inside, instead retreating to her own Qingzhou residence. "Husband," the little princess called out just once before leaping into her beloved's embrace. The long night stretched endlessly, leaving only Yin Liang unable to find rest. It was only at the break of dawn, when the east began to brighten, that she realized her shoulders had become damp with the night dew. Having sat in the garden for the entire night, sensing something amiss, Leng Huanian dressed and rose from his bed, inexplicably drawn to the Qingzhou residence next door to the Weiyang Palace. There, he found the beautiful figure seated on the bamboo chair, brushing the dew from her shoulders. He approached her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders and kneading them softly. "Husband, what brings you here? Have you missed me?" Indeed, Yanliang did not shy away from her feelings, for there was nothing to conceal. "The night dew is quite heavy. You could easily catch a chill. Let us go inside, and I shall warm you." Before she could respond, Leng Huanian lifted her into his arms and carried her indoors. He pressed his hands against her shoulders, a warm current flowing into her body. "Husband, I am fine. You foolish one, knowing I would come, why sit alone in the garden all night? The night dew is cold and could harm your health." His heart brimmed with tenderness. "I have reached the imperial spirit realm. I shall not suffer harm. Fear not. I simply longed for you." Leng Huanian captured her delicate lips with a kiss. "My dear, do you truly wish to ascend to the heavenly realm with me?" "Of course. I am already your wife, destined to be with you in this life. Then why not inquire how I intend to take you to the heavenly realm? Since you have made a decision, whether you speak of it or not, I trust that you have the best plans in place." Chapter 141. 3 Golden Flowers Good. "I shall take you to a special place." Leng Huanian took Yanliang's hand and led her into his small world. Yanliang's reaction was one of astonishment. "Husband, where's this place?" "This is my small world, formed by a yin-yang divine pearl from the Empress of all realms within my Qi Sea. When I ascend, I will place you here, and we shall ascend to the heavenly realm together." No wonder her husband was so confident. He had clearly prepared for this all along. "Of course, I could not simply claim I would take you to the heavenly realm without a plan. Husband, this small world is vast enough to accommodate countless beings. Last night the little princess, along with King Xian and his 2 elder brothers, had to part ways forever, reluctant to leave. Have you considered bringing them along to the heavenly realm?" "My dear, my small world is filled with my women. I cannot allow other men to enter." "Husband, I understand now. Your reasoning is quite sound. This is merely one aspect of the matter. Another reason is that once I ascend to the celestial realm, I can enhance your bloodlines and elevate your realms, enabling you to swiftly adapt to the fierce competition of the heavens. However, I am powerless to assist them. Rather than allowing them to suffer above, it is preferable for them to reign in this ethereal continent. My dear, your considerations are astute. Should the princess become aware of your intentions, she would undoubtedly express her gratitude. We are all family here, and gratitude need not be spoken. In truth, I must also express my thanks to you for elevating me to the imperial spirit realm. Otherwise, I would be left waiting indefinitely. You are my beloved, having entrusted me with your most precious self, and I owe you my gratitude as well." 3 days hence, Leng Huanian departed from the Xian Palace and returned to Weiyang City, having shared the news of his impending ascension with every woman outside the city. Ensuring they were all prepared, he flew directly to the Jinxiu Palace, for the woman he longed for most during his absence was, of course, Dugu. Meanwhile, the hot spring pool of the Weiyang Palace was abuzz with activity, as 3 enchanting blossoms, Dugu Hanyue, Dugu Kaidai, and Dugu Mingzhu, each displayed their captivating allure, competing for attention. "Kaidai, I never expected you to stealthily approach my husband's bed and consummate your desires so discreetly. You truly are remarkable." The princess splashed a few palms of hot spring water at Dugu Kaidai. "Alas, it is simply due to the multitude of women around my husband. If I do not take the initiative, I shall never have my turn. You all know that in this world, only my husband is worthy of me. Thus I must seize my happiness into my own hands." Dugu Kaidai allowed the hot spring water to splash against her delicate face, her thoughts drifting to the image of that handsome, tall man. "Sisters, is Leng Huanian truly that extraordinary?" Dugu Mingzhu, the youngest princess, had yet to grasp the depths of romantic matters as her elder sisters had. She had met Leng Huanian and held a favorable impression of him, but she had not yet experienced the heart-wrenching feeling of being unable to marry anyone but him. "Mingzhu, whether he is good or not is beside the point. Do you not know he has broken through to the imperial spirit realm and could ascend to the celestial realm at any moment? At that time, he will take his women with him, myself, Kaidai, and his majesty will all ascend alongside him. Perhaps this vast palace will be left with only you." The princess's words sent a shiver down Dugu Mingzhu's spine. Her face, already flushed from the heat of the spring, reddened even further. "Why must you all depart and leave me behind?" "Mingzhu, it is because we are all his women, yet you are not. It is only natural for him to take us with him upon his ascension. Since you are not one of his women, how can he take you? Mingzhu, Kai-Dai is not exaggerating. He can only bring his own women with him. He has enough women by his side already, and there is no time to accommodate others. Therefore, dear sister, we must cherish our time together. Each day we gather is one less day we have, and who knows when we might part ways and never meet again. Dugu Hanyue's words nearly brought Dugu Mingzhu to tears, and she trembled as she asked, "Are you certain you are not trying to frighten me?" Dugu Hanyue and Dugu Kai-Dai shook their heads in unison. Alas, sisters, if I were to become Leng Huanian's woman, would he take me to the celestial realm as well? Dugu Mingzhu appeared to have had an epiphany. Of course, a husband would never abandon his wife. However, matters of the heart elude my understanding. Dugu Mingzhu entwined her delicate hands, utterly at a loss. You could take a leaf out of your second sister's book. She stealthily climbed into another's bed in the dead of night, and everything fell into place, didn't it? Climbing into his bed, and then what? Dugu Mingzhu inquired innocently. My naive little sister, do you truly know nothing about the affairs of love? Dugu Kai-Dai frowned slightly. How could that be? I secretly observed an illustrated book last time. This girl, at a critical moment, still played coy. If you continue like this, dear sister, I shall be powerless to assist you. Dugu Hanyue playfully poked Dugu Mingzhu's forehead. That is not an erotic painting. I never claimed it to be an erotic painting. You, little girl, have inadvertently confessed. Having seen it, can you still be oblivious? Little sister, therein lies your folly. We are here to educate you, to guide your life. If you continue to conceal your thoughts, we shall find ourselves unable to proceed. Dugu Kai-Dai was taken aback by her sister's reluctance at such a crucial moment. Here, there are no outsiders. We are free to express ourselves, dear Mingwe. We are sisters now, and perhaps we shall remain so in the future. Eldest sister, what do you mean by that? I am utterly bewildered, Dugu Mingzhu replied, blinking her innocent large eyes. Pretending, still pretending, little sister, if you persist, we shall have no further discourse. Indeed, this lesson cannot continue. Sisters, spare me. I shall no longer be coy. I will heed both of your advice henceforth. Dugu Mingzhu felt a wave of resignation wash over her, yielding to their guidance. That is more like it. Your husband has returned to Weiyang City. Today he will surely spend the night at the Jingxiagong. Tomorrow, he may either come to the Weiyang Palace or the Qingda Hall, or possibly return to Qinglian Garden. We shall see where the situation leads. And you can decide how to stealthily climb into his bed. Chapter 142. Magnificent splendor climbing into his bed. How could I ever muster the courage? That is a question for your second sister. She possesses considerable insight. Dugu Hanyue teased as she glanced at Dugu Kai-Dai, who wore an air of nonchalance. For she was a woman of boldness and conviction. Second sister, how should I proceed? Little sister, there are countless women vying for Leng Huanian's attention. If you do not take the initiative, you may never get the chance. Do not presume that your status as a princess grants you the right to look down upon him. Are you aware of the caliber of women he has? The Empress, the Cold Moon Empress, the Crimson Dragon Empress of the Celestial Realm, the Ice Phoenix, and the Celestial Empress. Therefore, you should understand what is required of you without my instruction. Second sister, I know he is formidable, and I wish to be with him. I seek your counsel on how to climb into his bed. Do I truly need to teach you that? As the opportunity arose, you stealthily climbed onto his bed and nestled beneath his covers. With your striking beauty, it is certain to stir his heart, after all. The distance between a man pursuing a woman is akin to towering mountains, whereas a woman pursuing a man is merely separated by a thin veil. Moreover, he possesses little resistance against enchanting beauties. So, where shall I seek him tomorrow evening? My dear sister, perhaps you should wait at Qingda Palace, as I had success there last time. He is quite fond of the two ice phoenixes. If he happens to stay overnight, and the ice phoenixes are absent, that would present your opportunity. Dugu Kai-Dai, wise in her experience, generously shared her insights with Dugu Mingzhu. Is it sufficient for me to quietly ascend his bed, and then what shall I do? My naive sister, once you are on his bed, simply leave everything to him. He is quite adept in such matters. Wouldn't you agree, elder sister? Goodness, your words. Dugu Hanyue was taken aback by Dugu Kai-Dai's unexpected vivacity today. Elder sister, second sister, I am grateful for your guidance. I shall seize this opportunity to become his woman. Together, we shall ascend to the heavenly realm, remaining close sisters. A teachable spirit indeed. Dugu Hanyu bestowed an encouraging glance upon her, while Dugu Kai Dai enveloped her in a loving embrace. In the splendid palace, Leng Huanian remained blissfully unaware that the three princesses were scheming against him, as his heart and mind were solely devoted to Dugu Jinsei. Their mutual longing intensified, deepening their affection. Husband, I miss you dearly. Since you entered my life, I have lost interest in state affairs. At times, even my cultivation becomes distracted. You truly are my nemesis. My dear wife, you are likewise my nemesis. In the past, I relished freedom. Now, even stepping outside evokes thoughts of my most beautiful wife awaiting my return. I wish I could return immediately. How charmingly you speak, with all your little lovers outside. How could you possibly think of the homebound woman? If my wife were truly a plain Jane, then no woman in the world would be deemed beautiful. My wife is the most exquisite beauty, captivating my heart every single day, every moment, every second. Is my husband's heart stirred at this moment? Indeed, as evidenced by my actions. Leng Huanian pressed his face against Dugu Jinsei's lovely visage, displaying remarkable affection. Pray tell, how many little lovers do you have outside? What? Is the eldest wife seeking to govern the harem? I ought to know them well to prevent any disruption of domestic harmony. Fear not. I keep a close count of my women. You should trust my judgment. Your judgment? You only choose those who are pleasing to the eye, bringing home every seductress. Your words carry truth. There are indeed 4 pure fox spirits among them. Yet, does that imply that beautiful women are inherently wicked? Is my wife, who is so beautiful, not a paragon of virtue? Am I a good person? Absolutely. I believe my wife is the best. That may be true for you alone. However, I have many souls under my command. Do you recall how the million-strong armies of the Qing Lan Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom mysteriously vanished? Leng Huanian felt a chill run down his neck. This woman showed no mercy when it came to taking lives. Yet, upon further reflection, he found solace in the thought. These trivial matters are inconsequential. Though my beloved may exhibit fierceness towards others, she bestows upon me the gentlest of kindness. I consider myself the most fortunate man in the world, for her affection is enough to fulfill my existence. Even if I wished to confront you with harshness now, it would be futile, for you have ascended to realms far beyond my reach, and I am no longer your rival. Oh, my dear, why should we strive for clarity between husband and wife? Let us embrace the bliss of delightful confusion, for love runs deep. I jest when I speak of your numerous admirers. They are merely treasures of the outside world. Whether it be the Cold Moon Empress, the Crimson Dragon Queen, the Ice Phoenix, or the Enchantress, they shall all serve as your greatest allies when you ascend to the heavenly realm. Promise me you shall never forsake them. My beloved, you truly embody the virtues of a worthy matron of the Leng family. I shall never abandon my women until my last breath. Their presence is your fortune, and your discerning eye has not failed you, for they all possess exquisite beauty. With you already so stunning, it is only fitting that I seek companions of equal allure. Otherwise, they would surely feel inferior in your presence. Dearest husband, do you know which trait of yours I admire most? Which one? Leng Huanian inquired with eager anticipation. You, who are clearly a man of great desires, speak with such grandiloquence. Are you taking advantage of my honesty? My beloved is only sincere in my company. Is that not enough? Do you wish for me to be honest before other men? My beloved would never. Your heart and gaze belong solely to me. Husband, you exude an impressive confidence. Without a measure of self-assurance, how could I hold my head high in your presence, knowing I was once but a mere shrimp? I have only heard that confidence enhances a woman's beauty. A self-assured man possesses equal charm. Indeed, my beloved Jinsei has been utterly enchanted by me. It is true. My husband is indeed the most captivating man in the world, with his striking features, noble stature, exceptional talents, and now, the lineage of multiple divine beasts. His realm elevated to heights that inspire awe. You are truly my perfect husband. Although it may seem exaggerated, my dear, is it truly so? Husband, how else could so many exquisite beauties be drawn to you? I suspect the proud princess of the void spirit and the stunning enchantresses are nearly at your mercy. Is it truly that exaggerated? Indeed, the 3 renowned beauties of the Daya Empire and the revered snow fox saintess from the Cold Moon Empire hold status comparable to that of imperial princesses. And the little princess of the Xian Kingdom. Oh my, it is astonishing. Upon mention, it seems every princess of the void spirit continent is somehow connected to you. How remarkable! Do not jest, my beloved. I possess no such allure. Husband, you have reached a level of perfection that I feel unworthy to stand beside you. Chapter 143. The frenzy of competition, my beloved, grows ever more humble. How could a sovereign empress of a nation deem herself unworthy of me? Husband, in the martial world, strength reigns supreme. You have already attained the god transformation stage, while I remain in the imperial spirit realm. The chasm between us is indeed vast. Have you forgotten that you are my beloved? The two embraced each other tightly. Smack! At the break of dawn, Leng Huanian struck his forehead with a firm slap. My husband, what troubles you? How did it come to this? You have already reached the pinnacle of the emperor's spirit realm. How could you possibly ascend further in this realm of ethereal spirits? I had forgotten that I must venture into the small world to cultivate. For it is only there that one can transcend the limitations of the emperor's spirit realm. My dear, I shall take you there at once. Without awaiting a response from the Empress Dugu, he swiftly transported her into the small world. My husband, what purpose do we serve here? She inquired. To cultivate. It is only within this small world that you can break through the constraints of your current realm. Congratulations, my dear, you two have now attained the divine realm. My husband, I am filled with joy, yet also with concern. What is there to be anxious about with such a monumental breakthrough? You are like a rare treasure, possessing the extraordinary gift of the small world. Once you ascend to the celestial realm, how could you not be the object of fervent desire? Indeed, my dear, do you not consider me to be an exceptional man? Certainly, unparalleled in every way. I fear that the formidable beings of the celestial realm may take notice of you, abduct you, and exploit your essence, while eliminating us entirely. My dear, as long as I do not speak of it, nor do you, how would any powerful being come to know? Is it not a truth that one must experience such trials to truly understand? You underestimate them greatly. What defines a powerful being? I fear that a mere glance from them could unravel you completely. My dear, your words have instilled in me a dread of ascension. Do not dwell on the negatives. It is not as terrifying as you imagine. Remember when we first met? You had yet to reach the initial spirit realm, while I was already a pinnacle existence in this land. Yet, we harmoniously came together in the end. Indeed, even if I were to encounter a formidable figure of the Emperor God realm, could I not navigate the emotional landscape as I did with you? Leng Huanian found himself at a loss for words and hurriedly exited the small world with the Empress Dugu. After all, within the small world were the divine angel Yang Shi and Lan Qingxian, while he was unconcerned about their presence. The Empress would surely feel a sense of discomfort if they were to cross paths. As noon approached, Leng Huanian finished his imperial banquet at the splendid palace and departed, leaving Dugu Jin's alone to consolidate her realm. He then made his way to the nearby Moonshadow Palace, where the Moonshadow Princess, elated by her beloved's visit, felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon his arrival, especially as he was the first to seek her out after leaving the splendid palace. My husband, I have longed for you like the stars and the moon, and at last, you have come to me. Where? Leng Huanian embraced Dugu Hanhua. Where? Have you grown accustomed to the hot springs? Not only have I grown accustomed, but I have become quite addicted. It is not just me. My two sisters have also developed an addiction, frequently visiting the Moonshadow Palace. Just yesterday, the three of us were soaking in that very pool. Utilizing this hot spring to deepen your sisterly bond is indeed a commendable outcome. Historically, royal families have often been emotionally distant. Your harmonious coexistence is far more valuable. My husband, having won the hearts of 2 out of 3 sisters, do you not feel a sense of incompleteness? Is there no lingering regret? How so? In the Grand Empire, among the 3 exquisite gems, do you believe that merely selecting 2 suffices? What does that imply? Dugu Mingzhu, have you no desire for her? Where? Love is no trifling matter. It is not merely a matter of desire. And what are your sentiments towards Mingzhu? Dugu Mingzhu? I have indeed encountered her a few times. She possesses a whimsical charm and is undeniably beautiful. Given your character, I presume you are inclined to pursue her. How so? Leng Huanian found this puzzling. Have I truly become so audacious? Among the world's beauties, which have you not laid eyes upon? You err. Do I exhibit such blatant intentions? It is indeed apparent. Even Kaidai concurs with my perspective. Fear not, I shall not act against her. If you refrain, she may take the initiative towards you. What do you mean by that? Now it is Leng Huanian who is perplexed. Mingzhu is preparing to emulate Kaidai, clandestinely ascending to your chamber, perhaps seeking to consummate matters before they fully develop. Does that not provide you with a sense of accomplishment? Yet, Mingzhu and I are not particularly familiar. Neither are you and Kai-Dai, yet you have still grown close. A small step taken by a woman can often lead to a significant advancement in their relationship. Alas, why does my husband sigh, troubled by the complexities of happiness? I cannot fathom why the young princess harbors such thoughts. She wishes to accompany us to the celestial realm, and only you can escort her there. You would only take your own woman to the heavens, hence she desires to become yours. I see now. It is you two who have instigated her. She appears so innocent and carefree. How could she possibly conceive of such a step? My husband. Surely you cannot bear to let such a lovely princess fall into another's hands. It would be better for her to be with you. In the future, when we sisters ascend to the celestial realm, we can look out for one another. Otherwise, leaving her behind would weigh heavily on our hearts. I comprehend your intentions. And what of your own, husband? Will you accept Mingzhu as heartfelt advances? He who fails to seize the opportunity shall face dire consequences. My husband, I agree. The eldest princess could not help but feel exhilarated. When flowers bloom, one must pluck them while they can. Do not wait until there are no blooms and only bare branches remain. Leng Huanian remained as carefree as ever. He despised dilly-dallying, especially when it came to women. Chapter 144. Waiting for the rabbit, my husband. Tonight you shall rest in Qingda Palace. Kai-Dai has suggested that Mingzhu visit you there. The strategy of waiting for a rabbit? Indeed, originally it was meant for your younger sister to wait upon you, but it has now transformed into you, the great wolf, lying in wait for the little rabbit to wander into your jaws. You err, you have fretted over this sister today, but do not forget our purpose. My husband, what is our purpose? Dugu Hanyue leaned against Leng Huanian's chest, turning to smile enchantingly. Leng Huanian gently kissed her lips. He spent the entire afternoon in the moonlit palace, and after finishing dinner, Dugu Hanyue personally escorted him out of the palace gates, reminding him, my husband, cherish her. Rest assured, I shall treasure her as I do you. As the moonlight graced the solitary figure of Dugu Hanyu, her cheeks flushed with the memory of Leng Huanian's tender care for her. Upon arriving at the Qingda Palace, Leng Huanian discovered that the enchanting ice phoenix was absent, engrossed in her own affairs. This turn of events was fortuitous, sparing them both from the awkwardness that would have ensued had the little princess appeared. After waiting for an hour in his chamber, with no sign of the affectionate embrace he had anticipated from the young princess, Leng Huanian sighed in resignation and succumbed to slumber. However, in the stillness of the night, as he drifted into a deep sleep, he felt a soft presence gently wrap around him beneath the covers. Though preoccupied with his own thoughts, he was acutely aware of the intrusion. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, curious to discern the identity of the figure nestled against him. With a gentle motion, he turned to embrace the delicate form, sensing a slight tremor in her softness. Whose little kitten is this? He whispered tenderly into her ear. Startled, the young woman found herself at a loss for words. Ai, Meizhu. Leng Huanian's eyes widened as he beheld the exquisite visage of the princess, resembling a frightened kitten. Ai. Donggu Meizhu was too stunned to articulate her thoughts, fully aware that her actions that evening were indeed reckless. Do not be anxious. I recognize you, and I knew you would come tonight, he reassured her. How did you know? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Today, I visited the Moonshadow Palace. And Yuer informed me to cherish you, he replied. Now that I have climbed into your bed, will you think less of me? How could I? You are the pure and pristine little princess. It would be impossible for you to voluntarily seek my company without genuine feelings. Every time I see you, my heart warms with a longing to grow closer, yet I hesitated, knowing you were already cherished by others. So what has changed this time? Both of my sisters support me, and I have finally found the courage to act. Ah, so this little kitten has had her sights set on me all along? Leng Huanian's words rendered Donggu Meizhu's cheeks a deep crimson. Meizhu, might you share when you first developed feelings for me? That day at the entrance of the Brocade Palace when we collided, she confessed. That day? I was nothing remarkable then. My cultivation was at its lowest. But your face was striking. I was instantly drawn to you. Do you think me shallow? That is substance. It cannot be deemed superficial. The visual experience is the most genuine, and we are indeed a match made in heaven. Why do you say we are a match made in heaven? Because like you, I too appreciate beauty. A countenance as lovely and refined as yours is impossible not to admire. You do like me? The little princess's heart soared with joy. Fearing her affections might be unreciprocated, a disheartening prospect. How could I not adore such a beautiful and charming little kitten? To feel otherwise would be sheer blindness. That night, the little princess became Leng Huanian's true beloved, nestled in his embrace. All shyness dissipated as they transcended the final barrier between them, forevermore united as one family. Husband, the little princess softly called out. Cold Huanian gently responded. Husband, what is it? When I called you, it felt like a dream. Fool, this is a tangible dream. The little princess, nestled in Cold Huanian's embrace, gradually succumbed to her drowsiness. He tenderly pinched her fair, delicate face, as if he could draw water from it. Cold Huanian held the little princess close, not shifting her position, merely gazing at her exquisite visage, her dewy cherry lips, and her finely crafted nose. Admiring her gently fluttering eyelashes, everything was so enchanting. After a brief slumber, the little princess awoke. Husband, I adore the feeling of lying in your arms. Why? Is it comfortable? It provides a sense of security. I lost my parents at a young age, and my sister raised me. I have never felt so at ease in a man's embrace before. This was unimaginable in times past. Because Zhu'er is now my woman, we are united as one. Truly a family. Will you take me to the heavenly realm? Of course. Given your relationship with Jinsei, and with Hanyu and Kai Dai, I would bring you to the heavenly realm no matter what, even if you were not my woman. Do you regret climbing into my bed? Husband, even if you do not take me to ascend to the heavenly realm, I will still be your woman, for my love for you surpasses even the desire for ascension. Chapter 145. Choosing a day for ascension. Good. Cold Huanian planted a heartfelt kiss on the little princess's fair, jade-like forehead, a kiss that conveyed all meanings within it. In the morning, the little princess lay in Cold Huanian's embrace like a lazy kitten, while he held her tenderly, indulging her every whim. Dugu Mingzhu and Yin Yini, both little princesses and the youngest among Cold Huanian's women, felt that showering them with affection was not excessive. Zhu'er, I may soon ascend. I will be quite busy in the coming days. Spend some time with your two sisters, and perhaps let His Majesty guide your cultivation. You have just ascended to a significant realm and need to solidify your foundation. Husband, I understand. You attend to your matters. Just ensure you do not leave me behind during your ascension. You are my treasure now. I will certainly take you with me. Husband, I shall return to the palace now. All right, I shall escort you back. Cold Huanian personally accompanied the little princess to Mingzhu Palace. The palace maids, seeing that the little princess had not returned all night and was now being tenderly escorted back by a handsome man, understood the situation. In truth, the little princess had already made arrangements with her personal maid when she left the palace the previous day. However, as she returned, everyone remained somewhat dazed. It wasn't until Cold Huanian planted a kiss on the forehead of Princess Mingzhu and departed that they regained their senses. Dugu Mingzhu stood at the door, watching her beloved's figure fade away for quite some time before she finally reacted, saying languidly, "He is my man. Why are you all still standing here? Hurry and prepare breakfast for me. I am hungry." As the maidservants regained their composure, some hurried to assist the princess while others busied themselves with preparing breakfast, each attending to their duties in a lively and bustling manner. The Mingzhu Palace was once again infused with vitality, mirroring the vivacious spirit of Princess Mingzhu herself. Leng Huanian made another visit to the Kaiyun Palace, successfully charming the exceptionally beautiful and talented Dugu Kaidai. Unlike her sisters, Dugu Hanyue and Dugu Mingzhu, Kaidai was the most challenging to manage. A clever woman often perplexes men. Nevertheless, she remained obedient in Leng Huanian's presence. "My dear husband, will you stay in the Kaiyun Palace tonight?" she implored. "I find myself at a loss with you. I had intended to return to Qinglian Garden to summarize my tasks as I prepare for ascension. It is time for the final preparations. Must it be today? You have been away for several days. It is only fitting to unwind a little upon your return." "Very well. I am simply too soft-hearted. Have I not spent an entire afternoon with you already? Not enough. Before I knew you, I never imagined I could become so attached to a man. Love truly surpasses all personal estimations. I cannot fathom how women can be this way, each yearning to bind me to their side, so deeply infatuated and enamored. My husband possesses an enchanting allure. We can only struggle within this whirlpool of love, sinking deeper until we are entirely consumed by you. All right, I am exaggerating now, as if I were some kind of monster. My dear, you are indeed a captivating creature, ensnaring the hearts of women everywhere. Kai-dai, I am on the verge of ascension. You must prepare yourselves as well. The palace has made the necessary arrangements. Once we depart from the Zuling continent, returning may prove exceedingly difficult. My husband, we need not prepare anything. As long as we can stay by your side, any place will feel like home. When Leng Huanian returned to Qinglan Garden, it was already midday the following day. Upon entering the gates, a maid rushed to report, prompting Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan to hastily come out to welcome their beloved. My husband, you have returned just in time for lunch. Nangong Yuyan affectionately linked her arm with Leng Huanian's. Having grown up together, she was more familiar with him than Nangong Yufei. Leng Huanian embraced Yuyan, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek before releasing her and drawing in the smiling Nangong Yufei, bestowing upon her a similar affectionate kiss. Though Yufei was as ripe as a peach, she was more reserved in public compared to Yuyan. Surrounded by both women and a throng of maidservants, Leng Huanian made his way to the pavilion in the center of the lake. Recently, the two women had taken their meals there, for the scenery was unparalleled, with the shimmering waters and blooming lotuses creating a breathtaking vista. Schools of fish frolicked around the pavilion, painting a picturesque scene that no onlooker could bear to leave. Ever since Leng Huanian instructed the two women not to visit the tavern daily, their lives had become considerably more relaxed, increasingly resembling that of affluent ladies. The lunch was sumptuous, not merely because Leng Huanian had returned with additional dishes, but rather due to the abundant wealth now flowing into Qinglan Garden. Leng Huanian was exceedingly generous in this regard, having long proclaimed to the two ladies that his riches were theirs to spend as they pleased, urging them not to save a penny. After all, he had profited immensely from the sales of a miraculous elixir, the Wuhua Huichun Spring, across the entire Zuling continent, amassing wealth that could rival nations. My dear husband, was your journey successful? Nangong Yufei, more composed than Nangong Yuyan, inquired while pouring wine for Leng Huanian, subtly probing for more information. Are you not curious about the purpose of my outing? My husband, what was it about? Nangong Yuyan asked with wide-eyed curiosity. I met with all my women this time and informed them of my impending ascension to the heavenly realm, urging them to prepare themselves. I see. Husband, did they all agree to ascend with you? Indeed. So far, none have declined. What about you, Yuyan? Do you not wish to accompany me to the heavenly realm? Seeing Nangong Yuyan's earnest expression, Leng Huanian could not resist teasing her. How could you say that? I shall surely follow my husband, even if it means traversing through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Nangong Yuyan playfully stuffed a meatball into Leng Huanian's mouth, while Nangong Yufei, with a twinkle in her eye, ladled a bowl of soup for him, stating, Our hearts belong solely to you, husband. Wherever you go, we shall follow. Indeed, with such devoted wives, I feel truly blessed. Leng Huanian raised his cup and drank deeply. My husband, are we nearly prepared? Almost there. Once all the currency is exchanged for spirit stones, we shall be ready. When shall we ascend, husband? Leng Huanian gazed thoughtfully at the shimmering surface of the lake, where a red fish leapt joyously out of the water. Though stirred, he remained serene as he replied, We shall choose an auspicious day for our ascension. After the meal, Leng Huanian took pleasure in the beauty of the flowers and the fish in the lake from a pavilion at the center of the water, relishing this rare moment of tranquility, a true delight in life. My husband, thank you for acquiring this Qinglan garden. It is truly magnificent. Nangong Yuyan rested her chin on her hand, admiring the frolicking fish in the water. Since you adore it, I shall bring this garden into my little world so that it may accompany us to the heavenly realm. How wonderful! Nangong Yuyan exclaimed with delight. Thank you, husband. What is there to thank? This is my home as well. It is only reasonable to take my own abode to the heavenly realm. Were it not for you, I might still be adrift in this world, perhaps even without life itself. How could I reside in such a beautiful garden, enjoying lavish comforts and carefree days? Nangong Yuyan reflected with clarity. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is I who must thank you. Were it not for your presence, I too might have departed this world long ago. Leng Huanian recalled how challenging life would have been had he not encountered the two of them during his youth. My husband, Nangong Yufei began to speak, but a single finger from Leng Huanian gently pressed against her cherry lips. It is precisely because of your presence that I have attained my current achievements. Yenner has alleviated my childhood solitude, while Feier has aided me in mending my fractured meridians, guiding me in my cultivation and teaching me the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My accomplishments today are largely owed to both of you. However, my dear husband, when I first brought you to my side, my intention was merely to cultivate you into a capable individual and then send you into the palace as an undercover agent. I even contemplated making you a eunuch, which now seems utterly foolish. At this point, Nangong Yufei suddenly raised her jade hand and gave herself a resounding slap. Fair, do not be agitated. I am perfectly well now. Leng Huanian grasped her delicate wrist tightly to prevent her from harming herself. That is a testament to your husband's profound fortune. My luck must be extraordinary, for I would not have encountered Yenner and Fair during the most challenging period of my life. You both are indeed my benefactors. My dear husband, we may not necessarily be your benefactors, but we are undoubtedly your consorts. Indeed, you are all my beloved wives. Leng Huanian felt immense satisfaction towards the two women. Nangong Yuyan was always understanding, gentle, and considerate, while Nangong Yufei could be regarded as both a mentor and a friend, teaching him many invaluable lessons. Regardless of whether her intentions were sincere or feigned, Leng Huanian had finally matured. My husband, should I seize the opportunity to bear you a child before I grow old? Old? You are but a few years old. The Empress of the Solitary has lived 3,000 years longer than you. And the Empress of the Cold Moon has a millennium of age over you. They have not aged, so how can you? They have long ascended to the realm of imperial spirits, whereas I. Do not rush, take your time. Once you elevate your realm, we shall have children. Our offspring will undoubtedly be striking and exceptionally gifted. Is that truly the case? A spark of excitement ignited in Nangong Yufei's eyes. Actually, that is merely my conjecture. How annoying. At this, Nangong Yufei playfully punched him, resembling a young girl in a fit of affection. Fair, although it is merely a guess. Do you think there is any merit to my speculation? Indeed, everything my husband says holds truth. Fair, I am grateful for the poetry and skills you have imparted to me. In hindsight, I merely displayed my humble abilities before you. You are a genius. And I feel quite embarrassed by my meager accomplishments. Fair, you are overly modest. Excessive humility can border on arrogance. My husband, do you feel a sense of achievement? Yes. That feeling is akin to. What is it akin to? A dream among the 9 heavens, breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent. My husband, I wish to elevate my realm swiftly. Very well. I am a unique woman. Indeed, you are akin to the exquisite zither. Has the zither also taught you skills? She taught me the scale shadow sword technique. Chapter 147. Leisurely moments, my husband. Do you think I might have unusual feelings? What kind of unusual feelings? In my youth, I was rather strict with you. Do you harbor any resentment towards me? A little in my younger years, but as I grew older, it seems you became less harsh. And I found myself increasingly fond of you. Shouldn't you prefer Yenner instead? Childhood sweethearts, so innocent and untainted. I hold a fondness for her. A pure and innocent affection that differs from my feelings for my beloved concubine. My dear husband, when did you first come to cherish me? Was it when you recognized your own beauty? Recognized my beauty? What beauty? All beauty, particularly when I was but a child, and your generous spirit seemed a burden. Yet later, I came to see that it was true beauty. When did this affection begin? Nangong Yufei shot him a sidelong glance. Perhaps it started about 5 or 6 years after we ascended the mountain. Leng Huanian feigned ignorance to conceal his true feelings. As a time traveler, he had been captivated by Nangong Yufei's exquisite visage and flawless figure from the very first moment, save for her irritable temperament, which he found less appealing. How old were you then, my mischievous one? Who could resist such allure? Over time, my concubine's form has only grown more enchanting. Leng Huanian drew her voluptuous body into his embrace. My dear husband, you truly are a treasure. How fortunate I was to visit that mountain shrine. Otherwise, we might have forever missed each other. Such is fate, decreed by the heavens that you should become my wife. Then, my husband, you must love me for all eternity. For a lifetime. Leng Huanian gently kissed her forehead, and they both relaxed, entwined in each other's arms as they slipped into slumber. The following morning, the cheerful songs of the birds in the garden roused Leng Huanian from his dreams. He turned to glance at Nangong Yufei nestled beside him, sensing his gaze. She opened her beautiful eyes. He leaned down and placed a tender kiss on her long lashes. Are you awake? Shall we rise? My husband, may I linger in your embrace a little longer? So attached to me, because it is here that you belong solely to me. When the couple finally prepared to enjoy breakfast at the pavilion in the lake, the sun was already high in the sky, and Leng Huanian had been waiting for quite some time. "Yuan, you should eat. Why are you still here?" Leng Huanian approached and gently patted her delicate shoulder. "You have returned, my husband. It is only right to wait for you before we begin." Leng Huanian smiled as she glanced at Leng Huanian, then at Leng Yufei, who averted her gaze in embarrassment. "In our household, there are no strict rules. We act freely and with ease. She simply wishes to wait for you. My husband, please eat, or we shall be late for lunch." "Very well." In the pavilion, the three of them enjoyed a harmonious gathering, savoring their final moments of leisure before ascension. Today, Leng Huanian spent the entire day in Qinglan Garden, delighting in the company of two stunning beauties, never feeling bored. Most of their time was spent meandering around the pavilion, and Leng Huanian even fashioned a fishing hook from a piece of purple bamboo and fine-lined a fish. Though his angling skills were mediocre, the abundance of fish in Qinglan Lake was undeniable. In just a short while, he had a bountiful catch, ultimately releasing most back into the water, retaining only 5 snow dragon fish, 3 for grilling and 2 for soup. Leng Huanian's culinary skills were commendable, with his grilling technique being nothing short of exceptional. On his first day at the lakeside pavilion, Leng Huanian contemplated preparing a barbecue grill. Eventually, he did set it up, yet time eluded him for its use until today, when it finally found its purpose. In less than an hour, 3 fish, perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, adorned the table, accompanied by a pot of pristine white fish soup. "Ah, how delightful. My husband seems to possess boundless talents, excelling in all endeavors. Yenner, from whom did you acquire the art of weaving such enchanting words?" "My dear husband, I merely speak the truth." Leng Huanian seldom indulged in such playful charm. "Well then, let us feast. The grilled fish must be savored while hot." The trio relished their meal, feasting on the exquisite snow dragon fish, weighing 2 pounds each. With a crispy skin and tender flesh, abundant in meat yet scant in bones, truly a prime ingredient for grilled fish. As they savored the fish, sipping on the creamy and delectable fish soup, life's pleasures could hardly surpass this moment. "Indeed, it is delectable," Leng Yufei echoed in praise. "The excellence of my husband extends beyond mere culinary skill. It is the thoughtfulness behind it that truly matters. That he, at his current stature, still wishes to prepare such delicacies for us makes him a truly admirable husband." As Leng Huanian enjoyed the grilled fish and sipped the fish soup, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped her, further intensified by Leng Huanian's tender affection. The thought of him accompanying her tonight ignited a warmth within her heart. That night, Leng Huanian had boundless tenderness to share with Leng Huanian. In the early morning, while Leng Huanian remained in slumber, Leng Huanian gently kissed her alabaster forehead and rose. From this day forth, he would commence the meticulous preparations for his ascension to the heavenly realm. Quietly, he dressed and washed up, joining Leng Yufei for breakfast at the lakeside pavilion. Chapter 148. Before ascension, what are you up to today, my dear husband? I shall visit the splendid palace to discuss the details of ascension with Jin Se. Oh, Leng Huanian bestowed a fleeting kiss upon her lips before departing. Leng Yufei watched his retreating figure, feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Upon arriving at the splendid palace, it seemed that the Empress Dugu had been awaiting his arrival. "My lady, did you know I would come?" Leng Huanian inquired, slightly taken aback. "I presumed you would visit the splendid palace after your errands. What makes you so certain? Matters of ascension are of great import. You would surely seek counsel. And the suitable candidates are but two. Two. Who might they be? One is me, the Empress, your closest confidant, who can offer valuable insights. The other is the former Empress of the heavenly realm, who possesses extensive knowledge that may greatly aid your ascension plans. The Empress of Beasts resides in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. You would undoubtedly seek me first for counsel. My lady, you know me well." Leng Huanian stepped forward to gently embrace Dugu Jinsei. They shared a tender moment before slowly parting. Dugu, adjusting her slightly disheveled hair, said, "My dear husband, please share your thoughts. My realm has ascended to the stage of transformation, a feat that is likely unparalleled in the annals of ascendance on the void spirit continent. I have nearly completed the collection of spirit stones, which have been gradually transported to the unfettered palace. Thus, I am preparing for my ascension in the near future. I concur with my husband's sentiments. He has indeed made ample preparations. The current challenge lies in selecting a suitable location for the ascension, one that is both auspicious and rich in resources. My dear, do you have any suggestions? How about the altar of Inquisition within the unfettered palace? The altar of Inquisition? Indeed, it is the royal sacrificial site, indispensable for celestial worship and all major ceremonies. What are its dimensions? The altar of Inquisition is a circular platform with a diameter of 33 zhang. That suffices. I shall designate the altar of Inquisition in the unfettered palace as the site for my ascension. Excellent. From this moment forth, my husband's life shall be even more intricately intertwined with mine. Of course, my dear, you are the woman closest to my heart, the most significant presence in my life. How is the collection of spirit stones progressing? It is nearly complete. I will ensure that all the spirit stones from the branches of Void Spirit are transported back to the unfettered palace. And then I intend to auction off all the franchises of the Spring of Harmony and Rejuvenation. There are thousands of these franchises. Are we relinquishing them all? Indeed. We shall part with them. We are leaving, and they serve no further purpose. It is better to exchange them for spirit stones for the ascension. Any surplus can be taken to the celestial realm, where opportunities to spend will abound. Although I have ways to acquire more spirit stones, I still require initial capital. My husband, does this imply that you plan to expand your ambitions upon reaching the celestial realm? Certainly. I cannot allow my beloved to endure hardship. Accustomed as she is to the luxuries of a princess, her living standards must continue to rise. My husband, I am astonished that even before your ascension, you have contemplated such far-reaching plans. You are all my treasures. I must think ahead and prepare for any eventuality, lest we find ourselves drenched and unprepared. You are truly a thoughtful man. Indeed, you are ever on my mind, especially my cherished gents. Husband, might you stay in the splendid palace tonight? I wish to share a few drinks with you. Certainly, I would be delighted. The Empress Dugu leaned against Leng Huanian, who embraced her in turn, cherishing a moment of intimacy with the stunning Empress, a scene of unparalleled beauty. My husband, I find my attachment to you growing ever stronger. As an esteemed Empress, I find it difficult to focus on anything else when you are not by my side. It appears that it is time for my gents to consider bearing a child. What prompts such a thought? Once a woman becomes a mother, her nurturing instincts take precedence, and her love for her husband often shifts to their child. Then I shall forego the idea of having a child. I only desire you, my husband. Foolish one, throughout history, children have been the product of the deepest love between couples, often referred to as the crystallization of love. My husband, it is not that I do not wish for a child. I merely fear, as you have suggested, that once I have a child, your image in my heart may fade. It is sufficient for us to understand each other's sentiments. No, I still prefer the world shared solely with my husband. Well, you change your mind daily. Perhaps tomorrow you will wish to ascend. Everything is at your discretion. I shall not impose my will. Thank you, my lord. Once we finalize our plans for ascension, I shall soon embark on a journey to send all my women to the small world, and then we shall ascend together. My lord, how many women do you currently have? My dear, I have yet to tally them. When the time comes, I will invite them all to the small world, and they shall be entrusted to you, as you are the esteemed matron. I will ensure that my lord remains undistracted by household matters. Truly, you are my capable assistant. Tonight, I shall reward you well. That night, Leng Huanian stayed in the splendid palace. My lord, regardless of the outcome of our ascension, having you in this life is enough for me. My dear, our wonderful days have only just begun. Do not worry. Once we reach the heavenly realm, I will surely find a way to elevate your status until you achieve immortality. My lord, that sounds truly enchanting. If we can indeed attain immortality, we shall be able to accompany each other for a long time. For a long, long time. Chapter 149. The moon like a disk, my dear. Do you wish to rest? My lord, we have yet to partake of dinner. With you by my side, the beauty is so captivating that I hardly wish to dine. My lord need not rush. You promised to enjoy a few cups with me. Very well. My dear, you are worthy of your esteemed position. Your composure is indeed admirable. My lord, please do not jest. I too miss you dearly and wish for your company every day. Leng Huanian tightly embraced Dugu gents, unable to promise her his daily presence. My lord, do not take it to heart. Everything must be considered thoroughly. Alas, I can only hold you dear in my heart. After dinner, Leng Huanian strolled hand in hand with the Empress in the imperial garden, admiring the moon. My lord, the moon is exceptionally full tonight. Indeed, the moon on the 15th is fullest on the 16th. The bright moon resembles a chariot wheel. Could this be the last full moon we witness on the ethereal continent? What is it, my dear? Are you reluctant to depart? Were it not for the need to break through my realm and seek immortality, I would truly wish to remain on the ethereal continent, for here I am supreme and can protect you at any moment. Yes, one must always look forward. Regardless of the moon's phase, Jin's remains the brightest moonlight in my heart. My lord, as the esteemed matron, I still hope to bear a firstborn son for the Leng family. My dear, when did you begin to care for such trivialities? Moreover, how do you know I desire a son? In truth, I would prefer a daughter who resembles you in beauty, possesses your elegance, and carries your aura, though let us hope she is not another empress. Do you favor daughters? Most fathers do, for daughters are often the lovers of their past lives and the cherished companions of this one. Then let us have a firstborn daughter. My dear, it matters not who bears the child. What truly counts is the harmonious unity of our family. Whether a son or a daughter, my affection for them remains unwavering. My husband, you are destined for greatness. Yet, my desires are modest. I yearn merely to cherish my beloved and live a tranquil life. You may lack ambition, but your innate talent is extraordinary. In the realm of the ethereal, I shall refrain from elaborating, yet in the heavenly domain, I cannot fathom the storms you may incite. Alas, I feel as if I am propelled forward against my will. I long to savor the beauty of our journey at a more leisurely pace. The higher the talent, the greater the capabilities. The greater the capabilities, the heavier the burden of responsibility, my dear. You cannot evade it. I have no intention of shying away. You are well aware of my nature. In the realm of the ethereal, during my vulnerable years, you sheltered me. Now, as we ascend to the heavenly realm, I shall protect you. My husband, I have spent a lifetime as a strong woman, yet now, in the heavenly realm, I yearn to be tender and dependent. What a delightful prospect. Yet, it may prove challenging to fulfill your wishes. Upon hearing this, the once half-closed beautiful eyes of the Empress of Solitude opened wide. Why? Does my husband not wish to shelter me? What a notion! I cherish you more than myself. However, having occupied a lofty position for so long, will you be able to face others in the heavenly realm? When I spoke of making you Empress in the heavenly domain, it was not mere jest. You are aware that in the ethereal realm, I stand at the pinnacle, while in the heavenly realm, I shall merely be at the base. Fear not. When we reach the heavenly realm, you will one day ascend to the summit, just as you did in the ethereal realm. My husband, will that day truly come? Certainly. My dear, never underestimate yourself. Your ascent in the ethereal realm attests to your remarkable talents. With my support, I can already envision my beloved reaching the zenith of the heavenly realm, brimming with vigor. My husband, how fortunate I am to have you. Chapter 150. The sun and moon shine together as the bright moon descends in the west and the red sun rises in the east. A rare spectacle of coexistence between the sun and moon graces the heavens. My husband, the sun and moon shine together. Could it be they have come to witness our love? My husband, only you possess such audacity in this world. The Empress of Solitude playfully pinched the cheek of Leng Huanian. If I were not audacious, how could I be blessed with such a beautiful companion? Very well, my husband. From this day forth, we must not linger in the embrace of tenderness. Pressing matters await. Understood, my dear. As the sun ascends high, the moon vanishes completely. My dear, the moon has disappeared. She must be too shy to show herself. As long as my radiant moonlight remains, the absence of the bright moon matters little. Why do you shower me with such indulgence? Because I genuinely adore you. From the depths of my heart, my husband, how fortunate I am to have you. I wish to remain by your side forever, so you must strive diligently. This time, the Empress of Solitude has learned well. Donning a gown of pure white velvet to conceal the springtime glow before assisting Leng Huanian with his attire. Standing at the entrance of the splendid palace, the solitary empress of the Dugu clan was naturally reluctant to part with her beloved. My dear, this time I shall venture forth to send all of my women into the small world, along with some mountains and rivers. The day I return to the palace shall also be the day of my ascension. Go, my husband. After a tender farewell with Dugu gents, Leng Huanian soared into the air on his sword, his first destination being the White Dragon Valley. The White Dragon Valley and the Huichun Lake. Recently, Leng Huanian had ordered the cessation of production at the Huichun Spring and all workers had since evacuated the White Dragon Valley. Husband, what brings you here? Xia, I have reached the realm of transformation and am on the verge of ascension. I have come today to bring you into my small world. Your progress is astonishingly rapid. The Red Dragon Empress was aware of her beloved's exceptional talent, yet she had not anticipated it to be this remarkable, thanks to Sierra's divine dragon bloodline. Husband, I am quite reluctant to part with the White Dragon Valley and Huichun Lake. The Huichun Lake is truly a sanctuary for healing. Do not worry, my dear. Since these two places hold such significance for you, how could I possibly leave them behind? I shall transport the White Dragon Valley along with Huichun Lake into my small world, to be taken to the celestial realm. Thank you, my husband. Long she nestled into Leng Huanian's embrace, filled with deep emotion. In the past, she had looked down upon this young man, but now she truly found herself gazing up at him. Husband, please send the White Dragon Valley and Huichun Lake into the small world. After a nod from Leng Huanian, he shifted his thoughts, and the entire White Dragon Valley and Huichun Lake were transferred to his small world. The commotion was so great that the angelic goddess Yang Shi was stirred. Master, what is this? Yang Shi gazed in curiosity at the suddenly materialized valley before her. This is the White Dragon Valley, and this is Long Shi, my beloved. Long Shi, this is the spirit of the yin-yang divine pearl. This small world has formed within my energy sea. Greetings, madam. Yang Shi greeted Long Shi with a graceful bow. Greetings. You hail from the celestial realm? Indeed. How did you know? Once a lady enters this small world, she reaches the divine realm. She is certainly not an ordinary person. You are quite astute. Leng Huanian affectionately ruffled Yang Shi's hair, and she felt a swell of pride. Husband, is she also one of your women? Long Shi inquired, referring to the angelic goddess Yang Shi. Not yet. Long Shi looked at Yang Shi with curiosity, puzzled. What should not be? Yang Shi, too, was left in a fog. Husband, such a beautiful woman, and you have yet to share a bed with her? Upon hearing this, Yang Shi's face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, Madam, I am merely a servant. How could I be so fortunate to share a bed with my master? Once she uttered these words, her face was already flushed beyond recognition. Do not worry, my husband will eventually consummate the marriage with you. If he were to let someone as beautiful as you slip away, that would be a travesty. By the way, Yang Shi, do you wish for this? If you do not, I can help you find a good match elsewhere. No. This startled Yang Shi. Would the lady drive her away upon arrival? Enough. Do not frighten her any longer. Such a clever and charming girl. I cannot bear to part with her. Yang Shi lightly patted her chest, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Leng Huanian and then a complex look at Long Shi. Look at that. This girl has taken a disliking to me. Yang Shi dared not respond. Very well, you both should get along. Yang Shi, where is Qing Xian? She is cultivating beneath the soul-nurturing tree. All right, I shall not disturb her then. Sheer, do you see that river? Below lies a white jade palace, where Lan Qing Xian is cultivating. She is a senior sister to the Cold Moon Empress and belongs to the Snow Fox clan. The Snow Fox clan? Truly. There are quite a number of divine beasts around my husband, including the divine dragon and the ice phoenix. Indeed, they are all my treasures. By the way, where has the ice phoenix gone? Wasn't she supposed to refrain from delivering goods? Husband, she has gone to help you collect debts, gathering spirit stones from various branches of the void spirit. Where shall I find her? She may go to take a look at the Wanren Snow Mountain. What is she doing there? Husband, you do not know that Wanren Snow Mountain is of great significance to her. She said that it is the place where you two first met. Without that snow mountain, perhaps you would never have crossed paths. Did she truly say so? That silly girl. I nearly fell into her hands on the Wanren Snow Mountain. I know. She told me she is somewhat reluctant to part with that mountain. Since she is about to leave, she will likely visit the Snow Mountain. I shall go to the Wanren Snow Mountain tomorrow and bring it into my little world. Husband, I thought you would go right away. Why wait until tomorrow? Sheer has not seen me in such a long time. Does she not miss me? Husband. Chapter 151. All collected upon witnessing the intimate expressions between the two, Yang Shi hurriedly feigned indifference and departed. Husband, let us go to the lake. To the spring lake? Sheer, do not swim in the lake any longer. Why? You swim and bathe in it. This water is transformed into spring essence. So your bathwater would be consumed by others. I feel rather uncomfortable about that. I did not expect my husband to possess such a strong sense of possession. But I am not foolish either. Do take a close look at what is in this lake. A transparent barrier? Precisely. Since the day you prepared to produce the spring essence, I have isolated the spring lake with a glazed dragon shield wall. 3 parts for filling the spring essence and 7 parts for my own world. Truly impressive, even I did not notice. Leng Huanian could not help but pull Long Shi into his embrace, kissing her moist red lips. When Leng Huanian and Long Shi surfaced from the water, Yang Shi finally came to her senses and turned to run swiftly into the distance. Husband, this little girl is surely longing for love now. You should take the opportunity to claim her. There is no rush. Husband, your divine dragon bloodline has grown even more potent, and your divine dragon form has ascended to a new level. Sheer, you are my ultimate treasure. My dear husband, it is indeed your innate talent that shines. Both of us possess great abilities, and surely our future offspring will be even more exceptional. Naturally, our children will be both beautiful and formidable. Xia, when do you plan to bear our child? My dear husband, I intend to return to the dragon clan, seeking vengeance and retribution, and I wish to give birth to our child in the sacred grounds of the dragon clan. Very well, I shall accompany you, Sierra, to reclaim justice for the dragon clan. But wait, Sierra, I seem to recall that you escaped after slaying the dragon prince. Are you seeking revenge or merely provoking them? Nonetheless, my parents made immense sacrifices to ensure my escape. Thus, I must return to the dragon clan to restore honor. I shall undoubtedly accompany you back to the realm of dragons to exact our revenge. Thank you, my husband. Xia, I suddenly ponder a whimsical thought. Will you lay an egg or deliver a child? How absurd. Since I have been living in human form alongside you, of course, I will give birth to a child. Oh, that is a relief. Leng Huanian exhaled in relief. My dear husband, would you be displeased if our child were to be an egg? Not at all. You are unaware of how much I cherished Shuer back then, when she was also an egg. I see, my husband. You are indeed a compassionate man. Yes. Remain peacefully in our little world. I must take my leave now. Farewell, my husband. Leng Huanian embraced and kissed Long Shi before soaring away on his sword, heading towards the towering snow mountain. He yearned to encounter the 2 ice phoenixes there. Alas, fate did not favor him, for the summit of the snow mountain held nothing. He had no choice but to first incorporate the snow mountain into his little world. And then he entered himself. Now, a majestic snow mountain stood in his little world, crowned with a hot spring. Leng Huanian envisioned the days ahead spent bathing in the spring with his beloved companions, and anticipation blossomed in his heart. The next destination was the endless forest. The forest queen, Lin Shi, and Lin Huaner were, of course, delighted by Leng Huanian's arrival. My husband, are you preparing for ascension? Yes. I have come to fetch you and Huaner. Are you both ready? All is prepared. I have ensured that there will be no disturbances in your absence. Excellent. Then I shall now lead you to the tree of life. Very well. Leng Huanian joyfully grasped the hands of the 2 beautiful women as they made their way to the tree of life. My husband, allow me and the queen to gaze upon it once more. Leng Huanian nodded, understanding the sentiments of the 2 women. A quarter of an hour later, the forest queen sighed gently. My husband, please integrate the tree of life into our little world. Very well. Leng Huanian placed a hand upon one of the branches of the tree of life, and with a mere thought, the entire tree was transported into the little world. Leng Huanian entered the little world hand in hand with the 2 women, and the tree of life took root at the very center of this realm. From the moment the tree of life established its roots, it began to grow wildly. Sheer, how has the tree of life grown so rapidly in this small world? Leng Huanian inquired, a look of perplexity on his face. My dear husband, it is simply because the soil here is rich and the spiritual energy abundant. The tree of life expresses its elation and satisfaction, she replied. Is that so? He asked. Indeed, she affirmed. Thank you, Sheer, for enhancing my small world. It now boasts a towering snow-capped mountain, an icebound river, a valley of white dragons, and a rejuvenating lake. With the addition of the tree of life, the entire realm feels more vibrant. Yes, my husband's small world is vast, and will only become more beautiful, she continued. With the recent additions of the majestic mountain and the tree of life, Long Shi and the angelic goddess arrived beneath the tree. Leng Huanian introduced the lovely ladies to one another. Long Shi and Lin Shi felt a kindred spirit, as both their names bore the character Shi. Apart from Lan Qingxian, the others were already acquainted. Lan Qingshuan's nature kept her from mingling, and her soul wounds had nearly healed. Currently, Leng Huanian had no time to draw her out for introductions, as many tasks awaited her. The next destination was the Beast Mountain range adjacent to the Endless Forest. Under the cover of night, Leng Huanian stealthily infiltrated the Demon King's palace and quietly climbed into the Demon Queen's bed. In her heart, the Demon Queen chuckled at her foolish husband. She was well aware that her power surpassed his. From the moment he ventured into the Beast Mountain range, she had sensed his presence. How could she not notice his clandestine approach, especially as he climbed onto her bed? Yet, she feigned sleep, curious to discern his true intentions. Chapter 152. All is prepared, my dear. Leng Huanian softly called, wishing not to rouse the Demon Queen, for he harbored a mischievous thought. The Demon Queen remained unresponsive, and he tenderly caressed her. She stifled a giggle, holding her breath, fearing that even a moment's relaxation might let laughter escape. Her figure was exquisite. Even the mere act of caressing her skin became a profound delight. However, as he extended his hand, he discovered the Demon Queen had opened her enchanting eyes, gazing at him with a serene smile. My dear, you are awake. Leng Huanian felt suddenly caught in a dilemma. With you causing such a stir, how could I possibly remain asleep? She teased. It is difficult to control oneself. You are not angry, are you? He asked nervously. Angry? You are my husband. She replied playfully. Truly, you are a wonderful wife, he said, feeling reassured. Leaning against Leng Huanian's embrace, the Demon Queen softly inquired, Are you here to take me away? Yes. Everything is prepared. We just await the opportune moment to ascend, he answered. Finally, I can return. You must take me back to reclaim my throne as the illusory Demon Empress, she declared eagerly. Indeed, we must journey to the illusory Demon Empire. Though I wonder where we will ascend to. The ascension is quite random. Any realm is possible, he explained. Then it is all about fate, she mused. Nestled in his arms. My dear, it is a pity that dawn is breaking. Do you feel a sense of relief? He asked. Not at all. You jest. She replied with a smile. Indeed, my lord, you are a dragon, not a mere ox. And you, my lady, are no ordinary person. I feel immensely fortunate to have encountered you. The sentiment is mutual. In truth, since our bond has blossomed, my desire to return to the heavenly realm has diminished. But why is that? I fear that if you accompany me back to the heavenly realm, to the illusory Demon Empire, we may encounter peril. For the empire is guarded by an ancestor whose power rivals that of the divine sovereign. The divine realm? Indeed. My lady, do not fret. We do not need to rush back for vengeance immediately upon our ascension. We can first seek a place to elevate our realms before returning to the illusory Demon Empire. It is not so simple. Once I return to the heavenly realm, I fear that it will not be long before someone comes seeking me. For the illusory demon clan possesses an acute sense of smell. My lady, I do not quite understand. You have already been reincarnated. How could they still find you? Are they truly that formidable? Firstly, my rebirth does not entirely erase the aura and traces of my previous life. Secondly, as I mentioned, the illusory demon clan senses are extraordinarily keen. Do not worry. I will hide you in a small world, ensuring a complete separation from the external realm, will it not? Theoretically, yes, but it has not been practically tested, leaving some uncertainty. Cold Huanian tenderly embraced the Demon Empress, unable to comprehend why one who was once the revered Empress of the illusory Demon Empire could be driven to such a state, leading to her demise and reincarnation. Yet still unable to escape the fate of being pursued. My lady, regardless of the challenges upon our return to the heavenly realm, I shall exact vengeance for you. I will spare none who have wronged you. I will ensure they are all eradicated. Cold Huanian's nature is generally gentle, but when he is resolute, few can withstand his resolve. My lord, though my hatred is as high as mountains and as deep as seas, I do not wish for you to take risks on my behalf. Therefore, I would rather relinquish my vengeance and live a tranquil life with you in this world. My lady, fret not. I wish to share an eternal life with you, to remain together forever. It is not so easy to perish. Once we reach the heavenly realm, limitless possibilities await us. I cannot bear to see you carry regrets into oblivion. The Demon Empress sighed softly, and the two embraced tightly, choosing silence over further words or frenzy, cherishing the moment as if time itself had ceased. After rising, they proceeded to awaken the still slumbering little demon girl next door. Rower. The little demon girl rubbed her eyes, startled to find Cold Huanian standing at her bedside, accompanied by the demon Empress. For a moment, she believed she was dreaming, perhaps a reflection of her thoughts during the day. "My lord, what brings you here? I have come to take you as I ascend." "Really?" The little demon girl sprang upright from her bed, heedless of her nightgown, and leaped into cold Huanian's embrace. "Indeed, I promised I would come for you before my ascension." "Thank you, my lord." The little demon girl's eyes brimmed with emotion, her heart filled with longing. "I wish to bring the Demon King's palace along, so you will have a familiar home in the future." "Is my lord planning to move the Demon King's palace into the small world?" The little Yaoneer was initially troubled about where to sleep that night, but she soon felt completely at ease. "If not for the fact that my little world is filled with women and I cannot bring men along, I would desire to take the entire Beast Mountain range with me." "My dear husband, do you wish to bid farewell to the elders and the little Yaoman?" Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian felt a heaviness in his heart for the first time. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Never mind. It is better to cherish memories than to meet. I will leave them ample resources for cultivation." Leng Huanian retrieved 100 boxes of spirit stones from his jade ring, including low, medium, and high-grade stones, along with 3 boxes of advanced martial arts manuals and 5 boxes of treasures. Lastly, he took out 1,000 boxes of precious goods. The two women gazed in awe at the growing pile of items in the square, increasingly impressed by their husband's vision and generosity. "My dear husband, I know you are wealthy beyond compare, but is it truly necessary to leave them with such a fortune?" The little Yaonig expressed some concern, feeling a tinge of sadness for her man's treasures. "Alas, as the Alwag, it is regrettable that I cannot bring them to the heavenly realm. Let this be a form of compensation. Rest assured, this wealth is but a drop in the ocean for me, and you shall not lack for resources in the future. Do not worry, dear. With your intellect, there is no doubt you will have funds to spare in the heavenly realm." Leng Huanian then summoned the Weiyang Palace into his little world. The Yaoho and the little Yaoneer met for the first time with Lingxi, Lingxi, and Ling'er, as the spirit of the artifact and the one most familiar with the little world. The angelic goddess began to detail the intricacies of their surroundings. Observing their harmonious interaction brought a sense of comfort to Huanian. "Please, continue to get acquainted. I must proceed to my next destination. Is my husband heading to Blue Moon City?" "Indeed." After embracing each woman, Leng Huanian departed from the little world and soared directly to Blue Moon City. In the Dream Moon Palace, Elated and sat before Ling, appearing to have sensed his arrival over the past few days. "My dear husband, are you about to depart?" The Snow Fox Saintess was elated at the prospect of being taken by him, yet both she and Elated bore a hint of melancholy. "What troubles you? It seems both of you have something on your minds." Leng Huanian had already surmised their concerns. "My dear husband, our Snow Fox clan is indeed different from humans. We certainly wish to accompany you, but we fear that the new environment may not be suitable for our survival, as we snow foxes are born to thrive in the cold." Ling gradually revealed her worries, yet saw Lan standing firm like a mountain. "Indeed, my dear husband, do you not know that our Snow Fox clan's existence relies on the icy mountain range here? Blue Moon City is built alongside it, along with the Dream Moon Palace and the Qingyishengdan. These are the foundations of our survival." The Snow Fox Saintess also candidly shared her thoughts. "Fear not, my dear wives. These concerns are but trifles. Do you have a solution, my husband? Is that truly a challenge? We shall take away the birthplace of the Cold Moon Empire, the Ice Mountain Range, along with the Dream Moon Palace and the Pure Moon Sanctuary." "Ah, how shall we accomplish this?" The Snow Fox Saintess gasped, utterly astounded by Leng Huanian's words, as was the Cold Moon Empress, whose expression mirrored disbelief. "I can transfer them all into my little world. Can it truly be done?" This was undoubtedly monumental news for both women. "It is merely a matter of moving my fingers. However, if we take the Dream Moon Palace and the Pure Moon Sanctuary, must we also bring along the maids and servants within? Thus far, my little world has been filled only with my women. My dear husband, to maintain the normal operation of these 2 grand palaces, it is imperative we do not leave behind those maids and servants. Rest assured, these 2 palaces are akin to your harem. You have seen the maids within, each one a rare beauty, and they will all be your women henceforth. You may favor whomever you wish." The Cold Moon Empress spoke earnestly. "Ahem, my dear wife, do you consider me an emperor? What distinguishes my husband from an emperor?" "Oh, there is indeed a difference. Your harem's quality surpasses that of any emperor's." The Snow Fox Saintess was unambiguous. Since you have both brought this up, let us bring them along. Your reasoning is sound. We cannot expect you to personally manage the two vast palaces. By the way, where is Bai Ling? I have not seen her. Alas, that silly girl is fretting in the pure moon sanctuary. Fretting? What troubles her? Bai Ling is aware that you are about to ascend, and she fears being left behind in the virtual spirit continent, forsaken. The snow fox saintess elucidated Bai Ling's concerns. Truly, she is a foolish girl. She is already my woman. How could I possibly leave her behind? Prepare yourselves, my dear wives. Shortly, I shall incorporate the two palaces into my little world. Now, I must first go and check on Bai Ling. My husband, I shall accompany you. It is a perfect opportunity to make arrangements. Indeed. The two departed the Dream Moon Palace, heading directly to the Pure Moon Sanctuary. My husband, I never imagined Bai Ling held such a significant place in your heart. Even I feel a twinge of jealousy. Qing'er, your words are partly true and partly not. Ultimately, all my women hold great importance in my heart. Perhaps I may have personal preferences, but beyond that, each of you is my treasure, and I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. My husband, I finally understand why you are surrounded by so many beautiful women, each devoted to you wholeheartedly. The two palaces were not far apart, and they arrived in no time. Upon entering the Pure Moon Sanctuary, they found a vast expanse of maids kneeling on the ground, numbering no less than 99, all of considerable beauty. Yet Bai Ling was nowhere to be seen. The snow fox saintess guided Leng Huanian to a bedroom, gesturing softly inside. My husband, I shall attend to my duties. Please comfort that little girl. With a light laugh, the snow fox saintess departed. The door was ajar as Leng Huanian entered, discovering a woman clad in a lake blue dress, leaning against the head of the bed. Although she did not weep, Leng Huanian's keen intuition sensed her disquiet. Bai Ling, he called softly, wary of startling her. Bai Ling, momentarily suspecting she had succumbed to hallucinations, turned around with hope, only to be momentarily struck dumb. Approaching the bedside, Leng Huanian gently turned her to embrace her, feeling that words might be superfluous in such a moment. Husband, why have you come? Are you here to bid me farewell? Bai Ling feared the worst. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Leng Huanian had come to Lanyue City not to visit the Cold Moon Empress or the Snow Fox Saintess, but rather to see Bai Ling first. Though Bai Ling served as a close maid to the Snow Fox Saintess, her beauty was unparalleled among the numerous exceptional maidens, and even in the presence of the Saintess. Outsiders would often mistake them for sisters rather than mere companions. Bai Ling was not only stunning, but also possessed a remarkable grace. Remaining modest despite the affection bestowed upon her by Leng Huanian, which was no less than that he showed to his other women. Leng Huanian's many beloveds were all breathtaking beauties from the Zuling continent, with many holding distinguished statuses such as empresses, queens, princesses, and saintesses, top-tier existences within this realm. However, he also cherished two women of maid origins, Bai Ling and Yuehe, who served beside Princess Hanyue. Being a discerning man, especially regarding women, Leng Huanian's affection for these two maids stemmed from more than just their exquisite appearances. Chapter 154, The Lavish Dowry. Ling, you are my woman. Do you fear that I would abandon you? Linger, as a mere maid among the affluent and noble surrounding her husband, felt unworthy. Do not belittle yourself. Since you have become my woman, you are no different from them. Henceforth, you and Qing'er shall be sisters, with no distinction of rank. Your humility is commendable, but should we have children, it is not conducive to their upbringing. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling trembled, her voice quivering. Husband, can we truly have children? Foolish girl. You are my woman, a lady of the Leng family. How could we not have children, unless you choose not to? I wish to. I desire to bear many children for you. How many do you wish for, husband? That is enough. Your presence alone satisfies me. The notion of having you bear children is merely to reassure you, to convey that in my heart, you are no less significant than the others. I will not treat you differently, nor will I differentiate our children. Husband, Bai Ling felt profoundly moved, snuggling into Leng Huanian's embrace. Linger, remain here to cultivate. I shall transport the Ice Mountain Range and the Dream Moon Divine Palace, along with the Qingyue Sanctuary, into my small world, and then bring them to the heavenly realm. Go, husband. The lark gazed longingly as Leng Huanian departed. The Empress of Cold Moon, accompanied by the Saintess of Snow Fox, escorted Leng Huanian to the foot of the Ice Mountain Range. As Leng Huanian's palm brushed against the glacial earth, A mere thought transformed the entire stretch of the 100-mile-long mountain range into his miniature world. Beholding the complete vanishing of the majestic mountains, the two women stood in utter astonishment. Despite their prior preparations, the reality of the event left them questioning their existence. Your miniature world is truly remarkable, almost omnipotent. They praised, rendered speechless. Leng Huanian smiled gently, his heart tranquil. This ice mountain range is an invaluable treasure. I shall consider it a dowry. How does your husband know this? The Saintess of Snow Fox inquired curiously. Such a vast expanse of the ice mountain range, though untouched, undoubtedly conceals a staggering quantity of spiritual stones and minerals. If I am not mistaken, the millennium-old cold ice used for constructing the Dream Moon Palace and the Qingyue Sanctuary originates from this range. Your husband possesses keen insight. Indeed, the most precious treasure within this mountain range is likely the 10,000-year-old cold jade. However, given the vastness of the mountains, locating the cold jade will not be an easy task. Do not worry, my dear. When the time comes for us to require it, we shall naturally find it. After all, the entire ice mountain range now resides within my miniature world, and these treasures will not escape. Husband, is our dowry in the Cold Moon Empire substantial? Absolutely. It is a top-tier luxurious dowry. I am well aware of its worth. Husband, will we next be bringing the Dream Moon Palace and the Qingyue Sanctuary into the miniature world? Yes, but I intend to do so tomorrow. Tonight. I wish to spend the night in the Dream Moon Palace. Husband, have you not had enough of this icy wilderness? The icy expanse paired with the snow fox creates an enchanting ambience. What ambience? Being enveloped by the snow fox's tail immerses you in a tender embrace. Caressing its playful ears, how delightful. You truly know how to savor life. Such a feeling is akin to walking on clouds. Leng Huanian envisioned a captivating scene before him. Chapter 155. A true arena of Azura. Leng Huanian brought the Dream Moon Palace and the Qingyue Sanctuary into his miniature world, marking the first encounter between the Empress of Cold Moon and the Demon Queen. Before these two eminent figures, others naturally withdrew. Lan Mingyao, you are not as aloof as I had imagined. Yao Guang, you are not as sinister as I had envisioned. Sinister? I, the illusion demon Empress, am no ordinary demon. Though the two women did not draw swords, their tones were laced with subtle tests, and Leng Huanian sensed the faint aura of a battlefield. My two ladies, harmony is paramount. As you meet for the first time, do not let conflict arise. If you are not at peace, how can I feel secure outside? Leng Huanian hurriedly stepped forward to grasp both their hands. In their inaugural meeting, the Demon Queen and the Empress of Cold Moon both sought to assert their authority, as it pertained to their future standing within the household. Both individuals were acutely aware of the esteemed position that the Empress of the Solitary was held in the heart of Leng Huanian. It was exceedingly challenging to claim the top spot, and relinquishing the second was simply unacceptable. Their thoughts aligned, resulting in a palpable tension in the air. Even the Snow Fox Saintess and the Little Demoness found themselves at odds with one another. Although a catastrophe had been averted, Leng Huanian finally felt the oppressive weight of a battleground fraught with female rivalry. The dynamics between women are intricate. Even those without apparent entanglements may find themselves embroiled in conflict. Moreover, how could the Demon Queen and the Cold Moon Empress be considered free from such entanglements? Both shared the affection of the same man, which, by all reasonable standards, established an inherent adversarial relationship, for to most women, nothing surpasses the importance of their beloved's devotion. The two women, one an empress of the celestial realm and the other an ethereal empress, both ancient enchantresses occupying the highest echelons, ought to have long since become indifferent to matters of the heart. Yet, these two were exceptional. Having retained their maidenhood for millennia, they surrendered their pure and unblemished selves to Leng Huanian upon their encounter. A woman's first time is invaluable, and her first man is often the one she cherishes most dearly, especially since neither woman contemplated seeking other suitors. Thus, Leng Huanian stood before them as a towering tree, both women yearning to cling tightly and ascend to greater heights, vying for a favorable position. Before Leng Huanian could devise a means to alleviate the tension between the two women, the impending conflict was already on the brink of eruption. Were it not for his presence, the Demon Queen, with her audacious demeanor, and the Cold Moon Empress, with her frosty temperament, would have surely clashed at the slightest provocation. Ladies, why go through such strife? My dear husband, Does she not see her own limitations before daring to challenge me? The Demon Queen had never been one to heed the opinions of others, nor had the Cold Moon Empress. Though there originally existed no animosity between them, the delicate balance was susceptible to disruption by the slightest of provocations. Upon hearing the remarks, the Cold Moon Empress scrutinized the Demon Queen's level of mastery, which was astonishingly high, so much so that even she could not fathom it. The Demon Queen had ascended to the fourth realm of the divine, the realm of concentration, making it entirely reasonable that the Cold Moon Empress found herself perplexed. However, the latter's character would never allow her to concede defeat. Accustomed to her haughty demeanor, it would be easier for her to part with her life than to bow her head. Is a high realm truly so remarkable? The Cold Moon Empress was incensed, for in her recollection, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner, just as the two were on the verge of an all-out war. Leng Huanian intervened, grasping one of them and positioning himself between them. Both women understood that as long as Leng Huanian remained present, they could not resort to violence. Why must you behave in such a manner? Having reigned as empresses, do you still need to vie for supremacy in the harem? It was Leng Huanian's first encounter with such a fierce rivalry. Had he not stayed, he shuddered to think of how things might have escalated. Compounding his troubles, the Snow Fox Saintess and the Little Demoness, perhaps influenced by the rivalry between the Cold Moon Empress and the Demon Queen, were now glaring at each other with palpable animosity. The current situation is that, upon their first meeting, the two daughters of the Cold Moon Empire are already at odds with the two daughters of the Myriad Beasts mountain range. The Crimson Dragon Empress watches the unfolding drama with amusement, while she feels utterly helpless, nervously sweating for her master. The Elven Queen Lin Shi and Lin Huanian exchange glances. This scene surpasses their wildest imaginations. When they arrived, everyone was cordial, yet now it has escalated to this. Lan Xingxian remains undisturbed in the white jade palace beneath the frozen river, seemingly unaffected by the external turmoil. Cold Huanian grasps the Cold Moon Empress with his left hand and the Demon Empress with his right, both women casting glances at him before sharing a brief look, ultimately suppressing their inner fury. Observing their emotions gradually calm, Cold Huanian breathes a sigh of relief. Were it not for the crowd, he would have spanked each of them. Of course, such an action could be perilous, as the Demoness has recently regained much of her strength and is now at a higher cultivation level than he. To slap her would be akin to petting a tiger. Unless they were in an intimate moment, such a gesture might be interpreted as romantic. Originally, I intended to step out and allow you to coexist harmoniously, but in your current state, how can I trust myself to leave? I dread returning to the small world only to find you have demolished the house. My husband, then stay and accompany me while keeping an eye on these two, suggested the Crimson Dragon Empress, seemingly unperturbed by the escalating tension, which drew two icy glares from the other women. The Demon Empress and the Cold Moon Empress turned their gazes upon her, but she merely smiled lightly, for she is a divine beast of the celestial realm, with a fiery temperament and no inclination to yield. The Crimson Dragon Empress glanced at the Cold Moon Empress, then at the Demon Empress, contemplating a physical confrontation. What is troubling you all today? Each of you is preventing me from enjoying peace. Cold Huanian feigned anger, a tactic that proved effective, finally calming the three women teetering on the brink of conflict. While vying for dominance is commendable, the ultimate goal remains to capture the heart of their husband. If Cold Huanian disapproves of their behavior, then their efforts would be in vain. My small world is not even warm. With all this agitation, how can we coexist once everyone arrives? My husband, we mean no harm. We are merely trying to enliven the atmosphere, declared the Crimson Dragon Empress, offering Cold Huanian a reassuring glance. My husband, we harbor no animosity. It is merely a matter of first impressions. I will consider the greater picture, the Demon Empress continued. But before Cold Huanian could feel relieved, her next words tightened his heart. However, the harem must have a leader. As the former Empress of the Celestial Realm at the Spirit Gathering stage, I wonder if I am fit for this role. Chapter 156. 3 Empresses, 3 Empresses. A headache indeed. Yao Guang. Once Jinsei arrives, let the three of you compete fairly. Whoever garners the most support shall become the sovereign of the harem. Agreed. That sounds much better. The Empress of Demons harbored an innate fear of the cold, as Leng Huanian boldly proclaimed Dugu Jins as the matriarch of the Leng family. She was acutely aware that such a declaration was likely, and it provided her with a momentary reprieve, easing her heart considerably. Her role as matriarch was not driven by a thirst for power, but rather a desire to affirm her paramount position in the affections of her beloved. Women often possess peculiar thoughts, and even the former Empress of the Celestial Realm is no exception. As the gathering commenced, both Yaoguang and Ming Yao graciously took a step back, offering a gesture of goodwill. Tonight, I shall prepare a sumptuous reunion feast for you all. The Empress Leng Yu and the Empress of Demons nodded in agreement, their minds clear. The man before them was their universe. Should this universe remain bright and cheerful, all would prosper. However, should it darken with ominous clouds, none would fare well. Please wait a moment. I shall bring someone out for you to meet. Leng Huanian entered the white jade palace of the frozen river, where Lan Qingxian sat beneath the soul-nourishing tree, her demeanor betraying no signs of divine injury, indicating her complete recovery. My dear husband, you have arrived. It's quite lively outside, she exclaimed. Qingxian, you are fully aware of the commotion, aren't you? He replied. Indeed, with such a ruckus, how could I not be? I never expected my senior sister, who is usually so unassuming, to engage in a spat today. It seems she cares deeply for you. I understand that, but the situation nearly spiraled out of control. Shouldn't you assist your senior sister? My sister is not typically one to act this way. Something must have provoked her. By the way, why have you come here instead of calming them? What? You do not welcome my presence? How could I? My dear husband, how could you think that of me? All right, Qingxian, I actually came to invite you to join them. Very well. We are all sisters. After all, it's essential that we meet. Content. Leng Huanian took Lan Qingxian's hand and exited the white jade palace. My junior sister, it seems you arrived earlier than I thought, remarked Empress Leng Yu, who had been preoccupied with the Empress of Demons and had not realized Lan Qingxian was already present. Indeed, Lan Qingxian nodded, and they ceased their conversation, both embodying a serene composure. Leng Huanian introduced each individual in turn, and gradually, the atmosphere began to harmonize. You all seem rather incapable in the culinary arts. I shall have to prepare the reunion feast myself. However, it is worth noting that this reunion is only partial, as a few of our sisters remain absent. My husband, Linger, can indeed cook a bit. She can assist you shortly, Ling volunteered. Excellent. Is there anyone else skilled in the kitchen? My husband, I shall help you. The Empress of Demons unexpectedly approached Leng Huanian, catching everyone off guard. With a gentle smile, her earlier assertiveness had vanished. Do not gaze at me so. I possess a myriad of skills. Thus, you must all acknowledge me as your elder sister. Here we go again, Empress Leng Yu remarked, rolling her eyes. All right, let us retire to my Demon King's hall to rest. I shall take charge of the cooking, while Yaoguang and Linger assist me. With that, Leng Huanian led the lovely ladies to the Demon King's hall. In the span of an hour and a half, Leng Huanian, along with Yaoguang and Ling, prepared an extravagant feast. The table was replete with an array of dishes, yet the wine had yet to be brewed. Thus, they could only share a cup of water. For these women, who cherished beauty, a mere cup of water felt somewhat lacking. Fear not, for upon reaching the celestial realm, I shall undoubtedly craft a wine suitable for women, one that enhances their beauty. My dear husband, I eagerly anticipate this. The elven queen was unfamiliar with the concept of red wine, but she was certain that Leng Huanian would bring forth delightful surprises for them. Dinner lasted an hour. But afterward, Leng Huanian found himself in a quandary. With so many pairs of eyes fixed upon him, he understood their expectations. He realized that spending the night with any of them would be inappropriate, leading him to decide to depart that very night. The women collectively sighed in relief at Leng Huanian's decision. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have grown tense once more. After bidding farewell to the women, Leng Huanian took flight towards the kingdom of Xiyan, eager to bring all the women into the little world and ascend to the celestial realm, ready to embrace new challenges and embark on a fresh chapter of life. Now, Leng Huanian's swordsmanship had reached new heights, and by midnight, he had arrived at the capital of Xiyan. Should he seek the little princess Yin Yin in the Wanxiao Palace, or visit Yin Liang in the Qingzujia? Ultimately, he chose to go to Qingzujia, intending to leave behind a substantial fortune as a betrothal gift for the little princess, benefiting both the king of Xiyan and her two uncles. As Yin Liang had no family of her own, Leng Huanian resolved to shower her with affection in this manner. Outside the little world, Leng Huanian stood at the pinnacle of the emperor's spirit realm. while Yin Liang had just recently broken through to this realm during their last dual cultivation. Thus, he entered King Zujia with utmost care, ensuring that Yin Liang remained unaware of his presence. In truth, she had not yet fallen asleep. Troubled thoughts plagued her mind. For the women surrounding Leng Huanian were either empresses or princesses, while she was merely a guard, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. The moment Leng Huanian pushed open her bedroom door, Yin Liang grasped the sword at her bedside. "My dear, it is I," he announced. Yin Liang sat up from her bed, setting the sword aside, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Husband, what brings you here?" "I have come to fetch my wife." "Is my husband preparing to ascend?" "Indeed. But why are you here in the Xian Palace at such an hour?" "I traveled here from the Cold Moon Empire." "You should be seeking the princess." "Why? Does my wife not welcome me to King Zujia?" "How could that be? Seeing you brings me more joy than anything else." "I missed you, my dear." "Then stay with me until dawn before you depart." "Very well." Leng Huanian held her tightly in his embrace. The morning chorus of birds in the bamboo grove signaled that dawn had arrived. "My husband, it is time to rise. If the princess discovers you spent the night in my room, will she be displeased?" "My dear, you worry too much. I wish for you to live for yourself from now on, finding joy each day." Chapter 157. A Fateful Reunion, My Husband. The poignant sensations of warmth and cold enveloped her as she leaned against Leng Huanian's chest, her eyes brimming with tears. Having always been strong-willed since childhood, she had never shed a tear, yet at this moment, she yearned to indulge in the embrace of her beloved. "What is it? Why are you crying?" Leng Huanian tenderly wiped away her tears. "Husband, I am truly strong. However, nestled in your arms, the softness in my heart can no longer be contained." "Very well. You may shed the facade of strength from now on. It is perfectly acceptable to be a happy woman who has someone to lean on." "I will heed my husband's words. But how will you explain this to the princess?" "I owe no explanations to anyone. The princess will not take offense." The two rose, dressed, and prepared to seek out the princess, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Upon seeing Leng Huanian, the little princess immediately leaped into his embrace. "Husband, have you come to fetch me?" "Indeed. Everything is nearly ready. I am about to ascend, and I will take you and Yin Liang with me. Then let us bid farewell to father and brother Wang." The trio made their way to King Xian. Upon seeing his precious daughter accompanied by Leng Huanian and Yin Liang, King Xian understood that the moment had arrived. Sighing with deep reluctance, he recognized that his son-in-law was no ordinary man. His daughter's future was boundless following him. Watching as his son-in-law presented a mountain of spiritual stones, cultivation manuals, precious artifacts, and a cup of rejuvenating spring water, King Xian felt a fleeting pang of selling his daughter, though he acknowledged her immense worth. Leng Huanian gathered the princess's residence, the Falling Sunset Palace, into his small world, along with the bamboo residence. He departed with Yin Liang and Yin Liang, leaving King Xian and the two princes with hearts heavy and melancholy. In the air, upon the broad scales of the lining sword, the three admired the scenery beneath them. "Husband, does leaving father and brother Wang mean a permanent farewell?" "My plan is to ascend shortly after returning." Oh, although the little princess had anticipated everything, she still felt a twinge of sorrow. This was a dilemma. She could never bear to part from Leng Huanian, yet leaving Xian City weighed heavily on her heart, especially the reluctant gazes of her father and brothers at their farewell. After all, this was no ordinary marriage. Marriages can often lead to reunions, but this was a final parting. Throughout the journey, the little princess remained despondent, unable to appreciate the picturesque surroundings. Leng Huanian felt a surge of compassion, yet he was powerless to comfort her. Life is replete with helplessness, and the current predicament seemed insurmountable. "Dear, I will always be by your side, should I gain the ability in the future. Returning you to the ethereal spirit continent is not impossible." "Really?" The little princess's heart brightened, a glimmer of hope sparking within. "It is possible. All right." Leng Huanian ushered the little princess and Yin Liang into the small world, where they peacefully coexisted and quickly integrated into the larger family. Returning to Qinglian Garden, he was greeted by the little princess's question, "Husband, are you ready?" "Everything is in place. I am now preparing to take Qinglian Garden into the small world." "Very well." Having gathered Qinglian Garden, Leng Huanian proceeded to Jinxiu Palace. "My lord, you have finally returned. Are you fully prepared?" "Indeed, I have brought them all back." "Should I enter now or let them come out?" waiting for the day of ascension to enter? Let them remain inside. There is everything they need there. I have relocated their palaces into the small world. We are nearly ready on our end as well. Once the ice and snow phoenix returns with the spirit stones, I shall prepare for ascension. I shall follow your instructions, my lord. Who else is outside at present? Jinsei, Feng Er, the eldest princess, the second princess, the youngest princess, Yu He, as well as Luo Bing and Luo Shui. How many are inside? My dear, I have yet to count, but there are certainly more than outside. You have quite an abundance of women. The Empress Dugu cast him a sidelong glance, a hint of reproach in her gaze. My dear, you should be mentally prepared. What do you mean? The Empress Dugu asked, somewhat puzzled. The Demon Empress and the Cold Moon Empress had a confrontation upon their first meeting. Why so? What else could it be? Naturally, it is a struggle for supremacy in the harem. Am I not the matriarch of the Leng family? Indeed, you are, but you were not present at that time. Were you? My lord, I do not place great importance on this matter. However, being the matriarch will influence my standing in the household, hence I must contend for it. Their intention is for everyone to meet and engage in fair competition. Whoever has the most support shall assume the role of matriarch. My lord, wouldn't that put me at a disadvantage? It won't. It's merely a formality. Otherwise, the Cold Moon Empress and the Demon Empress would not relent easily. A formality? Do you have such confidence? The three princesses and Feng Er will certainly support you, and the Nangong aunt and niece will undoubtedly back you as well. The Scarlet Dragon Empress and the Ice and Snow Phoenix may also lend their support. If you do not claim the title of matriarch, who will? You make a valid point. I shall go and meet them now. Leng Huanian could not stop her, nor did she wish to. As Leng Huanian entered the small world accompanied by the Empress Dugu, along with Dugu Feng, Dugu Hanyue, Dugu Kaidai, and Dugu Mingzhu, everyone was indeed taken aback. On one hand, they marveled at the unparalleled beauty of the Dugu family, and on the other, they lamented their lord's extraordinary fortune in having gathered the 5 Dugu maidens. In truth, it is not just the 5 Dugu maidens. The most beautiful and powerful women across the entire Void Spirit continent have now become Leng Huanian's consorts. You have finally arrived. The Cold Moon Empress stepped forward first, her demeanor markedly different from her usual icy self, appearing particularly striking. I am so glad to finally meet you. The two empresses locked eyes, facing each other for the first time at such proximity. And me? How could the Demon Empress bear to remain in solitude? She stepped forward as well. And now the 3 empresses truly formed a tripod of power. It is a great honor to meet both of you, my esteemed sisters. I, Jinsei, am deeply privileged to become your sibling. The Empress Dugu set the tone immediately. The Cold Moon Empress and the Demon Empress felt their hair stand on end upon seeing her entourage, realizing what it meant to have the support of many. However, how could the Cold Moon Empress ever concede? Dugu Jinsei, your confidence is rather excessive. The outcome remains uncertain, so let us engage in fair competition. I concur with the words of the Cold Moon Empress. The Demon Queen still clings to a glimmer of hope, aligning herself with the Cold Moon Empress. Very well. You may join forces. Regardless of strength, the aura of the Dugu Empress is undeniably formidable at this moment. That seems unnecessary, Jinsei. Why not have a match to see who is more formidable? Yao Guang, cease bullying Jinsei. Do you not consider your own current state? Cold Huanian hastily interjected, concerned that the Demon Queen might strike too hard. Who can truly comprehend the complexities of women's affairs? What? Are you feeling sympathy for her? I knew you were biased. The Demon Queen playfully pouted, leaving Cold Huanian enveloped in a wave of helplessness. Chapter 158. The Day of Ascension. Yao Guang, please refrain from bullying Jinsei. Let us abide by the previous agreement. Whoever garners higher support shall lead, a proposition you yourself proposed. Yao Guang felt a surge of helplessness. Your protective nature is glaringly evident. With a multitude of supporters behind her, who could possibly contest with her? Husband, I am merely teasing her, worry not. Each of them is a stunning beauty, perfectly fitting your taste. Yao Guang, as the Empress of the Heavenly Realm, is indeed someone you are quite enamored with. The Dugu Empress spoke with an air of authority, even in front of Yao Guang. Is it not you, Dugu Jinsei? Who is the object of your husband's deepest affection? The Demon Queen's words struck a chord, leaving her heart somewhat wounded. Come, let me see the extent of your allure. Why is it that you are so favored by him? The Cold Moon Empress, unwilling to be left out, approached the Dugu Empress and feigned scrutiny. She remarked, "Yao Guang, does it not seem that your husband is a tad biased? What superiority does Jinsei possess that I have failed to discern? We are women, and he is a man. Our aesthetics, naturally, differ, and such matters must be addressed with him. Very well, what is your intent? Each of you is my treasure. I shall not show favoritism." Jinsei's ascension to the position of the palace's matriarch has long been decided. She possesses the capability, and I await the outcome. You may reserve your opinions until then. Given your husband's stance, we shall certainly honor his wishes. Engage in heartfelt conversation. Let us all familiarize ourselves. Should we successfully ascend, we will be but insignificant in the heavenly realm. Only by banding together can we withstand external threats. Husband, what are your plans henceforth? I shall take my leave for now, awaiting the ice and snow phoenix. You all get along well. Cold Huanian exited the small world, believing that women's matters should be resolved among themselves, trusting in their wisdom to navigate the situation. After 3 days, he finally welcomed back the ice and snow phoenix, Luo Bing. Upon seeing Cold Huanian, Xiao Shui rushed into his embrace. Holding her close, Cold Huanian's gaze shifted to Luo Bing, exclaiming, "My dear wife, how difficult it has been to see you. In my heart, you appear and vanish like a wisp of smoke. Yet I am acutely aware that your every action is for my sake. My lord, you know that I exist for you as well. Indeed, I am well aware. My dearest cares for me the most." Leng Huanian gently cradled Luo Bing in his embrace, now holding both her and the little phoenix, Xiao Shui, who remains too young to take form. I cannot fathom why, but I feel an overwhelming desire to do something for my husband. My lady, allow me to prepare dinner for you, and afterward, I shall give you a delightful massage. I wish for a massage as well. Xiao Shui chimed in eagerly. Very well. We shall also treat little Xiao Shui to a massage. My lord, have they all gone into your little world? Yes. Then why not take me in to become acquainted with my sisters? You have worked tirelessly. I wish to reward you. Once inside, they would surely share me amongst themselves. Thank you, my lord. As Leng Huanian busied himself with the dinner preparations, Luo Bing held Xiao Shui close, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Despite her long-standing solitude, her personality had taken on a curious nature, but since discovering love, her life seemed completely rewritten. Remarkably, she found herself occupied daily for Leng Huanian, engaging in tasks that were not particularly challenging. About an hour later, Leng Huanian completed a modest spread of 5 dishes and a soup. Given that there were only 2 adults and 1 little one, there was no need for a lavish feast. Binger, I raise this cup to you. During this time, you have endured the most. A cup of the rejuvenating spring water, capable of nourishing the entire realm of Zuling, is dedicated to your hard work. Life once felt monotonous. Yet now, amidst the busyness, it feels profoundly fulfilling. Perhaps this is the power of love. After dinner, Leng Huanian enjoyed the ritual of holding Luo Bing's hand as they strolled through the garden, though Xiao Shui remained closely tethered to them, preventing any opportunity for intimacy. After a long wait until Xiao Shui grew weary, they returned to their room to tuck her into her cozy corner. With a gentle embrace, Leng Huanian pulled Luo Bing close. My lord, do you pity me, bestowing upon me your charity? She teased. Silly girl, you must never speak of yourself in such a manner. You are exquisite, and I am utterly captivated by you. Do you truly hold affection for me? My fondness for you knows no bounds. You occupy a unique place in my heart, special enough that every time I yearn to see you, it feels as though my heart is being pricked by a cat's claw. My lord, what if seeing me too often leads to your weariness? Impossible. I cherish your essence, your spirit, and everything that constitutes you. My lord, I consider myself fortunate. And I the same. I have brought back all the spirit stones from the Zuling realm, along with a small portion of silver yet to be converted into spirit stones. How many spirit stones do you think there are? An astronomical figure, my lord. Shall we tally them together? In a couple of days, I will summon them all to assist with the counting. These 2 days are ours, and I intend to lavish my Binger with affection. My lord, I have missed you dearly. I have missed you too, Bing. Leng Huanian held her tightly in his embrace. 3 days later, in the cold years, Leng Huanian arrived at the Wenxiantai, summoning all the women from the small world. Husband, husband, husband. The chorus of beautiful voices echoed in unison. My dear wives, today we shall ascend to the celestial realm. These are the spiritual stones brought back by the Ice Phoenix. Luo Bing, from her branches scattered across the ethereal lands. Luo Bing was busily unloading boxes of spiritual stones from her storage ring, her imperial spirit realm allowing her to effortlessly arrange dozens of boxes neatly upon the Wenxiantai. Husband, I have also brought forth all the spiritual stones from the treasury of our great Yang Empire. The solitary Empress Dugu extracted every stone from her storage ring. Empress Ling retrieved all the stones stored in the treasury of the Leng Empire, while the Beast Empress took out all the stones from the Mountain of 10,000 Beasts. And the Elven Queen brought forth the stones from the Endless Forest. The 33 zhang wide Wenxiantai was completely covered with spiritual stones, layered in descending order, low-grade stones at the bottom, medium-grade stones above, high-grade stones further up, and at the very top, the finest stones. Chapter 159. The twists of ascension. The Wenxiantai, enveloped in spiritual stones, seemed to come alive, the gathered spiritual energy soaring into the heavens, its density reaching a point where it emitted a greenish-yellow glow, stretching towards the void, boundless and infinite. Ladies, I am about to lead you in our ascension. For your safety, I wish for you to retreat into my small world. Since Yaoguang possesses the highest cultivation level, surpassing even mine, I am at the transformation stage while she has reached the concentration stage. Therefore, Yaoguang shall remain outside with me for mutual support. All the women readily agreed, though each cast envious glances at the Beast Empress, each aspiring to become a formidable aid to Leng Huanian. Leng Huanian took one last careful look at all the enchanting faces before him. Dugu Jints, Dugu Feng, Dugu Hanyue, Dugu Kaidai, Dugu Mingzhu, Yuhe, Yaoguang, Yaolao, Nangong Yufei, Nangong Yuyan, Lan Mingyao, Lan Qingxian, Lan Xiaoqin, Beiling, Lin Shi, Lin Waner, Yen Yen, Yen Liang, Long Shi, Luo Bing, and Luo Shui. He sent them one by one into the small world, leaving only the Beast Empress, Yaoguang. My dear, let us commence. Yes, husband, draw the sword to open the heavenly gate. I shall stand by to protect you. Very well, as you say, my wife. Leng Huanian unsheathed the first sword of the void spirit continent, the scale shadow sword. At that moment, the gathered spiritual energy on the Wenxiantai formed a vortex in the void, storm clouds swirling above the void spirit continent. As all living beings lifted their heads to gaze at the unusual celestial phenomenon, with such an extraordinary sign in the sky, anyone could discern that something monumental was about to transpire. Husband, strike with all your might to pierce the heavens. For many years, no one from the void spirit has been able to ascend to the celestial realm. If my conjecture is correct, the heavenly barrier has grown increasingly thick, as if sealed by someone or by the will of heaven itself. Today, only with a single sword can we break through the heavens and seize our opportunity to ascend. Leng Huanian nodded in agreement with the demon queen's assessment. He raised his sword towards the heavens, and the spiritual energy from the heavenly platform swiftly converged upon him. The originally bright white scaled shadow sword gradually took on a hue of yellow-green, transforming into a sword forged of spiritual essence. In the realm of the void, a single sword encapsulated myriad phenomena. As the world fell silent, it culminated in nothingness. Leng Huanian unleashed the most formidable strike of the scaled shadow sword, the void sword. The sword light soared into the sky, with Leng Huanian ascending alongside it, while the demon queen flanked him, ready to channel her spiritual power into his being from afar. In but a few breaths, the celestial sword light from the scaled shadow sword pierced the heavens. Leng Huanian believed that this strike would puncture the sky like a needle piercing a balloon. However, contrary to his expectations, the overwhelming force of the sword merely dissipated. As if a stone cast into the ocean, the sky absorbed its might as if it were an infinitely elastic fabric, distributing the sword's strength uniformly across the celestial dome. The demon queen continued to urge Leng Huanian to channel her spiritual energy, yet no matter how immense the might of the scaled shadow sword, it proved futile. Exhausted, they found themselves unable to shake the unyielding dome above them, akin to being trapped beneath a pot lid. As they slowly descended to the ground, Leng Huanian lamented, "My dear, I finally comprehend why no one has ascended for so many years. It is in vain for anyone to attempt, for if even the heavens cannot be breached, how can one ascend? Do not lose heart, my husband. Let us rest for a moment to recover our spiritual power. This celestial barrier is formidable." The demon queen comforted him. The peak strike of the Empyrean spirit realm, bolstered by countless spiritual energies and her protective presence, left them in despair after that single strike. Devoid of any glimmer of hope, the beauty of imagination clashed with the harshness of reality, and this strike served to illuminate their predicament. It seems that it is unlikely for us to breach this celestial dome with the strength of the Empyrean spirit realm, Leng Huanian mused. Yet we are not of the Empyrean spirit realm. One of us is in the divine transformation realm and the other in the concentration realm. I refuse to believe that united, our powers cannot penetrate this celestial barrier. This ethereal continent is indeed wondrous. The laws of the heavenly way have confined us to the Empyrean spirit realm, which is utterly confounding. The demon queen suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Now, we must unleash the third strike of the scaled shadow sword, Void, to its utmost potential, to confront strength with strength. Only by surpassing the protective power of the celestial dome with absolute force can we hope to break through. Leng Huanian quickly grasped the reality of the situation, pinpointing the core of the issue. The question remains, how can we transcend the spiritual realm to attain the divine realm in our current state? Wait, let me consult the goddess of angels, Yangshi. Perhaps she possesses a solution, as she is the spirit of the yin-yang divine pearl. Entering their small world, Leng Huanian called for Yangshi amidst the uneasy atmosphere among the women. Yangshi, come forth. Master, have you encountered obstacles to ascension? She inquired. Indeed. Despite the combined might of myself and Yao Guang, even my strongest strike, Void, cannot breach this celestial dome. Is it truly so stable? Yangshi, is there a way for me to transcend the realm of spirits and reach the divine realm outside this small world? After all, with Yao Guang at the transformation stage and myself at the condensation stage, our collaboration might just pierce the heavens. My master, allow me to ponder this deeply. Yangshi supported her left elbow with her left hand, while her delicate right fingers cradled her chin, blinking twice as her eyes gradually took on a crescent shape. Is there a solution? Cold Huanian observed her demeanor and sensed a glimmer of hope. Yangshi nodded, saying, Master, no matter which small world we traverse, it is impossible to achieve what you desire. However, the yin-yang small world is an exception. Do not forget that the yin-yang divine pearl possesses two spiritual beings. The demon goddess Yin Ruo? Cold Huanian felt a flutter of apprehension, as she was well aware of that woman's madness. Indeed, if we awaken Yin Ruo, one of us can remain in the small world while the other sustains a realm akin to it outside. Is that feasible? It has not been attempted. Yet I believe it is possible. After all, we are twins, deeply connected in spirit. The two realms should be able to sustain each other for a brief period, albeit limited. Should we fail to strike true, the spiritual being outside may succumb to the external pressure and vanish. It seems we must take a chance. How do we awaken Yin Ruo? Master, Yin Ruo has always been awake. She has merely been suppressed by my weakness. I shall release her now. Cold Huanian nodded, and the group of beauties gazed intently at Yangshi. With a delicate lift of her finger, a figure in a black gown suddenly appeared beside her, starkly contrasting with her white attire. Yet, it was evident to all that this was a pair of intertwined lotuses. What a pair of stunning sisters. This was the collective sentiment of the beauties, all of whom were exquisite in their own right. However, this pair of sisters, identical in appearance, exhibited starkly different styles and temperaments. The duality of yin and yang, where angel and demon coexist. Chapter 160. Ascending to the celestial realm. Yangshi. What manner of wind has brought this upon us? You can now completely suppress me. Why do you wish to draw me out? Yin Ruo, my master intends to ascend to the celestial realm, and your assistance is indispensable. Yangshi spoke earnestly, though this left Yin Ruo bewildered. If he wishes to ascend, so be it. What concern is that of mine? One ascends, and their companions follow. My master is surrounded by too many auras of greatness. His achievements are limitless and will undoubtedly benefit both you and me in the future. I, Yin Ruo, have always relied solely on myself. Yin Ruo displayed an expression of pride and disdain. True, you are capable of self-reliance, but should my master fail to ascend, he would perish in the void, and the small world would be obliterated alongside him. If the small world is destroyed, where shall we go? Shall we perish alongside our master? Hiss. That indeed poses a dilemma. What do you propose? Yin Ruo turned her gaze toward Cold Huanian, her eyes brimming with rebellious defiance. Devoid of the sensibility exhibited by Yang Shi. "In Ruo, I am your master. Do not forget your place." "Heh, with all due respect, how have you elevated your realm beyond mine, Yang Shi? Have I truly been unconscious for countless years?" "No, merely a few days have passed. My master possesses exceptional talent. You must not harbor any disrespect towards them. What would you have me do?" In Ruo is finally compelled to bow to reality. "My master has just failed to ascend. The sword could not breach the celestial dome. We have contemplated that one of us remains within the small world while the other exists outside, together forming a transient realm that liberates my master from the constraints of the imperial spirit realm. Yang Shi, couldn't you simply venture outside the small world? That is out of the question. Look at how many of my master's beloved companions are within the small world. If either of us were absent during the ascension, do you think this small world could withstand such a burden? What a fickle heart." In Ruo's resentment towards Leng Huanian lingered. This remark struck at his vulnerabilities, prompting him to cough discreetly. "In Ruo, I propose this. One of us remains inside the small world while the other stays outside, aiding our master in ascending to the heavenly realm. You have made it easy for yourself." In Ruo shot a glance of disdain at Leng Huanian, who had been a target for her future vengeance, yet now his realm surpassed hers. How could she act on such grievances against her own master? In Ruo, "Those outside are all our kin. Let bygones be bygones. If we succeed in this ascension, I shall grant you a grand reward. You had best keep your word. Yang Shi, who will remain outside, and who will stay inside?" "I shall be outside, and you within, I presume." Yang Shi willingly embraced the most perilous role, for they seldom ventured beyond the small world, where the outside realm was fraught with uncertainty and danger. "Perhaps I should remain outside. My offensive capabilities far exceed yours. You should oversee the situation within the small world." Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian's opinion of In Ruo shifted significantly, and he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Through her connection with Yang Shi, In Ruo replicated the small world around Leng Huanian. However, while the small world within his energy sea was infinitely vast, the one outside was rather diminutive. Yet, it sufficed. Leng Huanian swiftly broke through his prior peak in the imperial spirit realm, reaching the divine and transcendent realms, with Yao Guang even advancing to the concentrated spirit realm. This spectacle left In Ruo astounded. This fellow was advancing at an astonishing pace. "My dear husband, shall we commence? Just as before, you shall wield the sword to open the heavenly gate, and I shall support you." Leng Huanian raised the scale shadow sword once more, drawing the spiritual energy of the entire Wenxiantai towards him. The small world that In Ruo created was limited in scope. Leng Huanian had to unleash the void sword within this confined space, lest he exceed its boundaries and revert to the imperial spirit realm. This time, neither Leng Huanian nor the demon queen soared infinitely upward. He aimed instead to pierce the heavens directly with this world-destroying sword, then escape this small world, however limited it may be. Though the external small world was small, maintaining it appeared to be quite a challenge for In Ruo. Cold Huanian could no longer afford to wait. He acted decisively and thrust forth the scale shadow sword, manifesting a void. This time, Cold Huanian remained grounded on the Wenxiantai. Yet the sword emitted a surge of turquoise sword energy that soared into the heavens. The hue of the sword energy was attributable to the vast amounts of spirit stones and spiritual energy he had absorbed atop the Wenxiantai. With a thunderous roar, the resilient firmament was pierced by the void sword, creating a significant breach. "My dear husband, it is done. Ascend immediately." "Very well. In Ruo, maintain our rhythm. As long as I remain under the shroud of the small world, I can still sustain my transformation into the God phase." "Understood." Witnessing Cold Huanian's divine prowess, In Ruo felt a tinge of admiration. After all, which spirit essence did not aspire to find a worthy master? This was a matter of shared glory and shared loss. "Ascend now." Cold Huanian soared with his sword, the demon queen guarding his side. In Ruo struggled to match his pace, and several times nearly caused Cold Huanian to exceed the small world's protective boundary. Ultimately, Cold Huanian had no choice but to extend an arm, drawing In Ruo into his embrace, and shouted to her, "Hold on tight." Initially resistant, as she had never been so intimately close to a man, In Ruo instinctively tightened her grip around Cold Huanian, akin to a koala clinging to a tree. Once they were firmly entwined, Cold Huanian felt no further apprehension and called out to the demon queen, Yao Guang. I must accelerate. He had no choice but to hasten. If the hard-won breach in the firmament were to close again, it would be catastrophic. Cold Huanian raised his sword with his right hand while his left arm held Yin Ruo close, with Yao Guang steadfastly beside him, continuously channeling spiritual power from afar. The firmament seemed both near and distant, and it appeared that they could not reach the rift in the sky for the moment. My husband, this is dire. The rift is slowly closing. The open gateway to the heavens may soon shut. Do not fret. Let me strike again. With another sword strike against the firmament. Though lacking the desperation of the first, the barrier above was no longer as sturdy, having already been compromised. The trio navigated the perilous breach in the firmament, passing through the celestial gateway, only to be met with a thick mist akin to riding on clouds. Yao Guang, where are we? Why can we see nothing? This is the unknown realm between the dome above and the heavenly realm. Be patient. We shall soon traverse past this and arrive at the true celestial domain. The most arduous part is already behind us. Though he spoke of patience, Cold Huanian was aware that traversing this unknown expanse would take no less than an hour. Bang! Cold Huanian felt as though he had collided with something solid, as unyielding as rock. The three of them tumbled in disarray, yet Cold Huanian, possessing foresight, had embraced Yin Ruo and Yao Guang before the impact, shielding them. He pulled both women up, retreating cautiously while gazing at what appeared to be an odd mountain they had struck. Yao Guang, quickly assess our surroundings. Does this mountain not resemble a crow? Chapter 161. The first encounter with the Golden Crow Mountain. My dear, it's not good. We must flee. Yao Guang urged, gripping Leng Huanian tightly, who in turn grasped Yin Ruo's hand as they hurriedly distanced themselves from Golden Crow Mountain. Unfortunately, the commotion they caused while crashing onto the mountain had attracted two golden crows, now in pursuit. My dear, where are we? Why are you so unsettled? Leng Huanian inquired. We have arrived in the wind domain of the celestial realm. This mountain is Golden Crow Mountain, the totem of the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crows are the most despicable, shameless, and sinister race in the celestial realm. Once you provoke them, you can forget about living in peace for the rest of your life. It seems two Golden Crows are heading our way. We must move quickly. Even if we must fight, we cannot do so beneath Golden Crow Mountain, or reinforcements will arrive swiftly. Yin Ruo, I will send you into the small world first. Instruct them to prepare. If Yao Guang and I cannot fend them off, you must tell them to scatter and escape. Save whoever can. Remember my words. With a conflicted heart, Leng Huanian sent Yin Ruo into the small world. The two of them soared on the scale shadow sword. My dear, is this the wind domain? Yes, the wind domain. Golden Crow Mountain, the sacred ground of the Golden Crow tribe. I recall now, the Ice Phoenix also hails from the wind domain. Luo Bing and Luo Shui were driven to the Void Spirit continent by the Golden Crow Prince. Indeed, the Golden Crow tribe is bloodthirsty, cruel, and cunning. They are not benevolent beings. Be exceedingly cautious if you encounter them in the future. My dear, I wonder how strong those two Golden Crows are. They are formidable. Just look at their speed. They are swifter than us. It seems an inevitable battle awaits us. My dear, we shall confront them. Confrontation is indeed necessary, but not here. The further we are from this place, the better. Even if we achieve victory, escaping the Golden Crow tribe's pursuit will be exceedingly difficult. As you say, my dear. Together, they urged their spiritual energy, propelling the scale shadow sword to an even greater speed. However, the silhouettes of the two Golden Crows loomed larger behind them. Third Prince. Ahead there appears to be a man and a woman. The woman, based on her figure, seems extraordinary. Were it not for this palace's foresight, I would not engage in a game of cat and mouse with them. No matter how swiftly they fly, can they compare to our Golden Crow's wings? Stretching a full yard wide, once we capture that young man, we shall teach him a lesson for daring to approach the lady of his highness. Rest assured, your highness, I will handle the torment. Slap. The third prince, Jin Huang, struck the head of the golden slave following him, admonishing, Do you think you can instruct this palace on how to act? I dare not. The golden slave stammered, nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself. The three princes of the Golden Crow tribe were all eccentric and tempestuous, a trait undoubtedly tied to the nature of the Golden Crows. Proceed as you mentioned earlier. With that, the third prince, Jin Huang, accelerated forward, signaling the end of this game. The golden slave trailing behind felt a pang of anxiety. My dear, those two golden crows are drawing ever closer. It is quite normal. The speed of the golden crows is renowned. At this rate, they will catch up to us in less than a quarter of an hour. My lord, summon the Crimson Dragon Empress and the Ice Phoenix. They are also divine beasts, their swiftness rivaling that of the golden crows. Let us first distance ourselves from Golden Crow Mountain, away from their territory, before engaging them in battle. Very well. Leng Huanian summoned Lengzi and Luobing. The four of them stepped onto a sword, their speed slightly diminished. My lord, this is the domain of the winds, the territory of the Golden Crow clan. The Ice Phoenix, Luobing, has lived in this land. How could she not recognize it? Indeed, we have ascended to the domain of the winds, Golden Crow Mountain. Behold those two golden crows behind us. They are in pursuit. Xiao Binger, quickly transform into your true forms and carry me and Yaoguang away from here, to a secluded place where we can confront these two golden crows. Understood, my lord. The two girls responded in unison, and suddenly, a white dragon and an ice phoenix appeared in the air. Leng Huanian rode upon the back of the white dragon, while Yaoguang mounted the ice phoenix. The two divine beasts instantly accelerated. Your Highness, look, the white dragon and ice phoenix. Pursue. With Jin Huang's command, their speed reached its peak. The white dragon and ice phoenix matched the speed of the two golden crows, maintaining an appropriate distance in a relentless chase. Meanwhile, in the domain of demons, the illusory demon empire, within the misty palace on the clear dew terrace, the illusory demon empress, Xion, who had been resting on a snow-covered lounge chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and murmured to herself, "How strange. Why do I feel such unease all of a sudden?" In the dragon domain, within the blood pool of the death nest, the dragon king, immersed in the beast's blood, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, reminiscent of the feeling from 6,000 years ago when the prince was slain. The two golden crows exerted all their strength, but the distance to the white dragon and ice phoenix only narrowed slightly. This was due to the tactics employed by the white dragon and ice phoenix, wary of the two golden crows behind them. How audacious! The ice phoenix dares to step into our golden crow territory. Jin Huang could not fathom why. Amidst such tense relations between the two clans, this ice phoenix would venture into the core area of the golden crows. Your Highness, both the white dragon and ice phoenix are female. 3 women have come down now. A splendid opportunity for you to indulge. Smack. Jin Huang casually slapped Jin Nu's head again. Nonsense. Matters of intimacy are sacred. How could you call it indulgence? Jin Nu's heart twitched again. Haven't you tired of playing with women, leaving a trail of suffering behind? Yet, he dared not voice this thought, keeping it locked within his heart. 3 hours later, the chase gradually approached its conclusion, with the golden crows nearly catching up to the white dragon and ice phoenix. My lord, ahead lies the ice and snow forest, the boundary between the golden crow clan and the phoenix clan. The ice and snow forest? Why does it sound so peculiar? My lord, do not underestimate this forest. The golden crows have always favored warmth, while the ice phoenixes have thrived in cold. Were it not for this ice and snow forest that separates the two clans, the world would surely descend into chaos. So it is. Let us slow our pace and engage in battle with those two golden crows within this snowy forest. Regardless of the outcome, we shall find our way forward or retreat. Very well, my lord. Might I inquire why those two golden crows have pursued us relentlessly for several hours? Yaoguang pondered, slightly perplexed. They must have beheld your visage. How could they possibly relent? My lord, your words leave me uncertain whether to laugh or to weep. The third prince, Jin Huang, accelerated to intercept the white dragon and ice phoenix, effectively blocking their path. The white dragon and ice phoenix seemed to have no choice but to descend into the icy forest. Luobing? Indeed, it is you. I recognized you immediately. I never anticipated you would dare return to the wind domain. Are you not afraid my elder brother will flay you alive? My lord, this is the third prince of the Golden Crow clan, Jin Huang, brother to the Golden Crow prince. Luobing softly addressed the nearby Leng Huanian. Binger, today my lord shall assist you in collecting some interest. Leng Huanian's heart had already turned to thoughts of murder, even before his ascension. He had condemned the entire Golden Crow clan to death. Chapter 162. Instant kill of the Golden Crow. My lord, we must not be careless. The Golden Crow's third prince has reached the pinnacle of the concentration realm, several levels above me. No wonder he feels emboldened to pursue us relentlessly. The other golden crow is in the spirit realm. Let Shi and Bing deal with him. Merely entangling him will suffice. Yao Guang and I will confront the third prince of the golden crows. Yao Guang shall attract his attention first, and I shall strike him down. Though Leng Huanian's voice was low, a murderous intent was unmistakable, for the eyes of Prince Jin Huang were fixated upon his three women, leaving him utterly captivated. Such a man could not be allowed to live. Jin Huang transformed into human form, adorned in golden robes with a golden crown, undeniably handsome and regal. Yet his hawk-like nose and sinister gaze were somewhat off-putting. Jin Huang gradually shifted his gaze to Leng Huanian, arrogantly declaring, "Pretty boy, kneel before me and bow 3 times, calling me grandfather. When I entertain myself with your 3 women, you may cheer on from the sidelines. If you perform well, I may grant you a swift end. Go." Leng Huanian signaled to the white dragon and ice phoenix, who then lunged at the golden crow. Yao Guang, on the other hand, aimed a palm strike directly at the golden crow's third prince. Jin Huang evaded Yao Guang's swift attack with an astonishing sidestep. The bolder the woman, the more enticing she becomes. Today, I shall have my way with you. Jin Huang produced a golden crescent wheel, its outer edge bristling with spikes. Among the 4, Yao Guang possessed the highest cultivation. Jin Huang intended to subdue her first, dismissing the other 3 as inconsequential. Leng Huanian tightened his grip on the scale shadow sword, igniting the divine dragon's bloodline, elevating his realm from the transformation realm to the concentration realm. Yet he did not cease there. He ignited the phoenix bloodline once more, advancing from the concentration realm to the refinement realm. Upon witnessing the alarming shift in circumstances, Jin Huang hastily reached for a life-saving artifact from his storage ring. But Leng Huanian had already acted decisively. The scale shadow sword technique culminated in an ultimate strike, Void. As Leng Huanian ascended, he summoned the Sword of Void with the power of the divine transformation realm, piercing the heavens and creating a gaping hole in the sky. Now, in the realm of spirit refinement, he wielded this most formidable sword once more. Though the Ling sword had not yet made contact with Jin Huang, the sword's aura had already erupted with unrestrained force. Jin Huang, not a naive child unfamiliar with the world, barely managed to raise the golden moon wheel in defense. He could discern the cataclysmic nature of this sword, yet tragically, as the sword's energy surged forth, both the golden moon wheel and Jin Huang were obliterated. The sword aura pierced through his skull, but before he could even register fear or pain, his entire being disintegrated from head to toe, leaving not a trace in mere moments. Lowering his gaze to the sword in his hand, Leng Huanian murmured, "My beloved does not deceive me. Indeed, the sword technique she imparted is the Sword of Void. You, how dare you kill me, the third prince of the Golden Crow? You shall pay dearly for this." Leng Huanian chose not to engage in further dialogue, swiftly unleashing another Sword of Void, effortlessly annihilating Jin Nu as well. The 3 women exchanged glances, astonished by their husband's overwhelming prowess. "What, do you find my methods too ruthless?" They collectively shook their heads. If I had not acted decisively to strike while he was off balance, it would have been exceedingly difficult to vanquish him. Considering his status and the numerous life-preserving artifacts he undoubtedly possesses, my husband is indeed sagacious. That last sword would be a challenge to withstand even for those in the spirit refinement realm, let alone those above it. As Yao Guang gazed at her beloved, she increasingly recognized his greatness. She reflected that had she engaged Jin Huang with her full strength, the outcome would have been uncertain. Fortunately, her proximity and cultivation drew most of his attention away. "Husband, it is unwise to linger here. We must depart post-haste." Luo Bing, seasoned in perilous encounters, concurred. "Yes, husband. We must hurry." Long Shi, having experienced similar pursuits, echoed their urgency. "Let us go. Shi'er, Binger, transform into your human forms. We shall fly through the skies on our swords, minimizing our visibility." The 4 took to the skies, leaving behind a blanket of white snow, without a single drop of blood or trace remaining. In the Golden Crow clan, chaos ensued. Clan leader, it is dire. The third prince's soul lamp has extinguished. What? The cup in clan leader Jin Yan's hand shattered upon hitting the ground. I have just returned from the ancestral hall, and the third prince's soul lamp suddenly went out. The servant who brought the news was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of the clan leader's temperament. Despite his seemingly low profile, He was the revered Golden Crow Emperor, feared by millions in the Wind Domain, who preferred to refer to himself as the clan leader. If anyone thought he was modest, they were gravely mistaken. The Golden Crows had never shied away from bloodshed, and no leader's hands were free of it. Growing increasingly fearful, the servant slowly distanced himself from Jin Yan. Yet this was futile, merely a self-deception. As Jin Yan approached the ancestral hall, he saw a multitude of servants kneeling with bowed heads, too afraid to breathe. As though the world were ending, the atmosphere mirrored that of an apocalypse. Brother, Huang is gone. The second brother of the clan leader, Jin Yan, Jin Miao, was seething with rage, articulating his sorrow with each word. He had no children of his own, treating his elder brothers for offspring as his own. Now, with Jin Huang's demise, who could endure such a tragedy? Jin Yan slowly approached the soul lamp of Jin Huang, his right hand trembling as he grasped it. According to the ancient traditions of the Jinwu clan, when a person dies, the lamp extinguishes. There is no room for hope. Huang, third brother, the Jinwu Empress, supported by her daughter Jin Bai, wept as she entered the ancestral hall. Typically, women are forbidden from entering such sacred spaces, including the Empress herself. Yet, upon hearing the devastating news, she could no longer contain herself. At this moment, no one dared to reproach her. Every heart bled with sorrow. Third brother, the Jinwu Crown Prince, Jin Can, and the second prince, Jin Hui, rushed in upon hearing the news. Crown Prince Jin Can had always cared for Jin Huang, and the bond between the brothers was strong. Meanwhile, Jin Hui, though visibly grief-stricken, harbored darker thoughts. Why must it be you, third brother? If only it were the elder brother instead, then I would ascend as the crown prince of the Jinwu clan and eventually become the great emperor. Alas, the heavens are blind. Inside the ancestral hall, the atmosphere had plummeted to an icy desolation, shrouded in sorrow and ceaseless lamentations. Who has harmed my third brother? Princess Jin Bai trembled with rage, her exquisite beauty, inherited from Empress Fu Feng, now dulled beneath the looming shadows. Is there anything unusual within the clan today? Jin Yan, worthy of his title as the Jinwu Emperor, was the first to suppress his anger and regain his composure. Report to the clan leader. Earlier today, a great noise erupted from Jinwu Mountain, followed by an unsettling calm. I too heard the sound, and afterwards, I saw the third prince and his attendant Jin Nu heading towards the source of the noise. Second brother, you shall lead the 12 Jinwu commanders and take 6,000 Jinwu warriors to search for the site of the incident. We must find the perpetrator responsible for Huang's death, whether alive or dead. We shall dig 3 feet into the earth, if we must, to ensure the villain is found and punished. Chapter 163, The Four Divine Birds' Elder Brother. Rest assured, I shall gather our forces at once. Jin Miao clenched his teeth and exited the ancestral hall, promptly summoning the 12 Jinwu commanders, each leading 500 warriors to scour the territory of the Jinwu clan. At this moment, Leng Huanian was traversing the skies on his sword. My lord, where are we headed? After a moment of exhilaration, Luo Bing was engulfed by immense worry. They could no longer remain within the lands of the Jinwu clan. The news of the third prince's murder would swiftly circulate, and soon they would be hunted relentlessly, not only within Jinwu territory, but also throughout the entire Wind Domain. Therefore, it was imperative that they depart swiftly from the clan's lands. My lord, we have already left the Jinwu territory. Beyond this snowy forest lies the Feng clan. How could Luo Bing be unfamiliar with her homeland? Yet, all she harbors for it is resentment. Had it not been for the collusion of the clan elders who coerced her into marrying the Prince of the Golden Crow, she would have vehemently opposed it. Her father sacrificed his position as clan leader to protect her, and in shielding her and her sister during their escape, both parents met their tragic end. Such deep-seated enmity. Binger, if my conjecture is correct, the elders who once forced your family are now the clan leaders. Will you not seek revenge? My husband, I am indeed determined to avenge this grievance, but not at this moment. The elders were already at the true God realm back then, and now they must be at least at the celestial God realm. To confront them now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Binger is indeed rational. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. No, Binger has waited for millennia. Vengeance is best served after an eternity. Rest assured, I shall ensure that all who have wronged you shall meet their demise in due time. My husband, you seem to have grown more ruthless of late. though I refer to your demeanor towards our adversaries. Yao Guang gazed at Leng Huanian and spoke softly. What is it? Does my Yao Guang disapprove? My husband. I admire this quality. A man should be decisive in battle and fierce when necessary. Indeed, I possess a broad heart, especially towards my woman. I will shower her with tenderness, yet my heart is small. Woe betide anyone who dares to harm her, for they shall meet my wrath without mercy. His words were not mere rhetoric. They were a vow etched in his heart. My husband, it appears we cannot venture to the Phoenix clan either, for its dangers are no less than those of the Golden Crow clan. Imagine if Luo Bing were to appear among the Phoenix clan. Once they learned of the third prince of the Golden Crow's demise, they would swiftly capture her and present her to the Golden Crow clan as a trophy. Among these individuals, Yao Guang undoubtedly possessed the most extensive experience, having long occupied high positions and witnessed various scenarios. The Golden Crow clan is not an option, nor is the Phoenix clan. Where shall we go? Leng Huanian was ignorant of the heavenly realm. My husband, the Wind domain comprises 4 clans: the Golden Crow, the Phoenix, the Vermilion Bird, and the Qing. Since we cannot go to the first 2, we must seek refuge with either the Vermilion Bird or the Qing. Luo Bing was relatively familiar with the Wind domain. Binger, what is the reputation of the Vermilion Bird and Qing clans among the 4 great clans of the Wind domain? The Golden Crow is treacherous and vile. The Phoenix clan is fickle. The Vermilion Bird clan straddles the line of righteousness and wickedness, while the Qing clan is the most dignified. The leader of the Qing clan is the Qing Empress, possessing remarkable beauty and exceptional grace. As far as I know, she was still in power before I departed from the Wind domain. I am uncertain how the situation stands after all these years. Once Luo Bing finished speaking, a consensus was reached among them. Let us go to the Qing clan, Leng Huanian decisively declared, and the 3 women simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. What is it? Do you not wish to go to the Qing clan? Upon observing the intriguing expressions on the 3 women's faces, Leng Huanian's heart skipped a beat. Where had he gone astray? We wish to go, but perhaps our desire is not as fervent as that of our husband. Upon hearing of the Qing Empress's beauty and grace, he might find it hard to contain himself. What do you mean by that? A hint of embarrassment washed over Leng Huanian, yet he resolved to hold his ground. The Lord shall not overlook any exquisite beauty. Indeed, the Qing Empress possesses both appearance and status that align with his tastes. Yao Guang's words are particularly incisive, revealing a hint of jealousy among the 3 women, especially within Yao Guang herself. Ladies, we must make our escape. Where are you all heading? The tension mounted on Leng Huanian's scalp. Women are inherently prone to jealousy. Though his own partner is already exceptional, certain situations still provoke sharp tongues. My lord, what is wrong with fleeing? It does not impede your pursuits with women. You have never paused in your endeavors. The Qilong Empress, too, seized the opportunity to interject, which she typically would not. Very well, ladies, I concede. Let us abandon the Qing clan and instead venture to the Zhuge clan. Leng Huanian resolved to retreat strategically, unwilling to compromise on matters concerning women. How can that be? The Zhuge clan harbors uncertain fortunes. It is far safer to go to the Qing clan. At the very least, the Qing Empress would never betray us to the Jinwu clan. Luo Bing, being rather simple-minded, became anxious upon hearing Leng Huanian's intention to head to the Zhuge clan, prompting a disapproving glance from Yao Guang for her impulsiveness. Is it not because I fear your discontent? As if my visit to the Qing clan were akin to meeting a lover. Such fortune is hardly plausible. You cannot genuinely believe my allure to be that formidable. Leng Huanian attempted modesty, only to be met with unanimous nods from the 3 women, creating an awkward atmosphere. My lord, let us proceed to the Qing clan instead. I was merely jesting. We are capable of discerning priorities. How about this, my 3 ladies? We shall go to the Qing clan, but we will not enter the Qing imperial palace nor meet the Qing Empress. Does that sound agreeable? Then where shall we go? Luo Bing inquired with confusion. We will seek a concealed location within the Qing territory to quietly develop our strength before emerging to sweep through the land. But we will surely be discovered in Qing territory, Luo Bing expressed her concern. If we are found, so be it. We have committed no transgressions against the Qing clan. What you say is indeed valid. Let us depart now, my lord, heading northeast along the border of the 2 clans. Luo Bing, most familiar with the Wind domain, assumed the role of guide. After 5 hours, the four arrived in Qinglan territory. We are now within the Qinglan domain. There lies a mountain. Let us ascend. With Luo Bing as their guide, they would not lose their way in the wind domain. Very well, let us see the situation from above. Leng Huanian, accustomed to mountainous terrain since childhood, noted that the mountain was unremarkable yet satisfactory. This mountain is not particularly high. Long she expressed indifference. The mountain's stature is not what grants it fame. Where there are immortals, there is renown. The depth of water matters not. Where there are dragons, there is spirit. Leng Huanian wholeheartedly agreed with these adages. We have the dragon. Where is the immortal? Yao Wang looked around, and Leng Huanian found her increasingly intriguing. As for immortals, we shall all become divine beings in due time. Chapter 164, The Qinglan Empress. My lord, what drew your eye to this mountain at first glance? This mountain evokes memories of my childhood, reminiscent of the time when Nangong and I sought refuge in a secluded mountain, which also boasted a pristine pool of water. Its ambience strikingly similar to this one, thus instilling a sense of familiarity. I never imagined my husband to be so devoted and chivalrous. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing felt a sweet sensation within her heart. Indeed, with her serene disposition, she yearned to share a lifetime with Leng Huanian in such a tranquil setting. Alas, this reminiscence stirred countless emotions within Leng Huanian, yet there was no time for lengthy reflections as he swiftly ascended the mountain with the three women. Dear husband, this is truly remarkable. What lies ahead? Yao Guang, the most skilled among them with the keenest eyesight, spotted a white cascade halfway up the mountain, where there is a waterfall. There must be a clear pool. Leng Huanian soared forward on his sword to take a closer look and could not help but marvel at fate. For the size of the pool closely resembled that of his memories, the water a vibrant emerald hue. Let us linger here for a while, observe the external circumstances, and then devise our plans. Indeed, since my husband has discovered such a treasure, we must extend our stay, she replied. There is a cave over there. Let us investigate. As the four approached the cave, they found it quite spacious, more than double the size of the cave Leng Huanian once inhabited. However, he no longer required such accommodations, as he intended to reside in the small world alongside his beloved companions, which now boasted splendid conditions and various palatial structures. At this moment, the foremost desire of Leng Huanian was to invite the two Nangong sisters to behold this mountain, this cave, and this pool. He ushered the three women into the small world while bringing Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyin forth. The two sisters momentarily stood in astonishment at the sight before them. Where are we? This mountain seems so familiar. We have ascended to the heavenly realm, within the domain of the wind, amidst the territory of the Qinglan clan. Did my husband bring us out here because of this mountain? And the cave, the waterfall, the clear pool? Nangong Yuyin's gaze fell upon the pool, causing her to tremble slightly. Like Leng Huanian, her mind immediately drifted to her first experience. My husband, you are the most sentimental man in this world. Dear, do not say that. I have many women. My husband, I wish to swim in the clear pool. Will you accompany me? The moment Nangong Yuyin beheld the pool, her first thought was a nostalgic dream rekindled. Very well. Do you wish to go, my dear? Nangong Yufei's cheeks flushed, feeling too bold to join. She calmly replied. You two go ahead. I shall tidy up the cave. Leng Huanian nodded, understanding that Nangong Yufei felt a bit shy. The two made their way to the edge of the pool. Yuyin, does it resemble that pool? Indeed, at this moment, I feel as though I am in another world. Nangong Yuyin recalled her first experience, when she often assisted Leng Huanian in channeling spiritual energy into him, whereas now, he tenderly cared for her. Nangong Yufei leaned against the entrance of the cave, gazing at the distant clear pool, unable to see the figures of the two. Yet she could guess what they were engaged in. She yearned to see the woman in the pool as herself, an indescribable longing growing ever more intense within her. The clear pond, with its azure waters and cascading waterfall, rippled gently. Leng Huanian and Nangong Yuyin were at the bottom of the pool, unaware that a pair of beautiful eyes above were fixated on their every movement. Such audacity they displayed. These captivating eyes belonged to the Empress of the Qinglan clan, her consciousness coalescing to observe them. As Leng Huanian and her companions stepped into the territory of the Qinglan clan, she sensed their presence. With her divine realm prowess, she stood but a step away from the imperial god realm, and the entire Qinglan clan often thrived under her protective awareness. The Qing Lan clan resided on Qinglan Peak within the Qinglan Palace. The Empress, Jing Xinru, sat cross-legged, gradually retracting her consciousness, a delicate blush gracing her stunning visage. Sister. An equally exquisite woman in palace attire hurried into the Qinglan Palace and approached Jing Xinru. Cinny, why the fluster? Sister, why is your face so flushed? What is your hurry? The Empress nonchalantly shifted the topic. What else could it be? That bothersome Jinwu clan is pressuring me into marriage again. I have no desire to wed into the Jinwu clan. I find their prince utterly unimpressive. I detest the Jinwu clan. The beautiful maiden was none other than Jing Xinru's younger sister, Jing Cinny. Though both possessed stunning beauty and striking resemblance, their personalities were starkly different. The Empress exuded an aura of authority, while Jing Cinny was gentle and serene. However, the Empress's thoughts were far from the conversation at hand, as her mind lingered on the scene of the two young lovers at the bottom of the pond. Sister, are you even listening to me? I am. If you don't wish to marry, then don't. Who could possibly force you? Have I ever pressured you? You have always been the best to me, sister. Yet, the Jinwu clan has been incessantly applying pressure over the years. I fear one day you might relent and send me off. Absolutely not. In truth, I have no desire to ally with the Jinwu clan. If it weren't for their ancestral figure in the imperial god realm, and if our own ancestor weren't preoccupied with healing, I would have severed ties with them long ago. Sister, you are the best. By the way, what were you so engrossed in thinking about just now? I was thinking of nothing. Impossible. Your face is flushed. You must have been pondering something. Cinny, enough of this. Go practice your skills. More practice? Sister, you know I dread training. You must train. Look at us, we are twins. I have reached the divine realm while you are merely at the refining stage. At the same age, practicing the same techniques, you lag behind by 3 whole realms. How could this be? Sister, cultivation is contingent on talent and opportunity. In both aspects, you surpass me. Otherwise, why would you be the Empress? Why are you being lazy? Sister, if you don't want to be the Empress, then why work so hard? It's not about being an Empress. You are my sister, the sister of the Qinglan Empress. How could the Jinwu clan want you to marry their prince, who is merely at the divine refinement stage? If you weren't so lazy, you would be at the celestial realm like me. Would the Jinwu clan dare to propose marriage and specifically seek you for their prince? Alas, how bothersome. But one has grown accustomed to idleness and does not wish to cultivate. Cultivation is far too arduous. Xine, to alleviate our concerns. How about I help you find a talented young man to marry? Chapter 165, Too Beastly. No, sister, if you aren't getting married, then neither will I. Silly girl. As the Empress, it isn't suitable for me to marry. What about you? If you don't marry, how will the purest Qinglan bloodline of our Jing family continue? Sister, you cannot marry, but you can attract suitors. Surely, it wouldn't be excessive for the Empress to have 100 or so male favorites. After all, the male emperor has 3,000 beauties in his harem. Disgusting. You know that your sister does not fancy men. Sister, I too do not like men. Alas, is it truly the case that the purest Qinglan bloodline of the Jing family is to be extinguished in our hands? It cannot be. Once you reach the imperial god realm, you will attain immortality and can live for 10,000 years, even 100,000. Do you truly believe that over such a long time, you encounter a man worthy of your heart? Xine, I am speaking about you. Yet you draw me into this. Do you truly wish to marry? If you do, I will wholeheartedly help you find a man you like. Sister, please don't pressure me. Such matters cannot be forced. Have I ever pressured you all these years? Since I am in this position, marriage and childbirth are far more complicated for me than for you, so I must rely on you. Sister, I understand, but please do not push me. When the day comes that I meet someone I like, I will agree to you. Very well, it's a promise. You may return to your cultivation now. Jing Xian departed from the Qinglan Palace. The Qinglan Empress remained seated in meditation, yet today, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease plagued her. After a moment, she could not help but use her divine sense to scan a particular corner. Hiss, this person's cravings are quite insatiable. Why are they still entangled? Is this matter truly so fascinating? The Qinglan Empress felt an inexplicable irritation, as if her eyes had been tainted. Although the couple was perfect in both appearance and physique, their actions were indecent. Nonetheless, she watched the entirety of the live broadcast with a conflicted heart, spending nearly 2 hours on it. She suspected that the man possessed a beastly bloodline, He was indeed too beastly. Jin Miao, accompanied by 12 Jinwu commanders, scoured the entirety of the Jinwu clan's territory. Finally, after dispatching 6,000 Jinwu, they uncovered a lead. In the ice and snow forest, Jin Miao and the Jinwu generals surrounded the location where the third prince had been slain. Second master, it is here. Jin Quan, the Jinwu commander, was the first to locate the resting place of the third prince, or rather, the site of his demise. The third prince had completely transformed into nothingness, leaving no trace of a burial. If Leng Huanian were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by their keen senses. The third prince has been rendered to nothingness, leaving no trace behind, and yet the Jinwu clan has quickly arrived at this place. Jin Quan, among our kin, your nose is the most discerning. Can you discern who is responsible? My lord, I too have come here following the lingering aura, although I cannot ascertain who has caused the demise of the third prince. However, I detect the presence of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Human Clan, and even the Illusionary Demon Clan. Jin Quan, could there be a mistake? So many races joining forces to eliminate Huang, or what could possibly motivate such an act? It is illogical. My lord, I only sense these auras within this icy forest. The third prince may not necessarily have fallen to their hands. Better to miss a chance than to overlook a threat. Yet how could the dragon, human, and illusionary demon clans venture into my wind domain? Confronting them will not be an easy task. What shall we do next, my lord? Jin Quan inquired cautiously. Since we have detected the aura of the Phoenix clan, we might as well proceed to Fengming Mountain to meet with the clan leader, Luo Changhe. Jin Miao led 1,000 Jinwu directly toward Fengming Mountain. Though he was not the head of the Jinwu clan, for years the Jinwu had firmly suppressed the Phoenix clan. Since the time when Luo Changhe had compelled Luo Bing's father to relinquish the chieftaincy for the sake of the Jinwu clan. The Phoenix clan had lost its backbone before the Jinwu. Unaware of your esteemed presence, otherwise, Changhe would surely have come to welcome you. Luo Changhe, do you truly not know the purpose of my visit today? Jin Miao, the second lord of the Jinwu clan, had already attained the second tier of the celestial realm, while the legitimate leader of the Phoenix clan, Luo Changhe, was only at the first tier. This disparity in power was the reason for Luo Changhe's courteous demeanor toward Jin Miao. The Jinwu clan seemed to possess a secret method of rapid cultivation. My lord, what is the matter? Luo Changhe felt a sense of foreboding. The third prince has been slain, and the incident occurred in the icy forest. Luo Changhe was taken aback and cautiously responded, My lord, please accept my condolences. However, your presence at Fengming Mountain, what brings you here? The site of the third prince's demise bears the aura of the Phoenix clan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My lord, our Phoenix clan has maintained peace with the Jinwu for generations. How could we possibly harm the third prince? Chief Luo, the matter has not yet been resolved, so do not hasten to conclusions. In these times, one cannot underestimate anyone. How about this? I shall grant you a day to thoroughly investigate your entire clan and ascertain if anyone foolishly ventured into the icy forest yesterday. Rest assured, my lord, I shall dispatch someone to investigate, and I will not spare anyone who is found to be involved. This left Luo Changhe feeling somewhat insecure. However, he quickly commanded all members of the clan who had visited the icy forest yesterday to assemble. The chief's words held weight, and within half a day, they identified 7 members of the Phoenix clan who had been to the icy forest the previous day, yet all denied having gone near the area where Jin Huang had met with misfortune. Esteemed second master, their cultivation level barely reaches the first tier of the transcendence realm. Even if all 7 of them were to join forces, they would still be no match for the third prince, remarked the leader of the Luo clan. While your reasoning is sound, given the gravity of this situation, I would find it difficult to face my elder brother without bringing a few individuals back. I shall first escort these 7 back to Jinwu Mountain. We must investigate whether they are indeed responsible, but rest assured, we will not wrongfully execute anyone. Jin Miao's words seemed beyond dispute. At that moment, Luo Changhe was publicly embarrassed, and the young members of the Feng clan seethed with resentment at their own ineptitude. Unfortunately, none could rival Jin Miao, for the current world was one governed solely by strength. Leader Luo, I have always been of a gentle disposition. Should my elder brother come to confront you, it may not be so amicable, Jin Miao continued. You may take the individuals, but I hope you will return them after thorough inquiry. Fear not, we are merely seeking justice for Jin Huang. We shall not wrong the innocent," reassured the leader of Luo. "That is good to hear," he replied with an almost obsequious tone as he bid Jin Miao farewell, who departed with the 7 Feng clan disciples who had ventured into the ice and snow forest the previous day. Many understood that, given the nature of the Jinwu clan, these 7 would likely find it difficult to return. A wave of nostalgia washed over the elders as they reminisced about the former clan leader, Luo Tianlang, father of Luo Bing and Luo Shui, who would never return. Observing the current leader, some felt a twinge of guilt over the previous leader's absence, though the overwhelming sentiment was disappointment and anger directed at Luo Chang'e. Chapter 166. Princess Qinglan Jin Miao, accompanied by the 7 unfortunate Feng clan members, returned to Jinwu Mountain alongside the 12 commanders of the Jinwu clan. However, Jin Kan, the Jinwu prince, chose to diverge from the group. He set forth under the pretext of seeking the murderer of his brother, venturing into the territory of the Qinglan clan. He was well aware that Feng clan disciples were being escorted back to Jinwu Mountain, but his destination was solely the Qinglan clan, for they were the source of his deepest anguish. As the noble prince of the Jinwu clan, he found himself hopelessly infatuated with the enchanting Jing Xini, the younger sister of the Qinglan Empress. Despite his status, he had repeatedly sought her hand in marriage, only to be met with rejection from both the Empress and her sister over the course of 10 long years. This relentless denial had sown seeds of self-doubt in the once unfaltering Jinwu prince. Today, Jin Kan seized upon the opportunity to re-enter the Qinglan clan. Not to propose marriage, he recognized the futility of that path, but to explore the possibility of a more forceful approach. He aimed to see if he could turn the tide in his favor, for he was no stranger to such tactics, having acquired a significant portion of his harem through similar means. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow would certainly not recklessly invade the Qinglan Palace. He could only bide his time, waiting for an opportunity when Jing Xini would exit the palace. He was confident that he would not have to wait long, for this Jing Xini was notoriously fond of leisure. Otherwise, she would not still be at the mere spirit refinement realm. It is worth noting that her elder sister, the Empress of Qinglan, had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Another reason the Crown Prince desired Jing Xini was that she possessed a talent akin to her sister S. Her divine beast lineage, in essence, was a noble bloodline, the esteemed Qinglan bloodline. The Crown Prince did not wait long. 3 days later, Jing Xini ventured out of the palace alone. It was not that the Empress of Qinglan allowed her to roam freely. Rather, within the territory of the Qinglan clan, there were virtually no threats to her safety. Firstly, no one could match her strength, as she was an absolute master of the spirit refinement realm, and secondly, no one dared to offend the Empress of Qinglan, for her wrath could turn the land into a river of blood. The Crown Prince was certainly not in a hurry to act. After all, this was the Qinglan Palace, where even the slightest commotion could lead to his demise at the hands of the Empress. He followed Jing Xini at a distance, and she remained oblivious to his presence. In the territory of the Qinglan clan, who would dare to harm her? However, the Crown Prince found it perplexing that Jing Xini seemed to be wandering aimlessly, without any particular destination in mind. Indeed, Jing Xini had no specific goal. For years, a pressing matter weighed heavily on her heart, the proposal from the Golden Crow clan. She had no desire to marry into the Golden Crow clan, yet for the past decade, the Golden Crow clan, more specifically, the Crown Prince, had never given up on her. She feared that one day, should the Qinglan clan face a crisis, the Golden Crow clan might take advantage of the situation, restoring her Qinglan form. Jing Xini soared through the air, taking in the scenery along the way, which served as a form of relaxation. After flying for half a day, she gradually slowed her pace, for venturing further would lead her beyond the territory of the Qinglan clan. The Empress permitted her to roam freely within the confines of the clan, but forbade her from leaving, primarily for her safety. Suddenly, Jing Xini heard the sound of wings slicing through the air behind her. Turning her head, she discovered Jin Kan, restored to his Golden Crow form. Jin Kan, have you been following me all this time? Jing Xini inquired, unperturbed, for she believed that Jin Kan's strength was not significantly greater than her own. She was confident in her ability to protect herself. Princess Jing, you seem well. Jin Kan did not immediately reveal his true intentions. He sought to play his game slowly. What is it that you desire? She asked. Is there something wrong with me following my future bride? Shameless. Even if your Golden Crow clan were to propose 100 or 1,000 times, I would never marry you. That is because you are unaware of my virtues. Once you come to appreciate me, you will be utterly devoted. Bah! You may return to Golden Crow Mountain. Do not attempt to flirt with me here. Jingsini, since you remain so ungrateful, I shall ensure that you become my woman today, Jinkin declared, revealing his true intentions. That will depend on whether you possess the capability, she countered. Jingsini, at the 5th level of the spirit refinement realm, was the first to strike, while Jinkin stood at the 6th level. The Azure Phoenix and the Golden Crow, two divine beasts of contrasting hues, engaged in a fierce battle high in the sky, their forms expanding infinitely, a customary maneuver for such celestial creatures, for the larger their essence, the greater their unleashed power. In the borderlands of the Azure Phoenix clan, a nameless mountain stood. This marked the 5th day since Leng Huanian had brought a multitude of enchanting women to this mountain. Brother Leng, look up at the sky. Two divine beasts are fighting. Each day, Leng Huanian would escort several women from the small world, and today, it was Luo Bing and the little Snow. Remarkably perceptive. It was Snow who first spotted the spectacle. The Golden Crow and the Azure Phoenix, Luo Bing murmured, seemingly addressing Leng Huanian. Are these two factions at odds? No. They've always maintained a peaceful coexistence. The Azure Phoenix and the Golden Crow are fundamentally different in nature, unable to unite, she replied. The battle is fierce. It appears the Azure Phoenix is at a disadvantage. Darling, we must exercise caution to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The realms of these divine beasts are exceedingly high. Bang! As she spoke, the Azure Phoenix was struck by the Golden Crow, its immense body crashing into the nameless mountain, cleaving its peak in two. The Azure Phoenix tumbled down to the mountainside, fortuitously landing in a clear pool, which mitigated the severity of the impact. Otherwise, its fate would have been dire. Do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid my sister will reduce you to ashes? The Azure Phoenix Empress exclaimed, unable to reach her adversary. Do you think I would foolishly pursue you all day? Besides, who wishes to kill you? I merely desire your body, not your life. Once the deed is done, you shall either become my woman or pursue your own demise. The Golden Crow taunted, deepening the wounds of Jing Xin, the Azure Phoenix princess. To the brink of despair. Darling, that is the Golden Crow prince, and the one injured is Princess Jing Xin of the Azure Phoenix. Only when the Azure Phoenix fell near them did Luo Bing discern the identities of the two divine beasts. What? A surge of fury ignited within Leng Huanian. Bing, I will take Snow into the small world and summon Long Shi and Yao Guang to confront the Golden Crow Prince. In the span of a conversation, little Snow was transported into the small world, and soon, Leng Huanian was joined by two companions, Long Shi and Yao Guang. Darling, what is happening? The Golden Crow Prince is pursuing Princess Jing Xin. I intend to eliminate him with your assistance. Be cautious, for the Golden Crow Prince appears significantly stronger than the third prince. He has already attained the realm of spirit refinement. Fear not. I refuse to believe that the four of us cannot vanquish him. Yao Guang, you shall lead the charge to divert his attention, while Shi and Bing provide support. I will employ the same strategy that subdued the Golden Crow third prince. Chapter 167. Slaying the prince very well. Sisters, follow my lead. Yao Guang surged forward towards the Golden Crow prince, who was poised to strike at Jing Xin. Long Shi and Luo Bing were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, they had become sisters, with Yao Guang assuming the role of the elder sister. Yet, in this critical moment, they had no time to ponder, and they too charged towards the Golden Crow Prince. The Prince of Golden Crow had just directed all his attention towards Princess Qing Lan when he suddenly became aware of three stunning beauties appearing beside him, each possessing extraordinary looks, rivaling even that of the princess. Particularly captivating was the first to approach, whose beauty was so enchanting that it left him spellbound. Did such exquisite maidens truly exist in this world? Upon seeing someone come to her rescue, Jing Xin sighed in relief, as she had narrowly avoided the peril of losing her reputation. Who are you? How dare you interrupt this palace's affairs? The Prince of Golden Crow, rather than being infuriated, felt a sense of fortune. He resolved to return with all four beauties and disband his harem entirely. In comparison to these new maidens, the ones in his harem paled significantly. As they spoke, Yao Guang, Longxi, and Luo Bing engaged the prince in combat. A radiant aura enveloped the prince, absorbing all of their attacks, followed by a thunderous crash that sent the three women sprawling. The prince's formidable strength was far beyond that of the third prince, and the three women were taken aback by the vast difference in power stemming from a full realm above them. Yao Guang, being of higher realm, fared better, while Longxi and Luo Bing both coughed up blood. In an instant, Longxi transformed back into her white dragon form, and Luo Bing reverted to her snow phoenix body. Dragon clan, Ice Phoenix clan, it was you who killed my brother. The prince bellowed in fury, fully aware now of how Jin Huang had met his demise. It was common knowledge that he could not spare their lives. Longxi unleashed a breath of dragon fire, engulfing Jin Kan in a fiery embrace, but it was futile. The three-legged golden crow was impervious to flames, more resistant than even the fire dragon. The prince's body shimmered with golden brilliance as he countered Longxi's fire breath with his own flames, completely isolating her attack. Realizing the threat, Luo Bing swiftly cast an ice breath at the prince, prompting Longxi to withdraw her flames. Luo Bing's ice breath enveloped the prince, creating a precarious balance between fire and ice, where neither could gain the upper hand. Luo Bing, it is you. How dare you conspire against your husband? The prince found himself somewhat strained against three opponents, resorting to petty tactics to distract them, as the Golden Crow clan was fond of underhanded methods. Huh, how shameless. You think you are worthy? Luo Bing's spirit wavered, and her ice breath was swiftly melted by the searing flames. Meanwhile, at a distance, Leng Huanian had ignited the bloodlines of the divine dragon and phoenix, elevating his realm to the divine refinement stage, on par with the prince. Yao Guang, sensing the moment, invoked the secret art of illusions, causing the prince to become bewildered, as if he were in a wedding ceremony with an unparalleled bride. Husband, quickly slay him, she urged, sending a telepathic message to the poised Leng Huanian, who understood her intent. Gathering his strength, he unleashed the most powerful strike from the Scale Shadow sword technique, Void. In the blink of an eye, Leng Huanian soared to the prince's side, who remained entranced in the illusion, only to hear a swift whoosh. The head of the Golden Crow Prince was severed by a single stroke from Leng Huanian, and in that fleeting moment, the prince regained his senses. However, it was far too late. His severed head rolled across the ground several times before he managed to utter, "Who are you?" With a triumphant embrace of Luo Bing, Leng Huanian replied to the disembodied head, "His man." Without uttering another word, he plunged his sword, reducing both the prince's head and body to nothingness. Just like the fate that befell his third brother, Leng Huanian would not allow him an ounce of reprieve. As a time traveler, he feared nothing more than an opponent's resurgence. Princess Qing Lan, who had witnessed the entire scene, was utterly dumbfounded. The synergy among the four was remarkable, and the Golden Crow Prince, so formidable, had been vanquished in an instant. What immense power that must entail, especially with that final strike. Who could possibly withstand it? Yet, the princess quickly regained her composure and addressed Leng Huanian and his companions. "I express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving intervention. You must leave at once. Chaos will soon engulf the Wind Domain. The Golden Crow clan has lost two princes in one fell swoop. They are bound to go mad. Are you unscathed?" Leng Huanian nodded, gradually approaching her as he regarded the massive form partially submerged in water, feeling at a loss as to how to assist. "I am fine. If you trust me, come with me." "With you? To where?" she inquired. "To the Qing Palace. You have slain the Golden Crow Prince. The entire clan will surely mobilize in search of you. Once located, how will you ensure your safety?" Leng Huanian cast a questioning glance at the three lovely ladies beside him, and they all nodded in agreement. "Am I imposing too much trouble upon you?" he asked politely. "You are all my saviors. There is no such thing as trouble. We must hurry, the sooner the better." "Can you still fly?" he asked. "Not very well. My wings are nearly broken," replied Jingsini. "Sheer, Binger, quickly transform into human form. You must do the same, or you will be too conspicuous. I will carry you to the Qing Palace on my sword." The White Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Qing collectively vanished, transforming into three stunning beauties. Leng Huanian was somewhat astonished by Qing appearance, as she was as beautiful as his own partner, a fact that was no small feat given how rare his beloved was. 5 figures soared through the skies above the Qing clan. "I am Princess Jingsini of the Qing. May I have the honor of knowing the esteemed names of these gallant heroes? I am Leng Huanian. This is Yao Guang. This is Longxi. And this is Luo Bing." They are all my wives. Young sir, you are indeed fortunate, Jing Sini exclaimed, marveling at Leng Huanian's prowess and then at his good fortune in love. Why did the Golden Crow Prince pursue you? She inquired. It was merely a case of lustful intent. The Golden Crow clan has sought to propose marriage to our Qing Lan clan for 10 consecutive years, aiming to have me with the Golden Crow Prince. The Qing Lan clan has consistently refused. This time, it was a premeditated scheme. Fortunately, we encountered you gallant heroes. Otherwise, as a married couple, we could not stand idly by in the face of such peril. It is a mere effort on our part. After all, we have already slain the Golden Crow clan's third prince. An additional prince is inconsequential. This statement sent a chill down Jing Sini's spine, for she was acutely aware of the formidable and perverse nature of the Jinwu clan. The audacity of these few knights was remarkable. The Jinwu clan is not to be trifled with. We understand. Behold, this is my wife, Luo Bing. Initially, she too was coerced into marriage by the Jinwu clan, ultimately escaping the Wind domain. Now she has returned, and I am here to accompany her on a quest for vengeance. We shall proceed to the Qingwan Palace, where my sister will provide you sanctuary. You may remain within the palace for a time, until the tumult subsides. We are indebted to the princess for her kindness. Please, do not stand on ceremony with me. Knowing you is a blessing in my life. Chapter 168. Seeking refuge in the imperial palace. Princess Qinglan took a day to exit the palace, but returned in less than half that time. For her departure was leisurely and carefree, while her return was as swift as the wind, akin to fleeing for her life. At Jinwu Mountain, Jin Miao, accompanied by 7 members of the Feng clan, arrived at the interrogation hall. After a round of questioning, the 7 were nearly at their wits' end, yet still yielded no results. Brother, it seems they are indeed uninvolved, Jin Miao deduced. It was clear that further inquiry would yield nothing, so let us conclude this matter. Jin Yin waved his hand, and the 7 battered members of the Feng clan were dragged away, fully aware of their impending fate. With death looming, fear lost its grip on them, and suddenly one shouted, Jin Yin, your cruelty knows no bounds. Heaven will ensure your line is extinguished. Extinguished, echoed the remaining few in unison. Lingxi, Jin Yin replied coldly, uttering only 2 words to his subordinates. Just as the 7 were taken away, the servant who had been tidying up in the ancestral hall rushed in, panic evident on his face. Chief, something is amiss. He dared not voice the full extent of his concern, sensing a grim turn of events. What now? Jin Yin furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Chief, just moments ago, the prince's soul lamp extinguished. The servant spoke, barely daring to breathe, but it was of no avail. You cursed raven. Jin Yin struck him dead with a wave of his hand and hurried to the ancestral hall, with Jin Miao following in a daze. My son. Empress Fufeng had arrived first, already holding the extinguished soul lamp of Prince Jin Kan, enveloped in sorrow and silence. Beside her, Princess Jin Bai sought to console her mother, though she too could not escape her own grief. Father, my brother is gone, Jin Hui lamented, his expression mournful, yet internally he was elated. With both the eldest and 3rd brothers deceased, the family legacy would be his alone. He envisioned the chieftain's position beckoning to him. Jin Tao, what are you doing here? Were you not instructed to remain by the prince's side? Reporting to the chief, the old servant was to follow the prince, yet he insisted I stay behind. Jin Tao, being of an elder generation than Jin Yin, spoke with a measured tone. Did Kenner mention where he might be headed? Jin Yin inquired with a tone of casual curiosity, yet like many others, he had already come to the conclusion that he was seeking companionship, a pursuit he had rarely indulged in before. Jin Tao shook his head with a sigh, resolute in his determination to seek justice for Canner and Huang. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall exact vengeance upon our enemies. While the Jinwu clan had been engulfed in sorrow over Jin Huang's demise, the death of the Crown Prince had plunged the entire clan into a profound silence. Jin Yin sighed deeply, gesturing towards Jin Miao and Jin Senator's 2nd brother, 3rd brother. I implore you to make one more journey. Assemble all the leaders of the Jinwu clan. We must uncover the identity of the murderer. Elder brother, may you find solace in your grief. 2nd brother and I shall depart immediately, Jin's son replied as he and Jin Miao exited the ancestral hall, unnoticed by the others, including the Jinwu princess, Jin Bai, who quietly followed them out. At Qingwan Peak, within the Qingwan Palace, Princess Jing Sini led Leng Huanian and 3 maidens into the palace. Sister, these individuals are my saviors. Upon seeing Leng Huanian, the Empress of Qing Lan was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing as she recognized him from a prior encounter where she had witnessed a couple entwined in a tranquil pond. A sudden warmth spread across her cheeks, as an inexplicable blush graced her face. Cinny, what is the meaning of this? The Empress regained her composure. Sister, you cannot fathom the wickedness of that Jinwu Crown Prince. While I was out enjoying myself, he followed me relentlessly, revealing his true intentions only at the border. Thankfully, these valiant heroes intervened and rescued me. The Empress regarded the young man and 3 maidens with a hint of skepticism. Are you truly capable of defeating the Jinwu Crown Prince? His combat prowess is formidable. Sister, not only did they manage to defeat him, but they also brought about his demise. What? The Jinwu Crown Prince was slain by you? Sister, he sought our lives. We could not remain passive. The Jinwu clan is bound to retaliate fiercely. You should take refuge in Weiyang Palace for the time being. The Wind Domain offers scant safe havens, but here, I can at least ensure your protection. You saved Cinny, and I shall do my utmost to safeguard you. Thank you. Your Majesty, Leng Huanian expressed his gratitude. It is of no consequence. Cinny, take these 3 young ladies to your quarters for rest. I shall manage the arrangements. Princess Jing Cinny escorted Yao Guang, Longxi, and Luobing back to her palace, the Heartsea Palace. A phantom, a white dragon, and an ice phoenix. Are all 3 of them your consorts? The Empress Jing Xinru acknowledged Leng Huanian's striking appearance and the enigmatic charm that drew one near. Indeed, they are all my partners, hailing from 3 distinct realms of the celestial domain. A remarkable feat while you appear to be exceptional among men. None of these women are ordinary. How could they agree to share a single husband? Why not? The pinnacle of true love is acceptance. This is the first time I've heard such a notion. Surely, you must have more than these 3 women? The Empress sought to discern whether Leng Huanian was indeed an honest man. Indeed, I possess a multitude of women. You are quite honest. Pray tell, how did you manage to slay the Prince of the Golden Crow? Longxi unleashed the breath of the dragon, provoking the Golden Crow's flames, while Luo Bing extinguished his fire with the breath of ice. Yao Guang ensnared him in an illusion, and ultimately, I severed his head with a single strike. Impossible. You are merely at the transformation realm, while he is at the refinement realm, a chasm of 2 great levels between you. How could you possibly kill him? I have mastered a secret technique that allows me to elevate my realm in critical moments. By the time I struck him down, I had already ascended to the refinement realm. No wonder. From whence do you hail? I ascended from the lower realms, and have only been in the celestial realm for a few days. In just a few days, you have slain the Prince of the Golden Crow. If my guess is correct, you also killed the 3rd Prince of the Golden Crow, did you not? Indeed. Leng Huanian nodded, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. Killing one is no different from killing 2. Such audacity. Why are you so forthright before me, answering every question I pose? Are you not afraid I might betray you? You do not strike me as the type to sell out a friend. A friend? We are not yet friends. That is merely a matter of time. You are quite confident, are you not? A confident man possesses an allure. Whether or not I possess charm is for me to determine. Oh, then pray tell, dear sister, do I possess charm? Surely. Not all your women have been won over through deception. I never deceive. I am intrigued. Your women are all breathtakingly beautiful and of notable status. Yet they are utterly devoted to you. Chapter 169. You are quite dangerous, sister. You are in grave danger. I am dangerous? What do you mean? The Empress Qing Lan regarded Leng Huanian with a playful glint in her eyes. Curiosity can be fatal when you are filled with curiosity about me. It signifies you are not far from succumbing. Succumbing? Do not forget my identity. I am the Empress Qing Lan. And so what? Just moments ago, there was another illusion empress present, albeit one from the past. She is an empress, yet merely at the concentration realm. An empress must at least be at the celestial realm. She was harmed by others and is now in a reincarnated form, her powers not yet fully restored. You and your companions are indeed formidable, ascending from other worlds and immediately accomplishing such significant feats. Sister, do you now regard me with newfound respect? I acknowledge your remarkable abilities. However, a tempest may soon arise in the Wind Domain. It would be prudent for you to remain in my Weiyang Palace. There is no safer place in the Wind Domain. Should you dare venture out and be torn apart, do not blame me. Sister, To have me reside in your Qing Palace, your personal quarters, seems rather inappropriate. If word of this spreads, it would tarnish your reputation. No one in the Qing clan would dare speak ill of me behind my back. You may stay with peace of mind. Then I am grateful, dear sister. The world speaks of you as cold and indifferent. Yet who would know you are also a considerate and affectionate sister? The outside world has not spoken amiss. I have always been solitary and indifferent, disinclined to feign civility or engage in idle chatter with those unrelated to me. It seems, however, that you hold a particular regard for Princess Qing Lan, treating her savior with such honor. You are indeed correct. Today, Empress Qing Lan feels she has spoken more words than she has in the past several days combined. Could it truly be due to the fact that Leng Huanian rescued her sister? A sense of restlessness stirs within her, an ineffable feeling. Sister, this scenery is rather splendid. It is my first time witnessing a palace perched upon a mountain. We of Qing Lan favor the mountains, as the plains feel somewhat alien to us. Outside the window lies a precipice, with a stream murmuring below, and above, the evening glow and the bright moon adorn the sky. What a wonderful place this is. Would you be willing to stay here? The words of Empress Qing Lan caused Leng Huanian's heart to tremble. Sister, could it be that you have taken a liking to me? I wish for you to consider me as a brother-in-law. What say you, Princess Qing Lan? I find myself troubled regarding her marriage of late. With the death of Prince Jinwu, the Jinwu clan shall no longer trouble her. This is but one reason. The Qing Lan royal family consists solely of the two of us bearing the surname Jing. As the Empress, I am unable to propagate my lineage and must entrust this burden to her. This seems rather unjust. It is not fair to the princess. I already have enough women around me. She deserves to find a man who can share her life. Are you unable to share your life with her? While it is possible, my numerous women would be unacceptable to her. It is quite normal for an exceptional man to have several wives. You are a favored son of heaven, undoubtedly remarkable. I merely hail from a lower realm. I do not consider myself particularly extraordinary. And I have more than 3 or 4 wives. How many women do you have? In truth, many, beyond your imagination, yet each is treated equally. In my household, there is no distinction of rank among my women. How intriguing. With someone like me, do you still dare to have Princess Qing Lan accompany you? What is there to fear? I find you to be remarkably candid, and your appearance and talents are impressive. If there be any flaw, it is merely the number of women at your side, which may not even be a flaw, but rather a testament to your allure. Sister, you ought not to flatter so. Those in the know would think you are trying to find a brother-in-law for your sister, while those unaware might assume you have taken a liking to me. Have I taken a liking to you? It is not entirely impossible. Sister, I see you are also quite genuine, which I appreciate. Since our conversation is so agreeable, let us settle the matter concerning Cinny. Sister, might this be a tad hasty? I have only just met the princess today. We do not yet know one another sufficiently. You must consider her opinion, for it is her own lifelong commitment. Fear not. The way she gazes at you is unlike how she looks at others. She must harbor some affection for you. So what say you? Are you bold enough to agree? Since you have brought it to this point. To decline would seem rather affected. I have no objections, provided you can persuade the princess. You wait patiently. I shall ensure that she joyfully consents a little later. The Sea of Hearts Palace, the royal chamber of Princess Qing Lan. At this moment, the 4 of them took their seats. And whether it was a casual chat or a negotiation, the atmosphere was palpably more tense than when Leng Huanian faced the Empress. Are the 3 of you all his women? This question had lingered in Princess Qing Lan's heart, unvoiced until now. It is evident, as you have observed, that we are indeed a family. Pray, does the esteemed princess harbor feelings for my husband? Yao Guang, known for her sharpness, seemed to defend her territory. To claim I have no feelings would be disingenuous. After all, Leng Huanian is not only exceptionally handsome, but also extraordinarily gifted, having even slain the Crown Prince of the Golden Crow. The pivotal matter is that he saved my life and offered himself in gratitude. Surely that is not unreasonable. However, it would be improper for Princess Qing Lan to respond, as either affirmation or denial could easily stir trouble. Princess, look at my husband. There is a light in his eyes. Longxi added a sharp remark. If there is affection, then so be it. As long as my husband accepts it, I am indifferent to having another. Luo Bing's forthrightness rendered Princess Qing Lan unable to hold her head high. You speak as if I wish to do something to my benefactor. Princess Qing Lan's heart raced. Was her innermost thought so easily discernible? Little did she know that her willingness was inscribed upon her countenance. My husband's women are all exceptional. He does not easily accept others unless they are particularly remarkable and striking. Sisters, do I meet the criteria? The posture of Princess Qing Lan brought comfort to the three women, who felt she possessed a pleasant disposition and was amiable. Sister, how we feel is of little consequence. In our family, my husband's word is law. Ah. Princess Qing Lan glanced at the three, implying, do you possess no voice at all? Sister, we must share in what pleases our husband. What he disdains, we shall most certainly reject. In essence, he is the center of our universe, and we revolve around him. Long Shi's exaggeration grew more pronounced. To be candid, esteemed sisters, I find myself quite taken with him. It is the first time I have experienced such a fluttering in my heart. Sister, this is hardly surprising. With my husband's talents and looks, he is the focal point of every woman's gaze wherever he goes. He is truly irresistible. Alas, my husband has attracted countless admirers with that visage. Long Shi sighed, lamenting his wretched charm. Yet, it is not merely his appearance. Have you not noticed the unique aura he possesses? How could we be unaware? He possesses a splendid physique and is accomplished in both the arts of war and culture. He is, in every respect, a paragon, save for a slight inclination towards flirtation. Yao Guang's assessment of Leng Huanian was both high and accurate. I maintain that my judgment is sound. The man who can make my heart race at first sight is indeed extraordinary. Princess Qing Lan, too, felt compelled to shed her pretense, wishing to engage sincerely with her three sisters. Sister, do not be overly excited just yet. The husband has more women than just the three of us. Ah, far more than three. How many exactly? The Princess Qing Lan seemed a bit bewildered. Knowing a great deal is sufficient. The distinction between knowing the exact number and not knowing it is negligible. Sigh. The Princess Qing Lan exhaled deeply and continued, I understand. But I am uncertain whether my sister will agree to our affair. Are you worried that the Empress Qing Lan may not approve of your relationship with the husband? My sister will arrange everything for me, including my marriage. The Empress Qing Lan is immensely capable. The Princess Qing Lan is often happy, yet occasionally troubled. What you should be concerned about is not whether your sister approves of your relationship, but rather whether she might intervene and claim the love for herself. Having held power for so many years, Yao Guang possesses a keen insight. How could she not comprehend the emotional shifts of the Empress Qing Lan? Sister Yao Guang, what do you mean by that? The Princess Qing Lan remained innocent. Do you not find it curious that your sister has kept the husband alone in the Qing Palace? Does she have a habit of retaining men in the palace? No, no man has ever entered the Qing Palace, let alone stayed. Then, do you not think your sister's actions are rather peculiar? Is it not possible that she may have developed feelings for my husband and might snatch him away from you? How could that be? In truth, Yao Guang's words rendered the Princess Qing Lan less confident. The sister who never allowed men into the Qing Palace has now kept one inside. Regardless of the reason, that in itself is quite strange. Dear sisters, please rest for a moment. I shall go to the Qing Palace and see what the situation is. Watching the Princess Qing Lan hurriedly depart, the three women realized that she was becoming increasingly entangled. Was what you said earlier true? Long Shi asked, her face filled with curiosity as she gazed at Yao Guang. True or not? Do you not have a sense of it yourselves? With the husband's charm, winning over both the Empress Qing Lan and the Princess Qing Lan is merely routine. Isn't it? Yao Guang appeared quite assured. Very well, this way, our presence on Qinglan Peak seems entirely justified. As newcomers to the celestial realm, we undoubtedly require a stronghold. For an extended period, this may very well become our home. Sister Binger is maturing at an astonishing pace. It is difficult not to progress when one is alongside Sister Yao. The husband likely anticipated this outcome before his arrival. Can the husband truly predict the future? Not exactly. The reason he swiftly agreed to accompany the Princess Qing Lan into the palace is likely due to her extraordinary beauty, which easily leads one to infer that the Empress Qing Lan must also be stunning. As you have observed, with the Empress Qing Lan's breathtaking grace, how could the husband let such an opportunity slip away? But, with them being alone together in the Qing Palace, could that not lead to trouble? What sort of trouble could arise? Our esteemed gentleman is indeed a man. Regardless of circumstances, he shall not suffer loss. Although Yao Guang's words were eloquent, a subtle bitterness lingered within her heart. When Princess Qing Lan abruptly burst into the Qing Palace, She was taken aback to find Empress Qing Lan and Leng Huanian seated together, engaged in a cordial tea ceremony. "Cinny, what has you in such a fluster?" The Empress furrowed her brows, perturbed that her sister's brazen demeanor could tarnish the royal reputation, especially as they were discussing the matter of their marriage. "Sister, may I take Leng Huanian to the Xinhai Palace?" the princess timidly inquired. "What?" Cinny retorted. "Is that something you should be saying? Do you not understand the notion of propriety? Then should I not be concerned about propriety if Leng Huanian remains in Qinglan Palace? I am the Empress. What propriety should I concern myself with?" "Sister, your reasoning is unreasonable." It seems Yao's sister's words hold truth. What did she say? She mentioned that you might resort to unscrupulous means to seize love. The Empress was momentarily taken aback. Did her naive sister truly speak so bluntly? Leng Huanian was equally astonished. How could Princess Qinglan display such innocence in front of others? Wait, wasn't he the one involved? Such nonsense. What do you mean seize love? Sister, please step aside for a moment. The princess glanced at Leng Huanian, wishing to pull the Empress aside for a private discussion. It was rather embarrassing. Understanding the unspoken tension, Leng Huanian stood up and addressed the sisters. "You may converse. I shall take a moment to admire the splendid scenery atop Qinglan Peak." The Empress nodded slightly, reflecting on Leng Huanian's perceptive nature. However, as soon as he exited, her expression darkened, and she turned to Princess Qinglan with a measured tone. "Cinny, do you realize what you just said?" "Sister, have I hit the mark?" The princess's tone became increasingly confrontational, convinced of Yao's wisdom. "I truly do not comprehend your words." "Sister, just be honest with me. Do you intend to seize love?" "Cinny, what do you mean by seize love?" "To speak candidly, I have feelings for Leng Huanian, yet you wish to keep him in Qinglan Palace. Is that not an attempt to seize love? Absurd. I intend to discuss your marriage with him. Where is your mind wandering?" Yet, despite her assertion, the Empress felt an inkling of guilt. Did she genuinely harbor no feelings for him? Why should I have feelings for him? To mask her discomfort, the Empress's voice turned increasingly cold. "Then I shall be at ease. Sister, please allow me to take him to the Xinhai Palace." "Absolutely not." "Why not? Two unaccompanied individuals? It is highly inappropriate. I fear you may lose control." "Sister, what do you take me for?" "Cinny, it is not that I distrust you, but rather him. What is wrong with him? If you were to share a room, he would devour you in an instant. Then will he not do the same with you? Do you think I am like you? So naive, so foolish." "Sister, your words suggest a wealth of experience, yet you have never been with a man. Isn't such a matter contingent upon talent? Observe how I excel in every pursuit compared to you. Thus, you should tend to your own affairs and leave me be. Yet, I remain somewhat apprehensive. What is there for you to be concerned about? I am at the divine realm. Can he possibly surpass me? No, dear sister, my concern lies with you. For I perceive that you are entangled even more deeply than I." Chapter 171. Are you flirting with me? Nonsense. My dear, are you attempting to infuriate me today to secure your claim to the throne? Sister, I speak no falsehood. You are oblivious to how unusual your behavior has been today. Unusual? In what manner am I acting out of character? You have never been one to engage in conversation with men, let alone speak so extensively with him as you did today. You have never favored solitude with a man, much less permitted him to linger in your chambers as you did today. Is there an issue with that? The Empress Qinglan found herself shaken by the Princess Qinglan's remarks, leading her into a spiral of self-doubt, questioning whether there was indeed something amiss with her. Is there truly no issue? It is rare for the princess to challenge you. Yet today she stood her ground without yielding. "I was genuinely discussing your marriage with him earlier. I did not anticipate your impatience." The Empress Qinglan felt compelled to shift the conversation. "What did he say? Did he agree? Look at how flustered you are. My sister is a paragon of beauty. How could he possibly refuse? Is that true?" Even though she was aware of the outcome, the Princess Qinglan nervously intertwined her fingers. "Indeed, however, your earlier demeanor may have come off as rather abrupt, which could have slightly diminished your appeal in his eyes. Sister, I understand now. I shall take my leave, and you must speak well of me in his presence." "Understood." My dear Cinny is particularly sensitive about her reputation. The Princess Qinglan rose to depart for the Xinhai Palace, but after taking a couple of steps, she turned back formally to say, "If you genuinely hold affection for him, I harbor no objections. The tales of Yi Huang and Nu Ying have always been celebrated." "What nonsense are you speaking? Come, come, come." The Princess Qing Lan arrived burdened with thoughts but departed in high spirits. Outside the palace gates, she encountered the leisurely strolling Leng Huanian, causing her face to flush crimson, fearing the matter would be made explicit. "Greetings, Princess." Leng Huanian approached with casual grace. "Greetings, young hero." The Princess Qing Lan felt a tumult of emotions. She wished to linger and converse with Leng Huanian to deepen their understanding and connection. Yet she hesitated to engage with him, for both sisters were novices in the realm of romantic feelings. Indeed, the scenery atop Qinglan Peak is truly splendid. Naturally, if you find yourselves without a place to stay for the time being, you are welcome to reside here for as long as you wish. Very well, for the moment. We have nowhere to go and may intrude upon you sisters for a while. Young hero, you are my savior, and I have always regarded you as one of my own. Please do not stand on ceremony. Princess, did your sister mention our affair? She did. What does the princess imply by that? My affairs are entirely at the discretion of my sister. If she deems it agreeable, I shall have no objections. Princess Qinglan's agreement was almost visibly inscribed upon her face. Upon uttering these words, she dared not linger further and hastily retreated to the Heartsea Palace. Leng Huanian ascended to the viewing platform atop the peak, overlooking a profound cliff where a cascade of white water flowed beneath. The scenery of Qinglan Peak is exquisitely enchanting. The Empress of Qinglan certainly appreciates the pleasures of life, although constructing the Qinglan Palace here is far more challenging than on level ground. The unique vistas transform every moment spent here into a harmonious communion with nature, offering pure enjoyment. With both hands resting on the white jade railing, Leng Huanian gazed into the distance. The position of Qinglan Peak is exceptional, allowing one to survey half the realm. Perhaps I have been captivated by the beauty of Qinglan Peak. Unbeknownst to her, the Empress of Qinglan had quietly approached Leng Huanian from behind. The combination of breathtaking scenery and enchanting beauty is undeniably alluring. Without pretense or concealment, Leng Huanian slowly turned to face the exquisite countenance of the Empress of Qinglan. Would you be willing to remain at Qinglan Peak? Alas, as a newcomer to the celestial realm, I truly have nowhere to go. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's hospitality today. This kindness shall remain etched in my heart for a lifetime. You spoke with Xiao earlier? Indeed. She mentioned that her marriage is entirely at her sister's discretion. Such flattering words. She is clearly enamored with you. Try it with another. The Prince of Golden Crow has sought her hand for a decade, and I have yet to see her relent. Matters of the heart are inherently simple. Love is love, and indifference is indifference. You claim to have many women. Did you leave them behind in the mortal realm? I brought them with me. And where are they? The Empress of Qinglan inquired, her expression one of confusion. They reside within me. Do you possess such a formidable artifact capable of ascending with others? After a moment of contemplation, Leng Huanian addressed the Empress of Qinglan. Allow me to take you somewhere, extending his hand toward her. In his heart, he contemplated that if she were to place her hand in his, he would lead her into his little world. If not, then so be it. The Empress of Qinglan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed her delicate hand in his, and in an instant, they were transported to another realm. A little world. You emerged from the mortal realm and have managed to create such a sanctuary. Has this world gone mad? Observe these palaces, trees, and rivers. You possess such extraordinary fortune. The Empress of Qinglan was utterly astonished. I have always been quite fortunate. You have an affinity for women, I presume? One might say so. My ladies reside in various palaces. All these palaces are from the mortal realm? Indeed, that towering tree, the snow-capped mountains, the valleys, the rivers, and the palatial abodes were all brought with me. Is it truly that simple? Quite so. Just as I can take your hand and swiftly bring you into this little world. The spiritual energy here is abundant. With this little world, no matter where you are, your women shall have a sanctuary untouched by wind or rain. Do you have any interest in relocating your Qinglan Palace here one day? The words of Leng Huanian caused the Qinglan Empress to tremble slightly. Are you flirting with me? I hold you in high regard. You are like the Prince of the Golden Crow, driven by desire. How can they be compared? He is the antagonist, while I am the destined protagonist. They are entirely different matters. You are quite confident. Confidence beautifies women and elevates men. I see no reason to reject it. Might you release my hand? You have yet to let go even in this small world. It's difficult to contain my feelings. The soft grip is quite pleasant. To be honest, I wasn't thinking of anything else just now. As if I had transcended emotions, my heart devoid of distractions. Perhaps it has something to do with my sister. What does that have to do with me? My sister is indeed beautiful, yet she possesses an air of icy elegance that deters any impure thoughts. It feels like even a moment's contemplation would be a desecration of my celestial sister. I suspect those women of yours were all charmed by your words. Sister, I am capable of much more than mere words. I can see that. To be honest, even my heart, which has remained tranquil for thousands of years, has begun to ripple. The Qing Empress is indeed straightforward, a quality that Leng Huanian admires. Chapter 172. Both men and women enchanted. Has my sister taken a liking to me? Leng Huanian's heart swelled with joy. To receive the favor of such a beauty is the greatest fortune in the world. Just now, Cindy mentioned wanting to emulate the legendary Huang and Nuying. What are your thoughts? If it were the Qing princess, Duan would not dare speak directly to Leng Huanian. But the Qing Empress is different. Her demeanor remains unperturbed, a testament to her experience as a ruler. This is indeed a good thing. I never expected the princess to possess such high awareness. I wholeheartedly support this endeavor. You naturally support it. Do you not mind having so many women in your household? Sister, your words are misguided. Historically, emperors have had thousands of beautiful women in their harems. I am far from even having 30. But you are not an emperor. The Qing Empress cast a sidelong glance at Leng Huanian, nearly leaving him mesmerized by her myriad charms. One day, it may be possible, but would that hold any significance? Is there any joy in being an empress? Joyless? I merely fulfill the wishes of the previous generation. By the way, since you are eager to continue the lineage of the Jing family, why can't you, as an empress, seek some male companions? Do you truly think I am such a woman? Equality between genders is paramount. If a male emperor can have a harem of thousands, why can't a female emperor have her own male consorts? I find men bothersome. The thought of male consorts is unappealing. Then am I bothersome to you? If you were bothersome, would I engage in such lengthy conversation with you? Would I keep you in the Qing Palace? I would have sent you away long ago. I understand your intentions, sister. I shall not disappoint you and your sister. How do you understand? What is my intention? Ah, have I misunderstood? Is it not about emulating a Huang and Nuying? You flatter me. Then, dear sister, do provide a clear answer. Will you allow me to care for you both? Do you truly wish to look after us? Can you truly manage to care for so many women? As the illustrious Empress, I wonder whether it is you who looks after me or I who tends to you. I am more than willing to care for my elder sister. Yet I would not mind if she occasionally looked after me in return. Your candor is commendable, and I hold it in high regard. However, I am ultimately the Qing Empress, burdened with numerous responsibilities and entanglements. Fear not, for I possess experience in interacting with empresses. This time, I have ascended to the celestial realm alongside 3 empresses, with Yaoguang being the former illusory demon empress. Leng Huanian, are you attempting to boast before me? Not at all. I merely wish to engage with my sister in an honest manner. There are matters I cannot hastily acquiesce to, but I do not oppose your relationship with Cindy. As for the rest, allow me to witness the extent of your capabilities. Very well. I trust my sister will be pleased with me. How might I earn your satisfaction? Let us commence with a delightful dinner. You are accustomed to exquisite delicacies, so today I shall prepare a meal for you. Can you indeed cook? You might be inclined to say that a gentleman should avoid the kitchen, yet I do not consider myself a gentleman. Your demeanor, however, could indeed be described as such. You flatter me, dear sister. I am indifferent to such matters. Allow me to guide you to the kitchen. I am curious to see what delectable dishes you can conjure. Leng Huanian did not disappoint the Qing Empress, spending an hour to craft 6 dishes, a soup, and a dessert. His signature crispy shrimp balls garnered endless praise from the Qing Empress. Leng Huanian felt a tinge of regret. If only there were a bottle of red wine. The ambience would be perfect. Alas, he could only open a bottle of white wine. Do take a sip of this liquor. I am uncertain if it suits your palate. It is homemade, and otherwise, I would not have presented it. The Qing Empress took a delicate sip and remarked, I am not a connoisseur of spirits. Yet I can discern the quality of this wine. It is quite fragrant. I did not anticipate that you could also brew wine. How does it compare to the wines of the celestial realm? I have yet to experience their offerings. It surpasses what I have tasted. Then I shall have confidence. If I ever find myself in want of funds, I shall turn to winemaking. Did you know that I amassed billions of spirit stones through brewing and water creation in the lower realm? Billions of spirit stones? You are truly a genius. I understand brewing, but what do you mean by water creation? Leng Huanian produced a vial of rejuvenating spring water and placed it before the Qing Empress. This water, when consumed, can restore youth. Thus, it is aptly named rejuvenation. You are correct, dear sister. I possess a source of water known as Rejuvenation Lake, currently residing within my small world. In the future, the water for your drinking and bathing can be sourced from the Rejuvenation Spring. Though you already possess eternal youth, the spring will enhance the smoothness of your skin. Is that truly so? It is indeed genuine. Speaking of bathing, I can assist you in constructing a hot spring, as I have water suitable for such purposes in my small world. Leng Huanian, your fortune astonishes me, and your sincerity touches my heart. You are the epitome of a perfect man. If I were to seek a companion for life, it would undoubtedly be you. Yet, I too have my flaws. I am not as admirable as you might perceive. For daring to draw me into your enchanting world, you have indeed earned my lifelong devotion. In truth, Leng Huanian is not one to fear bringing anyone into her realm. Within her world, she reigns supreme, regardless of anyone's ulterior motives or lofty ideals. They will be subdued within her domain. Yet, Leng Huanian would never openly express such sentiments. When one genuinely cherishes another, secrets are not concealed. Rather, one is inclined to share everything with their beloved. I am more than willing to confide in my sister. Raising her glass, Leng Huanian clinked it with the Qing Empress before downing its contents in one swift motion. Ah, you are still too young. You have only met me once. And you are already bearing your soul, unafraid of great losses. Not at all. I have never suffered at the hands of a woman, for I possess an intuition that allows me to discern the nature of women. Oh, then take a good look at me. Is my heart good or bad? Your heart, dear sister, is undoubtedly pure. How can you be so certain? How could a celestial beauty like you harbor ill intentions? That is not a certainty. Have you not heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the more fearsome she can become? Such tales exist. Yet I do not perceive you to be that kind of person. Are you so confident in your judgment? I trust my instincts. I sense no malice in you. Very well. A gesture of goodwill deserves a reciprocation. I understand your intentions and shall ensure you do not suffer. As they exchanged toasts, the Qing Empress and Leng Huanian found themselves in a delightful camaraderie, their conversation flowing effortlessly until both succumbed to inebriation. As a man, Leng Huanian was accustomed to such indulgences and fared better than the Qing Empress, who was unaccustomed to such potent spirits. Had it not been for the joyous exchange with Leng Huanian, she would not have reached such a state. Naturally, as an empress, she ought not to have been so intoxicated. Yet after years of burdens weighing heavily on her heart, the moment she relaxed, she felt an overwhelming desire to escape worldly affairs, as if enveloped in a mist. Chapter 173. Celestial Couple. The following morning, both Leng Huanian and the Qing Empress awoke simultaneously. The Empress nestled against Leng Huanian's chest. They gazed into each other's eyes, a familiar yet foreign connection. My dear, Leng Huanian, inspired by a sudden surge of emotion, softly called out, Husband. The Qing Empress hesitated momentarily before addressing Leng Huanian as her husband. His heart soared at the sound. The Qing Empress had become his beloved. A scene he had once thought could only unfold in dreams, now vividly realized. After enduring countless trials over the years, she finally lowered her defenses, transforming into a woman of flesh, blood, emotions, and attachments. Leng Huanian embraced the Qing Empress tightly, fearing this might all be an illusion. Husband, I must enter seclusion for a time. Are you distancing yourself from me? The Qing Empress shook her head, saying, My heart has felt something. I believe I have found my path. Enlightenment? Leng Huanian understood that this matter could not be delayed. Leng Huanian initially intended to personally escort the Empress Qing through a heavy stone door, standing vigil outside. However, to his surprise, the Empress seized his wrist and pulled him into the secret chamber. Husband, assist me in safeguarding this place. Indeed, Leng Huanian nodded in agreement. Days later, a thunderous roar erupted above the Qing Palace, followed by the palace being enveloped in violet lightning as thick as a child's arm. A celestial phenomenon had drawn the gaze of the entire wind domain towards the Qing Palace. The fierce purple lightning, after swirling around the palace like a majestic dragon, ultimately retreated without inflicting harm. My husband, I have ascended to the imperial god realm. My dear, you are truly remarkable. You have now become the strongest woman in the wind domain, and indeed, in the celestial realm. Husband, one must not speak so lightly. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people. We must remain humble. Indeed. Now, the area surrounding the Qing Lan Palace is teeming with onlookers. It is time for us to make our exit. Very well. However, my beloved, what of the Qing Lan bloodline? Is there a story behind it? The 4 great clans of the Wind Domain are all divine clans, and the Qing Lan is no exception, a true divine beast. But the specifics, I shall not divulge just yet. It would be delightful for you to seek the answers yourself. You speak wisely, dear husband. My husband, you have become mine, and now everything is settled. The crowd will undoubtedly have their questions. I prefer not to conceal our relationship. Shall we openly acknowledge it? As you wish, my dear. Hand in hand, they approached the exterior of the Qing Lan Palace, where indeed, a multitude had gathered. The couple, a perfect match, resembled divine lovers, and their mere appearance incited a commotion. The most astonished of all was the Qing Lan princess, who looked on in disbelief as she witnessed her sister holding hands with Leng Huanian. How had they come together without her noticing? Sister, do not be troubled. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Yao Wang gently reassured the Qing Lan princess. How could it happen so swiftly? The princess murmured to herself, struggling to comprehend the situation. Her sister had remained single for thousands of years. How could she suddenly be with someone? The Empress Qing Lan was not easily won over. Everyone, please return. I am safe. And the Qing Lan Palace is unharmed. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, many casting Leng Huanian glances filled with resentment, akin to a sense of loss over a prized cabbage being taken by a pig. Cinny, come with me, the Qing Lan princess said, her mind buzzing as she approached the Empress Qing Lan. Gazing at the radiant couple before her, she could not help but admire them. Husband, I wish to speak privately with Cinny. Leng Huanian released the Empress's hand, glanced at the Qing Lan princess, and walked over to Yao Guang, Longxi, and Luobing. Chapter 174. The Weight of Ability. Madam. Yao Guang's words jolted Leng Huanian back to reality. After his ascension, he had not found the time to converse meaningfully with Dugu gents or any of the other women. Ladies, let us return to our little world. The Qing Lan princess followed the Empress into the Qing Lan Palace. Cinny, why have you not spoken a word? The Azure Lan Empress turned and embraced Princess Qing Lan, gently patting her back. Sister, did you not promise to marry me off to Leng Huanian? Cinny, yesterday I drank with him, and in a drunken haze, I found myself in his bed. Now, I have become his woman. Inebriated? Sister, you are of the celestial realm. What liquor could intoxicate you? It seems you are not drunk from the wine, but rather from your own sentiments. Indeed, this time it was my fault, causing you discomfort. Sister, I do not mind your relationship with him. However, I was the one who liked him first, yet you have taken the lead. What am I to do? Do not worry. I shall take responsibility for this matter and ensure you are not wronged. Sister, you need not blame yourself. I am genuinely happy that you have found love and a good man, even more so than you. Dear Cinny, it brings me great comfort that you think this way. I truly do like him. Otherwise, I would not have so easily surrendered to him. Sister, have you achieved a breakthrough? Today, an anomaly appeared atop Qing Lan Peak, and they say it has drawn the attention of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, is he truly that formidable? A spark of intrigue lit up Princess Qing Lan's eyes. Very much so. Therefore, you must hold on to his heart tightly. The bashful Princess Qing Lan buried her face into the embrace of the Azure Lan Empress, too shy to look up again. Leng Huanian entered the small realm with 3 women. Yao Guang returned to the Demon King's palace, Longxi to the White Dragon Valley's Rejuvenation Lake, and Luobing to the Clear Lotus Garden, where little Shuer was being cared for by Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan. Leng Huanian made his way directly to the splendid palace to meet his wife, the elegant Dugu gents. My husband, you finally remembered me. After ascending, Leng Huanian had come to her, and she had missed him dearly. My dear, there have been many matters since my ascent. I have made time today to reunite with you. Husband, where are we now, and how is the situation outside? My love, we have ascended to the Wind Domain, the homeland of the Ice Phoenix Luobing. The Wind Domain is home to 4 great divine clans, the Golden Crow clan, the Phoenix clan, the Azure Lan clan, and the Vermilion Bird clan. You did not come to find me today. The outside must still be unsettled. Upon my arrival, I clashed with the Golden Crow clan. I killed their third prince and their crown prince. As of now, the Golden Crow clan is unaware of my involvement. But it is only a matter of time before they find out. What shall we do? By killing the Golden Crow crown prince, I fortuitously rescued Princess Qing Lan. We are currently at Qing Lan Peak, in the Empress's chambers. That princess has taken a liking to you again, hasn't she? Why do you say that, my dear? With your character, you would not let either the princess or the Empress slip by, unless they were not beauties. You know me well, my love. I have indeed formed a bond with the Azure Luan Empress, and I have come to inform you of this today. So soon, when fate arrives, we may take residence atop Qing Lan Peak for the time being. My husband, you have endured much for our secure dwelling, even sacrificing your allure. Dugu Jin's nestled into the embrace of Leng Huanian, the two of them entwined in warmth. My dear, I am more than willing, he declared. The Qing Lan Empress must indeed be a stunning beauty. Not only is she a great beauty, but she has also ascended to the realm of the divine emperor. When shall we arrange to meet? Although her cultivation is formidable, my position as your grand lady must remain unshaken. It shall not change. I have asserted that Jin's is the grand lady of the Leng family, and no one can alter her status, not even if the Empress of the myriad realms were to arrive. In the distant Moon Palace, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden gently sneezed, her delicate fingers brushing against her exquisite nose as her heart inexplicably quickened. Husband, have you even set your sights on the Empress of the myriad realms? Not at all. I merely mentioned it in passing. Do you truly think my allure is so great? My dear husband, I only lament my humble cultivation upon reaching the celestial realm. I wish I could assist you. My lady, you have already aided me sufficiently. Do you wish for me to rely on your support for a lifetime? The time has come for me to assist you. Husband, for the time being, you must remain in the Qing Lan Palace and refrain from venturing out. Encountering the Jinwu clan could be perilous. Indeed, during this period, I shall not wander and will stay in the small world with my gents. My dear husband, your intentions are more than enough, but I cannot monopolize you forever. Do not forget I have many sisters. Your responsibilities are vast. With great power comes great responsibility. I shall not let my women down. Chapter 175. Princess Jinbi. This month, the Qing Lan Palace was enveloped in tranquility and peace. Although the distribution of resources appeared uncomplicated, Leng Huanian occasionally emerged from the small world to spend time with the Qing Lan Empress and the Qing Lan Princess. Under the roof of another, one must bow their head. However, Leng Huanian would not bow. He would only express the utmost gentleness. Across the domain of the winds, the furious figures of the Jinwu clan were rampant. In just a few days, 2 princes of the Jinwu clan had perished, an unprecedented tragedy in their history. The clan had nearly emptied its ranks, with only the ancestors in seclusion and the clan leader stationed at Jinwu Mountain. Jin Miao, Jin Sen, the third prince, the princess, and 12 commanders all set out to uncover the clues surrounding the demise of the 2 princes. Casting a wide net eventually bore fruit. The Jinwu clan had now completely encircled the mountain where Prince Jinwu had met his end. Second master, it is here. I have detected a presence that closely resembles that of the third prince's demise. Jinquan, you have excelled once again. Do share your findings. Jin Miao felt a mix of joy and concern. At last, there was a glimmer of hope, indicating someone was deliberately targeting the Jinwu clan. The aura is akin to that from the ice and snow forest. The eldest prince met his fate here. Nearby, there are still traces of human, dragon, phoenix, and illusionary demon clans. Jinquan hesitated. Speak freely, Jinquan. Jin Sen, with his impatient nature, urged him to reveal the truth. Moreover, there is an additional trace of the Qing Lan clan. Second brother, this is indeed the territory of the Qing Lan clan. Do you think this matter could be related to them? It appears that the same group is behind this. Do they truly believe the Golden Crow clan can be easily bullied? The last time, when Huang was harmed, there was no trace left by the Qing Lan clan. Yet this time, the Qing Lan clan is involved. Jin Miao is now somewhat perplexed. Second uncle, third uncle, these individuals are undoubtedly in cahoots. Given the cowardice of the Feng clan, after having been reprimanded, their leader would certainly hesitate. At the very least, the participants seem to have little connection to the Feng clan, and they might even harbor animosity towards it. The Dragon clan is not in the Wind domain, making it difficult to confront them directly. For now, we should first seek clarity from the Qing Lan clan. Princess Jinbi of the Golden Crow analyzed the situation methodically. Second uncle. Third uncle. I concur with my elder sister's assessment. Let us proceed to Qinglan Peak and uncover their true intentions. With a grand gesture, Jin Miao led the Golden Crow army towards Qinglan Peak, intent on seeking justice. At Qinglan Peak, within the Qinglan Palace, the Qinglan Empress was enjoying tea and the scenery with Princess Qinglan when an urgent message arrived. Of course, the Qinglan Empress had anticipated this. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Why panic? The Qinglan Empress rose and instructed Leng Huanian, stay in the palace and do not reveal yourself. Xiani, come with me to meet them. You need not speak, just maintain your composure. As the Qinglan Empress and Princess Qinglan stood before the Golden Crow clan, Jin Miao and Jin's son inhaled sharply, an emperor's divine presence. The Qinglan Empress spoke coldly. I wonder why the Golden Crow clan has come to Qinglan Peak in such force. The gathered members of the Golden Crow clan could not help but shiver at her icy tone. Jin Miao, steeling himself, stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, our visit today is indeed unavoidable. We hope for your understanding. The circumstances were overwhelming. Jin Miao knew he could not afford to show weakness in front of an emperor's might. Merely standing there without trembling was an accomplishment. Oh, what is this urgency? The Qinglan Empress's voice had lost some of its initial chill. The Crown Prince and Third Prince of the Golden Crow clan have been murdered by vile scoundrels. We have come here today to seek the true culprits. Absurd. You come to Qinglan Peak seeking the killers of your dead? What gives you the audacity? The Qinglan Empress's tone turned even colder. Jin Miao found himself at a loss for words as the Empress rebuked him. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown gracefully stepped forward and bowed to the Qinglan Empress, saying, I am Jin Bai, daughter of the Golden Crow clan's leader. We apologize for our abrupt arrival at Qinglan Peak and hope for your understanding. The Qinglan Empress, upon seeing Princess Jin Bai, noted her exquisite beauty. Although she was not as radiant as herself, she was hardly lacking. Moreover, the young woman's figure surpassed her own in fullness. If that fellow were here, he would surely be captivated. The thoughts of the Qinglan Empress momentarily wandered elsewhere, before she returned to her senses 2 breaths later, coldly stating, You are the Golden Crow Princess? Replying to your Majesty, I am indeed the daughter of the Golden Crow clan's chieftain, Jinbi. Upon seeing her exceptional beauty and alluring form, along with her eloquent speech, the Qinglan Empress couldn't help but inwardly commend her. You surpass your brother by far. His troubles have no bearing on my Qinglan clan. You may return without concern. Your Majesty, Jin Kan has long held affection for Princess Qinglan. Recently, he yearned for her company and ventured out alone in search of her, only to encounter misfortune within the Qinglan realm. I wish to inquire if Princess Qinglan has seen him. Jinbi spoke earnestly. Her words were devoid of fault. What prompts such inquiries, Princess Jinbi? Are you casting doubt upon this palace? The Qinglan princess did not back down, stepping closer to Princess Jinbi. Both were remarkably beautiful women, one resembling a pure celestial being, and the other an enchanting earthly goddess. The Qinglan princess, though ample in stature, felt a certain pressure in the presence of Jinbi, pondering what might have contributed to her growth. There is no need for agitation. I am merely curious. Have you encountered Jin Kan recently? What concern is it of mine where he is gone? I share no connection with him. This statement was defensible, leaving the Golden Crow clan speechless. However, considering that Jin Kan had lost his life within the Qinglan territory, it seemed reasonable to seek clarification at Qinglan Peak. Princess Jinbi was unwilling to concede. Many have perished within the Golden Crow domain. Do we need to inquire of each one at your Golden Crow Mountain? You have asked your questions, now you may leave. Qinglan Peak welcomes no members of the Golden Crow clan. With a sigh, the Qinglan Emperor spoke. We have disturbed you today, let us depart, my dear. Jin Miao reluctantly led the Golden Crow clan away from Qinglan Peak back to Golden Crow Mountain, while Jinbi remained somewhat dissatisfied. Uncle, why must we leave so easily? The Qinglan clan is clearly under suspicion. How can we retreat without further inquiry? Foolish girl, what can we achieve by staying? Even if we know Jin Kan and Jin Huang were harmed by the Qinglan clan, what can we do? The Qinglan Empress has already ascended to the divine emperor realm. Even if your father were here, he too would have to avoid her wrath. Let us go. A wise man does not court immediate danger. If a conflict were to arise today, our Golden Crow clan would likely be left here. Princess Jinbi cast a resentful glance back at the Qinglan Empress and the Qinglan Princess, their gazes meeting twice, before ultimately conceding and turning away. Cinny, the Golden Crow Princess is not to be underestimated. We must be cautious of her in the future. Sister, will she dare to come to Qinglan Peak again? That is uncertain. She may become our most formidable opponent. Sister, why do I not comprehend your words? Sigh, there is no need for you to understand. How has your time spent with him been over this past month? Quite well, though it remains challenging to make the final emotional breakthrough. I had previously advised you to seize the opportunity to engage with him, did I not? Sister, how am I to find such an opportunity? Shouldn't he take the initiative in this matter? Has he never held your hand? He has, but merely that. Mustering a bit more courage, what are you still hesitating for? Sister, I understand now. I shall devise a way to win his affection tonight. Oh, Cinny, do you have a brilliant idea? Sister, I have conceived a splendid plan. But it requires your cooperation. Princess Qinglan leaned closer to Empress Qinglan's ear and whispered her strategy. Empress Qinglan responded with a resounding slap to her thigh, proclaiming, "Very well. The outcome shall be determined today." The sisters exchanged resolute glances before attending to their respective tasks. At dinner time, only Leng Huanian occupied the dining table. Suilian, where has everyone gone? In response to the young master, the princess has returned to the Heartsea Palace. His Majesty has lost his appetite today and has already retired to rest. She instructed the young master to enjoy his dinner thoroughly, and after dining, he may take a leisurely stroll to appreciate the scenery. I have no mind for dining or strolling. Leng Huanian pondered whether Empress Qinglan might be with child. Given her lack of appetite, the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, leaving him little inclination to enjoy his meal. He hastily took a few bites before rushing to the Empress's quarters to ascertain the situation. "My lady, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Empress Qinglan lay with her back to Leng Huanian, nestled under the covers, which greatly alarmed him. The first thing he did was place his hand on her abdomen, hoping to sense whether there was indeed a child within. As his hand made contact with her belly, Empress Qinglan trembled slightly. "My lady, there are no signs of a little life. I had thought you were with child." Empress Qinglan grasped his hand and slowly lifted it. "My lady, why are you so silent? I find your gentleness today quite delightful." A soft gasp from her made Leng Huanian feel something was amiss. Upon a closer inspection of the beauty in his arms, he realized that although she bore an uncanny resemblance to Empress Qinglan, it was, in fact, Princess Qinglan. "Princess, how did you come to be in Ruer's bed? Where's Ruer?" "Leng Lang, given the circumstances, could you not focus solely on me?" "My lady, husband." Princess Qinglan replied tenderly. "Have you both conspired? Why resort to such foolishness? As long as my husband understands my intentions, that is all that matters." Princess Qinglan nestled gently against her beloved. "You two," one offering herself after a drink, the other substituting in her stead. "Truly, it is said that one is not a true family unless they share the same door." Leng Huanian affectionately caressed her jade-like back. "Does my husband find this pleasing?" "Indeed." He gently kissed her forehead, a kiss imbued with deep emotion that Princess Qinglan could not possibly miss. "Husband, have you not inquired about the purpose of the Jinwu clan's visit today?" Princess Qinglan adjusted her position, comfortably resting against Leng Huanian's chest. "I had not yet the chance to inquire. You, returning from the Heartsea Palace, and you, lounging upon your bed, while I merely nibbled at my dinner. How could this be? Was it not for the two golden crows that I came here? Yet you did not witness their demeanor. Seeing my sister already at the Empyrean God realm, they still scurried away like frightened creatures. Who else has arrived? The two brothers of the Golden Crow clan as chieftain have come, and by the way, there is another formidable character. Who might that be? The Golden Crow Princess. Jean Bai, what makes her so formidable? My sister holds her in high regard, claiming she is destined to be our future adversary. Even with Ruer at the Empyrean God realm, would she still consider her a rival? Not in terms of direct opposition, but rather as a competitor in matters of the heart. What do you mean? Even the astute Ren Lenghua found himself ensnared by Princess Qinglan's charm. My sister remarked that one glance at her would surely captivate any man. I find that hard to believe. Where in the world exists such a woman? My dear husband, do not be so quick to dismiss. Perhaps reserve your judgment until you encounter her yourself. Princess Qinglan's talents are akin to those of the Empress Qinglan. Yet her casual approach to cultivation has left her 3 major realms behind my sister, and now she finds herself 4 realms lower. currently at the 5th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Chapter 177. Selling Sister for Glory while the Qing Lan clan thrives in harmony. The Golden Crow clan is in a state of chaos. Jin Miao and Jin Sun returned to Golden Crow Mountain with their brother. Qin was slain in the territory of the Qing Lan clan. We sought justice at Qing Lan Peak, but alas, the Empress Qing Lan has ascended to the Empyrean God realm, rendering us powerless. Jin Miao had never felt such despondency. The Golden Crow clan never retreats, yet in the face of absolute power, all is but a fleeting illusion. Has that woman truly broken through to the Empyrean God realm? Jin Yan's expression was grave. Brother, this is what we witnessed with our own eyes. Third brother, Jin Hui, and Jin Bai were present at the time. The others nodded in agreement. There is something amiss with this woman. She ascended to the celestial God realm several centuries later than I did. If memory serves, she reached the pinnacle of the celestial God realm in less than a decade. How could she possibly have advanced to the Empyrean God realm in such a brief span? Jin Yan furrowed his brows, the atmosphere thick with unease. Father, if I am not mistaken, the death of our brother is inextricably linked to the Qing Lan clan. Jin Hui shamelessly appropriated Jin Bai's insight, flaunting it before Jin Yan, earning a disdainful glance from Jin Bai. Second brother, third brother, do you share this view? It is likely so. This complicates matters. Now that the Qing Lan clan possesses an Empyrean god, who would dare confront them head-on? Brother, we could ally with the Phoenix clan, combining the strengths of our two clans to contend with the Qing Lan clan. Jin Sen's thinking remained overly simplistic. With that useless Luo Changhe? The Phoenix clan is hardly a significant ally. Can we truly rely on Luo Changhe, who is merely at the 1st level of the celestial god realm, to achieve anything against the Qing Lan clan? Indeed, in the end, the rivalry between the clans hinges upon supreme combat prowess, and at our highest level, we cannot measure up to the Qing Lan clan. Father, I have a notion that I am uncertain whether to express. Following the demise of the other two brothers, Jin Hui has suddenly become animated. Now, he stands as the sole heir to the chieftaincy of the Jinwu clan. In recent nights, he has secretly awakened with laughter on several occasions. I propose that the Jinwu clan ally with the Zhuke clan, and with the addition of the Feng clan. I firmly believe that the strength of the Qing Lan clan alone cannot withstand the combined forces of 3 clans. Eldest brother, what Huier suggests bears merit. With the addition of that monstrous Leng Huanian, the two of you, both at the pinnacle of the celestial god realm, should have a considerable advantage against a newly ascended empress of the Qing Lan clan. Jin Miao's eyes also sparkled with realization. This nephew has finally grasped the situation. While the idea is commendable, it is nonetheless impractical. How could that old monster Hong possibly assist us? In this world, there is none as astute as he. Father, he would acquiesce. He must understand that if he does not seize the opportunity to eliminate the Qing Lan Empress, she will subsequently hold absolute sway over the Wind domain. Jin Miao stroked his beard and nodded, realizing how clever his nephew truly was. Yet, this may not suffice. Even if that old monster desired to confront her, he would not wish to tread upon treacherous ground first. Father, I possess another stratagem. Should the two clans forge a marital alliance, it would solidify the most stable of unions. A marital alliance? Indeed, father, marrying my sister to Hong Yun would certainly be a proposition the Zhuke clan would find agreeable. Jin Bai, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. You scoundrel, I am still here, and you would push me into the fire. Child, what Huier proposes is not without its rationale. Jin Yan pondered for a moment, establishing a tone for the matter. A splendid idea. Jin Sun thumped Jin Hui on the chest in appreciation. Father, I refuse to marry that martial lunatic. Jin Bai was nearly driven to despair. Turning to Jin Hui with urgency, you cannot use your own sister as a stepping stone. Sister, your words are misguided, for the benefit of the family. Personal honor and disgrace are of little consequence. To ensure fairness and to fortify this union, I have resolved to propose to Hong Lan as well. Scoundrel, what wicked calculations are you devising? In the Wind domain, who does not know that the Zhuke Prince Hong Yun is a martial fanatic, solely devoted to training? Likewise, who does not recognize that the Zhuke Princess Hong Lan is renowned throughout the Wind domain for her unparalleled beauty? My dear brother, your machinations are so transparent that even the Zhuke city could hear them ringing. Jin Bai was seething with indignation, realizing only now how cunning her brother truly was. It reeked of sibling betrayal for personal gain. Sister, the Jinwu clan has always prioritized family above all else. I acknowledge my shortcomings towards you, but I remain loyal to the Jinwu clan and our ancestors. I beseech Father to render a fair judgment. Father, Jinbai was prepared to argue further. But Jin Yin had already raised his hand, his voice resolute. Let it be decided thus. Second brother, you shall personally journey to Zhuke City tomorrow. Upon hearing that Jinbai is to marry into Zhuke City, that old monster Hong will surely agree without hesitation. For my daughter is the most sought-after daughter-in-law in the entire Wind domain, leaving him no room to refuse. As for Huiyer's matter, it shall also be addressed. That old monster Hong stands to gain in every regard. Upon hearing the words, Jinbai's face turned ashen, while Jin Hui beside her was brimming with delight, though he concealed his emotions with a veneer of composure. Chapter 178, Princess Tianlan. Jinbai returned to the Bu Pavilion, resting her head against the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. The Jinwu clan has always favored males over females, yet she, Jinbai, is no ordinary woman. Her beauty, figure, intelligence, and cultivation set her apart, rendering her three brothers collectively inferior. However, in her father's eyes, she remains an inconsequential figure, merely a stepping stone for the clan's ascendance, destined to be a pawn. Tears soaked her pillow. Despite the sacrifices made for her family, she could not escape her fate as a mere bargaining chip. This sense of powerlessness left her physically and emotionally drained, marking the first time in her life she felt despair towards this world and her family. The thought of facing a maniac every day for the rest of her life plunged her heart into despair. Nevertheless, Jinbai possessed a remarkable quality. Her unparalleled wisdom did not render her submissive. She was not the type to recklessly step into a pit, fully aware of its peril. Slowly, she sat up, wiped her tears, and transformed her gaze from confusion and disappointment to unwavering determination. Under the cover of night, she stealthily departed from Jinwu Mountain, believing that the vastness of the Wind domain would surely provide her refuge. As Jinbai left the mountain unnoticed, early the next morning, Jin Miao set out with a wedding envoy of 100 men, brimming with confidence, heading straight for Zhuke City. Among the four great clans of the Wind domain, Zhuke City stands out as the epitome of grandeur. Although Jinwu Mountain carries a sense of weightiness, its scale is inevitably constrained by the mountain's shape. The layout of Fengming Mountain is even less commendable. Among the four great clans, it has fallen behind, regressing over the years due to internal strife that has proven detrimental to its foundation. The scenery of Qinglan Peak is unparalleled, yet the Qinglan Empress values not the scale, resulting in few palaces apart from Qinglan Palace and Xinhai Palace on the precious land of Qinglan Peak, giving it an ethereal ambience. Zhuke City, in both appearance and essence, embodies the characteristics of a true imperial city. Hong Haoyan, who harbored dreams of royalty since childhood, indeed founded the Zhuke dynasty and constructed Zhuke City, earning the title of the true Zhuke Emperor. Upon reaching the base of Zhuke City, Jin Miao surveyed the towering walls and found himself amused. This was not the mundane world. Such high walls could deter ordinary folk, but to practitioners, they were no different from level ground. Nevertheless, Jin Miao had heard that this Zhuke emperor was quite proud, and he chuckled, shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. The wedding envoy of 100 men passed through the towering city gates, which opened to reveal the striking vermilion doors adorned with brass rivets the size of bowls. The splendor and magnificence of Zhuke City could be glimpsed even from this one vermilion door. The Jinwu clan's advance party had already arrived at Zhuke Palace to convey their intentions, and Hong Haoyan, showing some courtesy, dispatched 18 individuals to welcome the wedding envoy. For marrying a daughter-in-law like Princess Jinbai was indeed a momentous occasion. In the majestic hall of the vast sky, Hong Haoyan received Jin Miao. Your Majesty, the union between the Golden Crow clan and the Vermilion Bird clan would be mutually beneficial. I wonder what your Majesty's thoughts are on this matter? Jin Miao. While I partially agree to this matrimonial plan of the Golden Crow clan, I wholeheartedly support the marriage of your princess to our Vermilion Bird city. However, I cannot consent to your request for Hong Lan to wed your second prince. Jin Miao was taken aback. It seemed he was only allowed to take the good while being forced to discard the undesirable. Your Majesty, for the sake of harmony between our two nations, it would be unjust for the Golden Crow clan to bear too great a burden. This would surely make it difficult for me to justify to my people. Jin Miao felt a surge of anger within, yet he maintained a courteous facade, which was indeed a challenge. Jin Miao, it is not that I wish to offend, but consider the nature of Hong Lan. Who in the Wind domain does not know of her? Can your second prince truly be worthy of her? I mean no disrespect, but none from the Golden Crow clan can be deemed worthy of my precious daughter. If your intentions regarding Hong Lan are insincere, then we need not pursue this union. Your Majesty, do consider that you must also inquire about Princess Hong Lan's feelings. Who knows, she may take a liking to my second prince at that time. Will your Majesty be amenable to the idea? Ha! Jin Miao, you possess a remarkable talent for humor. This is the greatest jest I have ever heard. Bring the marriage envoy to rest. I shall seek my daughter's opinion, and we shall reconvene tomorrow. After arranging for the marriage envoy, Hong Haoyan proceeded to the Palace of Fortune. As anticipated, the Vermilion Prince Hong Yuan was engrossed in his practices, not ordinary training, but a secluded cultivation. Your Majesty, the prince is in seclusion. A trembling servant, Hong Wei, knelt before Hong Haoyan and reported. How long has he been in seclusion, and how much longer will it last? The prince has been in seclusion for 7 days. I do not know when he will emerge, perhaps in a month, or even a year. A year? This will delay the grand wedding, that foolish child. With a heavy heart, Hong Haoyan departed from the Palace of Fortune and made his way to the Palace of Celestial Waves, where the Vermilion Princess Hong Lan was mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, currently replicating a masterpiece, the map of mountains and seas. Father, what brings you to my Palace of Celestial Waves today? Hong Lan elegantly set down her brush and rose to personally pour tea for Hong Haoyan. My dear, can you guess who visited our Vermilion Palace today? My daughter has not ventured outside today, so I am unaware. The marriage envoy from the Golden Crow clan. They wish to marry Princess Jean to my elder brother? It is no wonder that my daughter is exceptionally astute, unmatched in the realm. Father, you flatter me. Princess Jean is no ordinary princess. Her marriage to Vermilion Bird City would indeed be a momentous occasion for both my brother and our clan. Indeed, it is a joyous event. However, the Golden Crow clan has another request. They wish for you to wed their second prince, the future Crown Prince Qing Hui. Has father consented to the Golden Crow clan's demands? Hong Lan maintained her composure, a skill in which even the mighty Hong Haoyan could not help but silently commend her. How could this be? My precious daughter is far beyond the worth of the Golden Crow clan. The sovereign father is indeed wise. My daughter shall never settle unless she encounters a man who captures her heart. She would rather remain single for life than share her days with a mediocre man. Does Lanner have a general goal in mind? Father, I seek a companion who shares my aspirations. He must be well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as proficient in poetry and literary composition. His innate talent and cultivation must be exceptional. Lanner, should you set such standards, you may find yourself destined for solitude. Which man can meet such criteria? Truth be told, while many scholars possess knowledge of the arts, finding one with cultivation abilities comparable to yours is a formidable task. The world may regard your brother as a martial prodigy, yet despite his relentless training, he has merely reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. You, however, have quietly attained the peak of the void spirit realm. If others were to discover your true prowess, their astonishment would be palpable. Father, I am in no rush. I am willing to wait, for I believe that one day, that person will appear. Chapter 179. Whimsical Thoughts. Lanner, I cannot rely on your royal brother. The future of the Zhuge clan rests upon your shoulders. Your talent is remarkable, and I believe you will eventually reach the zenith of your potential. In truth, I do not wish for you to marry. I desire for you to forever safeguard Zhuge City. Does father wish for me to remain confined within Zhuge City for eternity? If Lanner could protect Zhuge City indefinitely, I would be pleased, and I would also support your finding a like-minded partner. Hong Haoyan departed from Tianlan Palace, his emotions indescribable. His son was engrossed in martial arts, while his daughter excelled beyond measure, leaving him with a perplexing headache. The following day, Jin Miao was eager to discern Hong Haoyan's response and arrived early at Haoyan Hall. Your Majesty, is there any good news? Jin Miao, the situation remains largely unchanged. Princess Jinbi is set to marry into Zhuge City, welcomed by the entire Zhuge clan. However, my daughter Hong Lan has refused, and I cannot compel her. This situation puts my Jinwu clan at a disadvantage. as your majesty is aware that Princess Jinbi is an equal to Princess Honglan. While your reasoning is sound, I ultimately cannot force Honglan. If Brother Jin believes this union is a loss for the Jinwu clan and wishes to dissolve the alliance between our two clans, the Zhuge clan will acquiesce. Your majesty, it need not come to that. Let the Zhuge Prince Hongyun wed Princess Jinbi for now, and we can address Honglan's situation later. Jin Miao was still unwilling to concede. Leng Huanian could not suppress a cold laugh. He was still lost in dreams. Eventually, it was settled that the grand wedding between Zhuge Prince Hongyun and Princess Jinbi would take place in 6 months. The arrangements were not executed flawlessly, yet there were still gains to be had, and Jin Miao returned to Jinwu Mountain to report. Jin Hui, filled with hope, was met with disheartening news, nearly causing him to spit blood. His intricate schemes, meticulously crafted, had ultimately failed due to the stark contrast between the Zhuge emperor and his own father. The realization that a woman as exceptional as Princess Honglan was beyond his reach, even as he aspired to the throne, left him feeling utterly disenchanted. What shocked the entire Jinwu clan next was the sudden disappearance of the key figure in the alliance, Princess Jinbi, leaving no trace behind and rendering the union moot. The Jinwu clan has devoted their entire strength to searching for Princess Jinbi. However, she has seemingly vanished from the mortal realm since her descent, leaving no trace behind. Naturally, the Jinwu clan is unable to locate her, for she is not foolish enough to remain within their territory waiting to be found. In fact, she has ventured into the domain of the Qinglan clan, hiding away in the nameless mountain where the Jinwu prince was slain. In the warmth of a dreamy spring night, the emperor neglects his morning court. As dawn breaks, Leng Huanian recites poetry into the ear of the Qinglan empress. My dear, I seldom attend court. The Qinglan clan has had little of significance over the years. As a woman, I ought not to be overly competitive or aggressive. Our clan embraces a more tranquil approach, avoiding conflicts for power or territory. When one reflects, such matters pale in comparison to the path of immortality. Now that I have you, I am indifferent to the pursuit of eternal life. You have already attained the realm of Emperor God. Does that not grant you immortality? Yet it is not so simple. One must reach the pinnacle of the Emperor God realm. But it shall come to pass. I vow to ensure your immortality. To have you by my side each day brings me a happiness greater than that of eternal life. Nestled within her beloved's embrace, the Qinglan Empress relishes the feeling of their hearts drawing closer, as if they have melded into one another's existence. My dear, when shall we introduce ourselves to one another? To whom do you refer? Who else but your cherished companions? Shall we invite them to the small world, or would you prefer they come out into the open? Perhaps we could allow them to reside on Qinglan Peak, for remaining in the small world might become tedious. That sounds agreeable, but I must first discuss something with you. Leng Huanian's expression grew serious. My love, please speak. All my women are treated equally, yet I have one esteemed lady. The esteemed lady? Indeed, she holds that title. But it is merely a name. She will not act out of line, nor will she use her status to impose upon you. Oh, my dear, I have no objection to who takes on the role of the esteemed lady. I merely wish to see her and understand why you hold her in such special regard, allowing her to be the matriarch of the Leng family. My esteemed lady is named Dugu Jints. She is the empress of the great Yang Empire, the mightiest nation in the void spirit continent. In my humble beginnings, when I had yet to cultivate my powers, she was already the most influential and powerful woman, having reached the pinnacle of the emperor spirit realm. Our bond was forged during those times, and I owe my current standing to her support. Indeed, she appears to be an extraordinary woman. Her vision alone far surpasses that of ordinary folk. I am eager to meet her. Yes, we are all family. Once you meet Jints and the others, you will surely feel a sense of kinship with them. My dear, you seem quite confident in yourself and in them. They are all my women, and I understand their temperaments well. Then let us rise shortly, first entering the small world to become acquainted. And afterwards we can bring them out, shall we? Absolutely. Indeed, I too long to witness your harmonious coexistence beneath the same roof. Let us rise, my dear. Bestow upon me another tender kiss, my ruler. The Empress Qing Lan, in her delicate femininity, assists Leng Huanian with his attire. Observing her obedient demeanor, he cannot help but draw her into his embrace once more. My lord, after an entire night and a morning, are you not yet weary of gazing upon me? No matter how I look, I can never have enough. Truly, He is a natural romantic, surrounded by numerous women, yet he displays profound affection for each one. Chapter 180. On Qinglan Peak. Alas, each one is a treasure to me. My lord, does having so many women not bring some troubles? Not particularly, he replies. Will they vie for your affection? I doubt it. Much like Ruer, many of my women have lived for millennia, some even exceeding 10,000 years. They have endured solitude for so long. What could possibly tempt them now? That is indeed a valid point. Do you miss me as well, my dear? Certainly. In the past, my rest was merely rest, but now that I have you, when you are not by my side, I find myself wondering what you are doing and yearning for your company. I understand. You ought to cherish me, my lord. My happiness for the remainder of my life rests upon your shoulders. To care for yourself is to care for me. Rest assured, I shall protect myself diligently. The Empress Qing Lan assists her beloved in dressing. Once she is attired, Princess Qing Lan has already arrived at Weiyang Palace. Her visits were not as frequent before. But after Leng Huanian stayed at Weiyang Palace last night, she could hardly wait for dawn to break, eager to see her beloved. In truth, she rose before sunrise. When Leng Huanian and the Empress woke, she had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Cinny is here, my lord. Princess Qing Lan greets the two. You have arrived just in time. I was about to take my lord to the small world to bring your women to Qinglan Peak. Is that so? Leng Huanian observes her somewhat anxious demeanor and cannot help but inquire, Cinny, why do you seem a bit nervous? Will you meet many people? Cinny, as a princess of the Qinglan clan in the heavenly realm, how can you feel apprehensive? Such feelings would tarnish the prestige of our clan. Understood, sister. The princess straightens her chest and raises her head proudly. Let us proceed. It is time for you to meet them. With his left hand holding the Empress Qing Lan and his right hand holding Princess Qing Lan, the trio ventures into the small world. The Empress has entered before, and upon her return, her heart is much calmer. For Princess Qing Lan, this is her first visit, and she is seeing the small world for the first time. My lord, is this truly your small world? It is astonishing. It seems even more vast than the realm of winds. This is my small world, known as the Weiyang Small World, formed by the Weiyang divine pearl of the Empress of all realms. The Empress of all realms. The sisters exchange incredulous glances, wondering how many more secrets this man holds. Leng Huanian summoned all the women to Qinglian Garden, for it was the only place he had personally acquired, a sanctuary he could call his own. This delighted Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan, as they reveled in the sense of a battleground where they could showcase their strengths. Their fair necks were held high, and their chests rose with pride. My beloved wives, he began, today I have gathered you all here because all of Leng Huanian's women are present. This time, we are truly united. With a graceful gesture, he lifted the jade hand of the Qinglian Empress and proclaimed, we have ascended to the celestial realm of the Wind Domain. And our current abode is Qinglian Peak, home to the Qinglian clan. This is the Qinglian Empress. He then raised the jade hand of the Qinglian Princess, stating, this is the sister of the Qinglian Empress, the Qinglian Princess. Like you, both are my beloved women, and you shall henceforth be a loving family. The Qinglian Empress and Princess greeted everyone with warm smiles. Next, Leng Huanian pulled Dugu Jints to his side and introduced her. This is the Empress Dugu Jints of the Zuling Daong Empire, whom most of you already know. Her other title is the matriarch of the Leng family. I do not intend for her to oversee you. That would be impossible. You are all my women, and here, we are all equals, each cherished in my heart. Dugu Jints nodded slightly to the gathered women, earning their respect. Although Leng Huanian had now added an extraordinary woman to his circle, the esteemed Qinglian Empress. The dynamics of precedence remained. Rest assured, I have discussed this with Xinru, who has no objections to my arrangements. There should be no pressure with Jints as matriarch. She would never impose on any of you. He paused before continuing. Xinru wishes to ensure that you do not feel suffocated from prolonged stay in the small world. She invites you all to visit Qinglian Peak. It is not merely a visit. This peak shall also be your home, as we will all be family. And you are sisters. Ultimately, your choice to reside at Qinglian Peak or within the small world lies entirely with you. My husband, why not take us sisters to reside at Qinglian Peak for a few days? Dugu Jints responded on behalf of the others, and the women nodded in agreement. The atmosphere harmonious. Excellent. Let us all journey to Qinglian Peak together. Leng Huanian escorted each of his women to the realm beyond the small world, arriving at Qing Lan Peak. Esteemed sisters, this is the heart of our Qing Lan clan, the Qing Lan Palace. The women gazed in astonishment at the palace built upon Qing Lan Peak. The endeavor seemed peculiar and arduous, and expanding the palace would be a challenge. Nonetheless, the scenery was utterly enchanting, captivating them, as they momentarily lost themselves in the breathtaking views from the peak. Chapter 181. A fortuitous reunion. Seeing his wives so enamored with Qing Lan Peak, he felt a profound sense of relief. Do you also find joy in Qing Lan Peak, my husband? Yao Guang inquired gently, her gaze soft upon Leng Huanian. I possess a distinct nature that sets me apart from other men. I find joy in magnificent landscapes, captivating beauty, culinary endeavors, and the serene passage of each day. My husband is indeed a master in the culinary arts. Shall he not showcase his skills tonight? Undoubtedly. I have observed that none among the 20 or so enchanting ladies can rival my culinary prowess. Today, as we gather together, I am determined to prepare a sumptuous feast for everyone. Dear husband, allow me to assist you in the kitchen. I shall join as well. The two charming maidens, Yueha and Ling, who are among the few favored by the cold and aloof emperor, eagerly volunteered to lend a hand. We too shall help, chimed in Nangong Yufei and Nangong Yuyan, who were also keen to contribute. It seems all the women wished to enter the kitchen, longing for a closer bond with their beloved, yet the limited space could not accommodate all 20 of them. 5 ventured into the kitchen, while the others engaged in conversation and preparations outside. Given the considerable number of attendees, it took Cold Huanian over 2 hours to prepare more than 20 dishes, each crafted by a woman's hand without any particular symbolism. The makeshift dining table was just sufficient to seat all 20 guests, and as the array of dishes was laid out, the women were taken aback, even questioning whether their beloved was a professional chef. Most of Cold Huanian's companions were exceptional women, either empresses or princesses, accustomed to the finest delicacies. Despite his culinary skills, he could not compete with the palace chefs. Yet, they found his dishes more delectable, infused with a touch of affection. My husband, I raise a toast to you. You have worked hard today. Cold Huanian was taken aback when the typically aloof Cold Moon Empress was the first to lift her glass, downing its contents in one go. He responded by raising his glass, but merely took a sip. With 20 or so women before him, consuming one drink with each would surely leave him incapacitated. Dugu Jin's gracefully stood, raising her glass to the Qing Empress, sincerely expressing, I thank you, Shinru, for embracing my husband upon his arrival in the celestial realm, providing him with a place to settle and a secure foundation. We are at ease in our hearts. I toast to you, not on behalf of my husband, nor for all the sisters, but solely for myself. Jing Shinru rose, and together they drained their glasses. Welcome, dear sisters, to Qing Peak. From this moment forth, we are family, without distinction or restraint. What is mine is my husband's, and what belongs to him is shared among us all. Welcome to Qing Peak. Jing Sini also rose to toast the gathering. Take your time drinking and savor the dishes. Why rush to consume several cups at once? You drink more heartily than men. At this rate, you may forego the food altogether. If you keep this up, I fear you will all be laid low. Cold Huanian observed, bemused, as the women eagerly indulged in their drinks. My husband speaks wisely. Next time, let us limit each toast to a single sip. With so many of us, 1 sip shall equate to a cup at our table henceforth, proposed Yao Guang, a suggestion that met with unanimous agreement. At this dining table filled with the women of Leng Huanian, there was one exception, a little girl named Xiao, unable to take human form yet. She sat beside her sister, Luo Bing, her large eyes darting around. She whispered to her sister, are all these women Leng Giges? Indeed, Xiao wishes to be Leng Giges' woman as well. When will I grow up? When the day arrives that you can transform into human form. Their conversation fell upon the ears of everyone present, and the little darling was well loved, particularly because Leng Huanian doted on her. Xiao is our joy. Come here. Leng Huanian beckoned, and Xiao hopped off her chair and leaped into his embrace. He held the fluffy little snowball, the sensation delightful. I heard you want to be my woman? Yes. You must transform quickly. Xiao nodded vigorously. Then you must eat more. Only by eating well can you grow quickly and transform. Xiao nodded like a woodpecker. Today, I would like to propose a toast to each of you, of course. Just a sip. I am grateful for your unwavering companionship. Your presence is my greatest fortune. I will ensure this bond continues, and I will help each of you reach the realm of the divine, achieving immortality and eternal youth. For others, this may seem an unattainable dream, but for us, it is within reach. Therefore, your utmost goal in the future is to cultivate diligently. Leng Huanian's words deeply touched the hearts of the women. Husband, isn't our pace of cultivation dependent on you? The bold little demoness dared to voice what everyone was thinking. Rest assured, ladies, I will strive with all my might. The women burst into laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere during this family dinner. Leng Huanian reflected on the notion that perhaps a battleground need not always exist. It depends on the temperament of the women and one's own management skills. As the dinner approached its conclusion, Leng Huanian noticed the gazes of over 20 beautiful pairs of eyes fixed upon him and suddenly pondered a pressing question. Whom should he accompany tonight? It seemed that no matter who he chose, it would lead to conflict. Ultimately, he decided to take a solitary walk, perhaps to avoid any awkwardness. After the dinner concluded and the women tidied up, they gathered at the cliff's edge to chat, sip tea, and admire the moon. The moon tonight appeared particularly close to Qinglan Peak, as if one could reach out and touch it, its light exceptionally bright. Leng Huanian soared into the sky on his sword. Ladies, rest well, I shall pursue the moon. Watching her beloved depart on his sword with such grace, each woman was perceptive enough to understand his unspoken thoughts. As Leng Huanian soared higher and faster into the night sky, the moon remained perpetually out of reach. Had he not refrained from intoxication this evening, he would have pursued it relentlessly. Aimlessly, he drifted through the air until he unexpectedly found himself at an unnamed mountain. Gazing at the serene and crystalline pool illuminated by moonlight, he felt a surge of warmth from the alcohol he had consumed, prompting an impulsive desire to plunge into the refreshing waters. He descended gracefully, shedding his garments, and with a splash, immersed himself in the cool, tranquil depths. Meanwhile, Princess Jinbi, who had just settled in the cave, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, hastily donned her attire, and ventured outside. Following the sound, she beheld a man swimming in the very pool where she had bathed these past few days. Chapter 182. Who are you? Princess Jinbi's heart surged with fury. How dare this intruder pollute her cherished bathing waters? Gritting her teeth, she approached the edge of the pool, determined to eliminate this man who had trespassed upon her domain. Oblivious to the brewing storm above, Leng Huanian enjoyed his swim until he noticed a woman standing on the shore. Under the brilliant moonlight, he distinctly saw her adorned in a golden, flowing gown, her figure exquisite and alluring. With keen eyes, he recognized her as an unparalleled beauty, a rare gem. Undeterred by danger, he swam slowly toward her, drawn by an inexplicable allure. Princess Jinbi scoffed inwardly. It was perfect. He would come to his demise. As Leng Huanian reached the shore, his upper body emerged from the water, revealing a tall and well-proportioned physique, complemented by a strikingly handsome face. Under the moon's glow, Princess Jinbi was momentarily taken aback by his extraordinary appearance. Initially, she had intended to strike him down upon his arrival, yet now, confronted with such a captivating young man, she hesitated. The clarity of the water and the brilliance of the moon rendered the boundary between water and land almost indistinguishable. This was the first time she had seen a man so closely, and a blush crept to her cheeks, causing her murderous intent to dissipate. Who are you? What brings you here to swim at this hour? Do you not realize this is my territory? She inquired, her tone sharp yet, for her, surprisingly gentle. I merely passed by and thought to enjoy a swim. Surely, this mountain and its waters do not solely belong to your family? Leng Huanian replied, his tone markedly more amiable, charmed by her beauty. This mountain is unclaimed, yet I have recently taken residence here. This mountain, this cave, and this pool now belong to me. If you have any sense, you will depart at once. Princess Jinbi's tone grew colder still. Depart? On what grounds? This mountain is unclaimed. We both may dwell here. Your desire to monopolize it is rather unreasonable, he countered. I am unreasonable. It is you who lacks understanding of precedence. She retorted, since we are discussing the principle of first come, first served, allow me to inform you that I have long resided in this cave. The cavern is remarkably spacious, measuring several dozen feet on each side, and it features a small spring that bubbles forth with crystal clear water, sweet and refreshing, is it not? The words of Leng Huanian sent a shiver down Princess Jinbi's spine. Could this person before her be the very murderer of her brother? lost in contemplation. Princess Jinbi was momentarily silent, prompting Leng Huanian to inquire further. Are you beginning to realize the lack of justification in your stance? If we are to speak of precedence, then this mountain, this cave, this clear pool should now belong to me. When did you take residence here? Not long ago. If you were to visit the cave, you might still catch a whiff of my lingering presence. A month ago, the gravity of the situation compelled Princess Jinbi to probe deeper. Roughly that time, sister. You seem troubled. I am fine, but you are in serious trouble. Have you killed someone here? Killed someone? Sister, what jest is this? I have never even harmed a chicken. How could I take a life? A wave of realization struck Leng Huanian, as he suddenly understood that the woman before him might belong to the Jinwu clan. Is that so? Rise. I intend to interrogate you thoroughly. I shall not. Refuse. And I might just beat you to death. Even if you did, I still would not rise. At the first layer of the divine refinement realm, it is no wonder you are so arrogant. Despite your youth, you possess some skill. Yet, in my presence, your abilities are insufficient. Princess Jinbi, at the peak of the divine refinement realm, regarded Leng Huanian as being a whole realm beneath her, and with such a disparity, she was confident of her superiority. Ignoring her, Leng Huanian floated on his back, drifting away while his gaze remained fixed on Jinbi, curious to see if she would strike unexpectedly. Princess Jinbi drew forth her golden sword, emblematic of the Jinwu family, and brandished it toward Leng Huanian, declaring, "If you do not rise, you shall slumber in this pool for eternity." Sister, with such celestial beauty, how can your heart harbor such malice? I am merely swimming here. And you would have my life? This is too much. Leng Huanian feigned innocence, suspended in the water's center. Who told you to disobey? My brother encountered peril here, and I must stay vigilant. I merely sought to frighten you. Had you complied and swum over, there would have been no trouble. Seizing the opportunity, Princess Jinbi sheathed her sword, and Leng Huanian, with a resigned demeanor, swam slowly to the shore and climbed out. You, how can you rise so abruptly? And in such a manner, desecrating my eyes? Sister, did you not beckon me to rise? You could have closed your eyes or turned away, yet you chose to gaze at me intently. Is my form truly so captivating? Bah, scoundrel, were it not for your appearance. Princess Jinbi nearly choked on her indignation. What of my appearance? Just a mere semblance of humanity, she chuckled. Seizing the moment, Leng Huanian quickly donned his clothes and, emboldened, teased, Sister, do you perhaps harbor a fondness for me? Bah, from whence do you derive such confidence to seek my favor? Do you have any inkling of my identity? Princess Jinbi's voice boomed, though a flicker of uncertainty danced within her heart. Ordinarily, this fellow would have met his demise by now, yet today, she found herself entangled in conversation with him. If I like you, then I like you. What is there to be ashamed of? For instance, I have an affinity for my sister. Is there anything wrong with that? You have feelings for me? Princess Jinbi trembled slightly. Is it not quite natural to admire my sister? She is breathtakingly beautiful, with a figure that is nothing short of divine. To not be enamored with her would be rather peculiar. Such sweet words. Have you been sampling honey? Indeed, it is honey. Would you care to have a taste, sister? Leng Huanian leaned closer to Princess Jinbi, who regarded him as if he were a peculiar creature. In the wind domain, such audacity in a man was unheard of, and her heart raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. Believing she might wish to experience that flavor, he pressed his lips gently against hers. A fleeting kiss that caused her to awaken from her reverie. While she was indeed alert, she found herself at a loss on how to respond to this man before her. You dare to seize my first kiss while I was unprepared? You shall pay dearly for this. Chapter 183. Love at first sight. Princess Jinbi's mind was aflame, and she drew her golden sword once more. Sister, did you just declare that this was your first kiss? Upon hearing this, Princess Jinbi nodded and remarked, Yes, now you comprehend the gravity of your transgression. I was prepared to sever your tongue, and then, before she could finish her sentence, Leng Huanian stepped forward, encircling her in his embrace and capturing her delicate lips in another kiss. Both lost themselves in the moment, and the golden sword had long since fallen to the ground. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Leng Huanian glanced at her, relieved to see her emotions stabilize. Do you wish for death? Princess Jinbi seemed to awaken from a dream, retrieving her golden sword. Leng Huanian grasped her fair wrist, sincerity etched upon his face. Sister, wait. You mentioned this was your first kiss, and thus, I dared to kiss you again. His words left Princess Jinbi in a haze, pondering, why? By declaring it your first kiss, you suggest that you have no beloved. Hence, I might seize the opportunity. With my appearance, talents, and capabilities, I trust you find me satisfactory. Otherwise, we would not be wasting time here. The most crucial point is, I feel quite guilty. Guilty? Guilty for what? That your first kiss was merely a fleeting brush, lacking depth. This will surely be a regret in your life. In the future, when you reminisce about this hasty first kiss, there will surely be a sense of longing. Thus, I resolved to seize the moment, not merely to relish the essence of that initial kiss, but to bestow upon you a more profound kiss. Are you content with our genuine first kiss? I am satisfied with your audacity. How dare you take advantage of me? Were it not for your evident sincerity, I would have truly severed your tongue and fed it to the dogs. The Princess of Golden Jade spoke with a fierce tongue, yet her eyes shimmered with a distant haze, betraying not a hint of animosity. This was her final display of restraint. Sister, Cold Huanian called out, disregarding her demeanor, as she stepped forward to gently embrace the princess, whispering softly in her ear, I am enamored with you. How can you be so quick? We have only just met. The princess had never encountered such a scene. Her heart raced fiercely, nearly leaping from her chest. She had witnessed many grand spectacles, yet had never been embraced or kissed by a man. Sister, this is love at first sight. From the very moment we laid eyes on each other, we felt a mutual attraction. It is destiny that we are meant to be together. Who claims to have fallen in love at first sight? The princess retorted. Yet she made no effort to push Cold Huanian away. For reasons unknown, she found herself relishing this sensation. I have fallen for you, sister. I shall not relent. You have bestowed your first kiss upon me, and I have chosen you. From henceforth, you shall be mine. Who is yours? My sister is now my beloved. Cold Huanian cradled the princess's face once more and captured her delicate lips in another kiss. After a prolonged moment, they parted. Cold Huanian gently pushed the princess away, speaking softly, This is your mountain, dear sister. I must take my leave. Leave? Where do you intend to go at this hour? The princess grasped Cold Huanian's garment tightly. Wherever fate takes me, I shall wander, making the world my home, adapting to circumstances. You scoundrel! After kissing this princess, you wish to flee? Wasn't it love at first sight? The princess was incensed, unaware that Cold Huanian was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. Where shall I sleep then? The cave is quite spacious. Surely it is sufficient for you? The princess felt a blush rise to her cheeks after her words. Very well. Cold Huanian followed the princess into the cave. Upon entering, she noticed a well-prepared bedding laid against the cave wall, which struck her as peculiar. Could it be that this woman, likely of the Golden Crow tribe, truly resided in this cave? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as they soon found themselves wrapped in each other's embrace. Beloved, I have forgotten something. I do not even know your name, and we have already come to this. Cold Huanian replied. I am called Cold Huanian. May I know my beloved's name? In a stunningly swift turn of events, these two peculiar souls found themselves sharing a bed without even exchanging names. It was perhaps the allure of beauty that had captivated Cold Huanian. A glance at the enchanting figure illuminated by moonlight had ensnared him, leaving him only with thoughts of soaring together. As for the Princess of Golden Jade, she too had strayed from her original intent of vengeance. Upon encountering Cold Huanian's extraordinary charm, she found herself momentarily lost in her resolve. Indeed, whether man or woman, all are creatures of sight. No one can resist beauty. I am called Golden Jade. What? What is your name? Cold Huanian had an inkling of her identity, but he merely assumed that this captivating woman was a member of the Golden Crow tribe. How could he fathom that she was a princess? How could a princess be found in such desolate mountains, let alone sleep alone in a cave? Jinbai, you may also refer to me as Princess Jinbai, for I am the princess of the Jinwu clan. You are a princess? Why are you alone here? Leng Huanian's emotions were a mixture of conflict and unease. Princess Jinbai, being quite perceptive, sensed a change in her beloved's demeanor and gently inquired, Husband, what troubles you? Is it not sufficient that I am a princess? You need not feel pressured. After much contemplation, Leng Huanian resolved to confide in his bedside companion, for he had never concealed significant matters from her. What he was about to disclose was indeed of monumental importance. Buyer, the information I am about to share may be overwhelming, but I implore you to remain calm after you have heard it. Chapter 184. The Shift of Love and Hatred. Husband, Please do not frighten me. Princess Jinbai immediately sensed that something was amiss. Over a month ago, I took the life of a man here, only to later discover that he was the Jinwu prince, Jin Kan. The revelation struck her like a thunderclap, causing her head to spin and her ears to ring. My dear, it does not end there. Prior to that, I killed the Jinwu third prince, Jin Huang, in the ice and snow forest. Leng Huanian, filled with compassion, embraced the bewildered Jinbai, gently patting her back. My dear, do not blame me. I truly did not know they were your brothers. They sought to kill me first, and I acted in self-defense. Princess Jinbai remained in a state of shock, devoid of anger or sorrow, a sight that pained Leng Huanian deeply. He held her tightly, softly caressing her back and placing tender kisses upon her forehead. My dear, you do not intend to seek vengeance against me for their deaths, do you? I am truly innocent. They both sought my life, and I could not simply await my demise. Jinbai's vacant gaze refocused on Leng Huanian. You scoundrel! You took my body and killed my brothers. What am I to do? In her confusion, she bit down fiercely on Leng Huanian's chest. The bite lingered for an eternity, eventually drawing blood, which she eagerly lapped up. Seeing that she had only scolded him a couple of times and bitten him once, Leng Huanian felt a sense of relief. My dear, do you no longer hold any grievances against me? The storm he had anticipated never materialized. Regardless, one side is my husband, and the other is my brothers. My husband is ultimately the one destined to accompany me for a lifetime. My dear, you truly possess great wisdom. I have not misjudged you. The root of the issue lay in the fact that her three brothers were not worth much. She was well aware of their true nature. Indeed, responded Leng Huanian, puzzled by her words. My husband, I have severed all ties with the Jinwu clan. Now, I have only you. Princess Jinbai clung tightly to Leng Huanian. Buyer, what on earth is happening? The Jinwu clan intends to forge a union with the Zhuge clan, seizing the opportunity to marry off their daughter to the mad prince of Zhuge. Naturally, I vehemently oppose this. However, my father has made his decision, leaving me with no choice but to flee my home, thereby severing all ties with the Jinwu clan. The mastermind behind this treacherous proposal is none other than my brother, Jin Hui, who seeks to marry me off to the Zhuge clan, believing that as a gesture of goodwill, they would wed their precious princess Honglan to him. My brother is utterly despicable and deserves to be punished. As long as he lives, should you encounter him, I implore you to avenge me without mercy. My escape from Jinwu Mountain is entirely his doing. Rest assured, I shall not hold back. He is less than a beast. My beloved, I must confess that my earlier reaction stemmed from an overwhelming difficulty in accepting the situation, not from any hatred towards you for their demise. The Jinwu clan has always favored males over females. Despite my status as a princess, I have been overshadowed by my three brothers throughout my life. Ultimately, I am but a woman, forever relegated to the background, never receiving the recognition I deserve. Alas, how I have suffered over the years. From now on, we shall never return to Jinwu Mountain, and I shall cherish you dearly. Those two brothers of mine, whom you have slain, were no better than my second brother. I have endured much hardship because of them. Therefore, my dear husband, do you understand now? I comprehend fully. As your husband, I shall protect you for eternity. Such a precious gem as you, the Jinwu clan fails to appreciate, but I shall treasure you. How absurd. They continue to believe that my two brothers were murdered by the Qinglan clan and are plotting to unite the three clans to attack Qinglan Peak. The Jinwu clan seeks to unite with the three clans? Indeed, the Feng clan has always been obedient to the Jinwu clan, and the Zhuge clan employs marriage as a means to draw them closer, uniting forces against the Empress of Qinglan. It is a well-conceived plan. Had my beloved not had her own aspirations, it might have come to fruition. I could never marry that mad prince. I am not selfless enough to sacrifice my own happiness for the sake of the clan. The Jinwu clan has wronged you first, and your actions are undoubtedly wise. Had I received even a modicum of attention and care throughout my life, we might not have reached this point of irrevocable estrangement. Do not fret, buyer. What does it matter if you lose the Jinwu clan, or even the entire world? You still have me. My husband, now I truly have only you. Jinbi buried her lovely face in Leng Huanian's embrace, finding solace in his presence. Buyer, I am not an ordinary individual. You will surely be grateful that you encountered me today and chose to walk this path with me. Is your background quite profound, my husband? What do you think? I sense that you are extraordinary. You appear quite young, not even 20 yet, and I cannot fathom the illustrious family that could cultivate such a genius as you. Chapter 185. Please take care of me, buyer. What is it that you truly desire? Leng Huanian gently brushed his fingers along her delicate nose. Everything. I wish to enhance my bloodline and elevate my realm. Jinbi lay nestled in Leng Huanian's embrace, exhaling softly like an orchid. My lord, you have now left an everlasting mark upon me. Indeed, buyer has completely become your woman, one of the wives of the Leng family. One of them? Do you have many wives, my lord? Yes, there are probably around 20. What? My lord, surely you jest. Buyer, how could I possibly jest about such matters? Are you an emperor? With so many wives, isn't this akin to an imperial harem? I am far from an emperor. They have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with at least 3,000 beauties. In truth, with your talent and cultivation, you surpass any emperor. When my father was your age, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of your figure, yet he married dozens of women. So, you do not hold it against me? It is a normal occurrence. What is there to blame? As long as all your women are virtuous, I can accept it with ease. All are virtuous women, each possessing stunning beauty, noble bloodlines, exceptional talents, and amiable dispositions. My lord, why do I feel as though you are not speaking of your wives, but rather of celestial beings? They are no different than celestial maidens. My lord, I can hardly wait to meet them. Divine dragons, phoenixes, snow foxes, and azure larks. My, what remarkable beings they must be. You shall see for yourself. Come with me to the Azure Lark Peak. I currently reside in the Azure Lark Palace. Have you taken a liking to the Azure Lark Princess? You are half right. Both the Azure Lark Princess and the Azure Lark Empress are now my women. My lord, you are truly formidable. I do not feel wrong to be in your grasp. Can that truly be called being in my grasp? You have caught a golden son-in-law. My lord, you have a point. Ultimately, I have profited. With you, I possess everything. Then, in the future, be wholeheartedly my wife. And I shall ensure you ascend to the heavens, attain immortality, and retain eternal youth. Excellent. Buyer, let us return to the Azure Lark Peak. My lord, may I be held a little longer? I am still somewhat apprehensive about meeting the Azure Lark Empress. She is now at the immortal spirit realm. And the last time I was before her, I could hardly hold my head high. Last time, your identity was that of the Golden Crow Princess. And she certainly did not take kindly to you. This time, you are my wife, her sister. How could she possibly treat you with disdain? Then, my lord, let us be on our way. Indeed, the two embraced for a long while before reluctantly rising. Leng Huanian had not returned all night, causing concern among the women. But the Azure Lark Empress remained as steadfast as a mountain. She had used her divine perception to survey the entire Azure Lark clan's territory and discovered that her beloved had subdued another beauty. One she recognized, none other than the Golden Crow Princess, Jinbi. The Azure Lark Empress could not help but marvel at her husband's allure. He was truly a slayer of beauties. Sisters, come here, come to welcome our lord and the new sister he has brought back. Ah! The gathering of beautiful women collectively gasped, realizing that their lord had returned with a woman after just one night away. Shinru, who is the one our lord has brought back? The eldest wife, Dugu Jints, posed the question that weighed on everyone's minds. A woman of unparalleled beauty and irresistible allure, whose existence is beyond imagination. I cannot divulge her identity just yet. I shall reserve this suspense until the end, allowing you to marvel at my husband's charm. When Leng Huanian returned to Qinglan Peak, hand in hand with Princess Jinbi, they were astonished by the spectacle before them. Over 20 breathtaking women awaited their arrival at the gates of Qinglan Palace. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Princess Jinbi, who had encountered various grand occasions, had never witnessed such a scene nor imagined that my husband's numerous consorts would line up to welcome her. It was a dreamlike tableau. Princess Jinbi. The first to be taken aback was Princess Qinglan, who then gasped in astonishment. In truth, the women accompanying Leng Huanian had just emerged from a secluded world. They did not recognize Princess Jinbi. However, in the past 2 days, Princess Qinglan and the Empress of Qinglan had elucidated the entanglements between Leng Huanian and the Jinwu clan. Who is Princess Jinbi? Lin Wanner gently tugged at Princess Qinglan's sleeve. She is the princess of the Jinwu clan, Jinbi. Ah! As soon as Princess Qinglan uttered these words, a chorus of gasps ensued. The Jinwu princess. They were aware that their beloved had recently vanquished 2 princes of the Jinwu clan, one of whom was the Crown Prince. Do you think my lord has revealed the truth to that Princess Jinbi? Recently, Dugu Jins had been interacting more with Lan Mengyao. Given my husband's character, he would undoubtedly have been candid with her. He is sincere, never concealing either good or ill tidings. I surmise so as well. As Leng Huanian approached the gathered women, hand in hand with Princess Jinbi, they all greeted her with warm smiles. At this moment, Princess Jinbi was not merely the Jinwu princess, but rather the beloved of Leng Huanian. The women, possessing great magnanimity, welcomed her with open hearts. Allow me to introduce you all. This is Princess Jinbi of the Jinwu clan. Giggles erupted at Leng Huanian's introduction. My lord, we are all aware now. Leng Huanian glanced at the Empress of Qing Lan and Princess Qing Lan, for they were the only 2 who had met Princess Jinbi before. My lord, I could not contain myself. I truly did not anticipate that you would come together. Is there any place in life where love does not bloom? By the way, my lord, does she know about your connections with the Jinwu clan? By the end of her sentence, the Empress of Qing Lan had lowered her voice to a mere whisper. Buyer was already aware. The Empress of Qing Lan nodded approvingly. Buyer, these are all my consorts. Please meet them one by one. Greetings, sisters. I am Jinbi. I apologize for my tardiness and hope to be well received. Princess Jinbi bowed deeply to everyone. Welcome, buyer, to our Leng family. My lord, who is this sister? She is Dugu Jins, the matriarch of the Leng family. Greetings, Sister Dugu. Princess Jinbi bowed once more to Dugu Jins. Dear sister, there is no need for such formalities. Once you enter the Leng family, we are all one family. Chapter 186. Harmonious coexistence. As the sisters met, the atmosphere was harmonious, and Leng Huanian felt a sense of relief. The contributions of Dugu Jins and the Empress of Qing Lan were invaluable. At this point, more than 20 enchanting beauties of Leng Huanian had taken up residence at Qing Lan Peak, holding the elegant Dugu Jins in his embrace. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with this lady. My dear, how wonderful it would be if we could have a child, he mused. Are you determined to have a child, my husband? She inquired. Let us wait a while. The conflict between the Jinwu and Zhuge clans is inevitable, and I would prefer our child to be born in a time of peace, free from the chaos of war and bloodshed. Indeed, we have a long journey ahead. There is no need to rush. It is only because you are so remarkable, my dear. I am fortunate to have so many beauties by my side. Yet you remain in my thoughts. You are my Jins, the most important woman in my heart. This is a sentiment I can only share with you, he declared, holding her even closer. My husband, is this the deepest form of love between a man and a woman? She asked. It is close. To possess each other's bodies is fundamental, but the intertwining of our hearts is a deeper connection. To encounter you, my husband, seems to bestow upon me a significant fortune in this life. In truth, meeting you has also been my great fortune. My life underwent a dramatic transformation after our paths crossed. My husband, the Nangwa aunt and niece are also pivotal in your life. Yes, particularly Fair. Had she not chastised me in my youth, I would not have learned so much. My husband, she actually whipped you? How cruel. Do you harbor resentment towards her? No, I could never resent any woman in my life. You are a good husband. As myriad blossoms flourished on Qingwan Peak, a serene atmosphere enveloped the scene. While the Jinwu clan found themselves in disarray. Jinquan, has the princess not yet been located? Did I not instruct you to dispatch additional personnel? Ji Miao exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. The princess had vanished for over a month, and despite scouring the Jinwu territory, not a trace had been found. I am inept. I have searched throughout the Jinwu clan and even sought the Feng clan, yet there is still no sign of the princess. Sigh, we must intensify our efforts. Second master. In my humble opinion, the princess may have already left the Jinwu clan. Why would she think so poorly of herself? What is wrong with the Zhuge prince? Jinquan, do you believe it is possible that Jinbi has sought refuge with the Zhuge clan? Not likely. She must harbor great resentment towards the Zhuge clan. Thus I think it improbable that she would go there. Where do you think Jinbi is most likely to go? Ji Miao, appreciating Jinqian's intellect, sought his insight. The Qingwan clan. However, Jinqian's answer plunged Ji Miao into silence. It was not that he had not considered it, but rather that he dared not entertain the thought. If Jinbi were to seek sanctuary with the Qingwan clan, it would signify a complete severance from the Jinwu clan. You may go anywhere, but you must not venture to the enemy's domain. The Qing Lan clan was currently the most formidable adversary of the Jinwu clan in the Wen domain, as the deaths of the first and third princes had led many to believe the Qing Lan clan was responsible. Go now, Jin Xian. You shall personally lead the search for the Qing Lan clan. Understood. The keenly perceptive Jin Quan returned from the Qing Lan clan after 3 days. Bearing astonishing news, Princess Jin Bai had ascended to the Weiyang Palace atop Qinglan Peak. This revelation incensed Jin Yan, the chieftain of the Jinwu clan. Yet his vexation was compounded by the fact that the betrothal gifts from the Zhuge clan had already arrived. How could he possibly inform Hong Hao Tian that Princess Jin Bai had vanished? Would the two clans still maintain their relations thereafter? Brother, what shall we do now? Jin Miao fretted, restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. Perhaps we should be forthright with Hong Hao Tian at this juncture. We can no longer afford to be concerned with appearances. Jin Yin felt profoundly wounded by the betrayal of his own daughter, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. Father, what if we claim that my sister was abducted by the Qinglan clan? Surely, Hong Hao Tian would not stand idly by as the bride destined for Zhuge City is seized by another. This could fortuitously forge an alliance between our clans to confront the Qinglan clan together. Jin Hui sought to extract some advantage from this predicament. Being the last prince of the Jinwu clan, he now brimmed with confidence and audacity, no longer content to linger in the shadow of the crown prince. Excellent suggestion. Regardless of whether Hong Laoguai believes it, this is indeed a brilliant idea. Huier, you are remarkable. Jin Miao's satisfaction with Jin Hui grew. He surmised that his capabilities as a crown prince might rival those of Jin Can. Second brother, to demonstrate our sincerity, I shall personally visit Zhuge City. If all goes well, Hong Laoguai and I can ascend Qinglan Peak together. Brother, let me accompany you, for it seems we may truly need to take decisive action. Father, I wish to go as well. Jin Hui desired to make an impression before Hong Hao Tian. And if Princess Hong Lan were to accompany them, it would be even more fortuitous. Very well, the 12 golden crows will remain behind. Second brother, third brother. And Huier shall accompany me to Zhuge City. Thus, Jin Yan, the chieftain of the Jinwu clan, led an elite contingent straight to Zhuge City. Upon hearing that Jin Yan himself was coming to Zhuge City, Hong Hao Tian felt puzzled. Was it customary for a chieftain to personally visit for a mere alliance? However, his bewilderment turned to fury upon hearing Jin Yan declare that Princess Jin Bai had been abducted by the Qinglan clan. How dare they seize my family's bride? Jin clan leader, do you dare accompany me to Qinglan Peak to reclaim Princess Jin Bai? Why not? I am eager to witness the true nature of the Emperor's divine realm. Father, I shall accompany you to Qinglan Peak. Hong Lan stepped forward, eager to behold the grandeur of the Emperor's divine realm. Lanner, go see if your brother has emerged from seclusion. He should lend his strength, as this concerns his future bride. Father, I shall do so at once. Princess Hong Lan, may I accompany you? Jin Hui sought to draw closer to Princess Hong Lan, only to be halted by her attendant. Second prince, please maintain your distance from the princess. Jin Hui, sensing the situation, halted in his tracks, foolishly watching as Princess Hong Lan moved further away, feeling somewhat foolish for his efforts. At the Weiyang Palace, Princess Hong Lan arrived precisely when needed. Hong Yun had just emerged from his seclusion the previous day. Sister, what brings you to my Palace of Destiny today? It is rare for us siblings to meet. Most of the time, I am engrossed in my training, often secluding myself, leaving little opportunity for our encounters. My dear elder brother, how can you remain so composed when your wife has been abducted? Wife? What wife? During your recent seclusion, our father arranged a marriage for you. What marriage? I have no need for such matters. I am far too occupied with my practice to concern myself with pleasing a wife. Brother, do you truly intend to dedicate your entire life to training, forsaking both wife and children? Alas, sister, you know that apart from my training, I hold little interest in other pursuits. Do you not wish to know who you are to wed? Does it truly matter? Your tone has unsettled even me. And this stubborn mule leaves me speechless. It is the Princess Jinbi of the Jinwu clan. Hong Yun's body quivered slightly before returning to its previous state. Yet his subtle change did not escape the discerning eyes of Princess Hong Lan. It seems my elder brother is not entirely indifferent to matters of the heart. Do not speak nonsense. Our father and the chieftain of the Jinwu clan are ascending Qinglan Peak to seek an explanation from the Emperor of Qinglan. As the Jinwu clan has received word that my future sister-in-law has been taken, what concern is it of mine? Huanian has a stubborn temperament. The Princess Jinbi, your future bride, my future sister-in-law, has been abducted. Do you not see the connection? If you have no desire to act, then I shall depart immediately. I shall go. Princess Honglan smiled and turned to leave the Palace of Destiny, leaving behind 4 words. Let us depart at once. Huanian stood rooted in place, tightly clenching his fists, determined to retrieve his future bride by his own strength. The Jinwu and Zhuge clans joined forces, their might overwhelming as they approached the Qinglan clan, unrestrained, making their way directly to Qinglan Peak. As they crossed into the territory of the Qinglan clan, the Emperor of Qinglan sensed their presence immediately. She extended her divine awareness and discovered the united forces of the Jinwu and Zhuge clans, a smirk of disdain curling her lips. My husband, the Jinwu clan and the Zhuge clan have allied to approach Qinglan Peak. They have finally come together. Can you withstand this? With 2 peak celestial beings and several at the initial stage, truth be told, I am uncertain about the outcome if they strike together, yet I do not fear them. Jinbi, analyze how the Jinwu and Zhuge clans suddenly forged this alliance. Your abrupt departure led to the dissolution of the proposed union. Should they not be enemies? Today, Leng Huanian was enjoying tea and conversation with his beloved atop Qinglan Peak, entirely unprepared for such a significant revelation from the Emperor of Qinglan. Having left the Jinwu clan and witnessed the failure of the union, their alliance can only mean one thing. The Jinwu clan informed the Zhuge clan of my abduction by the Qinglan clan. Quite reasonable. Indeed, a woman of both beauty and intellect. Dugu Jins could not help but applaud her. For the sake of safety, all of you should enter the small world. Ruer, Xian E, Bayer, Longxi, Luo Bing, Yao Guang, and I shall remain. My husband, we must stay and fight together. How could Dugu Jins bear to leave? Jins, you should take everyone into the small world first. If they see so many beauties here, they will go mad. My husband speaks wisely. Sisters, follow me into the small world. Dugu Jins earnestly addressed the Empress Qinglan. Xian Ru, you must protect my husband well. Rest assured, I shall safeguard him with my life. My husband, you must take care. We are all counting on you. Do not worry. Leng Huanian ushered the ladies into the small world. The Empress Qinglan was fully aware of the movements of the Jinwu and Zhuge clans, as her adversaries approached step by step, yet her demeanor remained calm. The alliance from the 2 clans comprised no more than 100 individuals, for such battles were determined by the highest levels of power. Numbers alone could not resolve the conflict, and perhaps only a few could truly make a difference. When the alliance reached the Empress Qinglan, they realized she seemed to be waiting for them, and of course, they immediately spotted Princess Jinbi. Jinbi, you have indeed been captured by the Qinglan clan and brought to Qinglan Peak. Jingxinru, I know your realm is high, but you must adhere to the rules of the Wind Domain. Quickly return Jinbi to me. Jin Yin still believed that his daughter was abducted to Qinglan Peak. Jingxinru, as a dignified emperor god, what prowess is it to capture a junior? Today, by taking my Zhuge clan's daughter-in-law, you have forged a deadly enmity with me. Hong Haoyan, TSK. You 2 old fellows truly know how to dramatize things. Who told you that Jinbi was captured by the Qinglan clan? Ask her whether she was abducted to Qinglan Peak. Princess Jinbi gradually stepped forward, her expression revealing a sense of liberation. Father, I do not wish to marry into the Zhuge clan. I left Jinwu Mountain of my own accord, not because I was taken by anyone. This. Jin Yin felt a mix of anger, frustrated by his daughter's lack of understanding, and embarrassment for making such a fuss only to find this was the case. Of course, the one who felt even more awkward was Hong Haoyan, who had come to rescue his daughter-in-law, only to find that she did not acknowledge the marriage and had no desire to wed into the Zhuge clan. What could he say? Nothing at all. Hong Yun remained silent throughout, his fists clenched tightly, feeling the sting of humiliation. Princess Honglan gazed at Princess Jinbi, noticing her growing beauty. Her skin appeared as tender and smooth as snow, simply exquisite to the utmost degree. Everyone, please return. The Qinglan clan does not entertain uninvited guests. The Empress Qinglan issued an eviction order. True to her past character, she would usually demand something from these intruders before allowing them to leave, but now, with Leng Huanian by her side, she wished to maintain a low profile until her beloved matured. Jin Yin cupped his fists toward the Empress Qinglan and said, I apologize for the disturbance today. Please do not take offense, Your Majesty. Jinbai, return to Jinwu Mountain at once. Princess Jinbi clenched her fists, remaining silent and motionless. Leng Huanian approached her side, gently patting her shoulder to offer comfort. Then bowed respectfully to Jin Yan, stating, esteemed father-in-law, Buyer wishes to stay at Qinglan Peak for a few days. Whenever she desires to return to Jinwu Mountain, I shall accompany her. Chapter 188. Departing from Jinwu, who are you to brazenly claim relations here? Jin Yan seethed with barely contained rage, seeking an outlet for his frustration. He longed to confront Leng Huanian, yet restrained himself from resorting to violence, instead opting for a scathing rebuke. I am Bayer's partner, and you are her father. Should I address you as Old Deng instead? Seeking death, are you? Though Jin Yan held the title of clan leader, he was, in truth, the great emperor of Jinwu. Rarely had he endured such indignities, especially from a young man who audaciously claimed to be his son-in-law. He raised his hand, prepared to strike Leng Huanian. However, with the Qinglan Empress present, even if he refrained from inflicting serious harm, he desired to leave the young man severely wounded. At that moment, Princess Jinbi stepped protectively in front of Leng Huanian, defiantly locking eyes with her father. Jin Yan was nearly beside himself with anger. It was evident that the girl was defying him, exhibiting a rebellious streak. His frustration mounted as he contemplated a drastic measure to strike both daughter and son-in-law in one fell swoop. Yet, his intentions did not go unnoticed. The Qinglan Empress sternly warned him, Jin Yan, this man is your daughter's partner and also mine. Should you dare to harm him, I will ensure that the Jinwu clan is left with nothing. Test me if you wish. The members of the Jinwu clan were taken aback by the Empress's declaration, their hearts racing with trepidation. Their gazes toward Leng Huanian shifted, now tinged with awe. Who was this young man who had captured the heart of the Qinglan Empress? Father-in-law, I must insist you return. There is no possibility of Buyer accompanying you back to Jinwu Mountain today, Leng Huanian interjected. Jin Yan, seething with fury, turned to Princess Jinbi, declaring, if you do not return to the Jinwu clan today, I shall consider you no daughter of mine. You may never return again. At his words, Princess Jinbi trembled slightly. It appeared her father was severing their ties. Leng Huanian gently enveloped her in his embrace, providing solace. Jin Yan, Buyer is the woman I cherish deeply. No one, not even her father, shall threaten her. Today, I urge you to temper your aggression, lest you find yourself kneeling one day, pleading for me to accept you as my father-in-law. That would indeed be a most awkward position for you. The atmosphere erupted. Not only were the Jinwu clan members in an uproar, but the Zhuge clan was no less perturbed. Their glares at Leng Huanian were filled with murderous intent. His words were undeniably audacious, for Jin Yan was the great emperor of Jinwu, a titan within the Wind domain. They yearned to rush forth and pummel Leng Huanian into submission, yet none dared to act, for the Qinglan Empress had made her stance clear. Leng Huanian was her man. To harm him would be to declare war against the Qinglan Empress herself, a direct challenge to the realm of the divine emperors. Old Jin, did you know about this matter from the very beginning? Today, you summoned me, the Zhuge clan, to help you save face, did you not? Hong Haotian felt a tinge of displeasure. It is truly naive to be pleased when one is being used. Hong Leiguai, do not overthink it. I genuinely wish to form a familial bond with you. Are you seeking to establish a family connection, or do you intend to roast me over the flames? I cannot meddle in your Jinwu clan's affairs, nor can we aspire to the status of your clan's saintess. Hong Haotian could no longer endure the situation. He felt utterly humiliated. The promised union had not even materialized, and already his son Hongyun's head was adorned with shame. Fortunately, the alliance between the two families was still in its nascent stage, without substantial repercussions. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous disgrace, making it difficult for both Hong Haotian and Hongyun to hold their heads high in the Wind domain. Let us depart. With a grand gesture, Hong Haotian commanded the entirety of the Zhuge clan to return to Zhuge City. Before leaving, Hongyun cast a lingering glance at Princess Jinbi, while Honglan did the same towards Leng Huanian. The Jinwu clan now found themselves in an awkward predicament. Their originally balanced alliance was now significantly diminished. Chief Jin, are you not leaving? Do you intend to stay for a meal before departing? If it were not for Princess Jinbi's presence, Empress Qinglan would have already sent Jin Yan down the mountain. Jin Yan's face oscillated between shades of green and white. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Let us return to the mountain. As Jin Yan rallied the Jinwu clan to leave, Empress Qing Lan interjected, Chief Jin, do not be oblivious to your good fortune. To have such an excellent son-in-law and not cherish him will lead you to regret. Jin Yan clenched his teeth and promptly led his people down from Qingwan Peak. The joint forces of both clans ultimately dissipated without resolution. My dear, they have all departed. We have emerged from this ordeal unscathed. My love, you have worked hard. Leng Huanian enveloped Empress Qing Lan in his embrace, exhaling a sigh of relief. Why do you hold on to me so tightly? Is it that you adore me so? Indeed. Thanks to you, my dear. Your sturdy legs provide me with a sense of security. Huh, my legs are sturdy? Empress Qing Lan was displeased. My dear misunderstands. Your legs are indeed delicate and graceful. I was referring to your formidable strength, my solid support. This time, Sister Jinbi has fallen out with the Jinwu clan for your sake. Henceforth, you must cherish her and ensure she does not lose both her home and husband. Rest assured, my dear, as long as she is my Leng Huanian's woman, I shall treasure her dearly and never let her down. I must make amends. My love, today we owe our safety to Sister Shinru. Without her, we would have met our doom. Thus, you should reward Sister Shinru. This, Leng Huanian found himself in a dilemma. Jinbi had a point. Silly girl, do you think I merely wanted to accompany you? I have ascended to the realm of the Emperor God. While you still possess ample room for growth, I sincerely hope you can elevate your status swiftly so that you may become a steadfast support for your husband. It is crucial that each of you achieves eternal life, for he is a sentimental soul. Should any of his women depart from him, it would shatter his spirit. Understood. Thank you for your understanding, dear sister. That night, cold Huanyan remained by Princess Jinbai's side. My husband, it seems I am left with only you now. Is my presence not sufficient? That household is no longer worth returning to. As a woman, you are merely a stepping stone and tool for the glory of your family. My husband, I comprehend and have come to terms with reality. There will inevitably be a twinge of heartache. After all, it is still your family. And Jin Yan is your father. Fear not, my dear. One day they will plead for your return to Jinwu Mountain. I can relinquish everything else. But I find it difficult to let go of my mother. The Empress Fu Feng? Indeed. Has my husband heard of my mother? I have heard Xiani mention her. Your mother was indeed a great beauty. Your exquisite looks must stem from her remarkable genes. Chapter 189, Within Reach. Not only is my mother beautiful in appearance, but she possesses a kind heart as well. She is the only one from the Jinwu clan who has treated me better than my brothers. Very well. I shall recognize this esteemed mother-in-law. My husband, fortunately, I still have you. Indeed, I consider myself fortunate as well. Had you accompanied them back to Jinwu Mountain today, I would have found myself in a predicament. That will not occur. I am not foolish. My husband is my treasure, and I wish to remain by his side every day. If you cling to me daily, I fear you may tire of me sooner or later. How could that be possible? Jinbai's face flushed slightly, an irresistible allure. This prompted cold Huanyan to draw her tightly into his embrace. Jin Yan led the Jinwu clan back to Jinwu Mountain. Clan leader, I have urgent news to report. Jin Quan knelt before Jin Yan. Speak. I detected several unique auras at Qingwan Peak, those of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Illusory Demon Clan. What is so peculiar about that? Jin Miao interjected. Ordinarily, these auras would not raise any alarms. However, one of them possesses a particularly unusual dragon aura, a phoenix aura, and an illusory demon aura. What? Jin Quan, are you suggesting that the culprits who murdered Kan Air and Huang Air are at Qingwan Peak? Indeed, clan leader, my assessment leads me to believe so. Then why did you not voice this in front of everyone at Qingwan Peak? Jin Yan's tone grew stern. I feared that the clan leader's anger might provoke a direct confrontation with the emperor of the Qingwan, placing our Jin Wu clan in peril. Elder brother, Jin Quan makes a valid point. Were it me, I would have acted as well. Perhaps they have already met their demise. What shall we do? This enmity cannot go unpunished. I must seek vengeance. Elder brother, aside from allying with the Zhuke clan, we stand no chance in confronting the Qingwan Empress alone. The Zhuke clan? Our alliance is already in shambles. They are not foolish enough to provoke the Qingwan Empress on behalf of the Jinwu clan. Indeed, there are no such fools in this world. Father, I have conceived a brilliant idea. I am certain that Leng Huanian would agree to join forces with us to attack the Qingwan clan. Oh, what a marvelous idea. Do share it with me. Jin Yin felt that after losing 2 sons, this one suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. Father, this matter is of great significance. I can only divulge this idea to you alone. You all may leave. Jin Yin gestured for everyone to depart. Jin Miao and Jin's son were taken aback. This nephew was even wary of his own kin. The two reluctantly withdrew, feeling a sense of discomfort in their hearts. Queer. What is this idea that you speak of so mysteriously? Father, in order to persuade Hong Haoyan to assist us, we must offer him a sufficiently grand temptation, one that surpasses even the allure of Sister Jean by marrying into the Zhuge clan. Oh, what could our Jinwu clan possibly possess that would compel the old monster to risk danger and ally with us against the realm of the Emperor God? The Queen of Fufeng. What do you mean? If you were to grant the Queen of Fufeng to Hong Haoyan, he would undoubtedly agree to collaborate with you. Slap. Jin Yin struck Jin Hui, causing him to spin thrice in place. Unfilial child. Jin Yin was prepared to deliver 18 more slaps to Jin Hui until his face was utterly marred. However, Jin Hui seemed to make no attempt to evade. He raised his head and allowed Jin Yin to strike, which made it difficult for Jin Yin to continue. Father, may I finish speaking? Go ahead. If Hong Haoyan covets anything from the Jinwu clan, it must be the Queen of Fufeng. I have heard that Hong Haoyan once fervently pursued the Queen, but his dreams were shattered when her family insisted on marrying her to Jinwu Mountain. The Queen of Fufeng, the Queen of Fufeng, she is your mother. Do you not possess a shred of filial piety? Father, you may deceive your son, but do not deceive yourself. Which of us 3 brothers is her offspring? How do you know this? I know not only that we 3 brothers are not the children of the Queen of Fufeng, but I also know that although Sister Jean Bai is the daughter of the Queen, she is not your flesh and blood. Jin Yan's countenance fell, and he slumped into a chair, weary. I ask you, how did you acquire this knowledge? It was told to me by Qiao Rong, the daughter of the Queen's wet nurse, Qiao Mama. Why would Qiao Rong share this with you? Because Qiao Rong has become my confidant. Wretched creature, you would go to such lengths to uncover the Queen's secrets. With gain comes loss. I am willing to sacrifice everything for the Jinwu clan. I wonder, would you be willing to forsake a queen more exquisite than the heavens for the sake of the Jinwu clan? Your intentions likely extend beyond this. Speak. What additional demands do you have? I wish to personally journey to Zhuge City to present this condition to Hong Haoyan, and also to discuss my marriage with Hong Lan. You have not yet given up hope? Father, as long as life endures, so too do dreams. Your courage is commendable, yet Hong Haoyan's previous stance was resolute. Hong Lan is a treasure of the Zhuge clan. Father, it is precisely because of Hong Lan's exceptional qualities that one might ponder the potential elevation of our Jinwu clan should she become our bride. The Jinwu clan would undoubtedly ascend to become one of the most distinguished races in the celestial realm, allowing my progeny to bring glory to our lineage, thus enabling you to stand tall before our ancestors. Alas, your ruthlessness is evident. Merely allowing Fufeng to become Hong Haoyan's consort has tarnished my reputation and that of the Jinwu clan. Father, must we lay everything bare? Let us allow the old monster Hong to savor a few sweet victories. This way, we can continue to keep him in check. After all, the Empress Fufeng shares no genuine bond with you, being merely a union of families. Her heart has never truly resided with you. Rather than this, it would be prudent to offer this woman to Hong Haoyan, thereby securing the greatest advantage for the Jinwu clan. It may seem straightforward, but how could Fufeng possibly agree? Why would she not acquiesce? The 4 children of the Jinwu clan bear no relation to you. She cannot be without fault. If she is unafraid of the truth coming to light and sullying her family's name, her only choice is to comply. I shall speak with her. Please remain calm. My child, await good news. Jin Yin lingered outside the Empress Fufeng's palace for an extended period before finally mustering the courage to enter the Jin Feng Pavilion. His feelings for the Empress were a tumultuous blend of love and resentment, yet he found it imperative to confront certain matters that had long troubled his heart. Though he lacked the fortitude to act, the fact remained that his Empress had borne a child, and he was bound to inquire about its origins. Were it not for the Empress's formidable prowess and her family's formidable influence, he believed he would have uncovered the truth long ago. Chapter 190. A Peerless Treasure, Your Majesty. Upon entering, he found Empress Fufeng meticulously grooming herself before a mirror, stirring discontent within him. A woman adorns herself for the one she wishes to impress. For whom? He wondered. Was she preparing herself? Your Majesty. In private, their exchanges were always laced with such formality, while in public, they feigned a harmonious facade. Buyer, who does she belong to? Your Majesty, Buyer is an adopted child. I have repeated this countless times. Yet, why does she bear such a striking resemblance to you? Because she is the child of my sister. Alas, I know I should not complain, if blame must be assigned. It lies with the day of my coming of age when I sustained an injury that hindered your transformation into a true woman. Your Majesty, the union of our clans was intended solely for mutual benefit. I harbor no grievances against you. Let us pass our days in tranquility. Is there something that discontent you? Content. How can I be content when 2 of my 3 sons have been slain? I must seek vengeance for them. What face do I have left to stand upon Jinwu Mountain? Your Majesty, there is no need for anger. None of the 3 sons were born of you. I trust you do not grieve too deeply. How can I not grieve? Caring for pets over the decades has fostered attachments, has it not? Your Majesty, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. There is no need for convoluted expressions. It is unlikely that you would visit my Jinfeng pavilion without reason. The Empress, true to her nature, was direct. Then I shall be forthright. I have discovered the identity of the one who murdered Canner and Huanger. It is the Qing Lan Empress. I seek to exact revenge upon her. It has come to my attention that the Empress Qing Lan has ascended to the realm of the divine. You ought not to seek my assistance, for I am powerless. What if I were to ally with the Zhuge clan? What if I were to enlist the ancient figure, Hong, to join forces against the Empress Qing Lan? Such fanciful notions, he is not so foolish. Whether he is foolish or not remains uncertain. But I am well aware that throughout the years, he has harbored unwavering thoughts of you. Fufeng, perhaps you could extend a hand to aid me and the Jinwu clan. The time has come for the revelation of the true intent. What do you mean by that? Fufeng, the Empress, began to sense an underlying disturbance. You must dedicate yourself to Hong, trusting that he will lend his strength alongside mine against the Empress Qing Lan. What nonsense is this? I have never heard of anyone willingly donning a green hat. If I cannot possess your heart, surely you can render some assistance to the Jinwu clan. Jin Yan, have you grown arrogant or lost your senses? Without my family and me, would you truly be capable of leading the clan? To accompany him merely a few times is not the same as marrying him. I could never bear such a disgrace. Faced with Jin Yan's absurd proposals, Fufeng felt an unexpected sense of relief. Their relationship had always been so awkward, and today, the truth could finally be laid bare. What if I refuse? Fufeng gazed at Jin Yan as one would regard a clown. His physical imperfections were already daunting, and now his mind appeared equally twisted. Should you refuse? The news of Princess Xianyuan Fufeng's infidelity and child shall spread throughout the heavenly realm, particularly within the entire hidden clan. I never imagined you could be so shameless, so devoid of principles. Fufeng's face turned pale with anger. The hidden clan was the insurmountable mountain she could never evade, a weight that had once suffocated her. Were it not for familial pressure, she would never have considered marrying Jin Yan. There is no need for hasty refusals. Perhaps over the years, Hong has lost interest in you. Despicable. Ha! Your Majesty, do you truly think I would still care at this point? You shall come to regret this. That is no longer a concern for you. Empress, prepare yourself well. Perhaps within a few days, good news will arrive from Zhuge City. Jin Yan departed the Jinfeng pavilion with a smile, though his heart was bleeding. The following day, Jin Hui, accompanied by a retinue of guards, hurried towards Zhuge City with great enthusiasm. Zhuge City, Weiyang Palace. Recently, Hong Haoyan had been in a rather gloomy disposition, having been outmaneuvered by the Jinwu clan, which left a bitter taste in his heart. Your Majesty, the second prince of the Jinwu clan seeks an audience. He claims to bring good news. Let him enter. I hope this lad bears tidings worth hearing. Jin Hui entered the Haoyan Palace and bowed before the elevated Hong Haoyan. Your Majesty, spare me the pleasantries. What trickery do you bring this time? Your Majesty, please remain calm. This time, I come as a representative of the Jinwu clan to negotiate. Negotiate? What could we possibly discuss? The Jinwu clan is prepared to offer you unparalleled treasures. Forget it. The treasures of your Golden Crow clan are beyond the means of my Vermilion Bird clan. Please do not create further complications. Last time, Hong Haoyan was severely deceived. If Jin Hui were not concerned for his lifelong happiness, he would not risk venturing into Vermilion Bird City. Should old Hong become enraged this time, he may truly face peril to his life. Your Majesty, if the Vermilion Bird clan agrees to ally with the Golden Crow clan against the Qing Lan clan, My father is willing to offer the Empress Fufeng to your majesty. What? Hong Haoyan, previously distracted, suddenly leapt from his chair. Repeat that, young man. If the Vermilion Bird clan agrees to ally with the Golden Crow clan against the Qing Lan clan, my father is willing to offer the Empress Fufeng to your majesty. Jin Yin is indeed rather extraordinary. However, I find it delightful. Hong Haoyan's greatest aspiration in life is to obtain Xianyuan Fufeng. Upon hearing this news, he felt 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater excitement than when he learned of Princess Jinbi's marriage to his son. My dear nephew, could you elaborate further? Hong Haoyan's emotions have been a tumultuous sea these past few days. As your nephew just stated, there is no falsehood in this. If Uncle Hong agrees to ally with Golden Crow Mountain, the Empress Fufeng will indeed belong to your majesty. However, I do have a rather bold request. Speak. I wish to marry Princess Honglan. Hiss. You still harbor such ambitions. Hong Haoyan's expression turned cold. Your majesty, my admiration for Princess Honglan is akin to your affection for Empress Fufeng. I cannot shake the feeling that I am at a disadvantage in this matter. The excellence of Honglan is evident to all in the Wind domain. Your majesty, Princess Honglan will eventually marry. Allowing me to secure Empress Fufeng for you can be considered a contribution on my part. Not enough. It simply isn't sufficient. I truly cannot bear to part with my precious daughter. You cannot fathom the extent of Honglan's excellence. The tales circulating about her barely scratch the surface. Does Princess Honglan possess some remarkable feat of which I am unaware? Let me reveal a secret. Honglan's cultivation surpasses that of the martial prodigy you know, her own brother Hongyun, by an entire realm. What? What kind of extraordinary talent is this? Jin Hui found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Given Honglan's gifts and cultivation, would marrying you not be a significant loss for her? Since your majesty is being so forthright, allow me to disclose a shocking revelation. Oh, do share. The Empress Fufeng has never borne children. She remains untouched to this day. Chapter 191. The Disappearance of the Empress. Really? Hong Haoyan became unusually tense, his breath quickening. This was not the demeanor expected of a peak celestial realm cultivator, as this information weighed heavily upon him, delivering a jarring wave of happiness. It is indeed genuine. Utterly irrefutable. So, does that mean all 4 of you siblings are not of Xianyuan Fufeng's lineage? All adopted. Very well. Your Majesty, I have laid bare my heart. I hope you will grant this request. Very well, as you wish, I shall bestow Princess Honglan upon you. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Do not call me father-in-law. Who knows? I might become your lowly father instead. Haha. I shall trouble you with matters concerning your humble son-in-law. Very well, wait for a moment. I shall make a trip to the Tianlan Palace. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Hong Haoyan, in high spirits and brimming with ambition, strode towards Tianlan Palace with great strides. Father, what brings you here? Princess Honglan was playing the zither, her fingers dancing over the strings without a hint of pause. My dear Lanner, today, I shall speak plainly. I have found you a suitor. Though he may not be perfect, he is indeed a remarkable young man, a paragon of talent. Who is it? Prince Jin Hui of the Golden Crow. Wasn't he just rejected? The zither melody faltered momentarily. Times have changed, and I have my reasons. The alliance between the Zhuke clan and the Golden Crow clan is imperative. Your union has once again been placed on the agenda. I had previously declined. But circumstances have shifted. I hope you can comprehend the difficulties I face and my sincere intentions. Is it unchangeable? This concerns the grand strategy for the enduring prosperity of the Zhuke clan. The matter is already settled. Understood, the princess replied, continuing to play the zither. Hong Haoyan let out a faint sigh as he departed from Tianlan Palace. Though a tinge of guilt stirred within him, it was fleeting. When it came to his daughter's happiness, he preferred to facilitate a union with Xianyuan Fufeng. The thought of his long-cherished goddess remaining untainted ignited a fervor in his heart. Meanwhile, Jin Hui paced back and forth in Haoyan Hall, awaiting news. He felt confident, having discerned the intense desire on Hong Haoyan's face for Fufeng Empress. Once a person harbors desires, they become vulnerable to manipulation by others. Esteemed father-in-law, do you have good news? Upon seeing Hong Haoyan enter the hall, Jin Hui hurried to greet him. My dear nephew, rest assured, Honglan has consented to your marriage. Really? That is splendid. Jin Hui's spirits soared as if he were flying atop a mountain peak. My dear nephew, have arrangements been made on Fufeng's side? These 2 matters should proceed concurrently. Fear not. Esteemed father-in-law, the Empress has long admired your grace and is unlikely to refuse. Excellent. Hurry back to make all necessary preparations. This matter should proceed without delay. I understand. My eagerness mirrors that of esteemed father-in-law. Come, I shall personally escort you out of Zhuge City today. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Jinhui joyfully returned to Jinhua Mountain. Queer. You seem quite pleased. Did Hong Laogui agree? He did. He has consented to our clans joining forces against the Qinglan clan and to marry Princess Hong Lan to Jinhua Mountain. Good. Jin Yin, aware of the sacrifices this entailed, felt a bittersweet joy. Though pleased, the notion of donning a green hat was not easy to bear. While he could not enjoy the charm of Fufeng Empress himself, the thought of such a captivating and graceful woman being given to another was disheartening. Alas, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Let this all be for the sake of Jinhua Mountain. Father, when will you finalize matters with the Empress of Fufeng? Although she was reluctant last time, she had no choice for the sake of her family. Therefore, you should discuss this with her. Hong Huanian desires a swift resolution, as he is eager to assume the role of groom. It seems you are the one who is eager to be a groom. Jin Yin cast a sidelong glance at him before seeking out the Empress. Your Majesty, news has arrived from Zhuge City. Hong Huanian's woman, Princess Hong Lan, is to wed Huier, forging an alliance between the Zhuge and Jinwu clans to confront the Qinglan clan. Is your Majesty so hastily seeking to adorn yourself with such a crown? You do not consider me your true woman. This cannot be deemed a betrayal. Your Majesty, please simply state whether you agree or not. The consequences of refusal may be too great for you to bear alone, as the hidden clan would not tolerate your presence and would surely cast you out. Alas, your Majesty, I truly admire you. How has your heart become so twisted? A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. For the future of the Jinwu clan, my personal honor and disgrace are insignificant. Since the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, I have known that my life would be devoid of love. When shall I be sent to Zhuge City? Within 7 days. As Hong Laogui is deeply infatuated with you and cannot wait a single day longer. Rest assured, your Majesty, this matter will not bring you undue embarrassment. You will secretly journey to Zhuge City, remain there for a time, and then return to the Jinwu clan to continue your role as Empress. Apart from myself, Hong Laogui, Huier, and you, no one else shall be privy to this. I am grateful to you. We are all family. There is no need for such formality. Your Majesty, please make the necessary preparations for the journey. As Jin Yin departed from the Empress's palace, his heart was a tumult of emotions, excitement, disappointment, longing, hope, and despair. Zhuge City, Tianlan Palace. The seldom-seen Zhuge prince entered Tianlan Palace, where he learned that Princess Tianlan was indeed bound to marry into the Jinwu clan. Sister, since our father has made a firm decision, there is no room for negotiation. Brother, have you come as a negotiator today? I too do not support this marriage. However, an alliance could foster goodwill between our clans to confront the Qinglan. Individual fates can never be compared to the interests of a clan. Brother, you have changed. I scarcely recognize you. Has Princess Jinbi influenced you? Let the past remain in the past. This matter weighs heavily upon me as well. But I have witnessed our father's determination, which is unalterable. Sister, I understand. Please return. I wish to be alone for a while. Alas, sister, take heart. Life is but a journey, regardless of with whom it is shared. Hong Yun fled Tianlan Palace in a somewhat disheveled state, uncertain of his purpose there, feeling somewhat superfluous. 5 days later, shocking news arrived simultaneously from Jinwu Mountain and Zhuge City. The Empress of Fufeng had vanished without a trace, and Princess Hong Lan of Zhuge City had similarly disappeared. The Empress of Fufeng was unrestrained, with no one capable of reining her in. Her realm was akin to that of Jin Yin, both being at the pinnacle of celestial divinity. Should she wish to depart, not even Jin Yin could detain her. However, he had not anticipated her decision to leave, disregarding even the hidden clan behind her. Chapter 192. The arrival of 2 women. Chaos reigned at Jinyu Mountain, and the atmosphere in Zhuge City grew ever more ominous. The disappearance of Princess Hong Lan was troubling enough, but the slaying of the 2 elders of divine realm guarding her door was utterly shocking. Though Princess Hong Lan had reached the peak of the virtual realm, it was no simple feat to eliminate 2 elders of a higher tier. Yet, it was undeniable that both elders had met their demise at the gates of Tianlan Palace. Hong Huanian was exceedingly furious. He could not fathom that the elders had been slain by outsiders, suspecting instead that his talented daughter might be concealing her true strength. The prospect of a union between their two clans had recently been brought to the forefront. Yet both the Empress of Fufeng and Princess Honglan had mysteriously followed in the footsteps of Princess Jinbi, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, both clans had prepared for this eventuality. Nonetheless, the Empress and Princess Honglan were too extraordinary, managing to disappear even under close scrutiny. At the foot of Qinglan Peak, Xianyuan Fufeng and Honglan encountered each other in an unprecedented meeting. Both had fled their respective clans and fortuitously found themselves at Qinglan Peak. Standing face to face, they appraised one another, both struck by the other's beauty and poise. Are you the Empress of Fufeng? Are you the Princess of Honglan? Neither woman had ever seen the other before, yet both were exceptionally astute. With keen intuition, they discerned each other's identities almost instantly. To become a pawn of the Zhuge clan is one thing, but I never imagined the esteemed Empress of the Golden Crow clan would also be embroiled in such sordid dealings. There isn't a decent man in this world. For the sake of gain, there is no woman who cannot be sold. As a woman, I find this lamentable. What prompted the Empress to venture to Qinglan Peak? And what brought the princess here as well? Princess Jinbi has set a precedent. I suppose I am merely following suit. Great minds think alike. Let us ascend. We have yet to ascertain whether the Empress of Qinglan will offer us refuge. Xianyuan Fufeng felt uncertain. Had she not already taken in Princess Jinbi? There should be no reason for her to refuse them. Meanwhile, Princess Honglan was brimming with confidence. Have you forgotten that Princess Jinbi is the woman of Leng Huanian? He is essentially half the master of Qinglan Peak, as he is the consort of the Empress. This man was indeed remarkable. Now, both Qinglan Peak and the Empress belonged to him. As for Princess Jinbi, her infatuation with Leng Huanian came as no surprise, but the timing was rather swift, within mere days. Her heart had been captivated by him. Who exactly was he? Xianyuan Fufeng fell into deep contemplation. She had never encountered Leng Huanian and found it difficult to imagine him. However, Princess Honglan had seen him and began to envision his strikingly handsome visage. Be careful not to fall for him, Empress. He is a man of genuine talent and great capability. Having reached an age where matters of romance seem behind me, I find it prudent to advise you, my dear young lady, to be cautious. Can age truly be a concern? The Empress appears no different from a 20-year-old maiden when it comes to age. Can you truly claim to be older than the celestial Empress Qinglan? Let us proceed to meet her first. The Empress of Fufeng felt a moment of disarray from her words and swiftly shifted the topic. In the Qinglan Palace, Leng Huanian was engaged in a leisurely conversation with the celestial Empress Qinglan when a maid entered to report, Your Majesty, 2 women have arrived at the foot of the peak. Oh, what sort of women? 2 breathtaking beauties. One of them seems to be Princess Honglan, who visited a few days prior. Princess Honglan. What brings her back to Qinglan Peak? The celestial Empress found herself momentarily perplexed. Your Majesty, they claim they wish to seek refuge at Qinglan Peak. A conspiracy? Leng Huanian blurted out. A deception? The celestial Empress pondered. Let them enter. I am curious to see what schemes they may concoct. Indeed, my dear wife, your skills are matched only by your audacity. Leng Huanian gave a thumbs up to the celestial Empress. My husband, I fear nothing but the allure of beautiful women captivating you. No beauty can surpass that of Ruer. I refuse to believe it. In your eyes, it is not merely beauty that enchants, but a spectrum of colors, each possessing its own charm, that stirs your heart. None can compare to my Ruer. Leng Huanian stepped forward, enveloping the celestial Empress in his embrace and planting a tender kiss upon her delicate lips. After a moment, the celestial Empress gently pushed him away, saying, Prepare yourself. The 2 beauties are about to arrive. What is there to prepare? They come to Qinglan Peak. Under someone else's roof, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. You are right, my husband. It is indeed strange. Whenever news of beautiful women reaches me, I treat them as sisters. Why? Leng Huanian scratched his head awkwardly. How could he not know the reason? Was it not that you become utterly entranced by beauty? The celestial Empress mildly complained. My dear, am I truly so? Leng Huanian, reluctant to part, embraced the celestial Empress once more and placed a gentle kiss on her porcelain-like cheek. The maid led the Empress of Fufeng and Princess Honglan through the grand entrance of Qinglan Palace. As they separated, their exchanged glances sweetened their hearts, each guessing that they would belong to one another this evening. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Xianyuan Fufeng and Honglan greeted the celestial empress in unison, their eyes conspicuously drawn to the side where Leng Huanian stood. Of course, Leng Huanian was also observing these two extraordinary beauties. One radiated an aura of intelligence and grace. Her autumn-like eyes possessed a depth rarely found in others. This woman was no ordinary individual. He recalled their encounter from a few days prior. She was indeed Princess Honglan. Another enchanting beauty astonished Leng Huanian, exuding an air of regal elegance. Every smile and frown seemed like a gentle breeze, penetrating his very soul. He had only encountered such an aura of nobility in Yaoguang, Jins, and Xinru, all of whom had once been empresses. Was this woman before him, then, of similar stature? Gazing upon the two exquisite beauties, Leng Huanian found himself overwhelmed with emotions, somewhat entranced. The Empress Qing Lan cast him a knowing glance, and he was jolted awake. These two women were so extraordinarily captivating that it was challenging for him to maintain his composure. Yet, what was his true intent? In truth, he had not deviated. His desires revolved solely around the beauty of the world. The Empress Fufeng and Princess Honglan. What wind had swept these two great beauties to my Qinglan peak? The Empress Qing Lan, observing the two stunning women, could not help but feel a twinge of envy, reflecting on the discerning eyes of Xianyuan Fufeng and Honglan. It was evident that the Empress Qing Lan held her young lover in high regard. Your Majesty, I am Jinwu's Empress, and Jin Yan, in pursuit of an alliance with Zhuke City, intends to offer me to Hong Haoyan. Alas, I have no choice but to seek refuge at Qinglan Peak. Upon hearing this, Leng Huanian was filled with righteous indignation. This Jin Yan is no better than a beast. To sacrifice his own empress for the sake of two clans uniting is a disgrace to manhood. For this alone, I shall ensure his demise. Do not forget, dear husband, that Jin Yan is your father-in-law, came a voice. And what of it? The empress is still mine, Leng Huanian retorted, but he was interrupted by Empress Fufeng. Not so. Jin Bai is neither my offspring nor Jin Yan's. She is merely an adopted child, her true identity being the daughter of my sister, Xianyuan Qingying. You and Jin Yan are not Bai's parents? How intriguing. Now I feel no pressure in slaying that old scoundrel. Boast not so. How can you slay a being at the pinnacle of the divine realm? I am still growing, and it seems it won't be long before I can vanquish him entirely. The Empress Qing Lan regarded Xianyuan Fufeng, who appeared skeptical, and lightly cleared her throat. My husband, who is yet to reach 20, cultivates at an astonishing pace. I have faith in his abilities. Her Majesty's affection for him likely stemmed from his remarkable talents, thought Princess Honglan, observing the confident and spirited Leng Huanian. Finding nothing absurd in his claims, that is merely secondary. The true allure lies far beyond that. The Empress Qing Lan, lost in thought, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Xianyuan Fufeng and Honglan exchanged puzzled glances. It was no surprise, as both were innocent maidens, unaware of the intricacies of romantic affairs. Are you truly prepared to seek refuge at Qinglan Peak? The Empress Qing Lan, noting the exceptional beauty, grace, and talent of the two women before her, found herself wishing to retain them. After all, what a grand vision an empress must possess. Neither Leng Huanian nor Xianyuan Fufeng was aware of the intentions harbored by the Empress Qing Lan. In truth, Your Majesty, my heart is genuinely inclined towards seeking refuge at Qinglan Peak, professed Honglan earnestly. I, Xianyuan Fufeng, share the same sincere aspiration. The expressions of the two women were earnest, devoid of pretense. Yet, within the heart of the Empress Qing Lan, a scheme was forming, accompanied by a measure of doubt. Fufeng, you are a princess of the hidden clan. Shouldn't you return to your own family instead of straying from Jinyushan? I cannot return. I am the bond uniting both clans, and now that this bond has been severed, how could I possibly go back to the hidden clan? A daughter married is like water spilled. Should Jin Yan turn against me, I would surely become the source of calamity for both clans. Will you not explain the truth to your family? They may still accept you. Leng Huanian, listening from the side, felt a pang of anxiety. The truth? How can I articulate it? For all these years, I have not shared a bed with Jin Yan. The 4 children, 3 sons and a daughter, are not ours. How can I reveal such a reality? What? You have never borne children nor shared a bed? Leng Huanian nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. For the world contains wonders, yet reality often eclipses even the wildest tales. In that fleeting moment, Leng Huanian's eyes sparkled, a nuance not escaping the keen perception of the Empress Qing Lan, who merely chuckled softly, her earlier hesitations now firmly laid to rest. Are you here to witness my folly? Not at all. At this moment, my sister Fufeng's stature in my heart has only grown. Your words are sweet. I hope you are not merely sweet-tongued, devoid of sincerity. I speak nothing but the truth. As Leng Huanian gazed upon the mature beauty before her, her admiration deepened. Were it not for the presence of the two women, she would have taken the lovely hand and pressed it to her heart, revealing her true feelings. Since you have come, you may find solace here. I shall arrange accommodations for both of you. Consider your current inclinations as mere impulses, should you wish to retract your decision in a few days. No one shall impede your return. As for myself, I shall not depart. Xianyuan Fufeng's resolve was unwavering. I shall not leave either. Having emerged from my previous refuge, I have slain 2 elders of the true God realm who sought to hinder me. There is no way for me to return to Zhuke City now. You managed to slay 2 elders of the true God realm? How old are you? The words of the Qinglan princess elicited a tinge of displeasure from Honglan. Is your husband truly formidable? To my eyes, he appears to be merely at the initial stage of the refining spirit realm. I have reached the pinnacle of the illusory spirit realm and can even vanquish those at the true God realm, particularly when facing 2 of them united. Women harbor a competitive spirit, especially a prodigy like Honglan, who considers herself unparalleled in talent within the realm of wind. Honglan, how old are you? And how long have you been cultivating? The Empress Qing Lan was equally unyielding. I am 26 this year and have cultivated for over 20 years. Indeed, a genius. You have traversed in 20 years a path that would take others a millennium to complete. Honglan, you are the most talented woman I have ever encountered. Nay, even when including men, you stand as the highest. Xianyuan Fufeng regarded her own talents as extraordinary, yet she genuinely admired Honglan. Indeed, Honglan, you are formidable. However, in comparison to my husband, you fall slightly short. My husband, at the tender age of 17, transitioned from the initial stage of the spirit realm to the god refinement realm within merely 3 years. One must ponder whose cultivation talents are superior. Could my husband ever be outdone by you? My lady, you need not lavish such praise upon me. I have had the assistance of many esteemed individuals, whereas Princess Honglan has entirely relied on her own abilities. Thus, it is not a fair comparison, he replied modestly. You need not be so humble. One's cultivation and realm are tangible accomplishments. Regardless of the circumstances that led to them, they are indeed blessings of your own. Initially, I was greatly surprised by Honglan, but you have truly left me astounded. No wonder Bayer and even the Emperor hold you in such high regard. It appears there are reasons behind all this. Gazing at the 2 extraordinary beings before her, Xianyuan Fufeng found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. If what the Emperor says is true, then I concede that you are indeed stronger than I. Princess Honglan had come to terms with reality. Of course, my husband is exceptional, and even more impressively, he ascended from a small, resource-poor world. What? Xianyuan Fufeng exchanged glances with Honglan, astonished at the prowess of this individual. What a remarkable feat. If he had been born into a prestigious sect or family with boundless resources, I would not be so taken aback. Xianyuan Fufeng scrutinized Leng Huanian, eager to discern what set him apart, but regrettably, apart from his striking handsomeness, she could perceive nothing else. Your Majesty, do refrain from staring so intently. After all, Jin Bai is a woman of his, albeit not your offspring. It would be unbecoming to covet another's man, the Empress Qing Lan remarked, causing Xianyuan Fufeng's cheeks to flush as she hastily averted her gaze. Princess Honglan, however, observed Leng Huanian with unabashed admiration. The more she gazed, the more her heart raced, and she felt a warmth spreading across her face. Chapter 194. The Siege of Qing Lan. Empress Qing Lan noted that it was indeed her husband's charm at play upon their first encounter. Those 2 unparalleled beauties seemed on the verge of succumbing, and she could hardly blame them, recalling her own experiences. You shall temporarily reside here. I will arrange for suitable accommodations for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 2 women expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Empress Qing Lan. My dear husband, do allow Jin Bai to join Fufeng shortly. Although not mother and daughter, their bond is undeniable. Of course, Bayer has mentioned that over the years, Empress Fufeng has treated her kindly. Leaving Jinwu Mountain, the only person she has truly missed is Empress Fu Feng. Could you refrain from calling me Empress Fu Feng? I no longer wish to bear that title. Xianyuan Fu Feng replied softly. Very well, as you wish. Sister Fu Feng, he said, receiving a playful glare from her, embodying a charm that was utterly captivating. Cold Huanian directly brought Princess Jinbai out, leaving the two women utterly perplexed. Where had Jinbai emerged from? Mother. Jinbai caught sight of Xianyuan Fu Feng and instantly leaped into her embrace. From now on, you need not call me mother, for I am not your biological mother. Ah. Princess Jinbai stood there, as if her soul had suddenly detached from her body. My dear, you are the child of my sister. Unfortunately, she perished following your difficult birth, and I took you in, raising you as my own daughter. So you are my aunt. Indeed, my dear child. Xianyuan Fu Feng held Princess Jinbai close, gently patting her delicate back, understanding that it would take time for her to come to terms with this revelation. Princess Jinbai soon leapt from Xianyuan Fu Feng's arms into Cold Huanian's, feeling that her husband's embrace provided the greatest solace. Thus, the two women settled at Qingwan Peak. The Jinwu clan and the Zhuge clan officially formed an alliance. Convinced that Empress Fu Feng and Princess Honglan were at Qingwan Peak, the vengeance for a slain son and the bitterness of a stolen daughter festered. Now even the Empress had become part of Qingwan Peak. How could the Jinwu clan endure this? In recent days, Jin Yin had been wrought with anxiety, his lips blistering from stress. Hong Haoyan was no better off. His precious daughter had vanished, 2 elders of the celestial realm had been slain, and the Zhuge clan suffered grievously. Most critically, the innocent dream goddess had also escaped. Who could bear such indignities? The Jinwu and Zhuge clans officially formed a league of the disheartened, with Jin Yin and Hong Haoyan personally leading the charge against Qingwan Peak. Hong Haoyan's fury exceeded even that of Jin Yin, which granted Jin Yin a slight reprieve. He feared a repeat of the last tragic encounter, where they had entered with high hopes only to return disheartened. With both clans united, the most formidable warriors gathered. Elders from both sides mobilized, 6 from the celestial realm and 8 from the divine realm, with fewer lower-tier fighters. As the outcome of the battle would be determined by the elite, regardless of victory or defeat, both Jin Yin and Hong Haoyan hoped to preserve some semblance of legacy for their clans. Not long after their alliance, the joint forces advanced upon Qingwan Peak once more, determined to establish a clear victor. Even if Jin Yin and Hong Haoyan chose to retreat again, the Qingwan Empress would surely not allow them to leave unscathed, as if Qingwan Peak were merely a marketplace where one could arrive and depart at will. The allied forces of the two clans approached Qingwan Peak. Atop Qingwan Peak, the Qingwan Empress cast a disdainful glance at the joint forces, flanked by Cold Huanian, Xianyuan Fu Feng, Princess Honglan, Princess Jinbai, Long Shi, Luo Bing, and Yao Guang. 8 individuals, 1 man and 7 women, faced off against the combined forces of over 100 from the two clans. Jin Yin found himself momentarily stunned. It was clear that Xianyuan Fu Feng was not merely seeking refuge, but was prepared to confront the allied forces. Both he and Xianyuan Fu Feng stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Who could possibly stand against the Qingwan Empress? A being of the divine realm? The original plan of the allied forces had been for Jin Yin and Hong Haoyan, along with 4 other top-tier celestial realm elders, to encircle the Qingwan Empress. Yet now, with Xianyuan Fu Feng intending to join the fray, how would they respond? As Hong Haoyan surveyed the situation, he perceived a grim outlook and resorted to psychological tactics. Lanner, you are being foolish. If you refuse to marry Jin Hui, we can deliberate at length. Why not return for now? Once we have jointly eradicated the Qingwan clan, you may present your demands at a more opportune time. Father, I cannot return. Nor do I wish to, she replied resolutely. Foolish girl, what is there that prevents your return? You must have faith in your father. I personally vanquished both the 6th and 7th elders. How can I possibly return to Zhuge City? You are a fierce girl, he retorted. The Zhuge clan members glared furiously. The deaths of the 2 elders, both at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, had significantly weakened their clan, and it was unfathomable that it was at the hands of their own. In the midst of this standoff, Jin Yin seized the moment, shouting towards Xianyuan Fu Feng. Empress, you can still turn back. I shall act as if nothing has transpired. The Jinwu clan and the Ying clan remained steadfast allies. Xianyuan Fu Feng was at the zenith of the celestial realm, and the balance of power was evident, Whichever side she supported would have a considerable advantage. At this juncture, Jin Yin recognized the precariousness of his position and begrudgingly acquiesced. Enough, Jin Yin. We are not of the same ilk. For years I have been tethered by the Yin clan, but today I have finally broken free from my shackles. From now on, I shall live solely for myself. Indeed. To hell with the Jinwu clan and the Yin clan. Leng Huanian, unwilling to be sidelined, joined the fray. Jin Yan's expression darkened as he nodded at the equally enraged Leng Huanian. The leaders of both clans advanced simultaneously, rallying over 100 individuals to charge at the 8 opponents. Hong Leiguai, summoned for more elders. Let us 6 together restrain the Qinglan Empress. While the others focus on eliminating that insufferable pretty boy, he is the true instigator of our troubles. Agreed. Jin Yin, Hong Huanian, and the 4 most powerful elders besieged the Qinglan Empress, though they seemed to gain no advantage. Jin Sun and Jin Miao, along with 2 prominent elders of the Zhuge clan, engaged the second strongest of the Qinglan clan, Xian Yuan Fu Feng, resulting in a tenuous stalemate. The remaining 90 or so warriors from both clans advanced to encircle Leng Huanian, Princess Hong Lan, Princess Jin Bai, Long Shi, Luo Bing, and Yao Guang. Regrettably, with the 10 mightiest warriors occupied on another battlefield, few could withstand Princess Hong Lan, who had easily dispatched 2 elders of the true God realm in the past. The allied forces recognized that Princess Hong Lan was a formidable opponent, dispatching 4 elders to subdue her, yet even they could not make any headway against her. The remaining 80 individuals heeded their leader's call, focusing their efforts on Leng Huanian, aiming to capture this prized treasure of the Qinglan Empress and use him to coerce the other women. Their strategy was undoubtedly clever, yet they greatly underestimated the soft-looking figure before them. Chapter 195. Annihilation of the Golden Crow. Leng Huanian no longer concealed his prowess. He ignited the bloodline of the divine dragon, elevating his realm from the second layer of the spirit refinement stage directly to the second layer of the void spirit stage. Subsequently, he ignited the bloodline of the phoenix, further ascending to the second layer of the true god stage. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens, followed by a thunderous phoenix cry that shattered the air. 2 colossal spectral forms of divine beasts emerged behind Leng Huanian, a dragon and a phoenix. Time seemed to stand still as everyone halted, gazing at Leng Huanian as if he were a deity. The ladies were filled with joy, pride illuminating their faces, marveling at their husband's remarkable prowess. The allied forces of the 2 clans also froze, their confidence severely shaken by the overwhelming spectacle, as the dragon's roar and phoenix's cry profoundly disturbed their minds. However, Leng Huanian took action, having elevated 2 realms. His current strength in the true god stage was conservatively equivalent to that of the celestial god stage. The 80-odd individuals who had initially planned to encircle him were, at best, at the true god stage, with the remainder at the void spirit stage, and some even at the spirit refinement or concentration stages. Grasping the scale shadow sword, Leng Huanian executed the first move of the scale shadow sword technique, falling light, which sufficed for the task at hand. Employing the dual shadows in the void would have been a gross overestimation. Swiftly, he unleashed 3 strikes, claiming 3 lives. The remaining adversaries recoiled in shock. The elegance of the past was gone, replaced by an aura reminiscent of a deity of death descending upon the earth. Among them, the most audacious was the martial madman, Hong Yun, who, at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage, stood a full realm above the pre-bloodline ignition Leng Huanian, though now he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Nevertheless, Hong Yun was resolute, his headstrong nature compelling him to charge forth with the Heaven-S Azure Steel Sword. With a crack, the 2 swords met, and the Heaven-S Azure Steel Sword was cleaved in 2, not due to an inherent inferiority, but because the states of the wielders were drastically different. Hong Yun stared blankly at his shattered sword, grief etched across his face. This blade had accompanied him for over 20 years. Seizing the moment, Leng Huanian aimed to pierce Hong Yun's heart, but an urgent voice interrupted. "Husband, don't. He is my royal brother." With a swift motion, Leng Huanian adjusted his sword 3 inches to the right, the blade grazing Hong Yun's arm before being withdrawn instantly. Hong Yun, now clutching the remnants of his sword in his left hand while covering the wound on his left arm with his right, cast a perplexed gaze at Leng Huanian. "Brother-in-law," Leng Huanian called out, the atmosphere growing awkward. Yet, after a brief pause, the allied forces resumed their assault. This time, Jin Yin and Hong Haoyan seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Their eyes met, and they redirected their attack from the Empress of Qing to collectively target Leng Huanian. Joined by 4 elders at the celestial god stage, the Empress of Qing, unwilling to allow the 6 to easily besiege her beloved, felt a surge of urgency and unleashed a high-level confinement spell, momentarily ensnaring the 6. With 2 at the pinnacle of the celestial god stage and 4 at the advanced level, maintaining their confinement for an extended period was virtually impossible. It would only last a breath or 2. However, this time frame sufficed for Leng Huanian. He resolved to employ thunderous measures against significant figures. He contemplated targeting either Jin Yin or Hong Haoyan being the biological father of Hong Lan, while Jin Yin merely held the title of a cheap father to Jin Bai and a humble husband to Xianyuan Fufeng. In an instant, his decision crystallized. Void. For the first time in the true god realm, Leng Huanian unleashed his most formidable strike, the Void. In that fleeting moment, as Jin Yin was on the brink of breaking free from his confinement, the formidable sword energy of Lin Ingjian pierced through his chest, and the gaping wound only widened. Astonishingly, without a trace of blood, all eyes were fixed upon Jin Yin, expressions of shock increasingly evident on every face. For mere moments later, Jin Yin had utterly vanished. Elder brother! Elder brother! Jin Miao and Jin's son uttered anguished cries, struggling to accept this outcome. Father! Jin Hui was left utterly dumbfounded, realizing in an instant that his father was gone, only to be overtaken by a surge of joy. It seemed he might ascend directly to the position of clan leader. He resolved not to claim the title for himself, but rather as the Grand Emperor of Jinwu for the requisite grandeur. Jin Bai exchanged a glance with Xianyuan Fufeng, their hearts devoid of any tumult. Hong Haoyan involuntarily retreated a couple of steps, distancing himself from Leng Huanian, feeling a sense of relief that he had not been targeted. Otherwise, he too might have vanished. Do not panic, my esteemed father-in-law. You are the father of Hong Lan. We are now family. I inadvertently harmed my brother-in-law earlier. How could I possibly turn against you now? Hong Haoyan felt a bitter helplessness. This young man was exceedingly ruthless. To refrain from action seemed unsatisfactory given the scale of the situation, yet engaging would be perilous, especially with an Emperor God Realm figure lurking nearby. Esteemed father-in-law, retreat. If we withdraw, we may maintain our harmonious relationship, but failure to retreat could lead to the Zhuge clan being expelled from the Wind Domain. Do not mistake my words for mere alarmism. With the swift execution of Jin Yin, Leng Huanian's confidence surged immensely. After pondering for 3 breaths, Hong Haoyan respectfully addressed Empress Qing Lan. I apologize for the disturbance today. Henceforth, the Zhuge clan shall no longer trouble you at Qing Lan Peak. Turning to the Zhuge clan, he commanded, let us return to Zhuge City. The alliance between the Zhuge and Jinwu clans dissolved instantaneously, arriving with exuberance and departing in shame. The Jinwu clan appeared hesitant to depart, with Jin Miao and Jin's son still gnashing their teeth in fury. Empress Qing Lan cast a glance at Leng Huanian, then at Jin Bai, and finally at Xianyuan Fufeng. This deep-seated enmity had been accepted, leaving no room for reconciliation. Without hesitation, Empress Qing Lan struck decisively, swiftly annihilating over 50 members of the Jinwu clan. Jin Hui, who had been dreaming of grandeur, met his end quickly and without much suffering, yet he felt profound resentment. So close to becoming an emperor, the Zhuge clan, not having wandered far, glanced back in trepidation, hastening their departure, fearful that the misfortune of the Jinwu clan might soon befall them. Ladies, I am not a woman devoid of compassion, yet my husband has slain Jin Yin, forging an irreconcilable enmity with the Jinwu clan. Behold their venomous gazes. Can I afford to spare them? No. The women spoke in unison. Save for Jin Bai and Xianyuan Fufeng. My dear, it is indeed a burden for you. Cold Huanian said as he took the delicate hand of the Qing Empress, exchanging a knowing smile that spoke volumes without words. He then approached Jin Bai, enveloping her in an embrace and gently patting her back twice. By her husband. Cold Huanian finally turned to Xianyuan Fufeng and softly remarked, Sister Fufeng, you and Jin Bai should escort the remains of these Jinwu clan members back to Jinwu Mountain. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Xianyuan Fufeng gazed at Cold Huanian for 3 breaths before slowly nodding. I shall return to Jinwu Mountain with her, from now on. Jin Bai shall be the Empress of Jin Wu. Chapter 196. The Empress's Protection Husband. Must I truly return? Jin Bai expressed a tinge of reluctance, yearning to remain by cold Huanian's side, showing little interest in the role of Empress. Now, the royal bloodline of Jin Wu rests solely upon you. You must shoulder this weight for a time. Once Jin Wu Mountain stabilizes, should you wish to step down, you may appoint a successor. Husband, I shall heed your guidance. Xian Yuan Fu Feng and Jin Bai made their way back to Jin Wu Mountain. Watching their departing figures, the Qing Lan Empress remarked, they indeed listen to you. Obedient women are most endearing. And what of me? The Qing Lan Empress cast a peculiar glance. I cherish you, regardless of circumstance. The Qing Lan Empress shot cold Huanian a playful glare, her charm radiating. The Qing Lan Peak was besieged by a coalition of two clans, akin to a tempest that arrived swiftly and departed even more so. The peak returned to tranquility following this ordeal. The Qing Lan clan would henceforth dominate the realm of wind. As the women dispersed, the Qing Lan Empress engaged in a private discourse with cold Huanian. My dear, is there something that necessitates their absence? I primarily wish to discuss Princess Honglan. What are your impressions of her? She is beautiful and exceptionally gifted. A paragon of perfection. Cold Huanian's countenance lit up at the thought of Honglan. Then why have you not pursued her? My dear, such matters cannot be rushed. Emotional connections must unfold naturally, like water flowing into its course. Is that so? Back when you intoxicated me with wine and consummated our bond in one night, I did not see you treating me with such tenderness. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within the Qing Lan Empress. My dear, I suspect you were never truly inebriated. If you were, it was your heart that was intoxicated, not your body. Are you doubting me? Was I so easily manipulated without being inebriated? That was because my dear cherished and cared for me. Cold Huanian's true thoughts were, in the realm of divine sovereignty, who would believe that one could become inebriated? As you know, Honglan possesses remarkable talent, rivaling my own. You must seize the opportunity to cultivate with her, whether through gentle persuasion or firm resolve. Treat her as you did with me. Intoxicate her. My dear, I assure you I did not intoxicate you. This is merely the expression of our feelings. Very well. You should go seek Honglan. Yet at this moment, I yearn to remain with Ruer. Leng Huanian stepped forward, enveloping the Qing Lan Empress in his embrace. You still possess a modicum of conscience. Today, your remarkable efforts thwarted the alliance of two clans. Without a doubt, I must reward you handsomely tonight. Are you intending to reward me, or yourself? It is one and the same. Leng Huanian gently kissed her alabaster forehead. My husband, your love for me is palpable. Indeed, Ruer has become my pillar of support. Here we go again. I speak only the truth. At present, it is Ruer who protects both me and my beloved wives. I find myself somewhat embarrassed by this. What is there to be embarrassed about? The Qing Lan Empress lifted her delicate fingers and playfully pinched her beloved's nose. There is a sense of living off the Empress's grace. My dear husband, you think too much. Were it not for you, I would not have ascended to the divine emperor realm. In the lower realm, it was Jin Shi and the others who shielded you. And now that we are in the upper realm, it is only natural for me to protect you. In truth, you are our greatest blessing. With you, our destinies shall be rewritten, and immortality will be within our grasp. My dear, is it because I can grant you eternal life that you love me so devotedly? I am not so naive. How could I have known you would enable my ascension to the divine emperor realm? How could I have foreseen your gift of immortality? So what is the reason for your affection towards me? It is a feeling. At this level, one possesses an acute sensitivity that transcends the ordinary. What is it you sense, my dear? I sense that you are the man I have awaited in this lifetime, that you will be my ideal partner. Of course, such feelings are predicated on a foundation of affection. Your handsome visage and pleasing form are undeniable, for you captured my heart at first glance. It seems I might win merely by virtue of my looks. A pleasing appearance is just the initial impression. If that were all, you would merely be a pretty face. However, my dear, your talent and lineage are exceptional, brimming with infinite possibilities for the future, and that future is not far off. It lies before us. My dear, you hold me in such high regard. It is no longer a matter of mere regard. You are a treasure not buried deep within the mountains, but rather fully revealed. Your talent and lineage are evident, yet the rapidity of your growth is unparalleled in this vast world, a rarity throughout history. You speak such words that swell my pride. You possess the pride of your accomplishments. At barely 20, you have vanquished the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan, a being who has honed his abilities for millennia, standing just one tier below the divine sovereign realm. In truth, he was on the verge of breaking through to that exalted state, and initially, he was closer to achieving it than I. Alas, such is fate. I am your woman, while he is your adversary, and he too had his opportunities. Regrettably, Jinbai is not his daughter, which casts a fortunate light upon Hong Hao Tian, as Hong Lan is indeed his biological child. It seems that Jin Yin was merely unlucky that day, with a 50-50 chance. You chose to eliminate him while sparing Hong Hao Tian. You had undoubtedly foreseen these outcomes, and one can only lament his ill fortune. My beloved, you ponder deeply. Do you think my thoughts are accurate? Indeed. It appears that I have no secrets left before you. My dear husband, our souls are intertwined, and thus we can sense each other's thoughts. Chapter 197. Remarrying Fu Feng. My beloved, how do you find your interactions with them? My husband, they treat me with considerable respect. Were it not for Jinsei, I would surely be the primary matriarch. After all, your standing and abilities warrant such respect. I apologize for any discomfort this may cause you. My husband, I do not feel wronged. Firstly, I do not covet such positions, and secondly, Jinsei is the ideal candidate for the role of chief matriarch. Not only I, but the other sisters also hold her in high regard. Otherwise, I would certainly contest for it. This current state is quite satisfactory. You are truly wise. Adept at managing women. You flatter me excessively. You are at the pinnacle of the divine sovereign realm, a height I cannot hope to reach. So how can I claim to control you? Is your command not steady enough? I nearly bared my soul. That is merely a testament to your profound affection for me. I can only consider myself fortunate. Leng Huanian held her tightly in his embrace, overflowing with tenderness. The landscape of the Wind Domain has undergone a dramatic transformation. The once preeminent Golden Crow clan has suffered significant losses, allowing the Qing Lan clan to ascend as the leading power. Xian Yuan, Fu Feng, and Jinbai's return to Golden Crow Mountain with dire news cast a pall over the entire mountain, though the atmosphere remained relatively calm, largely due to Xian Yuan Fu Feng's peak prowess in the divine sovereign realm. Now, the entire clan has no choice but to obey her. Indeed, Xian Yuan Fu Feng has elevated Jinbai to the throne of the Golden Crow Empress and given her own strength and the hidden clan's backing. She could have claimed that title for herself. This illustrates the vastness of her heart. However, her actions have left the hidden clan behind her in utter dismay. They had hoped for her to marry the strongest member of the Golden Crow clan, facilitating the unification of the Wind Domain under the Golden Crows, thereby allowing them to strengthen their ties with Jin Yin and establish the clan as a formidable ally to the hidden clan of the Heavenly Domain. Even if Jin Yin were to perish, would it not still be an effortless task for you to seize control of the entire Golden Crow clan? Xian Yuan Fu Feng's noble integrity garnered her the admiration of the Golden Crow clan. They dared not harbor excessive hopes for the clan to remain in the hands of the Jin family. Nevertheless, her actions have incited considerable displeasure among the hidden clans, observing the shifting dynamics across the domains. In the 6 domains, the Heavenly Domain reigns supreme. The hidden clan, a colossal unseen force within the Heavenly Domain. On the surface, the Wuji sect and the Tiandao Palace stand as 2 of the most prominent sects in the realm of Tian, commanding the admiration of all sects across the 6 domains. However, the hidden clan, true to its name, remains shrouded in mystery. The emperor of the hidden clan, Xianyuan Wudi, has fathered 7 extraordinarily beautiful daughters, each of whom has been married off to the great sects of the 6 domains. This intricate strategy has been in motion for countless years, and the power behind the hidden clan has grown so formidable that even the Wuji sect and Tiandao Palace regard it with trepidation. What is even more astonishing is that the hidden clan operates differently from other sects. Its headquarters are located in the realm of Tian, while maintaining branches in the other 5 domains, functioning almost like a commercial guild. In the realm of Tian, within the Tianyin Palace, Xianyuan Wudi, the emperor of the hidden clan, shattered the right armrest of a chair made of dark Wangwali wood with a single strike of his palm, a material as tough as iron. Your Majesty, why trouble yourself over such trivial matters? Remarked the Empress, Lu Jiting, as she approached him from behind to gently massage his temples. Had it not been for the news from the hidden clan's branch in the Wind Domain today, I would not have known that my precious daughter, Xianyuan Fufeng, possesses such remarkable poise, even willing to relinquish the imperial throne. Your Majesty, Jinbi is not a stranger. Though she is a child of Qingying, she is still of our Xianyuan bloodline. Am I merely angered by this? After all these years at Jinwu Mountain, I have failed to gain control over it and support Jin Yan's further advancement. Now, it seems, Jin Yan has been slain. What has she been laboring for all these years? She could not even handle the Qinglan clan. Your Majesty, do not underestimate the Qinglan clan. They have emerged from the realm of the Emperor God. Only just entered the Emperor God realm. What is there to boast about? The Wind domain is in turmoil, and the Jinwu clan is severely weakened. What are your plans for the Wind domain moving forward? The situation in the Wind domain is indeed challenging. That child, Fufeng, has acted thoughtlessly, suddenly relinquishing her grasp. Is the imperial throne of the Jinwu clan so unbearable to hold? Times have changed. Even if she became the empress of the Jinwu clan and could command it, can the Jinwu clan still command the Wind domain? Clearly, it cannot. So there is no need for her to remain at Jinwu Mountain or in the Wind domain. What do you mean, Your Majesty? A hint of concern flickered in the Empress Lu Zhiting's eyes, since she cannot exert any influence in the Jinwu clan or the Wind domain. Let us call her back and arrange for her marriage to the Thunder domain. Initially, I did not hold the Thunder domain in high regard, but now it appears to possess far greater potential than the Wind domain. To whom shall she be wed? To the Lord of Thunder Fortress, Niu Guangda, the bull-headed man? Do not underestimate him. His 5 Thunder Divine techniques have reached a transformative state, and his future is limitless. Besides, there is reason in choosing him as a humble son-in-law. What reason is that? The Empress seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the prospect of this half-beast son-in-law. His mind is simple and easily controlled. I see that Fufeng also lacks sharpness of wit. Thus, I should find her a manageable match, which would ease our concerns. Yet, our daughter possesses such beauty. How could she agree to marry a bull-headed man? She is not in a position to refuse. I, Xianyuan Wudi's daughter, must remember one thing throughout my life. For the sake of the hidden clan, obedience is paramount. Your Majesty, this treatment towards Fufeng is exceedingly unjust. One must consider that she has already married once for the sake of the hidden clan. In this world, fairness is a mere illusion, with everything built upon interests. Had I not made the harsh decision to have Qingying adopt a daughter to be bestowed upon Fufeng, would there be Jinbi today? And what of the new empress of the Jinwu clan? Therefore, one must broaden their perspective. If we do not plan for the future, how can we secure the ages to come? Your Majesty, when do you intend to arrange for Fufeng to marry into the Thunder Fortress? Have Xianyuan Chonglu return to the Wind domain immediately and inform Fufeng to return to the Heavenly Hidden Palace at once. Chapter 198. Fufeng seeks aid. Xianyuan Chonglu stepped onto the teleportation array of the Heavenly Domain, spending 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The 6 domains are not interconnected and are separated by great distances. While one could fly, it would be time-consuming and fraught with peril. Xianyuan Chonglu, pressed for time on this round trip, had no choice but to utilize the teleportation array, which, while convenient, requires a substantial amount of spirit stones, an expense not easily borne by the average individual. Upon arriving in the Wind domain, Xianyuan Chonglu flew directly to Jinwu Mountain. It had been quite some time since he had last seen the 6th princess, Xianyuan Fufeng. He usually spent his time in the Wind domain's branch gathering intelligence, and should have interacted more with the 6th princess to ensure more information was relayed back to the Heavenly Domain. However, Xianyuan Fufeng was unlike others. She seemed indifferent to all of this, perhaps still consumed by the anger of being forced into marriage with the Jinwu clan by Xianyuan Wudi. Xianyuan Fufeng now held a prominent position at Jinwu Mountain, allowing Xianyuan Chonglu to meet her shortly after introducing himself. 6th princess, this humble servant has come to pay his respects. Xianyuan Chonglu knelt deeply. Having been raised in the hidden clan, he understood the dynamics of respect and hierarchy. Rise. I wonder what brings Uncle Chonglu to Jinwu Mountain, she replied, her gaze unwavering. Unable to fathom Xianyuan Wudi's intentions, could anyone conceive of marrying off a daughter once more? This old servant has returned from the Heavenly Hidden Palace to report on the current situation within the Wind domain and the Jinwu clan to Your Majesty. His Majesty wishes for the 6th princess to return to the Heavenly Hidden Palace at once. Xianyuan Chonglu's words shocked Xianyuan Fufeng, and she slowly responded. Father Emperor summons me back to the Heavenly Hidden Palace. For what reason? His Majesty did not specify, only requesting that the sixth princess return immediately. I understand. Is there anything else? Nothing more. This old servant sought the sixth princess solely for this matter. I am aware. You may leave. May I ask when the sixth princess will set off? If the journey is delayed, I shall surely face His Majesty's wrath. Xianyuan Chonglu looked pitiful, his demeanor evoking sympathy. Xianyuan Chonglu, do you wish to coerce me as well? Xianyuan Fufeng's expression turned icy, causing Xianyuan Chonglu to hastily withdraw. Xianyuan Fufeng sought out Jinbi, as she was the only one left with whom to converse. Once the relationship between the two was clarified, there lingered an air of awkwardness. Auntie, what brings you to my Jinwu Hall today? Beer. Today, Xianyuan Chongluo from the Wind Domain's hidden clan has delivered a decree from my father. Isn't your father my grandfather? Indeed, your grandfather is Xianyuan Wudi. What does he seek from you? Xianyuan Chongluo did not specify. He likely is unaware himself. However, considering the circumstances between our Jinwu tribe and the Wind Domain, I sense it cannot bode well. But Auntie is the biological daughter of grandfather. Could he truly bring harm upon you? The youthful Jinbi remained oblivious to Xianyuan Wudi, having never laid eyes upon this grandfather. He is capable of harming not just me, but every one of his daughters. What do you mean by that? Jinbi's expression morphed into one of disbelief. We, the seven sisters, each possessing celestial beauty and extraordinary talent, ought to have secured splendid futures. Yet, tragically, we have all been wed to those we did not wish to marry. All seven married against their will? Jinbi's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend this tragic farce. Indeed, all of us. How could grandfather act in such a manner? Why would he do this? Do not inquire. The answer is always family interests and the grand scheme of the hidden clan. Your grandfather is truly ruthless. Which leader of a great clan is not? Otherwise, they would not hold such a position. My husband possesses an innate chivalrous spirit. I refuse to believe his future achievements will pale in comparison to grandfather's. He is a rarity, a man unlike any other in this world. Xianyuan Fufeng's gaze momentarily lost focus. Is Auntie preparing to return? I am uncertain, Beer. I wish to visit Qinglan Peak before making a decision. Are you to meet my husband? A tremor coursed through Jinbi, as if sensing something precious was about to be claimed. Who said I am to meet the Empress of Qinglan? After all, she is an empress. Having experienced the grandeur of the world, consulting her will surely yield some wisdom. Auntie, you may deceive me, but do not deceive yourself. Do you think I am as naive as you imagine? You are practically broadcasting your intent to meet my husband. Xianyuan Fufeng found herself at a loss for words, struck at the heart of the matter. Auntie, you too are ensnared. Beer, I must take my leave. Do take care of yourself. Xianyuan Fufeng felt as if she were fleeing in disarray, darting from Jinwu Hall and soaring away on her sword toward Qinglan Peak. Leng Huanian was somewhat surprised by Xianyuan Fufeng's solitary visit. It was rather overt. However, the other women felt it was entirely reasonable, given their beloved's infuriating charm. All the women emerged from their small world, enjoying a blissful existence on Qinglan Peak. Leng Huanian led Xianyuan Fufeng into the small world, and the women understood that this woman had undoubtedly become one of their sisters. Where's this place? Although Xianyuan Fufeng hailed from a prestigious family, she had never encountered a small world. This is my little world. By chance, I obtained the Yin-Yang divine pearl of the Empress of all realms. And within my Qi-Si, it has given rise to this Yin-Yang microcosm. How wondrous it is to witness the formation of such a realm. Indeed, you possess the power to reshape destiny. In Xianyuan Fufeng's eyes, there is envy, yet it is overshadowed by admiration and blessings for Leng Huanian. This microcosm continues to evolve, having formed only a few years ago. The grand tree at its center is the tree of life, the embodiment of the elven queen. The river flowing through is the frozen river, beneath which lies a palace of white jade, the abode of Lan Qingxian. Adjacent to the White Dragon Valley is the Rejuvenation Lake, where the Crimson Dragon Empress delights in frolicking. The tallest mountain is the 10,000 Ren Snow Mountain, where I encountered the Ice Phoenix Luo Bing and Little Shui Er. It was the solitary Feng who guided me there. Had it not been for her and the later arrival of Jin Se, I might have perished at Luo Bing's hands. At that time, she was a colossal ice phoenix, yet to transform, and Little Shui Er was merely an egg. Who would have thought you could remember every detail about them? They are fortunate to have you. They are all my beloveds, and naturally, I cherish them. Do you see that palace over there? That is Jin Sei's splendid palace. Flanked by the palaces of the three princesses, the Moonshadow Palace, the Color Cloud Palace, and the Bright Pearl Palace. You have brought their palaces here? Indeed. This way. As they leave the Void Spirit continent for the Celestial Realm, they will not feel too out of place. Chapter 199. A thread of worry. You have been incredibly considerate, but it seems you have an abundance of women. Did you also bring in those two resplendent ice palaces? Yes. The Dream Moon Palace of the Cold Moon Empress and the Refreshing Moon Sanctuary of the Cold Moon Saintess, both constructed from eternal ice. They are exquisite. Which one is your palace? Look over there, the Demon King Palace. I hold the title of the Demon King of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Xian Yuan Fu Feng glanced at Leng Huanian with confusion. How do you associate with demons? Alas, by a twist of fate, I inadvertently killed the old Demon King and inherited his position. To my astonishment, I even succeeded to the title of Demon Queen, though she remains pure, having been the illusionary Demon Empress in her previous life. You are quite remarkable. Whose is that refreshing courtyard? That is also my home, the Qinglian Garden, which I purchased for Nangang Yu Fei and Nangang Yu Yan. I have been with them since childhood. Among all these palaces, my personal favorite is indeed the Qinglian Garden, imbued with tranquility and serenity. Leng Huanian then shifted the conversation. If Fu Feng's sister likes it, you may move in. Is that permissible? Xian Yuan Fu Feng's body trembled slightly. She had never felt such nervousness before. Those seemingly casual words could determine her future. Of course, Fu Feng's sister, you are so beautiful. I greatly admire you. In fact, I have something to share with you. All the women who enter this little world are my beloveds. Are you implying that I am to become one of your beloveds? That depends on your wishes, sister. I welcome you with open arms. It is entirely up to you. Alas, Leng Huanian, I actually came to Qingwan Peak today for another matter. A trace of concern appeared on Xianyuan Fufeng's face. What is it? Sister Fufeng, do share. I am the 6th princess of the Hidden Clan in the Celestial Domain. My father has learned of the situation between the Wind Domain and the Golden Crow Clan, and he has summoned me to return to the Celestial Domain immediately. Xianyuan Fufeng recounted the entire sequence of events, including the forced marriages of the 7 sisters. Leng Huanian furrowed his brow, incredulous. Is this truly your father? Is he even a man? He hardly behaves like one. Sister Fufeng, you absolutely must not return to the Celestial Domain. Leng Huanian's face was etched with urgency. He saw things more clearly than Xianyuan Fufeng, for he was but an observer. Why, my foolish sister, he intends to summon you back only to sell you once more. Sell me again? What do you mean? You were unwillingly wed to Jin Yin at Golden Crow Mountain, forced into a marriage for the benefit of the Hidden Clan. Is that not akin to selling your daughter? Now that the Golden Crow Clan is significantly weakened, nearly at the bottom in the Wind Domain, it is evident that they have lost value in his eyes. With Jin Yin now deceased, I suspect that upon your return, he will marry you off to yet another powerful clan. Is that so? Without a doubt. For your father possesses no moral compass. You and your 6 sisters are merely his cash cows. It seems he intends to shake this tree once more. But my father is the emperor of the Hidden Clan in the Celestial Domain. How could I possibly go against his wishes? Even if I refuse to return, he will send someone to fetch me. Then, Sister Fufeng, you must hastily find a man to marry, consummate the union, and thus your father cannot overturn the pot. Finding a man to marry is easier said than done. Who would marry me now when doing so would mean opposing my father? Do you know the consequences of incurring his wrath? Sigh. Sister Fufeng, how unfortunate it is to have such a father. Therefore, I must obediently return to the Celestial Domain. For the Hidden Clan's influence is pervasive. Should my father make an announcement, no one would dare marry me or offer me refuge. Isn't he just an emperor of the Hidden Clan? What is there to fear? If you do not mind, I would gladly marry you. You? Xianyuan Fufeng's heart raced. After a long and winding conversation, she finally received the answer she desired. Are you not afraid? What is there to fear? I have slain Jin Yan. Given me a little time, and I might not be able to take down your father, but I certainly won't allow him to bully others. But who can withstand my father's wrath? His realm surpasses even that of the Qingwan Empress. Who could protect you? That is why I need you to stall. The longer you delay, the more advantageous it is for me, for you have witnessed my rapid growth. Given another year or 2, I would be unafraid of your father. Xianyuan Wudi, there is something I have always wanted to ask you. Why is your cultivation speed so rapid? especially coming from the lower realms? I possess the bloodlines of several divine beasts, the divine dragon, the phoenix, the snow fox, the Qing Lan, and the golden crow. These empower me, making me increasingly formidable. No wonder they are utterly devoted to you. Sister, you have misunderstood. They love me for who I am. I understand, but why not seize the opportunity for mutual benefit? I believe you are correct, so do you now have faith in me? If I can delay for a year and a half, my father will no longer hold power over you. Once I ascend to the true God realm, I shall not fear him. In battle, I can ignite my bloodline and forcibly elevate my cultivation by 2 realms. If you reach the celestial God realm, would you not be invincible? Xian Yuan Fu Feng regarded Leng Huanian with the curiosity one might reserve for a rare beast. It could be said that. Yet there are always greater heights beyond the heavens, and extraordinary circumstances may yet arise. Then I shall not return to the celestial domain. Very well. You must protect me. You shall be responsible for my life henceforth. Gladly. Leng Huanian embraced Xian Yuan Fu Feng, gently holding her close. Xian Yuan Fu Feng trembled. It was the first time in many years that she found solace in a man's embrace. Leng Huanian cupped her flawless face in his hands and leaned down to press his lips against her tender cherry blossom mouth. Chapter 200. Destined as Leng Huanian held Xian Yuan Fu Feng, he intended to transform the heavens into a bed and the earth into a pillow. But Xian Yuan Fu Feng halted him. I wish to go to the Qing Lian garden. Leng Huanian escorted her to the Qing Lian garden. My love, my husband, you have now become my true man, the first and the last. Leng Huanian placed a gentle kiss on her jade-like forehead, overflowing with affection and tenderness. My husband, for the next few days, do not concern yourself with me. I shall retreat in the Qing Lian garden to cultivate. Very well. Now, with 2 imperial god realms emerging in the wind domain, its status rivals that of the celestial domain, though Xian Yuan Fu Feng's imperial god cultivation remains concealed. When they met again, there was no hint of shyness. Leng Huanian stepped forward and gently embraced her. My husband, you are drawing ever closer to the true god realm. Once I attain that, I shall no longer fear anyone, not even your father. My husband, you are fortunate to have encountered me, and I you. We are both deserving. The bond between a man and a woman is destined. I was meant to wait for you, and I have. My love, now that you are in the imperial god realm, do you think your father would still force you to marry another if he knew of your monumental breakthrough? That is uncertain, yet if he were to compel me, it would likely be to a prestigious family. He could not afford to make a bad bargain. You are now mine. Should he dare to coerce you, I would undoubtedly sever ties with him. My love, if it comes to that, whom shall you assist? Naturally, I would support my husband. You are now the most important person in my life. It has not been in vain to cherish you. Leng Huanian held Xian Yuan Fu Feng tightly in his embrace. When Leng Huanian brought Xian Yuan Fu Feng out of the small world and reunited with the other women on Qingwan Peak, they all immediately noticed the entirely transformed Xian Yuan Fu Feng. At this moment, she radiated a resplendent glow, her complexion flushed, and she exuded an aura of imperial divinity that rivaled that of the Azure Yuan Empress. The inclusion of such a formidable ally within the sisterhood provided a sense of reassurance. With 2 figures of imperial divinity to safeguard them, their beloved would undoubtedly have ample time and space to flourish. Fearing that the Golden Jade Empress might struggle alone on Golden Crow Mountain, especially after the Golden Crow clan had recently undergone tumultuous changes, Xian Yuan Fu Feng hastened back to Golden Crow Mountain. The matters here had already reached a conclusion. She had secured her husband, and she too had ascended to the realm of imperial divinity, marking significant milestones in her life. Shortly after Xian Yuan Fu Feng's return to Golden Crow Mountain, Xian Yuan Chonglu, the overseer of the hidden clan in the Wind Domain, arrived once more. 6th Princess, it is time to return to the celestial domain. Emperor Xian Yuan is urging you urgently. Xian Yuan Chonglu came with trepidation, having discerned Xian Yuan Fu Feng's slight aversion towards him during his previous visit. However, he felt compelled to disregard his discomfort. The weight of his pride paled in comparison to the necessity of his mission. Xian Yuan Chonglu, inform my father that I shall not return to the celestial domain, and convey this message. I have already married once for the hidden clan and shall not do so again in this lifetime. 6th Princess, also, you need not visit Golden Crow Mountain again. Remember my words today. With that, Xian Yuan Chonglu made his hasty exit from Golden Crow Mountain, leaving in a state of disarray. He sensed that lingering even a moment longer might provoke Xianyuan Fufeng's wrath. Though he could not discern her current realm, he was acutely aware of her formidable presence, a power he had only previously experienced in the company of Xianyuan Invincible. The more he pondered, the more he broke into a cold sweat. The gravity of the situation compelled him to spend 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to teleport back to the celestial domain, where he would report in person to Xianyuan Invincible. In the Golden Crow Hall, the Golden Jade Empress met Xianyuan Fufeng once again. "Auntie, why do I feel you have become even more beautiful and alluring?" The Golden Jade Empress gazed at her radiant aunt and felt a flicker of intuition. As someone with experience, she knew that a sudden glow on a woman's skin could not arise from mere happenstance, and she suspected she understood the reason behind it. How absurd. Even you dare to jest with your aunt? "Annie, have you broken through to the realm of imperial divinity? You noticed? Indeed. Your aura is more potent than before. Though you have subdued your brilliance, I can still sense it." The Golden Jade Empress hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. "And what else?" Xianyuan Fufeng pressed. "I have detected a unique essence surrounding you, one that emerges only after intimate contact with your husband." "What? You can sense that?" Xianyuan Fufeng's fair cheeks flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated her secret would be revealed so swiftly. "Certainly, the bloodlines of your husband, Dragon, Phoenix, Snow Fox, Azure Luan, and Golden Crow would inevitably be transmitted to you in some measure, making this essence distinct, a gift only he can bestow.